You casually touched the iron spirit tree that was everywhere in the sect, unexpectedly awakening a golden finger and extracting the green attribute absorb spiritual energy. Confused, you looked bewildered, and then went to the backyard to touch a large stone that was usually used to dry pickled vegetables. This stone turned out to be a Tao Enlightenment monument, with a special attribute, insightful, blue, which grants the temporarily possessed attributes to those close to you, allowing them to obtain permanent attributes. With a thought, you arrived at the square for the sect's disciple recruitment conference. However, upon seeing you, the crowd began to murmur, and several elders present mocked you, a person with a natural cultivation waste body, for daring to recruit disciples. But you didn't care at all and simply moved a small stool to sit down beside them. The disciple recruitment conference was nearing its end, and after the trials of the 3 rounds, only less than 100 of the thousands of youths remained. Among them were many gifted individuals, with the standout possessing the title of natural cultivation sacred body known as the spirit nurturing body. As time passed, only about 30 remaining disciples were left in the center of the venue. The youths looked forward with anticipation, but the elders shook their heads repeatedly after watching for a while. You knew it was time for you to take action, so you said, "Since all of you junior brothers have finished selecting, the remaining disciples can join the outer sect." The sect leader Jiang Changji said. "No." Before you could speak, Elder Zhang Zuoyang suddenly interjected, pointing at a rough-clothed youth. "This person is a body of absolute spirit, a natural waste, unworthy of being a disciple of our Lingwu sect. I do not wish to see a second waste in our Lingwu sect." Upon hearing absolute spirit body, all the elders turned to look at you, as you are also an absolute spirit body, and this statement was clearly aimed at you. The youth's face turned ashen upon hearing these words, his eyes filled with despair. You hurriedly said, "Sect leader, although I am an elder, I have no disciples under me, so I will take this youth as my own." Everyone was taken aback by your words. It was simply a huge joke that the master of an absolute spirit body would take on another absolute spirit body as a disciple. Seeing this, you quickly added, "According to the sect rules, I also have the right to take on disciples. This disciple is indeed fated to be with me, and if he truly cannot cultivate, I will leave the sect with him." "Fine, you can take this waste, but if he does not embark on the path of cultivation within 3 months, both of you will be kicked out of the Lingwu sect." Before Jiang Changji could speak, Zhang Zuoyang had already opened his mouth. At this point, Jiang Changji had no choice but to relent. Keeping you in the Lingwu sect was out of respect for the late Grand Elder, but after all, you have always been unable to cultivate and do not truly belong to the Lingwu sect. If you leave this place, it would not be a bad idea to give you some money and let you live freely outside for the rest of your life. At this moment, the matter was settled, and this disciple would be taken in by you, Lin Bei. As soon as Jiang Changji finished speaking, Zhang Zuoyang turned to his newly accepted disciple and said, "In 3 months, my disciple will be able to break through a major realm, while some people are just useless." After everyone left, only you and that youth remained in the arena. Disciple Shirwan bowed to his master. The young man was very grateful to you, and he knocked his head several times. You stepped forward to help Shirwan up and said, "From now on, you will be my disciple. My name is Lin Bei, and I am the inner sect elder of the Flying Sword Peak. Come back with me." After returning to the courtyard, Shirwan saw that the yard was filled with vegetables, which was quite different from what he had imagined. You smiled and said, "We are destined to be master and disciple. I am the only pure spirit body of the Lingwu sect, and now there are 2 of us." Shirwan was astonished. He knew in his heart that he would probably have to leave this place in 3 months. Even if he couldn't cultivate, Shirwan would treat you like a father. You smiled and said, "Ha ha, you are thoughtful, but there is still a way. You should find a room to stay in first, and then come to find me." When he came before you again, you handed over the cultivation method in your hand, Xianyang Ju, a mid-grade Xian level cultivation method. This method is rare even in the Lingwu sect, thanks to the blessings of your ancestors. This method has long been placed here for your cultivation. You said, "Try the power of the entry." You attempted to bestow the entry upon Shirwan, and with a thought, the text in your vision changed. Entry bestowed successfully. Shirwan, identity, disciple, bestowed entry, absorb spiritual energy, green, absorption speed plus 150%, recoverable. You don't know what this plus 150% means, and you open your attribute panel, which shows, Lin Bei, permanent attribute, absorb spiritual energy, blue, absorption speed plus 500%, temporarily has attribute, extractable attribute count 0. You suppress your excitement and say to Shirwan, "Shirwan, this is a Xian level martial art. From today on, practice diligently." "Thank you, master, I will not disappoint you." Shirwan bows to you again, then takes the martial art back to his room to try practicing. You return to your room and begin to operate the already well-practiced Xianyang Ju, the first step of cultivation, body tempering, absorbing spiritual energy into the body. refining the physique. As the martial art is activated, you clearly sense the surrounding spiritual energy being absorbed into your body at an extremely fast speed. This is not absorption at all, but plundering. After the spiritual energy enters your body, it disperses throughout your limbs and bones, strengthening your physical body. The speed of absorption is truly astonishing. In just a moment, you feel that the spiritual energy floating in the room has been completely drained, and at this time, your cultivation level has already reached the second level of body tempering. At this moment, you have to stop because the surrounding spiritual energy has been completely absorbed. Such a speed of absorption can be considered as genius among geniuses. Even just the blue entries have such power. I wonder how the purple and even orange, which are above blue, compare to the so-called spirit bodies. You recalled Zhang Zuoyang's newly accepted disciple, known for their fast cultivation speed with spirit bodies. You stopped your cultivation and went to the courtyard, looking towards the room where Shirwan lived. In your perception, the spiritual energy in that room was also slowly dissipating, and you felt that it would take a long time for Shirwan to absorb all the spiritual energy in the room. So you simply sat down on the ground. The spiritual energy in this courtyard was rich, making it suitable for cultivation. With this thought, you sat cross-legged, and the spiritual energy in the courtyard quickly gathered around you. And as your internal techniques operated, your cultivation level rapidly increased. 3 days later, you opened your eyes, and at this moment, there was not a trace of spiritual energy left in the courtyard, and even some of the spiritual energy in Shirwan's room had been absorbed by you. This blue entry is truly terrifying. At this point, your cultivation level has already reached the peak of body refinement, just one step away from reaching the true Qi realm, and you need to find a way to get some spirit stones. You shook your head and smiled wryly. Before long, Shirwan also walked out of the room, and his realm had actually reached the third level of body refinement. Thank you, Master, for your grace of rebirth. As soon as Shirwan saw you, he knelt down with a thud. The fact that he could cultivate must be due to some mysterious method secretly employed by the master. Shirwan was too excited. Reaching the third level of body refinement in just 3 days is truly a genius speed. You looked at your disciple, speechless. How does this guy like to kneel so much? You waved your hand and said, "Go to the miscellaneous affairs hall to collect your inner disciple's belongings." Shirwan had not yet collected his own things since joining, as he had been focused on cultivation for these 3 days. Yes, Master. After tidying up, Shirwan went out. You then took out a book. It was a martial skill, a low-grade Shen level martial skill called Empty Ming Fist. Having only cultivation without martial skills cannot unleash full strength. You plan to cultivate it first and then pass it on to Shirwan later. Ren Ping didn't want to be compared to his own disciple. After a session of cultivation, Ren Ping gave up, because his talent is crap. After practicing for half a day, I haven't even touched the threshold. Never mind, I don't have to make a move for a while. It's only when we find a phrase that helps to cultivate martial arts that we can do so. Unfortunately, Ren Ping couldn't see the human word. Spirit martial sect does not have much as a lot of people, which does not lack talented and gifted generation. If he could extract human words, Ren Ping would be rich. After Ren Ping's test, he could only extract the words of plants, and also items. And at this moment, Shirwan had already arrived at the miscellaneous affairs courtyard. This senior brother, I've come to collect the initiation items. It was smooth for Shirwan to receive the inner disciple items. In a short while, the disciple token, clothing, and other objects belonging to him had already arrived in his hands. Successful in cultivation and becoming an inner disciple, Shirwan was in a great mood. Master has shown me such great kindness. I will serve Master properly in the future. Without Ren Ping's appearance, Shirwan would not even be an outer disciple right now, let alone an inner disciple. And there's no way to practice for the rest of your life. Shirwan thought he was done for life when he heard he was an absolute spirit body, until he got his own gongfu and succeeded in practicing it the first time. He knew that his master teacher was definitely not as simple as it appeared. To be able to help a Jedi spirit body cultivate successfully and have such a terrifying cultivation speed, how could it be an ordinary person? Master teacher must be a great master with deep pockets. Shirwan's mind thought of those supreme powerhouses hidden within the sect. Unconsciously, Shirwan had already equated Ren Ping with a character like Sweeper in his mind. Shirwan was in a better mood when he thought about it. Having such a master teacher, his path of cultivation would be a smooth one. You're Shirwan. Shirwan suddenly heard someone in front of him say his name and snapped back to his senses. Looking up, he realized that there were 4 or 5 people looking at him wistfully. Their bodies were dressed in outer disciple robes, and among them were faces that Shirwan was familiar with. It was the same group of people who had passed the examination together a few days ago and entered the spirit martial sect. Shirwan was naturally unafraid now that he had accomplished his cultivation. He stepped forward and replied, "That's right, I am. What can I do for you?" The smiles on those men's faces grew even wider. You're lucky that an absolute spirit body has become an inner disciple, but we've also heard that your master Rin Ping is also a waste of space, born unable to cultivate. Waste master and disciple. Quite a match. A waste of space, to have entered the inner gate. TSK, TSK, TSK. These few people were not balanced in their hearts. They were clearly more talented than Shirwan, yet they could only go to the outer sect to cultivate. When Shirwan heard this, his face turned red with anger. Say what you will about him, but his master is definitely not an ordinary person. The master has been so kind to him. How can these people insult him? Shut up, Shirwan bellowed. These guys are not just stopping. Yo, still pissed? It'll be hard to ease our hatred if we don't beat you up today. Jedi spirit body. Don't even think about cultivating for the rest of your life. But we've all succeeded in nascent soul and stepped onto the path of cultivation. We can all be at the first level of body tempering now. Ha ha ha, envy. A few people were still laughing when they realized that Shirwan had already rushed up. Shirwan was filled with anger, and the power of the third level of body tempering was struck out by him. Directly grabbing one of them, he was blasting out with a punch. Chapter 5 Gnosis Stone. With a snap, the man who was knocked down by Shirwan had his nose crooked, and his nosebleed kept spewing out. This scene directly stunned the crowd. The few people who still wanted to rush up stopped in their tracks. How is this kid so powerful? It's not right. Shirwan was already furious at this point, and didn't care, rushed up and beat him up. In less than a moment's effort, several people had already fallen to the ground and wailed. At this point they are at the extreme. They were just trying to find Shirwan to relieve their anger. But now, the script is not at all what they thought it was. Shirwan fought for a while before calming his anger. He looked at the several people who had fallen to the ground and panicked. It hurts. Trouble. He injured someone at the clan. What to do? Will the master blame me? When Shirwan returned to Rin Ping's residence, Rin Ping immediately saw that he was unsettled. Shirwan, master, what happened? Shirwan stammered, not uttering a single word. Only at last did he say, Master, it's okay. If you have something to say, say it. Rin Ping said, Master, it's really fine, but it's just because I became an inner disciple and I'm in a bit of a trance. Rin Ping drifted off. It's okay, you get used to it. Shirwan already had his thoughts in mind. This matter can't trouble the master. He's going to have to work it out himself. Rin Ping knew that this kid had something on his mind, but Shirwan didn't say anything, and he didn't want to pursue it. After all, what teenager doesn't have his own troubles? Rin Ping was now thinking about how to extract words that would help in practicing martial arts. Why don't we go to the Sovereign Peak? The Sect Master Peak is the core of the spiritual martial arts sect, and there are many inherited treasures of the spiritual martial arts sect there. Just, what excuse to use to go to the Patriarch's Peak? One must know that even inner sect elders couldn't go to the main peak for no reason. Coupled with his special status as an inner sect elder, there was no telling how many people were staring. Paying a visit to Jiang Changji? Rin Ping thought about the feasibility of this matter. He came to the spiritual martial sect. It seems that he has never taken the initiative to find the Patriarch Jiang Changji. Shirwan, find a random place with spiritual chi to cultivate in Flying Sword Peak. Don't cultivate in the courtyard. The aura is empty here. Rin Ping gave an explanation and went out the door. He made his way down Flying Sword Peak and up to the main peak of the spirit martial sect. With his cultivation, his physique was powerful, but it was only a moment's effort before he had arrived before the main peak's great hall. Jiang Changji, as the patriarch, lived on top of the main peak's great hall, the center of the entire spirit martial sect, where the spiritual chi was rich and there were even many treasures here. Rin Ping did not encounter any obstruction, and after having his disciple inform him, he smoothly met Jiang Changji. Senior Ren? Jiang Changji was also surprised. This was the first time Rin Ping had come to himself. Senior Ren, what are you doing? Jiang Changji was speculating about Rin Ping's intentions. Could it be because of the 3-month bet? Senior brother Ren, if you want to stay in the spirit martial sect, this is something that senior brother can help with. But next time, you must not be so impulsive. Jiang Changji's heart couldn't help but soften as he remembered that supreme elder who had bowed and scrapped for the spiritual martial sect. Forget all about the thoughts of the day. Rin Ping arched his hand at Jiang Changji. Sovereign's senior brother's favor. Rin Ping has no teeth to forget. I'm not here for this, though. Sovereign's senior brother, do you know how much the monthly salary of an inner sect elder is? Jiang Changji didn't understand why Rin Ping had asked this question, but answer anyway. A total of 20 lower grade spirit stones. Senior Ren, what are you doing? Rin Ping took a deep breath and said, Patriarch senior brother, my monthly money salary this month is only 1 lower grade spirit stone. This, Senior Ren, why didn't you say so earlier? As the head of a clan, how could Jiang Changji not imagine what this was? Rin Ping continued, if it were in the past, I would be alone, a lower grade spirit stone, and I would be able to barely get by. But now, I already have a disciple under my door. Not to mention cultivation. Even daily spending is not enough. The predecessor then suffered from unfair treatment. Did not look for Jiang Changji. Simply cannot pull the face. Senior brother Ren, this is the clan's way of doing you wrong. Here, there are a total of 500 spirit stones. Take them and use them. Jiang Changji was also extremely forthcoming. Felt straight for a bag. This is the storage bag. Ren Ping took the storage bag and said, "Thank you, Master Sect Leader, for your generosity." Jiang Changji waved his hand. "This 500 spirit stones, you save it and spend it. It's kind of his personal property. And that disciple of yours, if he can't cultivate, don't consume too many spirit stones." Ren Ping thought for a moment and decided that he should still reveal the news of Shi Wanmu's cultivation. After all, the matter could not be concealed. "Sovereign's senior brother, that disciple of mine, there is still a chance to cultivate." Jiang Changji sighed when he heard this. Then it's up to senior brother to make the call. Jiang Changji naturally didn't believe that Shi Wan cultivated. The same as the absolute spirit physique. Ren Ping, but in the entire spiritual martial arts sect's help, have not succeeded in cultivating. He just assumed that this was Ren Ping being in the same boat as that disciple. Ren Ping wanted to say something. Then, "Sovereign's senior brother, I'll go back first." Back. Jiang Changji looked at Ren Ping's departing back. Senior brother Ren's essence seems to have recovered a lot. It seems like he has given up cultivation and his body is gradually recovering. It's also a good thing. After leaving the Great Hall, Ren Ping did not leave the main peak, but instead wandered around it. Ren Ping walked slowly, keeping a wordy eye on things around him. Lapis lazuli, characteristic word, hard, white. Broken sword, special word, corrosion metal, white. Wind spirit tree, characteristic words, fast growing, green. Wind inducing, green. These words had green color, but none of them were what Ren Ping wanted, until he saw a stone tablet. Monument of enlightenment. Special words, gnosis, blue, hardness, white. Blue words, and it's still enlightenment. Ren Ping's heart thumped. That's exactly what he needs. Now that he had empty cultivation, he was having trouble getting started with martial arts. With this phrase, he can take off, right? This enlightenment stone was also one of the important treasures of the spirit martial sect. I heard that it was handed down by the ancestor and has stood here for thousands of years. The disciples of the spiritual martial arts sect need to spend a large price, or have made a great achievement for the sect, in order to have the opportunity to comprehend in front of the enlightenment stone. As Ren Ping thought of this, he immediately chose to extract the blue phrase of the enlightenment stone, enlightenment through God. As the number of extractables goes to 0, the number of words that can be bestowed increases. It's just a shame that each item can only be extracted once. Otherwise, Ren Ping had tried, and for each item, it could only be extracted once. Still, Ren Ping was very excited. Chapter 6, is he here to plead for mercy? Ren Ping immediately used his only extraction opportunity to extract the blue words of the Gnosis stone. Ren Ping, permanent word, absorb aura, blue absorb aura at a rate of plus 500%. Temporarily possesses the word, enlightenment, blue speed of comprehending feats and martial arts plus 500%. Number of extractable entries, 0. Seeing that there was an additional blue-ranked enlightenment tongshan, Ren Ping had a smile on his face when he saw that there was an additional blue-ranked enlightenment tongshan on the column of temporarily owned words. It's not a done deal. Now, as long as he went back and bestowed this phrase on Shi Wan, he would be able to have the purple-ranked Gnosis tongshan. Cultivating feats or martial arts was still not at hand. Ren Ping also saw that there were other treasures above the main peak, but unfortunately the chance for it to extract words would only occur once every 3 days. We'll have to hang out here more often. The main peak was the best located place in the spirit martial sect. Not only was it rich in spiritual chi, but it also had many treasures. Most of these treasures were things that could not be stolen, but in Ren Ping's eyes, these are fine word extracts. This time, he got 500 spirit stones from coming to the main peak, and also extracted the blue phrase of Gnosis passage. It has been rewarding for Ren Ping. His mood instantly changed for the better. There weren't many people on top of the main peak. Most of them were inner sect disciples who had come here to carry out a mission. They either cleaned the roads on the main peak or came to deliver and pick up various documents. Ren Ping, who was wandering around, was naturally unable to hide his eyes from them. Regarding this celebrity of the spiritual martial sect, the inner sect elders and them had heard about it long ago, and they were also sighing when they saw him in person today. Did you hear that at the apprentice acceptance meeting a few days ago? That guy Ren Ping made a bet with Elder Zhang Zuoyan. Who in the spirit martial sect doesn't know about this matter? I think this Ren Ping guy is out of his mind. You can't practice. You have to force it. And now he's taken on a disciple who's also a loser. After 3 months, our spirit martial sect will have one less inner sect elder. Staying in our clan would be eating for nothing anyway. No. What is this Ren Ping fellow doing at the main master peak? Could it be that you've come to plead for mercy? These disciples whispered. A possibility came to mind. What else could Renping do at the main peak now was nothing more than pleading with the patriarch. Ha ha ha, no-brainer. Only a few days ago, he made a bet with someone, and this is only a few days later that he has to come and beg for mercy. A waste of space indeed. Alright, be careful what you say. After all, people are inner sect elders. A farting inner sect elder doesn't have any cultivation at all. I can poke him to death with a single finger. Renping naturally did not know that these inner disciples had quite a lot to say about him, and after descending the main peak, he immediately returned to the Flying Sword Peak. Flying Sword Peak was one of the 9 peaks of the spiritual martial sect. The inner gate of the spiritual martial sect is simple, with 9 peaks, each of which has more than 3 inner gate elders, and a chief elder who is the head of a peak. Each mountain peak had its own martial art that it specialized in. The Flying Sword Blade, for example, was named for its ethereal swordsmanship. The other peaks have their own strengths. When Renping joined the spirit martial sect, he felt that Flying Sword Blade's martial arts were very much to his taste, handsome and ethereal. It was only later that he realized that he was unable to cultivate at all, and his obsession with swordsmanship was gradually extinguished. Even the only martial art on hand wasn't swordplay. When Renping returned to his residence, he found that Shirwan was not here. He should have gone out to find a place with spiritual chi to cultivate. Renping was not in a hurry. He picked up the spirit stone and placed it in his palm. Starting to operate his gong method, the aura within the spirit stone was absorbed by him in strands. It was just that he was only 1 foot short of breaking through to the true chi realm. Only this breakthrough will take a while to polish. The most important thing in the cultivation path was to strengthen the foundation. That's how you can build a 10,000 foot building. The more one precipitates in the lower realms, the less one will have the problem of unstable foundations when breaking through the realms in the future. Renping entered into cultivation. On top of a mountain peak of the spiritual martial sect, Zhang Zuoyang frowned after listening to the words of the disciple in front of him. You saw with your own eyes that he went to the main peak? The disciples below even nodded their heads. What the disciples say is true. Zhang Zuoyang's face suddenly became gloomy. You can take this elixir and cultivate it first. Zhang Zuoyang took out an elixir in his pocket and threw it to the disciple's hand, who was overjoyed to see the elixir in his hand and thanked him. Only after that disciple left did Zhang Zuoyang let out a cold snort. Waste stuff. If it weren't for the patriarch protecting you, would you still be qualified to stay in the spirit martial sect? No, we can't let senior patriarch agree to him. Sovereign senior brother was soft-hearted and fell for this trash. Zhang Zuoyang was about to get up and go forward to the main peak to meet Zhang Chengji. Below, but a teenager slowly came to see Zhang Zuoyang. He arched his hand and saluted. Master, there's one thing I don't understand. I don't know if Master has the time to clear up my confusion. Zhang Zuoyang's gloomy face eased a bit after seeing this teenager. This was the nascent soul body he had just taken in, a genius in cultivation. It was only a few days after initiation that he had already reached the 3rd level of body tempering. Such a speed would rank in the top 10 in the history of the spiritual martial sect. If there was a future, he would definitely be able to grow into a heavenly tree and shelter the spirit martial sect. He, who was a master teacher, would have a bright face in the future, and maybe even further because of that, he said, pulling out a smile. Master is naturally available. Where is there anything you don't understand? Master, I am a nascent soul body. Why am I delayed in breaking through to the 4th level of body tempering? Zhang Zuoyang laughed out loud when he heard this. Apprentice, don't you know how much time it takes for others to break through to the 4th level of body tempering? You are already extremely fast. Some people take more than half a month to even step into cultivation. There are even some wastes who will never be able to set foot on the path of cultivation in their entire lives. It's just a watering hole. The apprentice should not be in a hurry. Zhang Zuoyang answered some questions, and again, in a hushed voice. Apprentice, you cultivate for the time being. I'll go ahead and make a trip to the main peak. That kind of trash doesn't deserve to stay in the spirit martial sect. For once the master is going to get this done. Disciple, remember that a man is born with his accomplishments already determined. Some people are born geniuses. Some people are born losers. Unchangeable. From now on, my disciple will make friends with geniuses and stay away from losers. The teenager nodded slowly at these words. What Master said. My disciple will definitely remember Master's teachings. Lin Changfeng felt that Zhang Zuoyang's words made perfect sense. He said darkly in his mind. The 2 wastes in the district had caused the Master to be furious. So he, as a disciple, had to do his part for the Master. Just 2 losers, unable to embark on the path of cultivation. So far it's been easy to crush them? Chapter 7 Purple Words, Enlightenment Through the Gods. Renping had stayed in the middle of his courtyard to cultivate. I didn't see Shirwan back here until late afternoon. Only Shirwan's essence was full of energy, and his breath had come to the 4th level of body tempering. Seeing Shirwan having such a cultivation speed, Renping could not help but be surprised. The aura inside the courtyard had been depleted, and it would take some time to recover. Where did Sherwan go to practice this? Surprisingly, he was able to break through a realm in a day. Master. When Sherwan saw Ren Ping, he immediately bowed and saluted. He then looked at the sky again. Senior, I'll go cook. Sherwan picked 2 vegetables directly from the vegetable patch and walked into the kitchen. After this time, a plate of green vegetables and 2 bowls of rice were placed in front of the two. Renping's life was indeed bleak and miserable. The usual meals didn't even have a hint of grease. Renping looked at this disciple being so well behaved and understanding, and also revealed a smile. Where have you been practicing today? Ran was curious about where Sherwan practiced. To be able to break through a minor realm in one day meant that the aura of the place where he cultivated wasn't bad. Back to Master. I went to the bank of the river below Flying Sword Peak. The aura there isn't as good as this courtyard, but it's not bad. Ran Ping nodded secretly. You should go there yourself when you have time, and use 1 less spirit stone. Absorbing the aura of heaven and earth and cultivating is the fundamental path. You've already reached the 4th level of body tempering, so it's time to start practicing martial arts. Master here has a martial art. You take it and practice first. Ran Ping said as he took out the books he had prepared earlier in his arms. Lower Xian rank martial art Empyrean Fist. Sherwan looked at the books in front of him with excitement, and after receiving them, he knelt down again for Ren Ping. Thank you, Master. Ren Ping shook his head and bitterly laughed. His disciple was well behaved, but too well behaved to kneel down for him at the drop of a hat. Don't kneel for anything in the future. The disciple obeys. Between meals, Renji didn't move again and bestowed that blue quality Gnosis Tongshin phrase to Sherwan. He realized that his attribute panel had changed. Ren Ping, permanent words, 1. Absorb aura, blue absorb aura at plus 150%. 2. Enlightenment, purple comprehend feats and martial arts at plus 1000%. Temporarily owned words, 0. Number of extractable entries, 0. Giving blue words, he gets purple words. I wonder what kind of effect the purple physical tongue can achieve. Ren Ping was very much looking forward to it in his heart. After eating his fill, Sherwan returned to his room to delve into his martial arts skills. Ren Ping also took out the original Empyrean Fist. It shouldn't be bad, should it? After possessing the purple words, Ren Ping realized that his understanding of the Empyrean Fist was very thorough, and after just a single glance, it presented all sorts of wonders in his mind. Just a quick look, Ren Ping was very shocked. The Xian rank lower grade martial skills were actually not considered low anymore. Heaven and Earth, Xian Huang. For martial arts grades, in a sect like the Spirit Martial Sect, the most powerful martial skill was estimated to be barely at the lower grade of the Earth rank. Xian rank martial arts were in the minority within the sect. If an ordinary person wanted to cultivate a Xian rank martial art into the door, it would take at least a few months, and Runping knew it by merely looking at it. He even had the feeling that he could perform the Empyrean Fist right now. Keep comprehending. Runping was soon immersed in the wonders of the Empyrean Fist. Empyrean Fist compresses the air outside of the fist with a powerful physical body as well as true chi to inflict great damage on the opponent. Cultivated to the perfect realm, it could even emit a sonic boom. Cultivating the initiation, it was a tiger to cast it. Runping was just about to cast Empyrean Spring when he heard a gust of whistling wind from the next room. Runping froze. Immediately, it was understood that this was Sherwan who had already cultivated this Empyrean Fist to the introductory realm, already able to perform kung fu to deal with the enemy. This was only the blue-ranked Gnosis Tongshin, one's own purple-ranked words, one level higher than the blue-ranked words. I wonder what kind of effect can be achieved. Renping immediately tied up his vest within the room and blasted out with a fist, and there was a buzzing sound. He could feel the air compressing in front of his fist. It's not just the introductory realm, Runping exclaimed. His first execution of the Empyrean Fist was already notably powerful. According to his expectations, an ordinary peak body tempering realm couldn't stand a single punch from him. Purple words are truly terrifying, Runping exclaimed. It was late in the day. Ren didn't want to make too much noise. This Empyrean Fist was performed with a great sound. Although he lives in the middle of nowhere, there's a Sherwan living next door. It would be bad if it disturbed his disciples' cultivation. Anyway, I have the purple words in my hand, so cultivating martial arts isn't a snap? There's no rush to take your time. With that thought, Runping went straight to sleep. Sherwan, who was in the next room, was instantly elated after hitting a wind. It was surprising that the first time he performed the empty fist was successful, and it's not bad power. Just as Sherwan was immersed in joy, he suddenly heard a buzz from the next room. I could vaguely sense that it was the movement from the Empyrean Fist. He was full of shock. What realm is this? A punch capable of buzzing. It's Master Shifu who's casting it. Master, this is teaching me. That must be it. Master must have just heard the commotion of my punching and felt dissatisfied, spaced out and pointed me out. This should be the proficient realm of the Empyrean Fist. How do I make the Empyrean Fist hum? Sherwan immediately fell into deep thought. The next day, When Rinping opened the door he saw Sherwan with a black eye, busy in the kitchen. Seeing Rinping come out, Sherwan, he immediately brought a bowl of white porridge and a plate of salted vegetables on the table. Master has breakfast. Run nodded slightly. Hard work. No hard work, no hard work. Sherwan shook his head repeatedly. It's me who failed, Master. Last night, Master Teacher imparted the wonders of the Empyrean fist through the air, and I still haven't comprehended it. It's the disciples' foolishness. When Rinping heard this, he immediately froze, recalling last night. Performing an empty fist, he directly hit the buzzing. That can't be what Ishwan is talking about, can it? If there's anything you don't understand, ask me, Rinping added. He had merely performed an empty punch though, but his purple color by virtue of his Gnosis Tongshan was more powerful than Sherwan's blue Gnosis Tongshan was much more powerful. It wasn't hard to try to answer his question. Sherwan was touched to the core in his heart. Master is just too good to him. Last night, he passed on the wonders of the Empyrean fist through the air, and he himself did not realize that he could now ask about it in person. Generally speaking, the master leads the door and the practice depends on the individual. Sherwan was ready to gnaw on the wonders of the Empyrean fist raw himself. Thank you, Master. Sherwan thanked him and was still ready to kneel, but thinking of yesterday, Rinping told him not to just kneel down, so he could only arch his hand at Rinping. Chapter 8, Breaking Through the Realm. Rinping gave Sherwan answers to some questions about the empty mystery fist. Sherwan sighed in admiration of being worthy of being a master teacher. Rinping's comprehension was naturally much higher than Sherwan's. Take these spirit stones for cultivation first. Rinping took out a few dozen more spirit stones. Sherwan's heart surged as he looked at the spirit stones. Surprisingly, it's a spirit stone. Master is too good to him. 2. This spirit stone is a good thing. It's his first time. Thank you, Master. After eating his fill, Rinping went straight back to his room and took out a spirit stone to continue cultivating. He was currently at the peak body tempering realm, belonging to the peak of being an outer disciple of the spirit martial sect. As long as an outer disciple of the spirit martial sect reached the true chi realm, he would be accepted as a disciple by the inner sect elders and promoted to inner disciple. His cultivation was still considered poor. It was just 1 foot short of the threshold to break through to the true chi realm. As for the true chi realm, it belonged to the realm of strength of an inner disciple in the spirit martial sect. The Yang Yuan realm above the true chi realm already belonged to being an inner sect elder. At the seed condensation realm, one could become the head of a peak, just like Zhang Zuiyang, who was generally a seed condensation realm. In the spiritual martial sect, he was already considered a top expert level figure. It's time to break through the realm. A spirit stone appeared in Rinping's hand. As he ran his gong method, the auras within the spirit stone were absorbed by him. A trace of true chi was derived in his flesh and blood. True chi realm. It's done. True chi realm. True chi born in the body. Strength more than 10 times stronger than body tempering realm. Rinping experienced his current strength and sighed in his heart. The realm of true chi is divided into 4 subrealms, middle and middle peak. Rinping was only at the early stage of true chi now. One must also continue to cultivate and absorb more aura. Rinping sighed again at the task. Just after finishing his cultivation, Rinping heard a knock on the door from outside. Is Rinping around? Your disciple has committed a crime. If you don't come out, we're going to break in. Listening to the voices, Rinping came inside the courtyard. The wooden door had been slammed and clunked. Sherwan also ended his cultivation. He listened to the voices outside the door and blanched. When he saw Rinping, he immediately knelt down. Master, disciple has caused trouble. Rinping raised his eyebrows and said, tell me more carefully. Sherwan recounted the events of that day, and Rinping realized that this was what had happened. Master, disciple. Rinping waved his hand. Never mind. The voices outside the door grew louder. As soon as Rinping opened the door, he saw several people already standing outside. Among them were 3 old men in their 50s, wearing the uniforms of the outer sect elders, and a few disciples, who should have just been initiated, who looked snotty and swollen, with injuries on their bodies. I thought you were going to be a shrinking violet. One of the outer sect elders coldly grunted. Rinping glanced at the man. The coma is not good. What's up, guys? Rinping asked expressionlessly. The 3 outer sect elders snorted coldly. What is it? Your disciple injured someone. These few outer disciples of ours were merely beaten up when they met your disciples on the road. Do you really think that just because you're an inner sect elder, disciples can do whatever they want? You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this is not over. Sherwan, who was behind Rinping, heard these words and immediately stepped forward. Fabrication of facts. It's clearly them who blocked the road and humiliated my master, and tried to fight me before I hit them. As soon as Sherwan said those words, those 3 outer sect elders looked at the several outer sect disciples. May it be so? Those few teenagers shook their heads, their faces showing aggravation. He's the one who saw us and said he wanted to clean us up a bit. We didn't stop the road. And we didn't humiliate anyone. Renping heard this. His face clouded over. This isn't even just asking for a statement. This is getting on his nerves. Did Zhang Zuoyang order this? Elder Renping. Look at a few of them. They're really badly injured. Your disciples hit too hard. Some people broke bones, and there was even someone who broke his nose. In reason, Elder Renping must give an explanation to our outer sect. Although they are outer disciples, they are also part of our spirit martial sect. One of the elders said in a deep voice. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You guys are clearly making false accusations. I didn't break their bones. Mastermind. Shirwan retorted before looking at Renping. Renping waved his hand, signaling him to be at ease. And then, Renping sneered. A conflict between a disciple and a disciple. To have bothered the three elders to show up. The three elders are truly sympathetic to the disciples and loyal to the sect. If the spirit martial sect has elders like you, why worry about the great cause? Those three outer sect elders' faces were a bit ugly when they heard this. How could they not hear the meaning within those two sentences? It was nothing more than a sarcastic comment about the three of them using a chicken feather as an arrow to come after him. As a matter of fact, clashes between disciples were unavoidable, and as long as they didn't make a commotion, they, as elders, turned a blind eye. However, what the people above them had explained, they had to do beautifully. Cut the crap. A private fight between a disciple and a disciple should be punished according to the rules of the sect. Renping, hand over your disciple. This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. Renping laughed coldly when he heard this. So that was the idea. But you've misremembered the rules of the gate. According to the sect rules, you outer sect elders can interfere with me. An inner sect elder? The rewards and punishments of an inner disciple are all up to his master. It's not your turn to yell here. After Renping finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Shirwan again. Shirwan, fighting privately with a fellow disciple. I'll punish you with 3 days of face-to-face meditation. By order of the master. How could Shirwan not understand the meaning at this point? Those three outer sect elders' faces were hard to see when they heard this. Good. Renping, you're good. Renping glanced at them. I'm naturally fine. Get lost. Renping closed the door directly behind him. Elders, what now? A disciple asked. What else can we do? Go back. Renping directly let his own disciples face the wall for 3 days. This is a ing punishment? They had thought that Renping was a waste, but today, it seemed that this waste knew the rules of the spiritual martial sect very well. Missed the boat, but it had to be. Although Renping had no cultivation, his status was there. So much for bullying over little things. If Renping was pushed and made a big deal out of it, no one would benefit. Master teacher. Looking at Shirwan, Renping smiled. Nothing much, keep practicing. Oh yeah, face the wall and remember to practice against it. Chapter 9, this martial skill is too easy. Renping went out, carrying his fishing rod, and went to the river that Shirwan had mentioned. This river of the spiritual martial sect ran through the 8 peaks, so it was normal for the aura to be rich. Renping was looking at the rich aura. Although it could not be compared to other places, it could still fulfill his cultivation. As for carrying a fishing rod, it was simply to improve the meal. He's tired of eating turnip and cabbage every day. According to the theory, the body tempering realm needed to be supplemented. Some pills and such were standard for the disciples of the spirit martial sect, but Renping was poor and didn't want to move. Had to do both practicing plus fishing together by the way. Soon, Renping arrived at the river. The aura here is really rich. He first lowered the fish hook into the water, and then ran his gong method to absorb the surrounding aura. As if he were a funnel, he drew the surrounding aura into his body, enhancing his cultivation. Fish on. 8 pounds of big carp. Not bad. Renping looked at the catch and nodded in satisfaction. Within this river, 8 pounds of large carp would only be considered an average catch. The disciples of the spirit martial sect were all cultivators and were not very interested in this kind of ordinary meat. I heard that there are also some spirit fish inside this river, and the fish meat contains spiritual chi, which is a great tonic, and has the effect of enhancing cultivation. It's just that spirit fish, after all, belong to the spirit, have already been born with spiritual intelligence, and are not good to catch. Just in time to practice the empty fist. Having landed his catch, Renping was in a good mood. Prepare to practice your martial arts and go back. Shirwan's enlightenment was extremely powerful after he obtained the blue-grade Gnosis Tongshin phrase. In a few days, Renping wouldn't even be able to answer his questions. This is a face that he, Renping, cannot afford to lose. Renping clenched his fist and punched out, the powerful true chi compressing the air in front of him with a popping sound. Renping looked at this scene with astonishment. It's a ing sonic boom. Signs of the empty mind fist being practiced to the extreme. He had only cast it twice. It had already cultivated a Xian rank martial art to the extreme. Xian rank martial arts. It's too simple. Renping muttered. Ugh, no. Earlier, I heard that a certain elder spent decades of effort on the empty Ming fist before cultivating it to the perfection realm. Purple words, so strong. It wasn't that the Xian rank martial arts were too simple. It was that his purple words were too terrifying. There are 3 grades of orange, red, and gold on top of the purple words. How powerful it should be. Renping was very much looking forward to it. But those levels of words are probably hard to find. The spiritual martial sect's enlightenment stone could be considered the top inherited treasure of the spiritual martial sect. Merely extracting blue-grade words. If the enlightenment stone wasn't so special that no one could take it away at all, Renping wouldn't have had the opportunity to touch the enlightenment stone. I heard that the spirit martial sect settled here in the first place because of the existence of the enlightenment stone. I don't know if it's true or not. Renping cultivated the Empyrean fist to the perfection realm and was in a good mood, so he did not continue to cultivate. Carrying the big carp, he went back to his place, handing over the large carp to Shirwan. A braised carp was brought up in less than a moment's time. Master, the aura here is too little, and the spirit stones are consumed too quickly. Between meals, Shirwan offered to go to the river to practice. Renping also agreed. The so-called facepalm is an excuse anyway. It's still not a matter of his word. Come with me to the river tomorrow to practice. Thank you, Master. When he came to the river the next day, Renping was already fishing in an old-fashioned manner. The gong method in his body operated silently, plundering the surrounding aura. Shirwan, on the other hand, found a place nearby to cultivate. Master and disciple do not disturb each other. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half a month's time, Shirwan had already reached the peak body tempering realm. Even the Empyrean fist had reached the perfection realm. Now his daily tasks were to cultivate, serve tea and water to Renping, and cook and fry food. It didn't seem like something an inner disciple should do, but Shirwan was happy to do it. Renping was completely idle and became an idle man with his hands full of clothes and his mouth full of food. Everything inside the courtyard had been given to Shirwan. Sometimes Renping was lamenting how comfortable it was to have a disciple. He was very satisfied with this disciple. Hardworking and simple, understanding and obedient, just a little axle in the brain. His cultivation at this point had already reached the peak true chi realm. In the spirit martial sect, it was no longer considered a weakling. A sigh of relief that the path of cultivation is a long way to go. Renping continued to keep his eyes on the water. The float on the surface of the water sank. Renping felt a huge drag coming from the rod in his hand. Big fish. Renping was delighted in his heart. As he lifted the rod, the line was taut and the fish on the hook showed no sign of being pulled out of the water. Spirit fish. Renping was even more surprised. He's catching a lot of fish here these days. I've caught big heads weighing dozens of pounds, but nothing as huge as this. Feeling the force of the rod, Renping was certain that he had caught a spirit fish. By now the line was taut, slicing through the water and air with a whimpering sound. Renping watched as the fishing line was about to be pulled. He didn't hesitate to run his true chi and instill it into the fishing line. In an instant, the fishing line had been attached with true chi and became incredibly tough. He gave a sharp lift and a large greenish-colored fish was dragged up to him. This green-colored big fish was roughly as thick as a large bull. Its body was round, and a rich spiritual chi emanated from it. It's a spirit fish no more. Moreover, this spirit fish had already reached the body-tempering triple realm. If an ordinary person was dragged by this fish, I'm afraid they would be dragged directly into the raging river. Master, this is the green spirit fish. Ishwan had come over when he heard the whimpering sound made by the fishing line cutting through the air over here. In addition to his cultivation here, he also had the task of helping Renping fetch fish. When he saw the fish, he exclaimed. Renpei raised an eyebrow. You recognize this fish? Shirwan scratched his head and laughed. I even bought a spirit fish atlas of this river the other day. Oh, Renping secretly said that he would turn around and buy a spirit fish atlas for himself to take a look. This green spirit fish is a great tonic. I heard that consuming it at the body tempering realm can directly break through a small realm. Renping shook his head. It's a pity. You're already at the peak of body tempering. Think hard about what to do with this fish tonight. Shirwan nodded repeatedly. The efficacy of the fish was of no use to either man, but only to be eaten fresh. Master, are you still fishing then? Renping shook his head. No more fishing. You can't eat all that fishing. Close the pole. Oh yeah, the aura within the compound has almost recovered recently, so you should go back to cultivate today. Shirwan watched Renping put away the pole and hurriedly came over to carry the green spirit fish. The master and disciple took their fishing rods and headed for Flying Sword Peak. Chapter 10, Nascent Soul Body? It's not a long way back. Both of them were now in cultivation. I can't even walk this far without gasping for air. It was just a matter of passing through the outer disciples' area of activity below the mountain peaks, as well as the territory of the various halls of the spirit martial sect. There are quite a few encounters. These days, Renping's master and disciple fished every day. and it had long since become a laughingstock among the spirit martial sect's disciples. What with all the comments flying around about two salty fish, two losers and such, but Run Pin didn't care. On the contrary, it was sure one who would blush every time he heard such similar remarks. He couldn't figure out that his own master clearly had great strength, yet he didn't have the respect of these spirit martial sect disciples. In this world, strong people deserve to be respected wherever they go, but when he thought of his own master's usual aloofness, coupled with the fact that he had beaten up a few outer disciples last time he was approached, Sherwan was also much more restrained. In his heart, he realized that he couldn't cause trouble for his own master. Today, the two masters were even more in the spotlight. The reason was the green spirit fish that Sherwan was carrying in his hands. This green spirit fish was a treasure in the eyes of the spirit martial sect disciples. So lucky to have caught the green spirit fish. If I get this green spirit fish, the 7th level of body tempering is expected. What's the use of these two trashy things getting the green spirit fish? Waste of a good thing. Most of these people were outer disciples, and a few were inner disciples. Most of the inner disciples were of the true Qi realm, and the need for green spirit fish was not very urgent. It's nothing more than adding some real energy, but for the outer disciples at the body tempering realm, the green spirit fish was a treasure. As Renping's teacher and disciple walked down the avenue, someone immediately came forward to strike up a conversation. Elder Ren, is it alright to sell me this green spirit fish? This outer disciple was only at the 4th level of body tempering realm, and his attitude was still considered respectful. Renping shook his head. Not for sale. The outer disciple who spoke out to buy the green spirit fish was filled with regret. Arching his hand towards Renping and the two of them, he turned around and left. A laugh came from the distance. It's Lu Changkong. This guy has been initiated for 5 years, and he's still at the 4th level of body hardening. There's no hope for the inner sect. It's not far from the next examination. If he can't break through the realm, he'll probably be expelled from the sect. Ha ha ha. This guy, too, is a waste of space, being so polite to master and disciple Renping. Maybe this is the same thing for them. There was a wide range of opinions, and Renping, with his superior hearing, took these words into his ears. He glanced at the distant outer disciples. This person was already more than 20 years old and was still at the 4th level of body tempering. His talent was indeed poor. The spiritual martial sect would conduct disciple examinations every so often, and those who didn't meet the standards would be discouraged. And when they said discouraged, they were actually expelled from the sect. Renping shook his head and walked towards the flying sword peak. In fact, he could solve Lu Changkong's current dilemma by taking this Lu Changkong as his disciple, but it would require him to pay a price. There were many people without talent in the spirit martial sect. Everyone had their own destiny, and he didn't want to interfere too much. But before they could take 2 steps, Renping's master and disciples were stopped by another set of people. Renping frowned as he looked at the teenager in front of him with his nostrils turned up. This teenager he sort of knew. Zhang Zuoyang had just taken in a disciple, a genius of the nascent soul physique. It was just that this genius only seemed to have a cultivation level of the 7th level of body tempering right now. Renping secretly said in his heart that the nascent soul body was just like that. Not even Ishwan's green words can compare. And don't even think about comparing it to your own blue words. Behind this genius was a clear line of inner disciples. They looked at master and disciple Renping with contemptuous eyes. When the surrounding outer disciples saw this group of people, they immediately moved away. This was an inner disciple, a genuine inner disciple, not something that could be compared to the two losers, Renping's master and disciple. If you offend them, you won't be able to rest in peace in the spirit martial sect. Renping, the teenager at the head of the group, let out a low gulp. Renping knew that this wave of people was not coming from a good place. I guess they're all Zhang Zuoyang's disciples. Zhang Zuoyang didn't deal with himself, and his disciples wouldn't be kind to him. Which one? Renping asked. I am Li Xianri, an inner disciple of the Dharma Body Peak. Li Hian said condescendingly. Oh, since you're an inner disciple, why don't you bow when you see me? An inner sect elder? Renping asked rhetorically. Li Xianri blushed when he heard this. According to the rules of the spiritual martial arts sect, this should indeed be the case. He had come today to make things difficult for Renping's master and disciple, and he had not expected to be embarrassed by Renping as soon as they met. The surrounding outer disciples all cast their gazes. When they saw how Renping was not afraid in the slightest, they knew that Renping was going to be finished. Without cultivation, the empty position of elder of the inner sect is of no use? Cut the crap. Renping, you stole my green spirit fish. Why don't you quickly return it to me? As a senior of the division, you have done such a thing. You are ashamed of your master ancestor. Li Xianri bellowed. His voice was deliberately raised much higher. The many onlookers looked at each other in disbelief upon hearing this. So blatant? Isn't this open robbery? Who doesn't know that Renping's master and disciples have been fishing by the river lately? Renping smiled. You want to embarrass him with a trick like that? Empty words, and you're saying I stole from you? Joke. Renping was still sort of calm. Sherwan beside him was already furious. If not for the fact that Renping was here, he would have rushed up and punched him indiscriminately. Ha, waste stuff. You're also worthy of using the green spirit fish? If we don't bring out the green spirit fish today, this matter is not over. Renping smiled when he saw that Li Xianri wanted to do it the hard way when he couldn't make sense of it. If you want to do it, just come. Renping snorted coldly. He doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it either. This Li Xianri was relying on his good talent to mess around, so it was not his fault. Anyway, there was a lot of conflict with Zhang Zuoyang. Just in time to settle the March date, the surrounding outer disciples were surprised to see Renping being so tough. Renping had been weak before, and had avoided the others when he could in the face of their embarrassment. Why are you so irrational today? How dare you talk to me like this without cultivation? Today I'll let you see what it means to be a cultivator. I'm an existence that you masters and disciples will have to look up to for the rest of your lives. Li Hyun-il was arrogant. Renping smiled. Nascent soul body, huh? My disciple can even rub you on the ground. Sherwan, over to you. Hearing this, Sherwan immediately stood out. He had endured for a long time. He pointed at Li Xianri and bellowed, "Dogs, let go of your horses." The scene left many onlookers dumbfounded. Is Renping sending his disciple on his way? Li Hyun-il was furious and laughed. Waste stuff, said he was about to step forward. However, he was pulled back by the inner disciple on the side. Senior Li, go to the ring. Li Hyun-il froze for a moment before responding. You, dare you follow me into the ring? Sherwan was undaunted. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 11, Ring Battle? Private fights were forbidden within the spiritual martial arts sect, but where there were people, there would be a jungle, and there would be conflicts. The spirit martial sect had purposely set up a ring within the sect to settle disputes and conflicts between disciples, and as long as both disciples agreed to mount the ring, they could engage in a duel openly and honestly. Renping looked at the other party's Li Xianri majestically. He also revealed a smile. Li Xianri was only at the 7th level of body tempering. His own disciple was already at the peak of body tempering realm, and the Xian-ranked martial art of empty bright fist had already been cultivated to the realm of pure fire. To hold this Li Xianri down and rub him on the ground was not just empty words. It's just as well to combat Zhang Zuoyang's arrogance, so don't always get yourself into trouble. The matter of two parties meeting to go forward to fight in a ring had always been considered a new thing in the spirit martial sect. In fact, although the spiritual martial sect's ring has been set up, the disciples who go up to duel are very rare, and most of the minor conflicts are resolved privately, and as long as they don't hurt or jeopardize their lives, the spiritual martial sect's elders turn a blind eye to them. Really getting in the ring that's making things worse. As the two parties made their way forward to the ring, a lot of spectators gathered around them. Someone on Li Xianri's side had already gone to invite the elders to come. There were also watchful elders in this ring battle, so that bloodshed would not really occur and lives would be injured. Renping didn't care either. He glanced at his own disciple and said in a deep voice, "Let go of the fight, as long as no one gets killed." Sherwan nodded heavily. The dignity of the master's father depended on him. The disciple, to get it back, worshipped under Renping, who was too good to him. Every time he saw other people insulting Renping, he wanted to stand up for himself. Now at last we have a chance. Don't worry, master. The master and disciple were still under the ring, and people were already coming one after another from the side of the ring. The caretaker elders are here too. It was a main peak elder of the Yang Yuan realm. In less than a moment's time, the area around the ring was already overcrowded. Ishwando had are nervous. Renping also saw that in the distance. There were also the figures of some elders. Zhang Zuoyang also appeared in the distance, but did not step forward. Perhaps it was because he felt that it would be too much of a fall for him to directly step in for something like disciples fighting in a ring. Renping glanced at it and didn't care. Zhang Zuoyang was in a good position within the spiritual martial sect, belonging to the group that was at the top. The old guy was always staring at himself and had to be disabused of his unrealistic ideas as well. This ring is the perfect opportunity. All had yet to go on stage, and the surrounding people were all casting curious gazes at Renping's master and disciple. Two people who can't even cultivate, and they have to fight someone else who's a genius? Although Li Xianri had not been initiated for long, his name had already spread throughout the entire spirit martial sect. He was the first genius of this batch of new disciples, bearing the nascent soul body, absorbing spiritual qi naturally faster than others, and his cultivation progress was also riding high. Not even a month after entering the gate, he had already reached the 7th level of body tempering. With such a talent, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to call him the first genius of the spirit martial sect. And the opposite side? Although Sherwan did not have much fame in the spirit martial sect, everyone knew that he was a cultivation waste and had been accepted as a disciple by Renping, who was also a cultivation waste. This battle was no longer in doubt. In the distance, Zhang Zuoyang and a few inner sect elders looked at this sight from afar. Senior brother Zhang, this Rin Ping, there is no way out. He went to see the patriarch some time ago. He should have gone to plead for mercy. Zhang Zuoyang snorted coldly. Waste stuff. He was not in a good mood. On that day, Ren Ping went to see Jiang Changji and just left, and he went in on the back foot. Originally, he had gone to understand the situation, and in the meantime, he had talked to Jiang Changji about what was at stake. I didn't expect to be scolded by Jiang Changji. He realized that Ren Ping had gone to Jiang Changji to complain. What with the withholding of salaries, suppression of fellow disciples, and other like that directly on his head. He didn't do these things, but Jiang Changji's sentence made him unable to refute it. You, a chief elder, if you don't do it, many people will be happy to do it for you. You are responsible for this. 500 spirit stones, and this matter is settled. Not only did he not reap any benefits that day, he also took 500 spirit stones into it. Angry Zhang Zuoyang could not sleep all day. Senior brother Zhang, you must let your precious disciple keep his hands off. When it comes to killing people, it won't be good enough to expel him from the sect after 3 months. An elder reminded. Zhang Zuoyang also thought of this. In case something happened to Ren Ping's disciple in the ring, I'm afraid that the March appointment on the day of the disciple acceptance meeting would have to be left unsettled. What a Ren Ping! So cruel, letting your own disciples go to the ring to die, all to preserve your position in the spirit martial sect. This person has evil intentions and must not be kept. Zhang Zuoyang was already brainstorming Ren Ping's intentions at this point, so he quickly ordered someone to inform Li Xianri. It's still senior brother Zhang who has good eyesight. Such a disciple has been unearthed by you, nascent soul body. In less than a month's time, it broke through to the 7th level of body tempering. Truly enviable to us all. Having guessed Ren Ping's sinister intentions, this group of elders began to compliment Zhang Zuoyang again. Zhang Zuoyang's face finally revealed a smile when he heard the crowd praising his own disciple. Ha ha ha, this disciple of mine is well behaved and obedient, most satisfying to me. There was a lot of chatter in the ring. Li Hyun-il has made it to the ring. His nostrils were turned toward the sky and he was arrogantly looking down on everything, and his body-tempering 7th gravity aura was even released to the fullest extent. Numerous spirit martial sect disciples were casting envious gazes. Less than a month after entering, he broke through to the 7th level of body tempering. This was an achievement that many outer disciples could not achieve for several years. Even the inner disciples, none of them dared to say that their talent was better than Li Xianri. Sherwan was low-key, he grunted coldly and jumped into the ring. This single action of his, even though he didn't show his cultivation, made many people look at him in an impressed manner. He seems to have cultivation. How can an ordinary person leap onto a 10-foot high ring? How is it possible? Isn't he a waste physique, unable to cultivate? Could it be that the many elders looked at it wrong that day? How can that be? Elder Zhang Zuoyang personally checked it, just under the puzzled gazes of the crowd. Sherwan arrived in front of Li Xianri. Humph, waste stuff. Li Hyun-il was still trying to be sarcastic. Sherwan had no intention of talking nonsense to him. He directly operated his gongfu and performed martial arts. He closed his fist and the air in front of his fist began to compress. The empty fist had been cast by him. How? It's a martial art. He really has cultivation. This is the Empyrean fist, a Xian rank martial art. He successfully cultivated the Xian rank martial arts. The Empyrean fist was cast out, and the sharp-eyed spirit martial sect disciples immediately recognized that it was a Xian rank martial art. The crowd was stunned. The reversal came too soon. I thought it was abuse, but I didn't expect Sherwan to not only have cultivation, but even succeeded in cultivating martial arts. Chapter 12 Defeated in public. Sherwan's hand directly stunned the crowd. It was only then that everyone reacted to the fact that Sherwan had already set foot on the path of cultivation. He wasn't the legendary cultivation waste body. In the distance, Zhang Zuoyang's eyelids also jumped when he saw Sherwan execute the Empyrean fist. He exclaimed, "How is that possible? I'm obviously, but the truth is right in front of us." Zhang Zuoyang could only pretend that he was mistaken. Less than a month after initiation, he has successfully cultivated the Xian rank martial skill Empty Ming Fist. Where did he get the Empyrean fist martial art? Several elders were also surprised to see the Empyrean fist. Xian ranked martial arts that ordinary disciples couldn't touch. There was no way to appreciate the difficulty of Xian rank martial arts. All of them, the elders, had cultivated Xian rank martial arts. It was very clear how difficult it was to cultivate Xian rank martial arts. Which one of them hadn't been cultivating for a year and a half before reaching the introductory stage? It was Sherwan's enlightenment in martial arts that might have surpassed the norm. They looked at Zhang Zuoyang and realized that Zhang Zuoyang did not look good. They had to shut up. Zhang Zuoyang is still forcing a smile. My disciple is already at the 7th level of body tempering. Even if he succeeds in cultivating his Xian rank martial arts, he is still only at the introductory stage. My disciple can still crush him. The surrounding elders chimed in. Senior nephew Li is exceptionally talented. That Sherwan is just a sword that's not enough to worry about. Right. Senior nephew Li can defeat him just the same. A few elders can be human beings. Zhang Zuoyang slowly nodded his head as he listened to these words. In the ring, Li Xianri's face also changed. You have cultivation? Sherwan didn't pay any attention to it, and the Empyrean fist had already blasted out. A buzzing sound rang out. What? Not the introductory stage. How? Buzzing. This is the Empyrean fist mastery stage. It's only been less than a month. In the distance, the elders who heard the buzzing sound had dropped their jaws. Just now, when they saw Sherwan execute the Empyrean fist, they were still able to remain calm, thinking that Sherwan was merely gifted in terms of martial skill comprehension. However, Sherwan had actually cultivated the Empyrean fist to the point of being able to strike a buzzing sound, which was no longer introductory. Their Xian rank martial arts were only cultivated to this extent. Li Xianri's body emitted a yellow glow as he also operated a martial art. It was clearly a body protection martial art, trying to harden against Sherwan's attack. Sherwan smiled coldly. His fist blasted out without hesitation. With a snap, the yellow light on Li Xianri's body shattered in an instant. Li Xuanji takes a solid shot to the body. His figure flew out backwards. It landed 3 feet away, puffing up a cloud of dust. The people below watched this scene with their mouths wide open. Am I blind? Li Xianri flew out? What's with this Sherwan? How is he so strong? Isn't Li Xianil the first genius? Li Xianri struggled to stand up and looked at Sherwan incredulously. What exactly is your cultivation level? Even if Sherwan had cultivated a Xian rank martial skill, it was impossible to send him flying with a single punch. I'm afraid Sherwan's cultivation level is even higher than his. Sherwan hemmed and hawed. My master has said that I can rub you on the ground. And you don't believe me? Nascent soul body? It's nothing more than that. Sherwan's words fell. Put your cultivation on display. Underneath the ring, there was an uproar. Hardened peak. It was higher than Li Xianri's cultivation level. Less than a month after entry. Peak body hardening. What kind of talent is that? The promised trash is a genius. In the distance, Zhang Zuoyang and the others were staring blankly. How? How is that possible? Cultivating to the peak of body hardening in such a short period of time. Zhang Zuoyang was shocked and his heart was complicated. You're looking at it the wrong way? The teenager he thought was a waste was actually a supreme genius. As an elder, how could he not know the terror of Sherwan's talent? He had seen not 1,000 but 800 disciples, yet none of them could have such a talent. This is the genius seed of the spirit martial sect. Ren Ping looked at the scene indifferently. There were also a lot of stares. That look was saying that Ren Ping, the punk, had picked up a treasure. I can't believe I took in such a talented disciple. No one would have thought that Sherwan had such an achievement all because of Ren Ping. After all, Ren Ping has stayed in the spiritual martial sect for so many years, and has not been able to cultivate a proper waist. How could it be because of Ren Ping? They could only think that Ren Ping was lucky and had picked up a treasure. Ren Ping didn't care about the stares. Sherwan looked at the staggeringly Xianri and said in a cold voice, My master said, as long as I don't kill you, it's all up to me. I didn't want to hit you, but your mouth stinks. Finishing his words, Sherwan charged straight up. A peak body tempering physique was not a fraction of a second more powerful than a body tempering 7th level. Li Xianri was not able to fight back at all. Sherwan first kicked Li Xianri over, then bullied his way forward and punched and kicked Li Xianri. But after a while, Li Xianri was already bruised and swollen, as if a dead fish, lying in the ring. After doing this, Sherwan looked at the people around him and felt their gazes. At this moment, he was in an unbridled mood. He jumped out of the ring and came in front of Ren Ping. Master, it's a pleasure. Ren Ping nodded. Well done. Go back. This fish is not going to be good if you don't eat it. Eating fish is all about freshness. The people around them moved out of the way. They weren't afraid of Ren Ping, but of Ren Ping's disciple, Sherwan. Such a genius has a promising future ahead of him. Ren Ping's expression was cold, carrying the green spirit fish in his hand, ready to go back to making fish. Walking out of the confines of the ring, Ren Ping saw Zhang Zuoyang as well as several inner sect elders. The expressions on their faces were extremely wonderful. Shock, disbelief, envy, jealousy, etc. Ren Ping took a step and looked at Zhang Zuoyang. Elder Zhang, the March appointment is over. My disciple has set foot on the path of cultivation. When Zhang Zuoyang heard this, his face became even more gloomy. But the March date, Ren Ping did win. He grunted coldly. It's not just luck. Ren Ping smiled. He didn't want to get too involved with Zhang Zuoyang. The March date he won. The next, Zhang Zuoyang will be peaceful for a period of time. Don't always seize on their own not to let go on the line. After returning to his residence, Sherwan immediately carried the green spirit fish into the kitchen. Master, today 1 fish for 5. Fish fillets raw, fish bones in soup, fish skin cold, fish head stewed in spicy sauce, fish belly braised. Just arrange it. Watching Sherwan busy in the kitchen, Renping smiled slightly. Sherwan's cooking skills had been getting better lately, and he was able to master a variety of dishes that he had taught him. Renping for these dishes, just remembered a rough. Will be thinking to tell Sherwan. All have been Sherwan reproduced one by one. Perhaps because it was the first time he had handled a spirit fish. This time it took a full 2 hours for a spirit to be divided into 5 portions and 5 ways to do it before it was served up by Sherwan. Chapter 13 Yuan Yang Realm. In the following days, Zheng Zuoyang did move less. Of course there was another reason why Renping's master and disciple rarely came into contact with other people. There is nothing else to do every day but go out and fish. Sherwan would follow Renping's site every day and fish for cultivation. Renping also bought a copy of the so-called Spirit Fish Atlas. He discovered that there were a dozen types of spirit fish inside this river. Other than that one green spirit fish, he hadn't caught any other spirit fish. For this reason, Renping also went for special bait, in order to catch all the remaining dozen or so kinds of spirit fish. In Sherwan's eyes, Renping did nothing but fish every day, and his master's cultivation was still so unfathomable. On this day, Renping was sitting on the shore, his cultivation silently breaking through to the Yang Yuan realm. The Yang Yuan realm, within the spirit martial sect, was already the standard for inner sect elders. At the seed condensation realm, you can serve as the chief elder. As for the patriarch and those supreme elders who were in seclusion without any major events, they were above the sea of condensation. Renping had broken through to the Yang Yuan realm, and he was considered to be the real deal as an inner sect elder. Compared to the previous breakthrough to the true Qi realm, Renping had acted much more plainly. His cultivation advancement was too fast. This kind of cultivation at his fingertips made him feel no surprise. It's not even as exciting as hooking a fish. Extract some more features. Practice a few more martial arts. Oh, going to get some bait this afternoon. Renping arranged what he was going to do next. Master, I've brought the food. Sherwan carried the food box and came to the shore. Looking at Renping's stalwart figure on the shore, he bowed respectfully. Opening the food box, Renping saw a pan-fried fish. Renping burped, not because he was full. Rather, he was more or less tired of eating fish every day these days. Master, not to your liking? Sherwan asked. Renping waved his hand. Let's just deal with a meal first. You took the fish you caught today and got tired of eating it. Sherwan smiled bitterly. In fact, he's tired of eating it, but too embarrassed to ask. Master, how will that be handled? Whatever. This now puts Sherwan in a difficult position. These fish are common catches. No one in the spirit martial sect wanted it at all. Is it hard to take it and throw it away? This is the fish that Master has worked so hard to catch. Go back first. Don't forget to practice. Renping instructed one more time. Sherwan Kai picked up a few large fish on the ground and turned to leave. Now Sherwan was considered a celebrity of the spiritual martial sect, storming a genius as a punk. Now everyone knew that Sherwan's talent was terrifying. Strong people are respected wherever they go. Now when Sherwan walked within the spiritual martial sect, people would come to greet him and get close. However, Sherwan was by nature and didn't want to have too much contact with anyone. Senior brother Sher, please stay. It's you. Sherwan looked at the person in front of him and also revealed a smile. This person was Lu Chongkong, the outer disciple who wanted to purchase the green spirit fish that day. My master hasn't caught any spirit fish lately, but even if he did, he would choose to eat them himself, so I guess he won't sell them to you, Sherwan said. Lu Chongkong's face was full of regret. Then he added, Senior brother Sher, can you discuss this with Elder Run? If you can, help me introduce Elder Run. Senior brother, I really need spirit fish. Lu Chongkong laughed bitterly. If he didn't advance his realm, he would really be expelled from the sect. Sherwan hesitated before saying slowly, I'll mention it to my master sometime. Lu Chongkong had thought that the green spirit fish was caught by Sherwan, and had approached Sherwan several times, wanting to book the next spirit fish. When he was informed that the green spirit fish was caught by Renping, he was also surprised beyond measure. Senior brother Sher, what are Elder Ren's preferences so I can prepare them? Lu Chongkong asked again. Sherwan froze. His master's been a bit desireless lately. Some things will pass. There really aren't any hobbies yet. Seeing this, Lu Chongkong asked again. Or, is there anything Elder Run needs someone to help him with recently? Sherwan nodded. This one did. Master is tired of eating fish lately and can't handle the fish he caught. Also, the bait master bought recently couldn't catch any spirit fish, and 2 days ago he was complaining about the treacherous bait seller. Lu Chongkong was overjoyed. He bowed to Sherwan. Senior brother Sher, I understand. Thank you. Senior brother Sher. Senior brother, remember to mention this in front of Elder Ren for me. Oh, this fish? Ishwan lifted up a couple of big fish. This fish needs to be dealt with too. Lu Chongkong immediately said. Then I'll take over for Senior brother Sher. I haven't eaten fish in a long time either. Lu Chongkong, with a smile on his face, picked up the dozens of pounds of fish, and after bidding farewell to Shirwan, he hurried off. Renping watched the float on the surface of the water motionless, inevitably a little lost. Another day with no lingcod caught. A dozen species of spirit fish, when will they all be caught? Renping didn't fish for the sake of eating fish. Instead, you want to fish through and through all over again. Renpei wondered what kind of collecting fetish he had. Looking at the color of the sky, Renping decided to close the poll and go to the scripture cabinet to collect a few martial arts skills. He and Shirwan cultivated only one martial art. It's ferocious as hell, but it lacks variation. He didn't have the need to want to fight, but Shirwan was young. Sooner or later he would face an enemy, and he heard that in a while, the sect examination would begin, so he had to enrich Shirwan's fighting means. When Renping arrived at the scripture pavilion, he was told by the elders here that he would also be able to receive 2 Xian rank martial arts. This surprised Renping. According to the rules of the spirit martial sect, intersect elders could only master 2 Xian rank martial arts. He had mastered one now. How could he master 2 more? Only after asking carefully did he realize that it was Patriarch Jiang Changji's special explanation. Renping came to a realization. It seemed that Shirwan's talent had already reached Jiang Changji's ears. The elders of the scripture pavilion were polite to him, without the contempt they had shown before. I'm a teacher by trade? Renping Xin said. Entering the hidden scripture cabinet, Renping picked a body technique, which was the same Xian rank lower grade. The other martial art, he had been searching for quite a while, recently found a secret technique inside the corner. This secret method had no grade and was placed amongst the Xian ranked martial arts by the spirit martial sect. After reading the contents of the secret method, Renping immediately decided to receive this secret method. The main function of this secret method was to hide one's cultivation. In the spirit martial sect, it was estimated that not many people practiced this secret method. After all, anyone would want to display cultivation to gain a higher status and more resources. Who else hides their cultivation? But for Renping, the secret method was useful. He had the word enchantment and was progressing so fast that if it were known, the speed would be too shocking. Plus he didn't want to wander around, so he had to be quiet and be a salty fish. The secret method was just right for him. Chapter 14 Shirwan breaks true chi. After receiving the 2 martial arts, Renping returned to his residence. He had succeeded in cultivating the Xian rank body technique in but a few moments, and reaching the perfection realm was only a matter of these few days. As for the secret method of hiding cultivation, there was no difficulty. This secret method hadn't circulated in the spirit martial sect, mainly because no one needed the damn thing. Renping adjusted his cultivation to the 7th level of body tempering realm. By the time he was carefully surveyed, he would only be able to tell that he had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. The 7th level of body hardening was not an uncommon thing. Shirvan is already busy in the kitchen. Before long, Shirwan served a plate of fried meat. Renping looked at the stir-fried meat and his fingers were tingling, and he didn't forget to ask, Shirwan, you went out to buy supplies today? Outside of the spirit martial sect, there was a small town where the spirit martial sect disciples and elders basically purchased their living supplies. This guy, Shirwan, also rarely goes out. Over the past month, he had only gone out once or twice, all of which were to help Renping go buy fish bait. Master, no, this fresh meat is from a disciple of the outer sect. It's that Lu Chongkong we met last time. He said he wanted to meet the master. Lu Chongkong? Renping was a little impressed. He wants to see me? What is it? Said he wanted to buy spirit fish to break through the realm. Renping drifted off. This Lu Chongkong also seemed to want to purchase spirit fish last time. Outer disciples were not as idle as inner disciples. Many of the sect's tasks were carried out by outer disciples. I guess there wasn't much time to practice, not to mention spending time fishing. What Renping did not expect was that Lu Chongkong had hooked up with Shirwan. Then let's meet. Shirwan nodded. Then I'll talk to him after dinner. After the meal, Shirwan went out. When he returned, he was followed by a youth. It was none other than outer disciple Lu Chongkong. Outer disciple Lu Chongkong, seeking to see Elder Ren. Lu Chongkong stopped outside the door and bowed to the compound. Renping sat on a chaise longue made of bamboo and was at ease. Come in. No need to be rude. Lu Chongkong came in, and Renping realized that he had brought a whole bunch of stuff with him. In his hand he carried a cage with a kitten inside. In his right hand there was even a large bag of objects wrapped in greaseproof paper, and he didn't know what they were. Elder Ren. Lu Chongkong entered the door and gave another salute to Renping. Renping was also a bit surprised when he looked at this courteous outer disciple. He was a notorious waste in the spirit martial sect, and the guy was so polite to him. At this time, he was in the spirit martial sect by virtue of his apprenticeship, and no one would sneer at him like before, but he hadn't been treated so politely either. Renping remembered that the last time he met Lu Chongkong, this person was also courteous. It's probably personalities. You came to see me for the spirit fish? Renping opened his mouth and asked. Lu Changkong then stood in front of Renping and replied. Elder Ren's eyes are like a torch. He saw through me with a single glance. Disciple in the spirit martial sect will have 5 years. By next month, not break through the realm. May have to be expelled from the sect. Forced to do so, which is why I came to nag Elder Ren. Renping shook his head. Unfortunately, I haven't caught any spirit fish lately. You might be disappointed. Lu Changkong smiled and placed the 2 items in his hands in front of Renping. Elder Ren, the next time you catch a spirit fish, it won't be too late for Disciple to purchase it. It's a bait I had someone mix up, and I've heard it's especially effective when fishing for spirit fish. He pushed a package in front of Renping. Renping sniffed. The fishy smell inside this package was probably good bait. Renping naturally took it. He wants to catch a spirit fish too. Thanks a lot then. Lu Changkong waved his hands in succession. This is a small token of my discipleship. There is also this civet cat, which I accidentally encountered outside. I heard that it is a special breed, with an amazing appetite and a hint of demonic beast bloodline. I've heard that Elder Ren has an abundant catch of fish and suffers from difficulty in handling it, and this civet cat is just the solution to that problem. Lu Changkong said in an unassuming manner. Oh, Renping looked at the civet cat. This civet cat is not surprising, but there is a trace of imperceptible aura fluctuation on the body. It should be the offspring of a demonic beast. The bloodline is not known how many generations diluted. It is estimated that in addition to the amazing food, there is no other special features. Lu Changkong said he got it by accident, but Renping knew that this kind of civet cat was very rare. This Lu Changkong has put thought into it. Rather, it was a solution to the problem of not being able to deal with his regular catch. He had thought of releasing his catch, but because the water of that big river was too fierce, the catch he released would not be able to survive. Okay, I'll take it then. Next time I catch a spirit fish, I'll have Sherwan inform you. Renping laughed. Elder Ren, in the future, if there's anything I need disciples to do on my behalf, feel free to command. I'll leave Elder Ren alone. Elder Ren, senior brother sure. I'll take my leave first. After Lu Changkong said goodbye, Renping released the civet cat. Sherwan, from now on, I'll leave this cat's meals to you. Renping cradled the civet cat in his arms. This civet cat is not afraid of people, and it is very peaceful in Renping's hands. Sherwan responded. Master, I'm going to break through the realm. After Sherwan finished his work, he spoke to Renping again. Renping nodded. Breakthrough chant. I have a martial art and secret method here. Take it and cultivate it. Renping took out the martial arts and secret techniques he had just obtained again. Thank you, Master. Go go go. By nightfall, Sherwan managed to break through to the true Qi realm. Moreover, he had successfully cultivated the secret method, but his apparent cultivation level was still at the peak of body tempering. The next day, Renping looked at the bait in his hands and the spirit fish at his feet. Transfixed. The bait that Lu Changkong brought really worked. Renping again remembered the fish bait that Sherwan had bought back at a high price before the adulterer. It was only half a day, but Renping had already caught 2 spirit fish. One of them was a green lingcod that had been caught the last time, and another was a new species unlocked for the first time, the 100 fish. I heard that the 100 flower fish specializes in living on the shore, feeding on the fallen flowers on the shore, including many spiritual flowers. Over time, the fish meat smells like flowers, and it is even more rich in spiritual energy. What luck! Renping laughed. Sherwan, this 100 flower fish, it must be steamed. This preserves its original floral flavor. Oh, and let Lu Changkong come over. In addition to catching a green spirit fish, back in the courtyard, Renping greeted Sherwan. Sherwan first went out and asked Lu Changkong to come. This green spirit fish, which has been left for a long time, loses its aura and is not effective. Instead, it's 100 fish with a hint of activity. Sherwan came back alone, and the first thing he did when he came back was to carry 100 fish into the kitchen. Chapter 15 Pets can also bestow words. When Sherwan brought up the steamed 100 flower fish, the fragrance of flowers filled the entire courtyard. The civet cat let out a meowing sound and kept circling Renping's feet. Renping laughed and cursed. That's smart, knowing which one to please. Giving the civet cat a piece of fish, the civet cat instantly quieted down and lowered its head to eat the fish. Sherwan sat down with 2 bowls of rice. The master and disciple began to eat. This 100 fish is delicious, Renping praised. Still chewing rice in his mouth, Sherwan nodded in agreement. Sherwan looked at the 100 flowers fish as not big, also clamped a few pieces of fish meat, but the fish juice-soaked rice, but also eat a fragrant. Just as the 2 of them were eating, Renping glanced toward the door. Lu Changkong should have arrived already, but it never came in. Renping didn't say anything, and only after he had eaten the 2 kilograms of 100 flower fish and wiped it clean did Lu Changkong's voice ring out from outside the door. Outer disciple Lu Changkong, seeking to see Elder Ren. Lu Changkong came in this time with 2 oil paper bags in his hands. One of them is a little heavy on the fishy flavor, so it should be a lure. Elder Ren, here's the bait I just bought for you. Here's some food for this kitten. Lu Changkong laughed. Run Ping nodded. Lu Changkong can't say anything about the human condition. He had just arrived, presumably realizing that Ren Ping was eating, and had been waiting outside the door without coming to disturb. Sure one, an elfin brain, is not even a tenth as good as him. Have a heart. Sure one, carry out the green spirit fish. Sure one took out the 4 to 5 pound green spirit fish. Lu Changkong was excited when he saw the green spirit fish. Whether he could continue to stay in spirit martial sect depended on this green spirit fish. Many thanks to Elder Ren. Ren Pin waved his hand. Your bait is great. It's only the first day and you've caught a fish. Lu Changkong said. It's all because Elder Ren is highly skilled. Elder Ren, I wonder what price disciple should offer for this green spirit fish. Lu Changkong asked. Ren Pin waved his hand. Take it and eat it. There's no need to talk about prices. This green spirit fish didn't have much temptation for him. Although the spiritual chi was rich, the meat was average and didn't taste good. Moreover, he didn't have much of a need for spirit stones or anything like that right now. Lu Changkong was a bit hesitant, but nodded his head. Many thanks to Elder Ren. The truth was that he, an outer disciple, didn't have many spirit stones that he could take out. He was ready to borrow money for this one green spirit fish. I didn't expect Ren Ping to not want money straight away, but it's a favor he owes. Elder Ren's great favor. Disciple is grateful. Ren Pin waved his hand. Go on, wait for this green spirit fish. The aura is lost. Then I won't bother Elder Ren. Watching Lu Changkong leave, Sherwan on the side asked suspiciously. Master, Senior Lu has been here for a long time. Why don't you come in? He also realized that Lu Changkong had arrived long ago. Ren Ping gave him a blank look. Elm brain, go cultivate. The thing about people is that some people don't need to be taught to understand it, and some people won't understand it no matter how much they're taught. Yes, Master. Sherwan touched his head, not understanding why Master said him, had to go back to practicing. The civet cat at Ren Ping's feet was licking the bones of the 100 flower fish and was still eating them with gusto. Rather blessed. But, in Ren Ping's field of vision, a text appeared above the civet cat. Civet cat. Status, pet. Words, 0, may be given. Pets can bestow words too? Ren Ping froze for a moment. After thinking about it, a pet does count as a close person, if you treat it like a person. These days, Ren Ping didn't even extract new words. The number of times he had extracted word opportunities had accumulated to 10. No new words were extracted, mainly because no good ones were encountered. Most of the green words of the spirit martial sect are iron spirit trees. It belongs to the green grade of aura absorption. As for the blue words, Ren Ping had only seen them once. It's that enlightenment pass on the stone of enlightenment. Ren Ping felt like he could go out for a walk outside. Extract some novelty words. Forget it, let's just go fishing. The next day, Ren Ping came back to the river. The bait Lu Changkong brought did have a little something to it, but today Ren Ping was feeling unlucky. Fished all day and didn't catch any lingcod. A lot of walleye and the teens were caught. With regret, Ren Ping returned to the courtyard. Give all the fish you catch to Ishwan. Sherwan froze. Master, are we going to eat fish? Ren Ping replied. No, get tired of it. Oh, Sherwan looked at the dozens of pounds of fish and then at the civet cat at Ren Ping's feet. These fish weigh more than 10 civet cats. How is he going to eat them? Sherwan thought about it for a while and finally had to make most of the fish into dried fish. Smelling the fishy odor that filled the room, Ren Ping frowned. The civet cat ate too much fish today. The belly is bulging now. At less than 2 pounds, I'm surprised I ate a pound of fish, which is good enough, but that's not a lot of food. Raise more? Ren Ping shook his head at the thought. He's not a big fan of hustle and bustle. Civet, and one is enough. Ren Ping thought about it for a while and thought that he could remodel the cat. You can't eat so little at a young age. Sure one, come here. What do you mean something can devour other things and transform them into aura? Ishwan, huh? Ren Ping had to stop. Asking Sherwan is the same as asking in vain. His head is more or less slow to turn. The most appropriate way to think about transforming a civet cat is to make it eat more and then transform it into aura. After all, the law of conservation of energy. Then you have to find an object that can devour other things and convert them into aura before extracting the words. Elder Ren, disciple Lu Changkong seeks an audience. Lu Changkong is here again. His current cultivation level had reached the 5th level of body tempering. For the next 5 years, he could stay in the spirit martial sect peacefully. If they didn't break through to true chi again after 5 years, then they would be expelled from the spirit martial sect. A breakthrough? Congratulations! Ren Ping laughed. Lu Changkong came over this time and took gifts again. Among other things, there was bait, and a fishing rod, a set of hooks and lines, and so on. In addition to all this fishing gear, he had some pastries with him. Elder Ren, this pastry is good. I just happened to be passing by, so I'll bring you some. Renping tasted it and it was really good, just a bit mushy after eating too much of it. Thanks to Elder Ren's generosity, Disciple will still be able to stay in the sect for the next 5 years. Renping sipped his tea and ate his pastry. Shirwan pulled Lu Chongkong aside. Senior apprentice brother Lu, what do you mean something can devour something and transform it into aura? Just asked by the master. The next day, under Renping's puzzled face, Lu Chongkong pulled out a stone in his bosom. Elder Ren, I heard senior brother sure talk about this thing yesterday, and I just happened to stumble upon it when I went back, so I brought it to you. Chapter 16, Spirit Stones, Eating Transformation Words. Renping then remembered that he had asked Shirwan yesterday what kind of thing could transform a certain substance into aura. Elder Ren, this thing is called a rhyming spirit stone. This containment stone, however, is not a stone, as if it can grow. By placing the Yunling stone in the wood will be corroded by the Yunling stone and turn into rotten wood in a short period of time, and this spirit-containing stone releases a small amount of aura. I've heard that the Aeonite can still grow, Lu Chongkong explained. Renping was pleasantly surprised when he took a look at the Yunlin stone. Auriferous stone. Word, feeding transformation, white, eating conversion? Could it be that wood is the food for the containment of spirit stones? Renping took the Yunling stone, said to Lu Chongkong, have a heart. This Yunlin stone. I happen to have a great use for it. I'll get you another one next time I catch a spirit fish. Lu Chongkong was visibly pleased, but quickly collected himself. Then Disciple thanks Elder Ren first. Sit down and have some tea. Renping greeted again. This Yunling stone should be able to make the civet cat eat quickly, and it can be transformed into aura. However, this phrase belonged to a stone after all, and Renping did not know what kind of effect it would have after bestowing it on the civet cat. Try it first, he said darkly in his mind. After his cultivation had reached the Yang Yuan realm, his rate of advancement had not slowed down much. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the sea condensation realm. The realm breakthrough didn't come as much of a surprise to him now. With his current strength, he was already able to gain a foothold in this acre of the spiritual martial sect. He even have started to drink tea and sip it, talking about health. The realm is up, so why bother fighting? The long life that comes from cultivation is for you to fight and kill? The slightest misstep and all is lost. The kind of person who made waves with a bit of cultivation. Renping expressed his lack of understanding. What could be more important than life? Why are you so free every day? When Lu Chongkong sat down, Renping asked. Lu Chongkong came too diligently. Renping suspected that this guy knew his means of being able to change the talents of others. In the face of this question, Lu Chongkong hemmed and hawed. Disciple also took the time to visit Elder Ren. Elder Ren has been so kind to me. Renping waved his hand repeatedly, interrupting Lu Chongkong's horse's ass. Outer disciple tasks seem to be quite burdensome. You're very diligent in your mission if you can find the time. Although the outer disciples were able to cultivate in the spirit martial sect, they were not as idle as the inner disciples. Outer disciples have to perform tasks every day, like sweeping the floor or something. A disciple is just a little more handy. Elder Ren, disciple, this is to repay your favor. If it weren't for that one green spirit fish of yours, disciple would have to leave the sect after a while. Lu Chongkong laughed bitterly. He did want to get on good terms with Renping. After all, the spirit fish thing was very important to him. It is a great source of Reiki. In reality, he was also very grateful to Renping in his heart. Repaying the favor. Renping didn't care. Lu Chongkong has a lively mind, a 7-knuckle heart, and is very decent in dealing with people. Unfortunately, this guy has really average talent. Renping had no intention of accepting disciples for the time being. Elder Ren, for the next spirit fish, disciple will definitely buy it at the market price, Lu Chongkong added before leaving. Renping smiled and didn't answer. This Lu Chongkong still do not like to take advantage of others. After sending Lu Chongkong away, Renping looked at the dried fish hanging all over the yard. Sun-salted fish can smell really bad. Actually, the salted fish still smelled quite good, but Renping had improved his fishing skills too quickly during this time and had eaten too many fish. Except for the spirit fish with special flavors, he had no interest in ordinary fish. In the corner of the yard, the civet cat is looking up at a salted fish hanging from a bamboo pole. Look at it, it really wants to eat. Renping laughed in a humorless manner. It's not like you can eat much. Meow meow. Come here. Renping took out the Yunling stone. Extracts the word feeding conversion. The feeding transformation words on the Inferno stone were successfully extracted by him. The civet cat had already walked over and was at Renping's feet, looking at Renping suspiciously with wide eyes, as if it didn't understand why Renping was interrupting it to look at its food. I'm not going to build a monster out of this, am I? I don't think so. The big deal is to recycle the words when the time comes. Renping thought darkly. Civet cat. Status, pet. Words, 0, may be given. Give the word. Ren Ping gave a dark cry. The civet immediately owns the word. Civet cat. Status, pet. Phrase, food transformation, white all food consumed is transformed into reiki, recyclable. Although it was a white word, Ren Ping felt that it was enough. The power of the white word has actually not been bad. Sherwan possessed a green word, and the speed of absorbing aura was even faster than even the spirit martial sex nascent soul body geniuses. Enough to see the horror of the green word. Meow. As if sensing the change in himself, the civet cat stretched and meowed. He then moved away from Renping's feet and back under the corner, staring up at the salted fish hanging from the bamboo pole. Renping saw it. Well, like to eat? Right, eat your heart out. There was an aura swinging out of Renping's hand, which turned into a sharp blade in midair, and the rope that tied and hung the salted fish was cut off. Meow. The civet pounced without hesitation. In less than a few moments, all that was left of the 2-pound salted fish was a bone. Look at the fish bone on the ground with every spine intact. The corner of Renping's mouth twitched. What a clean shave. Keep eating. Renping resumed his old trick of undoing all the belt salts. He wanted to see how powerful the word was. When the civet cat reached the 5th fish, he paused as if wondering how his appetite had changed so much. But seeing another pile of salted fish on the ground, it pounced again. Renping clearly felt that an aura had appeared on the civet cat's body. These auras were extremely subtle, but for a civet cat, it was a lot. I'll probably raise a demonic beast, Renping said darkly. The civet cat will not absorb the aura now, but if it goes on for a long time, its physique will definitely be affected by the aura. When the time came to step onto the path of cultivation, it would properly be a demonic beast. Keep eating. This civet cat would need to go a long way to become a demonic beast. Renping didn't want to intervene either. It would be nice to eat all the fish he catches. What do civet cats want to dream about? Go fish! Watch as the civet cat quickly devours the salted fish in the yard. Renping was also relieved. In the future, you don't have to worry about your catch going to waste. Sherwan had been hiding in his room to cultivate, and Renping did not bother him. When the time came, Shervan would bring the meal to the river. Carrying the fishing rod, Renping went out the door. Lu Chongkong had also sent bait this time over, which was enough for Renping's amusement for the time being. Chapter 17, Sherwan wants to practice sword fighting? Over the next few days, Renping's catch was eaten by civet cats. Sherwan was curious about the civet cat's sudden increase in food intake, but after being scratched by a civet cat, the pursuit of the truth was abandoned. Every day he did nothing but housework and practiced. It was as if nothing but those two things could enter his life. Lu Chongkong still came diligently. Each day brings fresh bait for Renping. He even learns how to concoct fish bait and puts on a dark show in front of Renping. Originally Renping was going to learn it himself, but seeing Lu Chongkong pouring out a bunch of mucus inside a bottle and rubbing it back and forth on his hands, he instantly gave up on the idea. This bait, he doesn't deserve to modulate. Unfortunately, no lingcod have been caught in the last few days. Master, the disciple examination is about to begin. On this day, Sherwan watched Renping gorging on his meal and opened his mouth. Renping hummed. Let's start. With your strength, wouldn't it be easy to pass the test? But yes, Master. I've heard that the method of assessment is a little different this time. Renping swallowed the rice in his mouth. What's the difference? I heard there was going to be a fight. Oh, go on. But, Master, how much strength should I use? Renping froze for a moment. It was only then that he realized that Sherwan had already broken through to the middle stage of true chi these days. That's fast. That's fast. Although Sherwan had also practiced secret techniques to hide his cultivation, he could not escape Renping's eyes. The middle stage of true chi, among the inner disciples, is not weak. Not to mention, Sherwan was still a disciple who had just recently been initiated. Wouldn't it be more than enough to pass the examination by casually exposing a little bit of strength? There's a reward for the test? It occurred to Renping that if he merely wanted to pass the examination, Sherwan wouldn't have come to ask himself. This guy should be looking at the rewards of the test. Yes, Master. The first place gets a spirit weapon and 100 spirit stones. Want? Sherwan nodded heavily. Go ahead if you want. How is your martial arts training going? Sherwan's strongest was not his cultivation speed, but his enlightenment. His absorb aura word is green, and the gnosis tongue word is blue. It's a full grade, and the difference is huge. All have reached the realm of perfection. Oh, good. That should be enough. If there's no need to hide, then there's no need to hide. Sherwan nodded. Disciple understands. Sherwan had cultivated both martial arts to the perfection realm, and in the true chi realm, there shouldn't be many people who were his opponents. The most powerful disciple of the spirit martial sex intersect was only at the peak of true chi. In this aspect of martial arts cultivation, Sherwan could leave them behind by 18 blocks. Even if their cultivation wasn't as good as theirs, their fighting strength wouldn't be a single star worse. After Sherwan went back, Renping looked at the choppy river. Where are all the spirit fish? At this rate, how long will it take to gather all the spirit fish? Runping had just finished spitting when the fishing rod in his hand sank. As he reeled in the hooked fish, his face darkened. Civet cats have a mouthful. By nightfall, Renping returned to the yard with dozens of pounds of fish catch. It was not cooked in any way and was just thrown to the civet. These days, civet cats eat a lot without a trace of weight gain, but the aura on it grew stronger and stronger. It was about the same as a body-tempering first-level cultivator. Renpei raised an eyebrow. This little thing shouldn't have quenched its body, right? Regardless of the civet cat's shrieks, Renping grabbed it by the neck and picked it up. Good lord, it's still true. Renping took a closer look, and this kitten was actually a body-tempering first-level demonic beast now. He remembered what Lu Chankong had said when he sent the civet cat to him. This little thing seems to have a bit of demonic beast bloodline. Then this is not surprising. Meow. The civet was now confused. A bit puzzled, he looked at Renping. Renpei laughed and tossed it into the pile of fish. Without a moment's pause, the civet cat took a bite at the large fish at his mouth. You're all demonic beasts now. Remember not to run around, lest they be caught and stewed. There is a dish. I think it's called dragon tiger soup. The civet's body shook a little. Keep burying your head in the meat. Renping didn't care if it understood or not, turned around and headed out the door. He left the spirit martial sect and came to the small town at the foot of the spirit martial sect. Boss, are there any martial arts skills? To sword martial arts. There. Although it was getting late at this time, the town did not have the tranquility of impending night, but instead was bustling with activity. Most of the people here had cultivation, although they were only at the body-tempering realm. A number of lines were derived. There were even disciples of the spirit martial sect who came to the town to buy things used for cultivation. Renping entered a random store and asked for a sword-type martial art as soon as he opened his mouth. After the boss was full of bragging about his own martial arts, Renping left the place with a great deal of remorse. The yellow rank martial arts are sold for 200 spirit stones. Who gave the courage? In the entire store, there was not a single Xian rank martial art. It was only then that Renping remembered that Xian rank martial arts were precious things even in the spirit martial sect. We'll just have to commit Sherwan for now. Lu Chankong made a trip and told Renping that the reward for the first place in the inner disciple examination was a sword-type martial art. Recalling Sherwan's yearning eyes, Renping knew that this kid wanted to learn swordsmanship. Originally Renping wanted to be a competent master. Unfortunately, he no longer had the opportunity to enter the spiritual martial sect's scripture pavilion. Had to come to this little town to try my luck. Luck is something that can't really be touched. Renping shook his head inside. Without a Xian rank grade martial skill, there wasn't much enhancement for Sherwan. Just let that kid carry a spirit weapon to cut people. Renping walked down the street. The lofts lining the street had already hung their lanterns. Come in and play, little brother. Just 5 spirit stones. You'll be satisfied. The shouts from the attic were heard, and passers-by were attracted to it. Renping raised an eyebrow. This business, no matter what world it was in, was so hot, but he's not interested. Renping is ready to go back. At this hour, Ishwan should have cooked the rice. Just as Renping was about to turn around and leave, a sudden bellow came from behind him. Bitch, stop, don't go. The pedestrians on the street were attracted by the sound. Renping followed the voice and saw a thin figure dressed in rough cloth traveling through the crowd. It looks like it should be a girl of a young age. Behind her, 2 or 3 Hans in short sleeves were chasing after her, and they had the cultivation of the body-tempering realm. The voice was from one of the Hans. In the blink of an eye, the few people you were chasing disappeared into the crowd. Renping hadn't wanted to mind his own business. Instead, he heard a murmur in his ear. Escaped from the Excelsior again. Did you? TSK, 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 another poor man's child. Chapter 18, Ihong Mansion. Renping frowned and looked at the person who had spoken. What's the deal with this Excelsior? The man looked at Renping's bewildered face and explained in a low voice. Jardine House often takes young women captive. The man explained, and only then did Renping come to his senses. This Ihong House is in the business of forcing good people into prostitution. Here, the ones who willingly come out to sell are even. It's against the rules to force a good man into prostitution. Doesn't the spirit martial sect care? Renping asked again. Within the jurisdiction of the spiritual martial sect, such things were not allowed to happen. Moreover, this was still the main entrance of the spirit martial sect. It was right at the foot of the spirit martial sect's mountain. The man whispered, "Young man, you don't understand. This business is done by the spirit martial sect's people. Don't mind your own business. The spirit martial sect can be powerful. Pity the little girl." Though, Renping thanked the man after hearing this. With a flash of his body, he directly disappeared in the same place. He quickly raced through the small town. With his cultivation at the Yang Yuan realm, coupled with a Xian-ranked body martial skill at the consummation stage, he was fast to no end. The onlookers only felt a gust of wind blowing around them. Run? Run where? Little in a dead-end alley. A young girl no older than 16 or 17 years old looked at the three big men in front of her in horror. Please, don't take me back. The young girl looked at the three men pleadingly. Those three let out a sardonic laugh. Don't want to go back? Dream on. Teenage despair. She knew exactly what would happen if she was taken back. The people there are like the walking dead. A large man came forward, his thick arm extended, and pinched the young girl in the face. Ha ha, this little, so tender. This pinch is all over the place. Two brothers, why don't we, today? Well, taste it. The young girl's face was already covered with tears of despair. Just as the three big men reached a realization and prepared to step forward, Renping's figure appeared behind the three. So distraught? Renping's voice rang out. Startled, the three men turned around and realized it was a young man. Get lost. Don't disturb your lordship, or I'll break your legs. They did not feel the aura on Renping's body, directly treating Renping as an ordinary person. Unaware of Renping's current cultivation level, he was considered a mainstay in the spirit martial sect. What? Not leaving yet? Your lordship, I was in a good mood tonight, and would have let you off the hook. Since you're sending us to our deaths, you can't blame us. When the three big men saw that Renping was still standing still, they directly turned around and prepared to beat Renping severely before saying anything. Under the terrified gazes of several people, Renping's figure directly disappeared in place. The next second it appeared in front of them. Three popping sounds rang out. The three big men fell straight to the ground as they covered their faces and looked at Renping in disbelief. Their mouthful of teeth had already been suppressed by Renping with his true chi, and when they opened their mouths, not only did blood mixed with saliva flow out, but also a single tooth. You, mother asterisk. The three had already been talking leaks. Renping stomped on a man's head without expression, coldly asked, "Are you sure you want to break my legs?" The big man's face showed horror. Before he could answer, the big man next to him spoke. "Kid, we're from the spirit martial sect. How dare you?" Renping glanced at the man. A fist blasted out. The Empyrean fist was executed, and the compressed air directly blasted the speaker's head into a puddle of flesh. This time, the remaining two were even more alarmed. "I ask, you answer. If you don't answer, you should know what happens." The remaining two nodded their heads in unison. "Who are you from the spirit martial sect?" "The spirit martial sect's outer disciples aren't as bad as you guys." The two men looked at each other. "Our boss is from the spirit martial arts sect. We are only claiming to be from the spirit martial sect because we want to save face." Renping asked again. "Which one is your boss?" "Our boss's name is Lai, and he is an elder of the spiritual martial arts sect. As for the name, we don't know." Renping nodded. "Okay, I'm done with my questions." As soon as Renping's words fell, these two men immediately became anxious. "Senior, don't kill us, we were forced to do the same." "Yeah, I've got an old man and a young man." Looking at the two begging for mercy, Renping remained expressionless. With a light stomp of his foot, he directly crushed a head. Another punch followed, ended another man's life. Elder surnamed Lai. There were quite a few elders in the spirit martial sect. The inner gate plus the outer gate. 100 people are there. He didn't really recognize it. Renping turned his head and saw that the young girl in the rough dress was looking at himself in horror. This young girl had clear eyebrows, just a little dark skin, wheat-colored skin to be exact. Together with her plain clothes, her family should be average. "Well, you can go home now," Renping said indifferently. The young girl shook her head. "I don't have a home anymore." Renping was staggered. "They've killed my relatives. I don't know where my house is either." Human trafficking? Upon closer questioning, Renping probably understood. The young girl in front of me was trafficked here. What makes Renping's head hurt is how to place this young girl now. If she was allowed to stay here, sooner or later, she would be found by the people of Jardine House. Bring it back. It's also too much trouble. As for Yi Honglu, I'll let Sherwan run it tomorrow. It's too late now. What's your name? My lord. My name is Mai Qingqing. Do you have somewhere to go? Renping asked again. Mackenzie shook her head. Come back with me first. After a while, say, "Oh, and don't call me lord. My name is Renping." McQueen nodded. The man in front of her saved her, and now she has nowhere else to go. Follow him, at least you'll be safe. When Renping brought Mai Qingqing to the mountain gate of the spiritual martial sect, Renping saw Mai Qingqing reveal a look of horror. Renping had no choice but to explain helplessly. "This is the spirit martial sect. I am an elder of the spirit martial sect. The owner of Yi Hong Yuan is probably also an elder of the spirit martial sect, but I don't recognize him." McQueen was bewildered. She had spent a few days at Yi Hong House and had heard that the owner was from the spirit martial arts sect. In the end, Mai Qingqing still followed closely behind Renping. When Renping brought Mai Qingqing back to the courtyard, it was already completely dark. Inside the courtyard, there were a few lanterns hanging, and under the dim lights, Sherwan was sitting in front of the table, looking at a few dishes on the table. When he heard that Renping had returned, he immediately got up. Master is back. I'll heat up the food in a minute. This is. Shirwan saw Mai Qingqing behind Renping. Go heat up your dinner. Renping gave him a blank look. Chapter 19, The Registered Disciple. Shirwan looked at Mai Qingqing, who was wolfing down her food, and cast a puzzled look at Renping. How long has she been hungry, master? Renping shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The civet cat was also standing by the table at this time, looking at Mai Qingqing in disbelief. It felt like it had met a kindred spirit. It was a long time before Mai Qingqing stopped. When she noticed the two men's gaze, she was instantly a little embarrassed. I'm done eating. 3 plates of food, already eaten by her alone. Sorry. Renping waved his hand. Nothing, Ishwan. Ishwan has gone into the kitchen. After getting a few more plates of food, Renping simply ate a few bites. Shirwan, she's staying here for a while. Make the arrangements, and oh yeah, you come see me later. Fortunately, there are still many empty rooms inside the courtyard. After a burst of cleaning up, Shirwan finally sent Mai Qingqing into the room and watched the lights in the room go out. Renping is still teasing the cat inside the yard. Mastermind. Here comes Ishwan. She is? Oh, someone I saved in town. Shirwan scratched his head. Don't quite understand how you can still save people in town. When does the test start? Renping asked. About 5 more days. Oh, that's probably enough. There's a brothel in town called Yihanlu that does forced prostitution and human trafficking. You take care of that in the next few days. Right. You go over and ask Lu Changkong to come over tomorrow. Shirwan finally understood how Mai Qingqing was saved by Renping. Go on. By the way, do you know what to do with it? Renping suddenly thought that Shirwan, this guy usually only cultivate. In the face of human feelings there is still a lot of lack. Isn't it just smashing up the Excelsior and rescuing the people inside? Renping sucked in a breath of cool air. Forget it, let's talk about it when Lu Changkong comes over. On the following day, on the bank of the great river of Lingwu sect, Shirwan and Lu Changkong were watching Renping fish. Senior brother Shir, elder Rin this is. Lu Changkong was a bit puzzled. This was the first time Renping had taken the initiative to seek him out. Shirwan shook his head. He probably knew that it was because of that what's-his-name Yihong Yuan, but he didn't know what Renping was doing by having Lu Changkong come to the ground. It's just a Yihong court. Go over there and smash it, that's all. Isn't that nice? A mackerel was pulled ashore by Renping. Come here. Renping motioned for the two to come over. He now realized a problem. Shirwan doesn't seem to be suited for errands, only for housework, frying and cooking, and practicing fighting. Lu Changkong is appropriate. It's just that the strength is so bad. Lu Changkong, how old are you today? Renping asked. Elder Ren, I'm 21 this year. Lu Changkong wasn't much younger than Renping. I'm short of an errand boy around me. Are you interested in being my named disciple? Renping asked. Lu Changkong was thunderstruck outwardly at the sudden olive branch. Being Renping's honorary disciple? Countless thoughts were spinning in Lu Changkong's mind, and Shirwan beside him was frantically giving him glances. The disciple is willing, but disciples are not inner disciples. Renping waved his hand. Not important. You are my disciple, not an inner disciple of the spirit martial sect. Lu Changkong took a deep breath and bowed to Renping. Greetings, master. He was actually apprehensive, but thinking about it, there didn't seem to be any problem with worshipping Renping as a teacher. Renping had been kind to him and had a good relationship. As for any future development, Lu Changkong really didn't have any extravagant hopes. A smile appeared on Lu Changkong's face when he saw him pay his respects. Get up, worship me as your teacher. You definitely won't lose out. Renping laughed. Lu Changkong lowered his head. There's something for you two to do. There is an Excelsior in the town, forcing good people into prostitution and human trafficking, and I heard that their boss is a spiritual martial arts sect elder, surnamed Lai. I want you to end it. This thing, do it in the next few days. Don't delay the discipleship test. And, Shirwan, listen to your master's command. Changkong, your senior brother's work is a bit lacking, so keep an eye on him. Go on. Lu Changkong, status, disciple, entry, aura absorption, green. As the two left, Renping bestowed Lu Changkong with a green word. The phrase was extracted by Renping as he passed by an elder's courtyard. With this phrase, Lu Changkong's cultivation talent would be awesome. It's comparable to Shirwan. Only, this bestowal of words didn't give Renping a new word. The word is already owned by. Looking at the prompt, Renping shook his head and smiled. He can't take advantage of this loophole. Hang the bait on the hook and throw the hook into the water again. Sifu. Lu Changkong was a bit confused. Shirwan patted him on the shoulder. Senior brother, from now on, we'll all be disciples of our master. Looking at Shirwan so happy, Lu Changkong was puzzled. Is becoming his disciple really worth being so happy about? This worship was given such a daunting task. Shirwan didn't know about the Excelsior, but he did. Jardine House is extremely involved. which is not so simple to fix, and Runping only gave it a few days. Think of it as repayment for the gift of the spirit fish, together with Shirwan, a genius. This thing, there was still room for maneuver. Senior, you're not happy? In the face of Shirwan's doubts, Lu Changkong could only offer a smile. Senior brother, you don't know how powerful Senior is. I didn't dare tell you before when you didn't worship. Master's cultivation is unfathomable. Lu Changkong's eyelids jumped. What? Cultivation is unfathomable? Didn't you say it was a good idea to cultivate a wasted body? Looking at Lu Changkong's appearance, Shirwan laughed out loud. Senior brother, have you forgotten that I am also a cultivation waste body? Lu Changkong froze. Wasn't it the elders who misread it? This was the version that was now circulating within the spirit martial sect. On the day of the apprentice assembly, it was the elders who were mistaken. Actually, Shirwan's talent is awesome. Shirwan hemmed and hawed. Do I not know if I am a cultivation waste body? This is all the means of the master. Senior brother, you won't have to worry about cultivation in the future. Hearing Shirwan's words, Lu Changkong's head was a bit confused. All this news is a bit of a reversal of common sense. The master you just worshipped is really that powerful? You'll find out later anyway. Without further ado, let's go to Yihong House and end it today. Shirwan laughed. Hearing this, Lu Changkong hurriedly stopped Shirwan. Senior, wait. Master said you have to listen to me. Let's see. I'm going to go back and ask around. You wait for my news. Don't mess around. Lu Changkong only felt pressurized and gave some instructions before turning to leave. He returned to the area of the outer disciples and returned to his residence. Pulled out a book under the bed. Chapter 20. Master is really unfathomable. Elder surnamed Lai. There's only one. Xian Body Peak and her sect elder like Guangxing. Master has a conflict with Zhang Zuoyang, the chief elder of Xian Body Peak. Hiss. Lu Changkong rummaged through the small book and found the only elder in the spiritual martial sect with the surname Lai. All he felt at this point was a lot of pressure. This is a matter that still needs to be consulted with the master. In case, I don't think master would want to die. Jardine House still needs to know about it. Lu Changkong understood a little bit, and his head was suddenly big. It's a tough thing to do when the enemy is strong and we're weak. Moreover, his own chief master's identity was sensitive, so if he really wanted to die, he could only look at Shirwan, the genius. Inside his head, he was thinking about how to deal with this matter. And as for how mysterious and powerful Rinping was, as Shirwan had said, it had already been put behind him. Looking at the sky, it was already dusk. Going to poke around tomorrow. Practice first, rest, Lu Changkong secretly said. With that, he sat down on his knees inside the room. Cultivate a bit while resting. It was a habit he had developed over the years of his initiation. It is a pity that the talent is average. Diligently cultivate for 3 years, but it is only a quenched body 5. And even almost cannot reach the standard of the clan. To leave the clan. Running his gong method, Lu Changkong felt the thin aura around him being absorbed by himself. The speed of this absorption. How come so fast? Lu Changkong froze for a moment. After reconfirming, his eyes widened. He realized that the speed of absorbing aura was now more than 10 times faster than before. That's a scary speed. The speed at which I'm absorbing aura. How come it's so fast? My gift. Lu Changkong suddenly remembered what Shirwan had said. Shirwan was also a cultivation wasted body, but after worshipping his master, he showed an amazing talent for cultivation. Lu Changkong was shocked beyond belief. Is it really the work of the master? Master is really not an ordinary person? Lu Changkong stopped his cultivation and after leaving his residence, he came to the entrance of Rinping's courtyard. Seeing Shirwan's figure within the courtyard, he immediately called out, Sifu. Shirwan looked at the excited Lu Changkong, a little depressed. He said words during the day. Lu Changkong unexpectedly did not listen to it. It really is the work of the master. Lu Changkong was finally certain. Didn't I tell you? Master doesn't like to flaunt. Senior brother, don't leak this news out. Lu Changkong nodded repeatedly. I understand. It can change the cultivation talent. What kind of great power is this? Cultivation talent is already predetermined at birth, and no one has ever been able to change it. Master is unfathomable. Master must have spent a great price to change my cultivation talent. Yihong Lu, it's master's test for me. Make sure you get this done. Lu Changkong secretly said in his heart. Renping was in the room, listening to the sound of the two talking, with the smiles on his face. With his cultivation level, the sound of the two speaking naturally could not be hidden from him. Is master sleeping? I'll report the matter of Yihong Lu to my master. Lu Changkong thought of Lai Guanqing's identity. This matter still needs to be reported to the master. Before Shirwan could reply, he heard Rinping's voice. Not asleep. Come in. Lu Changkong was shocked. Master is truly unfathomable. Not just anyone. The cultivation is high. Lu Changkong entered the courtyard and found that Rinping was already lying on a recliner within the courtyard. What's the catch? Runpin asked. Master, the spiritual martial sect only has one elder surnamed Lai, the inner sect elder of the Xian body peak, Lai Guanxing. Oh, Renping was also surprised. Surprisingly, he was the inner sect elder of Xian body peak. The cultivation level of the inner sect elders is in the Yuan Yang realm. His own disciples, it seemed, were not yet opponents. What are you going to do about it? Runpin asked again. Lu Changkong lowered his head as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. I intend to rely on clan power. Denounce the matter to the public. Lu Changkong got Renping's approval after he roughly stated his thoughts. That's a great thought. That works too. Then I'll leave it to you. Mastermind. Renping had wanted to see off his guests, but seeing Lu Changkong's desire to speak. Anything else? Lu Changkong snapped and fell to his knees in front of Renping. Master's favor Changkong will never forget. Long Hollow had thought this was it for this life. Renping waved his hand in a hurry. Don't say anything melodramatic. Go go go. Before Lu Changkong could shed some of the true feelings in his stomach, he was interrupted by Renping. Shirwan stifled a laugh. Okay, go for it. Renping shook his head. How come all these disciples are so fond of kneeling? Renping went back to rest. Tomorrow he wants to get up early, because he wanted to try fishing in the morning to see if it would be easier to hook a fish. Mai Qingqing had a free day in the yard, helping Shirvan cook and clean the yard. The rest of the time is spent teasing the cat. She seemed to have pleased the civet cat, who didn't even pester Renping anymore. Except of course at feeding time. Elder Ren, are you going fishing? Early the next morning, Mai Qingqing brought Renping a bowl of porridge and asked. Renping nodded. Aha! Fishing. Elder Ren, can I cultivate? Mai Qingqing suddenly asked. Renping looked up. It should work. Ask Shirwan about cultivation. I'm not available. Thank you Elder Ren. Mackenzie was happy. She can change her destiny, but she didn't know how much longer she could stay here. And after getting Renping's permission, she immediately found Shirwan. Shirwan learned of this news and gave Mai Qingqing a copy of the Gongfu, while going out the door. Today, he had an appointment with Lu Changkong to go to Yihong House to poke around. Senior brother, what are we doing going to Yihong Mansion? Looking at Lu Changkong who had a smiling face, Shirwan was puzzled. Lu Changkong laughed. To spend money, of course. Senior, you have money right? Shirwan nodded. Yes, just have it. Listen to me. After Lu Changkong finished speaking, Ishwan jumped right back up. No, Shirwan shook his head repeatedly. Master will be angry. Lu Changkong sighed. Elder brother, the master has also said that you have to listen to me. But, no buts. Can you beat Lai Guanxing? Shirwan shook his head. I don't know. Try it. Lu Changkong held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Senior brother, do as I say. After a few words of explanation, Shirwan agreed. A few moments later, the two of them arrived in front of the door of Yihong Mansion. Looking at the woman dressed up upstairs, Shirwan instantly turned red. Elder brother, they're all poor people. Don't you blush. We're doing business. Chapter 21, My reputation is gone? Lu Changkong swaggered into Yihong Mansion, while Shirwan beside him acted in a very formal manner. After entering the door, Lu Changkong realized that the customers here all had cultivation in their bodies, and most of them were disciples of the spiritual martial sect. He even gets to see familiar faces. Isn't this senior brother Lu? What's with the money to come here for a quickie? A couple of youths approached. Lu Changkong was also considered a famous old disciple in the outer sect. There are a lot of people who know him. What surprised them was that Lu Changkong would come here for pleasure. Lu Changkong's talent is average, even a bit poor, and money will be spent on cultivation, rather than coming here to seek pleasure. Lu Changkong immediately stepped aside, revealing Shirwan behind him. A few senior brothers are joking. Where does Lu have that kind of money? I'm here today to guide the way for senior brother Shir. Several people were surprised to see Shirwan. Right now, Shirwan is in the ascendancy in the spirit martial sect. Less than a month after entering, he reached the peak of body hardening. It was even rumored that Shirwan Kai was a genius that the spirit martial sect rarely encountered in 100 years. These few outer disciples were immediately envious of Lu Changkong. I didn't realize this guy had hooked up with Shirwan. With Shirwan around, Lu Changkong had no one in spiritual martial sect who dared to bully him. So it's senior brother Shir. Senior brother Shir. I know this place well. I'll lead the way for senior brother Shir. How could these few people let go of this opportunity to make friends with Shirwan? Who knew that? Shirwan shook his head. It's fine for senior Lu to lead the way. Don't bother a few of you. Those few people had a look of pity on their faces. Lu Changkong also stood out at this moment. Several senior brothers. Then I will take my first step. The two of them wandered around Yihanlu for half a day before sitting down for tea. At this time, everyone up and down the Yihong Tower already knew that Shirwan had come. Some people are sighing. Others are very curious. The pimp of Yihong Mansion was also twisting her waist and walking over. Ouch! Two masters. But you can't just sit here. The girls upstairs are looking forward to waiting for the two masters to favor them. Young warrior sure really is a hero. Got your eye on any girls? Sherwan was already blushing at this point. On the side, Lu Chongkong said, senior brother sure said to have the best looking one. The prettiest one. Lu Chongkong is now assuming the role of a messenger. The bod smiled at that. The flower girl of our Hong mansion is Miss Chuanli, the best looking girl in our Hong mansion. Not only is she good looking, her kung fu is also good, and she even knows how to play the piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. Usually no guests. Chuanli was freshening up early when she heard that young Master Sure had come. I think it's waiting for young Master Sure. Don't be in a hurry. Young warrior Sure, Miss Chuanli will be ready soon. Let's go to the elegant room first and wait. Ah, the two of you are together? As well. Miss Chunli is looking forward to getting to know more young talents. After some greetings, Lu Chongkong Sherwan and the two of them entered an elegant room. Lu Chongkong was calm and composed, and Sherwan was already sweating profusely. Senior brother. Looking at the ambiguous arrangement in the room, Sherwan's heart was already in a state of retreat. Elder brother, listen to me. The night passed. The pimp of the Hong mansion looked at the elegant room with the door closed and a smile appeared on his face. Egu, worthy of being a genius, fighting fiercely. This night down, Miss Chuanli is going to be tossed around. Hurry up and go buy me some tonic medicine for Miss Chuanli. It was morning, and many of the guests had just gotten up, and when they heard that Sherwan had spent the night with Chuanli, the flower girl, in the elegant room, they were also very surprised. Turns out this genius is also a womanizer. A sexily dressed woman comes out in her room. Miss Chunli, how was last night? Chunli bowed her head and replied in shame. Young Stone is very gentle. The crowd listened with envy. The flower girl is not for ordinary people to sleep with. To everyone's surprise, Sherwan never left the elegant room, and at noon, the flower girl, Chunli, was once again summoned into the elegant room and did not leave until the next day. Sherwan also swaggered away at this point. Sherwan is not only a womanizer, but also a hothead. Hey, I heard that when he was initiated, he was so honest that he almost couldn't get into the sect. I didn't expect. TSK 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 TSK. So it's a fellow traveler too. The two of them, Sherwan and Lu Chongkong, walked on the avenue of the spiritual martial sect, one with a smile on his face and the other with a red face. Senior brother Sure, extraordinary battle prowess. Senior brother Sure, there's a better one in the house next door. Do you want me to invite you there once? Brother Stone. Anyone who met a disciple of the spirit martial sect would be asked a question. Sherwan's face went black. Lu Chongkong, on the other hand, answered one by one. Senior brother, my reputation this is gone? Lu Chongkong nodded his head. Probably. Elder brother, take it easy. Think about it. Those poor women at Yi Hong House. You're sacrificing yourself to save them. So what's next? You're still under my command next. Lu Chongkong was in a great mood at this time. It was only 2 days, and he had already cultivated to the 8th level of body tempering. It wouldn't be long before he reached the true Qi realm and became an inner disciple. And the plan is proceeding to a critical point. Now the entire spirit martial sect knew that Sherwan had gone to Yi Hong House. Go back and talk to Master. When they found Rin Ping, they realized that Rin Ping was lying on a chair, watching Mai Qingqing meditate and cultivate under the sun in the distance. When Lu Chongkong saw the aura on Mai Qingqing's body, he couldn't help but be shocked. Mai Qingqing had unexpectedly reached the 2nd level of body tempering now. It's only been 2 days. When he thought of his own master's powerful methods, he was relieved. It must be master's tactics. Ren Ping was a bit confused. He swore that he really hadn't bestowed any words on Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing's cultivation talent was a bit fierce. It was only a hair's breadth behind Sherwan, who had the green word. Saving someone on the street turns out to be genius. In the past 2 days, Ren Ping's diet was all taken care of by Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing becomes the maid of honor role. What's the catch? Ren Pin looked to the two men. Sherwan is a little less eager to talk. Lu Chongkong replied, Master, all we need is an east wind. It's still a matter of cooperation from your senior brother. Ren Pin waved his hand. Okay, go for it. Don't delay the disciple examination. Sherwan wanted to say something, but finally followed Lu Chongkong out the door. Elder brother, you have to listen to me next. Ren Pin is in a good mood today. He caught the spirit fish, but unfortunately, it was not a new species, but a green spirit fish. Thinking that the two Sherwan people had already left the door, he had no choice but to give the spirit fish to Mai Qingqing. This fish, for you to eat. Remember to cook, and feed the cat. Mai Qingqing looked at the large pile of fish in front of her and nodded heavily. Thank you Elder Ren. Wait a minute and it's fried. Today we're having mapo tofu, and huevos rancheros. Mapo tofu was taught by Ren Ping. My Qingqing's cooking skills were better than Sherwan's, and in this area of the kitchen, she could already crush Sherwan. Chapter 22, Give me a statement. Runpin's life is getting simpler. He hadn't intentionally cultivated for this period of time, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of Yang Yuan. As for strength, he didn't know to what extent. He doesn't have to fight and kill anyway. Luck. Looking at the small fish in his hand, Renping broke into a smile. This little fish is silver white in color and is quite pretty when placed in the hand like a short sword. Inside this big river with abundant aura, this kind of small fish was hard to see. Unlock the new spirit fish species, swordfish. The small fish in his hand was clearly a spirit fish. In this big river, this swordfish is considered a rare kind. Renping had just arrived today not even half an hour ago, and the spirit fish had already taken the bait. A smile spreads across Renping's face, who hasn't caught a lingcod in days. On the other side of the spirit martial sect, Sherwan's face was ugly. Elder Lai, aren't you going to give me a statement? Sherwan was standing in front of Lai Guanxing's compound. Behind him, there was a large group of spirit martial sect disciples watching the action. The expressions on their faces were wonderful. Genius disciples drinking in public to the inner sect elders. This kind of thing was not the first time in the spirit martial sect, but for the sake of a prostitute, blocking the doorway of the inner gate elders. This is the first time to see this thing. This is no longer with outrageous can be described. It is simply ridiculous. Genius disciple Sherwanshi liked to visit brothels and was a 7-star ladybug, and this matter had already spread throughout the entire spirit martial sect. Sherwan has been living in the boudoir of the flower girl of Yihong house for 2 consecutive days, and he does not care about other prostitutes, but the flower girl of Yihong house, which makes Sherwan very devoted. However, on the 3rd day, Sherwan met with many spirit martial sect to go to Yihong house for a night of spring, but he was told that the flower girl of Yihong house had disappeared. Sherwan unexpectedly went on a public rampage and went straight to the head of the owner of Yihong Lu. The spiritual martial sect elders had properties outside, and everyone knew about these things. It's no secret that Lai Guanxing is the owner of Yihong house. Lai Guanxing was in a daze at this point. He recognizes Sherwan, but doesn't understand why Sherwan's is blocking his doorway to chastise him. He had heard about Sherwan's talent long ago, and for this kind of genius, he, an inner sect elder, did not want to offend. If Sherwan breaks through to a higher realm in the future, and holds a high position in the spiritual martial arts sect, or even sits in the position of the patriarch, pinning him is still a breeze. Senior nephew sure, what's the big deal? There are things to talk about. A smile appeared on Lai Guanxing's face. Humph, Elder Lai, where is my Chunli? Sherwan blushed. Lai Guanxing froze. Who is the Chunli that Master Sure nephew is talking about? Lai Guanxing wasn't playing dumb. He really doesn't know who Chunli is. One of the youths, seeing Lai Guanxing like this, immediately ran over and attached himself to Lai Guanxing's ear and whispered, Master, Chunli is the head girl of Yihong Lu. This youth is a disciple of Lai Guanxing. Lai Guanxing froze when he heard this. A flower girl? Is that so? Sure, Master Nephew. So it's this Chunli ah. There are other beautiful women at the Excelsior. Lai Guanxing was also surprised. For a flower girl, blocking his doorway, this man used his love deeply. But someone like that could work for him. The last thing he needs at Jardine House is women. A smile spread across Lai Guanxing's face. Elder Lai, I only want Chunli. Sherwan's face remained ugly. If you don't hand over Chunli today, this won't pass. The crowd was surprised to hear this. Sherwan is a 7-star ladybug no less, but I didn't realize that he's also an infatuated person. Just Chunli, the flower girl, and no other women. Lai Guanxing still had a smile on his face. Sure, Master Nephew. Chunli disappeared for no reason. I will definitely find it back. Why don't Master Nephew first go to Yihong Lu to sit for a little while? Lai Guanxing naturally wanted to calm Sherwan's anger now. Young man, it's normal to do something impulsive for a flower girl. As long as he guided it a bit, this Sherwan would surely be able to be used for him. What's the point of being blocked at the door by Sherwan? Where are the tangible benefits? Interesting. Sherwan's next action made everyone freeze in place. Only a flash of Sherwan's figure directly disappeared in place, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Lai Guanxing. Before the crowd could react, Sherwan had already slapped Lai Guanxing on his old face. Didn't you hear what I said? I want Chunli. If you don't hand it over today, this isn't over. Sherwan's voice rang out. The crowd was stunned. Take a shot at the inner sect elders? Ishwan has so much guts. What's wrong with you? Lai Guanxing felt the fiery pain on his face. Sherwan's slap was not light. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation realm had already reached Yang Yuan, this slap could have swollen his face. Lai Guanxing's face instantly turned ironic. Sherwan, don't seek your own death. Lai Guanxing snorted coldly. Sherwan was only at the early True Qi realm. If he wanted to make a move, he could directly take down Sherwan. Lai Guanxing is still holding back. It's really not good to go against a genius. Sherwan lifts his leg and kicks out. the crowd's faces became even more brilliant. Sure one, dare to make a move against my master? Don't think you're already number one in the inner sect. Lai Guangxing's disciple jumped out. His cultivation was mediocre amongst the inner disciples, and now he was only in the middle stage of true qi. But it was more than enough to clean up an early stage of true qi. Sure one didn't even look at him. With another flash of his figure, that Lai Guangxing's disciple flew out. What the hell? Everyone didn't see Sure Wan's movements and only knew that he had executed a body technique. Lai Guangxing's eyesight is quite good, and it is difficult to hide the horror in his eyes. The Xian-ranked body martial skill had actually been cultivated by Sure Wan to the point of pure perfection. That's how long it took to get started. Sure, master nephew, I can understand your disrespect just now. Lai Guangxing really doesn't want to get his hands dirty. As soon as Lai Guangxing's words fell, there was a blur before his eyes. Sure Wan came to him again. I said I want Chun-Li. Sure Wan threw out a punch, his powerful true qi revealing itself. The crowd's faces changed drastically. It was actually the peak of true qi. Sure Wan showed his cultivation. Even more so, he performed the Empyrean fist and thrashed Lai Guangxing. Lai Guangxing retreated back and forth, dodging the amazing punches. He was shocked and angry. Shocked at Sure Wan's talent. Angry that Sure Wan didn't know what to do. Senior nephew Sure, if you keep this up, I won't be polite. Sure Van, however, didn't care and launched back-to-back attacks on him. The powerful martial skill caused Lai Guangxing to burst back in succession. Even though his cultivation level was higher, he couldn't ignore Sure Wan's martial skills. What kind of talent is that? Both Xian rank martial arts were cultivated to this level. Old thief, eat my punch. Sure Wan struck with anger, forcing Lai Guangxing to fight back. The crowd was shocked that Sure Wan's strength had reached such a level. Even the inner sect elders were not its opponents. Chapter 23, This can work. The more Lai Guangxing fought, the more alarmed he became, and he realized that he was no match for Sure Wan. He couldn't figure out how Sure Wan actually cultivated a cultivation level at the peak of true qi. On the contrary, cultivating two Xian-ranked martial arts to such an extent, was this still a human being? Under Sure Wan's fierce attack, Lai Guangxing was careless and was directly hit in the chest by a punch. His figure flew out backwards and landed not far away. Sure Wan came to Lai Guangxing, coldly. If you don't hand over Chun-Li, I'll have you. After saying that, Sure Wan directly turned around and left. Lai Guangxing looked at Sure Wan's distant back, and although there was anger in his heart, he could not vent it. He grabbed his own disciple over. Where's that Chun-Li? What's her name? Find it. Now that's a disgrace to the old face. After decades of initiation, he couldn't even beat a disciple. And this disciple is still freshly initiated. Sure Wan came to a deserted place, and Lu Chongkong stepped out on the side. Elder brother is awesome. He had a smile on his face. Sure Wan smiled bitterly. Is this really okay? Lu Chongkong nodded repeatedly. Yes, why not? The next step is to denounce Lai Guangxing. The weight of a genius is not heavier than an inner sect elder? Sure Wan nodded. Fame and all that, he didn't care. Just be able to do what your master told you to do. That Jardine House flower girl has long been hidden by the two of them. This whole thing is nothing more than an attempt to draw attention away from the crowd. Lu Chongkong's cultivation at this time had already reached the 8th level of body tempering. It hadn't been 2 days, and it had already jumped several small realms in a row. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the true Qi realm and become an inner disciple of the spirit martial sect. He also didn't think that he, a waste, could have such a cultivation speed. In less than half a day, this piece of information spread throughout the entire spirit martial sect. A talented disciple beat up an elder over a hooker and won. While the crowd was amazed at Sure Wan's talent, they also sighed at Sure Wan's youthfulness, that he had actually ed with an inner sect elder. Inner sect elders, there was no one above them except the patriarch and the chiefs of the peaks. Sure Wan's master was only an inner sect elder. Moreover, an inner sect elder without cultivation. How dare you? On Xian Body Peak, Zhang Zuoyang's face was a bit ugly. Elder Lai, you. Looking at Lai Guangxing's nose and face, Zhang Zuoyang didn't know what to say. Can't even beat an inner disciple. Senior brother Zhang, that kid. Zhang Zuoyang waved his hand. A loss is a loss. Where there are so many more excuses. He just didn't expect that punk Ren Ping to pick up a treasure this time. That disciple of his who had just been initiated hadn't even broken through to the true Qi realm by now. Sure Wan was already at the peak of true Qi. This gap. Zhang Zuoyang was in no mood when he thought of this. This is a matter for you to deal with. As the chief elder of the Xian Body Peak, he should have intervened in this kind of matter. After all, it was the elder of the Xian Body Peak who had been beaten up, but he just didn't have the face to show up. Is it hard to ask him, a chief elder, to make a move? It's more or less embarrassing, isn't it? Although he could not look at Ren Ping and dreamed of Ren Ping getting out of the spiritual martial sect, Ren Ping's disciple was indeed a genius. But this genius, it seems a little out of the ordinary. Spirit martial sect's main peak. The corners of Jiang Changji's mouth twitched as he listened to the reports from the disciples below. He beat up Lai Guangxing, peak true chi, there are still 2 Xian rank martial arts, and the emptiness fist has been perfected? Jiang Changji didn't even know what to say now. For what? A prostitute? Jiang Changji's face became even more brilliant. Yi Hong Lu is Lai Guangxing's property? Such a talent in cultivation, but go to visit brothels, not doing their job. What kind of behavior is it? And this Lai Guangxing, Jiang Changji is a little sore. Such cultivation talent, worshipped Rinping as a teacher even if, and to visit brothels, he didn't even know how to describe it. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the great hall. Patriarch, Shirwan seeks an audience. Jiang Changji froze for a moment. Shirwan's current talent was already considered to be the strongest in the spirit martial sect, but what was he doing looking for himself at this time? Let him come in. When Jiang Changji saw Shirwan was holding a large pile of things. Sovereign, disciple Shirwan, come to receive punishment. Jiang Changji looked at Shirwan with a smirk. Intersect disciples rushing intersect elders, counting this as disrespecting the master. Shirwan had expected it. Disciple recognizes the punishment. Jiang Changji frowned. This kind of thing, according to the rules of the gate, should indeed be regulated. Otherwise the disciples under the door are all lawless. When the time comes, the Lingwu sect will be disorganized. However, with a talent like Shirwan's, it's hard to say that it's going to be a real punishment. You go back and face the wall for 3 months. The matter is closed. Jiang Changji can only do what he can do. A genius like that, anywhere else, people would be holding it in the palm of their hands. In case Shirwan centrifuged against the Lingwu sect, the loss would outweigh the gain. Disciple has one more thing to report. Shirwan received his punishment and added, what else? Jiang Changji was about to teach this genius to go to the land of flowers and willows less. Patriarch, Elder Lai of Xian body peak traffics in human beings and forces Liang into prostitution. Here's the evidence. Shirwan took out a book ledger in his arms. These came from the Jardine house. Jiang Changji froze straight away. Is Shirwan having trouble with Lai Guangxing? For a whore? For what? Is it time to introduce this boy to a woman? Sure, master nephew. For the sake of a redhead. It's not as bad as fabricating evidence. Patriarch master. You'll know at a glance. Shirwan presented the ledger in his hand. Jiang Changji looked at the number on the ledger and frowned. Where did you get this? Naturally, it's Excelsior. Jiang Changji's face was extremely brilliant. Patriarch senior uncle. The spirit martial sect is a holy land of cultivation, and in 100 miles around, it is considered a great sect. Shirwan admired the spiritual martial arts sect immensely before he worshipped the spiritual martial arts sect. Unexpected. The elder of the spirit martial sect did something as underhanded as this, Shirwan said in a deep voice. Jiang Changji's eyebrows had twisted into a Chuan character. It had been hard enough for him. On one side is a talented disciple. On the other side is an inner sect elder. If this ledger is true, then Lai Guangxing really deserves to die. But this is a matter that concerns the face of the spirit martial sect. He waved his hand. I'll take care of this matter. You go back to practicing. Shirwan saw that his purpose had been accomplished before he retired. Senior brother, can this matter really be accomplished? If this doesn't work out, we'll have to ask the master. The two of them, Shirwan and Lu Changkong, returned to Renping's courtyard, and after informing them of the matter one by one, Renping nodded his head. It was done, and he was quite happy with it. Chapter 24, See Concentration. First, he drew the attention of others to show Shirwan's talent, and finally went to meet Patriarch Jiang Changji. It's okay. Renping gives his assessment. They won't be needed for what comes next. Kong Changqi will take care of it. Sure enough, the day before the disciple examination, news of Lai Guangxing's death came. Lu Changkong came to report that Yihong Mansion is closed. It's all done in secret. Renpin was not surprised by this. The spirit martial sect wanted face after all. These things are done in secret. The flower and willow places in the town below the mountain are also seeing remediation. Sort of a happy ending for all. The only one depressed is Shirwan. His reputation is kind of ruined. Everyone knows that he, the genius, likes to visit brothels. Mai Qingqing had now completely replaced Shirwan's post, and the housework and meals within the compound had been taken care of by Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing's cultivation talent was very good. Only a few days later, she was already at the 4th level of body tempering. Both Shirwan and Lu Changkong thought that this was Renping's tactic. Only Renping knew that this Mai Qingqing's cultivation talent was even more powerful than the so-called nascent soul body. The disciple examination is over? Looking at the delighted Lu Changkong, Renping asked. Lu Changkong and Shirwan came in company. Shirwan also revealed a rare smile. He was holding a long sword in his hand, which should be the reward for the first place in this disciple examination. With his current strength, the first time of the disciple examination, there was no suspense. It was difficult for him to have only spiritual weapons and no martial skills. Lu Chongkong, help me find some novelties, ores, spirit plants and the like. Ren Ping spoke up. He realized that there was nothing left within the spirit martial sect for him to extract words from, but he didn't want to go out, so he had to ask Lu Chongkong to look for some special ores or spiritual plants outside. When Lu Chongkong heard this, he immediately remembered the Yunlin stone he brought back last time. He thought to himself that his master's cultivation was unfathomable, had a different quest for these things. Those former senior people should all have some special fetish. I didn't realize that the master was the same. Lu Chongkong had also passed the outer disciples examination this time. He could cultivate in the spirit martial middle outer sect for 5 years, but it looked like within a short period of time he would break through to the true Qi realm and be promoted to an inner disciple. Does master have any requests for these objects? Lu Chongkong inquired. Ren Pin replied. The rarer the better. Disciple understands. Lu Chongkong led the way. Lu Chongkong was a resourceful person and it was most appropriate to go and do this. Ren Ping looked at Shirwan again. Practice hard. Sword-type martial arts are up to you. Originally, Ren Ping wanted to find a sword-type martial art for Shirwan, but go out once did not find, but instead encountered the Yihong Lu. This kind of thing forces Ren Ping no longer go out of the mind. Anyway, with Shirwan's current talent and the spiritual martial sect belonged to the meat and potatoes, as long as he revealed his desire to cultivate sword-type martial arts, the spirit martial sect would send the martial arts to him. Disciple understands. Shirwan naturally wouldn't demand too much from Ren Ping. He only felt that it was his master who looked down on these sword-type martial arts and told himself to fight for it. Alright, go and cultivate well. Doesn't master need me to cook? Shirwan just got up and suddenly thought of something, then asked. Ren Ping gave him a blank look and pointed to the dishes on the table. You can fry this dish? Shirwan looked at the brightly colored and oddly shaped dishes on the table, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's only been a few days. Are master's dishes so fancy? It's amazing how a radish can carve a flower. He admitted that he was unable to do this. Go cultivate. There's nothing for you to do. My Ching brought a cup of tea aside. Is old Dean still going fishing today? Go, of course. Ren Ping carried his fishing rod out the door and found a random fishing spot in the big river within the spirit martial sect. After throwing the fish hook down the river, the aura on his body suddenly surged. The aura that uniquely belonged to the sea condensation realm suddenly erupted. Ren Ping paused his stance slightly to adjust the violent aura in his body. Without realizing it, I've already reached the sea condensation realm. The spirit martial sect doesn't seem to have many sea condensation realms either. With the purple words, Ren Ping had long since reached the peak of the Yang Yuan realm. In today's surprisingly, he had already broken through to the sea condensation realm without even realizing it. The sea condensation realm in a cultivation sect like the spirit martial sect was already an expert among experts, and could serve as the chief elder of a party. Now in the entire spirit martial sect, other than senior patriarch, and those few hidden supreme elders, the others should not be my opponents. Ugh, forget it. It's better to be steady. Keep fishing. The breakthrough in the realm did not cause Ren Ping to have any emotional fluctuations. With the ability to extract words, breaking through realms was as simple as eating and drinking. Breaking through the realm every few days wasn't much of a surprise to anyone else. We need to collect more martial arts skills for our bodies in a while. This can be unused, but it must be there. For Ren Ping, it was possible not to go into a life and death fight, but the strength had to be there. Above the sea condensation realm was the Dan condensation realm. The spirit Dan realm was already a powerful party, and could open up forces to guard a party. Immediately after Ren Ping finished adjusting his own breath, he cast his vision back onto the river. Take the bait. Ren Ping lifted the fishing rod and a huge thing was raised to the surface by him. Spirit fish again. What luck these days, Ren Ping exclaimed. Not knowing what the reason was, he had caught various kinds of spirit fish in the past few days in a row. There were more than a dozen varieties of spirit fish within this river, and they had almost been unlocked by him. Ren Ping removed the spirit fish and set it aside. At this time, there was a figure in the distance. Walking towards this place, Ren Ping took a look to see that it was actually Lu Chongkong. He raised an eyebrow. Lu Chongkong should be on a clan mission at this time. After all, Lu Chongkong was still an outer disciple, and his free time was very limited on weekdays. Disciple pays homage to master. Lu Chongkong came behind Ren Ping. So free? Lu Chongkong scratched his head. Hey, master, as the saying goes, I have my own great scholar to argue my case for me. Hearing this, Ren Ping knew what was going on. Lu Chongkong's realm had already reached the 7th level of body tempering at this point. It was estimated that they had revealed their cultivation directly among the outer sects, showing their potential. There were large numbers of disciples in the outer sect who flattered him and would work for him. What is your business in coming here? Ren Ping asked. Lu Chongkong took out a few stones in his arms. Mastermind. Ren Ping took a look and became interested. These stones were not big, but their colors were very peculiar, and they were rare at first glance. Nice. Ren Ping took the stone. More of these rarities. Just wait a moment. Chapter 25, Flesh Body Cultivation Talent. Lu Changkong had brought a total of 5 stones, and the words of the 5 stones were already displayed in Renping's field of vision. Diamond. Word, 1. Tough, green, colored Lin stone. Word, 1. Colored Lin bloodline, white. Kunmingite. Word, 1. Foam structure, white. There is only one green word among these 5 stones. What is the origin of these stones? Renping opened his mouth and asked. Master, these stones are common weapon refining materials, all purchased by disciples in the neighborhood. Renping nodded and picked out another grayish-brown stone among the 5. What does the stone say? It was the diamond that Renping was pinching in his hand. Master, this is diamond, which is also a weapon refining material. It has a very hard texture, is extremely difficult to refine, and produces an extremely high yield. Generally low-rank level spirit weapons can't use this ore. The price is lower. Renping nodded his head and then extracted the toughness word in the diamond. The green word is not bad. He then opened his mouth and asked, although you are my named disciple, preaching is the way of a teacher. Have you ever wanted to practice the way? By that, I mean what kind of path I want to practice. Generally people in the practice have specialties. For example, the flying sword strike was based on sword Dao martial arts, and the disciples practiced sword Dao martial arts, with extraordinary attack power, and body techniques that were mainly ethereal and agile. For example, the Xian body peak mainly cultivated the physical body, and most of them used full palm kung fu, a powerful physical body, and one power. The reason why Renping asked this was because the diamond words that had just been extracted were exactly suitable for practicing the way of the flesh. Lu Changkong shook his head and said with a slightly bitter smile, my disciple's natural talent is stupid. If not for Master's help, I'm afraid that I would have left the spirit martial sect by now. How can I expect to cultivate any Dao? The disciple's path is all up to the master. Renping nodded and bestowed the green toughness phrase he had just extracted directly to Lu Changkong. He then said, you will take the path of flesh cultivation in the future. Go on. Lu Changkong is unknown. He knows his cultivation talent. He walked towards his residence without realizing that his body was changing radically. After Lu Changkong left, Renping was also deeply feeling the changes in his body. What Lu Changkong got was the green toughness phrase. What Renping got instead was the blue toughness phrase. In Renping's perception, his body's skeletal muscles had undergone a huge change in an instant, and were more than 5 times stronger than before. Resistance to blows goes up in a straight line. With a physique like his, if he practiced the way of the flesh with half the effort, but he had no interest. In the blink of an eye he became a genius in the way of the flesh. Renping, permanent words, absorb aura, blue, enlightenment, purple, feed transformation, green, toughness, blue, temporarily owned words, 0, number of extractable entries, 9. At this point Renping already had 4 words. Over a month's accumulation, the number of times the word can be extracted is now up to 9. Suffering from the lack of something special for him to extract the words, the number of times the words have been extracted has been stored until now. Not bad. Renping nodded in satisfaction. Absorbing aura words gave him an appalling cultivation speed. The enlightenment Tanshan words allowed him to cultivate martial arts as simple as eating and drinking. The eating transformation phrase was only green, but anything that was eaten inside Renping's stomach would be transformed into Reiki and absorbed by him. The toughness phrase skyrockets his ability to take a hit. The role of each phrase is not to be overlooked. With these 4 phrases, although he was only at the beginning of the sea condensation realm, Renping was already an unrivaled existence in the sea condensation realm. At least in the spirit martial sect's territory, there was no sea condensation realm as perverse as his. Keep fishing. Renping hung the bait on the hook and threw it into the river again. Lu Changkong was returning to his residence at this time. He was very puzzled by Renping's prompting. Master has asked me to follow the path of physical body cultivation, but my talent in the way of flesh cultivation is really mediocre. Lu Changkong had stayed in the outer sect for a few years. His digging into himself had reached the extreme. Any cultivation talent he had tried, and during that time, he had also tested his physical body cultivation talent. Only mediocre. Look out! Just as Lu Changkong was lost in thought, suddenly a loud shout came from the front. Lu Changkong looked up in horror, only to realize that he had come underneath a large sky-high tree, and at the top of the tree there was an outer sect disciple holding a saw blade and was shouting at him, and a 3-foot thick tree trunk was falling in mid-air. Lu Changkong wanted to dodge, but realized that the speed of the tree trunk falling was too fast. He said in his mind that it was over. He had just worshipped a master, and under the master's heavenly means, the speed of cultivation had skyrocketed, and it wouldn't be long before he would be able to break through to the true Qi realm and become an inner disciple. As the saying goes, the future was bright, but it was at this time that this accident happened. The trunk that fell in midair and weighed 1,000 pounds is no ordinary tree, not to mention him, an outer disciple of the body tempering realm. Even if an inner disciple of the true Qi realm was smashed, he would be seriously injured and half mutilated. As soon as Lu Changkong thought about it, the huge tree trunk zoomed infinitely in his field of vision. All he felt was two black eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found this 1,000-pound tree trunk pressing down on him. The outer disciple who had cut down the tree had already called out for several people to be on the sidelines, ready to remove the 1,000-pound trunk. Lu Changkong froze. I can't believe I'm not dead? Everywhere in his body, there were bursts of intense pain. After a moment's time, Lu Changkong felt the huge object pressing down on his body disappear. The huge trunk was finally removed. Come to the rescue. The outer disciple holding the saw blade anxiously shouted. Outer disciples perform multiple tasks, and he received the task of repairing a tree trunk, not realizing that he had smashed a person. This is just too much luck. A 1,000-pound tree trunk smashed down. Which outer disciple could hold it? The few outer disciples who helped him leave the tree trunk together shook their heads. It's hopeless when something this heavy comes down. The outer disciple holding the saw blade directly sat paralyzed to the side. It's over. Smashing fellow disciples to death. He's going to be expelled from the sect. Just when he was in a state of utter despair, Lu Changkong patted his head and stood up. He looked at his body in puzzlement. Another glance at the 1,000-pound trunk next to him. It was as if he knew why his master had told him to cultivate the way of the flesh. I'm surprised I didn't die when something this heavy came down on me. Moreover, the injuries on his body were not obvious. Only his internal organs were shaken. For people who cultivated, this injury was nothing at all. Amidst the puzzled eyes of those few outer disciples, Lu Changkong showed a look of ecstasy and left with a big smile on his face. Chapter 26. Don't delay disciples' cultivation. Lu Changkong was finally noticing the changes in himself. He returned to his residence, the joy on his face hard to hide, being hit by a weight of thousands of pounds without much injury. As a person in cultivation, he knew very well what this meant. Lu Changkong took out a small knife and slashed at his own arm, realizing that it didn't cut through the skin. Lu Changkong was stunned. What kind of divine ability has master performed? So horrible. I can't believe I was allowed to have such a gift. Lu Changkong could be said to admire Rinping's methods to the core. These tactics were beyond his imagination. Master must be a hidden power. Only a legendary great power would possess such a means. Rinping didn't care about that. He had just returned home after fishing when he saw an inner disciple at the door. Mai Qingqing looked at the inner disciple warily. It looked like it was blocked by Mai Qingqing. Elder Rin is back. Seeing Rinping, Mai Qingqing went forward to greet him. In just a few days of work, Mai Qingqing's cultivation had already reached the 4th level of body tempering, which could be considered extremely talented. In Rinping's vision, Mai Qingqing's identity had also changed. Mackenzie, status, maid of honor, word, none, may be given. Mai Qingqing was now Rinping's maid. Renping can also bestow words, but Renping was in no hurry. The right word for what he hasn't found yet. What's wrong? Renping looked toward the inner disciple. He said he was coming to see you. I won't let him in, McQueen explained. Renping was stunned. He didn't hold any position in the spiritual martial sect. He was a hollowed-out inner sect elder. How come there were still disciples looking for him? At this time, that inner disciple had already come forward. He arched his hand at Renping's. Elder Ren, the chief elder is invited. This inner disciple was an inner disciple of the Flying Sword Peak, and Renping was the inner elder of the Flying Sword Peak. The so-called chief elder in his mouth was naturally the chief elder of Flying Sword Peak. Renping raised an eyebrow, not understanding what the chief elder was looking for in himself. Did the chief say what it was about? That inner disciple shook his head. The chief elder only sent me to inform you to come forward, and did not inform you of the details. The words have been brought to you. Elder Ren, be my guest. After saying that, this inner disciple turned around and left. If it had been before, he would have gone ballistic if he had been blocked from Renping's door. But now Renping's identity was unusual. The disciple under him, Sure One, was in full swing, and even the elders were no match for him. See the Buddha's face even if you don't see the monk's face. What surprised him even more was that the penniless Renping had a maid. In his heart, he secretly said that Renping had picked up a treasure, having taken in such a disciple as Sure One. In the spirit martial sect, it could be said that the teacher was a valuable disciple. Watching that inner disciple go away, Renping looked at Mai Qingqing. Elder Ren, did I do something wrong? When Mai Qingqing was given such a look by him, she thought that she had done something wrong by blocking the person out of the door. Renping laughed out loud. It's fine. Go cook. I'll be back to eat later. Dispelling Mai Qingqing's concerns, Renping put down the fishing tackle in his hands, turned around and walked towards the Great Hall of the Flying Sword Peak. He had no presence at all in Flying Sword Peak. The only connection with the Flying Sword Peak is the titular on the Flying Sword Peak. He only knew that Flying Sword Peak focused on sword cultivation, and that the chief elder was named Qin Jianfeng, with a cultivation at the sea condensation realm. He didn't have many encounters with Chen Jianfeng either, but it's just that you'll say hello when you meet up. Along the way, Renping was speculating on what exactly it was because of. This was the first time Chen Jianfeng had asked Renping to meet him. Soon, Renping made his way straight up the mountain peak to the top of Flying Sword Peak, where there was a large hall that was the centerpiece of Flying Sword Peak. Chief Elder Chen Jianfeng practiced here. Elder Qian, Renping seeks an audience. Arriving outside the hall, Renping saw that it was empty and there was not a single silhouette at all, so he shouted loudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, voices came out from within the great hall. Senior Brother Rin is here. Quickly come in. That was a very polite tone to say the least. Renping gave a dark cry of wonder. Although Chen Jianfeng hadn't suppressed him before, he hadn't been this polite either. Renping walked into the main hall and saw that within the main hall there was an old man dressed in the attire of an intersect elder within the spirit martial sect. His hair was white, his face did not have a beard, and he was carrying a long sword on his waist. He looked like a refined old man. Chief Master, Renping greeted and was invited to sit down. Chen Jianfeng poured Renping a cup of tea. Senior Ren, drink tea. Renping took a sip from his teacup and said slowly, I don't know what Chief Senior Brother has asked me to come here for this time. Renping opened the door. At home, my Qingqing should be almost ready for dinner. He had to go back to eat. Senior Ren is in no hurry. Senior Brother envies you for taking in such a good disciples. As soon as Chen Jianfeng opened his mouth, he praised Shirwan. Renping was smiling, and in his heart, he had already guessed what this Chen Jianfeng had asked himself to come over because of. So it's Ishwan. Just luck, Renping said modestly. Chen Jianfeng added with a twist of words. Senior Brother Ren, since ancient times, most of those who are gifted have been able to reach the summit and achieve supreme cultivation. Among them, there are also some gifted people, because at the beginning of the cultivation, there is no famous teacher to guide them, and they take the wrong path, resulting in going astray, and their cultivation falls to the ground, and they lose the name of genius. The disciple under your door, Shirwan, is a person of great talent, but it is a pity. Senior Brother Ren, have you ever thought of having Shirwan switch to my name? With all due respect, Senior Rin does not have a cultivation level, making it difficult for him to guide Shirwan on the path of cultivation. And, moreover, the path of cultivation requires many more resources. Although my cultivation isn't high, I'm still at the sea condensation realm, and I'm considered top in the spirit martial sect. Instructing Shirvan is kind of enough. Moreover, I have quite a lot of business outside of the spiritual martial sect, and there is no shortage of cultivation resources at all. So for Shirwan, worshipping me as a teacher is even more conducive to cultivation. Listening to Chen Jianfeng's flurry of words, Renping sighed in his heart. It is true that people are all seeking benefits. Shirwan's talent was now on display, and he could rival the Yang Yuan realm, so he could be considered the first genius of the spirit martial sect. Chen Jianfeng actually wanted Shirwan to switch to his name. According to Chen Jianfeng, there's really nothing wrong with it. If he didn't have any cultivation himself, he couldn't help Shirwan. But everything Shirvan has is from himself. What, no cultivation? Renping was also in the sea condensation realm, only that he had practiced a secret method to hide his cultivation, so Chen Jianfeng could not see it at all. If it comes to a fight, Renping possessed several types of word enchantments, and he didn't give a damn about the sea condensation realm. Crushing Chen Jianfeng is just a thought. Chief Senior Brother, so you want Shirwan? Chapter 27, Sword Dao True Intent Words. Senior Ren, you must not ruin a genius for your own selfish desires, Chen Jianfeng added. Renping probably understands that Chen Jianfeng himself is not malicious. In the eyes of the onlookers, Shirwan's commitment to his seat was truly a pearl in the rough, but Renping has a golden finger. It was not good for Renping to say these things explicitly, much less expose yourself. He sighed and said in a hushed voice, Chief Senior, I understand what you're saying, but, at that time, when Shirwan was initiated, not a single person was willing to accept him as a disciple, and he almost didn't even make it to the outer sect. It was the senior brother I took him under my wing. I don't think it's a good idea to let him switch to your name now. I'm not going to ink, as long as Shirwan is willing. Naturally, if Shirwan is not willing, this matter will be settled. Renping didn't want to get into a conflict with someone over this little matter. It was also too much trouble for him to just kick the ball to Shirwan. When Chen Jianfeng heard this, he immediately showed a smile on his face. Senior Brother Rin really is a man who knows what's right. Those fellow disciples, they even treated Senior Brother Rin so meanly before. Senior Brother, I've long since grown disenchanted, Chen Jianfeng thought in his heart. With his status as the chief elder of the Flying Sword Peak, if he wanted to accept Shirwan, it was not simple. As long as Renping loosened his mouth, everything would be fine. As long as Shirwan has no problem with his brain, he will worship him. Renping looked at Chen Jianfeng with a smile on his face. Ishwan is sick in the head to worship him. After some more politeness, Renping was also ready to leave. Having just put down his teacup, Renping suddenly thought that there was also an inherited treasure on the flying sword peak. It's like you can comprehend sword intent or something to that effect. Although it wasn't as good as the enlightenment stones on the main peak of the spirit martial sect, it was still not bad. Chief's senior brother, I heard that there is a treasure on our flying sword peak that can help disciples comprehend the true meaning of sword techniques. I wonder if it's true. Shen Jianfeng was in a good mood at this time and laughed. Naturally it's true. Any disciple of my flying sword peak inner sect will have the opportunity to go to the broken sword to comprehend the true meaning of the sword Dao. In the future, Sherwan will also go and comprehend the true meaning of the sword Dao. Renping continued. Elder brother, could it be convenient for me to take a look? Shen Jianfeng was stunned. This remnant sword was the inherited treasure of Flying Sword Peak. It was considered the core treasure of Flying Sword Peak. If it was usual, naturally, it could not be accessed by other people. And this thing had always been under the control of him, the chief elder of Flying Sword Peak. But today, he was in a really good mood. Moreover, Renping had no cultivation. So what could he realize? What's the harm in looking? This remnant sword was found on the Flying Sword Peak. I don't know how many years it's been here. And on it there is the true meaning of the sword Dao left behind by a strong person. If you can comprehend it, your future in the sword Dao will be unlimited. Today, seeing that senior brother is so sensible, I'll let senior brother see what's in front of his eyes. Senior brother, follow me. Shen Jianfeng also had some selling to do. He led Renping out of the great hall to an open space. Shen Jianfeng took out a token and waved his hand towards the front, and a formation was revealed. Renping was surprised. The spirit martial sect had a mountain peak named Formation Peak, practicing the way of formations, and this formation was presumably from the hands of Formation Peak. Run senior brother, this remnant sword is very important. I begged for the formation on the peak of the formation, to hide people's ears. If I don't personally lead, I simply can't see this remnant sword. Renping secretly said in his heart, Shen Jianfeng is a real tart. The enlightenment stone above the main peak of the spirit martial sect was even more important than the broken sword, and could not be guarded by any formations. This formation was obviously added by Shen Jianfeng privately. I remember there is an enlightenment stone on the main peak, Renping said to himself. Shen Jianfeng laughed as he opened the formation. The enlightenment stone doesn't need an array at all. That thing is not useful at all in a short period of time. It takes a year and a half to comprehend it before it has any effect at all, and it can't be moved. It can't be taken away, and there's no point in setting up an array. This broken sword is different. As the formation dispersed, Renping saw the true face of the remnant sword. It was a rusty long sword, a broken sword to be exact. The hilt of the sword was gone, leaving only half of the blade sticking diagonally into the ground. The blade exuded a sharp aura, and in its complete state, it was feared to be very powerful and of extraordinary origin. And in Renping's field of vision, the words of the broken sword were revealed. The broken sword of the 100 battles. Words: 1. Kendo truth, green. 2. Decay, white. Green word. Renping directly chose to extract the sword Dao true intent words. Renping, permanent word. 1. Absorb aura, blue rapidly absorb aura. 2. Enlightenment, purple enlightenment enhancement. Speed of comprehending martial arts and techniques. 3. Eating transformation, green the food eaten will be transformed into aura. For toughness, blue, body toughness, defense increase, temporarily possesses the words, 1. Sword Dao true intent, green increase in the power of sword attacks. Number of extractable entries, 8. The sword Dao true intent phrase serves to increase the power of sword attacks. Not bad, Renping said darkly. Elder brother, have you finished reading? Shen Jianfeng asked from the side. Renping nodded. It doesn't feel all that unusual. Shen Jianfeng laughed. Renping had no cultivation. How did he know the function of this remnant sword? He didn't understand it at all. Renping returned to his residence. Sure enough, the meal was ready. Shervan didn't come back for dinner? Renping realized that he and Mai Qingqing were the only two people eating today. Mai Qingqing sat across from Renping to pick up her meal. Senior brother sure didn't come back. He should have gone out to cultivate. Renping didn't care either. Looking at the meal on the table, colorful and delicious. You're getting better at cooking, Mai Qingqing said. Elder Ren taught me well. Mai Qingqing hadn't been here long, but a lot had changed. When she first came, she always felt that there is a difference between inferiority and superiority, and did not dare to eat at the table. And finally, at the request of Renping, let her eat at the table in a big way. I would have to say that the most progress has been made in the area of cooking. Now Mai Qingqing had mastered many recipes that were not available in this world through Renping's guidance. While the two of them ate their meal, Sherwan came to the great hall of the Flying Sword Peak at this time. He was also called here. Although it is the inner disciple of Flying Sword Peak, Sherwan feels that he has no relationship with Flying Sword Peak either. Other than living in Flying Sword Peak, Nothing else had anything to do with him. What did the chief elder ask me to do? It can't be because I beat up the inner sect elders. It shouldn't be. Lai Guangxing was all secretly dealt with by the patriarch. Master has already eaten. Right. I wonder if there are any leftovers. Shirwan's thoughts drifted, and Qian Jianfeng's voice came from inside the great hall. Is it Shirwan? Come on in. Just in time. Let's eat together. Chapter 28, New Uses of Enlightenment. When Shirwan entered the great hall and saw Qian Jianfeng eating, Qian Jianfeng invited him, but Shirwan shook his head. Qian Jianfeng hurriedly ate his meal and made tea for Shirwan, not having the stance of a chief elder at all. This made Shirwan very surprised, and his heart was even more alert. The chief elder was so polite to himself? What's in the gourd? Qian Jianfeng first took out a book in his arms. Sure, master nephew. This Xian rank sword technique martial skill is the best martial skill of our flying sword peak. You just won the first place in the inner sect examination and won the spiritual weapon sword. This martial skill is just right for you. When Shirwan saw the martial arts, his eyes instantly glistened. He had always wanted to find a sword martial skill, and he didn't expect Qian Jianfeng to just give away his Xian rank martial skill. But why? Ishwan wasn't well versed in the ways of the world, but he wasn't a cutie pie either. No credit is due. The inner disciples on Flying Sword Peak who wanted to cultivate martial arts needed to complete a large number of sect tasks, and could only get the martial arts after receiving permission from Qian Jianfeng. Now this Xian rank martial skill was actually placed in front of him like this. I'm afraid there's something going on here. Shirwan was suspicious in his mind, but he still took the books. Seeing Shirwan accept the martial skill, Qian Jianfeng also stated his purpose. Sure nephew. There is another matter that brought you here this time. Qian Jianfeng said slowly. Sure master nephew, you are extremely talented. In the future there is a chance to achieve the legendary realm of Changdan. It's a pity that Senior Rin doesn't have the cultivation level to guide his senior nephew's cultivation. Cultivation all the way, without the guidance of a famous teacher, cannot go far. Waste of talent not to mention. There may even be on the wayward path. When Qian Jianfeng said this, Shirwan's face had changed. Ren Ping was a hidden power in his mind. This flying sword peak elder is nothing more than that, to have eyes that don't recognize Mount Tai. Considering the other party's identity, Shirwan could not afford to snap, and he interrupted Qian Jianfeng in a deep voice. Elder Qian has something to say. Qian Jianfeng didn't beat around the bush anymore and laughed. I intend to take you under my wing. As soon as the sentence was finished, Shirwan snapped to his feet. Elder Qian, you've gone too far. Master has been so kind to me, and you're asking me to do such unethical things? Qian Jianfeng didn't expect Shirwan to be so agitated. He quickly said, Senior nephew, this is for your future. Shirwan had an angry look on his face, clearly resistant to this matter, and he let out a cold snort as he placed the Xian-ranked martial skill in his hand on the table. Elder Qian, I respect you as the chief elder of Flying Sword Peak and don't want to bother with you. Shirwan was completely lacking the appearance of a disciple at this moment, speaking coldly to Qian Jianfeng, the chief of Flying Sword Peak. To him, any Flying Sword Peak chief elder was not as important as his own master. Also ignoring the stunned Qian Jianfeng, Shirwan got up and directly left. Qian Jianfeng shook his head and sighed as he watched Shirwan leave. This young man, he doesn't know what cultivation means? Is practice really about talent? Cultivation is about fighting and killing? Cultivation is about the resources and the human condition. Senior nephew, sooner or later, you'll regret it, and when that time comes, you can come find me, Qian Jianfeng said loudly. Shirwan didn't return his head and directly left the great hall of Flying Sword Peak. Qian Jianfeng wasn't worried that sooner or later, Shirwan would gradually move away from Renping because of the resources, and the various cultivation confusions. Couldn't someone who couldn't cultivate still be the master teacher of a genius? Qian Jianfeng put away the books on his desktop. Rather tough. I'd like to see how long you can be tough. After Shirwan left the Flying Sword Peak Hall, he returned to Renping's courtyard. At this time, the night was getting thicker, the full moon was hanging high, the night wind was blowing, and the air carried a slight coolness. Renping was right in the middle of the courtyard, lying on top of a recliner, feeling the cool night breeze. Master, I'm back. Renping looked up. Eat when you get back. Xingxing should have left you a meal. After running into the kitchen to eat a bit of leftovers, Shirwan was ready to wash up and go back to his room to rest. The encounter in the Great Hall of Flying Sword Peak had infuriated him greatly, but this point shouldn't trouble the master. After all, the master doesn't like trouble. Shirwan, come here for a moment, Renping suddenly said. Master. Shirwan came to Renping's attention. Renping asked as he opened his eyes. You obtained a precious sword spirit weapon a few days ago. Do you want to follow the path of the sword path? Shirwan nodded. Master's eyesight is so good. Disciple does want to cultivate the way of the sword. Renping nodded. He just got the words just right for Shirwan. True intent of sword Dao, green plus 150% power of sword type attacks. Bestow. Renping said in his heart. The words on Shirwan's head in front of him changed. Ishaman, status, disciple. Words, 1. Absorb aura, green fast absorption of aura. 2. Enlightenment, blue plus 500% speed of comprehension of martial arts skills and techniques. 3. True intent of sword Dao, green plus 150% of sword attack power. There are 3 entries in all. Can you practice sword martial arts? Renping asked again. Shirwan wrapped his head around it. Master Lu brought me a yellow rank martial art. It's just that the power is too small. Shirwan after getting a spiritual weapon. Lu Changkong sent him a yellow order martial arts. Shirwan cultivated very quickly. But it was a few days. Will be that martial arts cultivation to the perfect stage. But the power is just too small. With a spiritual weapon boost, the power wasn't as good as if he had performed the Empyrean fist with his bare hands. Total chicken. Renping smiled. Do you want to cast again? Shirwan thought that Renping did not believe in it and drew the long sword in his hand, which was cold under the moonlight. A sword technique was then executed by him, which looked very powerful and overwhelming. Shirwan's face changed when he cast it. The power is up, boosted more than double. He looked at Renping with respect in his eyes. Master teacher. This. Renping laughed out loud. The power isn't small either. Shirwan paused, scratching his head. Master is helping himself again. Other than Renping, who else could possess such means? Show me your sword. Shirwan handed Renping his longsword. Renping took a look. Yellow spirit sword. Words, sharp, white, soft, white. A yellow spirit weapon that felt pretty good in the hand. But unfortunately, there were few extractable words. Returning the longsword to Shirwan, Renping casually said, You are extremely perceptive. Why do you need to pursue higher grade martial arts? This thing called martial arts is also created by human comprehension. Shirwan froze in place, pondering. Just now, when Renping watched Shirwan perform the martial skill, he realized that there were still many areas that could be improved upon, so he reminded a word. Let Ishwan think differently. Shirwan has a blue enlightenment Tongshan phrase. Want to improve martial arts? It is not difficult. Just did not think of this direction. Chapter 29 Lu Changkong crosses the 9 spirits pass. Renping glanced at his words. Renping, permanent word, 1. Absorb aura, blue absorb aura at plus 500% speed. 2. Enlightenment, purple enlightenment enhancement. Comprehension of martial arts and feats speed plus 1000%. 3. Feeding transformation, green all food eaten will be transformed into aura. 4. Toughness, blue physical toughness, plus 500% defense. 5. True intent of sword Dao, blue plus 500% of sword attack power. Temporarily possesses the word, none. Number of extractable entries, 8. Looking at the increased blue words, Renping revealed a smile. Even though he didn't know any sword martial arts either, more of these things like words were better. Find a sword martial art to practice sometime. Renping's life remained uneventful, usually going out fishing and casually absorbing aura to enhance his cultivation. A few days later, Lu Changkong, who had disappeared for many days, came to see Renping. Looking at the aura on Lu Changkong's body, Renping revealed a smile. True energy now? Lu Changkong nodded his head. Master's renewed kindness. Disciple will never forget it. With a snap, Lu Changkong fell to his knees in front of Renping. Renping was helpless. The ritual of kneeling was unavoidable, wasn't it? Get up. Don't kneel in the future. Lu Changkong nodded heavily. He had mixed feelings at this time. In half a month's time, he had unexpectedly broken through from the 5th level of body tempering to the true chi realm. Such a cultivation speed was nothing short of genius, but he knew he wasn't a genius. Instead, it's someone with a very average talent. It's all because of Master Chief. He was nothing without his master. Master, disciple has already begun cultivating the body refining technique. Renping nodded. Yes, Master, I will go and be promoted to inner disciple today. Please accept me. Lu Changkong added. It was made clear to him at the time of the admission of the disciple. He was Renping's registered disciple, not a personal disciple, and it has nothing to do with the spirit martial sect. Now that he was going to be promoted to an inner disciple in the spirit martial sect, he had to be accepted by an inner sect elder. He was Renping's registered disciple, so naturally, he could not worship under the other inner sect elders. The only other option is Renping. Yes, Renping replied as he rubbed the bait. Then disciple will leave first. Lu Changkong watched Renping throw the fish hook into the water and did not want to continue to disturb Renping, so he retired and left. Lu Changkong arrived at the spiritual martial sect's inner disciple hall. There is an inner sect elder sitting here. The so-called inner disciple hall did things that generally dealt with the affairs of inner disciples, which included the promotion of outer disciples. This elder, I'm preparing to be promoted to inner sect disciple. Lu Changkong came here and bowed to that elder. That inner sect elder looked up and realized that Lu Changkong's cultivation had already reached the true chi realm. What's your name? That elder didn't care and lowered his head to look for the roster of outer disciples. Lu Changkong. That inner sect elder was unconcerned and looked down to find Lu Changkong's name on the roster. When he found Lu Changkong's name and saw the entry on it, he was shocked. In the records, 10 days ago, when the inner disciple assessment was conducted, Lu Changkong's cultivation level was only the 5th level of body tempering, and he was barely able to continue to stay in the outer gate of the spirit martial sect. It's only been 10 days, but you've reached the true Qi realm? That's too fast. He suppressed the shock in his heart and leisurely raised his head, carefully observing Lu Changkong. He found that Lu Changkong had a solid breath and didn't look like he was taking any elixir. And the body is uniform. The body is like a dragon. It should be practicing the body refining technique. He was even more surprised in his mind. This kind of sudden breakthrough in the realm. The general is to get some kind of chance. Take some kind of spiritual medicine. After the breakthrough of all the breath is not stable. And this Lu Changkong surprisingly didn't have these circumstances. His breath was solid and his flesh was very powerful. Elders? Lu Changkong asked. It took that elder a moment to come back to his senses. Do you excel in the ways? Lu Changkong didn't think too much about it, thinking that Renping had told him to follow the path of fleshly body cultivation, and now he was also cultivating the fleshly body technique, which was quite an achievement. Disciple has some specialties in the body refining course, that elder secretly said in his heart. The way of refining the body, then it should be on the Xian body peak, what you are generally good at, or what you want to learn. You worship the appropriate mountain. Yes. Outer disciples promoting to the inner sect need to take a trip to the 9 Spirit Pass, and after passing the 9 Spirit Pass, they can be worshipped in the inner sect. If there is no problem, I will open the 9 Spirit Pass in a moment. Lu Changkong nodded. Disciple has no problem with that. Spirit martial sect's outer disciples promoted to inner disciples needed to take a trip to the 9 Spirit Pass to verify their cultivation. Only after passing the 9 Spirit Pass would the cultivation of the true Qi realm be recognized. It also eliminated some of the worldly disciples from dancing with the inner sect elders. Lu Changkong had dreamed of taking a trip to the 9 Spirit Pass. 3 years of cultivation for this step today. He had already familiarized himself with all the details of the 9 Spirits Pass. His own defense ability had increased in a straight line, and he wasn't afraid of any 9 Spirit Pass. In this regard, Lu Changkong was very confident. There were a total of 9 levels in the 9 Spirit Pass, and as long as you passed the first level, you would be promoted to an inner disciple. The more levels you get through, the stronger you get, indicating more potential. In fact, most people get through the first level, and the second level is rare. As for the third level, it belongs to the Phoenix. After all the outer disciples, are those disciples left over from the inner sect elders' picks? Otherwise they wouldn't have been placed in the outer sect. With average potential, it would be good to get through the first level. Lu Changkong followed that inner sect elder to a house. In front of the door is a formation. This is the formation peak of the arrangement of the formation. Quite marvelous. If you cross into the formation, that is to begin to pass the 9 Spirit Pass. You prepare something, that elder reminded. Open the 9 Spirit Pass. That elder suddenly let out a loud shout. His voice was extremely loud, and his mellow strength of the Yang Yuan realm caused his voice to reverberate within the spirit martial sect. Open the 9 Spirit Pass. 9 Spirit Pass. This is the rule of the spiritual martial arts sect, where there is an outer disciple to open the 9 Spirit Pass, to be made public, so that the many elders of the inner door will know, come to collect disciples, but also so that the outer disciples are spurred to practice diligently. This voice echoed throughout the spiritual martial sect's territory, in the area of the outer disciples, and thousands of outer disciples all raised their heads. Someone is going to be promoted to inner disciple? Who's going to be promoted to inner disciple? Senior brother Guanlong? It should be him. He's at the peak of body hardening. It's probably senior sister Pei. She's also at the peak of body tempering. Go on, check it out. Every time the 9 Spirit Pass opened, these outer disciples would go forward to observe. One is to see the experience of passing and the other is to gain insight. On the many inner sect peaks, those elders also heard this voice, but no one cared. None of the spirit martial sect's outer disciples were gifted people. Not enough to make them move forward. They will all come and worship the mountain then anyway. Chapter 30. I'll take this disciple. The spectators outside Lu Changkong's yard gradually increased, and he also smiled bitterly. The promotion of an outer disciple to an inner disciple was in itself a very ostentatious matter. Not that he cared. The disciples who came here were all outer disciples, and for the inner disciples, this was nothing to see. When these outer disciples saw that it was Lu Changkong standing outside the 9 Spirit Pass, they all revealed a look of surprise. Lu Changkong? How is it him? Isn't he only at the 5th level of body tempering? True Qi realm now. The crowd froze. Lu Changkong's cultivation had truly reached the true Qi realm, but 10 days ago, Lu Changkong was almost expelled from the sect. If he hadn't temporarily broken through to the 5th level of body tempering, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the spirit martial sect's outer gate. How long has this been going on? To have reached the true Qi realm, such speed is mind-boggling. A few days ago, someone saw Lu Changkong walking with Shirwan a flying sword peak. It couldn't be that he's been taken care of by Shirwan. It's really a hug. Shirwan, I'm afraid so. Shirwan's talent is extremely strong. Now even the general elders are not his opponent. Want to support Lu Changkong? It's also very simple. When the many outer disciples saw Lu Changkong in such a realm, they immediately thought that it was because of Shirwan. Other than this reason, they really couldn't think of any other way for Lu Changkong to break through to the true Qi realm in a short period of time. At any time, the inner sect elder opened the 9-spirit pass, and Lu Changkong crossed into it. After he entered the 9 spirits pass, a puppet immediately appeared within the pass. The puppet is the masterpiece of the puppet peak. When Lu Changkong took a look, the cultivation level of this puppet was precisely the early stage of true Qi. As long as you hold on to the puppet for a quarter of an hour, you are considered to have cleared the level, and if you can defeat the puppet, you can unlock the 2nd level. Lu Changkong was undaunted and directly struck out at the puppet. With his bare hands, he was actually going to fight hard against the puppet, and this fighting style was an eye-opener. Is Lu Changkong crazy? Flesh and blood fighting hard against a puppet? It's over. How can flesh and blood beat these steel monsters? Lu Changkong won't be able to enter the inner gate. Just when the crowd thought that Lu Changkong was going to be defeated by the puppet, Lu Changkong unexpectedly had a hard punch with the puppet of the early stage of true Qi. Lu Changkong unexpectedly did not take a step back. On the contrary, it was the puppet, whose figure was constantly retreating. Obviously, Lu Changkong did not suffer any loss in this punch-to-punch. That strong? When did he cultivate a body refining technique? Not only those outer disciples, even the elders who had opened the formation were all looking surprised. This son's fleshly body is terrifying. Surprisingly, he was able to blast against the puppets of the same realm without losing, knowing that the puppets of the true Qi realm were made of fine iron. Although they were not as agile as the people in cultivation, with their powerful bodies and ferocious force, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage even if they fought with the early stage of the true Qi realm. This Lu Changkong was stronger than a puppet. Lu Changkong's punches were ferocious and tigerish, but it was only half a quarter of an hour before he broke the arm of the puppet at the early stage of true Qi realm. Facing the puppet's attack, Lu Changkong also carried it hard. After Rin Ping's transformation, his fleshly body was incredibly powerful, and with the body refining technique he had practiced, this puppet at the early Jinshi realm had already been nullified by him. Stop! The inner sect elder outside the pass stopped it at the right time. If he continued to let Lu Changkong fight like this, the puppet would be ruined. First pass. Lu Changkong only stopped when he heard this. He was about to walk out of the formation when he heard the inner sect elder say, "You're not going to keep breaking in? Those who pass the 3rd level will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones. Those who pass the 4th level will be rewarded with 200 spirit stones. And those who pass the 5th level will be rewarded with 500 spirit stones. If you can pass the 6 levels, you'll be rewarded with a yellow order extreme grade technique. Pass the 7 levels and be rewarded with a Xian rank martial art. Passing the 8 levels rewards 1 Xian rank technique. Passing the 9 levels rewards a set of Xian rank techniques and martial arts." Lu Changkong's footsteps lurched when he heard this. Almost forgot about that one. He can still go on. Then I'll go on. Lu Changkong had been in the outer sect for many years and was not rich himself. If he could get spirit stones, his next cultivation would be generous. That inner sect elder was also curious as to what level of strength Lu Changkong had reached. He yelled at the top of his lungs, "Trespasser! Lu Changkong, pass 1. His voice echoed within the spirit martial sect. There's nothing unusual about passing a level, other than the envy of those outer disciples. No one else cared. The 2nd level begins. As that inner sect elder's voice fell, the 2 puppets appeared within the compound. A puppet of the early true Qi realm and a puppet of the peak body tempering realm. Lu Changkong was not afraid in the slightest. He stepped forward and battled the 2 puppets. The puppet at the peak of body tempering was the first to be scrapped, and was directly kicked by Lu Changkong, with its parts scattered all over the place. The other puppet at the early stage of true Qi didn't last long either. The outer disciples outside the courtyard couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva as they looked at Lu Changkong, who was blasting against the puppet. Is this a human being? Harder than a puppet. What the hell is wrong with you? 2nd pass. Pass. The 3rd level begins. The inner sect elder's voice sounded again. The many inner sect elders were also a bit surprised when they heard this voice. Being able to pass the 2nd hurdle showed that this disciple was quite specialized and not bad. But still, no one moved. Such disciples were all over the inner sect, but it wasn't long before another voice came. 3rd pass. Pass. The many inner sect elders were surprised. After the 3rd level, this disciple is good. Under his discipleship, he would be able to at least reach the peak realm of true Qi in the future. it's still considered a masterpiece. There were already quite a few inner sect elders who had already moved on, wanting to go and collect Lu Changkong. There were also some inner sect elders who felt that it was still almost interesting, and that this kind of qualification was not worthy of making them move to take in a disciple. Inside the courtyard, Lu Changkong looked at the remnants of the puppets all over the ground and said, "Go on." He felt like he could go on. The third level is merely getting spirit stones. If you pass the later levels, you can even get the Xian class technique. He also wanted to know where his limits were. 2 true Qi early realm puppets appeared. Lu Changkong quickly stepped forward and started to blast against each other again. For the puppet's attack, he directly disregarded it, letting the attack fall on his own body, which he didn't even drive. After a quarter of an hour, the 2 early true Qi puppets were declared scrapped. Those inner sect elders who were rushing here were still halfway there when they heard the voice of that presiding 9 spirit pass elder. Level 4. Pass. Now everyone can't sit still. Those inner sect elders who were still halfway there hurriedly performed their body techniques and hurriedly disappeared. The elders who were not interested before also got up in a hurry and headed to the 9 spirit pass. Disciples who could get through the 4th level would have a chance to break through to the Yang Yuan realm in the future. Properly an elder, with such talent, it would be a great benefit to take in under his tutelage. This is the future Yang Yuan realm. Who wants to let go? They couldn't wait to grow 2 more legs, lest this disciple be snatched by someone else. Lu Changkong frowned as he looked at the growing number of people outside the courtyard. It's too ostentatious. But thinking of the rewards for passing, he said, "Go on." The 4th level. It's not even close to his limit. He himself didn't know where his limits were. The attacks of those early stage true Qi puppets fell on his body, and he only felt his chest tighten and his breath shorten, and he recovered after a slight adjustment. Lu Changkong sighed in his heart at his master's divine power. With such a powerful physical body, I don't know how the master teacher did it. Retracting his thoughts, Lu Changkong looked at the puppet in front of him. On the 5th level, there were already 4 puppets at the early stage of true Qi. Lu Changkong finally defeated the 5 early stage true Qi puppets after some fighting. The golem's attacks didn't affect him much, but they were also hard to break. For the 5th level, Lu Changkong spent half an hour. Level 5. Pass. The elder's voice sounded again. Outside the courtyard, the crowd had been stunned. 5th pass. You could call it genius. In the future, there is a chance that we will be able to reach the legendary sea condensation realm, which is the realm of the chief of the first peak. Those inner sect elders had moved. The outer sect even had such disciples. How did you not realize that before? Elder Liang, you're here too. Senior brother Chiu, what are you doing coming over from the alchemy peak to make a scene? Imperial Beast Peak, he really isn't for you guys. The many elders met their acquaintances and greeted them. The words were so tit for tat that they were close to driving people away. This disciple, they all want it. Don't say anything about suitability, just take it under your wing. Do you know who this disciple is? Suddenly someone asked. The many elders shook their heads. Go ask. The group of elders came before the inner sect elder who presided over the formation. Senior brother Long, I don't know this disciple. The elder surnamed Dragon glanced at them and said slowly, Lu Changkong, 3 years of initiation, in 10 days before the still quenched body 5 wait. Do not know why, just 10 days to break through to the realm of true Qi. Moreover, the physical body is powerful. Gentlemen, with all due respect, this Lu Changkong, none of it suits you. With his talent, worshipping in the Xian body peak will lead to great things in the future, so don't get involved. You guys are misleading people. Elder Long said nonchalantly. The elders' faces stared. That said, but who wants to give up? I just happened to obtain a Xian rank body refining technique some time ago. This disciple is just right for me. I've treasured a martial art of the Tao of body refinement that's incredibly powerful. Lu Changkong will have a great future if he worships under me. The many elders were talking, and no one was willing to take a step aside. Brother Long, I still hope that Senior Brother Long will say a few words for me, so that Lu Changkong will consider Senior Brother. Senior Brother Long, I'm from the same sect as you. The face of the elder surnamed Long stank and snorted coldly, not giving them a good face at all. The outer disciples in the distance were stunned when they saw so many big names appear. Lu Changkong had passed the 5 hurdles, but he had attracted so many inner sect elders. These inner sect elders were at worst Yang Yuan realm existences. It's usually hard to see one another. I didn't realize so many appeared. How come they don't know what the inner sect elders are here for? This is to accept Lu Changkong as a disciple. However, it was only 10 days. Lu Changkong from an obscure outer disciple became the object of many inner sect elders competing to accept disciples. This huge leap let a person sigh of relief. Lu Changkong couldn't care less at this time. He only wanted to continue to pass the level now. The 6th level. 6 puppets at the early stage of true Qi. Lu Changkong was undaunted and went hard again. Watching Lu Changkong fight back and forth with the 6 puppets at the early stage of true Qi, the many elders were stunned. so fierce. They realized that Lu Changkong didn't even take precautions when facing the puppet's attacks, exchanging injuries for injuries. But it was Lu Changkong's fleshly body that was powerful. The puppet had its arm broken, but Lu Changkong merely shook it and returned to normal in a matter of moments. Numerous elders faced shocked. They asked themselves, in the early stage of true Qi, can not reach this level. That's too strong. There were even some people who retreated silently, knowing that they were not qualified to accept this disciple. With such a body-refining talent, in the entire spirit martial sect, there was only one person who was qualified to receive it. That was the strongest person on the body-refining path of the spirit martial sect, the chief elder of the Xian body peak, Zhang Zuoyang. But at this point, none of the chief elders had yet to make a move. Ha ha ha, I'm coming. I'll take this disciple. The crowd looked up as a figure slowly fell from the air. This person's body emitted an aura of the sea condensation realm, and he was clearly one of the chief elders. The chief of alchemy peak is here. What's the point of coming over here to make a scene when the old man is doing a good job of refining pills? Another person descended, also a chief elder of the sea condensation realm. The chief of the imperial beast peak came. The many outer disciples were shocked. Lu Changkong's talent was beyond their imagination. Those ordinary inner sect elders were already retreating to the side at this point. The chief elder had come. So what could they, ordinary inner sect elders at the Yang Yuan realm, compare with others? They knew they couldn't compete and dutifully stepped aside. In less than a moment's time, 5 chiefs of the 9 peaks had come. Right at this moment, Lu Changkong had already knocked down the last puppet. Level 6. Pass. The crowd was alarmed. Even the chief elder was stunned. Get past the 6th level. Unprecedented. Although this 9-spirit pass was a necessary path for spirit martial sect's outer disciples to be promoted to the inner sect, most of the disciples had only passed through one pass. You can count them on one hand if you can get past the 5th level. Lu Changkong was still the one who could pass the 6th level. This kind of genius was beyond their imagination. Go on. Lu Changkong adjusted his form on the side. In fact, he hasn't been hurt, but he was just a bit tired from fighting one after another. A puppet at the early stage of true Qi couldn't break his prevention at all. The crowd outside had been stunned. It's still going on. At this time, a figure fell, and when the many elders saw the visitor, their faces did not look good. Zhang Zuoyang is here. To say who has the best chance of taking in this genius, it is none other than Zhang Zuoyang. Zhang Zuoyang is the #1 body refiner in the spirit martial sect. Lu Changkong fits right in, but they also wanted to take the disciple. Zhang Zuoyang, with a smile on his face, looked at Lu Changkong in the courtyard and said several good words. The sight of such a genius relieved his heart. Xian Body Peak was about to add another genius. Some time ago, Xian Body Peak was without an inner sect elder, and with the disciple he had just taken in being defeated by Shirwan, he had been depressed for a long time. The moment he saw Lu Changkong, he was in a great mood, and his past depression was swept away. Chapter 31, Worshipping Renping as a Teacher? Crazy. I'll take this disciple. Zhang Zuoyang spoke aloud. The remaining few chief elders all looked over. Zhang Zuoyang wore a smile on his face and arched his hand at a few people. A few of you, just don't grab it from me, right? This son's body refining talent is extremely high. Worshipping my Xian body peak is the right solution. Everyone knew that Lu Changkong was suitable to worship the Xian body peak. Senior brother Zhang, it's not certain who Lu Changkong will worship as his master. According to the rules, he can choose the master. Someone said, that's just the way it is. Once Zhang Zuoyang heard it, he also knew that if he didn't come up with something today, he wouldn't be able to accept this genius. Several people, 5,000 spirit stones each. When Lu Changkong finishes breaking in, a few of you won't have to compete with me, Zhang Zuoyang said. A few thousand spirit stones was also a large sum of money for him. As long as these chief elders didn't compete with him, he believed that Lu Changkong knew what to choose. Fear is afraid in these guys with benefits to tempt Lu Changkong. Lu Changkong is young, do not know the importance of the others as a teacher. Those chiefs also laughed when they heard this. Since senior brother Zhang is so generous, then we respectfully disagree. Lu Changkong is fit for the Xian body peak. Several chief elders opened their mouths. Zhang Zuoyang has said so. This matter can only be so. Lu Changkong was really suitable to worship the Xian body peak. 1,000 spirit stones, which was quite a lot. The crowd took what they could get. In a few moments, several chief elders had already discussed the matter. The outer sect disciples in the distance were envious to the extreme when they saw the scene. At this time, Lu Changkong had already started the 7th level. This level was even more difficult, with a mid-true Qi puppet striking. Lu Changkong fought back and forth with the mid-true Qi puppet, and when Zhang Zuoyang outside saw this, the appreciation in his eyes flowed out. Good, good, good. Such a disciple will surely shine in the way of body refinement. He also sked the early true Qi realm. Hard to carry the puppet of the middle true Qi stage. Although there is no high level of martial arts skills and combat tactics, but the powerful physical body has been invincible. Passing the 7th level was just a matter of time. Sure enough, in the end, Lu Changkong passed the 7th level. After passing the 7th level, Lu Changkong continued. At the 8th level, the 2 intermediate true chi puppets struck out and were still no match for Lu Changkong. After half a day, it finally came to the 9th level. The 9th level, a puppet in the late true chi stage. At this time, Lu Changkong gradually began to struggle. The elder disciples outside were all staring at Lu Changkong with unblinking eyes. Lu Changkong still had a straightforward fighting style, going hard against the puppet of the late true chi stage. However, the attacks of the puppets in the late true chi stage were obviously much higher. Lu Changkong was also injured, and his attacks were not weak. The puppet's injuries were even more pronounced. After fighting for 2/4 of an hour, Lu Changkong let out a loud shout and punched the puppet's arm, and the puppet's arm directly snapped. Stop. Pass. Level 9. Over. The spirit martial arts sect was the first. The crowd marveled at Lu Changkong's power. Zhang Zuoyang, who was outside the arena, also revealed a smile. This was the most powerful body-refining genius he had ever seen. With this genius, his Xian body peak would definitely be able to flourish. Lu Changkong walked out of the 9 spirits pass. At this point, he was already very tired. 9th level. Pass. Lu Changkong, promoted to inner disciple. You can now choose to worship that mountain. Zhang Zuoyang walked over. This seed is the chief elder of the Xian body peak. Would you like to worship me? Zhang Zuoyang opened the door. Lu Changkong glanced at Zhang Zuoyang. The heart secretly said that this Zuoyang seems to have a problem with the master. He shook his head. I'm not going to worship the Xian body peak. Lu Changkong's words were simple and appalling. The crowd was wide-eyed. This is the chief of the first peak, a powerhouse of the sea condensation realm. Since you refused? Zhang Zuoyang frowned. The inner sect elder on the side also spoke. Lu Changkong, you have a good talent for body refining. Joining the Xian body peak is the best choice. Elder Zhang Zuoyang is the strongest person on the body refining path of the spiritual martial sect. If you worship him as your teacher, it will be quite beneficial in the cultivation of the body refining path. Lu Changkong still shook his head. Seeing Lu Changkong's oily and saltless appearance, the crowd thought he was crazy. In full view of everyone, Lu Changkong slowly said, I want to worship Flying Sword Peak. Zhang Zuoyang glared and looked at Qian Jianfeng on the side. Qian Jianfeng has been eating melon. He also didn't expect Lu Changkong to open his mouth and see that he was going to worship the Flying Sword Peak. But just now he has already discussed with Zhang Zuoyang. Zhang Zuoyang give to 1,000 spirit stones. He shook his head. Flying Sword Peak is not suitable for you. Xian Body Peak is your best choice. Never waste a talent. Moreover, the old man has no preparations to take on a disciple. Qian Jianfeng refused on the spot. Only when he heard Qian Jianfeng's words did Zhang Zuoyang's face soften. Looking at Lu Changkong expectantly, Lu Changkong added, the elder is mistaken. The disciple is not trying to worship you. Disciple is ready to worship Elder Ringping as his master. Zhang Zuoyang froze, and everyone froze. Worship Renping? Lu Changkong isn't talking some kind of nonsense, is he? Zhang Zuoyang's face became gloomy. It's Renping again. With a sure one, Renping's talent could be said to be number 1 in the spirit martial sect. It hasn't been a long time since he was initiated, and he was able to defeat an elder of the Yang Yuan realm. What virtue or ability does Renping have? He's nothing but a waste. Zhang Zuoyang coldly grunted. Lu Changkong had long heard about Zhang Zuoyang's affair with his own master, and he doesn't want to make any defense here. According to the rules of the spiritual martial sect, a disciple has the right to choose who to worship. Lu Changkong spoke very forcefully. Zhang Zuoyang couldn't hold it together. Humph, don't know what's good for you. I'll give you another chance to worship me, and I'll do my best to guide you in your cultivation. There is even no shortage of resources. You'll be like this for the rest of your life if you worship that punk Rinping as your teacher. Zhang Zuoyang opened his mouth and closed his mouth as a waste. Lu Changkong was already displeased. Elder Zhang, the disciple has already decided, so please ask Elder Zhang to keep his mouth shut. Rejected again. Zhang Zuoyang was so angry that his face turned red. Well. I'll see how that punk Rinping instructs you in cultivation. Humph. In full view of everyone, Zhang Zuoyang was so angry that he whisked his sleeve away. Lu Changkong looked at Zhang Zuoyang's departing back, his face expressionless. Under the complicated eyes of the many elder disciples, Lu Changkong straightened his back and left the place. The 9 spirit pass has been passed, and it's time to report to the master. As for the rewards of the 9 spirit pass, he would just come back to pick them up when his identity token was ready. Senior, I have entered the inner gate. Please also ask your master to prepare a letter to the inner disciples hall, saying that you have already accepted me. Renping looked at the bruised Lu Changkong and said with a smile, yes. The commotion Lu Changkong had made was quite loud, and he had heard it. Renping took out a pen and paper, fixed a letter and handed it to Lu Changkong. As long as this letter was handed over to the inner disciples' hall, the matter would be over. Right. Move in here later, there's a couple rooms left, Runpin added. Thank you, master. Runpei looked toward the kitchen. Qingqing, do an extra portion later. Mai Qingqing was watering the flowers by the corner of the compound's wall, and when she heard this, she answered, Congratulations senior brother Lu. I'll be lucky to have a mouthful from now on. Master, I'll go pack up and move over later. Yes, Runpin nodded. Mai Qingqing poured Renping a cup of tea. Elder Ren, what's for dinner tonight? Renping thought for a moment and said, Mapo tofu, and huevos rancheros. Okay, I'm going to get the ingredients. Mai Qingqing got up and carried a basket and went out the door. Now that the ingredients were all purchased by Mai Qingqing going to the town, one trip back and forth, it would take an hour. And this was still the case when Mai Qingqing possessed cultivation. Mai Qingqing had stepped onto the path of cultivation during this period of time and had already reached the 5th level of body tempering. The speed of cultivation was so terrifying that Renping was slurping, and if he were to be placed elsewhere in the spirit martial sect, he would definitely be hailed as a genius. Find a speed-increasing phrase for her sometime before you do. It was too far to go from the spirit martial sect to the town below the mountain. Not too many moments later, Lu Changkong packed up his things and came to the compound. Master, Runping looked at his big bag and casually pointed to the side of the compartment. Live there. Next door is Sherwan. Yes. Lu Changkong entered it with a large bag and after some tinkering, he appeared in front of Renping again. Master, this item, I wonder if you're interested. Lu Changkong was holding a pair of worn-out and broken boots. Seemingly sensing Renping's depressed gaze, Lu Changkong hurriedly explained. This shoe was bought by me at the old goods stall. At that time, I only felt that there was aura fluctuation on top of this shoe, but after I bought it back, I didn't find anything. But this material is very special, and the disciple didn't manage to destroy it by all means. As Lu Changkong was packing up his household goods, he suddenly remembered that Renping liked to collect all sorts of peculiar things, so he brought them over to show Renping. Renping was already attracted to the text on the shoes at this point. Breaking boots, words, Godspeed, blue, crippled, white, blue words. Renping was startled. There's actually a blue word inside these broken boots. The words extracted from the spiritual martial sect's inherited treasure enlightenment tablet were just blue in color. What's the deal with these boots? A good grade of spirit weapon? But by the looks of it, it doesn't work anymore. Runpin took the boots and instantly extracted the words. These boots are a rather high-end spirit artifact, but they should be useless. I'll take it. Lu Changkong was delighted in his heart. His master really likes these strange and weird things. These worthless broken spirit weapons. Find more of them when you have the chance in the future. That's what you're tasked with. These broken boots opened the door to a new world for Renping. He had known the word of all things for a long time. The higher the grade, the more advanced the words that can be extracted. Whether it's a plant or a spirit weapon or an ore or something, high-end spirit weapons are hard to find, but these worthless broken spirit weapons are just as capable of extracting high-end words. It was a worthless thing in the eyes of others, but in Renping's eyes, it was a treasure. Lu Changkong nodded heavily. Disciple will definitely do this well. Lu Changkong understood in his heart that he was able to worship Renping as his master solely because Renping needed someone to do things for him. Getting things done will make Master Shifu happy, and there's no need to force it. Just buy it when you come across it. Renping instructed again. Now that there were 2 disciples under his door, Lu Changkong following the body refining path, Sherwan following the sword path, and Mai Qingqing, the maid. This divine speed word could be bestowed upon Mai Qingqing. Renping opened his panel. Look to the Godspeed words. Renping, permanent words, 1. Absorb aura, blue increase the speed of absorbing aura by 500%. 2. Enlightenment, purple enlightenment is enhanced and the speed of comprehending martial arts and feats increases by 1000%. 3. Eating transformation, green the food eaten will be transformed into aura. 4. Toughness, blue, body toughness, defense increased by 500%. 5. True intent of sword Dao, blue sword attack power increased by 500%. Temporarily possesses the word, 1. Divine speed, blue increases movement speed by 500%. Number of extractable entries, 7. Increases movement speed. It's going to be extinction. Renping was in a good mood. An hour passed and Mai Qingqing came back from grocery shopping. With a quick hello to Renping, he went into the kitchen. During mealtime, Lu Changkong took 2 small gifts out. Give them to Sherwan and Mai Qingqing respectively. Sherwan's gift was a sword technique foundation. I heard that it was obtained from the workshop. Although it was not a martial art, but it was quite desirable, and it had a non-negligible effect on exercising the foundation of the sword path. Mai Qingqing's gifts, on the other hand, were cosmetics such as Ladies Rouge. As for Renping, the master, there was none. Perhaps in Lu Changkong's eyes, Renping, a reclusive powerhouse, could no longer see this. Master is not interested in anything but rare things. This was Lu Changkong's heart. Renping didn't care. The broken boots Lu Changkong had sent today had already made him gain a lot. After dinner, Lu Changkong took a cool ride in the courtyard as usual, and when it was almost time, he returned to his room to rest. Forgot to bestow the word Godspeed on McQueen. It was only when he returned to his room that Renping remembered. Forget it, tomorrow. Renping didn't bother to move. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard a sound from outside the compound. Renping raised an eyebrow. Mai Qingqing went out again furtively. This is the third day in a row. When everyone was asleep, Mai Qingqing would go out and away. Although Mai Qingqing was extremely cautious and made a very small sound, in the eyes of a person of Renping's cultivation, the sound was loud. Under the moonlight, Mai Qingqing gently closed the door. She was wearing black at the moment, blending in with the night. After closing the door, Mai Qingqing quickly walked towards the door of the spiritual martial sect. Renping showed his form and was a bit puzzled. What are you doing out of the Lingwu sect in the middle of the night? Look in this direction. It's a small town at the bottom of the hill. Renping thought about it and chose to follow. If the word is to be bestowed, one must find out what McQueen ran out in the middle of the night to do. Mai Qingqing fought her way towards the bottom of the mountain. It was fortunate that the spiritual martial arts sect did not have strict control over these aspects. Otherwise, Mai Qingqing had been unable to move even an inch out of Flying Sword Peak. Renping was easy to use. With his cultivation at the peak of Yang Yuan, really running at full speed, it only took a quarter of an hour to get to the town under the mountain. Chapter 32, The Backstabbed McWoman. Mai Qingqing followed the path illuminated by the moonlight to the town at the bottom of the hill. Renping was close behind. At this time, the small town had already fallen into the tranquility of the dark night. Most of the small town were ordinary people. Even if they possessed cultivation, they were only in the body-hardening realm, and there were very few in the true Qi realm. Not to mention that there would be no one who would be cultivating all night long. Renping watched as Mai Qingqing entered the town and realized that she was heading deeper into the town. When Renping followed him here, he realized that the street was out of place with the tranquility of the town. Here there are brothels and restaurants, card houses and gambling stalls, where gamblers and Johns have fun all night long. When Mai Qingqing arrived here, she looked at the brightly lit streets and revealed a look of disgust. She walked past an entertainment center and eventually came inside an alleyway. Inside the dimly lit alley, someone was already waiting. There were 3 men in short sleeves, armed with steel knives, looking menacing, and in front of them, there was a little girl, being held down by them. When Renping saw this place, he realized that this alley was the back door of a certain gambling house, and these 3 people, who were probably the beaters of the gambling house, were all at the 2nd or 3rd level of body tempering cultivation. The little girl was only 8 or 9 years old, wearing rough clothes, thin and weak. Her body was like a bamboo pole. Her face was full of fear and with a hint of expectation. As soon as Mai Qingqing appeared, those 3 revealed smiles. Ha ha! 100 spirit stones. Brought them? As they spoke, the 3 of them swept their eyes back and forth over Mai Qingqing. Don't blame us for not reminding you. This little ninny should have been bought to a greenhouse. You said 3 days ago that you would come to ransom her. Interest plus principal. A total of 100 spirit stones. If you can't get it, then you can't leave. The 2 of you will go to the greenhouse together, and you'll have just the right company. Mai Qingqing frowned and said slowly, I don't have the spirit stones, but I must take the person. Mai Qingqing stood in front of the trio without the slightest fear. Humph, no spirit stones huh? There's another way for you to choose. You play with our buddies for once, and let's just forget about this whole thing and consider it a bit of a loss for us. Forget the interest for these 3 days. Renping, who was in the dark, snorted coldly and muttered in his heart, 100 spirit stones. This is obviously a robbery. Mai Qingqing even took advantage of her grocery shopping time to get involved in this kind of thing, and she didn't know how she would handle it. Although Mai Qingqing had reached the 5th level of body tempering, she didn't cultivate any martial arts. If these 3 had practiced martial arts, I'm afraid that Mai Qingqing would not be an opponent. Dream on. Mai Qingqing was very angry. She had escaped from the sea of bitterness at Yihong Mansion, and now that she possessed cultivation and strength, she naturally wanted to help the suffering people as well. Then you can't blame us for being rough. Hey, don't worry, we're pretty gentle. The 3 men grinned lewdly. Although Mai Qingqing was not very old, she had already seen her first size, and she was alive and well as a beauty embryo. The still skinny little kid was pushed aside, and compared to this little ninny, Mai Qingqing was obviously more tempting. The 3 of them rubbed their fists together and approached towards Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing looked at the trio and was also a bit alarmed. Although she has cultivation, she has not practiced martial arts and has not experienced combat. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had arrived in front of Mai Qingqing. Their hands reached out to Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing's face changed as she thumped back. Ouch! The little sissy is scared. The 3 were even more excited. Is it not a small matter for them to take a little pussy? Mai Qingqing took a few steps back and raised her hand to slap it. With an ouch of pain, one of them withdrew his palm. He had an extra red mark on the back of his hand. Guys, there's something wrong with this little. She's a bit strong. Now they finally reacted to the fact that something was wrong with Mai Qingqing. Ren Ping secretly said in his heart, right would be a ghost. If not for the fact that Mai Qingqing did not practice martial arts and had no combat experience, a single glance would have put the three of them down. But now it seemed that Mai Qingqing was not a match for the three at all. Although these three people did not have a high cultivation level, they would not be less experienced in fighting as the fighters of the gambling house. Even if Mai Qingqing's cultivation realm was higher, she was no match for the three. Catch her as soon as you can. Though little, she's too strong. Mai Qingqing backed up while waving her arms to beat back the hands of the three. When she hits you, your palms get red and swollen, but it doesn't hurt much at all. In less than a moment, Mai Qingqing was cornered. She was in a difficult situation. It was obvious that she had cultivation. How come she was still no match for these few fighters? She admitted she had been hasty. I should have known better than to let senior brother Sher or senior brother Lu make a move. Could it be that we have to enter the devil's cave again? In the distance, that skinny little girl's face showed disappointment when she saw this scene. She then walked up and looked at Mai Qingqing by the corner and opened her mouth. You guys don't want to bruise her. A childish voice rang out and several people turned around. Mai Qingqing looked at the little girl and urged, you go quickly. I'll stall them. The three thugs turned back with a sardonic smile on their faces. Mind your own business again and I'll beat you up. The little girl's body shook with fear and she spoke again. The greenhouse doesn't want disabled ones. If you get hurt, you might not be able to sell them for a good price. It better not be in the face. You guys just have her here. I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll let you know when someone comes. The little girl said with a serious face. Mai Qingqing's eyes widened as she looked at the little girl incredulously. She's desperate. He himself risked his own life to try to save her from water and fire. This little girl even turned her gun on the verge of the battle. Mai Qingqing's feelings were complicated right now. Unfortunately, there's no use regretting it. Count on your acquaintance. You're so damn much like your gambling father. Go on. Go look out at the alley. The three of them hemmed and hawed, then looked at Mai Qingqing. Hey, if you don't have the ability, don't learn from others to be chivalrous. Look, get yourself involved. They looked at Mai Qingqing with a sardonic smile, their lewd gazes glancing back and forth at Mai Qingqing's body, and there was even someone who licked his lips. Ren Ping looked at this scene and knew that it was time for him to make a move. He drifted down behind the four. When Mai Qingqing saw Ren Ping, she was overjoyed, but immediately lowered her head. Elder Ren. With Elder Ren here, she was considered safe. But, if you run out privately by yourself, Elder Ren will definitely blame yourself. Those three didn't even turn their heads when they heard that. What, Elder Ren? Trying to scare people at this hour? Don't think about resisting. Be good and you won't have to suffer so much. Ren Ping coughed lightly. The three were greatly shocked and finally turned around to see a youth standing behind them with a calm face, looking at them. When they saw that Ren Ping was nothing more than a young man, they breathed another sigh of relief. Kid, want to mind your own business? Get out of here. The trio's eyes showed a fierce light as they drank at Ren Ping. According to the past, those who were given a cold shout like this by them were basically scared out of their wits. What surprised them was that Ren Ping did not have any reaction, but instead cast his gaze on Mai Qingqing, who was by the corner of the wall. Mai Qingqing didn't even dare to meet Ren Ping's eyes. Her head was already lowered. Ren Ping's performance like this made the three beaters very unhappy. Asterisk. Kid, talking to you. Asterisk him. The three of them turned their heads directly to go forward and beat up Ren Ping. Ren Ping was expressionless as he casually waved out a true chi. With a pop, the head of one of them exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the place. The two remaining men were so frightened that their legs trembled at the sight, and a smell of urine came from them as Ren Ping frowned. The two remaining fighters instantly collapsed. How could they not realize that this was an encounter with a master? This means is beyond their imagination. With a casual stroke of the hand, a life is ended. They were making a fool of themselves on this street, but in front of the real masters, they were nothing. The two of them looked at each other and with a snap, they fell to their knees, kowtowing to Ren Ping continuously. Elder, spare your life. We have eyes to see. Elder, let us go. Ren Ping remained expressionless as two more channels of true chi were sent out, and two headless corpses fell into a pool of blood. Mai Qingqing also panicked. Such a bloody scene. It was the first time she had seen it. The last time Ren Ping saved her, she had seen Ren Ping strike, but that time, Ren Ping's methods were not this bloody. Looking at Mai Qingqing's reaction, Ren Ping smiled. This is just a normal scene that you will encounter many times in the future. Ren Ping said faintly. Mai Qingqing nodded blankly, the shock on her face unable to dissipate. Ren Ping suddenly laughed. Regret? There is a price to pay for chivalry. Ren Ping asked. Mackenzie shook her head. no regrets. Next time I encounter it, I'll still intervene. As long as I'm stronger, things will be fine today. Her tone was a little firm. Ren Ping was stunned. The heart of chivalry In fact, most of them are thankless. My Qingqing wanted to be a warrior woman. He respected my Qingqing's idea, but there were some suggestions that he still wanted to mention. Otherwise, this fledgling my warrior would have to suffer a great loss. Who cooks for him? Ren Ping looked at the 3 corpses on the ground and added, your cultivation is stronger than theirs, but your combat experience is too watery. If you cultivate martial arts, or strike a little harder, you can easily crush them, and even end this gambling house. Maybe you came here today with no intention of killing anyone at all, just to take that little girl away. But if you take her away, will you be able to raise her for the rest of her life? Chivalry is not done blindly, but don't get yourself in trouble. It's not worth it. My Qingqing was thoughtful. Ren Ping continued again. You have to figure out where the evil comes from. They are nothing more than punching bags for the gambling houses. The real evil, so to speak, but not all of them. As the saying goes, hit the snake. Ren Ping spoke in a flat tone. My Qingqing's eyes grew brighter. Elder Ren, I understand. She snapped. Ren Pei wasn't sure if she really got it. Chapter 33 Purple Godspeed Word, Condensed Dan Realm. Ren Ping didn't bother to dwell on whether or not my Qingqing really understood. The world does need some chivalrous people. To be chivalrous, you must preserve yourself. I grant you a divine ability, which will follow you for the rest of your life if there are no accidents. After getting this divine ability, your speed will increase a lot. Go back and learn martial arts and combat experience from Shirwan and the others. You'll be my woman from now on. Ren Ping thought for a moment, as he bestowed the words and gave his disciples a magical increase. It was time for him to give the words a name. With a thought, Ren Ping took the name Avatar. Many thanks to Elder Ren. Ren Ping bestowed the blue divine speed word to my Qingqing. Mackenzie. Status, Maid of Honor. Word, Divine Speed, blue increases movement speed by 500%. And Ren Ping has a second purple word. Divine Speed, purple increases movement speed by 1000%. Ren Ping probably took a look at it, and then said, go back, just in time to try out your aptitude. My Qingqing was stunned. The avatar has been bestowed? But she didn't feel any differently. When she lifted her foot and stepped forward, she unexpectedly appeared 10 feet away. My Qingqing's eyes were rounded with shock. She's so fast now. Ren Ping nodded in satisfaction as he watched her speed. Not bad. Go back and find a body technique to practice and cultivate. Your speed will be faster. Words increase, ignoring any rules. When it was time to walk out of the alley, the little girl who had helped look out for the 3 fighters looked at the 2 men with a horrified look on her face. My Qingqing's face was expressionless as she directly turned around and left. Ren Pei felt as if she really understood. Her father was a gambler and bet her straight to the bookies. Some people can be unsaved. The gambling house is evil, and so is her father, isn't it? My Qingqing suddenly said, looking toward Ren Ping. Ren Pei saw inquisitiveness in her eyes. There's nothing wrong with it. You saved her, and she instead betrayed you in time because you were incapable. And in that respect she is also evil. But that's human nature. She's also afraid of being beaten. Being chivalrous, you'll encounter a lot of this kind of thing, so you'd better be prepared. Ren Ping reminded. McQueen nodded. I see. Ren Ping just as she has understood. Paper to get the ultimate shallow. Only personal experience will be engraved in the heart. Anyway, McQueen will meet it later. Returning to the spiritual martial sect, Ren Ping sat in the courtyard, looking at the moon and stars in the sky, and suddenly felt his cultivation loosening a bit. He had already reached the peak sea condensation realm long ago, and was already at the level of the spirit martial sect's chief elder, only 1 foot short of the threshold to step into the condensed Dan realm. At the condensed Dan realm, in the spirit martial sect, it already belonged to the level of being a patriarch. In the entire spirit martial sect, there were very few people who had reached the condensed Dan realm. The only person on the surface was Patriarch Zhang Changji. However, Ren Ping knew that the spirit martial sect also had some hidden supreme elders who were also at the condensed Dan realm. However, they were all too old to care about managing the clan and practiced in seclusion within the spirit martial sect until they died. If nothing happened to the spirit martial sect, perhaps they wouldn't appear in front of the crowd until they died. Ren Ping, the cheap old ancestor, was also in the condensed Dan realm in his lifetime, but he was already dead. Finally, we're going to reach this point. Ren Ping sighed softly. His cultivation breakthrough was extremely fast, and he didn't even feel it on a normal day. Without realizing it, his strength was already at the peak of the spiritual martial sect. Then break through the realm. Ren Ping also did not have the intention of accumulating realms. Since the water had arrived, the canal had to become. His mind moved, and the thick true qi in his body converged within his dantian. The sea condensation realm was actually opening up a dantian within the body. Now that Ren Ping had reached the peak of the sea condensation realm, The dantian in his body had opened up to its limit. The next realm was to gather the true chi of the whole body and condense a golden dan at the dantian. The condensation realm is the process of condensing the golden dan. After condensation, there are two realms, Chengdan and Jindan. The purpose of these realms was to cultivate the golden dan within the dantian, until Jindan becomes the final step. Then one can become a Jindan master. However, in a place as small as the spirit martial sect, a Jindan master could not be seen anymore. There wasn't even a single one who had become a dan. Most people stayed at the condensed dan realm. As Rinping maneuvered the true chi to converge into the dantian, these true chi began to compress within the dantian. With a buzz, the condensed dan realm was reached. This was the process of condensing dan realm and constantly compressing true chi. As long as the true chi was compressed into a single dan, it was the realm of becoming a dan. Rinping only felt refreshed after his breakthrough. He leapt into the air. With another flash, he disappeared directly into place. He strolled around the spirit martial sect at an extremely fast speed. Arriving at the main peak, Rinping sensed an aura comparable to his, which should be Jiang Changji. Rinping didn't find it interesting before returning to his compound, and then he gathered his breath and transformed into an ordinary youth. After Rinping left, somewhere in the spirit martial sect, several figures suddenly scurried out, all of them pale and emanating a rotten aura from their bodies. A few people looked around blankly but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Found it? A condensed dan has appeared. Strange, how did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that there is a strong enemy invasion? This person's speed is extremely fast. He lost his shadow in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid his strength is also extraordinary. Go talk to Jiang Changji. Jiang Changji was pulled up in his sleep and looked blankly at the several supreme elders. What? The spirit martial sect has a strong enemy coming? Condensed dan realm? How come I didn't find out? He had been carried around spirit martial sect several times by several supreme elders, but he hadn't found anything. A few of the supreme elders had no choice but to stop. Maybe it's a certain dan condensation powerhouse passing by. They comforted themselves in this way. Rinping also didn't know that a stroll around on his own whim would attract the attention of this group of top powerhouses from the spirit martial sect. He woke up the next day and it was business as usual. Sherwan was pestered by Mai Qingqing for martial arts training. Lu Changkong seems to be out shopping. Rinping, on the other hand, went fishing with a fishing rod. At the riverbank, Rinping glanced at his dantian, continued to absorb the aura to cultivate, fishing and practicing at the same time. After this short period of absorption, the aura in this area was already extremely thin and could not be used for Rinping's cultivation at all. Luckily, though, the river was huge, and the rest of the aura wasn't bad either. For Rinping, the big deal was to change the place to cultivate and fish for cultivation. No big deal. As the fishing rod in Rinping's hand sank, a big fish was pulled onto the shore by him. Civet cat meals again. There was no longer any joy in Rinping's fishing now. Only a spirit fish would interest him a little. Step aside. Rinping casually tossed the big fish aside. The civet cat was right next to it. It took one look at the big fish and surprisingly jumped away in disgust. Not cooked. Not eaten. Right? You're a good eater. Chapter 34, Self-Created Feats. The civet cat had eaten a lot of fish during this period of time, and had already reached the second level of body hardening realm, properly a demonic beast. Rinping found that this kitten's mouth was raised grippy. These fish, not cooked surprisingly do not eat. Usually fishing, this kitten will also follow over. At first it will eat raw fish, but later, I guess it is found that raw fish is not as delicious as cooked, gradually began to resist. Rinping beckoned, and the civet cat stretched and jumped onto Rinping's lap. As Rinping stroked it, the civet cat gradually squinted its eyes. Rinping stroked the cat for a while, feeling that he had jerked the cat enough. He reached out and picked up the civet cat and put it aside. He then saw the beaver cat's sultry eyes. Rinping suddenly felt like a scumbag who teased and tried to run away. Play aside. This feeling of guilt didn't last long. Rinping said, and the civet cat obediently squatted aside and licked its fur. Rinping also placed his mind in his dantian. After breaking through to the condensed dan realm, he realized that he seemed to have run out of feats to cultivate. The Xian rank technique given by the spiritual martial sect had reached the end of its cultivation here. This was difficult for Rinping. The problem now was that he couldn't obtain a technique above the condensed dan realm in the spirit martial sect either. At this level, it was estimated that only Jiang Changji was qualified to cultivate it. Rinping was nothing more than a waste elder in the spirit martial sect. How could he have this qualification? But it's not hard. Rinping suddenly thought that he possessed the Gnosis Tongshan phrase. This phrase was of a high grade of purple. Quite extraordinary. How about trying to create your own feats? Rinping suddenly thought, saying that he would do it. Rinping began to dismantle the gongfu, and in a short while, the Xian rank gongfu that he was practicing was dismantled by him. The cultivation of the condensed dan realm and the following realms is the coalescence of the golden dan. Runping added ingredients to the original Gong method according to his own understanding. In a short while, the cultivation technique of the condensed Dan realm was comprehended by him. Without a sample to verify, Runping doesn't know if the Gong method he comprehended is right or not. Just practice and see. Anyway, he possessed a toughness phrase, so even if something went wrong, it wouldn't cause much of an impact. Runping directly let go of his cultivation. A moment later, Runping opened his eyes, the shock in his eyes unable to be concealed. So strong. This all belongs to the earth-ranked Gongfu, right? After Runping practiced his self-created Gongfu, he found that the efficiency of compressing true qi was greatly improved, more than 10 times that of before. Self-reliance is good, Runping exclaimed. There was probably no problem with the feats he created. In any case, he had a purple grade enlightenment on Shenward finale, and the feats he created shouldn't be bad either. Thinking about this, Runping would smile. The rod was lifted in his hand and another fish flew out of the water. Runping was in a good mood, since the technique for the condensation realm had already been created. The next techniques for the Changdan and Jingdan realms wouldn't be a problem either. Next time I come over, I'll have to change my fishing spot. Runping realized that the aura here had already been absorbed by him almost to the brim. A change of scenery is more beneficial to the practice. Let's go. Get back. Runping beckoned towards the civet cat, and the civet cat picked up the fish catch on the side and followed Runping on his ass. Runping smiled as the civet cat lived from a catch handling tool to a small fish carrying follower. There was an inexplicable sense of joy in watching several fish several times the size of a civet cat being dragged by a civet cat. Is this considered child labor? Runping thought about the fact that civet cats should still belong to be in the juvenile stage. Forget it, whose child laborers are body-hardened second tier. A dozen or so pounds of big fish was nothing heavy in the eyes of the hardened body second-weight civet cat. Upon returning to the compound, Runping saw his two disciples sitting within the courtyard with sad faces. Lu Changkong was still holding a token in his hand. Runping took a closer look. This should be the identity token of an inner disciple. It looks like Lu Changkong went to collect the inner disciple stuff today. But what's with the sad face? The civet cat had already arrived in front of my Qingqing's door with its catch in its mouth, and after putting the catch down, knocked on the door. My Qingqing was already accustomed to this, and after opening the door, she carried the fish into the kitchen. Runping walked over after putting away his fishing gear. Master, the two Shirwan men rose. What happened? Runping asked. Before Lu Changkong could speak, Shirwan had already spoken. Senior, today, senior brother went to collect the reward for passing the 9 spirit pass and was obstructed. Runping raised an eyebrow. Tell me more carefully. After clearing the 9 spirit pass, the spirit marshal sect would have rewards in order to reward the disciples for clearing the pass. And Lu Changkong, with his strong physical body, directly passed the 9 levels and could get a set of Gongfu martial arts. It's only logical that there shouldn't be any problems with this. It's the Xian body peak. Master has asked my disciple to follow the path of body refining, and within the spirit martial sect, there is only the Xian body peak that has a complete Xian ranks body refining technique martial skill. But on the day of my disciple's passage, I refuse to accept Zheng Zuoyang, the chief elder of Xian body peak, as my disciple. Today, the disciple's request for the Xian body peak's techniques and martial skills was rejected by the Xian body peak. The people from Xian body peak said that if you don't worship Xian body peak, you're not qualified to cultivate Xian body peak's techniques and martial skills. If you want to obtain Xian rank techniques and martial skills, you can also do so, as long as you worship Zheng Zuoyang as your teacher. Lu Changkong said in a deep voice. Runping frowned. Play it that way, right? It wasn't good nonsense for Xian body peak to refuse like this. After all, Lu Changkong was not a disciple of Xian body peak. The Xian body peak could refuse to hand over the technique. Xian rank technique martial skill. It's not that hard. Runping laughed. If Xian body peak didn't give it to him, he could comprehend it on his own. The Dan condensation realm techniques had all been comprehended for him, and the body refining techniques and martial skills shouldn't be a problem either. Changkong, do you have any yellow-ranked body refining techniques martial skills on hand? Runping asked. Lu Changkong didn't understand what Runping wanted with the yellow-ranked feats and martial arts, but he took it out anyway. Master, this is a whole set of feats and martial arts that I purchased myself, but the grade is too low. It can only be cultivated to the early stage of true qi, and the power is just too small. Runping picked it up and then said, you don't have to worry about feats. After that, he took the 2 books and walked into his room. Lu Changkong was puzzled. Shirwan, who was on the side, laughed. Senior brother, when Master said there's no need to worry, there's no need to worry. You can't imagine the power of Master. Lu Changkong drifted off, thinking of Runping's unpredictable abilities. After Runping returned to his room, he immediately began to watch this set of Gongfu martial arts. Yellow-ranked feats and martial arts were very simple, at least in Runping's eyes. In just a few moments, Runping had comprehended this Gong method to the extreme. Chapter 35 Earth Rank Technique Martial Skill? After half a day of tinkering, Renping recalled the essence of the various techniques in his mind and finally wrote them down. This set of feats and martial arts had already been changed by him, added many of his ideas to the original, but at least it was a lineage, and Lu Changkong wouldn't have spent too much effort if he had practiced this set of Gongfu martial arts. It was hard to write it down. Renping looked at the two books in front of him with a satisfied smile. After his remodeling, the power of this set of Gongfu martial arts was greatly increased, probably by about 5 times, and it was even able to be cultivated to the condensed Dan realm. As for higher realms, it's not that Renping doesn't want to create, but he's also only in the condensed Dan realm. He estimated that the grade of this Gongfu martial skill had already reached the Xian rank, or even higher. It was just that he had come into contact with too few feats and martial arts to be able to grade this set of feats and martial arts. When he opened the door, it was sunset. The remaining sun shone down, and a golden glow was attached to the courtyard. A fire had been built inside the kitchen, and my Qingqing was probably cooking inside. The civet cat seems to have gone out and gone mad somewhere. Renping is often worried about the civet cat being captured by the other people of the spiritual martial arts sect to stew, but the civet cat is very resourceful. Renping can't shut it down. Think about it or let it go. Shirwan and Lu Changkong's 2 auras manifested in the room. The aura surging over there, they should be cultivating. Renping thought for a moment and went back to his room, copying his gongfu down once more. When the smell of food filled the courtyard, Renping opened the door and found that everyone was there. Lu Changkong and Shirwan are already sitting in front of the dining table. The civet cat is also squatting at one side, and my Qingqing is serving the food. Elder Ren, it's time to eat, McQueen shouted. Renping sat down and looked at the colorful and flavorful dishes, his fingers twitching. Who says people in training have to sleep and eat every day? Doesn't it smell good to sit down and eat properly? Renping enjoyed the fireworks very much, even though his current cultivation level had completely eliminated the need to eat, and he could rely on absorbing aura to maintain his vital signs. What was the point? Isn't cultivation about enjoying a better life? Eat. Only with Renping's order did the crowd move their chopsticks. It was only after he had eaten his fill that Renping took out 3 books. 2 of the books were placed in front of Lu Changkong. Take it and practice. Lu Changkong picked up the books and took a look at them, realizing that their contents were somewhat familiar to him, yet incomparably esoteric, and after carefully reading them, he instantly had a feeling of being enlightened. Your Gongfu martial skills are no worse than those of Xian Body Peak, Renping added. Lu Changkong was already horrified at this point. This was a Gongfu martial art created by master teacher based on that Gongfu martial art during the day. Moreover, the grade is extremely high. It even exceeded the realm of Xian-ranked feats and martial arts. This is properly an Earth-ranked technique martial skill. In just half a day, he had created a set of Earth-ranked feats martial skills. What level of strength has master teacher reached? By the way, the people from the Xian Body Peak will probably come back to trouble you to join the Xian Body Peak, so find a chance to beat them up, Renping said as he picked his teeth. Lu Changkong revealed a smile. With this set of feats and martial arts, the disciples of Xian Body Peak come one to beat the other. Disciple for sure. Renping then placed the book in his hand in front of Shirwan. It's your Kung Fu, and it's time for an updated version. Ishwan doesn't quite understand what a version is. He picked up the Gongfu and took a look. It was the Gongfu he had practiced, but it was much more profound and powerful. His perception was much more powerful than Lu Changkong's, and with a glance, he probably understood the essence of it. Thank you, Master. The 2 men stood up and gave Ren a salute. Renping waved his hand for them to sit down, then looked at my Qingqing who was cleaning the dishes in the kitchen. Qingqing has to go down the mountain every day to purchase ingredients, and there are quite a lot of groundlings in the town below the mountain. You guys teach her sometime, learn some martial arts or something. Well, Shirwan, you teach her the stance. The 2 Shirwan people nodded their heads in succession when they heard this. There was even no need for Renping to greet them. Usually when my Qingqing was free, she would ask them questions about cultivation, and they all knew what they were talking about. When night fell, Renping was cooling off inside the compound, and my Qingqing swaggered out the door. She was also carrying a sword in her hand, which should be a gift from Lu Changkong. Elder Ren, I'm going out for a trip. Oh, my Qingqing greeted Renping. Renping froze for a moment. Are they all this rampant? He was sneaky a few days ago, and after being bumped into once by himself, he actually went out with a big bang. Renping didn't have to wonder if my mistress had gone back to her chivalrous ways. After what happened last time, my Qingqing probably knew how to be chivalrous and wouldn't be in the same predicament as last time. Heading out the door with his sword, presumably ready to kill. With my Qingqing's cultivation at the 5th level of body hardening, in the town below the mountain, as long as she didn't go to her death, there wouldn't be any problems. Moreover, after possessing the blue divine speed phrase, her speed was even faster than those in the true Qi realm. It's hard to think of a problem. Renping didn't care too much. When the dew thickened, Runpei went back to his room to rest as well. As Rinping entered dreamland, both Lu Changkong and Shirwan, who were within the same compound, could not sleep, no sleep at all. To be precise, they had just obtained the gongfu, and they couldn't wait to directly cultivate to the perfection realm. The next day, Renping was about to go out fishing when he saw 3 people with dark circles under their eyes sitting and drinking kanji within the compound. Renping took a look. Good grief, all 3 were not sleeping. All 3 were clearly very excited. Shirwan and Lu Changkong he can understand. After all, just got the gongfa martial arts. But what's the deal with McQueen? Elder Ren, you don't have to pay me for groceries from now on. Renping was staggered. After some explanation from Mai Qingqing, Renping realized that Mistress Mai had made a small fortune last night when she had terminated a gang of landlubbers who made a living by extortion. Renping didn't care. He didn't seem to have a few dollars left. Jiang Qingji had given 500 spirit stones last time, and had almost spent half of them. Okay. Renping drank the porridge and went out with his fishing rod to practice fishing. What he didn't know was that after he left the compound, Mai Qingqing was surrounded by both Shirwan and Lu Changkong. Qingqing, I'll teach you swordplay. Take me with you tonight? In fact, in addition to being good at body refining, I'll also have a palm technique before. I'll teach you, and you'll make me rich tonight? Shirwan and Lu Changkong both knew what Mai Qingqing was doing by going out at night, but they didn't realize that being chivalrous could make them rich. No, it's just a crossroads. You're just after the money. I'm being chivalrous. It's different. We too can be chivalrous. Although Shirwan and Lu Changkong's 2 cultivation speed is not slow, but usually buy all kinds of cultivation things. It is also an expense. Cannot ask the master to ask for money. After some negotiation, the 3 finally came to an agreement. Shirwan and Lu Changkong both became the backup of Mai Qingqing. Encountered things that could not be solved. Let the 2 men out, but also to teach her martial arts. In exchange, if you come across property that you can't dispose of, the 3 of you will split it equally. Chapter 36 Xian Body Peak is no better. Lu Changkong quickly cultivated the new gongfu into his hands, and with the accompanying martial arts, his strength skyrocketed. After practicing, Lu Changkong had another task, which was to look for all sorts of strange and weird objects. He arrived at a street in the town below the mountain, which was the only street in the town that had something about cultivation. Countless vendors gathered here, and there were also spiritual martial sect disciples in the middle, poor in literature and rich in martial arts. Cultivation is what costs money. Lu Changkong walked down the street, his eyes falling on the stalls of the small vendors on both sides. This was where he had gotten those broken boots last time, and Renping had liked them very much. Today he still wanted to come and take his chances. Anything that is genuine on this street is basically inside the store. Only all sorts of weird and wonderful things, even fakes, appear in the stalls. Although the goods inside the stores were all sold at a more expensive price, the spirit martial sect's disciples still preferred to buy inside the stores. After all, it was hard to guarantee the authenticity of the things from the vendors. Even bought it back, found out it was a fake, came over the next day and couldn't find the vendor anymore. Many of these vendors are in the business of abduction, hitting the ground running, but Lu Changkong didn't care about that. The broken spirit weapons that Renping wanted were only available at the stalls. Soon, Lu Changkong's eyes locked onto a small vendor. The objects that came out of this vendor's stall were all old and had some traces of dirt on them. Lu Changkong came closer and picked up one of the metal pieces and asked, "What is it?" There was actually a fluctuation of aura on this metal piece. Continuing to identify it, this should be the remains of some kind of spiritual weapon. This thing is coming up big. The vendor watched Lu Changkong carefully scrutinize the metal block. His eyes lit up, and he immediately began to explain. This is a fragment of the legendary treasure weapon. You know about treasure weapons. Above an extreme spirit weapon is a treasure weapon. Listening to the vendor boast, Lu Changkong immediately became interested, but still put down the metal piece in his hand. How much? 10 spirit stones. This fragment can refine valuable materials for weapon refining. 10 spirit stones, not expensive. Market price. When Lu Changkong heard this, he immediately laughed. It's all rotten like this. No treasure weapon is useless. After that, he got up and tried to leave. The stall owner said immediately, "A spirit stone. Send to you then." Lu Changkong turned back. A spirit stone is expensive. Who knows if it can be refined into refining materials? 2 spirit stones. I'll cover everything in your stall. Lu Changkong knew the tricks of these vendors. No. My stuff here is old value. 2 spirit stones. Can only buy 2 pieces. It's already a loss. Lu Changkong doesn't believe in this. Forget it if it's not for sale. Before Lu Changkong could take 2 steps, the vendor said, "Okay, 2 spirit stones through and through to sell you." Lu Changkong looked at the various objects on the stall and immediately pulled out 2 spirit stones. It's not cheap anymore. However, Lu Changkong saw that there were a lot of spirit weapon remnants on this stall. so maybe Master could like it. 2 spirit stones. Well spent. Looking at Lu Changkong this happy, even the vendor thought that Lu Changkong had picked up a bargain. After Lu Changkong bought something, he returned directly to spiritual martial sect. He had just left the town when he saw a few spirit martial sect disciples in front of him looking at him. Lu Changkong's footsteps lurched. These few spirit martial sect disciples had already reached the true chi realm and were inner disciples, and all of them were stout with traces of body refining. They were undoubtedly Xian Body Peak disciples. The Xian Body Peak disciples were obviously waiting for him here. Lu Changkong was thinking of trying out his own techniques in martial arts. Before Lu Changkong could open his mouth, those few Xian Body Peak disciples spoke up. Lu Changkong, how have you considered it? As long as you worship me, our Xian Body Peak, you will be able to obtain our Xian Body Peak's techniques and even be accepted as a disciple by the chief elder. You worshipped that punk Ring Ping as your teacher. Not only do you not have any Gongfa martial arts, you don't even have the resources to cultivate. Lu Changkong's face was expressionless, and in his heart, he secretly said, how could these mortals know the terror of their master? In Lu Changkong's mind, Ren Ping's strength was unpredictable, not something Zhang Zuoyang could compare to. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Lu Changkong didn't have a good face for these Xian Body Peak disciples. Lu Changkong's words directly angered a few people. I can't believe I called them dogs. Lu Changkong, don't think that just because you have a bit of body refining talent that you can be so arrogant. Also, let's let you see the subtleties of Xian Body Peak's martial arts. In a matter of 3 words, the disciple of Xian Body Peak wanted to make a move. Lu Changkong was not afraid in the slightest. Xian Body Peak martial arts? I also happen to want to see it. There were only 3 people on the opposite side. 2 of them were at the mid-true chi realm and 1 was at the late true chi realm. Lu Changkong was not afraid at all. Watching the few people rushing forward, Lu Changkong he just stood still. 3 punches were thrown at Lu Changkong's body, who remained expressionless. This stretched his body and said softly, is this the martial skill of Xian Body Peak? I don't think it's anything more than that. These 3 people's attacks hit Lu Changkong's body, somewhat causing a bit of damage, and even his body didn't falter. The 3 people from Xian Body Peak had been stunned. Lu Changkong's body refining talent was unexpectedly so terrifying. The 3 of them were in the late middle stage of true chi and had practiced body refining techniques. They were not comparable to those puppets in the 9 spirit pass. Even so, surprisingly, it still failed to cause any damage to Lu Changkong. No wonder the chief elder has been trying to include Lu Changkong in the Xian Body Peak. He even came out with these underhanded tactics to get the disciples to interfere with Lu Changkong. Lu Changkong looked at the expressions on the 3 people's faces. His heart was incomparably happy. You guys are done fighting, so it's my turn. As soon as the words fell, Lu Changkong rushed forward and threw several punches at several people one after another. The 3 people from Xian Body Peak didn't even react before they felt a pain in their chests, and their entire body fell backward. They couldn't even see what martial skill Lu Changkong had executed. Looking at the 3 people who had fallen to the ground, Lu Changkong smiled. The Xian Body Peak's techniques and martial skills are so bad, I don't think there's any need for me to worship Xian Body Peak, lest I be delayed in my cultivation by Zhang Zuoyang. The 3 men's faces were ugly. They also didn't expect Lu Changkong to be so powerful to such an extent. Just at the early stage of true chi, even the late stage of true chi couldn't beat him. Lu Changkong didn't hit hard, and one person had a punch, which was considered a courtesy. If they were to exert their full strength, Lu Changkong could seriously injure them with one punch. Lu Changkong was also astonished in his heart at this time. The feats in martial arts given by his master were even more powerful than he had imagined. Without continuing to pay attention to a few people, Lu Changkong returned to spiritual martial sect carrying a large pile of objects. Chapter 37, The Fishing Boy. Runpin changed his fishing spot today. To his surprise, there were people fishing in this place. What surprised Rinping even more was that he had fished here for half a day without catching a single fish. Not to mention any spirit fish, there was not a single ordinary fish. If it wasn't for the fact that the aura here was still considered dense, Runping would have changed places a long time ago. Big brother, it's not right to fish like that. Rinping turned his head to look as he heard a voice coming from the side. A few feet beside him, a teenager was watching him. This teenager was about 18 or 19 years old, still with a childish face, but his fishing technique was very skillful, and within just a few hours, Runping had already seen him catch over a dozen big fish, and there was even a spirit fish. Runping was staggered. No, but I've been fishing like this before and catching quite a few fish, and today I changed my spot and couldn't catch any. Renping was no loner. He could tell that the teenager was an old hand at fishing, and he was humble enough to ask for advice. The teenager laughed. Big brother, the place where you used to fish must have very few spirit fish. The ones you can catch are basically ordinary fish. But it's different here. This is the place with the most spirit fish within the boundaries of the spirit martial sect, and with the spirit fish around, There are very few ordinary fish because the spirit fish will eat them. Big brother, you need to think differently and target the spirit fish. I see that all your baits are ordinary baits that spirit fish don't like much. Try this. The teenager walked over and handed a ball of bait to Renping. Renping looked down and realized that there was even aura in the bait. Is this a special bait for Linkod? Renping was quite surprised. Thanks. Renping thanked him. It's okay, it's not worth much. This bait is made of a spiritual grass that contains spiritual chi, and the spiritual fish quite like to eat it. There are a lot of spirit fish in this river, and I'm not afraid of you affecting me, the teenager said with a smile. Renping glanced at the teenager. The teenager's body was wearing the clothing of an inner disciple of the spirit martial sect, and he didn't know why he didn't go to cultivate, but instead stayed by the river and fished all day. Renping was quite curious, but he was not in a position to ask such a personal question when they met for the first time. Immediately after Renping got the bait, he experimented with it. In less than half an hour, a Manhwa fish was pulled out of the water by Renping. The bait really works. Renping turned his head to look at the teenager and realized that he had already caught 5 or 6 spirit fish. Renping sighed. It was truly a human comparison. Again, people are so good at fishing. By mid-afternoon, the teenager had actually built a campfire on the shore, skillfully handling the spirit fish. After the spirit fish had been processed, he directly set it up on the fire and roasted it. Renping saw that the spirit fish was roasted to a charred black color and secretly said that it was a waste. However, the teenager ate the spirit fish bit by bit right on the coke. The teenager invited Renping to eat with him, but Renping shook his head repeatedly. He really wasn't interested in eating charcoal. Immediately after eating, the teenager meditated and practiced, absorbing the aura. Renping realized that his cultivation was at the early stage of true chi. At the true chi realm, the spirit fish's little bit of aura wasn't really much. It was just a little bit more than absorbing the aura in the air plus a little bit more. However, not everyone had a strong talent for cultivation. The average person absorbs aura to cultivate at an extremely slow speed. After a long time, the teenager opened his eyes, and when he saw Renping's gaze, he was not too happy. Big brother is joking. The cultivation resources are too little, so I can only rely on spirit fish to cultivate. Renping glanced at his spirit fish. This spirit fish of mine, you can take it and roast it as well. The teenager wanted to refuse, but Renping insisted, so he had no choice but to roast Renping's spirit fish along with him. He also opened up the conversation. Only then did Renping realize that this teenager was named Long Changling, an inner disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak. For some reason, it was not well received in the Imperial Beast Peak. He had to come out by himself to fish for spirit fish to improve his cultivation. Renping came to a realization. No wonder this guy wants to come fishing. After Long Changling finished his cultivation, he was ready to pack up and go back, and before he left, he gave the dozens of pounds of common fish he caught to Renping. Renping gladly accepted that these were food for the civet cats. Toward evening, Renping also closed his pole and went home. As soon as he returned to the courtyard, Lu Changkong gave him a surprise. Renping was quite surprised as he looked at the words on the various spirit weapon fragments in front of him. Treasure weapon fragments. Words, 1. Tattered, white, 2. Megalomania, blue. Spirit weapon fragments. Words, 1. Tattered, white, 2. Divine eye, green. There are only 2 valuable words in this pile of debris. Renping extracted them one by one. What he hadn't expected was that there was a blue word. The metal would have been a piece of wrist guard on a shard, and the soft word comes from a piece of cloth, supposedly a piece of spirit weapon like a fluttering belt. Renping thought about it for a moment, and the giant power word bestowed on Lu Changkong was very suitable. He followed the path of body refining, cultivating his physical body. Changkong, earlier, Master bestowed you with a divine ability that greatly increased your defense, but the body refining course is not only about defense, but also attack, and today, we will grant you another divine ability. Lu Changkong was shocked in his heart. He'd been curious about the changes he'd made. Only today did I realize that it was the master who had secretly bestowed the divine power. The avatar, at first listen, is something very impressive. Lu Changkong, status, disciple. Words, 1. Toughness, green increases physical toughness by 150%. 2. Mega strength, blue increases strength by 500%. Lu Changkong picked up the stool on the side, and the wooden stool was directly pinched into wood shavings by him. He looked at his hand in shock. Renping laughed out loud. Have a good physical realization of the new divine power. Renping opened his word panel. Renping, permanent words, 1. Absorb aura, blue increase the speed of absorbing aura by 500%. 2. Enlightenment, purple enlightenment is enhanced and the speed of comprehending martial arts and feats increases by 1000%. 3. Eating transformation, green the food eaten will be transformed into aura. For toughness, blue, body toughness, defense increased by 500%. 5. True intent of sword Dao, blue sword attack power increased by 500%. 6. Divine speed, purple movement speed increased by 1000%. 7. Mega power, purple strength increased by 1000%. Temporarily possesses the word. 1. Softness, green body softness increased by 150%. Number of extractable entries, 6. 3 purple words already. They are increase gnosis, increase speed, and increase strength. Feeling the surging power within his body, Renping's face continued to smile. As for the last soft word, Renping directly bestowed it on the civet cat. It's not because of anything else. It's simply because I want to feel a little bit better in my hands when I'm jerking off the cat. Civet cat. Status, pet. Words, 1. Eating conversion, white eating is converted into aura at a conversion rate of 80%. 2. Softness, green body softness is increased by 150%. Chapter 38 Purple words. Long Chonling. Renping picked up the civet cat as soon as he could and felt it, realizing that the civet cat's body was indeed much softer and more supple. Nice touch, Renping praised. The civet cat seemed a bit out of sorts, staring with wide eyes, a bit confused. Renpei played with the civet cat for a while before letting it go. The next day, Renping once again went to yesterday's fishing spot. Long Changling has been fishing here for a long time. When he saw Renping coming over, he greeted him politely. There was a hint of doubt in the gaze that looked at Renping. It seemed as if he was also curious as to why Renping was so free. There weren't many people fishing within the spirit martial sect, and there were even fewer who fished every day. Long Changling still gave Renping a piece of bait. Thanks. Renping thanked him. To Renping's surprise, even after changing the bait, he still didn't catch any fish. Also not catching any fish was Long Changling. Renping's face was odd. Long Changling had said yesterday that this was the place with the most spirit fish within the boundaries of the spirit martial sect. How come? However, he saw Long Changling sigh. In his arms, he took out a red jade pendant. After channeling a bunch of true chi into the jade pendant, Renping felt a blood chi escaping from the jade pendant. Renping's face became even more odd when he saw the jade pendant. After a few moments, Renping caught the fish. Long Changling was even on a spirit fish. What is this? Renping asked. Long Changling smiled and fished out the red jade pendant in his bosom. This thing's is sort of an heirloom from my family, but it's not much use now. It's just enough to attract spirit fish. It dawned on Renping that this was the reason why Long Changling had said that this place was the place with the most spirit fish in the spirit martial sect. May I have a pass? Renping asked again. Long Changling directly threw the blood-colored jade pendant over. This thing was useless hundreds of years ago. If it was really still useful, I wouldn't be so down and out. Long Changling smiled bitterly. Renping received the blood-colored jade pendant with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Dragon's blood jade pendant. Words, dragon's blood, purple. Fragile, white. Renping's pupils shrank as the purple words. Surprisingly, it's a purple word. Renping directly extracted the dragon blood words. His extraction of words does not affect the object in any way. Dragon's blood, purple divine dragon bloodline, commanding the water tribe, transforming into a dragon, the legendary dragon. What was the origin of this dragon blood jade pendant that it possessed a divine dragon bloodline? It was the first time Renping had seen a purple word. If the phrase were given to some apprentice, he would get the orange phrase. You should know that the spiritual martial sect's inheritance of the enlightenment tablet can also only extract blue words. Renping placed the dragon blood jade pendant in front of his eyes and examined it, said in a deep voice, there seems to be dragon blood in this jade pendant. On the side, Long Changling's body shook as he looked at Renping in a bit of surprise. This was followed by a bitter laugh. Big Brother is so knowledgeable that he can recognize that there is dragon blood in it, but the dragon's blood in here is already so thin that it's not much use. Long Changling also didn't expect that there would still be someone in the spirit martial sect who could recognize the extraordinary dragon blood jade pendant. Moreover, Renping, in his eyes, was just an ordinary person. No cultivation at all. Renping tossed the jade pendant back. Long Changling picked it up with some emotion. Thousands of years ago, this dragon blood jade pendant could be considered a supreme treasure, but after so many years of extracting and applying it, only an empty shell remains. Oh, Renping was also curious about the origin of this dragon blood jade pendant. Long Changling's surname was Dragon, and this jade pendant was something that had been passed down from his ancestors. Could it be that Long Changling came from a powerful family? But how could someone from a large family worship the spirit martial sect? Although the spirit martial sect was good locally, it was actually quite ordinary when placed in the entire world. There are a lot of people with the surname Dragon, but the Dragon family I'm in is a bit different. My ancestral surname isn't Dragon, and I only changed it to Dragon because I got this dragon blood jade pendant. Back then, the Dragon family relied on this dragon blood jade pendant to give birth to countless powerful people. Unfortunately, the dragon blood in this dragon blood jade pendant will always dry up, and the Dragon family is gradually declining. So by my generation, It can only be used to attract spirit fish. Renping was also sighing. Families rise and fall. Much like clans, there's always a time when it's gone. These are unavoidable things. By the way, big brother, I still don't know your name. Long Changling put the dragon blood jade pendant away and asked again. Renping said blandly, I am the elder of the flying sword blade. Renping. Long Changling was a bit surprised to hear this, but come to think of it, the entire spirit martial sect was probably only Renping who had this free time to fish every day. The other nether inner sect elders were all in important positions, collecting cultivation resources. The only one who couldn't cultivate was Renping, who didn't need any of this at all. But I heard that Renping has taken 2 disciples with very powerful talents. With that thought, Long Changling stood up and bowed to Renping. So it's Elder Ren. Renping waved his hand and laughed. No need to be polite. Fishing. Renping fished while thinking about who would be better to bestow this purple ranked phrase on. This phrase was much more powerful than any of the words he had extracted in the past, and could truly change a person's fate. Long Changling looked at Renping without much of a stance and also revealed a smile. He realized that this Elder Ren didn't seem to be as useless as the legend. His dragon blood jade pendant. So far, only Renping had recognized it. In the afternoon, Long Changling set up a campfire to roast fish again. While grilling fish, he chatted with Renping. Why are you fishing for cultivation? Renping asked. Long Changling, as an inner disciple, shouldn't be in such a predicament. The status of inner disciples in the spiritual martial sect was still okay. There was no need to perform any clan tasks either. Elder Ren doesn't know. Back then, I worshipped in the spirit martial sect, and because of the dragon blood jade pendant, I was directly accepted as an inner disciple by the Imperial Beast Peak. But after all, it is relying on external objects. These years in the Imperial Beast Peak cultivation cannot break through to the realm of true chi. To the Imperial Beast Peak belongs to the worst class. The welfare of the inner disciples is also none of my business. Fishing for cultivation is also a necessity. Renping froze for a moment as he heard those words. It looks like someone is breaking the rules of the spirit martial sect again. Such things as withholding salaries were not uncommon in the spirit martial sect. At that time, even he, an elder, had his salary deducted, not to mention Long Changling, an inner disciple. The rules of the spirit martial sect were all based on having a certain amount of strength. Without strength, even with the status of patriarch, one would be shelled all the same. These are also the norm. Strength and status are equal. That's true no matter where you are. Renping had gotten a purple word on Long Changling, and felt that he owed something to Long Changling, and had the intention of pulling the plug. However, Long Changling was a disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak, and he couldn't bestow words. Elder Ren, I should go back. It's time to go back to feeding the demonic beasts. After cultivating, Long Changling added. After Long Changling left, Renping also stopped fishing and put away his rod to go home. Chapter 39, Special Imperial Beast Peak Inner Disciple. It's not that Renping doesn't want to fish, because he realized that after the damn Long Changling left, there were no more fish under the water. The reason why the spirit fish gathered here was all because of the dragon blood aura that escaped from the dragon blood jade pendant. Divine dragons ruled over the aquatic races, and this dragon's blood was a heavenly temptation to these spirit fish. Renping returned to the courtyard and found Lu Changkong cultivating in the courtyard. His cultivation was rather special. The courtyard was already filled with 2 stone locks, which Lu Changkong lifted under the scorching sun to exercise. Renping secretly said, "Good guy, jerk the iron." "No, jerk the stone. Master is back." Seeing Renping come back, Lu Changkong put down the stone lock, although he had been light-handed, but still made a loud noise. The weight, several thousand pounds, is there. After Lu Changkong possessed the giant strength phrase, this stone lock was not heavy for him. Mai Qingqing quickly served chilled watermelon. Renping took a bite and the summer heat dissipated. "Eat together." Renping handed half a watermelon to the 2 men. Shervan has run off somewhere. He practiced sword arts that were too powerful for the small courtyard to exert, and probably ran out to practice outside. Lu Changkong and the 2 of them split the watermelon and ate it on the sidelines. "Changkong, have you ever heard of Long Changling of the Imperial Beast Peak?" Renping suddenly asked. Lu Changkong ate his melon while thinking for a while before answering. "Imperial Beast Peak inner disciple Long Changling? Disciple does know some information about him." Lu Changkong replied. There weren't really many inner disciples in the spiritual martial sect. 4 or 5 inner sect elders in a mountain peak, and about 3 or 4 disciples for an inner sect elder. The entire spirit martial sect combined. There were probably only a couple hundred inner disciples. After staying in the spirit martial sect for a long time, one would more or less hear some news. Lu Changkong was originally a person with a lively mind, and he was even more knowledgeable about some of the news. Elaborate. Lu Changkong did not understand why Renping would be interested in the disciples of the Imperial Beast Peak. Long Changling is considered a special existence among the disciples of the Imperial Beast Peak. He had already entered the Imperial Beast Peak to cultivate at the age of 10, and worshipped the Imperial Beast Peak inner sect elder Sun Gu as his master. I heard that he worshipped in the Imperial Beast Peak back then because he displayed an uncommon talent for beast control, especially against aquatic demonic beasts. However, 2 years after he worshipped at the Imperial Beast Peak, his master Sun Gu passed away unexpectedly. All these years Long Changling has been practicing on the Imperial Beast Peak. The talent of the Imperial Beast that was displayed at first seems to be gradually disappearing, because he doesn't have a master to back him up. He isn't well received in Imperial Beast Peak. Usually, they also have to help other inner disciples feed the demonic beasts. Even the cultivation resources of the inner disciples have been deducted quite a bit. But I heard that I recently broke through to the true Qi realm. When Renping heard this, he secretly said that Long Changling was estimated to have entered the Imperial Beast Peak by using the ability of the Dragon Blood Jade Pendant. But the Dragon Blood in the Dragon Blood Jade Pendant had gradually dried up over the years, and now he can only go to the river to attract spirit fish for cultivation. Master, you're interested in this person? Lu Chongkong added. Renping nodded. Fishing touched down. He can tell me if he has any news. Lu Chongkong nodded repeatedly. Understood. He could be described as a long-sleeved man within the spirit martial sect and was quite good at managing relationships. Although he had entered the inner sect not long ago, he had people he knew well in all the peaks. Wanting to learn about Long Changling was not difficult for him. After Renping finished eating the watermelon, he picked up the civet cat on the side and ravaged it again. It caused the civet to roll its eyes and let out a rather disgruntled meow. Renping laughed out loud. The civet cats had all reached the 3rd level of body tempering now. Sometimes the civet cat will run out to forage for food, and I don't know what I ate, but my cultivation breakthrough was quite fast, but without causing any trouble. Renping didn't bother. What kind of trouble could a tempered triple cat cause? Meow. The civet cat purred, surprisingly trying to break free from Renping's hand. The civet cat's body was like flowing water, slipping in and out of Renping's hands, all soft, with a hard backbone. Just when Renping thought that the civet cat was disliking him, it was seen that between a few jumps, the civet jumped up onto the beams of the room, and with a brush, the civet's form turned into a yellow shadow and flew out, along with an avian shriek ringing out. The civet cat actually pounced on a large bird that was foraging on a roof beam. The big bird didn't manage to flutter a few times before the civet cat snapped its neck. The civet cat made a few more jumps and returned to Renping with the big bird in its mouth. For me? Renping wondered. The civet surprisingly nodded. Renping laughed out loud. Yes. Lu Chongkong and Mai Qingqing watched from the sidelines. Greenie, bird stew for dinner tonight. Save a leg for the civet cat. This big bird is bigger than a rooster, and it's enough to eat. Renping probably knew how the civet cat had broken through so quickly. Turns out it was out hunting. Smoke and fire rose in the kitchen, and Mai Qingqing carried the big bird and went to pluck the feathers. On the other side of the spirit martial sect, Long Changling was looking at a large pile of demonic beast feces and frowning. At this time, it was incredibly dim, and the ground was filled with the urine and feces of demonic beasts. It was clearly inside the demonic beast pen. A voice came from outside. Long Changling, if you don't sweep this point clean today, you'll have a good time. Ha ha ha, that cow of mine just loves meat, and the poop smells a little bad, so bear with me. Listening to the maniacal laughter outside, Long Changling held his breath and picked up the broom aside. It's a cattle pen, and it stinks strangely. It would have been the owner of the cattle pen who would have had to do this sort of thing, but there was no way around it. He was the disciple of the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak, and he was the senior brother of the Imperial Beast Peak. As the saying goes, the situation is stronger than the people. Long Changling had experienced a lot of similar things in Royal Beast Peak over the years. Be strong and everything will be fine. Long Changling kept comforting himself like this. Staying at the Imperial Beast Peak, he still had a chance to be powerful. Although this place was unable to give him resources, the feats and martial arts here were quite helpful to him. Besides, where else could he go besides the Royal Beast Peak? Long Changling endured the huge stench and cleaned the cattle pen. When he came out, he realized it was late at night. The moon and stars above the dome were quite a sight. But Long Changling was not in the mood to appreciate the moon at this time. He also had to bring back the ox of the Imperial Beast Peak's eldest brother. He looked aside to the large white bull. Middle True Chi Demonic Beast, 100 Spirit Bull. When will he have a demonic beast of his own? Long Changling thought again. As a disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak, he has yet to have a demonic beast of his own. Hey, come on. Long Changling has a good heart. He approached the larking cow, ready to lead it into the pen. Instead, he found the 100 Spirit cow snorting. A turn followed and a bull's hoof kicked at Long Changling. Long Changling only felt a pain in his chest and his entire body flew out. That 100 Spirit cow actually looked at him with a sneer. Chapter 40, Such Bullying. Master, Long Changling from Imperial Beast Peak had an accident last night. Renping was drinking kanji when Lu Chongkong suddenly put down his chopsticks and said, Renping raised an eyebrow. What happened? I heard that he was injured by a demonic beast last night, and the eldest disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak wants to expel him from the Imperial Beast Peak. Injured by a demonic beast? Renping was even more puzzled. Wasn't Long Changling a disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak? Still injured by demonic beasts? Lu Chongkong continued to say the details of it. I heard that it's because last night, when he went to help eldest senior brother of the Imperial Beast Peak clean the demonic beast pens, he was injured by a demonic beast. According to this, it seems like someone did it on purpose. With Long Changling's position in the Imperial Beast Peak, it's not uncommon for him to be bullied. Run Pei frowned. How bad can the situation be? Lu Chongkong nodded his head. The Imperial Beast Peak's eldest senior brother let the word out that Long Changling had injured his demonic beast, and that the Long Changling he wanted would help him bring back a demonic beast in the middle stage of true Qi, and also specified that he wanted a certain type of ape, or else Long Changling would be expelled from the ranks of the Imperial Beast Peak's inner disciples. In my disciple's opinion, it's that senior brother of the Beast Royal Peak who has taken a liking to a certain demonic beast and wants to tame it, but doesn't want to do it himself, so he's letting Long Changling, who has no background, do it for him. Renping pondered for a moment and looked at Shirwan who was on the side. You go to the Imperial Beast Peak and tell Long Changling that if he is willing, I can take him as a disciple and, moreover, can make his cultivation path step by step and rocketing upwards. Ishwan stands up and nods. Yes. He listened to Long Changling's ordeal from the sidelines and sympathized greatly. Most of the disciples within the spiritual martial sect, without backgrounds, had their tails between their legs. However, those who did not have a master like Long Changling were still very few. Shirwan went straight out the door. Renping was not worried about this. Shirwan was now powerful and had broken through to the Yang Yuan realm 2 days ago. To put it bluntly, no one else in Royal Beast Peak was Shirwan's opponent except the chief elder. Together with Shirwan's reputation within the spiritual martial sect, there was no need for him to worry about this matter. Above the Imperial Beast Peak, Long Changling's face was ugly. He was still in front of the beast pen. His body was already dirty and covered in demonic beast feces, and the foul and unpleasant smell rushed into his nostrils, making it extremely difficult for Long Changling. In his chest, there was a sharp pain vaguely coming from his chest, which was kicked last night by the 100 spirit cow in the middle stage of true Qi. Deception. Long Changling was holding back in his heart. Long Changling, how's the consideration going? You injured eldest brother's demonic beast, causing eldest brother's strength to be damaged. You only need to help eldest brother pounce on a demonic beast in the middle Jinchi stage and come back. Eldest brother said he wants the spirit wood monkey. Within 3 days, bring back the spirit wood monkey, or else eldest brother can only expel you from Imperial Beast Peak according to the sect rules of Imperial Beast Peak. Deliberately harming a fellow disciple is enough to abolish your cultivation. In front of Long Changling, there were a few inner disciples of the Imperial Beast Peak covering their noses, their faces full of disgust. Long Changling let out a miserable laugh. What a great way to hurt a fellow student. He didn't even touch the white spirit cow last night before he was kicked unconscious by a hoof from the white spirit cow. As for that what's her name spirit wood monkey, it's a very famous mid-true Qi stage demonic beast that can use a toxin attack, and anyone who captured the spirit wood monkey was poisoned by the spirit wood monkey. The spirit wood monkey has no other skills than being covered in toxins, and is generally able to be captured, but at the cost of dying of poison. Up to this point, how could Long Changling still not know about their plot? Going to capture the spirit wood monkey. Even if he succeeded, he would be tortured to death by the toxin. But the two choices in front of Long Changling were both forcing him to the brink of extinction. Expelled from the Imperial Beast Peak, where else could he go? Right at this moment, a youth riding a white bull slowly came from the distance, and he was followed by a few inner disciples who didn't belong to the Imperial Beast Peak. Long Changling, you should be clear about my conditions. The choice should be clear to you. You must compensate me for a mid-true Qi demonic beast. The youth looked condescendingly at Long Changling. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. The person who spoke was none other than the Imperial Beast Peak's senior brother, Chen Xinfu. When those few inner disciples of the Imperial Beast Peak saw Chen Xinfu coming over, they immediately ran over to kiss their asses. Senior brother Chen, will this kid not agree? For my furnace of pills, I need the toxin of the spirit wood monkey to make medicine. After the Dan is completed, it will definitely help Senior Chen break through to the Yang Yuan realm, and then Senior Chen will be an elder. A youth beside Chen Xinfu whispered, this person is the chief disciple of the Alchemy Peak. As soon as Chen Xinfu heard about the Yang Yuan realm, he immediately revealed a smile. This time, it'll be hard for Senior Brother Tong. Don't worry, this kid has been freeloading at Imperial Beast Peak for so many years. If he doesn't agree, he'll have to agree for me. The crowd turned their gazes on Long Changling and the demonic beast's feces. Long Changling was desperate. Deadlock. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky at great speed. When Chen Xinfu and the other group of Imperial Beast Peak disciples saw this, their faces changed drastically. Yang Yuan Realm Elder. Sherwan wasted his long sword and landed in front of Long Changling. Before he could speak, not far away, Chen Xinfu spoke up. This elder, which peak's senior? Our Imperial Beast Peak is dealing with family matters, so please ask this elder to move. Sherwan ignored it. Instead, he looked at Long Changling. You are Long Changling? Long Changling looked at this young man who was similar in age to himself, not understanding why Sherwan had come here, but he nodded anyway. I am Long Changling. Sherwan looked at Long Changling standing in a pile of feces and frowned, then said in a deep voice, my master Ring Ping asked me to tell you that if you're willing, he can take you as a disciple, and in the future, your path of cultivation will be straight. Rin Ping. Long Changling froze for a moment. He remembered the figure fishing on the bank. Don't have any worries, as long as you nod your head and everything else, it's all taken care of for you. Sherwan added, are you senior brother Sherwan? Long Changling remembered that there was a genius named Sherwan under Rin Ping's sect. Sherwan nodded. Think about it. This elder, if you continue to interfere in the internal affairs of my Imperial Beast Peak, then I can only ask my master to come out. Not far away, Chen Xinfu saw Sherwan ignoring them and directly moved out of the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak. Sherwan turned around and looked at the several people expressionlessly. Several people saw Sherwan's face and finally recognized Sherwan's identity. Senior brother. He's Sherwan. Surprisingly, it's already in the Yang Yuan realm. Chen Xinfu's face sank. But still, he said in a calm manner, Sherwan, as a disciple of the Flying Sword Front, what are you doing here at my Imperial Beast Peak? Leave quickly. Sherwan gave them a cold look. Noisy. He reached out and a sword light flashed. Chen Xinfu, who was sitting on the back of the white ox, let out a shriek and fell down on the white ox. Chapter 41 Third Disciple. Divine Dragon Bloodline. Sherwan used his finger as a sword, sending out sword light that grazed between Chen Xinfu's head. This sword light made Chen Xinfu's crowd feel the aura of death. Several people looked at Sherwan with horror in their eyes. Sherwan would really make a move to kill them. When they thought of Sherwan openly fighting with the elders of Xian Body Peak some time ago, they shut up at once. This guy is a reckless lunatic. Seeing the reactions of several people, Sherwan was satisfied. I am willing to worship Elder Ring Ping as my teacher. On the side, Long Changling's mind, which was already shaken, settled the moment he saw Sherwan's strength. Even if Rin Ping couldn't cultivate, with a senior brother like this, no one in the spiritual martial sect would dare to bully him. This scene today will never happen again. When Sherwan heard this, a smile appeared on his face. Senior brother Long, you're not going to regret your decision today. Go back with me. Senior brother Sure, wait for me to clean up. Long Changling looked at a glance at the body and said with a bit of embarrassment, that's fine. I'll just help you with the matter of the Imperial Beast Peak. As soon as Sherwan's words fell, he arrived in front of Chen Xinfu. Chen Xinfu's few people were shocked when they watched Sherwan arrive, and stood frozen in place like a quail. Long Changling will be my senior brother from now on, is that clear? Chen Xinfu nodded repeatedly. Understood. Now how dare they say they don't understand. Now with Sherwan's realm, they were all in the elder generation. Even if Chen Xinfu was at the peak of the true Qi realm, he didn't dare to speak up. Looking at how knowledgeable the few people were, Sherwan didn't want to pay too much attention. Waiting for Long Changling to finish rinsing off all the feces, he took Long Changling and flew away from Imperial Beast Peak. Only after the two left did Chen Xinfu slow down. When did he hook up with Sherwan? It's not over. Does Sherwan think he can do whatever he wants just because he broke through to the Yang Yuan realm? Long Changling's disciple name registration is still at the Imperial Beast Peak. When I break through to the Yang Yuan realm, I'll have them to watch. The few disciples beside him shrunk their necks when they heard these words. Chen Xinfu was about to break through to the Yang Yuan realm. They are not Sherwan. They can't afford to offend. Sherwan brought Long Changling back to the courtyard on the Flying Sword Peak and realized that Rin Ping was not here. Said he was out fishing. Sherwan carried Long Changling again to the riverbank to look for Rin Ping. Rin Ping looked at the empty fish guard inside. He found it really hard to catch without this spirit fish. Hearing the sound of breaking air coming from the distance, Sherwan and Long Changling appeared in front of Rin Ping. Senior, junior brother is here. Sherwan saluted. When Long Changling saw Rin Ping, he directly knelt down. Disciple Long Changling, greetings to master. Rin Ping nodded. Yes, Sherwan, go cultivate. There's nothing more for you to do. Sherwan nodded his head, and with a single bound, he disappeared into thin air. Get up, Rin Ping said. Only then did Long Changling get up. When he got up, he dutifully stood aside. You are the third disciple under my door. Your senior brother is Sherwan, practicing the way of the sword. You've already met. Long Changling nodded. Sherwan's strength made him envious. With a casual strike, he made Chen Xinfu, the eldest senior brother of the Imperial Beast Peak, fall on the back of a bull. and his realm had even reached Yang Yuan, so he was a genius and a strong person. Your second senior brother is Lu Changkong. You've probably heard of him, following the path of body refining. Long Changling had naturally heard of Lu Changkong, who had crossed the 9 spirits path some time ago, attracting many chief elders who wanted to take on disciples, and had ultimately worshipped under Rin Ping. He was curious as to what kind of magic Rin Ping had to make the 2 geniuses worship him. You're ranked 3rd. I'm going to let you take the path of the Imperial Beast. Any objections? Long Changling shook his head. The disciple has no objection. He himself was following the path of the Imperial Beast. That works. I grant you the Dragon Blood Avatar. As soon as Rin Ping's words fell, Long Changling felt that his body was undergoing drastic changes. For some reason, the blood in his body began to roll, rushing through his limbs. The meridians in his body became powerful in a short period of time under the impact of the blood. Long Changling watched as his cultivation broke through to the mid-true Qi realm. Long Changling's body was undergoing a huge change. The same goes for Ren Pin. His change was even more terrifying than Long Changling. The moment the dragon blood word was bestowed, Ren Ping's blood turned golden in a matter of moments, each drop of blood carrying infinite power. In just a short period of time, Ren Ping had already broken through to the mid-condensed Dan realm. Orange words, so scary. Ren Ping was alarmed in his heart. The orange dragon's blood words were beyond his imagination. Half a day later, Long Changling looked at his hands, felt the infinite power, and directly kowtowed a few times to Ren Ping. Master's renewed kindness. Disciple will never forget it. Long Changling was already shocked beyond belief in his heart. Dragon's blood. Real dragon's blood. What flowed inside him now was the legendary dragon's blood. The Long family members themselves had relied on the dragon blood jade pendant to survive until now, and were very clear about dragon blood. His ancestors, all of them relied on the drop of dragon blood in the dragon blood jade pendant to become stronger and attempt to transform into dragons. But under Ren Ping's light-hearted words, he had turned out to have dragon blood all over his body. The master is a great power, the unfathomable mighty. Such unthinkable means were unheard of and unseen by him. Long Changling also felt the aquatic demonic beasts in the river. At his thought, a spirit fish jumped out of the water. The way of the beast. You carry dragon blood, and you possess a natural power of dominance over aquatic demonic beasts. But my master hopes that you won't be obsessed with dominating demonic beasts. Dragon blood is powerful in itself. Ren Ping admonished. Long Changling nodded. He had felt it. He also has a strong physique. Disciple honors the teachings of my master. Ren Ping nodded and added, you'll fish with me from now on. This river is your blessing. There are many aquatic demonic beasts within the river for you to command. Moreover, this river here isn't just within the spirit martial sect. There should be many demonic beasts in other waters as well. Long Changling nodded. Arranged by master. At this moment, Long Changling understood that his master was incredibly powerful. It's always good to listen to the master's arrangement. By the way, where are you going to live? It suddenly occurred to Ren Ping that his courtyard seemed to be full. Disciples just stay here. Long Changling thought for a moment and said. Ren Ping nodded. That's fine. It's not impossible for people who cultivate to live outside. Long Changling possessed a divine dragon bloodline, and a windy meal was nothing to him. Then come over for dinner tonight. Ren Ping brought Long Changling back to the courtyard, discovered that Mai Qingqing had already prepared the meal, and it looks like it has been added for one person's portion. I guess it counts Long Changling. Long Changling met with Sherwan and the others, and they were all treated politely, and they won't have any conflicts, either. Chapter 42, 1 month. After Long Changling obtained the divine dragon bloodline, his potential was already greater than both Sherwan and Lu Changkong. However, in terms of strength, it was still Sherwan who was more powerful. After Sherwan broke through to the Yang Yuan realm, his strength had far surpassed that of an ordinary Yang Yuan realm. Exactly what level was reached, Ren Ping didn't know. Ren Ping had just gotten an orange word and felt that his strength had increased a lot more. He had probably already surpassed the condensed Dan realm. Orange dragon blood words. The increase was much more terrifying than Dragon Changling. Even Ren Ping's blood had turned golden. Open your own words. Ren Ping. Permanent words. 1. Absorb aura. Blue increased the speed of absorbing aura by 500%. 2. Enlightenment. Purple enlightenment is enhanced and the speed of comprehending martial arts and feats increases by 1000%. 3. Eating transformation. Green, the food eaten will be transformed into aura. 4. Toughness. Blue, body toughness. Defense increased by 500%. 5. True intent of sword Dao. Blue sword attack power increased by 500%. 6. Divine speed. Purple movement speed increased by 1000%. 7. Mega power. Purple strength increased by 1000%. 8. Softness. Blue body softness increased by 500%. 9. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Orange ancestral dragon bloodline plus body. Physical strength plus 3000%. Strength plus 1500%. Domination of aquatic demonic beasts. Temporarily owned words, 0. Number of extractable entries, 6. Renping knew that the increase was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. The divine dragon bloodline had turned into the ancestral dragon bloodline. 30 times the increase in flesh. 15 times the increase in strength. Even if Renping didn't use any martial arts, he would be able to tear apart the condensed Dan realm alive. After Long Changling finished eating, he said goodbye to Renping and went back to the river to cultivate. When Renping came to the shore again the next day, he found that there was already a cabin here. It was the residence of Long Changling. Master, you're here. Long Changling emerged from the raging river. In Renping's perception, there were already a dozen or so true Qi realm demonic beasts in the river behind Long Changling. These demonic beasts were water snakes, spirit turtles and the like. They all seemed to obey Long Changling's orders and followed closely behind him. When Renping appeared, these demonic beasts suddenly stirred. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Unfathomable. Renping's mind moved to collect the ancestral dragon bloodline. These demonic beasts were taken in by Long Changling, and if he released the aura of the ancestral dragon again, these demonic beasts would be scared silly. Long Changling was also sensing the strange movements of the demonic beasts. He glanced at Renping in awe, secretly saying in his heart that his master was too strong. Just by the shore that they appeared on, these demonic beasts were already trembling. However, Long Changling could not feel any aura on Renping's body. It could only mean that the master teacher's power had exceeded his imagination. Renping started fishing. With the ancestral dragon bloodline, he had been able to manipulate the underwater spirit fish. It can even make spirit fish jump out of the water willingly. After fishing for half a day, Renping already had dozens of spirit fish by his feet. Renping suddenly felt joyless, not challenging at all. Even if he curbed his breath, these fish would still come over. Renping looked at a large pile of spirit fish. Tasteless. No more fishing. Renping threw his fishing rod. Practice well, he added. This fish is almost too much to eat. Renping returned to the courtyard and continued to lie flat. The cultivation of the condensed Dan realm was already on the agenda. In the blink of an eye, a month passed quietly. Renping looked at the large pile in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. Yes, there's still something good here. Lu Changkong was eating watermelon on the side. He had been going out to buy these broken spirit artifacts during this time, and he had also been able to find a lot of good things for Renping. For Renping, it's in the lottery. Over the course of the month, he had extracted many words, and those that were appropriate had been bestowed. Sherwan had gotten in everything is a sword phrase, and although it was only a blue phrase, it wasn't bad at all. These days Sherwan had been out cultivating, and when he returned to the courtyard, he spoke much less. Renping felt that Sherwan was on the verge of becoming a lone swordsman. Renping didn't care about Sherwan's change. After all, personality is something that changes. Lu Changkong was still the same. Renping had bestowed several beneficial words and phrases in the area of body refining, and now he had reached the peak of the true Qi realm. And as for the strength of his physical body, it had already transcended the true Qi realm, and it was estimated that even if he was in the Yang Yuan realm, he would not be a match for Lu Changkong. As for Mai Qingqing, she was a bit more mixed in her studies, but her speed advantage had been maintained, and Renping had bestowed 2 more speed-increasing phrases behind her. Now that Mai Qingqing was in the true Qi realm, she would still go out and away with her sword in the dead of night. Long Changling, on the other hand, had been cultivating on the shore, and all the food that Renping ate these days was sent ashore by Long Changling, and there was no lack of spirit fish and the like, and there was even a spirit fish of the true Qi realm, which had also become a dish for the crowd. Renping usually cultivated within the courtyard and didn't go anywhere, except for the occasional trip out to fish. Nothing else is asked. Master, recently it has been rumored within the spirit martial sect that the river has become a forbidden place in the spirit martial sect. A disciple saw an aquatic demonic beast of the true Qi realm on display in the water, and no one dared to approach. I'm going to talk to Junior before it gets too big, Lu Changkong suddenly said. Renping nodded. Just don't hurt anyone. Those demonic beasts are all under the command of the spirit bearer. Long Changling lived by the river, and the demonic beasts he commanded even had the Yang Yuan realm. Inevitably, it would cause panic among the spiritual martial sect's disciples, but Renping didn't care. It's not going to hurt anyone anyway. Renping was still quite at ease with his disciple. In the meantime, the group of disciples from the Imperial Beast Peak were heading towards the river bank under the leadership of the Imperial Beast Peak's eldest senior brother, Chen Xinfu. Eldest senior brother, I heard that a Yang Yuan realm demonic beast has appeared. Senior brother, you just broke through. I'm afraid you're no match. Chen Xinfu snorted coldly. It's not just the Yang Yuan realm. I've already broken through the realm, and I've borrowed my master's spirit weapon. So subduing that Yang Yuan realm demonic beast isn't a piece of cake. Only then did the many Imperial Beast Peak disciples put their hearts down. with the spiritual weapon of the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak. It was fine. I don't know why, but so many demonic beasts have gathered here in recent times. The elders of all the peaks have asked us, the Imperial Beast Peak, to make a move. Could it be that this is a spiritual creature coming out in the neighborhood? Chen Xinfu listened to the crowd's comments and didn't care. He was confident in his strength. After being in seclusion for a month, with the help of his master, he was finally able to break through to the Yang Yuan realm. Now all that was missing was a Yang Yuan realm demonic beast, and his strength would be able to increase by leaps and bounds. The disciples of the Imperial Beast Peak had always been fighting with demonic beasts. In time, it's time to get back. Have you guys heard anything about that punk Long Chengling? Chen Xinfu asked. The many Imperial Beast Peak disciples shook their heads. Senior brother. After that Long Chengling was taken away by Shirwan, he also didn't fly in the Flying Sword Peak. I don't know where it went. Chapter 43. How is that possible? Not in Flying Sword? Chen Xinfu froze. None of the others had seen Long Chengling since he was taken away by Shirwan, and didn't go looking for trouble. The reason was naturally that Shirwan's strength was too powerful, and for them, the true Qi realm, to go looking for trouble was no different from looking for death. But not now. Chen Xinfu had already broken through to the Yang Yuan realm and was already qualified to arm wrestle Shirwan, but after poking around, they found that Long Chengling had disappeared as if he had vaporized. That brat can't escape. As long as he's still in the spirit martial sect, he won't be able to run out of the palm of my hand. Chen Xinfu hemmed and hawed. The group soon arrived at the riverbank. A crocodile is surfacing in a raging river. The few people from the Imperial Beast Peak were overjoyed to see the crocodile. Eldest brother, Aqua Crocodile, a demonic beast of the mid-Yang Yuan realm, and it can still fight ashore with its strength unaffected. Good demonic beast. The smile on Chen Xinfu's face was hard to hide. Ha ha ha, yes, after subduing this Aqua Crocodile, that Shirwan is still a handful. This wave water crocodile was in the Yang Yuan realm, and it belonged to an extremely high-grade demonic beast. I didn't expect to see one within the range of the spirit martial sect. Just as the crowd was about to execute their martial arts and spirit weapons to pounce on the Aqua Crocodile, two crocodiles once again surfaced on the surface of the river. A few people were greatly surprised that these two were actually Aqua Crocodiles as well. However, the realm was relatively low, just the early Yang Yuan realm. 3 heads. Don't panic. Have someone go back and invite the master over. When Chen Xinfu saw the 3-headed crocodile, he didn't panic but asked for support. As long as his master made a move, all 3 Aqua Crocodiles were his. At that time, he would be able to walk sideways in the Yang Yuan realm. One of the Imperial Beast Peak disciples led the way. Don't worry, wait for my master. Senior brothers, if this matter comes to fruition, I'll help you get a few peak true Qi demonic beasts. Good, eldest brother Great Justice. The crowd was laughing. Just then, Long Chengling walked over not far away. He looked at Chen Xinfu's few people with an unkind look in his eyes. These Aqua Crocodiles were the demonic beasts under his command, and when these people appeared here, he already knew about it. With the attitude that more is better than less, he didn't want to pay attention to it. At this time, he was carrying the divine dragon bloodline and had long since disregarded Chen Xinfu and the others. Competing with them did not interest Long Chengling at all, but Chen Xinfu actually wanted to catch his demonic beast. Long Chengling's appearance was also a surprise to Chen Xinfu and the others. It's Long Chengling. Why is he here? This punk has been hiding here. No wonder he couldn't be found. Chen Xinfu gave a wink to the Imperial Beast Peak disciple beside him, and that disciple understood and stood in front. Long Chengling, why don't you quickly pay your respects to eldest senior brother? Don't think that just because you have Shirwan backing you up, you're not a disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak. Long Chengling lightly glanced at the disciple. Early stage of true Qi. He could destroy it with a wave of his hand now. He looked straight at Chen Xinfu and said slowly, "This is no place for you. Get out." A few people stared. How dare Long Chengling tell them to get lost? Chen Xinfu's face was gloomy. Humph, take him down and bring him back to Imperial Beast Peak. One word, then naturally it's time to get physical. Long Chengling's eyes glared and he bellowed, "Don't you dare." He really didn't want to fight these people. Second brother just came in today and told him to tone it down a bit. Ha ha ha, why wouldn't I dare? Eldest brother has now broken through to the Yang Yuan realm. What is Shirwan? Together, several disciples from the Royal Beast Peak took out their spirit beast bags and released their demonic beasts. Several true Qi realm demonic beasts appeared in front of Long Chengling. Long Chengling's face was finally showing anger. Yang Yuan realm? Is it great? He took a step forward and his aura blossomed. It was clear that he was also in the Yang Yuan realm. These days his cultivation speed was extremely fast, and it didn't even take him a month to break through from the early stage of true Qi to the Yang Yuan realm. Those few Imperial Beast Peak disciples came to a sharp stop as their feet lurched. Those few true Qi realm demonic beasts were even prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. The divine dragon bloodline. which governs the aquatic demonic beasts, is even more of a deterrent to other demonic beasts. Long Changling was equivalent to the ancestor of these true Qi realm demonic beasts. How dare they? How come? My demonic beast isn't moving. Several people were alarmed. Long Changling didn't know what kind of means he had used. What was even more terrifying was that in a short period of time, he had broken through from the early stage of true Qi to the Yang Yuan realm. Is this a human being? Waste stuff. Afraid of what? Chen Xinfu grunted. He reached out and shook his hand, and the 100th spirit cow in the middle stage of true Qi appeared in front of him. There were also several true Qi realm demonic beasts. They were all demonic beasts under the command of Chen Xinfu. Long Changling gave a cold look, and those few demonic beasts trembled and lowered their heads. Chen Xinfu's face changed. What's going on here? He kicked the demonic beast in front of him twice. The demonic beast, however, did not make any movement. No matter how he drove them, these demonic beasts kept their heads down, not daring to look directly at Long Changling. Seeing this, Chen Xinfu shouted angrily, Long Changling, what kind of demonic technique have you performed? Long Changling smiled faintly. I didn't cast any demonic spells. They didn't even dare to move when I stood in front of them. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Take you down and we'll see what kind of trickery you're using. Chen Xinfu unexpectedly gave up on driving the demonic beasts and instead directly came forward, ready to beat up Long Changling with his bare hands. Chen Xinfu had actually forgotten that Long Changling was also in the Yang Yuan realm at this time. Watching Chen Xinfu rush forward, Long Changling's face remained unchanged. With a thought of his mind, the river water on the side churned, and the 3 Yang Yuan realm aqua crocodiles flew out of the water, directly blocking in front of Chen Xinfu. Looking at the ferocious aqua crocodile, Chen Xinfu finally stopped in his tracks. He looked at Long Changling incredulously. Is this your demonic beast? How is that possible? A mid-Yang Yuan stage aqua crocodile. How could you possibly subdue it? He didn't want to believe his eyes. Long Changling looked at him coldly, and the 3-headed aqua crocodile's directly huge body disappeared in place at an extremely fast speed, pouncing on the demonic beasts in those few days, without any resistance. Several true Qi realm demonic beasts were torn apart by the Yang Yuan realm aqua crocodile. Beads of sweat slid down Chen Xinfu's forehead. Looking at the ferocious appearance of the aqua crocodiles, he had no doubt that these aqua crocodiles would likewise tear themselves apart. Long Changling, my master is Yang Shifeng, chief of the Imperial Beast Peak. You know that. Long Changling looked at Chen Xinfu like this. His heart was incomparably happy. This guy who had bullied him for several years was kind of scared out of his wits today. And then what? Long Changling asked with a smirk. My master will be here soon. You let me go. Long Changling laughed. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to kill you. The 3-headed aqua crocodile had already killed all the demonic beasts in the time it took to speak. Just then, a voice came. Sinful animal, how dare you make a move against a fellow disciple? Chapter 44 Yang Shifeng. Chen Xinfu's few people were overjoyed when they heard this voice. This is the Royal Beast Peak Chief Elder Yang Shifeng. Sea Condensation Realm Grandmaster. More Sea Condensation Realm Demon Beast as a battle force. In the Spirit Martial Sect all Chief Elders, the strength belongs to his superior. Master, Long Changling tried to kill me. Chen Xinfu shouted. At this time, Chen Xinfu no longer had the color of fear. This was his master teacher. Sea Condensation Realm Powerhouse. Big backer. Even if Long Changling broke through to the Yang Yuan realm, what was he? In front of the Sea Condensation Realm, nothing. Yang Shifeng was a withered old man who looked to be 60 or 70 years old, but no one would think that he was an ordinary old man with the aura emanating from his body. Yang Shifeng landed in front of Long Changling. The anger was evident on his face. Sinful beast, as a disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak, raising demonic beasts within the Spirit Martial Sect, causing trouble for the sect, and even making a move against a fellow senior. For the sake of your dead master, I'll leave you a dog's life today. Disable your own cultivation and get out of the Spirit Martial Sect. Yang Shifeng shouted, his body's aura surging as he pressed towards Long Changling. Long Changling wasn't afraid in the slightest, but it was only the Sea Condensation Realm. He could give it a try. What's my crime? He straightened his back and looked straight at Yang Shifeng. Yang Shifeng laughed in anger. Well, what a crime. Sinful animal, harming fellow disciples and raising demonic beasts to disrupt the order of the sect. I can shoot you right now. Long Changling smiled. Injuring a fellow disciple? I was injured by Chen Xinfu's demonic beast. Have you ever convicted him? It's fine for me to raise demonic beasts within the river, but have any of my senior brothers ever been injured by my demonic beasts? As for here, Long Changling pointed towards the aqua crocodile that was gnawing on the corpse of the demonic beast. That's your good disciple trying to fight me. As an inner disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak, I haven't even seen the salary of an inner disciple for several years. You old thing, you're going to convict me now? Asterisk 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 your ancestor's ass. If you, Yang Shifeng, dare to make a move against me today, I, Long Changling, will dare to destroy you, Long Changling said in a cold voice. Against you, you dare to talk to my master like that. Indeed, he had the intention of betraying the clan long ago. Master, this son must not be kept. We, the Imperial Beast Peak, are going to clean house. Yang Shifeng was already gloomy. Long Changling was cursing him out. Sinner, I'll shoot you. Yang Shifeng drank in a cold voice and reached out. A huge demonic beast appeared in front of him. This was a black tiger of the sea condensation realm. This black tiger was pitch black all over. Only its eyes were turquoise. Its body size was huge, almost as big as an elephant. A proper behemoth. Yang Shifeng looked at Long Changling coldly. Kneel down. I kneel your ancestors. How could Long Changling kneel? What he had suffered at the Imperial Beast Peak had long since left him with no good feelings towards it. And now you're telling him to get on his knees? Are you the only one with a sea condensation realm demonic beast? Little Jiao, come out. In the midst of the raging current, there was a black shadow looming in the water. As the water splashed, a 2-meter-long demonic beast surfaced in front of Long Changling. When the crowd saw this scene, their eyes widened. Augur! It's an augur, and it was still a juvenile augur dragon. A juvenile augur dragon in the sea condensation realm. This was a demonic beast that they, the people of the Imperial Beasts, could only dream of. Adult scaly dragons are enough to rival Jindan powerhouses. Yang Shifeng's eyes were red at this moment. How could this Long Changling be recognized by the dragon? Congratulations to Master for the joyous acquisition of the Jiaolong demonic beast. Chen Xinfu actually laughed out loud at this point. How could his master, Yang Shifeng, not be moved when he saw the augur juvenile body? Sure enough, the eyes of the young scaly dragon that Yang Shifeng was looking at changed. If he obtained this augur, it would be like having the strength of the Jindan realm in the future realm of the Golden Dan. It was 2 realms above the Sea of Condensation, and in the entire Spirit Martial Sect, no one could reach this realm. The old ancestor who founded the Spirit Martial Sect back then was only a Jindan. Yang Shifeng glared at Chen Xinfu before saying, Long Changling, hand over the augur to me, and I'll help you with your matter. We at Imperial Beast Peak talk about rules. If you haven't done these things, I will definitely clear your name. However, this augur dragon of yours has already reached the sea condensation realm. You are only at the Yang Yuan realm. This augur dragon is out of control. I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the Spirit Martial Sect. Hand it over to me, and I'll give it back to you after this is over. Long Changling revealed a sneer when he heard those words. He grunted coldly. I thought it was Chen Xinfu's stubborn nature that caused him to oppress his fellow disciples, but I didn't realize that you, this old thing, are all the way down the line as well. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. Want to take away the little augur? Come and get it yourself if you're capable. Long Changling is no cutie pie. How could one believe Yang Shifeng's words at this time? Nothing more than wanting his little augur. Well, obsessed. As a division commander, I have to take care of this matter. Yang Shifeng snorted coldly and drove that black tiger towards Long Changling. Long Changling also gave a command, and the small augur dragon in front of him rushed out. The 2 sea condensation realm demonic beasts were immediately entangled together. Yang Shifeng looked at Long Changling. Without the little scaly dragon, you're just an ordinary Yang Yuan realm. How can you be my opponent? I'm curious as to what kind of chance you got, breaking through to the Yang Yuan realm in a short period of time, and getting recognized by the augur dragon. Come over here, tell me all about your chances, and give you a pain in the ass. The pressure of the sea condensation realm poured out, and Long Changling's face changed. His form stuttered, but he wasn't affected much. Possessing the divine dragon bloodline, he already had the strength to fight across the ranks, and Yang Shifeng, as the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak, practiced the secret martial arts techniques on demonic beasts, and his main body was not as strong as the general sea condensation realm. The flesh is unexpectedly so powerful. So what? Yang Shifeng was surprised to see that the invincible sea condensation realm micropressure did not have any effect. Long Changling's strength was stronger than he had imagined. Long Changling roared angrily. It wasn't as if he couldn't beat the sea condensation realm. He bullied his way forward, topping Yang Shifeng's pressure, and quickly arrived in front of Yang Shifeng, right in Yang Shifeng's horrified eyes. Long Changling threw a punch at his chest. With a loud boom, Yang Shifeng's figure fell back. How is that possible? You're only in the Yang Yuan realm. Yang Shifeng was even more curious about Long Changling's chance in his heart. He laughed coldly and also executed a martial art, fighting with Long Changling. The aftermath of the battle between the 4 sea condensation realms could be described as loud and powerful. The powerful men of the Spirit Martial Sect were all casting glances in this direction. Chapter 45, Come quickly for support. The battle here couldn't be hidden from the powerful people above the sea condensation realm of the Spirit Martial Sect either. Even the ordinary disciples, listening to the battle coming from afar, were all far away, fearing that they would be affected by the waves. The battle at the sea condensation realm. These disciples who were at most at the true chi realm, were not qualified to watch it at all, and if they were not careful, they would be shocked to death by the aftershocks. And the elders, they didn't care. A large number of demonic beasts had appeared within the spiritual martial sect's boundaries in recent times, and they had long since asked the Imperial Beast Peak to take action. It just didn't occur to me that 2 sea condensation realm demonic beasts would be used. On the Flying Sword Peak, Ren Ping frowned as he listened to the movement of the battle in the distance. He sensed Long Changling's dragon blood aura. Someone is fighting Long Changling. Mastermind. You make the trip. Ren Ping said indifferently. Yes. Sherwan nodded his head and disappeared into a stream of light. On the bank of the river, Long Changling had a strong aura emanating from his body at this moment. He at the Yang Yuan realm had actually fought Yang Shifeng at the sea condensation realm without losing. On the side, the little auger dragon was also tangling with the black tiger demonic beast. The black tiger demonic beast was in a higher realm, having reached the middle stage of sea condensation. However, the little scaly dragon's bloodline was not bad, and it did not lose out in fighting across small realms. Yang Shifeng was getting more and more alarmed the more he fought at this point. Is this still the Yang Yuan realm? The strength of this fleshly body wasn't bad compared to cultivators of the Tao of body refinement. Moreover, there was a palpitating aura within Long Changling's chi and blood. Right at this moment, a figure came speeding across the sky. Yang Shifeng was overjoyed at the sight. Kid, I'm not the only one in the sea condensation realm in the spirit martial sect. Going against the spirit martial sect, you're asking for death. Yang Shifeng thought that the person coming was his reinforcement, but when the person landed, it was only then that he realized that he was actually wearing the attire of an inner disciple at this time. An inner disciple of the Yan Yuan realm? He couldn't care less at this point. An inner disciple was an inner disciple, and one Yan Yuan realm could affect the battle. Old me, the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak, quickly come and help. Sherwan froze when he heard the voice. Surprisingly, he was the chief of the Imperial Beast Peak. He then looked at the Qin Shinfu, several people who were trembling at the side. He understood what was going on, and looking at the strength that Long Changling had displayed was not too far from him. Sherwan was also a bit surprised, and thought that his own youngest senior brother was not simple. With a flash of his figure, he arrived in front of Chen Shinfu's several people. Chen Shinfu's face changed when he saw Sherwan. Surprisingly, it was Sherwan. Sherwan looked at them coldly. My little master brother lives here, and it seems that he has not provoked you. Did you lure this young Shifeng? Chen Shinfu was originally quite scared, but when he thought that he was also in the Yang Yuan realm, he instantly hardened his heart. So what if it is? Long Changling should be damned. The Yang Yuan realm has even been recognized by the Jiao Dragon. My master's father, who is in the sea condensation realm, hasn't even obtained a demonic beast with such a powerful bloodline, so what does he have? Sherwan, I advise you to be sensible. My master won't be bothered with you when he gets that auger. Chen Shinfu was already stunned by the aftermath of the battle at the sea condensation realm. Sherwan is in front of him and he doesn't want to fight. Sherwan's face grew more and more grim as he listened to these words. In that case, Yang Shifeng has taken a fancy to my junior brother's Jiaolong and is preparing to kill and seize the treasure? Good one to know better. Chen Shinfu was still about to speak when he saw a flash of sword light. Sherwan's long sword was already sheathed. With a light swipe forward, Chen Shinfu's head was sliced in half. Seek your own death. Sherwan glanced at the remaining few Imperial Beast Peak inner disciples, raising his hand again with a sword. How dare you, harlot! Yang Shifeng, who was fighting, was furious when he saw this scene. Sherwan didn't care. With the long sword in his hand, it was as if he owned the world. Why wouldn't I dare? Old thing, dare to make a move against my senior brother. I can't keep you, Sherwan said coldly. You an inner disciple. Yang Shifeng coldly grunted. No, who are you? Who am I? I am Sherwan, the eldest disciple of Flying Sword Peak Elder Rinping, and the one who fought with you is my youngest disciple. Yang Shifeng remembered. Sherwan, that genius. As for Rinping, he was directly ignored. Right at this moment, the scaly dragon not far away was slapped away by the black tiger and smashed into the river. Seeing this, Sherwan slightly raised his hand. A flash of sword light appeared between heaven and earth, and Yang Shifeng's face changed. He realized that he couldn't block this flash of sword light. It's too powerful. The sword light seemed like a white train hanging in the sky, covering the sky. Everyone in the spirit martial sect looked to this side. What's the situation? A third Dharma sea condensation realm? Flying Sword Peak Xian Jianfeng made a move? Who else but him? Elder Rich Jianfeng made a move. These two demonic beasts are not enough to worry about. Other than Xian Jianfeng, who else in the spirit martial sect could make such a sword technique? As the protagonist of the crowd's discussion, Xian Jianfeng sat in the great hall of the flying sword blade, the corners of his mouth twitching. Who the hell is this? Where did the spirit martial sect get such a powerful sword Dao practitioner? This sword light, he looked at it with a bit of a palpitating feeling. It's better than him. On the bank of the river, Sherwan looked at the black tiger and swung his long sword in his hand. The sword light that covered the sky came down with a bang, slash at the black tiger. Seeing this, the black tiger unexpectedly fled without a fight. Escape? Dream on. Sherwan grunted coldly. The sword light slashed down, and with a whoosh, the black tiger demonic beast in the middle stage of sea condensation was split in half by the sword light. Yang Shifeng was shocked. He hastily dodged Long Chengling's attack and jumped to the side. Sherwan, have a word. I'm the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak. Sherwan was expressionless. Tell that to my sword. Junior brother, do him. Long Chengling also did not expect Sherwan to strike so decisively. One after another, he killed the inner disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak and cut down Yang Shifeng's demonic beast. Now they also had to join forces to kill Yang Shifeng. Yes, at this point in time, there is no reason to retreat. The little auger dragon once again scurried out in the river and joined the battle. Long Changling and little Jiao Long joined forces strongly. It directly forced Yang Shifeng to retreat back and forth. Sherwan waits for an opportunity. As long as Yang Shifeng reveals a crack, one strike will kill him. Yang Shifeng was in a big hurry. If this went on, he would really die. Things weren't quite what he expected. If he had known that Long Changling possessed the strength of the sea condensation realm, he wouldn't have dared to come and mess with it. Not to mention, Sherwan actually had the terrifying strength to kill the sea of condensation with a single strike. This ing. He looked down at the body of Chen Xinfu on the side. He suddenly felt that Chen Xinfu had not died unjustly. Masters and brothers, come and support us quickly. Yang Shifeng bellowed. His voice spread throughout the entire spirit martial sect. When it came down to it, he could only ask for help. Before he didn't want to ask for help. It was because of the little scaly dragon, a demonic beast. If someone else had come, he probably wouldn't have been able to get this small auger dragon with strong potential. But now, what chance is more important than a little life? Chapter 46 Death of Yang Shifeng. At this time, the many elders of the spiritual martial sect reacted that this was not Yang Shifeng beating others at all, but rather Yang Shifeng was being beaten. Several chief elders of the sea condensation realm flew in. Even Jiang Changji, who was on top of the main peak, rushed here. When they arrived, they found that Yang Shifeng had already been cornered by the two men. Yang Shifeng has had one of his arms cut off. Beside him, there was another early-stage sea condensation demonic beast dying. Sherwan looked at the many arrivals and sighed in pity. If this Yang Shifeng hadn't summoned that early-stage sea condensation demonic beast to block the fatal blow at the critical time, this Yang Shifeng would already be a corpse at this moment. Stop! Why did you two strike? The chief elders bellowed. Sherwan glanced at them and sheathed the long sword in his hand. Masters and brothers, come out quickly. These two deceived their master. Several sea condensation realm elders were about to make a move upon hearing this. Just then, Jiang Changji appeared. The aura of the condensed Dan realm was revealed. The many elders didn't dare to take action easily at this point. The patriarch had come, and they were no longer qualified to make a move. Whatever it is up to Jiang Changji to decide. Jiang Changji glanced at the corpse not far away, his face a bit grim. Within the spirit martial sect, he killed a disciple of the spirit martial sect. These two really have guts. Jiang Changji exerted his condensed Dan realm aura and pressed towards the two Sherwan, and it didn't do anything. Sherwan stood proud like a sharp sword. Long Changling even had a divine dragon bloodline, so even if Jiang Changji was 2 great realms higher, he wouldn't be able to overwhelm him with his aura. The crowd was surprised to see this scene. For 2 Yang Yuan realms to force Yang Shifeng of the sea condensation realm to ask for help was already appalling. I didn't realize that even Jiang Changji, who was at the condensed Dan realm, couldn't overwhelm them. What level of talent had these two reached? Sherwan, what is it about? If we don't talk about it carefully, even if your talent is strong, it's still hard to escape death. Zhang Zuoyan, who was on the side, said in a cold voice. This disciple, Sherwan, was considered a minor celebrity in the spirit martial sect. Even he is involved. Sherwan blared at Zhang Zuoyan. Yang Shifeng tried to kill my senior brother. What's wrong with me killing back? Yang Shifeng, who was on the side, was furious. Bull asterisk. It's clearly Long Changling who brutalized his fellow disciples. I'm just cleaning house. When Sherwan heard this, the sword in his hand was once again drawn. Jiang Changji had 2 heads in one. The talent displayed by these 2 disciples was simply too astonishing. But it's just a matter of committing this kind of thing. Long Changling is a member of my Imperial Beast Peak. When did it become your senior? Yang Shifeng said. Long Changling stepped forward. I worshipped Flying Sword Peak Elder Rinping as my master a month ago. A month ago, I was already expelled from the Imperial Beast Peak. That was Yang Shifeng's disciple oppressing the disciple. And the disciple was forced to leave Imperial Beast Peak. Now it falls into the category of being every man for himself. The many elders looked at the situation and shut up. Yang Shifeng finally got up and came behind Jiang Changji at this time. Senior Sovereign, these two are impure in heart. They must not be kept. They killed their fellow disciples, and the evidence is overwhelming. According to the rules of the sect, it deserves to be executed. Jiang Changji was a bit hesitant. That's a lot of talent. The Yang Yuan realm would be able to force the Sea Condensation realm to fight, and kill 2 Sea Condensation realm demonic beasts. That young man named Long Chengling, with the auger dragon encircling his hand. This would later be a Jin Dan level of combat power. If these 2 disciples are really used for his spiritual martial arts sect, in the future, the spiritual martial arts sect will certainly be able to restore the glory of the master ancestor. Meanwhile, Run Ping muttered, make it so big. Still need help wiping my ass. That works too. Run Ping's figure flickered. He came directly above the main peak of the spirit martial sect. Behind the main peak hall, there was a small courtyard. The small courtyard was very clean and a large tree shaded the sky, making it very shady. Under the big tree, there was an old man sweeping the floor with a broom. Run Ping appeared right in front of him. Seeing Run Ping appear, the old man was shocked. The broom in his hand fell straight to the floor. His body was even bursting with the aura of the condensed Dan realm. Who are you? Spirit martial sect's important land? You dare to trespass? Ren Ping's face was clouded by a mist at this time. A voice of indistinguishable gender rang out. I know that this is the heady ground of the spirit martial sect. Hello Supreme Elder. I've come down here to ask you for a favor. The old man was on his guard. The aura emanating from this person was stronger than him. This was a strong person who could threaten his life. What if I say no? The old man asked. No? Run Ping laughed softly. With a flash of his figure, he directly disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of the old man in the next second. The old man was alarmed. The speed of this person's was so fast that he couldn't even react. Just as he was about to perform a martial art to resist, he was clamped by one of Ren Ping's hands on his neck. Ren Ping's hand pinched his neck and said in a cold voice, You say one without looking at it? The old man found himself unable to resist at all. It's too strong. At the late condensed Dan realm, he didn't even have the strength to fight back. What realm is this person in? Become a Dan? Or is it Jin Dan? He didn't know. He only knew that if he said a single word of no, the mysterious man in front of him would kill him. Your Excellency has something to say. This spirit martial sect's supreme elder said with a face full of astonishment. When Ren Ping heard this, the hand around his neck finally loosened. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. 2 disciples of the spirit martial sect are being coerced by a group of elders. Bail them out. What? The old man looked dismayed. He hastily looked in the direction of the mountain. There, he sensed Jiang Changji and several sea condensation realm auras. Who the hell is your excellency? Instead of agreeing, the old man asked. Who am I? Not important. The important thing is that if you can't keep those 2, your skull will be lifted for you. You should be able to hear me, Ren Ping said, suddenly stretching out his finger. Above the dome of the spirit martial sect, a finger shadow suddenly appeared. This finger shadow caused everyone to be shocked. The aura coming from above was too powerful, as if it was going to destroy the sky and the earth. Jiang Changji, as well as the supreme elders hidden in various parts of the spiritual martial sect were all like enemies. The old man in front of the Ren plane looked at the scene with a face full of horror. With this martial skill, even if the entirety of the spirit martial sect came together, they would all be crushed into mush. This was the aura of the Changdan realm. No, Jin Dan. Jin Dan old monster. How could a Jin Dan old monster appear in the spirit martial sect? He was confused. The finger silhouette above the dome suddenly fell towards the riverbank. As they watched the finger's shadow fall, Jiang Changji and the others who were at the riverbank changed their faces drastically and dispersed. If this mysterious martial skill were to fall, this group of spirit martial sect senior staff would all have to be reimbursed here. Yang Shifeng had already fled at this point. That finger shadow unexpectedly reversed its direction and came towards Yang Shifeng. With a loud boom, the finger shadow smashed down. Right in the middle of Yang Shifeng, a deep pit appeared on the ground. Yang Shifeng had been reduced to pieces under this finger. Jiang Changji and the others had palpitations, but they were even more puzzled in their minds. Why did you make a move on Yang Shifeng? The 2 Shirwan on the riverbank looked at each other. The master made a move. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, a voice came from above the main peak. Come quickly. Jiang Changji's crowd's faces changed. This was the voice of the supreme elder. They didn't hesitate to execute their stances and sprinted towards the main peak. When they returned to the backyard of the spirit martial sect's main peak, they saw the old man standing under a large tree with a grave expression on his face. The broom in his hand was already bald and shattered by the powerful true chi. Taishan Elder, there is a strong enemy coming. Have the Taishan elders seen it? Westwind Young killed. A few elders spoke in tongues. The old man exhaled. He's just gone through the ghost gate. As one of the strongest in the spirit martial sect, He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist in that person's hands. What the hell happened? The old man spoke in a cold voice. A mysterious strong man entered my spiritual martial sect and killed Elder Yang Shifeng, Jiang Changji explained. The old man picked up a bare broom and smashed it against Jiang Changji. The old man asks what happened on the riverbank. Jiang Changji and the others were also confused. They're not really sure what's going on. Yang Shifeng was beaten by the two juniors to the point of asking for help, and when they went there, this was the scene they saw. I heard it was about the Imperial Beast Peak. Heard? The old man glared. Check. I want to know what happened. And those two disciples, what exactly are they? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not quite understanding what the Supreme Elder meant by this. Aren't those just two powerfully gifted geniuses? What other background could there be? However, looking at the old man's face was very chilling. There were still people who quickly left the place. In less than a moment's time, 5 or 6 Supreme Elders and 8 Chief Elders gathered here once again. Supreme Elder, check it out. Imperial Beast Peak disciple Long Changling was forced by Yang Shifeng's disciple Chen Xinfu to capture the Spirit Wood Monkey. Flying Sword Blade disciple Shirwan stepped in to take him away. It says that he is worshipping under Flying Sword Blade Elder Rinping. It was a month ago. The old man froze. Old Ren's offspring? Right. I thought he couldn't practice? Yes, Rinping isn't able to cultivate, but under his door, there are already 2 geniuses, plus this Long Changling, that's a total of 3. The old man frowned. 3 geniuses. The 2 of them today were able to beat the sea condensation realm's Yang Shifeng to death, and if Jiang Changji and the others hadn't arrived in time, Yang Shifeng would have had to be in the hands of the 2 Shirwan, although Yang Shifeng died in the end. Go on. Jiang Changji continued again. This recent period of time, the rivers within the boundaries of the spirit martial sect have seen the appearance of many aquatic demonic beasts, and I've asked the Imperial Beast Peak to regularly set out to clean them up. Today, a disciple of the Imperial Beast Peak, Chen Xinfu, brought several people along with him, and then a fight broke out when Elder Yang Shifeng went there. 4 inner disciples of Imperial Beast Peak killed. The old man waved his hand. Okay, I know. Supreme Elder, what does this have to do with today's strong enemy? The old man sighed. Let's start with what you guys think. He's tired. The heart is tired. How could the spirit martial sect have incurred such an existence? And, sticking up for 2 geniuses. This was obviously that mysterious existence that had seen the 2 geniuses in danger and had come to find him. What does that mean? That terrifying existence had always been in the spirit martial sect. Their group of spiritual martial sect executives hadn't even noticed it. Supreme Elder, I think that those 2 disciples should be executed for deceiving their master and maiming their fellow disciples. Zhang Zuoyang stepped forward and said. The old man looked at him quietly. Also, Ren Ping, as the master of the 2, should also be punished. Just expel him from the sect. The old man was still looking at him. Zhang Zuoyang's heart snapped. What does the Supreme Elder mean by this? Ren Ping should be executed. Zhang Zuoyang said stiffly. As soon as he finished saying this, he felt a 10,000-pound mountain appear behind him. With a snap, Zhang Zuoyang was pinned to the ground. Old 6, what's with the sudden strike? The great elders. A few people stopped it in a row. The old man looked at the crowd without any good humor, and then glanced at Zhang Zuoyang on the ground. Zhang Zuoyang now wanted to die. It's a ing door rule. While you were confronting those 2 geniuses on the riverbank, a mysterious existence came to me. He told me to bail out those 2 geniuses or else lift my skull off the ground. The old man spoke very plainly, but the crowd was in a state of shock. What? Old 6, you are already in the late stage of Dan condensation. How dare he threaten you? The old man sighed. This mysterious existence is above the Changdan realm in strength. All of us from the spirit martial sect together can't move a single hair on someone's head. You have seen his strength. That finger is his. You guys have faith? I didn't anyway. The old man shrugged. The crowd then responded. It's ing Shirwan and their backers. So how does this work? That also Yancy Wind? One of the Supreme Elders asked. The old man glanced at the one who was also the spiritual martial sect's Supreme Elder. Yang Shifeng, death is in vain. As for those 2, just pretend this never happened. The spirit martial sect is internally chaotic and oppresses its disciples, and an outsider has to be in charge of such matters. Shame on you. Well, that's it. The old man waved his hand. That mysterious being made him despair. He could only do what the one wanted. Otherwise, the spirit martial arts sect would all have to be gone. Numerous spirit martial sect executives nodded their heads. It'll have to do for now. Who knew Shirwan and the others had such a background? No, this person has insulted my spiritual martial sect. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and convict Shirwan and the others. Attempting to let the powerhouses outside influence our spirit martial sect's decisions. No way. I, Zhang Zuoyang, am willing to die for the clan. Zhang Zuoyang, who had just stood up, suddenly blurted out. The crowd looked at him with a confused face or two. Is this guy an idiot? Pursue? You're going to pursue this with your life? Didn't you hear the Supreme Elders say that none of them are opponents? Jiang Changji was helpless. The old man, whose expression had eased, blushed. A slap at Zhang Zuoyang. Zhang Zuoyang, who had achieved great success in the way of body refinement, was defenseless and was slapped into the dirt. Chase your mom. You lost your brain building up your muscles, didn't you? The old man broke into a fit of rage. Chapter 47, The End of the Line. After a group of spirit martial sect elders discussed the matter, they decided to suppress the matter first. That mysterious strongman, they couldn't match. They were not opponents at all. And what Shirwan and Long Changling had done, they could only pretend that they didn't know anything about it now. That mysterious strongman, just whose backer is he? Is it Shirwan, or is it Long Changling? The odds are that it's Ishwan. Long Changling has been practicing in the spirit martial sect for almost 10 years, and has always been quiet and unknown. And it was only recently that he suddenly broke through to the Yang Yuan realm and subdued a scaly dragon. A month ago, he worshipped Rinping as his master. It couldn't be because of Rinping, could it? This speculation caused many of the spiritual martial sect's senior members to shake their heads. They were very clear about Rinping's background. Other than a deceased ancestor, there were no other relatives, let alone any background. Renping had struggled for several years in the spirit martial sect and had not even set foot on the path of cultivation. If he really had that kind of backing, he wouldn't have been reduced to the state he was in today. I'm afraid it's Shirwan's backer. We're not sure about Shirwan's origin for now. I'm afraid he's a disciple from a big power with a very strong background. Renping had already returned to his residence. He had long known that in the courtyard behind the main peak hall of the spirit martial sect, there was a figure at the level of the Supreme Elder. In the long-ago memories, that place had been the place of residence of his ancestors. He had thought to take his chances, but did not think that he had really met the Supreme Elder of the spirit martial sect, and that the matter should be resolved. And it just so happened that Renping did not want to make a spectacle of himself, and avoided showing his face. Those two boys are coming back, aren't they? Renping thought as he jerked the civet cat. Just at this moment, two figures walked in from outside the door. It was Shirwan and Long Changling. At this moment, the two of them were also in a state of confusion. They had really gotten into trouble this time. Even the spirit martial sect's patriarch had already made an appearance. For them, this wasn't even the point. The point was that Renping had also made a move. Master, disciple is wrong. Shirwan and Long Changling both lowered their heads in front of Renping. Now you know it's wrong? Forget it, it's not a big deal. Go practice. Shirwan wanted to say something, but finally closed his mouth. He was tempted to ask how the matter had been resolved in the end, but looking at Renping, it didn't look like he was going to say anything. In Renping's mind, this was not a big deal at all. If he was still in the true Qi realm, this would indeed be a big deal. But now that his strength was the strongest existence in the spirit martial sect, although he did not want to show his face, he could not allow people to bully him over his head. Royal Beast Peak's chief elder Yang Shifeng, that kind of practice, in fact, has touched the bottom line of the cultivation of people. Killers, people will always kill. This is the eternal unchanging truth. It could only be blamed on Yang Shifeng's lack of skill in learning the art and also losing to two juniors. The higher-ups of the spirit martial sect should know what to do. Renping said to himself. The next thing was really as Renping thought. The spirit martial sect's many senior management chose to ignore this matter. But it was a few days later Jiang Changji secretly came to the Flying Sword Peak, observed the compound where Renping was, as if he didn't find anything wrong, and quietly left again. They should be panicking right now. Renping secretly thought. In his place, he also panicked. A powerful existence was hibernating nearby. Moreover, the spirit martial sect was not some lone person, but rather a large family of elders, disciples, and patriarchs, with a large number of people. If there was really an unsuspecting and powerful existence, hibernating inside the spirit martial sect, wanting to make a big killing, the spirit martial sect would not have much power to fight back at all. The days once again fell flat. Renping's routine was also unchanging. Fishing, cultivating, and recently he liked to study martial arts. Most of the martial arts created were given to Lu Changkong's few people. Lu Changkong had also returned from looking for many strange and weird things outside, and the words that Renping had already extracted had amounted to more than 24. The words and phrases that were suitable for several of them had been bestowed to Shirwan and the others. As the spiritual martial sect did not pursue this matter, Renping was naturally happy to be left alone. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Renping's cultivation had also reached the peak condensed Dan realm, just one step short of the Changdan realm. The cultivation speed of the disciples under the door was also quite fast. Shirwan and Long Chunling have both been in the anti-Yuan realm out of a long distance. Lu Changkong has also reached the Yuan Yang realm. The most pleasant surprise for Renping is Mai Qingqing. She is amazingly talented. Renping can't give her the words that help the speed of cultivation. because Renping knows that Mai Qingqing's speed of cultivation has been very fast. It's only in the past not long ago, Mai Qingqing has already reached the middle stage of the realm of true qi. Although she was only in the middle true qi realm, but no one in the Yang Yuan realm would be able to catch up with her, and Mai Qingqing's speed was faster than all three of Shirwan. Moreover, Mai Qingqing was very fond of chivalry and righteousness, and although she had also repeatedly hit the wall in this matter over these days, she was happy to do so, and had even dragged on both Shirwan and Lu Changkong. Renping was initially worried that they were doing something wrong, but then he secretly followed them and realized that they were really practicing chivalry, so he didn't care. Nowadays, the town under the mountain of Lingwuzong circulates the Jianghu legend of the mysterious female warrior. However, Mai Qingqing didn't enter the eye view of the spiritual martial sect's crowd, and only moved around the town below the mountain. She shouldn't cause any trouble. Long Changling had now returned to his place of cultivation, which was by the river. He had commanded a Jiao Long demonic beast, and as long as it wasn't an expert of Jiang Changji's level making a move, no one could threaten him. Another realm breakthrough, Renping muttered as he looked at the already compressed to the extreme aura in his dantian. Now that he had broken through the realm, he didn't feel much joy. As long as he didn't leave the confines of this spirit martial sect, he was an invincible existence. It was just that the outside world was vast, and he knew that his strength could only be invincible in this small place. Cultivation still needs to be cultivated, and you can't stop for the rest of your life. Renping didn't want a powerful being to descend in front of him one day and gently crush him to death with a single finger. Possessing greater strength is the only way to continue to survive in this world, for the convenience brought about by powerful strength. Renping never questioned it, didn't he see? Even if the spirit martial sect's supreme elder didn't want to break out in a cold sweat when he saw him, even if they killed an elder of the sea condensation realm, they wouldn't dare to let out more than a single fart. The technique of becoming a Dan realm has to be comprehended additionally. The technique that Renping was currently practicing could only be cultivated to the peak condensed Dan realm. As for the Dan completion realm's feats, it was a blank slate. However, for Renping, this was not a difficult task. As long as he closed his eyes for a few days, he would be able to comprehend the techniques of the Chengdan realm. Chapter 48 McWoman ambushed? Renping went on a retreat. In the eyes of several disciples, Renping has always been a loner, saying that the retreat is a retreat, saying that fishing is fishing, life is very cozy. In their minds, perhaps Renping was a reclusive powerhouse, living an uninhibited life. Even the many powerful men of the spirit martial sect failed to enter Renping's eyes. The white moon is in the sky and the cool breeze is blowing. At this time, it was already in the late fall. A breeze blew by, and the dead leaves on the tree branches swished down. Mai Qingqing left the house a little early today. Elder Ren had gone into seclusion and didn't show up for the past few days. And even when he cooked, he didn't come out to take a bite. McQueen was used to it. Looking outside, the sky had completely darkened. She cleaned up the sanitation within the compound. Dishes and other things had been washed and dried aside. Mai Qingqing looked at the well-organized compound, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned around to enter her own room, taking down a long sword on the wall. The apron on her body had long since been untied by him and turned into a set of black night clothes. From this moment onwards, she was no longer a maid within Elder Ren's compound, but rather, she was the Mai warrior who walked the rivers and lakes and acted as a warrior. After making sure that there was no mistake, Mai Qingqing walked out of the doorway, her toes gently pointing towards the ground. Her figure swept up in the air like a flying bird, and in the blink of an eye, she walked out of the flying sword peak. Mai Qingqing had been on the move for a long time, and had long since become familiar with the road, and at this time of night, it could not affect her movements. The Huang family's master bullied the people's daughters and forced them to sign a contract of sale with someone. Last time I went over to give a warning. I wonder if I've finished the matter now, Mai Qingqing muttered. After she arrived at the town below the mountain, she walked quickly towards a large mansion on one side. It wasn't the first time that Mai Qingqing came here. The last time she came, she found that although that Master Huang had forcibly signed a contract of sale with someone, he wasn't some kind of evil person, and Mai Qingqing merely warned him and didn't take his life. For Mai Qingqing, this is undoubtedly the most prudent approach. Without Master Huang, there is still Master Zhang. First let Master Huang understand that if he continues to act recklessly, his life will be in danger. McQueen didn't want to go to the same place for the same thing either. This is McQueen's way of being a warrior. She doesn't take it easy to upset the balance of a place, but rather uses her strength to fix a particular place. She kills people, but not just anyone. It's not right. When Mai Qingqing just approached this large mansion, she suddenly had a footstep. She felt that the atmosphere here was not right. It was a bit too silent. Senior brother Wan, that female thief is here. Ha ha, how dare you throw yourself into the net. There were two figures flying out of the large mansion compound, and when Mai Qingqing fixed her eyes on them, they were actually two true Qi realm spiritual martial sect inner disciples. These two looked at Mai Qingqing and laughed openly. Mai Qingqing frowned, knowing that she had been ambushed, and that not only had the Grand Master of the Huang family not listened to her, but had instead called in two inner disciples from the spirit martial sect to ambush her here. Looking at the realm of the two, Mai Qingqing didn't run away, but stood calmly in place. I would like to see what these two spirit martial sect inner disciples have to say. In the blink of an eye, the two had surrounded Mai Qingqing in the center, one in front of the other in an encircling position. The Huang clan masters are oppressing the people, and you, as disciples of the spirit martial sect, are aiding and abetting them? Mai Qingqing spoke up. Not just a bunch of poor people. Oh, you're also in the true Qi realm? A penniless poor girl. Is it worth your true Qi realm to fight for them? The reputation of the lady warrior is quite loud. But today, we, the master and brother duo, are here to let the lady warrior go home disappointed. These two inner disciples of the spirit martial sect didn't want to start a conflict with Mai Qingqing after seeing that her realm had reached the true Qi realm. Even if he was fighting 2 against 1, he would still be at risk of falling. Mai Qingqing held her long sword and shook her head. What favors did Master Huang give you? McQueen asked again. One of them hemmed and hawed. That's none of your business. You're also in the true Qi realm, and our master and brother don't want to start a conflict with you. So if you leave here, this matter will be settled, and don't come to bother people in the future. When Mai Qingqing heard this, she knew that there was bound to be a big battle today. Mai Qingqing was not afraid. She knew her advantages. With a clanging sound, the long sword in Mai Qingqing's hand was already sheathed, and under the moonlight, the light of the sword flashed. Mai Qingqing's figure flashed and came directly in front of the two disciples. Before they could react, whooshing two swords across their legs, the two men's legs went limp. They only felt that their bodies had lost their support, and they went limp on the ground. Horrified, they reached out and touched their legs, realizing that the hamstrings of both legs had been picked off. For those who cultivate, having their legs singed with broken tendons is not a fatal injury, but they have to recuperate for more than half a year before they can recover. What a heart! We are disciples of the spirit martial sect. How dare you make a move against us? The two were very appalled. Mai Qingqing blushed as usual. So what if you're an inner disciple of the spirit martial arts sect? Following Renping's side and being in contact with Sherwan's few people for a long time, she had become much bolder. Sherwan had almost killed the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak some time ago. What's wrong with injuring an inner disciple of the spirit martial sect? Mai Qingqing's indifferent voice rang out. I'll also give you a piece of advice. If you dare to meddle in the Huang family's affairs, the next time you break a hamstring is not as simple as that. Mai Qingqing turned around and jumped into the Huang family compound, leaving behind the shocked and dismayed two people. These two people saw Mai Qingqing jump into the Huang family compound and instead revealed a smile. This female thief threw herself into the net. Master is still in there. This female thief can't get away. Let Master shoot him. It's an abomination. The two men looked at themselves had been picked off the hamstring. The intense pain made them suck in a breath of cold air, and in their hearts, they said, must this master kill this female thief? Right at this moment, inside the Huang family compound, a roar came from inside. This roar contained a powerful true Qi, and everyone in a 100-meter radius was shaken to the point where their eardrums hurt by the sound. How dare you hurt a spirit martial sect disciple? I'll do the people a favor today. Mai Qingqing had just jumped onto the beams of the Huang family compound when she saw a powerful aura unfolding inside. Her face changed drastically. This aura was too powerful. It was not something that she could resist at this true Qi realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Mai Qingqing turned around and fled. There is no fear of being left without wood. That was probably what Renping had taught him as well. Mai Qingqing's speed was naturally extremely fast, skimming under the night sky, leaving only a residual shadow before disappearing under the night curtain. Just as Mai Qingqing left, a figure appeared in the Huang family compound. What speed? But, a speed comparison in front of Wind Chasing Peak? Chapter 49 Brother Lu Saves Me. Wind Chasing Peak was one of the 9 peaks of the spirit martial sect, and what Wind Chasing Peak was most specialized in was body techniques. This Wind Chasing Peak elder watched as Mai Qingqing fled away, displaying a speed that was quite astonishing. A confident smile appeared on his face. Within the spirit martial sect's sphere of influence, there were not many people whose speed was comparable to his. This elder was very confident in his stance, but when he chased out, he realized that Mai Qingqing's form had long since disappeared, and the night was silent. This Wind-Chasing Peak elder was filled with dismay. How is that possible? That woman was only at the true Qi realm. How could she possess such speed? Was this a speed that the true Qi realm could display? It's too unbelievable, isn't it? This elder pursued some more and still didn't find Mai Qingqing's figure. The confidence on his face quickly disappeared and he became gloomy. How so? He returned to the Huang family mansion with a face full of dismay, and his face became even more ugly when he saw the two disciples who had already been knocked to the ground. Waste stuff. A true Qi realm can't even stop it. Those two disciples thought that their own master had already captured that person. but when they saw their own master's angry face, they knew that the female thief had already escaped. The two of them were also shocked in their hearts. Their own masters had already reached the peak Yang Yuan realm. Among the many elders of the spiritual martial sect, the speed belonged to one of the top levels. You can't even catch up with the thief? They feel like the world has been turned upside down. Looking at their own master's gloomy face, they could only endure the severe pain and lower their heads. Didn't that female thief try to be chivalrous? Let's set up a dragnet here. I'll see if she still comes. This inner sect elder of the spirit martial sect felt like his face had been disgraced. Wind Chasing Peak was famous for its stance. To have such a true Chi realm escape under his own hands, if this was spread out, what face would he still have to meet people? He probably figured out Mai Qingqing's purpose as well. Prepare to set up a dragnet here and wait for Mai Qingqing to throw herself into the net. Mai Qingqing was already in a state of panic at this point, and executed her body technique to hurriedly escape back to the spirit martial sect. Recalling that shocking aura, Mai Qingqing's heart thumped and she looked behind her with palpitations, making sure that no one was following before she breathed a sigh of relief. Good enough to not speak of martial virtues, Mai Qingqing said viciously. Are you the only one with a backer? So has the old lady. Mai gently adjusted his own aura and prepared to return to the Flying Sword Peak and move out his backer. His backers were naturally the two Shirwan and Lu Changkong. These two had already made an agreement with him that if they encountered a strong enemy, they could ask the two to make a move. Just as Mai Qingqing was about to raise her feet, she heard a voice from the sky. What speed? Even I'm no match for you. Are you a disciple of the spirit martial sect? Mai Qingqing was startled. Raising her eyes, under the dark moonlight, a figure slowly landed in front of her. This person was wearing the elder service of the spirit martial sect. His aura had actually reached the sea condensation realm. This old man was looking at him with a smile on his face. Mai Qingqing secretly said that she had hit some kind of bloody luck today. Having just escaped under a peak Yang Yuan realm powerhouse, he unexpectedly encountered a sea condensation realm powerhouse again. Without the slightest hesitation, Mai Qingqing lifted her feet and with a flash of her body, she was about to flee from this place. Unexpectedly in front of her there was a sudden flash of golden light and a giant net descended in front of her. Spirit weapon. Mai Qingqing was shocked. This was a spiritual weapon that specialized in restraining body techniques. The golden net gradually contracted, and Mai Qingqing didn't even struggle for a few moments before she was firmly locked in the golden net. Little waif, are you interested in worshipping me as a teacher? Your stance is extremely fast, but I see that the stance martial arts you are practicing are sparse and ordinary. If you can worship me as your teacher, I can let you practice even more brilliant stances. Your speed will still be increased quite a bit, and you won't end up in the situation you are in today, the old man said smilingly. Mai Qingqing glared at him a little defiantly. Old man, you're dreaming. Using a spiritual weapon is not a martial virtue. The old man looked at Mai Qingqing's exasperated appearance, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Spiritual weapons are also part of strength. I am the chief elder of Wind Chasing Peak. If you don't worship me, I can only hand you over to the spirit martial sect for disposal. There was a hint of threat in that old man's smile. By the way, you still haven't said if you are a disciple of the spirit martial sect? It doesn't matter, no matter which peak you are a disciple of. With such a stance, you should worship my Wind Chasing Peak. Mai Qingqing didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he yelled at the top of his lungs, Senior Brother Lu, come save me. McQueen's voice was loud. Hearing that Mai Qingqing wanted to ask for help, that old man's face continued to smile. You have an accomplice? I'd like to see who your accomplice is again. Little girl, want to reconsider? Mai Qingqing could see that the old man did want to take her as his disciple, but she didn't have any interest in it. Wasn't following Elder Ren better than following the old man? Elder Ren's cultivation was profound and unfathomable, connecting several times to bestow divine powers, all of which gave her a great boost. Even if Mai Qingqing was a little cutie, she wouldn't worship this old man in front of her. What's more, she looked at the old man with a bit of disdain. Your accomplices know you've been captured by me. Odds are they won't come. There are many benefits for you to worship Wind Chasing Peak. The old man continued to seduce Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and turned a deaf ear. After a few more moments, Mai Qingqing didn't even see Lu Changkong's arrival and secretly said in her heart that she was going to be cold. Senior Lu wouldn't be practicing, would he? Right at this moment, a figure flew rapidly from the sky, and when Mai Qingqing saw the visitor, her face showed joy. Senior Brother Lu, I'm here. Hurry up and drive this old man away. He's going to forcefully take me as his disciple. Lu Changkong heard Mai Qingqing shout and rushed over. When he saw that Wind Chasing Peak chief elder revealing the aura of the sea condensation realm, his heart couldn't help but flinch. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mai Qingqing had gotten into big trouble this time. He didn't make a move at the first opportunity, but fell to the side, bowed his hand to the old man, and said slowly, Elder Chiu, I am the second disciple of Flying Sword Blade Elder Rin Ping. Lu Changkong, this is my master's maid. Can we please ask Elder Chiu to be magnanimous and not bother with her? The old man raised an eyebrow and looked at Lu Changkong. Oh, you're that body-refining genius? Instead of failing to enter the Xian body peak, you chose to worship the flying sword peak to worship Renping as your teacher? Lu Changkong nodded. Full disciple. Can Elder Chiu raise his hand? Lu Changkong naturally recognized this wind-chasing peak chief Elder Chiu Longping. As the chief elder of wind-chasing peak, he was already old and had stopped managing the affairs on wind-chasing peak many years ago. He also couldn't figure out why my Qingqing would provoke this old man. Chiu Longping nodded slightly. So it's flying sword peak Renping's maid. Then this is a good thing. I'm going to take her as my disciple. You go back and tell Renping that from now on, this girl child is my disciple and has nothing to do with him. When Lu Changkong heard this, he was naturally reluctant. This master's strength is not much more powerful than this Chiu Longping. If not for the fact that the master doesn't like to do things in a high profile, how would Chiu Longping dare to say such a thing? He shook his head in an unassuming manner and said, Elder Chiu, you're forcing your hand. Chiu Longping's eyes glared as he looked at Lu Changkong with a bit of displeasure. The old man's forcing himself on people? As the chief elder of wind-chasing peak, I still can't accept a disciple? You tell Renping to come out and talk to me. I can't let this girl child waste a good talent by serving tea and water at Renping's side. And you little waif, you clearly have a talent for body refining, and you have to be worshipped as Renping's teacher. This is seeking your own destruction. Listen to the old man's advice. Tomorrow you'll go up to Xian Body Peak to pay your respects, and quickly devote yourself to Xian Body Peak sect. Chiu Longping began to lean on his old man. Lu Changkong's face sank when he heard Chiu Longping speak in such a manner. Elder Chiu, I told you, you can't take her away today. I still ask Elder Chiu to raise his hand. Lu Changkong didn't want to fight Chiu Longping. A while ago, the eldest brother and the third senior brother just made such a big fuss. The master's side is definitely not too happy. If he himself fought with Chiu Longping, it would be a big mess. A small real chi realm, and you have such a big mouth? Is that what Renping taught you? Oh, you're already in the Yang Yuan realm? Chiu Longping originally wanted to scold Lu Changkong, but upon closer inspection, Lu Changkong's cultivation had already broken through to the Yang Yuan realm, and he could not help but be slightly stunned and quite surprised. He remembered that Lu Changkong had just joined the inner sect and not long. How my master teaches me will be none of your business. If Elder Chiu refuses to take your spirit weapon again, then disciple can only be offended. Seeing Chiu Longping continue to lean on his old age, Lu Changkong also spoke slightly harder. I didn't expect Chiu Longping's eyes to glaze over with a bit of anger. Ha, you little waif. I'd like to see how to offend today. Only a flash of Chiu Longping's figure was seen coming towards Lu Changkong. Lu Changkong also sighed when he saw this scene. He really didn't want to fight with Chiu Longping, but this Chiu Longping, oil and salt. I'm sure master won't blame me, right? Lu Changkong whispered. Immediately, he cast his body training technique. Wind-chasing peak was most adept at body speed, and Chiu Longping was the chief elder of wind-chasing peak, the person with the highest cultivation on wind-chasing peak. In this aspect, he was not Chiu Longping's opponent at all. As Lu Changkong performed the gongfu, his body became tough, and a faint layer of golden light surfaced on the surface of his skin, which was a gongfu that Renping had created especially for him. In the blink of an eye, Chiu Longping had already darted in. He probed out his withered palm and slapped it towards Lu Changkong's chest. This withered palm slapped on Lu Changkong's chest, emitting a muffled sound. Lu Changkong's body proudly did not move. In the chest, the clothes had already been shattered by the powerful palm wind, turning into a piece of cloth. The golden light on Lu Changkong's body dimmed somewhat, but he did not suffer any injuries. Chiu Longping retreated with a blow and stopped a short distance away. As he looked at Lu Changkong still standing in place, his face flushed and without a trace of injury, his pupils shrank and he was a bit puzzled. You're not hurt? Lu Changkong shook his head. Elder Chiu, please still stop. Lu Changkong once again discouraged. Although Chiu Longping's attack was not weak, it was still a bit short of breaking his defensive martial skill. Good. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful physical body if you worshipped Renping as your master. If you worshipped the Xian Body Peak, what would happen? I will take you down today and throw you to Xian Body Peak. I didn't expect Chiu Longping to remain arbitrary and fly again. Lu Changkong's face was already gloomy. Chiu Longping's speed was fast, although his attacks were average, but it was also difficult for him to stop Chiu Longping. In that case, then disciple is offended. Lu Changkong was also a little annoyed in the face of Chiu Longping's self-righteousness. How could Chiu Longping understand the power of his master? Lu Changkong watched as Chiu Longping hurriedly came again, no longer passively defending, but choosing to take the initiative. Lu Changkong's speed was not fast, but every step was firmly on the ground. His feet absorbed in the dirt like an old tree's roots. The ground shook with each step, and the power was extraordinary. This was also a martial art that Renping had created specifically for him. Chiu Longping flew in, This time it was a large golden net that was thrown out once again. Senior brother Lu, be careful. This spirit weapon is so difficult. Mai Qingqing, who was trapped on the sidelines, spoke up to warn. However, the large net was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Changkong was wrapped in it, and the large net was shrinking at great speed. Lu Changkong felt the large net that was gradually shrinking and did not dare to take it lightly. Little waif hasn't seen a spirit weapon before, right? This aura is something I begged for on the weapon refining peak. After you worship the Xian body peak in the future, you'll be able to have this kind of big net as well. Qiu Longping laughed out loud when he saw Lu Changkong, who was trapped by the large net, but in the next second, his pupils shrank. Horrified, he looked at Lu Changkong, only to see Lu Changkong's two big hands picking at the big net, surprisingly wrenching to both sides. Lu Changkong actually attempted to break through the large net by using brute force to break it open. Little waif, this is a spirit weapon. How could you possibly destroy it? With this kind of talent, you will have a great future if you worship the Xian body peak. This time, that old kid Zhang Zuoyan will have to thank me properly. Qiu Longping was still laughing. One could tell that he was in an extremely good mood at this time. Lu Changkong, who was trapped in the large net, had his veins rippling, and his two hands fought to grab the great king, pulling it outward in a hard way. The large net, which was shrinking, was actually held open by him. Good boy. Qiu Longping was dumbfounded. Qiu Longping's face changed, but out of his confidence in the spirit weapon, he felt that Lu Changkong was struggling uselessly. But in the next second, the golden light on that large net was actually dimming. How? This is a top-grade spirit weapon. No, 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 stop it. If we hold up this big net any longer, it's going to break. The golden light on the golden net was already slowly dying out. Lu Changkong struggled to pull it, and the net unexpectedly shattered open. Chapter 50, Mai Qingqing's departure. Qiu Longping was already dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon. It was actually torn apart by Lu Changkong's bare hands. How strong was his physical body? Just as Qiu Longping was dumbfounded, Lu Changkong quickly stepped forward and pulled Qiu Longping's shirt with one hand, holding him down on the ground. After doing so, Lu Changkong did not continue to strike, but instead held Qiu Longping down to death. Elder Qiu, can you not raise your hand now? Lu Changkong's voice rang out. Qiu Longping tried to struggle, but realized that Lu Changkong's strength was so great that he, at the sea condensation realm, was unable to break free, let alone perform body martial arts. Facing Lu Changkong's question, Qiu Longping's heart was also bitter. Now he was waiting for Lu Changkong to raise his hand. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as an old yes. Elder Qiu, farewell. As Qiu Longping was stopped by Lu Changkong, Mai Qingqing on the side also broke free of the golden net and regained her freedom. Glaring viciously at Qiu Longping, Mai Qingqing greeted Lu Changkong and hurriedly left. Lu Changkong arched his hand at Qiu Longping again, as if apologizing for his disrespect earlier. After doing this, Lu Changkong directly turned around and left, leaving behind a dumbfounded Qiu Longping. Are all the little waifs so scary nowadays? Lu Changkong, a body refining genius, could already be invincible when facing a sea condensation realm powerhouse. There was also that little girl. Her speed was amazing. If not for the fact that she had used a spirit weapon, she probably wouldn't even be able to catch up with him. Why are these monsters all around Rinping? Sherwan and Long Changling teamed up and could kill the sea condensation realm, and now Lu Changkong's strength wasn't much worse. Along with a genius like the little girl child, they could shine in any place they were placed, but they all surrounded Rinping, which made Qiu Longping puzzled. Forget it, this matter still needs to be communicated to the patriarch. Qiu Longping then looked to the side at the large golden net that had already been torn to shreds by Lu Changkong, and was instantly heartbroken. The top-grade spirit weapon was also completely precious to him. Lingwu sect patriarch Zhang Changji had been disturbed again. He looked at Qiu Longping in front of him with a confused expression. You said that under senior brother Rinping's door, that disciple is already at the strength of the sea condensation realm? Oh, his name is Lu Changkong, right? But, you're not mistaken, are you? Lu Changkong entered the inner door of the spiritual martial sect. He is also aware of this. This has not passed long. How the strength to enhance so fast have exceeded everyone's knowledge. Looking at Jiang Changji's I don't believe it expression, Qiu Longping directly took out the large, broken net. I met a female child this evening, extremely fast in cultivating a body martial art that is surprisingly only yellow rank. The old man was born to love talent and was ready to accept her as a disciple, but I never thought that she would be Rinping's maid. That girl child summoned Lu Changkong. I was thinking of capturing Lu Changkong with a big golden net, but I didn't expect this top-grade spirit weapon to be scrapped by him. Jiang Changji looked at the shattered golden large net. His pupils shrunk. This golden large net was also familiar to him. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon that Qiu Longping had begged for at the refiner's peak. He was at the spirit condensing Dan realm, and it would take some effort for him to tear apart this golden net. But now this kind of thing was happening to a disciple. You said you met a girl child with an excellent talent for bodywork? Jiang Changji asked again. Xiao Longping nodded. That girl child is extremely fast. Her body talent I've never heard of, never seen, and I don't know what kind of method has been used. Maybe it's some kind of special physique. Patriarch, so many geniuses. At Rinping's side, it's not a good thing after all. Rinping, he can't cultivate. It will only delay these geniuses. Why don't you step in, Patriarch, and divide these geniuses among the other peaks? Xiao Longping offered. Jiang Changji shook his head. Let him be. I'm afraid there is a terrifying existence hidden by Rinping's side. It's possible that the powerful person who struck within the spirit martial sect last time is hiding in the Flying Sword Peak. It's more likely that it's hidden by Rinping's side, or else how come the few people around him are all geniuses? These people, without exception, were all mediocre before, but when they came to Rinping's side, each of them showed extraordinary talent. This is also a good thing for our spirit martial sect. No matter what, they are disciples of the spirit martial sect. Old me suspects that these geniuses were originally mediocre, but got some creation. Forget it. This thing is too unbelievable. Jiang Changji waved his hand again. Anyway, let's leave this matter alone. I don't want the spirit martial sect to have any more elders fall. The shadow of that earth-shattering finger was still branded in his heart, and Yang Shifeng, the chief elder of Imperial Beast Peak, was directly poked to death by that finger. Jiang Changji suspected that if the elders of the spiritual martial sect still continued to provoke those people around Rinping, that terrifying being was afraid that he would be infuriated, and at that time, for the spiritual martial sect, it would be a devastating blow. So far, Jiang Changji didn't have an ounce of confidence that he could defend himself against that mysterious existence. Xiao Longping froze in place after hearing those words. They weren't geniuses in the first place, and they're only so because they went to Rinping? What the is going on here? Is there such a means in this world? Artificial genius? He was very curious about the secret of this, but in his mind, he remembered the shocking finger shadow. He could not help but shiver. He realized that he was not qualified to participate in this matter at all. With his strength, he was still considered to be not bad within the spirit martial sect, but in front of that mysterious existence, he was nothing more than a mole cricket that could be poked to death by a finger. Jiang Changji watched Xiao Longping leave with a frown on his face. The spirit martial sect's people were no cuties either. How could he not know that the people around Rinping had such a drastic change? But things have gone beyond their imagination. Even if the spirit martial sect had as many experts as they didn't dare to mess with that mysterious existence and could only let them develop freely. I don't know if it's a curse or a blessing for the spirit martial sect. Maybe we can ask Rinpei to come over and ask. This kind of unknown existence staying within the boundaries of the spirit martial sect was too dangerous for the spirit martial sect. Who knew what kind of mind that mysterious existence held to stay in the spirit martial sect? Is there something else going on? It couldn't be that he's hiding in the spirit martial sect because he's hiding from his enemies, right? Jiang Changji thought of another possibility. Hiss. Jiang Changji sucked in a breath of cool air. If that was the case, I'm afraid that the strong person who could make such a powerful person hide in this small place of the spirit martial sect and invoke them was also breathtakingly strong. In case a fight broke out at that time, the spirit martial sect's 1,000-year foundation would be destroyed. No, have Rinping come over tomorrow. Jiang Changji realized that the only breaking point was Rinping. Even if Rinping doesn't know how to cultivate, he would more or less be aware of what's happening around him, right? Jiang Changji couldn't sleep all night. As soon as the next day dawned, he immediately had someone go to Flying Sword Peak to invite Rinping over. When Rinping came here, he was also confused. He didn't understand why Jiang Changji had asked himself to come over. His presence in the spiritual martial sect was still extremely low. It's not supposed to be about the last time, is it? Rinping thought of the last time he had killed a chief elder. To Jiang Changji, the patriarch, Rinping was still grateful. If it wasn't for Jiang Changji's forcefulness, there was no way he would have been able to stay in the spirit martial sect. Senior patriarch, you asked me to come over. Is there something wrong? Looking at Jiang Changji who kept pouring tea for himself, Rinping had no idea in his heart, so he opened his mouth bluntly and asked, Senior brother, have any strangers appeared around you? Rinping shook his head. There were no strangers on his side. They were all his disciples. Jiang Changji was a little disappointed, and in his heart, he said that it was true that Rinping was unable to cultivate, and it was easy as pie for a strong person of that level to conceal Rinping. It was simply impossible for Rinping to see his trail. Did something happen? Rinping asked without moving. It's not much of a matter. Just want to let senior brother control those disciples of yours. Some time ago, those few disciples of yours made quite a commotion in the spirit martial sect. Jiang Changji secretly said, Rinping can't cultivate, so he shouldn't know how much noise his disciple has made, right? he could only secretly poke at Renping to keep a few Shirwan people in check now. In fact, Jiang Changji didn't hold any hope. After all, Renping's disciples estimated that they might just be Renping's apparent disciples, but in reality, they were following the orders of that mysterious strong man, and it was still unknown whether or not Renping's words had any effect. Renping nodded. He thought these things had been turned over. I didn't realize I was still being called Sovereign's senior brother. I understand. I'll go back and talk to them properly. By the way, what about that maid by your side? Jiang Changji asked again. Renping took a sip of tea. Oh, that's the maid I brought back from the town down the hill to stay around and help with the cooking for now. The corners of Jiang Changji's mouth twitched when he heard this. Dark thought, what a tea and water. Don't you know she's a genius? A genius that even the chief elder of Wind-Chasing Peak wanted to take as a disciple. As they talked, Jiang Changji felt that Renping was completely unaware of what the few people around him had done. That mysterious existence chose to stay by Renping's side, presumably because Renping couldn't cultivate at all and had no cultivation? Jiang Changji added at the thought. Senior brother, you still don't need to remind them. There's no big deal. Jiang Changji was afraid that Renping would go back and say something to those geniuses and be tragically killed by that mysterious person. Renping nodded. He suspected that Jiang Changji was brainstorming something, but he had no proof. But he didn't care. Since he had nothing to entrust to himself, he was happy to be left alone. But Shirwan and the others did make a bit too much noise recently, so it was time for a good warning. As he was saying goodbye, Jiang Changji fished out another large bag of spirit stones in his pocket. Senior brother, take these spirit stones back and spend them. Renping received the spirit stone. Many thanks, Senior Patriarch. Renping was not polite and directly took the spirit stone. So far, Renping did not have a stable channel of incoming spirit stones, and it could be said that he was spending a little less. Only after Renping returned to the courtyard did Lu Changkong tell him about last night's events. The corners of Renping's mouth twitched straight up. He says how come all of a sudden Jiang Changji would ask him to come over and talk? It turned out that Lu Changkong was in the limelight again last night. He looked to Mai Qingqing, who was standing behind Lu Changkong, who had already lowered her head. It's the first time she's been in trouble. From now on, you guys keep a low profile. Talk to Shirwan and the others too. After Renping finished speaking, he went back into his room to deduce his gongfu. He was now not far away from the Changdan realm, and the comprehension of the technique for the Changdan realm was also on the agenda. Renping continued to comprehend the gongfu in his room. While in the courtyard, Mai Qingqing was still keeping her head down, not knowing what she was thinking about. By late afternoon, Renping arrived at the courtyard and looked at the empty table. At this time, Mai Qingqing should have already prepared the meal. Why is the table empty today? No, there's a piece of paper. Renping picked up the piece of paper on the desktop and realized that there were crooked words written on the paper. It was vaguely recognizable what it said. Elder Ren, I've caused trouble this time. It's my fault. The disciple from the main peak came to Elder Ren this morning, probably because of what happened last night. Many thanks to Elder Ren for taking care of me all this time. I will remember Elder Ren's great kindness and never forget it. I'm outta here. The meal is ready. It's just warming up inside the pot. Within a few short sentences, Renping was still able to find several typos. Gone? Renping froze for a moment. This is the note left behind by Mai Qingqing. Mai Qingqing was illiterate before she came here, and only recently had she learned to recognize words from both Shirwan and Lu Changkong. Renping came to the kitchen and brought out the meal that had been prepared earlier in the pot. There goes the good cook. The question is, what kind of trouble is this? Renping shook his head. He found that Mai Qingqing, the warrior woman, is still very lacking in exercise. Mental quality forget it, just go. It's good to be chivalrous and wander the world. Renping respected Mai Qingqing's idea of being chivalrous, and he was quite supportive. With Mai Qingqing's current means, she wouldn't suffer any losses when she went out there. After you've had your fill, put the rice back in the pot. Renping continued to go back to his room to comprehend his gongfu. When the two of them, Shirwan and Lu Changkong, return for dinner, they find the letter left on the table and seize the door, trying to chase Mai Qingqing back. However, the two of them pursued for a long time without catching up with Mai Qingqing's pace. Master, something's wrong. Qingqing is gone. Lu Changkong came to Renping's room door and said to the room. Renping's voice came out in the room. Just go. Let her go. Shirwan and Lu Changkong both looked at each other inside. Mai Qingqing's departure had a great impact inside this compound. There was no one to cook, so Shirwan, who was the eldest disciple, took the initiative to take on the task of cooking. However, his cooking wasn't as tasty as Mai Qingqing's cooking, and several times he was disliked by Renping. Life goes on. Chapter 51, Completion of the Dan Realm. Renping was still continuing to comprehend the technique of the Changdan Realm. The technique of the Changdan Realm was not simple. Even if Renping possessed the purple enlightenment Tongshan words, it was not a momentary thing. This comprehension lasted for half a month. Life within the compound has returned to normal. On this day, Renping walked out of his room. He was wearing a smile on his face and was obviously in a good mood. Shirwan had already prepared a meal long ago. Lu Changkong and Long Changling had also arrived as much as they could and were sitting at the table, so as soon as Renping came to take his seat, he could move his chopsticks to eat. The fine tradition of honoring teachers has been carried on. It was just that both of them did not look too good at this time, and Renping could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth as he looked along with their gazes. Master, we're still eating sashimi tonight. Shirwan stepped aside, still holding a plate of thinly sliced fish, but there were already 3 plates of fish and chips on the table. Renping wanted to cry. Since my Qingqing left, Shirwan assumed the duties of the cook, but he didn't go out of his way and often got the spirit fish from Long Changling and didn't make a fire. Instead he directly used his sword technique to peel the fish into thin slices and set it on a plate. Renping kind of regretted telling him about the sashimi, because he had been eating sashimi for half a month. It was inevitable that he would get tired of it even if it was as fresh as heavenly dragon meat. Can we get a different dish? Renping said with a frown. Shirwan slapped his head. I almost forgot there was another dish. Ishwan walked into the kitchen and brought out another plate of food. The plate was decorated with beautiful flowers, which were crystal clear and looked very high-end, but there was a pungent flavor coming out of the nose, which was clearly a flower carved from white radish. The corners of Long Changling and Lu Changkong's mouths twitched. Renping was also speechless as he covered his head. Shirwan was using the effort of cooking to practice his sword skills. Every dish has his swordplay on display. To be able to carve something so exquisite with a sword was indeed amazing. It was a sign of mastering the sword to a degree, but Renping really didn't want to eat these raw and cold things. Never mind, I suddenly lost my appetite. Renping also said slowly. Lu Changkong and Long Changling, who were on the side, nodded their heads in succession when they heard Renping's words. Eldest senior brother, we don't have an appetite anymore either, so I'll leave these things to you. Lu Changkong took out a few large watermelons. At this time is already in the late fall. Watermelon, this kind of thing is still relatively rare. He shared a watermelon with each of them, looking at a table of raw, cold dishes and nibbling on a large watermelon. Renping feels that it is still Lu Changkong who gets his heart. This kid is too good at it. Master, I'm going on a long trip tomorrow, while nibbling on a watermelon. Lu Changkong said. Out of town? Renping was slightly stunned. A spiritual plant has appeared in 100 Spirit City. I believe that Master would like it. Disciple is going to go buy it back. In recent times, Lu Changkong had been purchasing some strange and weird things to extract words for Renping, but nothing too stunning had appeared. All of them were ordinary green words, or even white words. Renping nodded. Go on, be safe when you go out. Lu Changkong's current strength wasn't bad. He was already able to rival a strong person in the sea condensation realm, and his fleshly body cultivation was very terrifying. Counting carefully, Renping had already bestowed him with 5 or 6 words that had something to do with increasing the fleshly body. Moreover, Lu Changkong is smart and does things properly, and it is not easy to provoke other people outside. Renping for this disciple, or very assured. Disciple understands, and this time when I go out, I'm prepared to go with the people of the sect. Renping did not care about these details. It was enough for Lu Changkong to take control himself. In recent times, the 3 disciples under his door had all made progress in their cultivation. In terms of strength, each one can stand alone. Only the flaws in his character are gradually revealed. As Shirwan becomes obsessed with practicing his sword and becomes withdrawn, Long Changling stayed with a group of demonic beasts every day, and even talked to himself sometimes, kind of like a psychopath. Only Lu Changkong was slightly more normal. Renping did not care about this. To put it bluntly, these disciples had their own route of growth. A little intervention would be fine. There was no need to forcefully reverse it. Ishwan will probably be a high-flying swordsman, though Long Changling would probably become a master of the imperial beasts. After eating the watermelon, Renping also satisfied his appetite and re-entered his room. Is this another cultivation session for Master? I wonder how far he's gotten. How can we guess the strength of Master Teacher? Anyway, it's very strong, the 3 disciples whispered. Renping had already deduced the technique for the Dan completion realm. What he had to do now was to break through to the realm of becoming a Dan. At the Chang Dan realm, there was not a single one in the entire spirit martial sect. Even now, Renping had stood at the pinnacle of the spiritual martial sect, and no one in the entire spiritual martial sect was his opponent. Break through the realm. In the realm of becoming a Dan, the main goal was to condense all the true chi into a single Dan in the Dantian. Once it's coalesced, it'll be a Dan. With the technique of the Dan formation realm, this was not too difficult for Renping. It was closed again, and after 3 days, the true chi within Renping's Dantian had condensed into liquid. But at this point, it is still far from reaching the realm of becoming a Dan. Next Renping will have to concentrate these liquids again to completely form a solid Dan. It is a process of cultivating true qi. Not only does it test the sturdiness of the dantian, but it is also a great test of the control of true qi. As Renping continued to apply pressure to the true qi within his dantian, the true qi that had condensed into liquid was once again compressed. After another half a day, Renping's dantian had nail-cap-sized concentrated true qi liquid within it. A little bit of time passes. After Renping had been in seclusion for 5 days, a white dan appeared within Renping's dantian. The realm of becoming a dan became a reality. The next stage of the Jindan realm was to continue devouring aura and incorporating it into the white dan. After reaching a certain level, the white dan would completely transform into the golden dan. That would be the Jindan realm. After breaking through the realm, Renping did not have much joy. From the day he knew that he could extract words, he knew that his path of cultivation would be smooth and unparalleled, and it all became a matter of course. And I wonder what level of strength I've reached. With the addition of 20 to 30 words, Renping's strength was definitely more than simply the early Changdan realm. But Renping didn't have a bottom in his heart about his own strength. After all, he hadn't fought with others either, and the only time he had struck out, he had merely executed a martial art that he had comprehended. I need to get out of the spirit martial sect when I have the chance and head to a wider world to see. At this point, having reached the Dan completion realm, Renping felt that the spirit martial sect's aura was no longer enough for him to cultivate, and he also had thoughts of leaving rising in his mind. Chapter 52, Lu Changkong suffers interception. It's time to get out and get some air. Renping was not talking about leaving the spiritual martial sect, but rather walking out of his room. He had spent several days in this closed-door breakthrough of his realm, and he had not had a single mouthful of hot food in the past few days. May Sher Van not be born of fish. Renping walked out of his room and realized that there was a slight chill within the compound. Sherwan should still be cultivating inside his room. Renping could vaguely feel his aura. Long Changling was even more needless to say. He generally stayed in the river, practicing with the ferocious beasts he commanded, and was nowhere to be seen except during mealtimes. Renping spat several times in his mind, but Long Changling has been practicing in the spirit martial sect for nearly 10 years, and has been ostracized and bullied at every turn, which must have caused a certain impact in his heart. Renping was not in a hurry. Changing a person should be done slowly. We have to get Long Changling to come back and sit down more often. Spending all day with demonic beasts. It's no wonder you don't get autistic. Why hasn't Lu Changkong returned yet? Renping had some doubts. Lu Changkong said that he had gone out to purchase a spiritual plant, and now that several days had passed, he should have returned according to the distance traveled. The 100 Spirit City he was heading to was not far from the Spirit Martial Sect. It was the only large city near the Spirit Martial Sect, and it was also a commercially prosperous place where many cultivators exchanged resources, and even the Spirit Martial Sect would go there to make purchases. Renping hadn't been to 100 Spirit City, but he had stayed in the Spirit Martial Sect for so long that he had more or less heard some news about 100 Spirit City. This journey would take nothing more than a day for a cultivator. But now, it had been nearly 10 days since Lu Changkong had gone out. Nothing should happen. After all, he went with the rest of the Spirit Martial Sect. Renping thought of Lu Changkong's parting words before he said that he would go forward with the rest of the Spirit Martial Sect, presumably on the same path as the Spirit Martial Sect's purchasing team. Is anyone there? Outside the door suddenly came a voice. Renping listened to this voice as a little old, cannot help but stare. The general clan to notify what news or sent disciples come. Disciples, but there is no old man. The old man is generally the elder generation. This would be an elder. Renping opened the door to take a look, but he saw an inner sect elder standing outside the door with an apprehensive look on his face. Elder Ren, something's wrong. As soon as this inner sect elder saw Renping come out, he hurriedly said, this elder Renping was still considered to be acquainted with. He was the inner sect elder of the Flying Sword Peak, and was responsible for the logistics piece. What's going on here? Renping asked. Our Flying Sword Peak's procurement team has been intercepted. Elder Ren, there is a disciple under your sect who is in the middle of it. Renping's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Changkong had been intercepted, but Lu Changkong's strength had reached the sea condensation realm. Who could intercept him? Sherwan also walked out at this time. Second senior was intercepted? Master, I'll make a run for it. When that elder heard Sherwan's words, he wanted to say something. He thought about how Sherwan was even more powerful than him. Renping nodded. Why don't you go over there and see what's going on? If you can't fight, don't fight hard. Renping thought for a moment and decided to let Sherwan run. Sherwan received Renping's permission and flew directly with his sword, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. That inner sect elder was envious when he saw Sherwan leave in style. Renping had truly picked up a treasure, accepting such a talented disciple. He arched his hand at Renping again. Elder Ren doesn't need to worry. The chief elder is also ready to make a trip over there. I came over this time to inform you so that you wouldn't worry. I'll take my leave. I won't bother Elder Ren anymore. Ever since Sherwan and Lu Chinkong's few people had made a series of big movements out, the spiritual martial sect's elders were also very polite to Rinping. That inner sect elder said goodbye and hurriedly left. Rinping also closed his door. Sherwan was even more powerful than Lu Chinkong, who was good at defense but not attack. With Sherwan out of the way, Lu Chinkong would probably be able to come back safely. Sherwan stepped on his sword and flew, and in the blink of an eye, he flew out of the range of the spirit martial sect, and he flew in a straight line along the route of the spirit martial sect to 100 Spirit City. His speed was extremely fast, and there was already a hint of killing intent in his eyes. In recent times, having been comprehending the sword Dao martial technique, he felt that his entire being had undergone an inexplicable change, and he was very eager to fight. True swordsmanship grows in battle. I must be lacking in fighting, Shervan soothed himself. After crossing in mid-air, it was only half a day before he arrived at 100 Spirit City. What's going on? We didn't meet second senior brother on this journey either. Sherwan was confused after arriving at 100 Spirit City. He thought that Lu Chinkong had been intercepted halfway, but he hadn't seen Lu Chinkong and the others along the way. Looking down at the huge city below, he had to fly down and head for the news. Register before you enter the city. Spirit Martial Sect, Sherwan. Sherwan directly reported his name. That guard guarding the city looked deeply at him and said without moving, Spirit Martial Sect disciples, be careful when you're in the city these days. Sherwan didn't care and directly entered the city. As he watched Sherwan walk into the city, the guard who was guarding the city shook his head and sighed. The man couldn't understand his cues, and there was nothing he could do about it. After Sherwan entered 100 Spirit City, he prepared to head to the place that specialized in prying for information about Lu Chinkong and the others. But before he could take a few steps, he realized he was being watched. The crowd on the street dispersed as much as it could, leaving Sherwan standing in the center of the street, and dozens of silhouettes appeared on both sides of the street as they looked at Sherwan playfully. Another Spirit Martial Sect disciple is here. We just captured a bunch of them, but I didn't expect another one. This kid, it seems like he's reached the Yang Yuan realm. Quickly go and invite the elders over. Sherwan was a bit puzzled at first. When he heard the conversation of these people, his face instantly turned cold. It turned out that Lu Chinkong was taken down by this group of people. His mind was also puzzled. This 100 Spirit City had never been controlled by a force. How could it suddenly be like this? But none of that mattered. Sherwan only believed in the longsword in his hand. All else was vanity. What else is there that isn't a piece that can be hacked away? Sherwan took the lead. His figure disappeared into place like a stream of light, and in the next second, screams rang out all around him. Sherwan was like a general in 100 battles, charging straight into the crowd, and under the flashes of swordlight, there were heads rising up into the sky. These people seemed to be disciples of a power, and their cultivation was only in the realm of true chi, so they couldn't even walk a single move in Sherwan's hands, and in the blink of an eye, they were cut down between contacts. It was only a matter of moments before dozens of lives were lost to Sherwan's sword. Shervan, looking at the only one who still survived, the man was already scared less and shivering. Just as Sherwan was about to press the issue, a tremor came from the sky. Not bad, not bad, another genius to take down. Chapter 53, The Eerie Old Man. A figure landed in the sky. The aura emanating from this person caused Sherwan's heart to palpitate as he realized that he couldn't see through this person's realm. However, there was no doubt that this person's strength was incomparably high and profound, because Sherwan felt that deep sense of crisis in this person's body. Even the chief elder of the Spirit Martial Sect had not been able to give him this feeling. Patriarch level. The only people who could give him such a feeling were sovereign-level powerhouses of the condensed Dan realm. Sherwan crossed his sword and stood. He wasn't good at speed. Running definitely couldn't run away from the other party. Condensed Dan realm. Speed was quite a bit stronger than him. The only way to have a chance of survival is to fight to the death. The moment he saw the other party, Sherwan had already figured out how to respond next, but he didn't do it immediately, but looked at the other party and said slowly, "Who exactly are you? Why did you make a move against the people of the Spirit Martial Sect? Where's my master?" Sherwan asked questions in rapid succession. The figure landed in front of Sherwan, and only then did Sherwan see the other party's appearance. This person was a withered old man, hunched over, emitting an unpleasant odor as if he were a corpse. His voice was also extremely unpleasant, as if two pieces of iron were rubbing together. This withered old man first glanced at the corpses all over the ground, casting his gaze toward Sherwan. A smile appeared on his face, with his incisors missing and his face full of wrinkles. This smile was more than a little bizarre and unnerving. "Not bad, not bad. I see that you're only in your 20s to reach the Yang Yuan realm, and with your extraordinary battle prowess, you should be a rare genius of the Spirit Martial Sect. My name is Zhang Jinshan. Remember my name. As for where your senior brother is, you'll find out soon enough." As soon as the words fell, this withered old man struck out brazenly. his figure transformed into a cloud of smoke and dispersed in place. Sherwan stood with his sword in hand, looking around vigilantly. He couldn't even see through his opponent's whereabouts. What kind of martial art was this that was so bizarre? Just when Sherwan was alert, he heard a movement coming from behind him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed behind him. Brilliant sword light appeared. Although he was in the Yang Yuan realm, he was given several divine abilities by his master Renping. His battle power was extraordinary. Even in the face of this old monster with unfathomable strength, he swung out his sword, and this sword light flew towards the back of him. And sure enough, the withered old man appeared right there. The withered old man facing this ray of sword light, his face also changed, in the blink of an eye, and turned into a ball of green smoke, disappeared in place. Sherwan time and lost the target of the attack. This withered old man is very strange. Do not know whether it is the body martial arts or what means, able to directly disappear in place. Sherwan was alert for a moment, and decided not to sit on the sidelines any longer. He drew his long sword and gently swung it out, and there were several sword lights emitted, slashing in all directions. The houses collapsed and were cut into ruins by the light of the sword. In just a moment's time, the place was already a mess, but it didn't seem to work. He still hadn't found the figure of the withered old monster. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. You already possess the strength of the sea condensation realm, a supreme genius. Not much different than the body refining genius that he took down earlier. In the midst of a piece of rubble, that withered old man appeared. At this moment, he stepped on top of that piece of rubble, his drooping eyelids slightly raised, seemingly staring at his prey as if he was looking at Sherwan. Sherwan's attack was very strong, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked at Sherwan with brighter eyes. It was as if he was looking at a prey. Sherwan's face became more and more ugly as he realized that he was no match for the other party, and that bizarre and unpredictable stance was beyond the scope of his knowledge. Sneaky, not daring to face the battle head-on, cowardly rat. Sherwan snorted coldly and came with his sword, stabbing directly at the withered old man. The withered old man hemmed and hawed, not caring. When the tip of Sherwan's sword was about to pierce his body, he disappeared in place again, and Sherwan's sword pierced a black mist. Sherwan knew that the other party was very weird. At this time he was only in the Yang Yuan realm. If he continued to consume, sooner or later, the true qi in his body would be depleted, and at that time, he would be the fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered. He simply sat down on the open space in the center of the street, took out a pill to restore his true qi in his pocket and swallowed it into his mouth. While restoring his true qi, he looked around vigilantly. As long as that withered old man showed his figure, he would swing his sword. Not bad, not bad. With such a heart, if you were to let you continue to grow, you would definitely be a powerful existence in the future. But it's a pity that you won't have the chance. The old man's unpleasant voice came from all directions. Sherwan frowned. He did not see the figure of the withered old man. Can't you beat me and run away? Sherwan pondered in his mind. He walked slowly towards the outside of the city with his sword in hand, but before he could take 2 steps, the withered old man appeared in front of him. The withered old man said coldly to Sherwan with a weird smile. The old man said, for you to meet your master, you want to run away at this time. You're not taking me too seriously, are you? Seeing Sherwan wanting to leave here, the withered old man finally couldn't hold back to show his figure. Sherwan had already stabbed with his sword, while the withered old man also continuously slapped out several palms. Powerful true qi was issued from his palms, which transformed into a ghostly claw in midair, grabbing towards Sherwan. Sherwan had never seen such bizarre martial arts techniques before. He raised his sword with his backhand to parry them. These ghost hands looked bizarre and their power gave him a headache. After blocking 11 ghost claws, Sherwan's figure was blasted back a few feet away. Sherwan was about to move forward with his sword when he realized that there were countless chains flying towards him in all directions, entangling him in the blink of an eye. These iron chains were incredibly sturdy, and when he struggled for a bit, he merely made the sound of clanging and clanking metal, unable to break free of the chains at all. Sherwan's heart was like ashes. This chain was obviously a spiritual weapon of not bad grade. Another ghostly claw flew towards him. This time it wasn't to take his life, but to knock the long sword out of his hand. The withered old man appeared in front of Sherwan, his face smiling continuously. The spirit martial sect actually possesses such powerful disciples. If I were to remain in seclusion for a few more years, this spirit martial sect, I really couldn't do anything about it. But for now, this supreme talent, the old immortal will just laugh it off. The withered old man slashed his palm towards Sherwan, directly hitting his head, and Sherwan's vision was plunged into darkness. 2 days passed. Sherwan had not returned so far, so Renping had to come to the Great Hall of the Flying Sword Peak. Just after arriving here, he noticed that the air was unexpectedly filled with a smell of herbs. He frowned. The Great Hall of Flying Sword Peak had always been the residence of Flying Sword Peak's chief elder Qin Jianfeng. Could it be that Chen Jianfeng had been injured at this point? Chapter 54 Tianfeng Sect. Zhang Jinshan. Outside of the main hall, there were no disciples holding down the fort. Ren Ping easily entered the hall, and just after stepping into the hall, he saw Chen Jianfeng with a pale face, sitting in the center of the hall. There were also several porcelain bottles scattered on the ground around him, which should be porcelain bottles containing pills. Ren Ping saw this scene and thought darkly. Something has happened to the spirit martial sect, to be able to beat Chen Jianfeng, who was in the sea condensation realm. To this extent, the other party must have a high level of cultivation and extraordinary strength. At least he was in the Dan condensation realm. Senior brother Qian, what's going on here? Ren Ping stepped forward before Chen Jianfeng opened his eyes. He was incredibly weak at this time, and his voice was breathless when he spoke, but he also told the cause of the matter one by one. Ren Ping heard. His face is also chilly. Lu Chongkong, Shi Wanwan, 2 people have been captured, and the one who took them down was the supreme elder of a nearby clan, Zhang Jinshan, the Heavenly Winds sect's supreme elder. In the surroundings of the spirit martial sect, there were a total of 5 or 6 sects, and the Heavenly Winds sect was one of them, and the Heavenly Winds sect had always been stronger than the other sects. It was considered to be one of the strongest among the many sects nearby, but the strong ones were limited. The strongest among them were only at the level of a Taishang elder at the condensed Dan realm, but recently, the Taishang elder of the Tianfeng sect, Zhang Jinshan, who had been in seclusion for a long time, broke through to the Chengdan realm, and possessed the strength to crush the other sects, and set up an ambush in the 100 Spirit City to capture the genius of the Spirit Wushu sect straight away. Shi Wan had just stepped into 100 Spirit City with his front foot. Chen Jianfeng also led many Flying Sword Peak experts to arrive, but he suffered a siege from the rest of the Tianfeng sect's powerhouses, and in the end could only drag his injuries to escape back to Spirit Martial sect. Our Spirit Martial sect occupies the treasure land here. It has always been coveted by the Heavenly Winds sect, and over the years, it has repeatedly demanded the sect's treasure land, but our Spirit Martial sect has repeatedly refused, and there have even been some clashes, and the 2 sects have a worldly grudge. Ren Ping nodded and probably understood the grudge between the Heavenly Winds sect and the Spirit Martial sect, but what kind of situation was it to capture the genius of the Spirit Martial sect? Senior Ren doesn't have to worry too much. The Patriarch Senior and several Supreme Elders have already sent people to contact the remaining few sects. As long as 2 clans agree to join forces with us, we don't have to fear that Zhang Jinshan. Ren Ping shook his head when he heard this. He felt that there was no need for it. It was only the Chengdan realm, but in Chen Jianfeng's eyes, he thought that Ren Ping felt that the matter was not realistic. These clans should all understand the reasoning behind the death of lips and cold teeth. If Zhang Jinshan makes a move against our Spirit Martial sect today, sooner or later, he will make a move against them as well. By the way, Senior Brother Ren, do you know any friends, the kind with great strength? Chen Jianfeng suddenly thought of Jiang Chengji's speculation some time ago. Above this flying sword peak, there should be an overwhelmingly strong person hidden. If that mysterious being was willing to make a move, this matter would naturally be solved. Ren Ping shook his head. He indeed did not know any powerful friends. Chen Jianfeng was immediately disappointed, but in his heart, he thought that this should be the case. Ren Ping could not even cultivate. How could he possibly come into contact with such a powerful existence? After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Jianfeng, Ren Ping was about to leave the Great Hall of the Flying Sword Peak when he saw someone walking outside. None other than Jiang Chengji, the patriarch of the spiritual martial sect. Jiang Chengji was also a bit surprised to see Ren Ping here. Chen Jianfeng saw Jiang Chengji arrive and also explained. 2 of Senior Ren's disciples were captured by Zhang Jinshan. Jiang Chengji then realized, but in his heart, he thought that Ren Ping's disciples had exchanges with that mysterious existence, so perhaps that mysterious existence might be able to make a move. Jiang Chengji is here. Naturally there is something to discuss with Chen Jianfeng. Ren Ping also do not want to bother too much. After saying goodbye, directly left here. Instead of returning to his residence, he turned around and walked out of the Spirit Martial sect. After stepping out of the Spirit Martial sect's range, his speed skyrocketed, turning into a stream of light that disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Looking at the scenery below was receding. Ren Ping was also a bit touched. This himself came to this world, has not left the scope of the spiritual martial sect, did not think that the first time to leave because of their own disciples were taken down by others. This world does have a nice view. Ren Ping looked at the scenery below and couldn't help but praise the fact that this world had no air pollution or industrialization, and possessed such a magical thing as aura. The vegetation coverage wasn't all that kind of industrial world that could be compared. Tianfeng sect, Zhang Jinshan. Ren Ping's purpose was clear. According to Chen Jianfeng, both Shi Wan and Lu Chongkong had been captured by Zhang Jinshan in 100 Spirit City, and Ren Ping had traveled directly to 100 Spirit City. It was only an hour's work before Ren Ping arrived in front of this huge city. The cities of this world are surprisingly this majestic. But yes, this world is a world of cultivators. And again, if the city doesn't build higher, anyone with cultivation can easily enter within the city. There would be no point in building that city. Renping also sensed that there were still fluctuations of formations in the sky above the city. It should be to prevent someone from entering the 100-spirit city in the sky above. But the strength of these formations was too low for Renping. As long as he wanted to break this formation, he could do it with his hands. Renping transformed into a middle-aged man and landed on the ground, walking towards 100-spirit city. The means to change his appearance came from the remains of a masked spirit artifact, and although it was only a green word, it was enough for Renping to use. This word has been bestowed upon Long Changling. Before he could take 2 steps, he saw dozens of silhouettes revealed above the city walls. 100-spirit city is temporarily closed to the public. If there's nothing else, please leave. Renping raised an eyebrow as he looked at the figure above him, and he narrowed his eyes. On top of the city wall, there were actually 2 condensed Dan realms. After a pause in his footsteps, Renping raised his feet again and continued walking towards 100-spirit city. The gates of 100-spirit city were open and not guarded by anyone. Only that there were strong people on top of the city walls observing the situation outside. Looking at them, they should be standing by in a tight formation, preparing to face the strongest members of the spirit martial sect. Stop! 100-spirit city is already under the control of my Heavenly Wind sect. If you insist on entering the city, blame my Heavenly Wind sect for being impolite. Another warning came from above the walls. Although the Heavenly Wind sect was the most powerful sect in the vicinity, but the identity of the people who came to 100-spirit city was complicated. And they couldn't say what the origin of this person who entered the city rashly was, and they couldn't afford to eat their pockets if they had provoked a certain person from a big power. Dozens of Heavenly Wind sect's experts above the city walls looked at the figures below. This person couldn't be someone from the spirit martial sect, right? The spirit martial sect's people are little cuties, is it? Only one person came? It should be a passerby. Go down and find out who he is. If there are no special circumstances, shoot on the spot. Chapter 55, the Lingwu sect will be finished. Spirit Martial Sect's main peak Sovereign Hall. At this moment, a group of senior members of the spiritual martial sect had already gathered here, and the faces of all of them were very ugly. Those clans are cuties. The Heavenly Wind sect will make a move against our spiritual martial sect today, and will not let them go in the future. We only have one chance, and that is to join forces to resist the Heavenly Wind sect at this very moment. Do they really think that the Heavenly Wind sect is merely targeting our spirit martial sect? Bunch of no-brainers, an elder said in exasperation. The rest of the elders were silent. They had not expected that this request for help had failed. The contradiction between the spiritual martial sect and the Heavenly Wind sect was well known. If the Heavenly Wind sect gained power today and the spiritual martial sect fell into a disadvantage, and wanted to ask for help, there would simply be no one to lend a helping hand. This world is like this. The knife did not cut into their bodies. They will never know the pain. The lips die teeth cold reason. Not everyone understands. How can there be so much empathy? What now? Everyone was looking at Jiang Changji, as well as the group of supreme elders, who were at the condensed Dan realm and the most powerful people in the spirit martial sect. It was considered the backbone of the spiritual martial sect, although their strength wouldn't be a match for Zhang Jinshan either. A cloud of worry hung over the heads of the people of the spirit martial sect. Zhang Jinshan had now taken down the spiritual martial sect's disciples. This was a provocation. Sooner or later, he would also make a move against the spiritual martial sect. It was merely a matter of time. They definitely could not sit back and wait for death. Is it possible to ask that mysterious being to make a move? If that one is willing to make a move, this matter will be solved. His realm is at least the Chengdan realm. Zhang Jinshan has just broken through to the Dan completion realm. He shouldn't be a match for him either, another elder said. Jiang Changji shook his head. Right now, the spiritual martial sect had no one who had interacted with that mysterious existence except for those few disciples of Renping. He, the spirit martial sect patriarch, hadn't even seen the other party's face, not to mention calling on the other party to make a move. 2 of Renping's disciples were captured by Zhang Jinshan, so perhaps that one might actually make a move. Hopefully, the crowd of the spirit martial sect was depressed. At this moment, they really didn't have any way to fend off Zhang Jinshan. They could only hope that the mysterious strong man would take action for them. We can't just sit around and wait. Anyone above the condensed Dan realm, follow me. Jiang Changji pondered for a moment and said slowly, as the head of a clan, Jiang Changji couldn't possibly pin his hopes on a mysterious existence. In case the other party didn't make a move to wait, the only thing that would happen to the spiritual martial sect would be annihilation. The others are placing their disciples within the clan and gathering the clan's treasures in readiness for relocation. Jiang Changji arranged it in an organized manner. The many elders nodded. This was the only way nowadays. At this moment, The mysterious existence that the spirit martial sect's crowd was talking about was about to step into 100 Spirit City. Renping looked at the sea condensation realm in front of him and opened his mouth to inquire with a flat face. Where's Zhang Jinshan? This sea condensation realm elder looked Renping up and down, and he realized that Renping did not have a trace of cultivation on his body. There were only two ways this could happen. Either the other party really didn't have any cultivation, or the other party's realm was much higher than his, and he simply couldn't see through the other party's exact cultivation. To be able to remain calm in front of him at the sea condensation realm, he must not be someone without cultivation, and the moment he opened his mouth, he was inquiring about Zhang Jinshan's location. Our Supreme Elder has returned to the sect. You can go to our Heavenly Wind sect to meet him if you have something to do, but you can't step into 100 Spirit City today. Renping raised an eyebrow. What does your Heavenly Wind sect want? That elder took a step back upon hearing this. Dare I ask who your excellency is? Our Heavenly Wind sect doesn't seem to have any grudges with your excellency. Renping shook his head and said, the Heavenly Wind sect has captured 2 of my disciples. When these words came out, the sea condensation realm elder's figure fell backwards and away. They had merely captured a disciple of the spirit martial sect, and this person was a member of the spirit martial sect. You're from the spirit martial sect? Sort of. For the moment, hand over my 2 disciples. Renping's tone remained flat. His figure flashed and he grabbed the sea condensation realm Heavenly Wind sect elder with one hand. Under his powerful cultivation, the Heavenly Wind sect elder could not make it more than a single move, and in his horrified eyes, Renping's large hand had clamped down on his neck. The Heavenly Wind sect elder was horrified in his heart. When did the spirit martial sect have such a strong person? Even at the condensed Dan realm, it was impossible to take him down so easily. Tell me where the Sky Wind sect is located? Renping doesn't want to stall here. Shirwan and Lu Changkong's life and death are unknown at this time. He was also not in the mood to talk too much nonsense with these Sky Wind sect people. This is more than 100 miles to the west. It's the mountain gate of the Heavenly Wind sect. As Renping's hand continued to exert more and more force, the face of that Heavenly Wind sect elder had turned red. Under the powerful strength, his resistance was meaningless, and the location of the Heavenly Wind sect wasn't a secret. As long as this terrifying existence in front of him inquired a little, he would be able to find it. After receiving the reply, Renping directly tossed the sea condensation realm elder in the sky aside, puffing up a puff of dust. The Heavenly Wind sect elder smashed heavily against the city wall and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The rest of the Sky Wind sect on top of the city wall saw this scene and hurriedly flew down the city wall and came in front of Renping. Renping was about to leave when he saw them coming down and turned around to give them a cold look. Let him go. We're no match for him. The Tianfeng sect elder who had been tossed aside by Renping opened his mouth, and the Tianfeng sect crowd retreated back in succession. Jumping up and down in front of a powerful enemy was tantamount to looking for death. Renping didn't bother with them too much, and with a flash, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. The remaining group in the sky looked at each other in disbelief. Is he from the spirit martial sect? His realm is definitely more than just Dan condensation. It's fine, even if he's at the established Dan realm. Our Supreme Elder is also at the established Dan realm. That Heavenly Wind sect elder did not lie, and after 2 hours of Renping's flight, he finally saw the so-called Heavenly Wind sect. The Heavenly Wind sect was situated between a mountain range, which was lush with green trees and rich in spiritual chi, making it a rare treasure. However, it was still slightly inferior to the spirit martial sect. No wonder the people of the Heavenly Wind sect have always wanted the territory of the spirit martial sect. Renping, this was the first time he had stepped out of the range of Lingwu sect, and he didn't know what grade Lingwu sect's aura was considered to be in this world. But now it seemed that Lingwu sect was indeed considered to be a treasure place for cultivation, and there was also such a treasure as the Enlightenment Monument on top of the main peak. Renping didn't care about that. He directly released his aura, the powerful pressure of the Changdan realm, and pressed towards the Tianfeng sect. For a while the wind rose, smoke rolled, and the surrounding trees swayed under the gale. Who intrudes into my Heavenly Wind sect? A loud cry came from deep in the sky. The aura emanating from this person was also in the realm of becoming a Dan. With that, Renping saw the so-called Zhang Jinshan, who was dressed in black and had a stooped, withered figure. Zhang Jinshan was also a bit puzzled when he saw Renping doing this. When did this area have another Changdan realm? Could it be that this person was from outside? The other party released their breath as soon as they arrived here, and they were not coming from a good place. Zhang Jinshan looked Renping up and down and said slowly, "What is the meaning of this? Your Excellency? Could it be that your Excellency has some misunderstanding with our Heavenly Wind sect? And speak out. The old man will definitely give your Excellency a satisfactory answer." In front of a strong person of the same realm, Zhang Jinshan didn't dare to make a move, and strength was always the bottom line. If those in the Dan condensation realm had arrived at Tianfeng sect earlier, Zhang Jinshan would have definitely shown them what it meant to be in the Danchang realm, but at this time the opposite side stood with him in the same realm of existence, and the breath was very powerful, vaguely already above him. He had to be cautious. It's not a big deal. You've captured 2 of my disciples, hand them over and this matter will be settled. Zhang Jinshan frowned when he heard this. He hadn't captured any of the other party's disciples. All he had captured were people from the spirit martial sect. Has your excellency misunderstood something? I didn't take your excellency's disciple. Renping shook his head and said slowly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm from the spirit martial sect." When these words came out, Zhang Jinshan's face changed drastically. When did the spirit martial sect have a Dan completion realm? How did he not know? Your excellency, don't joke. The most powerful person in the spirit martial sect is only at the condensed Dan realm. And the spirit martial sect's condensed Dan realm old monks all know each other. There is absolutely no such person as your excellency. Zhang Jinshan smiled again and thought in his heart, I'm afraid that this person is a reinforcement invited by the spirit martial sect. I don't know what conditions the spirit martial sect has given to make a Chengdan realm go to bat for them. It was obvious that Zhang Jinshan did not want to fight with Renping. Your excellency doesn't know what price the spirit martial sect has offered. My heavenly wind sect is willing to offer double as long as your excellency stays out of this matter. Zhang Jinshan looked at Renping expectantly. As long as Renping agreed, the matter would be closed. The spirit martial sect would be reduced to flying dust under his great strength. I think you guessed wrong. I am indeed from the spirit martial sect. Renping laughed lightly. Since your excellency refuses to retreat, then I can only fight with your excellency. When Zhang Jinshan saw Renping's lack of oil and salt, he wasn't going to dissuade him too much. He was also in the realm of Chengdan, and with that mysterious and unpredictable set of martial arts skills, it wasn't a sure thing who the deer would be. Renping didn't talk too much nonsense with him and directly stretched out his 2 fingers together and pointed towards Zhang Jinshan. A sword chi was emitted between his 2 fingers, and this sword chi emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. Zhang Jinshan's face changed greatly when he saw this wisp of sword chi. How could the other party be so strong when they were also at the realm of Chengdan? How could he know that although Renping was only in the Chengdan realm, but with dozens of words that increased his strength, he was a strengthened version of the Chengdan realm? And even if it was the so-called Jindan realm, Renping had the confidence that he would be able to fight with them. Zhang Jinshan knew that he couldn't catch this strand of sword chi, and the sword chi here was enough to kill him 7 or 8 times. Just when Renping thought that his strand of sword chi was enough to take his opponent's life, he found that Zhang Jinshan had transformed into a wisp of black smoke at the same spot and disappeared. How can your strength be so strong? Are you in the Chengdan realm or not? Zhang Jinshan's voice came from all directions. Although Renping was surprised at the other party's bizarre methods, he was not the least bit afraid in his heart. He laughed coldly and said, "Yes." At the same time, he was carefully observing his surroundings. Sure enough, when he saw a trace of abnormal fluctuation of aura in the air in front of him, he didn't hesitate and pointed out with a finger. As expected, Zhang Jinshan's miserable screams came from the front, and as another wisp of black smoke filled the air, Zhang Jinshan finally showed his figure. This sword directly cut off one of Zhang Jinshan's arms. How could you possibly see through my trail? Zhang Jinshan was a bit unbelievable, and his bizarre and inexplicable tactics were tried and true. I didn't expect to be penetrated by this unknown person in front of me. Renping did not answer the other party's question and once again swung out a sword chi. This sword went straight for Zhang Jinshan's head. Zhang Jinshan was immediately startled. This person's attack was too strong. It had long since surpassed the realm of the Chengdan realm, and he was simply no match. His figure shifted and he once again turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing in place. Renping was very curious about the means of turning into black smoke to hide his tracks. Without hesitation, he swung out a sword chi when he detected an abnormal fluctuation of aura in the surroundings, and the feedback he received did not disappoint. With every sword chi that flew out, an additional wound would appear on Zhang Jinshan's body. It wasn't that Renping couldn't take his opponent's life in one strike, but he wanted to see what exactly was this bizarre and unpredictable black smoke. Renping was able to see through the other party's trail because the other party had merely concealed his form, which was not visible to the naked eye, but it would affect the surrounding aura between walks. One of the words that Renping had extracted earlier was the aura-absorbing magnetic strip. This word was very sensitive to the sensing of aura. This person could not escape his perception at all. Renping swung out another sword chi, directly knocking Zhang Jinshan out of his form, and by now, Zhang Jinshan's body was already bruised and battered. What surprised Renping was that although this Zhang Jinshan's body was covered in sword marks, not a single strand of blood flowed out. Not only that, this Zhang Jinshan was still alive and kicking after receiving so many attacks, and his mobility was not affected. If it were any other Chengdan realm, I'm afraid that at this time, he would have already collapsed on the ground, dying. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this Zhang Jinshan, Renping thought darkly. Not only was the lack of blood flow very strange, but the means of disappearing into black smoke and disappearing in place was also problematic. Even if one breaks through to the realm of becoming a Dan, one shouldn't have such bizarre means. Why do you have to rush the whole thing? I still have means I haven't used just because the cost is too great. If you retreat now, there's no need to divide life and death between you and me. Zhang Jinshan's unpleasant voice came out. Ren Ping didn't care. You don't have to have so many worries. What means you have just make it out? Looking at Ren Ping's relaxed face, Zhang Jinshan inwardly felt incomparably stifled. The same was the Changdan realm. Why was the other party's strength able to crush him? If it wasn't for that bizarre means, he would have died under the other party's hands. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite, Zhang Jinshan said viciously. Chapter 56 Settlement. In fact, Ren Ping had always been curious as to where this Zhang Jinshan's limits were. The series of bizarre means used out by Zhang Jinshan was estimated to be from the same thing, and this undercard that was about to be used was estimated to be from the same root as the means that turned into black smoke. As expected, Zhang Jinshan stood in midair. Strands of black gas burrowed inside his body, along with his thin, withered body with drooping skin, as if he was an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Zhang Jinshan's image was really uncomplimentary, but the aura he displayed became more and more powerful, and he soon broke through the realm of the Changdan realm and reached the Jindan realm. When Ren Ping saw this scene, he raised his eyebrows. This tactic could be very rare. To be able to cross the border and fight already belonged to be exclusive to geniuses. A moment later, Zhang Jinshan's image had changed drastically. The sparse white hair above his head unexpectedly fell off one by one under the continuous spread of that black gas, and his skin gradually turned black, and finally black as charcoal. Ren Ping detected a strange aura on his body, an aura that was so repulsive that just by looking at him from afar, he felt his soul tremble. Even his eyes were pitch black. He looked at Ren Ping and laughed. I hadn't wanted to use that tactic, but you pressed me every step of the way, and I had no choice. It's just as well that I'm going to show you what a forbidden land smells like. Ren Ping was at a loss for words. Did all these bizarre means come from some forbidden place? He had been staying in the spirit martial sect and knew very little about the outside world. Looks like we need to get outside more often from now on. This bizarre and unpredictable means of Zhang Jinshan's was enough to cross the border and kill people, and it sort of took him by surprise. Who knows if there are others like this elsewhere? Although Zhang Jinshan's aura was powerful, it was not too much pressure for Ren Ping. He possessed many words. The most powerful orange word ancestral dragon bloodline. It could easily raise his strength to the Jindan realm. It was unknown how many times more powerful than this Zhang Jinshan after he had executed this terrifying means. It's about time it was over. After learning that Zhang Jinshan's means came from the so-called Forbidden Land, Ren Ping didn't want to continue delaying. His blood began to surge all over his body, and the ancestral dragon's aura that was dormant in his body blossomed out at that moment, and with a buzzing sound. Ren Ping's aura at that moment was more powerful than that of even the Jindan realm. When Zhang Jinshan, who was not far away, saw this scene, a look of surprise appeared on his dark face. How is that possible? What kind of tactic is this of yours? It was actually able to conquer the Jindan realm. That's a forbidden scent for me. How much it cost me to ascend to the Jindan realm, do you know? After seeing how easily Ren Ping had raised his strength, Zhang Jinshan could no longer tense up. How much it cost him to cast this means to raise his strength was clear in his own mind. Ren Ping had exploded into the Jindan realm with a glib look, allowing him to break his defense. Whatever secrets you have, everything will be mine when you die, Zhang Jinshan said viciously. Ren Ping nodded, agreeing with him. That's a good point. And when you die, everything you have will be mine too. Ren Ping stretched out his palm and grabbed it in midair, and a huge hand palm shadow appeared above the dome towards Zhang Jinshan, which had a powerful aura, as if it was a great hand of annihilation. Zhang Jinshan's face changed and he was about to cast that black smoke means to dodge. Unbeknownst to him, Ren Ping had already seen through his whereabouts. The huge palm pinched hard towards a certain air, snapping as if it was crushing a cockroach. Zhang Jinshan's body turned into countless fragments that smashed down towards the ground, and his head was directly crushed into mush by this palm. No matter how strong the bones and flesh were, they could not withstand Ren Ping's move. Watching Zhang Jinshan completely lose his breath of life, Ren Ping came to his head. After searching around him, he finally found a jade pendant that was as black as ink, and there was an aura above this jade pendant. It was precisely the aura emanating from Zhang Jinshan's execution of the bizarre means. This thing came from the so-called Forbidden Land? Ren Ping picked up the black jade pendant and glanced at it before placing it in his arms, ready to explore the mysteries in detail when he returned. Tianfeng Sect Patriarch Hall. At this moment, many of Tianfeng Sect's top management gathered here. Their hearts palpitated as they felt the fluctuations of the battle coming from outside the Heavenly Wind Sect. Is this the battle of the Den Completion Realm? It's so terrifying. I'm afraid that if we get close, we'll be smashed to pieces in the aftermath of this battle. Exactly which party's powerhouse of the Changdan realm has descended upon our Heavenly Wind sect's territory? The Supreme Elder should be able to kill the other party. Taishang Elder. This time I have increased my strength greatly after leaving the gate, but I have just broken through to the Changdan realm, so killing the other party isn't realistic, so long as I repel the other party. As long as no one comes over to influence us to unify this area, our Heavenly Wind sect will be the master of this place from now on. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Wind sect, their cultivation levels were not very profound, comparable to the Spirit Martial sect. The strongest person is only at the Condensed Dan realm, belonging to the level of the Spiritual Martial sect's Supreme Elder as well as the Patriarch, but there are many more than the Spiritual Martial sect in terms of numbers. After they felt that terrifying aura already, they realized that their own family's Taishang elders had gone out to meet the battle. At this point in time, there had already been half an hour of fighting. The movement of the battle in the distance had subsided. The Supreme Elder should have won. Then it's bound to be the Supreme Elder who wins. Why don't you hurry out to greet the Supreme Elder? Many of the Tianfeng sect's executives thought that Zhang Jinshan had won the battle and went out, but when they walked out of the entrance of the main hall they found a middle-aged man's silhouette. Runping lightly glanced at the many senior members of the Heavenly Wind sect and slowly opened his mouth. Where are those Spirit Martial sect disciples that Zhang Jinshan captured now? Runping spoke bluntly. However, it left many of the Tianfeng sect's executives dumbfounded. This person had already entered within the Tianfeng sect, which could only mean one result. The Supreme Elder Zhang Jinshan was estimated to have died in the other party's hands. The many senior members of the Heavenly Wind sect were already trembling in their legs at this time. This was a peerless powerhouse that could kill the Changdan realm, and it had come from a bad place, directly killing their Heavenly Wind sect's Taishang Elder, Zhang Jinshan. They were afraid that Renping would fight and kill them at the drop of a hat. To their surprise, Renping had no intention of killing them. Where are the Spirit Martial sect disciples who were captured by Zhang Jinshan? Renping looked at the other party's dumbfounded appearance and asked again. A middle-aged man at the Condensed Dan realm was soon pushed out, and this person should be the Patriarch of the Heavenly Wind sect. The Heavenly Wind sect Patriarch looked at Renping's flat face and hurriedly said, "Elder, which side is it on? I'll show Elder the way." Renping's powerful aura made them unable to put up any resistance at all. In front of absolute strength, they were nothing more than ants, and unnecessary struggling would only make them die faster. Chapter 57. The senior has a good temper. Under the leadership of the Heavenly Wind sect's Patriarch, Renping soon met both Shirwan and Lu Changkong. They stayed at Zhang Jinshan's place of cultivation. At this point, he had fallen into a coma and was locked inside a steel cage. Renping took a look and realized that there was no major damage on the two, only to be knocked out. It was also unknown what exactly Zhang Jinshan's purpose was in capturing the two of them here, but none of that mattered now that Zhang Jinshan was dead. As for Zhang Jinshan's secrets, they should all be in that black jade pendant, so it wasn't too late to go back and slowly delve deeper. Elder, I'll release them right away. The Heavenly Wind sect Patriarch hurriedly used brute force to break the lock of the iron cage and dragged both Shirwan and Lu Changkong out after some pounding. The two people woke up. They saw it, and Runping immediately knelt down. Master is a disciple's incompetence, another labor of love to the master. Renping didn't like to go out and only liked to be a salted fish. The two of them were aware of this, and they were uneasy in their hearts after repeatedly getting into trouble 3 times recently and letting Renping go out. Renping waved his hand for them to stand up. Never mind, you are not to blame for this matter. Go back. Hearing this, Lu Changkong and Shirwan only breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the master did not blame them under the good, the Heavenly Wind sect Patriarch on the side was also relieved. Looking at Shirwan, he realized that Shirwan had a very good temper. It shouldn't be how their Heavenly Wind sect would be. If other people's disciples were caught in the Heavenly Wind sect, they should have already gone on a killing spree at this point, and to still be able to be so calm shows that this senior's heart is extremely broad. Elder, I'll send you out now. This is on your disciple's body. Carrying things, we returned as much as we could. Much offense. Please don't blame senior. The Heavenly Wind sect Patriarch took out another storage ring in his pocket. Renping took the ring and tossed it directly to Lu Changkong. This will send you all out. This time there was much misunderstanding in the matter. Please don't blame senior. The Heavenly Wind sect Patriarch lowered his head at the side and explained. Renping's voice went cold. Just stay here, so you don't have to send us out. Ha! The Heavenly Wind sect Patriarch did not quite understand what Renping meant by that. However, he immediately understood in the next second, as a sword chi silently appeared and sliced off his head, and this Condensed Dan realm expert directly lost his life in this dimly lit hole in the ground. Shirwan and Lu Changkong stared at this scene dumbfounded. The two of them couldn't tell when Renping made his move. They were even more curious about Renping's strength. All this time they didn't know to what point their master's strength had reached. As their cultivation deepened, it felt as if they had already touched the realm of their master's strength, but now at a glance they were still far from it. A Condensed Dan realm died here so silently. Well, go back. I've got a few things going on. Lu Changkong and Sherwan both took out pills in their storage rings and said goodbye to Renping after recovering some of their true qi. They didn't know what else their own masters were doing by staying here. However, what Renping did, those of them who were disciples naturally could not ask about it. Lu Changkong and Sherwan both flew out of the Tianfeng sect, looking at the huge complex behind them with palpitating hearts. Where did that terrifying Chengdan realm go? I wonder. Master Teacher has actually come here. So what happens to the Chengdan realm can be imagined. Lu Changkong laughed from the side. Go back. Ren Parallel walked on the path within the sect of the Heavenly Wind sect, and he strolled through many of the core places of the sect, yet no treasures like the stone tablet of enlightenment were found. He secretly said in his heart that it was a pity that such a large sect didn't have any core treasures. Even the Spirit Martial sect was inferior. The Spirit Martial sect at least has an enlightenment stone to extract the blue words. The Heavenly Wind sect's treasures should all be hidden in secret places. It's impossible to find them so easily. Renping remembered again the special features of that enlightenment stone tablet of the Lingwu sect, that the enlightenment cup was not something that the Lingwu sect did not want to hide, but was unable to hide. The enlightenment stone tablet was growing on the main peak. If the Spirit Martial sect had that kind of means to hide the enlightenment stone tablet, they wouldn't think to let such a treasure wind and rain outside. Renping sighed, secretly regretting it. He didn't have time to search for treasures in the Heavenly Wind sect to extract words. Looking at the time, a group of experts from the Spirit Martial sect should almost be coming. The Spirit Martial sect and the others would definitely not sit back and wait for death, and would probably forcefully attack the Heavenly Wind sect to fight Zhang Jinshan to the death. Their strength is still a little short compared to the Heavenly Wind sect. The Spirit Martial sect didn't have many strong people. There were only 9 at the Sea Condensation realm and only 5 at the Dan Condensation realm. 4 of them were still Taishan elders, with half of their feet already in the coffin. Compared to the Tianfeng sect, it is still a little worse. The Tianfeng sect already has 7 or 8 strong people in the Condensed Dan realm, and a dozen strong people in the Sea Condensation realm, so there is a disparity in the strength of the two sects. At least I'm from the Spirit Martial sect, Renping added to himself. After the many experts of the Spirit Martial sect died in battle, he wouldn't have a peaceful place to stay. Within the Heavenly Wind sect's Grand Hall, numerous Heavenly Wind sect experts were here staring at each other with wide eyes. That terrifying existence had already entered within their Heavenly Wind sect at this time, but now not a single movement had been transmitted out. This senior, his temper is really good. Surprisingly, he didn't make a move to go on a killing spree. One of the elders spoke up, and his words were immediately recognized by the others. Indeed, it looks like this time our Heavenly Wind sect can be considered to be saved. Even if we don't have the group of powerful people from the Supreme Elder, we're not too bad in this area. As long as we recover for 100 years, it won't be a problem to cultivate another adult Dan realm. Alas, in the cultivation world, there are really few people with a temper like that senior. The Heavenly Wind sect had captured their disciples back this time, and now that the other party had found their way to the door, it was rare that they didn't go on a killing spree, capturing other people's disciples. This was basically already considered a deadly feud, the kind that wouldn't let go. The elders of the Heavenly Wind sect asked themselves that if they had encountered such a situation, they would definitely go on a killing spree, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Now they were incredibly fortunate that they had met a well-tempered senior high-ranking person. Otherwise, their Heavenly Wind sect would suffer. I wonder how things are going on the sovereign side. Is that senior still satisfied? His disciples should all be fine. The Supreme Elder seems to want to collect geniuses. I wonder for what utility. What Zhang Jinshan had done, their group of Tianfeng sect executives could only listen to, and did not know the inside story. They only knew that their own Taishan Elder, after 10 years of closed-door cultivation, had suddenly come out of seclusion and reached the realm of becoming a Dan. Everyone was waiting for the return of the Heavenly Wind sect patriarch. As long as the Heavenly Wind sect patriarch returned here unharmed, it meant that this matter would be over. But after they waited for half a day, there was still no sign of the Heavenly Wind sect patriarch. This time, everyone was horrified. Could it be that something has changed? That powerful existence wants to destroy our Heavenly Wind sect? Absolutely impossible. If we really wanted to destroy our Heavenly Wind sect, would we be sitting here unharmed at this time? Sovereign must have been delayed by something else. We'll wait. But the more they waited, the more anxious they became inside. Just then within the great hall, a head fell silently to the ground. Some more subtle air-breaking sounds rang out, and the heads of a group of Heavenly Wind sect executives unexpectedly fell to the ground silently at this moment. In the distance, Renping sent out 20 to 30 sword chi, and after sensing that the sword chi had killed his target, he nodded in satisfaction. This sword chi martial skill that he had just comprehended was very useful, used for stabbing just right. He doesn't strike much, but his quest for power never stops. Those sword chi were martial arts that he had just comprehended, and had probably surpassed the realm of earth-ranked martial arts. It was one of the martial arts techniques he was currently most proud of. After finishing killing the senior members of the Heavenly Wind sect, Renping did not want to stay here too long, but instead directly turned around and left. The rest was left to Zhang Changji and the others. Overthrowing a clan was very simple for Renping, but to fully utilize a clan's resources was not something he could do alone. This job was very tedious, and it was better to leave it to Zhang Changji's group of spiritual martial sect executives. It was only after Renping had left for half a day that Zhang Changji and a group of spiritual martial sect's supreme elders arrived here. After they had settled things in the spiritual martial sect, they were prepared to come here to break the ice and fight Zhang Jinshan to the death. Although they knew that this time they would die 10 deaths, they had to do it. Where else could a sect like the Spirit Martial Sect move to, even if those of them in the higher realms could leave? What about the disciples in the lower realms? In the end, he still became the soul of the Sky Wind Sect's sword. When a clan was destroyed, it was basically a full kill. Absolutely nothing will be left alive. In case there was an exceptionally gifted person amongst those low-ranked disciples who had escaped and had practiced for many years and came back to take revenge, that would be a big mess. Everyone understands the principle of cutting off the roots. Now Jiang Changji and the others also had a clear goal. A group of them at the Condensed Dan realm came here to delay the people of the Heavenly Wind sect, so that the side of the spiritual martial sect would be ready to relocate at any time. There's a silver lining to this. At this moment, the 5 people from the Spirit Martial sect looked at the mountain gate in front of them and exhaled deeply. The only one among the 5 who was younger was Jiang Changji, who was also already middle-aged. The remaining few were all old men who were on the verge of dying. The Spirit Martial sect's supreme elders. The clan has nurtured me for many years, and it's time to make a mark for the clan at this time. That's because we cultivate to the Condensed Dan realm without the clan's support. But since we've been cultivating all the way, there's really very little that we've contributed to the clan. We're all old men with half a foot in the coffin. Even if we die, we'll still gnaw a mouthful of meat on Zhang Jinshan's body. Jiang Changji looked at the 4 people around him with this talk. His face also had a grave expression. They just came with the intention of certain death. Several senior uncles. Whether or not the Spirit Martial sect can be passed on again depends on us. I cultivate an extremely good gong method and my true chi is thick, so let me be the main force. The 4 master uncles can just assist me from the side. Jiang Changji began to arrange the next battle. In fact, in the face of the Chengdan realm powerhouse, no one's heart has a spectrum. One realm, one sky, each layer of the realm, the strength of a sea change. Perhaps they were Zhang Jinshan the moment they saw him on the mountain. Was Zhang Jinshan a slap to death? The 4 old men looked at Jiang Changji. Sovereign, you are still young. In the future, there might be a chance to step into the realm of becoming a Dan, and the clan still needs your command. If that Zhang Jinshan is truly too powerful to resist, we will do our best to let you escape from here. If that Zhang Jinshan isn't strong, then we still have a chance, a withered old man said in a deep voice. The remaining 3 nodded. That's a good enough arrangement. Jiang Changji still had a long lifespan ahead of him, and had every chance to break through to the realm of becoming a Dan. If there was still a glimmer of a fight, they would fight Zhang Jinshan. If Zhang Jinshan's strength was too terrifying, the only thing they could do was to stall Zhang Jinshan and allow Jiang Changji to escape from here. Jiang Changji was stunned. He smiled and said to a few of the older men around him, several master uncles, don't let this kind of thing go. It's all on the same string. Live and die with the clan. There was no reason for him to back down when he came here. Several people stayed in front of the Tianfeng sect's gate for a long time and talked a lot, but they didn't see any reaction from the Tianfeng sect. This time all 5 were puzzled. Something's not right. It's been a quarter of an hour since we came here. Why hasn't anyone come out from the Heavenly Wind sect? One old man asked, a bit puzzled. This is too inconsistent with common sense. They came here without hiding their breath. It is reasonable to say that the Tianfeng sect's group of experts have already noticed their arrival at this time, should come out to meet the battle, but now a silhouette is not there. Could it be that the Heavenly Wind sect is setting up an ambush within the sect to make us throw ourselves into the net? It's really possible. Their Heavenly Wind sect's formations aren't weak either. Let's be calm. Never fall into their trap. Several people began to discuss their next response. If the people of the Heavenly Wind sect didn't come out to meet them, there was only one possibility, wanting to introduce them to the Heavenly Wind sect, to catch a turtle in a jar, so that they would have no way to escape. All of them were great experts who had practiced for a long time, and 4 of them were still old geezers, so they naturally knew that they shouldn't rush into the range of Tianfeng sect at this time. And if they were trapped by the Tianfeng sect's formations, then things would be a big mess. Let's just wait here. The 5 of them made up their minds to never fall into the trap of the Heavenly Wind sect and sat down at the entrance of the Heavenly Wind sect. At this point in time, the Heavenly Wind sect was already a mess. A disciple found a group of the clan's top brass dead in the main hall. There was an immediate panic. These are the backbone of the Heavenly Wind sect. and now they are all dead here without exception. There were some disciples who packed up their fine things and were about to flee the Heavenly Wind sect. The senior members of the clan are all dead, so if they stay here, they will not be the souls of others under the sword. However, as soon as they stepped out of the Heavenly Wind sect, they saw 5 powerful figures sitting in the distance eyeing the Heavenly Wind sect. Chapter 58 Sky Wind sect is finished, with the clan elders silently dying inside the clan, and 5 powerful existences blocking the doorway outside the clan. The disciples of the Heavenly Wind sect could not cry. How can they not think at this point that the sky is falling? It's a little cute at this time. All could think that the Heavenly Wind sect was going to be finished. Some time ago, their supreme elder came out of the gate with an immense amount of popularity, and directly knocked down the 100-spirit city not far away. Those of them who are disciples naturally want the clan to be strong. After all, if the clan is strong, the more resources they, the disciples, can get. But that's a strong man of the Chengdan realm. How did he suddenly disappear? Could it be that he lost his life in the previous battle outside the clan? The Heavenly Wind sect was in complete chaos at this time. There were disciples fighting over the sect's treasury, and some low-level elders had already rushed to the sect's treasury, fighting over the sect's martial arts as well as spirit stones. There are even some disciples who think that things are not big enough, setting fires everywhere, and the conflicts of the disciples also explode at this moment. Those who have revenge, those who have injustice, and those who do not have hatred and injustice grab treasures at this time to prepare to escape from the Heavenly Wind sect. However, when they walked out of the Heavenly Wind sect, they found those 5 figures sitting in the distance, and immediately stirred up a cold sweat and ran back within the Heavenly Wind sect. The 5 Jiang Chengji frowned as they looked at the situation of the Sky Wind sect in the distance. What the hell is this Sky Wind sect up to? Isn't Zhang Jinshan in the realm of becoming a Dan? Still need to engage in these little tricks? Jiang Chengji's few people were confused. Looking at this situation, the Heavenly Wind sect was already in the midst of civil unrest within the sect. Patriarch, calm down. This should be a trick of the Heavenly Wind sect, wanting to seduce us into the Heavenly Wind sect and kill us all in one go. That Zhang Jinshan shouldn't be at the sect at this time. Otherwise he would have come out to kill us long ago. Patriarch, calm down. Soldiers are tricky. This must be a trick of the Sky Wind sect. A few of the supreme elders continuously pacified Jiang Chengji. They were afraid that Jiang Chengji's lack of experience would make him think that the Tianfeng sect had really undergone a change of heart, and that he would rush into it in one fell swoop, and be ambushed by the Tianfeng sect instead. Jiang Chengji froze for a moment and eventually nodded. Well, it's really possible that it's a ploy by the Heavenly Wind sect. The enemy doesn't move and I don't move. He didn't believe that the Heavenly Wind sect could be patient. After waiting for another half a day, Jiang Chengji felt more and more out of place. It was because he realized that the Heavenly Wind sect's formation had actually withdrawn. This is a clan protection formation. It could withstand formations in the condensed Dan realm. And what about the fire in the distance? Why is the Tianfeng sect still on fire? What about those disciples at the entrance of the Heavenly Wind sect who had frightened faces? The remaining few supreme elders had also realized that something was wrong. If they wanted to lure them into the Heavenly Wind sect's boundaries and eliminate them all in one go, would it be as bad as this? That fire had almost burned half of the Heavenly Wind sect. None of them knew what the Heavenly Wind sect was up to. Patriarch, we'd better go and check the situation. Going together isn't enough insurance. Just let one of them go. Word to the wise, I'm going. One of the Spirit Martial sect supreme elders flew away as he arrived before the Heavenly Wind sect gate. When that group of terrified Heavenly Wind sect disciples saw this old man who exuded a powerful aura flying up, they fell to their knees with a flutter. Elders, spare your life. This is something from our Heavenly Wind sect. Just take it and don't kill me. Without hesitation, these disciples took out a storage ring. The Spirit Martial sect's supreme elders were dumbfounded, watching the dozens of Heavenly Wind sect disciples in front of them clattering to their knees. What the hell is going on here? Elder, our Heavenly Wind sect's supreme elders all died at your hands, and the Heavenly Wind sect fell apart, and we disciples definitely don't have the heart to restore the Heavenly Wind sect. As long as Senior spares my life, I'm willing to take Senior to the Heavenly Wind sect's treasure trove. Those disciples were still begging for mercy. The Spirit Martial sect's supreme elder's entire body was bad when he heard these words. What the hell? The Heavenly Wind sect's supreme elder is dead? They've only just gotten here. How can you die before you even see the person? This Spirit Martial sect's supreme elder, full of doubts, flew within the Heavenly Wind sect and discovered that the Heavenly Wind sect surprisingly did not have a single sea condensation realm. The strongest person was only at the Yang Yuan realm, and more at the True Qi realm as well as the body tempering realm. Such a Heavenly Wind sect disciple could be killed with a wave of his hand in his eyes. Could it be that all the top brass of the Heavenly Wind sect are dead? He was wary and doubtful in his heart, pondering for a while before he dared to come to the core hall of the Heavenly Wind sect. As soon as he entered, he saw a large pile of bodies and heads scattered everywhere. Looking at those heads on the ground, The spirit martial sect's supreme elder's entire body was dumbfounded. He recognized all of these people. The Heavenly Wind sect and the spirit martial sect were considered next-door families, and both sects had conflicts and clashes, and knew each other's strength so well that he would recognize every elder. Aren't these people the higher-ups of the Heavenly Wind sect? How did they all die here? Where's Jiang Jinsan? Who the hell did this? Without hesitation, he flew out of the Heavenly Wind sect and arrived in front of Jiang Changji and the others, informing them of the situation inside. Instead, he suffered blank stares from the crowd. You're saying that everyone from the Heavenly Wind sect died out, only leaving behind a whole bunch of disciples with average cultivation? And that Jiang Jinshan, who is nowhere to be found at this point. Jiang Changji's few people were also filled with confusion. Several people looked unquestioningly at the Supreme Elder who had just entered the Heavenly Wasteland. Old Lu, you just entered the Heavenly Wind sect for a trip and betrayed the sect so quickly. You couldn't have been sent out by the Heavenly Wind sect to lure us in, right? These guys obviously just don't believe it. How is this possible? The strength of the Heavenly Wind sect was not to say that it was crushing the other sects in this area, but it was also sitting firmly at the top. How could it be silently exterminated by others? That Supreme Elder blankly glanced at a few people, knowing that a few people didn't believe it, and directly returned to the Heavenly Wind sect to present a large pile of heads. They looked at a large pile of heads, dumbfounded. The elders of the Tianfeng sect are dead. Who the hell did this? Killing the top management of the Heavenly Wind sect so silently. How strong was the strength of the person who had struck out? Ah, which one of you just said I betrayed the clan? When Jiang Changji's few people heard this, they shut up and gazed into the distance, pretending that nothing had happened. That Supreme Elder, too, didn't bother that much with the rest of the few. The top management of the Heavenly Wind sect is already dead. These remaining shrimp soldiers are not enough to worry about. Go back and send people over to take over the Heavenly Wind sect. After Jiang Changji's few people entered the Heavenly Wind sect to check it out for a while, they finally determined that all of the Heavenly Wind sect's higher-ups were already dead. They even found Jiang Jinshan's shattered body in the vicinity of the Heavenly Wind sect. Jiang Changji immediately returned to the Spiritual Martial sect and sent over a group of experts from the Spiritual Martial sect to take over the resources of the Heavenly Wind sect. The surprise came too suddenly. I thought it was a scene of breaking the boat and laying down his life, but I didn't expect to come here and pick up the pieces directly. Chapter 59, Periwinkle and the Order of Hell. At this moment, how could Jiang Changji still not know what to do next? This is a great opportunity. Several senior uncles, you guys stay here to guard the Heavenly Wind sect. I'll go back and help call someone over. Lu Changkon looked at the corpses of the Tianfeng sect's executives that were all over the ground, and the smile on his face simply could not be stopped. This kind of good thing was not expected to meet the Spirit Martial sect. They were even prepared for the Spirit Martial sect to raise their clan and relocate, giving up the foundations that had been passed down from their ancestors and going to hibernate elsewhere, waiting for the time to be right before returning. But now they don't have to worry about the Tianfeng sect at all. The Skywind sect is gone. In the absence of these high-level powerhouses, others were simply not enough to worry about. Those properties of the Heavenly Wind sect would also be pocketed by the Spiritual Martial sect. These industries as well as the various valuable contraptions within the Heavenly Wind sect were very important to the Spiritual Martial sect, and by swallowing this batch of treasures, the Spiritual Martial sect's strength would be strengthened once more. Patriarch, any thoughts on who actually did this? Yes, although the Heavenly Wind sect has been destroyed, we don't know exactly who destroyed it. What if that person is targeting our Spiritual Martial sect because we swallowed the Heavenly Wind sect? Several Spiritual Martial sect supreme elders said worriedly. This matter can't be joked about. Hearing these words, Jiang Changji regained some sanity amidst his surprise. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. 2 of our Spirit Martial sect's disciples were captured here, but now they've disappeared. Those 2 disciples were both disciples of Renping of the Flying Sword Peak, and if I'm not wrong, this should be the hand of that mysterious existence hidden in the Flying Sword Peak. This matter is also extremely well verified. As long as those 2 disciples of Renping have returned to the Spirit Martial sect peacefully, this matter is bound to be the work of that mysterious strong man. Several of the supreme elders slowly nodded their heads, feeling that Jiang Changji had a point. If it was that powerful person who had made the move, then it all made sense. That mysterious powerhouse was hibernating within the Spirit Martial sect, and now that he was striking out at the Spirit Martial sect's hostile forces, he was even less likely to be displeased by the fact that the Spirit Martial sect had swallowed up the Heavenly Wind sect. Fine. Then please hurry back and verify it. Patriarch. Jiang Changji hurriedly returned to the Spiritual Martial sect and secretly came to the Flying Sword Peak, and he was relieved to see that the 2 of them, Shirwan and Lu Changkong, had returned here in Ringping's courtyard. The resources of the Heavenly Wind sect, they had been able to take it at this point. If other sects looked into this matter, they would simply say that it was the Spirit Martial sect that had acted. Anyway, that mysterious strong man was within the Spirit Martial sect, so there was no fault in saying that the spirit martial sect had moved. At the same time, Jiang Changji was no longer repulsed by the fact that that mysterious powerhouse resided within the spirit martial sect. This time, he stepped in to save the spirit martial sect from the fire, and is a great benefactor of the spirit martial sect. How's that for an uninvited guest? This time, the mysterious powerhouse made a move, and it also showed that he didn't have any malicious intent towards the spirit martial sect. Under Jiang Changji's arrangement, the powerful men of the spiritual martial sect poured out to the territory of the Heavenly Winds sect to carry back the resources that originally belonged to the Heavenly Winds sect, and the entire spiritual martial sect was overflowing with joy. Only Renping's residence on Flying Sword Peak remained as plain as day. Renping's disciples were all cultivating on their own, not even caring much about the resources of the spirit martial sect, as their cultivation speed couldn't even use as spirit stones right now. There were some things in the spirit martial sect that they were too lazy to get involved in. After Shirwan and Lu Chongkong returned to the spiritual martial sect, they immediately went into recovery. They fought with Zhang Jinshan, and although Zhang Jinshan did not injure their lives, the injuries on their bodies were still there. When Renping came back and saw them wanting to speak, he directly waved his hand and told them to heal their wounds first. It was only in the evening that Lu Chongkong arrived in front of Renping. Master, this is the spirit plant that disciple went out to procure. Lu Chongkong took out a pot of flowers within his storage ring. The flower was planted in a ceramic pot, very short, but it was green and full of life, and Renping also detected an aura in the flower. It was indeed a spiritual plant. Master, this flower is called the everlasting spring flower. The whole plant can be used as medicine, possessing the efficacy of restoring vitality and healing wounds, and this periwinkle flower itself is also extremely peculiar. Master, look, said Lu Chongkong as he broke off a branch from the flower in Renping's hand and threw it on the ground. It then pointed to the break in the flowering branch. Renping fixed his eyes and realized that there was liquid coming out of the break in the flower branch, which quickly healed the wound. Master, this evergreen flower heals wounds extremely fast. Renping received the green plant, and the words possessed by this periwinkle appeared in his eyes. Nice! A touch of joy surfaced on his face. The words that this periwinkle possessed surprised him. It is indeed a rare treasure. The master will take it. Now master will grant you another divine ability. The mystery of it, you realize it in detail. Renping finished speaking and directly chose to extract the words inside periwinkle. Periwinkle. Word 1. Extreme recovery. Blue quickly recovers from injuries. Recovery speed increased by 500%. Other than this quick recovery phrase, periwinkle's other phrases don't stand out. Renping directly extracts quick recovery words. Give this blue word to Lu Chongkong. Lu Chongkong cultivated the way of the flesh, and if he had words to quickly recover from injuries, his strength was about to increase drastically. After the blue phrase was bestowed upon Lu Chongkong, Lu Renping received a purple rapid recovery phrase. Wound recovery speed increased by 1000%. Renping was still quite happy. Although he normally wouldn't get hurt, having this phrase was like adding an extra layer of insurance. Lu Chongkong didn't know what divine ability Renping had bestowed upon him. He only knew that in out of the hands of his master's father divine abilities were mostly extraordinary. By the time he returned to his room and prepared to meditate to heal his injuries, he realized that the injuries on his body had actually recovered almost. Lu Chongkong was immediately startled. He was very clear about the injuries on his own body. If he were to heal normally, he would not be able to recover to his full strength without 10 days and half a month, but now he had even recovered most of it. The quick-witted man immediately thought that this was Renping's tactic. Is this the divine ability bestowed upon me by master? How exactly does this avatar work? Could it be that it can help me recover from my injuries? The disciples all knew that Renping would occasionally bestow divine powers, but they had no idea how they should be used. Everyone's divine powers could not be used directly, but rather enhanced their strength in a silent manner. The specific wonders of the avatar would have to be realized by them slowly. Lu Chongkong had also been bestowed with multiple divine abilities and now had his own set of methods for figuring out divine abilities. He found a small knife within the room and slashed at his arm. This small knife scratched on top of Lu Chongkong's arm. A white trace now appeared, but did not cut through his skin. Lu Chongkong saw this scene and slapped his head. This brain of mine. I almost forgot that one of the divine abilities bestowed upon me by my master is one that enhances the strength of my fleshly body. This ordinary knife can't even break through my defense. Lu Chongkong pounded around within the room for a while longer before finding a spirit weapon, and then he didn't hesitate to manipulate the spirit weapon towards his hand and slashed it down, and the skin of his arm immediately broke open, with blood gushing out from within. But soon the wound stopped the injury. Lu Chongkong felt a vague itch at his wound, and the wound even showed signs of healing. Lu Chongkong had more or less a premonition about his newly acquired divine ability that it was a divine ability to recover from injuries, but when he actually witnessed seeing the power of this divine ability, he was still incomparably surprised. I can't believe how fast I recovered. Worthy of a master. Such a mysterious and unpredictable means can only be performed by master. It won't take 2 days for my injuries to return as good as new. Lu Changkong was overjoyed. Not only would he be able to recover from his injuries in a short period of time, in the days to come, he would not be afraid of condensed Dan realm powerhouses, and he would even be able to press against condensed Dan realm powerhouses by exchanging injuries for injuries, because he recovered so quickly, or thinking of the other party's horrified gaze when he fought with someone in the future. Lu Changkong suddenly laughed. Hey, 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 hey. As Rin Ping listened to the slightly obscene laughter coming from the other side of Lu Changkong's room, the corners of his mouth also traced an arc. The words to recover from injuries were very useful to Lu Changkong, who was now a super strong tank with high defense and high recovery, and his attack power was not low. As for how Lu Changkong used this skill, Ren Ping left it all up to him. As the saying goes, the master leads the door and the practice depends on the individual. The potential of these words and phrases still have to be tapped by the disciples. As for Rin Ping, he didn't even want to tap into it. Just by simply stacking words, he was already invincible. There's no need to tap into these phrases at all. Ren Ping's mind moved and he felt a black jade pendant in his pocket. The jade pendant was held in Ren Ping's hand, emitting a cold aura, and a very peculiar aura. What hell is this thing coming from? Ren Ping placed the black jade pendant in front of his eyes and scrutinized it. There was nothing special about this jade pendant other than the special material. The style was very ancient and simple, and there was no special pattern. What the hell is this? Ren Ping frowned. He was even a bit skeptical that this jade pendant was not the wrong one for himself, and that this was not at all where that Zhang Jinshan's secret lay. A line of text floated above the black jade pendant with a thought of his mind. Order of Hell. Words, 1. Dead air, purple corrupts everything, corrupts itself. Phrase, 2. Transform void into smoke, purple the body briefly transforms into smoke, concealing one's whereabouts. Phrase, 3. Tony Jefu, purple contacting the Jefu, transmitting dead air. The name of this item was the Order of Hell, and there were a total of 3 purple words, and all 3 purple words oozed weirdness. By all rights this thing should be a treasure, Ren Ping said to himself. It was the first time he had seen 3 purple words, but this hell order was just too weird. Zhang Jinshan's withered, ghost-like face should be caused by the dead energy, and the concealment means he used should belong to the void into smoke, transforming his body into a smoke-like form, together with the stance weapon was enough to do it. And the third phrase, Tongi Gehenna, contacting the earth and transmitting dead chi, was puzzling to Ren Ping. This hell is a power? Or somewhere? Ren Ping thought for a moment and finally chose to extract the purple grade voiding into smoke phrase. The other 2 words were so bizarre that he couldn't even imagine the unthinkable things that would happen if they were bestowed on a disciple. Void into smoke. This phrase would be most appropriate if given to Mai Qingqing. It's a pity that Mistress Mai has gone to walk the rivers and lakes and do her duty. Rather, we can give it to Shi Wan. Ren Ping pondered in his heart. After extracting the words, Ren Ping held the black jade pendant for a while longer. This thing shouldn't be activated yet, and even though he could extract the words, he was still very curious about that so-called hell. How are spirit weapons normally activated again? Oh, input the real chi. Ren Ping input a strand of true chi into the black jade pendant. A thought drilled into his mind. Token number 975 has chosen its owner successfully. Ren Ping continued to rummage through the stream of thoughts in his mind. The face changed instantly. In this jade pendant, a formation was set up, and this formation could temporarily turn the wearer into smoke, which should be the source of that void to smoke phrase. This was an important means of saving the life of the jade pendant's owner. This formation also had a very apt name, Ghostly Chi Manifestation. On top of that, the jade pendant itself would release dead chi, turning the jade pendant owner into something inhuman and ghostly, but it wasn't without its benefits. And after getting the dead chi infused into the body, the realm would usually break through. But if you want to continue to make breakthroughs in the future, you can only devour dead chi. In addition, this jade pendant was connected to the hell, and the owner of the jade pendant needed to transmit a quantitative amount of dead chi over within a certain period of time. As for the source of the dead chi, it was the use of the dead chi of this jade pendant to contaminate other cultivators, and the higher the cultivation level, or the more gifted the cultivator was able to get, the more dead chi they could get. Now, as long as Ren Ping accepted the deadly chi cylinder, he could become the owner of this black jade pendant. What the hell is this damn thing? Did Zhang Jinshan rely on this earthly order to break through to the Dan completion realm? This hell order was a little too bizarre, and a cultivator contaminated by the dead chi would be transformed into a dry corpse. Ren Ping took a general look at it and understood the main function of this hell order. This order of hell is clearly a tool to collect dead energy for hell. Zhang Jinshan took down Shi Wan and Lu Changkong. This is to let them be contaminated by the dead chi and extract more dead chi to supply themselves for cultivation, or up to supply the hell. Ren Ping didn't want to become inhuman or ghostly, and this thing would be a scourge sooner or later if it was circulated. He pinched the Order of Hell in his hand. Veins popped up above his arm. Golden dragon blood flowed within his body. And under Rin Ping's tremendous force, cracks slowly appeared in the black jade pendant in his hand. Whoever destroys the Order of Hell will be hunted down and killed. Another thought came to mind. This idea was not a living thing, but something similar to a program that was branded inside the black jade pendant. Rin Ping snorted coldly. Chasing me? With a force of indignation, the jade pendant in his hand immediately turned into pieces. Chapter 60, adding another orange word, vapors into smoke. Rin Ping wasn't afraid of threats. This Order of Hell is too terrifying, using people to refine dead energy and supply it to hell. Without a moment's hesitation, Rin Ping directly destroyed the earthly order. Looking at the black debris all over the ground, Rin Ping's eyes were calm. This hell order had even fallen into his hands, so there was only one downfall: carrying it around. Sooner or later, it will be dead air into the body, and finally not hungry had to become a tool of hell. It wouldn't be a good thing to give it to someone else. Just as Rin Ping was thinking, the black fragments all over the ground were actually melting, turning into a black light that rushed into Rin Ping's body. Rin Ping was startled and ran his gung-fu as well as his ancestral dragon bloodline, but he did not find the presence of that black light. That black light should have a hidden means. It's not that easy to probe. It's probably to locate my position, in order to hunt me down. In a flash, Rin Ping guessed the function of that black light. Humph, you can let your horse go. Rin Ping snorted coldly. He happened to want to know exactly where his limits were as well. This so-called hell, what exactly is the origin of Rin Ping, is also unknowable. Rin Ping thought darkly. In the future, he would have to carefully probe for information about the Hellmouth. This is just a small blip for Rin Ping, whose life of laying flat continues. After 2 days, Lu Changkong took the lead in recovering from his injuries and walked out of his room. The first thing he did when he came out was to go out and continue to purchase all sorts of weird and wonderful things. As for Sherwan, it was already half a month after he recovered from his injuries. Master, it's my disciple's incompetence. Sherwan came out of the gate and snapped and knelt in front of Rin Ping. Rin Ping held his forehead with his hand, his face full of helplessness. You get up first. If you don't have enough strength, you should practice. Grant you another divine ability. This divine ability was just realized by Master. Rin Ping bestowed the void into smoke word to Sherwan. Sherwan cultivated the sword Dao, with extremely powerful attacks, but only lacked a means of preserving his life. And this void into smoke phrase could just give him one more way to preserve his life. Thank you, Master. Something about the use of vaporizing into smoke came to Sherwan's mind. His figure flickered with a wow sound and directly turned into a flash of white smoke and disappeared in place, appearing 3 feet away in the next second. Rin Ping nodded in satisfaction as he watched Sherwan perform void into smoke. In Sherwan's hands, this phrase wasn't even a life-preserving aptitude, but an assassin's divine skill. How Sherwan used the phrase, Rin Ping didn't want to interfere too much. Whether it was used to attack or to escape, it was merely a tool, and it was up to Sherwan to decide what he wanted to do. Rin Ping saw that he had one more permanent entry. The orange vignette is a smoke phrase. Vaporize into smoke. Orange, you can change your body into smoke for a long time. There is only one difference between the purple vapors as smoke and the orange vapors as smoke. Short change to smoke and long change to smoke. With a flash of his body, Rin Ping arrived on top of the main peak of the spirit martial sect. Try this. Orange vanish into smoke. Rin Ping turned into a wisp of golden smoke and disappeared in place. Rin Ping realized that his body was no longer solid, but transformed into smoke. And after transforming into smoke, he could move and the speed of his movement increased. Unable to attack others, but also unable to be attacked. No matter how you attacked, it was a faint cloud of smoke. You blew him apart, and as long as Rin Ping's mind moved, he could come together again in a moment. And that day, Zhang Jinshan's voiding into smoke was extremely short, just a few breaths of time, not even comparable to Sherwan, who possessed the purple voiding into smoke phrase. After ending his virtual transformation into smoke, Zhang Jinshan still chose to conceal his figure in midair before Rin Ping discovered the end and peeked through his stance. This wisp of golden smoke floated everywhere within the spirit martial sect. It wasn't until half a day later that Rin Ping showed himself. Orange rank deflates into a smoke phrase that takes up to half a day to transform into a smoky form. Not bad, not bad. One more means to save your life in the future. This virtual transformation into smoke is simply a divine skill. It can be used for hiding one's tracks, assassination, escaping, and even catching up. Rin Ping also realized that after he transformed into a smoky form, he was actually golden in color. But he remembered that Zhang Jinshan was black after he turned into smoke. Ishwan was white smoke after he turned into smoke. It's based on the attributes of true qi. Sherwan practiced sword qi, Zhang Jinshan practiced death qi, and although Rin Ping didn't have any prominent true qi, but all of his blood was ancestral dragon bloodline had taken on a dark golden color. The color of this smoke may have originated from my ancestral dragon bloodline. Rin Ping shook his head. not to think about it too much. Ren Ping came to the riverbank with a thought. He had just arrived here when Long Changling appeared in front of him. Disciple pays homage to master. Ren Ping glanced at Long Changling and realized that Long Changling had already reached the peak Yang Yuan realm by now. Long Changling had a divine dragon bloodline, and his cultivation speed was quite a bit faster than Sherwan and the others. Now it's almost time to break through to the sea condensation realm. It can be amazingly fast. In the middle of the river, Ren Ping could vaguely see several sea condensation realm demonic beasts sinking up and down underwater. Those were the aquatic demonic beasts that Long Changling had commanded. Possessing a divine dragon bloodline, he was born with the ability to dominate these aquatic demonic beasts, and he didn't even need to take the initiative to subdue these demonic beasts. They would all come to his door to submit to him. Of course, if Ren Ping were to display his ancestral dragon bloodline right now, these demonic beasts would directly give up on the dragon Changling and turn to follow his orders. This is the suppression of the bloodline. Why don't you go find some tasty ingredients and go back for a meal tonight? More is better. Ren Ping had come here to ask Long Changling for ingredients. Long Changling was in charge of this area of waters, and he had access to so many ingredients, and many of them were rare things that were not only fresh but also pure and natural. Long Changling nodded his head in agreement. This was the first time Ren Ping had gone up to him personally for ingredients. By mid-afternoon, Long Changling brought one ingredient after another. These ingredients are again placed in the outside world, rare to find. Any one of them can be sold at a high price, but in Long Changling's eyes it was plain, randomly stacked as if it were bricks. Sherwan and Lu Changkong were a bit surprised watching this scene. What is junior brother preparing so many ingredients for? I don't know. Master asked me to ship it here, and let me come back for dinner tonight. Sherwan, as a cook, looked at so many ingredients and frowned, but the ingredients had been transported, so they couldn't be left untreated. Two senior brothers. You listen to your senior brother, right? So Ren Ping's three disciples, in a flash, carried the ingredients into the kitchen. 2 or 3 hours later, the expensive and rare ingredients had been transformed into one dish, which was placed on the table by Sherwan's 3 men. Is today the day? I don't know. Maybe master is happy. Chapter 61. When Ren Ping walked out of his room and saw the table full of dishes, he also revealed a satisfied smile. Finally, it's not some cold raw fish. Since my Ching left here, Sherwan got a large period of time fish raw and other raw and cold dishes style. Ren Ping have eaten out of the shadow. The dishes are specially accounted for today and the dishes are enriched. Normally, Ren Ping that was what he had to eat. Never fussy. It is natural that there is something to say today by special arrangement. Let's eat first, Ren Ping said. The 3 disciples nodded. Everyone was full of food and very satisfied. Eldest brother, don't make sashimi from now on. Lu Changkong spoke up. Ishwan replied as he ate. If you don't want to eat sashimi, you can cook it yourself. And by the way, I made my portion along with master's portion. Lu Changkong immediately shut up. He has no talent at all when it comes to cooking. When the time came to make any dark cuisine, he would be disliked by his master. Okay, I'll tell you something today. Changkong, you will also be my personal disciple from now on. All 3 of you. The 3 froze. In fact, it no longer made much difference if Lu Changkong was a personal disciple or not. It's usually the same. Even Ren Ping didn't distinguish between them. Lu Changkong was able to obtain words just like the other 2, and more than the 2 of them. Lu Changkong was filled with joy. Others don't care. He actually does. All the other master brothers were the master's own disciples, and he was the only one bearing the name of a registered disciple. At that time, Ren Ping had taken him in as a disciple to deal with the affairs of the town under the mountain. Named disciples were the same as personal disciples, even though they were equally disciples. But in this world, there's a big difference. Thank you, master. Lu Changkong knelt down and kowtowed to Ren Ping. Ren Ping nodded. As more words were extracted, there would be more and more disciples under his discipline, and it would be impossible to bestow all of them to one person or a few. With more disciples under his door, he would have to consider the affinity of his disciples. So far, the 3 disciples under the door were of good character, and it has its own direction. It's worth cultivating over time. It belongs to be a personal disciple. As for the named disciples, Ren Ping also already had a preconceived idea. However, there were no named disciples yet, and the matter could only be put on hold. If he hadn't thought of this, Ren Ping would have almost forgotten that Lu Changkong was still a registered disciple now. Anyone who is my Ren Ping's personal disciple, remember not to kill innocents indiscriminately. In the future, maybe I'll have some named disciples, and if they do anything to harm the heavens, the pro-disciples will have to clean up for me when they see them. Understand? Sherwan's trio looked at each other and immediately replied. By order of the master. Ren Ping also only spoke in general terms and did not go any further. He only has 3 disciples now too. Saying this to Shirwan and the others was also to prevent the disciples under the door from appearing as some 10 evil people in the future. That's why Renping set a task for the pro-disciples. Anyone who meets a named disciple who doesn't do his job should clean up his house. Well, nothing else. Renping returned to his room after eating, leaving the three of them, Shirwan, wide-eyed within the compound. Master has other disciples? I suppose. Anyway, just do what Master wants. A whole lot of drama was immediately brainstormed in the trio's minds. Master, I'm afraid that some of the disciples are acting up outside. That's why I feel the same way. The three suddenly felt like they were under pressure again. Chat for a while first, then disperse quickly. By midnight, Renping came inside the compound, lay back in the recliner and feel the cool night breeze. He enjoyed coming out here late at night for a little night air. By now the compound had fallen into silence. Even the entire spiritual martial sect was quiet. Renping suddenly thought of something. I haven't seen a civet cat in what seems like forever. These days, Renping rarely fishes or feeds his cat. However, the civet cat itself had a cultivation level, and it would not starve by hunting some birds of prey for food. It's only when you have time to talk to Shirwan. It's almost time for me to walk out of the spirit martial sect. There's an aura left behind by the order of hell on his body, so if he's being chased here, it's inevitable that it'll spread to the spirit martial sect. Renping also did not want to see the spirit martial sect destroyed because of himself. Just a little while longer. Get to know the outside world and hang out. The last time Renping stepped out of the spiritual martial sect and looked at the scenery outside, he already had the idea of leaving the spiritual martial sect to go outside for a stroll. He couldn't stay in the spirit martial sect for the rest of his life. The spirit martial sect's aura seems to have recovered as well. Renping raised his head and felt the aura within the boundaries of the spirit martial sect. There was a spiritual vein underneath the spirit martial sect, which constantly supplied the spirit martial sect with spiritual chi. However, when Renping broke through to the realm of becoming a Dan, he consumed a lot of the aura within the spirit martial sect. However, recently, the spirit martial sect had gotten the treasures of the heavenly wind sect, and it seemed that they had even dug back all of the other spirit veins. The spiritual martial sect's aura concentration was now much better than before, and it had directly increased by a degree. Cultivating in an environment with such a rich aura, the disciples of the spirit martial sect would also be stronger. It didn't have much to do with Renping though. He was the wasteful elder nestled in the spirit martial sect. I also wonder if Jiang Changji knows about the news of the Earth Order. Renping thought again. It was reasonable that Jiang Changji, as the head of a clan, would be able to access more things. Maybe he's heard of the Order of Hell. Renping shook his head, casting away the thoughts in his head. What he was going to do next was listed by him. Spying on the Order of Hell. Boosting strength. Out and about. There's no rush. Take your time. Renping closed his eyes and faked a nap. Soon, there was a subtle sound coming from within the compound. Renping raised his eyes. It froze. The civet cat surprisingly came back with a bird in its mouth. To Renping's surprise, the bird wasn't right. The bird was already dead. The bird's neck was drooping, and a large piece of the body's otherwise gorgeous and good-looking feathers was missing, through which cat claw marks could still be seen. It's been a demonic beast. Moreover, the realm was not low. Ask Spirit Martial Sect where there are still demonic beasts. Isn't it only on the Imperial Beast Peak? When did you break through to the true Chi realm? Renping looked at the civet cat, who was also a bit confused. The civet cat was as motionless as a statue at this point, but its eyes were rolling. This is properly a bear child caught by his parents at the scene of the crime. Renping held his forehead with his hand and looked helpless. He could understand the disciples getting into trouble, but it's a cat. Can you get into trouble too? Well, a cat demon in the true Chi realm. Chapter 62, The 7 Forbidden Lands of the Qinghong Continent. Renping glared at the civet cat. You shouldn't eat other people's demonic beasts indiscriminately. Most of the demonic beasts in the Spirit Martial Sect have owners. Meow. Renping didn't know if the civet cat had understood or not. The civet cat meowed and returned to his lair with his prey. Its lair is a wooden frame, which Shirwan got for it. This wooden shelf was only made of ordinary wood, yet it was used for a long time by this true Chi realm civet cat, and it was not known if it was afraid of Shirwan's terrifying strength. After some more time, Renping's days remained uneventful, almost forgetting his proper business. On this day, the inner disciples of Flying Sword Peak delivered a batch of spirit stones and a large batch of cultivation resources. By the way, he asked Renping to go to the main peak, saying that the patriarch had an invitation. At first, Renping was a bit confused. How could the Spirit Martial Sect send resources to themselves for no reason? But when you think about it, you do understand what this is all about. This was probably the goodwill that the Spirit Martial Sect's group of executives had given to that mysterious powerhouse. This batch of resources, Renping naturally smiled. Who made him the mysterious strong man, giving these resources to Lu Changkong to take care of. Renping arrived at the main peak. Jiang Changji has been in a good mood lately. The Spirit Martial sect had obtained a large amount of resources, and in the Heavenly Winds sect, they had also obtained some treasures that would help in cultivation. It allowed him to take a step forward in the Dan condensation realm and get closer to the Dan formation realm. The Spirit Martial sect's senior management discussed for a while and decided to send a batch of resources to Renping. Naturally, it was not given to Renping. In their eyes, Renping could not cultivate. It was given to the mysterious powerhouse hidden on Flying Sword Peak, although he knew that these resources were nothing in the eyes of that mysterious powerhouse. But after all, it was also kindness, wasn't it? Senior brother Rin is here. Quickly take a seat. Jiang Changji had always been polite to Renping. Senior sovereign. Jiang Changji exchanged pleasantries and courtesies with Renping before finally stating his purpose. Senior brother Ren, you know the strength of those disciples of yours, right? Renping nodded. Probably no. In this case, some time ago, the chief elder of the Imperial Beast Peak violated the sect's rules and has been expelled from the Spirit Martial sect. Now the Imperial Beast Peak can be described as a group of dragons on the peak. My intention is to have a disciple of the Senior Brothers sect serve as the chief of the Imperial Beast Peak, and you will move to the Imperial Beast Peak along with it. Those disciples of yours, just go to the Imperial Beast Peak as well. It's also easier. Renpei raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment before speaking slowly. Good thing too. The Spirit Martial sect was specifically vacating a place for him. It's convenient for him to have a peak for him. Oh yes. As for whether or not this mountain peak should have a name, Senior Brother will decide for himself. Jiang Changji added, the Imperial Beast Peak is ruined anyway. It would be better to keep the legacy and merge it into the other peaks. Make room for that one. The biggest significance of this maneuver of the Spirit Martial sect was to show goodwill to the mysterious powerhouse. Renping nodded. He asked in a hushed voice, Sovereign Senior Brother, have you ever heard of the Order of Hell? Jiang Changji was still chatting with Renping when he heard the three words Order of Hell. He was startled and his entire body became serious. Senior Brother Ren, where did you learn about the Earth Order? When Renping saw Jiang Changji's reaction, he knew that Jiang Changji knew something about the Order of Hell. He replied, a friend asked me to ask. Jiang Changji listened. That friend of yours. At this point, Jiang Changji paused again. I'm afraid that the friend Renping was talking about was that strong man? He was horrified in his heart that the mysterious powerhouse had already touched Renping. What shocked him even more was that the mysterious powerhouse had asked about the earthly order. This stuff is extremely involved. Moreover, he was puzzled in his mind that such a powerful being didn't know about the Hell's Order. Senior Brother, the earthly order is very involved. You should not tell others about this matter. Answering that friend of yours is fine. Renping nodded. Well, his friend is himself. Has Senior Brother ever heard of the Forbidden Land? Renping shook his head. There are a total of 7 forbidden places in the Qinghong continent, and each of them has a bizarre and inexplicable power. The Order of Hell is from one of the forbidden places. Hell. Anyone who possesses the Order of Hell is a puppet of Hell. Moreover, the means are strange and very difficult to deal with. Senior Brother, that friend of yours has encountered the Order of Hell? Renping nodded. My friend told me about it. He recently killed a man and found the Order of Hell on that man. Now the hellish order is crushed by him. Jiang Changji's heart skipped a beat. Crushed. He had a bad feeling about this. Zhang Jinshan couldn't be a puppet of hell, could he? Zhang Jinshan had suddenly made a breakthrough to the realm of becoming a Dan, and had now been killed by the mysterious powerhouse. The Order of Hell fell into the hands of the mysterious powerhouse. That's not the point. The point is, crushed. I heard that hell was after him, so I was told to come and ask you. Jiang Changji's entire body was bad. Senior Brother, the one who destroys the Earth Order will indeed be hunted down by the Earth, and it is the other puppets of the Earth that are chasing him. Trust your friend to turn it around. Jiang Changji's feelings were now very complicated. The owners of the Order of Hell are some scary monsters. In the event that they really hunted down the Spirit Martial sect, wouldn't the Spirit Martial sect be gone? He now really wanted to say, you hurry up and let your friend go. Don't stay in the Spirit Martial sect. But on second thought, if he hadn't guessed wrongly, the mysterious strong man had saved the spiritual martial sect from disaster. That's more or less rude. Moreover, people are so powerful that it's something he can call out? Renping nodded slowly. I'll talk to my friend. Thank you, Sovereign Senior. Renping said goodbye and left. The people who were chasing him were other Order of Hell possessors. Spirit Martial sect. This can't stay any longer. After he returned to Flying Sword Peak, he called his 3 disciples over. Tell them to move to the Imperial Beast Peak from now on. As for the name of the Imperial Beast Peak, Renping wanted to change it, but realized that his ability to pick a name was strangely poor. In the end, he had to slap his head. Let's call it Nameless Peak. The matter of renaming the Imperial Beast Peak was decided so hastily, but the matter of moving was very simple for Renping, as he really didn't have anything to bring with him. The disciples and elders of the Imperial Beast Peak had already left the Imperial Beast Peak a long time ago, and should have integrated into the other peaks or found another place. Renping didn't care about that. Not long after he had just moved to Nameless Peak, Renping summoned the door underneath himself. I'm going out on a trip, and the exact time I'll be back is, for now, unknown. You can cultivate in the Spirit Martial Sect, or you can leave the Spirit Martial Sect and go elsewhere. Oh yeah, if the Spirit Martial Sect has any crisis, you guys can help if you're able to. Renping instructed. Chapter 63, Leaving the Spiritual Martial Arts Sect. Renping's departure was abrupt. At this time, his realm had already reached the middle stage of becoming a Dan. The surface of the white Dan within the Dantian was already glowing with a faint golden color. It was getting closer and closer to Jean Dan. Sherwan and the others had been in the Great Hall of Nameless Peak for a long time, and they had not reacted to the fact that Renping had left for a long time. Master is out on a trip. Senior brothers, work hard on your cultivation. Before his departure, Master Teacher sort of entrusted the Spirit Martial Sect to us. From today, Nameless Peak is closed. Don't go out until you become a Dan. Sherwan, as the eldest senior brother, directly chose to close Nameless Peak, and a small goal was set for both Lu Changkong and Long Changling. Before Renping left, he had already handed over the subsequent Gongfu to them. At this time, Renping had already left the range of the Spirit Martial Sect. On a forest path, Renping walked leisurely. The scenery in this world is really nice. Renping looked at the surrounding scenery, full of verdure and lush greenery, and the mountain breeze blew in gusts of coolness. In the distance, there were also the hissing sounds of demonic beasts. This should be the Yuanling mountain range. Renping recalled the map in his head. Before leaving the Spirit Martial Sect, he memorized a map. This map wasn't big in the range it depicted. It was just a corner of the Qinghong continent. The Spirit Martial Sect was considered a major power in the neighborhood, but in the entire Qinghong continent, it could only be considered a remote corner. The Qinghong continent was simply too big, beyond Renping's imagination. His current location was in the east of the Qinghong continent, in the Yuanling mountain range near the Spirit Martial Sect. In the description of the map, the Yuanling mountain range belonged to be a paradise for demonic beasts, sort of a pristine, undeveloped area. In the interior of the Yuanling mountain range, there were powerful demonic beasts living, and there were even Jindan realm existences, so even a human powerhouse at the Jindan realm wouldn't dare to go deeper into it. If surrounded by demonic beasts, even the Jindan realm would have to fall. Renping didn't go deeper. The view from this periphery is good enough. Come on, it's catching up. You guys go first, I'll break off. The hissing sounds of demonic beasts that came from the distance, as well as human voices. With a thought, Renping disappeared into a golden smoke. In the middle of a dense forest, there were 3 or 5 Hans running hard, and behind them, there was a young Yuan realm leopard chasing after them. Among these people, someone had already been injured. One of the Hanyo's right arm was already empty, and the clothes on his body were already stained red with blood, but the bleeding had been stopped. He shouted as he held a knife in his left hand. Brothers, I'll break the back. You go first, and if I can't make it back, help me take care of my wife and children. The man with the broken arm stopped and faced the ferocious panther straight on. This broken-armed man's cultivation level was only at the mid-true Chi realm. Staying behind to break the back is the only way to die. The remaining few saw this and didn't stop running for their lives. Elder brother Shuez, don't worry, I'll definitely take care of sister-in-law, a lean man said, pulling a few people to quickly disappear into the dense forest. The panther of the Yang Yuan realm looked at the broken-armed Hanyu who had stayed behind to break his back. His body crept low and assumed an attacking stance. The man with the broken arm looked at the leopard with fierce eyes in great fear, but he was relieved to see that his companion had disappeared and fled for his life. He had known what would happen to him when he stayed behind to break the back. However, even if he died, he would still gnaw off a piece of meat from this leopard. He held the knife in his left hand and faced the leopard straight on. Come on! The demonic beasts of the Yang Yuan realm had already developed spiritual intelligence, and although they couldn't understand the words of the Hanyu, they knew that this broken-armed mole was provoking him. The leopard let out a low roar and lunged towards the man with the broken arm. The Hanyo's grip on the knife in his hand tightened at the sight. Yang Yuan realm demonic beast, he is not a match, but there's no going back for him. Watching the leopard pounce, fear overcame reason and the man with the broken arm actually closed his eyes. There was a loud whoosh. Then the broken-armed man heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. He opened his eyes and found that the Yang Yuan realm leopard had fallen aside, with an extra bloody hole in his skull. The leopard twitched a few times and was out of breath. On the other side, there was a white-shirted youth looking at himself with a smile on his face. Renping hadn't wanted to make a move, but looking at his own Han's choice to stay behind and break the back for the sake of his companions, he felt that it wouldn't hurt to save them as he went alone. The man with the broken arm saw that the leopard was dead, and also saw Renping standing aside. How could he not know that it was the white-shirted youth in front of him who had saved himself, so lightly resolved the demonic beasts of the Yang Yuan realm? This youth had a high level of cultivation, and was either a genius figure or an old monster who had hidden his true face. It would at least take a strong sea condensation realm practitioner to be able to do this. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. The man with the broken arm dropped to one knee at Renping. Renping waved his hand. Just go with the flow. By the way, who are you guys and how did you get into the mountain range? Renping asked. He was new to the area, so he indeed didn't know why these people had entered the mountain range, which was clearly the territory of demonic beasts. When the man with the broken arm heard this question, he immediately knew that Renping was not from the neighborhood. He took out a few pills in his arms and swallowed them before answering. Elder, we are a nearby medicine-picking team that enters the mountain range to pick spirit medicines for a living. It's just that there was an accident this time. Stepping in advance didn't realize that this demonic beast was nearby, and that's why it suffered. But fortunately, my brothers are safe and sound, and I was saved by Elder. If I lose my brothers, I won't know how to explain to their families when I get back. The man with the broken arm was very talkative, and after some conversation, Renping also knew his name. Shui Gue, middle stage of True Qi, leader of a professional medicine picking team, specializing in organizing experts to enter mountain ranges to pick spiritual medicines for a living. Senior saved my life. If Senior doesn't mind, I would like to invite Senior to a drink. Shui Gue invited Renping to come forward to have a drink in the city. Renping nodded. Good thing too. Shui Gue was overjoyed. He had thought that a former senior like Renping would usually come and go like the wind, but he hadn't expected Renping to actually accept the invitation. White Cloud City's spirit medicine wine tastes first rate. Senior Ren won't be disappointed. Renping nodded his head, just passing by. Feel this side of the local customs is also good. The two headed towards the outskirts of the mountain range. Because of Shui Gui's injury, he didn't walk fast. It was only after 2 hours that the two arrived at the White Cloud City that Shui Gui had spoken of. White Cloud City was quite large and looked very prosperous, and after entering the city, Renping realized that there were not many teams of medicine pickers like Shui Gui. By the looks of it, this was a city that relied on the Yuanling mountain range. As the saying goes, if you rely on mountains, you will eat mountains, and if you rely on water, you will eat water. Elder Ren, those brothers of mine came back first and brought back news. Now that I'm safe, I'll go home first to report my safety, so I'll trouble Elder to wait. Renping was in no hurry. Go forward together. Chapter 64, Brotherly Betrayal. Then please invite Elder Ren to sit in my home. Renping nodded. He doesn't mind. I just bought a big mansion inside the city in the past 2 years. Why don't we just have someone bring the drinks and food and just eat at my house? Renping laughed. That works too. Senior Ren, please follow me. Shui Gui led Renping for half a quarter of an hour through Baiyun City and arrived in front of a large mansion. Shui Gui's face changed as soon as she opened the door. Only the inside of the mansion was in a state of disarray, with obvious signs of vandalism. Ma'am, Shui Gui shouted and ran to the inner mansion. Renping stood still, frowning. In Shui Gui's house, certain changes have taken place. Renping just wanted to lift his foot and walk in to take a look. A roar was heard from Shui Gui. Shui Gui stepped out. Behind him, carrying a body, a woman, and with his only remaining left arm, he held a little girl. Shui Gui's face was filled with tears, and with a snap, she knelt in front of Renping. Elder, you are divine. Save my wife and child. Save them. Shui Gui put down the corpses of his wife and children and looked at Renping. Renping took a look. Shui Gui's wife and child had lost their breath. The little girl is 7 or 8 years old and wears a dress embroidered with tiny flowers. An age of innocence and romance. In their hearts, they all had a penetrating wound that pierced right through the heart. The gods can't help. Renping shook his head. Shui Gui was a cultivator. How could she not know that they were dead? Shui Gui hugged the body and cried bitterly. Renping was expressionless and silent. Shui Gui cried for a long time before standing up. He took out his own knife. Elder Ren, I'm sorry. I'm going to get my revenge. Renping frowned. Do you know who did it? Shui Gui's eyes were filled with anger. I recognize this martial skill. It was made by Panjiu, the deputy inside my team. I lay down my life to break their back, and they kill my wife and son. Kill them. Renping remembered how Shui Gui had broken off and put himself in danger in order to protect his brother's escape. He sighed. Since it was done by someone close to you, have you ever wondered why they would do such a thing? Where there is a reason. Renping reminded. Now that you've broken your arm and your fighting power is less than 50%, are you really a match for them? Shui Gui paused. He turned back. I know what they want. Shui Gui returned and went into the inner mansion. And a moment later, he took out a wooden box. He offered the wooden box with one hand in front of Renping. Elder, this is what they should want. It's the only thing worthy of their hands in Shui. I'll give it to Elder. Can Elder avenge my wife and son? Renping frowned. With a snap, Shuigue opened the box and a red stone appeared in front of Renping. It was the only way he could get his revenge. As long as Renping was willing to make a move, revenge would not be a problem. He has seen Renping's strength. A text appeared in Renping's field of vision. All beasts stone. Words, 1. Bloodline of all beasts, green increase flesh. Increase talent. Words, 2. 10,000 beast soul, blue 10,000 beast soul plus body. Non-perseverance, will be 10,000 beasts resentment impact. If you can subdue the 10,000 beast soul, drive the 10,000 beast soul for soldiers. Senior, this 10,000 beast stone, I got it in the Yuanling mountain range, originally prepared for my daughter to use. Long wearing, can absorb which the beast bloodline has the effect of enhancing the talent. Can Senior make a move for me? Renping mused, and then said in a deep voice, I won't make a move, but you can. I'll give you an option. I can help you extract this 10,000 beasts bloodline, giving you an overwhelming talent. There is another option. There is still a 10,000 beasts grievous soul inside this 10,000 beast stone. I will force it out and put it into your body. If you subdue the 10,000 beast soul, your strength will be increased by a lot. Yang Yuan realm is not your opponent, but if you are shocked to death by the 10,000 beast soul, I can also avenge you. One is to be avenged later, the other is to be avenged now. Take your pick. Shuigue didn't hesitate and said directly, I want revenge now. Renping nodded. Then you worship me. I accept you as a registered disciple. Shuigue did not hesitate to kowtow to Renping. Master. Renping nodded. Extracts the 10,000 beast soul words. Shuigue. Status, disciple. Word, all beast soul, blue the souls of all beasts are parasitized in the body, and if they are subdued, they will be born. The moment the words were bestowed, Shuigue let out a shriek. His ears had the hissing sound of demonic beasts that pounded his spirit. He had a splitting headache. His entire body was curled up on the ground, and his hands and feet were constantly shaking. Renping calmly watched the scene. Words, all beast soul, purple all beast souls parasitized in the body. The purple grade 10,000 beast soul was even more powerful than Shuigue's. Renping felt that there were many more tattered demonic beast souls in his body that were about to impact his divine soul. But at that moment, the ancestral dragon bloodline in Renping's body suddenly rioted, and these 10,000 beast souls immediately settled down. Ancestral dragon bloodline, in the demonic beasts belonged to as the supreme bloodline, and had even transcended the category of demonic beasts, but rather divine beasts. As soon as they ventured out, they were suppressed. Now Renping was able to summon the 10,000 beast souls to fight for him with a single movement of the new year. Feeling the use of the 10,000 beast soul, Renping was stunned. The purple 10,000 beast souls were able to summon a beast soul of the Jindan realm. Moreover, this beast soul could split into countless beast souls of lesser strength. This phrase belongs to his no growth potential phrase. The beast soul can only ever be able to be the Jindan realm. This phrase was unlike the one Renping had extracted before, which could be followed for a lifetime and possessed great potential. Therefore, a beast spirit of the Jindan realm could be summoned between purple words. Although there were other ways to enhance the strength of the beast soul, there was no need for Renping. Renping looked to Shuigue who was on the side. Shuigue's body is a blue 10,000 beast souls phrase, and the beast souls that can be summoned should be around the early stage of the Changdan realm. Whether or not it will last is another story. Though, the impact of the 10,000 beast souls is not something that ordinary people can withstand, and it requires great perseverance. Renping that was because he was an ancestral dragon bloodline himself, the ancestral dragon bloodline of the orange word. At this time, Shuigue's eyes were already lax and devoid of divine light, which was clearly the result of the 10,000 beast souls impacting his divine soul. Renping frowned. Unfortunately, he didn't get to take revenge himself. He said he would avenge Shuigue, so naturally he would do it. He sensed the strong people within this city when he came here. The strongest person was a Dan-forming realm. There were also a few in the condensed Dan realm. For Renping, there is no pressure. Ping Shui met. I respect you for being righteous and helping you out. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Renping said calmly. Right at this moment, a divine light suddenly appeared in Shuigue's eyes. Chapter 65 The Souls of 10,000 Beasts. Renping also didn't expect Shuigue to persist. He was all set to collect Shuigue's corpse. The divine light in Shuigue's eyes gradually brightened. Time passed little by little, and the sky had gradually dimmed. The hustle and bustle of White Cloud City gradually faded into tranquility. For the vast majority of White Cloud City's people, this was a normal day. But for Shuigue, this was a day that was etched in his memory. After being chased by a demonic beast in the Yuanling mountain range and losing an arm, he returned home to find that his wife and son had been killed by his own brother. When Shuigue stood up, there wasn't a trace of emotion left in his eyes. No anger or hatred. His eyes were like pools of stagnant water. Renping saw this scene and probed slightly. Shui Gui doesn't seem to have completely tamed the 10,000 beast souls in his body. Instead, it coexisted with the 10,000 beast souls in his body, forming a delicate balance, causing him to be less emotional now indeed. However, the 10,000 beast souls had also been made available for him to drive. Master! Shui Gui's cold voice rang out. Ren Ping looked away. Look at your 10,000 beast souls. He was also curious as to what level Shui Gui's 10,000 beast soul could reach. Shui Gui nodded his head as a wisp of black chi coalesced in front of him, forming a ghastly beast shadow, which was merely an outline, and it was impossible to tell what kind of demonic beast it was. The 10,000 beast souls, which were the remnants of multiple demonic beasts coalesced together, and it was normal to not be able to distinguish the specific species. Most importantly, this beast soul had already reached the peak condensed Dan realm. Ren Ping thought of the fact that within White Cloud City, the strongest person was at the Dan Chang realm. This beast soul was at the peak of the condensation Dan, and there was still a bit of a gap between it and the Changdan realm. However, with the unique divine soul attack, it wasn't much worse to deal with the Changdan realm. Ren Ping's mind moved. A strand of golden blood was forced out of him. Refining this drop of blood will help you tame the beast soul. The drop of golden blood floated to Shui Gui. Shui Gui nodded his head, and after catching the golden blood, he began to refine it. The true chi had just touched the golden blood when the sound of a dragon's roar came from his ears. The 10,000 beast souls settled down in this moment. Shui Gui began to refine the blood. This drop of blood contained a terrifying power. Moments change his qualifications. Ren Ping just watched quietly from the sidelines. At least it's considered a registered disciple, helping people to the end. This drop of golden blood could suppress the 10,000 beast soul in Shui Gui's body, and when the time came to directly tame it, Shui Gui wasn't becoming an emotionless monster. But what Ren Ping did not expect was that after Shui Gui spoke of refining the blood, his eyes remained dead. It wasn't the 10,000 beast souls affecting him anymore. It was his personal choice. Ren Ping sighed. Why bother? Shui Gui replied without emotion. My wife and son died at the hands of my brother who was worth laying down his life for. Emotions? I don't need any more. They designed traps to try to kill me for profit, to kill my wife and children. All I want now is revenge. Speaking of this, Shui Gui's murderous aura appeared. Ren Ping also has nothing to say. Without the suffering of others, do not advise others to follow the good. Unfortunately, the world had one less good man who was emotional and righteous, and one more cold-blooded strong man who had no emotions. Good people deserve to be treated well. This was the reason why Ren Ping had stepped in to help. Go on. Remember, my name is Ren Ping, and you are my fourth disciple, a named disciple. I still have 3 more personal disciples in the spirit martial sect. If you perform acts of heavenly wrath in the future, your senior brothers will help me clean up the mess. That's all Ren Ping asked of Shui Gui. It's okay to be bad, but not too bad. This was the world of cultivation, and matters of life and death were commonplace. Ren Ping also expected Shui Gui, who had chosen to extinguish his emotions, to be some kind of great benefactor. Just don't kill indiscriminately. Those brothers of Shui Gui, what they did was not personnel. In Ren Ping's eyes, those people should be killed. Shui Gui knelt in front of Ren Ping and deeply memorized Ren Ping's words. Shui Gui kowtowed to Ren Ping and then dug a deep pit directly in the mansion to bury his wife and children. And a monument was erected, the tomb of his beloved wife, Chan Ling, and his beloved daughter, Shui Sugar. The tombstone was scribbled, a wooden board that Shui Gui had found inside the mansion. Master, I'm going to take revenge. Shui Gui carried his long knife out the door. Ren Ping nodded his head and waited until Shui Gui had left. Then he transformed into a golden smoke and disappeared in place. White Cloud City, Fragrant Meat Place. The Fragrant Meat Place was a small eatery, and the customers it received were usually medicine-picking teams that went to the Yuanling mountain range to beg for food. Herb-picking teams are a career at the point of a knife, and while they can make a lot of money, they are dangerous with their heads hanging from the waistband of their pants every time they go out. The spiced meat place became a place for them to spend their time. Big mouthfuls of meat and big bowls of wine can effectively banish the numbness to life and death among the members of the medicine-picking team. This, too, was where Shui Gui's medicine-picking team usually gathered, and whenever they had any plans, they would discuss them here. Tonight's situation was not quite the same. The usual medicine-picking team led by Shui Gui was not there tonight. The 4 men held their bowls of wine and said nothing. The atmosphere is a little heavy. Duke Gon said that if we can't find the 10,000 beast stones, we won't get that sum of money. The lean man with the ratty look spoke up. Hearing this, the crowd frowned. Tay mother I killed her daughter in front of that and she wouldn't even let go, and said that Shui Gui would avenge her. Bah! A man poo-pooed it and gave another sneer. Shui Gui died a long time ago, a leopard of the Yang Yuan realm, but we spent a lot of effort to find it, so we can guarantee that Shui Gui will have a life to go and no life to return. The lean man looked up at the crowd. Okay, Shuigui's family will be taken care of by Duke Gon tomorrow, so let's just think about it. That little cutie Shuigui, where will it hide the 10,000 beast stone? If we find the 10,000 beast stone, we'll be Duke Gon's people, and we won't have to live like this in the future. Duke Gon's father is the only one in our White Cloud City who has reached the Dan realm, and his son, likewise, is loved by his father. Helping that young male to solve the problems in his cultivation talent is not only Duke Gon's person, but also Elder Gon's person. You can see what I mean, can't you? The crowd nodded. The news that Shuigui had a 10,000 beast stone was not known to many people, and they were the only ones who knew about it. At the very least, no one will be competing with them. Shuigui wants his daughter's cultivation talent to be better. This 10,000 beast stone shouldn't be hidden too, but we've searched his house and found nothing. That little cutie Shuigui, hiding so tight. The crowd drank wine while discussing how to find the 10,000 beast stone. Just then, a strange noise came from outside the door. The lean man looked up and drank. Boss, didn't I tell you? We can't let anyone come here tonight. We've chartered the place. The rattling outside continues. Chapter 66, Killing Intent. Mr. Gon. A couple of the men were annoyed to hear the rattling continue outside. They came here to discuss such secret matters. Do not want to be disturbed. Specially explained the shopkeeper package. Cannot meet other guests. Even the shopkeeper cannot be close to this place. But what about the rattling coming from outside? It. You go there. The lean man pointed to one of them. The man got up and drew his long knife. They were now, with one foot in Duke Gon's lineup. Who were they afraid of in White Cloud City? Even if they killed someone, as long as they could find the 10,000 beast stone, Duke Gon would help them dispose of it properly. Even if they weren't disposed of, who would dare to touch them just by virtue of Duke Gon's name? The long knife in the hand of the Hanyu emitted a chilling, regal light in the dark night. Opening the door, the Hanyu was met by a black shadow which was shrouded by the night. On the other side is where the sound comes from. This shopkeeper is actually packing up his stuff. Looking at the shopkeeper's panicked expression, it was obvious that he was ready to run for his life. The man was holding a knife and pointing it at the dark figure. Who are you? He couldn't make out the dark figure's appearance. Only the shadow felt a little familiar. It's too familiar. When he saw that the black shadow's right arm was empty, his face finally changed. Playing God, the Hanyu braced himself, the long knife in his hand slashing towards the dark shadow. It was only when he got closer that he saw the dark figure's appearance. If not Shuigui, who else? His face paled and his legs immediately went weak. Shuigui, aren't you dead? Shuigui's voices rang out. It looks like you all did it. My wife and daughter, who died at your hands. Shuigui's tone was icy cold. Shuigui's question was not answered. The man yelled at the top of his lungs. Come out quickly. Shuigui isn't dead. He's coming. Shuigui, as the captain of the crowd, was the strongest, and feeling that he was no match, he called for help at the first opportunity. The few people in the room's face changed drastically when they heard these words. Grab your own weapon and grab the door. When he came to the courtyard, he saw Shuigui's figure. Their faces also changed drastically. Shuigui is still alive? The lean man stared at Shuigui twice. Cold laughter. I didn't realize that our captain had a hard life. Even a demonic beast at the Yang Yuan realm can't be killed. Go together. He's a good fighter with a sword. Now that his right arm is broken, he can't utilize 50% of his strength. He's no match for us. With a greeting to the lean man, a few people's hearts were greatly relieved. It was only then that they reacted to the fact that Shuigui had now broken his arm. So how could he still be their opponent? And there were 4 of them. Shuigui is just single-handedly. How dare you come here? Isn't this a door-to-door death sentence? With a brush, the 4 of them directly surrounded Shuigui in the center. They're the ones who licked blood from the mouth of the sword. Fighting and all that. Shuigui coldly looked at the several people, his gaze finally resting on the lean man's body. Why did you kill my wife and son? Is it also your ploy for us to be attacked by demonic beasts today? He was tempted to ask. These are his brothers, with a lifelong friendship. The battles they experienced together were 80 if not 100. Why? Was a 10,000 beast stone really worth more than their friendship? He could tell that the crowd was now at the command of the lean man. He was the backbone of the congregation. Why? Naturally because of the benefits. You little cutie, deserves to be a pill-picking team for the rest of your life. Having obtained the 10,000 beast stone, he even wanted to use it for his own daughter. If you take it and sell it, won't there be no such thing? How dare you refuse Lord Gon? Shuigui suddenly understood. Mr. Gon, that powerful man from White Cloud City. Duke Gon had learned somewhere about the news that he had obtained a 10,000 beast stone in the Yuanling mountain range, and came to his door wanting to purchase it. But Shuigui's daughter was almost about to embark on the path of cultivation and wanted to leave it for her own use. You leaked the news of the 10,000 beast stone, didn't you? Not many people know about the 10,000 beast stone I got. The lean man nodded. That's right, and you're not exactly stupid, so it's good that you understand now. Be an understanding ghost in your next life. Go! He's no match for us. The lean man gave the crowd another peace of mind. When the shopkeeper who was packing things on the side saw the scene, he had already been scared out of his wits and staggered in preparation to run out. A long knife came out of a man's hand and stabbed the shopkeeper in the back. The shopkeeper only let out a miserable scream and collapsed on the ground, facing the cultivator. It was a bit late for him to run away at this point. Told you not to let anyone else in. Bah! Shui Gui's heart touched. In his eyes, his brothers had always been disciplined, but today it seems clear that they are indiscriminate killers, devoid of any humanity. Well, it just so happens that I also want to ask where the 10,000 beast stone is. Leave him alive. The lean man opened his mouth. Upon hearing the 10,000 beast stone, several people's eyes glowed. They hadn't been able to find the 10,000 beast stone, but now that Shui Gui had come, wasn't this someone sending a pillow when they fell asleep? They know Shui Gui very well. If you force the issue, you really can't force it, but they have their own methods. My good man, we all know you're hard as nails, and with your wife and daughter dead, I guess there's nothing that can dig into your mouth. But don't forget, the bodies of your wife and daughter are still there. You don't want to see the bodies of your wife and daughter humiliated either. Sister-in-law's body has always been very good. After giving birth to a child, her flavor has not diminished, but unfortunately, I was in a hurry today and did not get to taste and savor it. But it's not too late. The body is just now getting cold, so it should have a different flavor. The lean man even taunted before making his move, but to his disappointment, Shui Gui, who should have been angry upon hearing these words, did not have any reaction at this time. The lean man hemmed and hawed in disappointment. Cut him down and save your breath to see how the bodies of his wife and daughter will be humiliated. A few people nodded, charged up with a long knife. A beastly shadow appeared in front of Shui Gui's body. The beast's shadow was only 1 person tall, and looked a bit spooky in the darkness of the night. A few people were surprised to see this scene. What the hell is this? Shui Gui didn't have such means, but the knives in their hands will show no mercy. It slashed directly at the beast's shadow. A few clangs rang out. The long knife landed on the beast's shadow, splattering a shower of sparks. The beast's shadow was surprisingly so hard. A few people backed away. Shui Gui's icy voice rang out. Kill! The beast's shadow moved at the sound. With a whoosh, he disappeared directly into place. The next moment it appeared in front of a man. The man raised his hand and slashed, but it landed on the beast's shadow with no effect. He was shocked. The beast's shadow opened its mouth, revealing a blackened mouth as deep as an abyss, biting down towards the man's neck. There was a splash of blood. Help me! He signaled for help, but the few remaining people were stunned by the scene. This beast shadow was so strong? Aren't they going to die? Instead of coming to the rescue, they turned and fled. What is brotherhood? They are not cuties like Shui Gui. What's more important than a brother's interest in life? The beast's shadow kaboomed a few times, and most of the man's body was bitten away. Only half of the body was left behind, bleeding non-stop. At this moment, the remaining few people had already fled this place, their figures sprinting through the darkness of the night, wanting to escape from this place. Shui Gui not only didn't die, but also came back, and his strength has increased a lot. That weird beast shadow, it's too terrifying. Killed a man in just 1 shot. The situation, which was expected to be lopsided, fell to Shui Gui's side. How could they dare to think about any 10,000 beast stone now? Let's just say we can keep ourselves alive. The lean man regretted it. Had he known that Shui Gui had become so weird, he wouldn't have said those words. Shui Gui, that little cutie. As long as he said a few more words, he had been able to fool him and take advantage of his defenses before making his move. The result was completely different. The lean man's speed was the fastest of the few, but not by much. Looking at the 2 figures behind him following him closely, he opened his mouth to say I've got an outbreak potion here. Come here. The remaining 2 were overjoyed to hear this. At this time, if there was an elixir that exploded their strength or something like that, their chances of escaping greatly increased. Or the cheater is well prepared. The lean man slowed down, allowing the 2 to catch up. He dug around in his arms, and just as the 2 men looked on expectantly, he suddenly stormed up and took 2 quick swings towards them. The lean man only heard 2 shrieks ringing out, and without looking at how injured the 2 were, he turned his head and ran. 2 good brothers. You guys help me block Shui Gui, that cutie. Brothers, I will thank you properly in my next life. His figure disappeared into the darkness of the night. The remaining 2 were both hit in the shoulder. They looked at each other, full of despair. So ruthless. With injuries, they slowed down. It was only a matter of time before Shui Gui caught up with him. Suddenly, the long knife in one of the hands flashed and slashed towards the other's leg. You block for me too. After saying that, he wanted to run for his life, but when he turned his head, he saw Shui Gui standing in front of him, and the black beast shadow stood on the side. waiting for an opportunity to move. Shui Gui watched this scene, still expressionless. The beast's shadow pounced, and the two didn't even make a sound. It was slapped straight into the ground. This was a peak condensed Dan beast soul. Slapping two Yang Yuan realms to death was as easy as a slap. Looking at the already disembodied corpses of the two, Shui Gui continued to walk towards the darkness. He never worried about the lean man getting away with it. The lean man looked at the endless blackness of the night, and he felt that this was the most thrilling escape he had ever had. In the past, when their medicine-picking team encountered demonic beasts, it had always been Shui Gui who stood in the way at the end. They are under very little threat. But now, the person chasing him is Shui Gui. Go home, take the money and run for your life. A thought flashed through the lean man's mind. Shui Gui's strength was so strong that he couldn't stay in White Cloud City. No, he can find Lord Gon. No matter how powerful Shui Gui was, could it be that he was still Gon Lao's opponent? He remembered that White Cloud City's only Dan-forming powerhouse. The lean man quickly arrived at the place where he lived. He returned home, and under the puzzled gazes of his wife and children, rummaged through the closet and found the spirit stones he had hidden. Where are you going, Mr. Dangalar? Facing his wife's inquiry, the lean man grunted coldly. Get out. He left his wife and children behind and took the door, running towards the largest mansion in White Cloud City. Just as he left on the front foot, Shui Gui came here on the back foot. He looked at the puzzled mother and child inside the mansion. The shadow of the beast beside him flew out. As two miserable screams rang out, Shui Gui continued to keep pace with the lean man. His masters wouldn't let him do anything that God would hurt him, but that doesn't count. The beast shadow followed Shui Gui's lead and brought back two heads. Shui Gui hung the two heads on the body of the beast's shadow without expression. Keep catching up, Mr. Gon. I want to see Mr. Gon. Outside the Gon mansion, the lean man shouted. The door to Gon's house opened. The man who opened the door gave the lean man a look. It's so late. My son has already gone to bed. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. The lean man was in a hurry. No, I want to see Mr. Gon. I found the 10,000 beast stone. Quick. Too late to wait for a reply. The lean man rushed inside the Gon mansion, directly charging the Gon mansion. In the past, he would never have done such a thing, but right now, he couldn't care less. Shui Gui was right behind him. Hey, you, why are you so unruly? Do you know what this place is? The gatekeeper still wanted to fox around a bit, but when he saw the lean man like this, he stopped talking. Wait, I'll ask the prince to come out. The lean man waited within the compound for a few moments before a figure hurriedly arrived. This is a jaded middle-aged man, the biological son of Elder Gon, the #1 powerhouse in White Cloud City, Duke Gon. Although he was Gon Lao's son, his cultivation talent was not high, and now that he was in his 40s, he was only in the Yang Yuan realm, and this was still under Gon Lao's countless piles of pills to cultivate to the Yang Yuan realm. Mr. Gon knew he was done for life, but he also had a son. He didn't want his son still bumbling around like he was. By chance, the lean man brought news of the 10,000 beast stone. Where is the 10,000 beast stone? As soon as Duke Gon saw the lean man, he opened his mouth and asked. If it was anything else, he would have fixed someone up for coming to him so late at night, but it's about the 10,000 beast stone. Mr. Gon, the 10,000 beast stone is behind me. Wait, there was a little accident. Shui Gui didn't die into it, and he's taking the 10,000 beast stone with him right now. Duke Gon's originally ecstatic mood instantly went out. He frowned at the lean man. Didn't you say that Shui Gui is dead? I'm letting you guys run this because I don't want to make a big deal out of it. And now it's screwed up? Duke Gon was a bit dissatisfied. He's not very strong. There weren't many strong men who could command it. If he hadn't, he would have made a move to rob them in the open. Now letting someone close to Shui Gui make a move. And he still misses? Where is Shui Gui? But things had come to a head, and he only wanted to get the 10,000 beast stone. Shui Gui is just Yang Yuan realm. This kind of person, he was still sure to take it. Chapter 67, Massacres. You are Lord Gon? An icy voice rang out overhead. The two men were startled as they looked up and saw the shadow of a black beast. Behind the beast's shadow was Shui Gui. The lean man's pupils shrank when he saw the two heads hanging from the beast's shadow, but they quickly returned to normal. Mr. Gon, Shui Gui is here. Duke Gon stared at the shadow of the beast in front of Shui Gui, his eyes showing some scorn. He whistled. Sharp whistles rang through the night sky. Several figures came towards this direction at extreme speed. Duke, 3 experts of the condensed Dan realm arrived one after another. Shui Gui didn't move, so he watched the crowd quietly. Duke Gon glanced at Shui Gui and casually waved his hand. Do him. Yes. The 3 condensed Dan realm experts directly surrounded Shui Gui. To be precise, it was the beast soul that surrounded Shui Gui's body in front of him. Shui Gui just quietly watched the scene as he waved his hand. and the beast souls in front of him directly crushed and exploded 2 heads before pouncing on the 3 condensed Dan realm powerhouses. The beast souls battle didn't drag on, but in just a single glance, it slapped half of the body of one of the condensed Dan realm powerhouses in half. In a single glance, he killed a spirit Dan realm. This powerful battle strength shook the lean man in Duke Gon. Duke Gon's eyelids jumped with a great sense of discomfort, and the lean man's legs trembled. The lean man hadn't expected that this bizarre thing Shui Gue had summoned was so powerful. Duke Gon didn't make any stops and decisively walked towards the courtyard behind him. The lean man followed close behind. Mr. Gon, wait for me. Shui Gue didn't make a block and instead looked at the 2 remaining condensed Dan realm powerhouses. Under the powerful strength of the beast soul, the 2 condensed Dan realm powerhouses also rose up to retreat at this moment. In a single glance, his companion had already died. This strength was beyond their imagination. But before they could escape, the beast soul directly blocked in front of them, and with the release of a bizarre yet terrifying aura, a touch of despair appeared on both of their faces. We are Elder Gon's men. I advise you to leave as soon as possible, lest you incur a killing curse. Shui Gue remained expressionless, coldly looking at the 2. The beast souls directly pounced on them, and in less than a moment's time, 2 miserable screams rang out. The realm of the beast soul had reached the peak of condensed Dan, and it was the soul body condensed into substance. It was originally a special thing. The fighting means was very strange. Even if it was a cultivator of the same realm, it was not the opponent of the beast soul. Shui Gue brought the beast soul towards the place where Duke Gon had left. There's a strong enemy coming. There was a ringing in the night sky inside the huge mansion. The entire Gon mansion was in motion. The ordinary people of Ganfu woke up in their sleep, and the cultivators rushed in a certain direction. Shui Gue watched as dozens of figures joined forces and came, not fearing in the slightest, and under his drive, the beast souls directly pounced on them. Under absolute strength, numbers could only delay speed. It was a naked massacre. Miserable screams resounded through the night sky, and broken limbs and arms were spilled everywhere. The beast soul's fighting style was very rough and savage, slapping and shattering a body with its powerful physical strength. There is even a strange and unpredictable black smoke. As long as the smoke is wrapped up, it will be fixed in place. The eyes are godless, can only wait for the arrival of death. In the depths of the Gon mansion, Duke Gon and the lean man looked at the battle in the distance, revealing looks of horror as Duke Gon looked towards the lean man. Didn't you say he was only at the Yan Yuan realm? This strength, it has clearly surpassed the condensation Dan. The lean man was already scared out of his wits at this point, staring blankly at the battle in the distance. These Ganfu cultivators wouldn't last much longer. Right now, only White Cloud City's #1 powerhouse, Elder Gon, could step in to stop this Shui Gue, who had already killed the red-eyed Shui Gue. I don't know when he got this weird trick. Duke Gon was furious. If he had known that Shui Gue was so powerful, he wouldn't have messed with the other party. Now it's good, killing someone else's wife and daughter, all of which have killed their way up to the gambler's house. Waste stuff. Duke Gon was caught off guard and drew a longsword, chopping off the lean man's head with a single stroke. He spat and ran wildly towards the depths of Gon's mansion. In front of an unassuming small house deep within the Gon mansion, Duke Gon knelt down. Father, there's a strong enemy attacking the Gon mansion. Please take action. Duke Gon pressed his head against the ground. He no longer had the anxiousness he had earlier. Instead he had a calm face, because he knew that no matter what trouble he got into, if his father stepped in, he would be able to help him out. Strong enemy coming? What strength? An old voice came from this small house. When Duke Gon heard the voice, a small smile appeared on his face. His father is going to strike. The other party's strength should be at the peak condensed Dan realm. He has a 10,000 beast stone in his hand. I'm going to give it to my family's oldest 3, to enhance his cultivation talent. The men under him did not do their job properly and killed his wife and daughter. Duke Gon understood his own father's temperament well enough to make it best to tell the whole story before striking out at him. The 10,000 beast stone? This is a rare thing. 200 years ago, one did appear in the Yuanling mountain range. I didn't expect it to be found by you. Not bad, not bad. Next time, investigate the other person's identity before you do anything. The pale voice admonished again. Child knows. Aha! Tell them to stand down. I don't have the peak condensed Dan realm in my Gangfu, so going up would be a futile casualty. There was a sudden hint of doubt in the old voice. Duke Gon looked up into the distance, and he realized that the battle in the distance had actually stopped. Father, perhaps you don't need to make a move. The other party is strong on the outside and should have been killed already. Duke Gon thought that it was an expert within the Gon palace that had cut Shui Gue down, but without expecting it, a very grave voice came from within the hut. You're wrong. It's us, the Gon family, who have been killed off. Duke Gon's heart skipped a beat. The Gon family was killed off. What kind of strength did the other side have? Could it be the realm of becoming a Dan? A cracking sound rang out, The door of the room had opened at an unknown time. It was dark inside without a trace of breath, and this White Cloud City's only Changdan realm had already left his room. Shuigue looked at the corpses all over the ground, and his face remained very calm. He looked away. A strong aura was rushing towards this place in the distance. The number one powerhouse in White Cloud City? So what? All must die. Seemingly sensing that the powerful person who had arrived at extreme speed at strict speed was very powerful, Shuigue gently beckoned his hand, and the beast soul in front of him directly drilled into his body. His aura changed radically. The realm was climbing. Chapter 68 Extermination into Dan. Shuigue is undergoing a sea change. Even if Renping was here, he would be surprised. This was because Shuigue had unexpectedly fused completely with the beast soul. Shuigue's body was glowing with a golden light, which was a reflection of the ancestral dragon's essence blood. At this moment, Shuigue's aura reached the Changdan realm. Although he was only at the early stage of becoming a Dan, his aura was undisguised and had an even more bizarre feel to it. Shuigue had also changed drastically, and on his skin, golden and black lines appeared to intersect, as if he was a humanoid demonic beast. These stripes are rugged and have an otherworldly aesthetic. The old man surnamed Gon watched the change in Shuigue, his drooping eyelids beating furiously. Sung Dan. This person was actually Chang Dan. What kind of trickery is this? The aura on Shuigue's body was terrifying, and he, a long famous established Dan realm, didn't want to fight Shuigue at all. My friend, you've come to the wrong place. Retreat, and let the matter drop. The old man surnamed Gon was filled with scorn as he looked at Shuigue and spoke in a deep voice. Shuigue didn't say a word, looking towards the old man surnamed Gon. In the next second, Shuigue's figure directly disappeared in place. He turned into a black light in the night sky and rushed towards the old man surnamed Gon. The old man with the surname Gon was shocked. He really didn't want to fight Shuigue. If Shuigue was Yang Yuan, he would have had Gon Fu's people surround and kill him, and if he was in the condensed Dan realm, he would have waved his hand to exterminate him. But Shuigue was in the Changdan realm, and he felt that he could discuss this with Shuigue. Stop, what do you want? The old man surnamed Gon shouted. His figure retreated towards the back at extreme speed. Shuigue was too strong, and he had already chickened out without making a move. But he has another advantage. After sitting in White Cloud City for tens of hundreds of years, he had accumulated countless wealth and countless resources. As long as Shuigue was willing to loosen his grip, he could take out these things that he had treasured for years in exchange for peace. Shuigue still didn't reply. His speed was extremely fast as he chased after the old man surnamed Gon. Friends, not women? I'll send you the best-looking woman in White Cloud City. Daughters can be born again. The old man surnamed Gon realized that his speed was not as good as Shuigue's. Even if he had performed his body martial arts, he couldn't even compare. It's only a matter of time before we get caught up. He was anxious in his mind. The man is simply greasy. Soon, he arrived at the depths of the Gon mansion, and when he saw the expectant Duke Gon below him, he was furious. Father, is he dead? Did you find the 10,000 beast stone? Hearing these words, the old man surnamed Gon became even more angry. Looking at Shuigue coming from behind him, the old man surnamed Gon sent out a strong true chi from his hand, which transformed into a large hand that rolled him up in the eyes of Duke Gon's shocked eyes. Then, Duke Gon saw a scene that terrified him. The aura on Shuigue's body was surprisingly powerful to the point where it could be compared to his own father. Duke Gon was shocked, and he suddenly understood why his father had returned here. This White Cloud City's number one powerhouse was actually running for his life. Father, go! The old man surnamed Gon did not say anything either, and threw him towards Shuigue in the eyes of Duke Gon's despair. No, don't! Father, help me! The old man surnamed Gon shouted towards Shuigue. Will killing him end this matter? Shuigue looked at Gon Gonzi who was flying towards him, who was unable to move at this point. The father who had sheltered him all his life was going to send him out today to extinguish the anger of others. It was something he had never envisioned. Bang! Duke Gon's torso turned into a mist of blood. Shuigue cracks Gon with a straight right hand. Shuigue didn't have the joy he felt after his great revenge was avenged, and his face remained expressionless. It's like a machine. His speed didn't slow down even more. Towards the old man surnamed Gon, he chased after him. The old man surnamed Gon was very confused. Your enemy is dead, and you come after me? Friend, be a man and leave a line. It's the same Dan completion realm, so why bother splitting up a fight between you and me? The old man surnamed Gon eventually stopped because he realized that he couldn't run away from Shuigue at all. He looked at Shuigue, confused as to why Shuigue was still after him. All of this is because of you, so you must die. Without you, your son would dare to do such a thing? The old man surnamed Gon was stunned. Listening to Shuigue's emotionless voice, he knew that there was going to be a battle today. There's no escape now. Continuing to run for his life and consuming his true chi, he was no match for Shuigue in the end. The only way to have a chance of survival is to fight back. He had cultivated to the Changdan realms and no longer wanted to fight with people in the same realm. It was risky for him. Why fight? After cultivating for so many years and possessing great strength, enjoying the present moment is also a good choice. But he wasn't afraid to fight either. Then let old me see what you're capable of. The old man surnamed Gon snorted coldly. He seemed to be regretting a little bit now that he had handed his son over to die. If I had known that this man was not a Sultan oil man, I would have just fought. After Shui Gui said 2 words, his figure had already disappeared in place. With a bang, a punch was thrown at the body of the old man surnamed Gon. The old man surnamed Gon's figure flew out backwards, but not much damage was done. He steadied himself a short distance away. Shui Gui did indeed have the strength of the Changdan realm. The old man surnamed Gon didn't dare slack off, and a long knife appeared in his hand. A true chi coalesced on top of the long blade, and a powerful aura was revealed. The old man surnamed Gon had clearly used a martial art. A streak of saber light appeared in the sky above White Cloud City, and the light of the saber was as eye-catching as the moonlight. The people of White Cloud City were all awakened by this flash of blade light, and they looked towards it with shocked faces. Elder Gon has struck. Who's fighting Gon Lao? Has a second Changdan appeared in our White Cloud City? What a terrifying pressure. This is Elder Gon's famous skill, the Moonflower Blade. Gon Lao's sword didn't swing out as he had hoped, and a black aura suddenly emerged from his body. He froze in place as if he had been cast in a stasis. His eyes, however, were full of fear. He couldn't figure out why such a tactic had been used. That soul-deep trembling and the beast's roar that resounded in his head directly made him unable to move. Shui Gui punched out, and half of the Gon's sexy old man's torso was gone. It was also already a fatal injury for a strong man of the Changdan realm. But it wasn't enough to kill the old man surnamed Gon instantly. Zergi throws another jab, blasting the old man Gon's head into pieces. After doing this, Shui Gui coldly glanced at the mansion below. A torch began to burn from nowhere, and soon spread throughout the Gon mansion. The Gon mansion was about to be reduced to ashes when people realized that the fire was raging. The number 1 family in White Cloud City was destroyed in one night. A fire consumed everything. Even their bodies were never found. Chapter 69, Departure. There was a big, zingy event in White Cloud City. White Cloud City's number 1 family, the Gon family, was exterminated last night. That old man Gon, who had been renowned in White Cloud City for 30 years, had been shattered, and people found his shattered body among the fires, and only after some identification did they dare to be sure that it was Gon Lao. Elder Gon was very prestigious in White Cloud City. Everyone had to look at the Gon family's face to live their lives, and they didn't even dare to call him by his name. There was only the honorable title of Elder Gon. Now, Gon Lao is dead, and even the Gon family has been burned to the ground in a fire, and countless treasures within the Gon mansion have been burned up in this fire, but no one just knows who actually struck, and I don't know for what reason. White Cloud City, nameless liquor store. This was the place where the idle men of Baiyun City gathered, and it was also the exchange network for Baiyun City's intelligence. Here, a passable-looking woman passing by would be told to blush. Yellow meat jokes are the norm here. Whose daughter-in-law cheated again? Whose pussy drilled the pod last night? In addition to these dirty jokes, there is another topic that is always the subject of conversation among the loafers here. That is the way of cultivation, the secret of power. I can't believe the Gon family is gone. What kind of person has this offended? Could it be a legendary Jindan powerhouse striking? Hey, I went to the Gon mansion today and picked up 2 spirit stones. I heard that last month, the Gon family offended a sect disciple who was passing through here. And last night, that sect disciple came with the elders of the sect, and with one strike, the Gon family was destroyed. The crowd didn't know much about it, but it was only speculation that the Gon family had offended someone they shouldn't have, and that's why they suffered such treatment. In a corner, a white-shirted youth ate peanuts. In front of him sat an expressionless man with a broken arm and empty eyes. Nice. The cultivation talent is average, but the perseverance is great and the enlightenment is even more amazing. Ren Ping opened his mouth to praise. Shui Gui's behavior last night was unexpected. I didn't expect that Shui Gui would end up realizing the means to fuse with the beast's soul, directly killing the only Changdan realm in Baiyun City. Originally, Ren Ping had wanted to help out, but in the end, seeing that Shui Gui was strong, there was no need. Shui Gui didn't react. Ren Ping didn't care either. Shui Gui suffered a huge change in life. A little change in personality is normal. What's next? Ren Ping asked in a deep voice. Shui Gui's voice was a little hoarse. I want to follow my master. White Cloud City didn't seem to have anything worthwhile for him to stay here. Ren Ping thought for a moment and nodded. As well. Drink. Taking one more person with him made no difference to him. Besides, he was too much of a pain in the ass and did need someone to do things for him. Shui Gui's strength wasn't bad. Although his realm was only Yan Yuan, after fusing the beast's soul, he could exert the strength of the Changdan realm, and an ordinary Changdan realm wasn't a match for him yet. Shui Gui picked up the bowl in front of him and took a sip of the spirits. This wine was notoriously cheap in White Cloud City and tasted extremely bad. The strong wine entered his throat as if flames were burning his throat, but Shui Gui did not even frown. A large bowl of wine. Directly Shui Gui gulped it in. Have you heard? That herb-picking team is dead. The leader seems to be called Shui Gui. Shui Gui's wife and children are gone. And today someone entered that mansion and saw 2 graves inside the courtyard. A few more bodies were found elsewhere. It's a shame. That Shui Gui is really not bad looking. I was going to hook up with her. That ass. TSK. There was a man in his 40s with a lewd smile. Ren Ping raised his eyes, and he saw a murderous aura appear in Shui Gui's eyes. Ren Ping sighed. This man is a dead man. I'll meet you outside. Ren Ping sighed. He stepped out of the liquor store and heard a scream, followed by a chorus of shrieks. Shui Gui walked out and arched his hand towards Ren Ping. Master, I'm going to run some errands. Well, go ahead. After roughly half an hour, Shui Gui once again appeared in front of Ren Ping. The two went out of town. Inside a mansion in White Cloud City, an old man looked outside with palpitations. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was sure the visitor had left. After the Gon family was destroyed, the most powerful force in White Cloud City was his family. And just as he was about to make a big move and arrange for the annexation of the Gon family's interests, a man with a broken arm came to his door. The man with the broken arm left only a few words. I exterminated the Gon family. My wife and daughter's graves are inside the mansion. From now on, no one can disturb the peace of my wife and daughter, or I'll destroy you. That powerful aura made the old man feel desperate. Find out who that man is. What? Shui Gui? Who is Shui Gui? No one expected a Shui Gui to destroy the Gon family. The old man dared to ascertain this absurd fact only after a thorough investigation. He didn't know what kind of chance Shui Gui had gotten, but he knew that if he didn't do what Shui Gui said, this mansion of his would probably be burned to ashes as well. It's brutal. None of the Gon family survived. A group of strong people arrived at the mansion with 2 graves. Under the puzzled gazes of the world of White Cloud City, the mansion was fenced off and no one was allowed to approach. A new White Cloud City's #1 family appeared. The situation within White Cloud City had set off a new round of reshuffling after decades of silence. Ren Ping looked at the river in front of him and suddenly wanted to fish. Fishing. Ren Ping glanced around and realized that there weren't any recent city forces or anything like that. I don't know when the people from hell will come looking. Ren Ping planned to meet the people from hell right here. According to what Jiang Changji had said, the people who had come after him should all be the owners of the Earth Order. As for how strong it is, it's hard to say. After all, the last time Ren Ping had encountered an Earth Order possessor, the realm was merely that of a Chengdan. Ren Ping didn't have a spectrum of his own strength either. The words you just got will be comparable to a Jindan. Wait 3 days, if it doesn't come, I'll move on. Shui Gui took out his fishing rod on the side. Despite having only one hand, his movements were not affected. Handing the rod over to Ren Ping, he stood aside. The river in front of him was very spacious. Ren Ping hid his ancestral dragon bloodline and fished for a day, finding not a single fish. Ren Ping couldn't help but be a little discouraged. No fish in the river? In desperation, Ren Ping released the ancestral dragon bloodline, but another day went by and still no fish were hooked. Shui Gui, who was on the side, had frowned. On the 3rd day, the fishing rod in Ren Ping's hand did not make any noise, but at the edge of the sky, a figure flew in at breakneck speed. Fish on the hook? Ren Ping raised his eyes. Chapter 70 Long Stream Sect. Shui Gui stood up straight when he saw someone coming. Ren Ping stared at the water without moving. The figure landed not far from the two and came towards them. Ren Ping got a good look at the visitor. The visitor was probably in his 40s or 50s, wearing a flashy robe, a bit chubby looking, and with the smile that never stopped on his face. He looked like a merchant man. Ren Ping did not find the aura of the Order of Hell on this person's body. The owner of the Order of Hell is very recognizable. Nothing more than a withered and ghostly aura. For Ren Ping, the owner of the Order of Hell was extremely recognizable. The man in front of him clearly didn't fit the characteristics of the owner of the Order of Hell. Both of you, this is my Long Stream Sect's territory. Both of you should also leave this place, the middle-aged man said smilingly. The cultivation he displayed had already reached the realm of becoming a Dan. Ren Ping was stunned. He had already looked before he came here. There weren't any clans in the neighborhood, and because of that, he wanted to wait here for the people from hell. When the time comes for something to go wrong, he'll be able to handle it a little better. And now you're even telling him that this is the territory of some Long Stream Sect? Ren Ping raised his eyebrows and said slowly, there aren't any clans around here, and you have to have an argument if you want ours to leave here. Ren Ping said in a flat tone. Upon hearing Ren Ping's words that seemed to be a rebuttal, the smirk on that middle-aged man's face continued, but his tone became sinister. What? Still want me to ask you guys to leave? The Chengdan realm aura was released, and a powerful pressure forced its way towards the two. he just couldn't figure it out. Two Yang Yuan realms dared to refute him. A Changdan realm? The aura that Renping was emitting at this moment was precisely the Yang Yuan realm, exactly the same as Shui Gui. He habitually hid his cultivation. Unless there was a Jindan realm here. Otherwise, don't try to see through what his true cultivation level was. A wave of air struck and the fishing rod in Renping's hand broke into two sections. It's just an ordinary fishing rod, and it's not a valuable thing. An ordinary gentle fold will break it. Ordinary fishing rods were obviously a bit inadequate in front of the aura of the Changdan realm. Toast to the world. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. However, Renping and the two of them remained where they were, without any reaction. This scene made the middle-aged man freeze. He was a powerful man of the Changdan realm. It's 2 realms away from the Yang Yuan realm. These two are not afraid? It was more or less unexpected. According to normal circumstances, the two people at this time should be scared less, shouting senior to spare their lives. The middle-aged man frowned. Obviously, the two were quite something. Definitely not an ordinary Yang Yuan realm. It's even possible to hide your cultivation. Shui Gui let out a cold snort, and a beast shadow suddenly appeared in front of him, and as soon as the beast shadow appeared, it rushed into his body. The Yang Yuan realm's auras changed with it. In just an instant, Shui Gui's realm had reached Chengdan. He looked straight at the middle-aged man. Get out, he said coldly. The middle-aged man was a bit puzzled. What kind of trickery is this? Surprisingly, he could raise his realm in a short period of time. This strange broken-armed man's breath was no worse than his at this point. Both of you, this is really our Longstream sect's territory. Our Longstream sect uses this river as a stronghold. Seeing that there was an existence of the same realm, the middle-aged man was instantly polite. Renping glanced at him and wondered in his heart, could it be that there really is such a clan? The middle-aged man slowly withdrew his powerful aura. Seeing this, Shui Gui stood behind Renping. Mastermind, should I kill it? Shui Gui spoke out of turn, and Renping gave him a blank look. Then he said, there's no need, or maybe this really is someone else's place. Shui Gui kai hummed. This time, it was the middle-aged man's turn to be shocked. Who is this young man? A successful Dan realm actually addressed him as master. It showed that this person's realm was not just as simple as becoming a Dan. An old Jindan monster? The middle-aged man's heart raced. He gulped. Would this Jindan powerhouse kill him at the drop of a hat? It's not uncommon for those old monsters to be eccentric in nature. He laughed dryly at the thought. Both of you. Usually you can fish here, but not today. Our Changlu sect's Taishan elder goes out, and the boat has to pass by. You two might as well move. Our supreme elder is a Jindan master. When the middle-aged man said this, he seemed to have hardened a bit. Renping raised an eyebrow. The Longstream sect. It seems to be quite special. Talk. The middle-aged man was embarrassed. Instead, he saw Shui Gui's emotionless eyes and he winced. We of the Longstream sect are the masters of this river and depend on it, so there's no such thing as a mountain gate. We live on a boat. I am the advance party of the treasure ship. Renping accidentally. How can there be a clan living on a ship? He hadn't really heard of it. Let's believe you for a second. Renping laughed. Let's go. Shui Gui sniffed and stood behind Renping. Renping said softly and stopped paying attention to the middle-aged man. Turn around and leave. He also said that it was no wonder why there were no fish in the water. So it turned out that this Chanlu sect lived directly in the water flow. The middle-aged man had just appeared, and there was already a certain fit with the river. It wasn't just any river anymore. Exactly. Instead, it's a treasure. That so-called Longstream sect, which travels boats in rivers, will have increased strength. That's probably how this clan survives. Renping had no interest in prying into what the others depended on, and leaving before it was too late was the best option. As for the people of hell, 3 days did not come. Renping all doubt that the pursuit of the order of hell in the end is not true. Go to a nearby city and check it out. Renping and the two of them walked for half a day and came to a huge city. As soon as he arrived here, Renping sensed that there was an adult Dan realm inside this city. This was already the strongest person in this city. It was probably a city similar to White Cloud City. After entering the city, Renping realized that the city was bustling. There was a lot of foot traffic on the street, and by the way they were looking around, they didn't look like natives of this place. They should be outsiders like themselves. Shui Gui's expressionless and uninviting appearance was a special case amongst the crowd, and soon drew the attention of the others. The way they looked at Shui Gui was mostly scornful. However, when they saw that Shui Gui was only at the Yang Yuan realm, a touch of sneer surfaced on his face again, as if to say, it's not just a Yang Yuan, pretending to be like this, and thinking that he was some kind of cold-blooded killer. Just as Renping was wondering, he heard a voice. If you want to board the Longstream sect's treasure ship, come here. Chapter 71, Stopping the Road. Renping took a look and realized that it was a store. At the door of the store, a young man in a lab coat was yelling, If you want to board the long-stream sex treasure ship, we have all the spirit weapons we need here. Cheap prices, water-avoiding beads have everything, and the water martial art treading water decree. The people on the street were drawn to the sound. Renping came closer to see that there was a large sign at the entrance of the store, which listed many commodities, most of which were martial arts or spirit weapons in the water. This time Renping was puzzled. It looks like the long stream sect has been quite lively lately. Renping, in the midst of the discussion, probably knew what activities the long stream sect had been getting up to recently. Nagaruro sect treasure. I've heard that the long stream sect's treasure ship can go within the mysterious alien space, where there are countless resources and treasures. As long as they boarded the long stream sect's treasure ship, they would be able to go forward with it. Every 10 years, the long stream sect's treasure ship would come to anchor nearby, and those who had the ability and strength could board the ship. And recently, it was the 10-year period. When Renping heard these rumors, he thought in his heart, if there were really treasures, would it still be these people's turn? People from the long stream sect would have already gone on their own. Renping estimated that this so-called treasures was nothing more than a gimmick, and that the Changlu sect had other purposes. Renping didn't care. He casually found a restaurant and walked in, ordered something and ate while listening to the diners chatting. Most of the talk was about the long stream sect. If you want to board the long stream sect's treasure ship, you must be at the Yang Yuan realm or above. It's a pity that I haven't reached the Yang Yuan realm so far. Had. Whether it's a blessing or a curse isn't certain. There have been quite a few people who have died on treasure ships over the years. There are quite a few people who come down on the treasure ship. The old wine in the west of the city is now at the condensed Dan realm. As the saying goes, the rich and the famous. Renping was stunned. So there is a precedent. No wonder these people tend to rush. But these precedents are also actionable. Who said that the person who came down on the treasure ship was still the same person? Or that the person who came down on the treasure ship was already a member of the long stream sect? There is simply too much room for maneuver in this. Renping knew that this was not believable when he casually thought about it. He wasn't interested in boarding any treasure ships either. Shui Gui was naturally not interested. As long as Shui Gui cultivates himself properly now, he will be able to achieve the Dan realm in the future. Beast souls can only be considered external objects. However, Shui Gui's body also had the ancestral dragon essence blood in it, but it wasn't any worse than Long Changling, who was still in the spirit martial sect. It can be said that the path of cultivation is straight. Gentlemen, please move. At an unknown time, a few people came to the restaurant. These people were all at the condensed Dan realm, and the one at the head was a woman. The woman wore a long white dress, and was graceful and beautiful. As soon as he appeared, he caught the attention of the crowd. However, this line of people unexpectedly came directly in front of Renping's two men. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked Renping to move the two of them to have a talk. Renping raised his head, his gaze coming to sweep over the crowd. Something? The woman's face smiled. Naturally, there's something going on. Don't you want to board the treasure ship? I can help you board the treasure ship, provided that this one is asked to make a move. The woman looked to Shui Gui, who was expressionless on the side. Shui Gui's body had a hidden aura that was close to the realm of becoming a Dan, but on the surface it was nothing more than the Yang Yuan realm. Seeing that Renping and the two did not respond, the woman continued. There are many people here, so please move. Only then did Renping say, we don't want to board the treasure ship, just passing through. There is no free lunch in the world. This woman had approached herself, and it was certain that nothing good would come of it. As for the tantalizing conditions that the woman presented, they were not at all tempting to Renping. And he's not going to board a treasure ship and grab the treasure. Might as well extract two more phrases. Words are not more important than treasures? Renping's words were a tongue twister. The woman froze, obviously not expecting Renping to answer like that. There were surprisingly people who came to the city who didn't want to board the Longstream Sex treasure ship. The two Longstream Sex treasure ship has a big secret. Are you two really not interested? The woman said in a hushed voice. Renping still shook his head. Prying into the secrets that others rely on will get you hunted down. Everyone knows that the Longstream Sex treasure ship has a big secret. Without secrets, the Changlu sect could survive on the treasure ship? Obviously it's not possible. But come to think of it, the Longstream sect relied on this secret to survive. So how could they let others pry into it so easily? The Longstream sect's strength isn't bad. At the very least, there was a Jin Dan master. With such strength, would the average person dare to touch it? Renping didn't want to get involved. Admittedly, the woman in front of me could also be from an unusual background. But so what? Looking at Renping's oily appearance, the woman turned her head to look at Shui Gui. She could tell that Shui Gui seemed to be very respectful to this youth. It could be a disciple of a great power and his protector. Such a pairing was not uncommon. This brother, let's move over and talk. Shui Gui gave her a cold look and did not answer. The woman, obviously a little angry, stomped her foot and said go. just wind up and walk out of the restaurant. The several condensed Dan realms behind her also walked out. After Rin Ping had eaten his fill, he was also ready to leave this place. Mastermind, Shui Gui suddenly said. Go, get out of here. Rin Ping doesn't really want to get involved in that here. This is a place of wrongdoing. However, when Rin Ping and his two men walked out of the city, someone unexpectedly blocked their way. Standing in front of them was the woman they had seen at the restaurant. The difference was that at this time, there was one more person beside that woman. The realm of becoming a Dan. Rin Ping's footsteps lurched as he looked toward the woman, blocking them here at this time and calling in a Changdan realm. It was obvious that this woman was not here to invite him for tea nor to reason with him. You only have one choice now, and that is to cooperate with us. The woman spoke morosely. There was an unquestionable certainty in his tone. Rin Pei laughed. He looked to Shui Gui. Kill. Rin Ping was good-tempered, but he wasn't a lousy person. The siege on leaving the city was a clear attempt to force him to cooperate. If you resist, there's only one thing that can happen to you. After all, people even called in the Dan completion realm, didn't they? It can't be to see a play. The other party obviously didn't quite understand why Rin Ping wanted to kill someone as soon as he opened his mouth. In their opinion, the gap between the two sides is a bit wide. 4 of them were at the condensed Dan realm and 1 was at the Changdan realm, while on Rin Ping's side, both of them were at the Yang Yuan realm, except that Shui Gui had a strong aura about him. Even if they were catalyzed, they were no match for them. Wait, won't you listen to me first? Chapter 72, Give a Reason. Rin Ping shook his head. No, now that I'm here, there's no need to say anything more. Shui Gui remained expressionless as he immediately set his sights on that Changdan realm. As long as the Changdan realm was killed, the others were not enough to worry about. Although Shui Gui was only at the Yang Yuan realm, he had experienced battles at the Changdan realm after all, and he had even spent years picking herbs in the crisis-ridden Dome mountain range, so he had a lot of battle experience. A black beast soul appeared in front of him, and as soon as the beast soul appeared, the temperature around him plummeted. This was only the peak of the condensed Dan realm, but when the beast soul rushed into his body, his aura instantly changed, directly reaching the Changdan realm. The woman and her party were also surprised to see this scene. They saw that Shui Gui was hiding a great power in his body, but they didn't think that Shui Gui's methods would be so bizarre. Seeing that Shui Gui's aura had reached the Changdan realm, several people were like enemies. That Changdan realm had already taken a step forward to protect the crowd behind him, looking at Shui Gui vigilantly, ready to fight at any time. Just then, Shui Gui moved. His figure quickly disappeared in place, and rushed straight to that Changdan realm. Changdan powerhouses rose out of thin air, and came directly into the sky to meet Shui Gui's battle. Fighting in the sky, the waves could not reach the bottom, and he could protect the remaining few people. That woman was only at the condensed Dan realm, and the aftermath of a battle at the Changdan realm could still harm him. Of course, there's another reason for that. The youth below was only at the Yang Yuan realm, so as long as this one-armed man who had been temporarily elevated to the Changdan realm was lured away, the youth below would be fish meat on a chopping board, to be slaughtered. Watching that Dan Chang realm powerhouse rise up in the air, Shui Gui did not hesitate to follow him. Seeing this scene, several people revealed a smile, not expecting this Dao protector to be so unprofessional as to lead his protection. What Shui Gui didn't expect was that his enemy this time was actually a Changdan realm of the Dao of body refinement, with a terrifying physical body cultivation that fought him back and forth, and it was hard to tell the winner from the loser for a while. And just then, the woman's few people surrounded Rin Ping. Tell your protector to stop. We don't mean any harm. As long as your protector promises us to board the Longstream sex treasure ship, and you will be spared some suffering. The woman was certain that Rin Ping would be soft at this moment, but she did not expect Rin Ping to look at her with a faint smile on his face, and glanced at the several people surrounding her. What makes you guys think he's my protector? These words of Rin Ping caused the woman to faintly stare. What was this if not a protector of the Dao? There was a disparity in strength between a Yang Yuan realm and a Changdan realm. She snorted coldly and spoke. Whether he's your protector or not, as long as you're taken down, he'll have to be obedient. They had observed Rin Ping and Shui Gui before, and Rin Ping was clearly a superior being, with Shui Gui treating him quite respectfully. That one-armed man, even if he wasn't this youth's protector, had a shallow relationship, and it was impossible to watch the youth fall into danger. Rin Ping shook his head. Then you're looking at it all wrong. With a thought, a beast soul also coalesced in front of him, but this one emitted an even more powerful aura. Having reached the Jindan realm, the beast soul that Shui Gui had obtained was nothing more than a purple grade, but this beast soul word of his had already reached orange, and his strength had even reached Jindan. Rin Ping naturally didn't want to strike out on his own. The beast soul striking out was enough to solve the problem at hand. As soon as the beast soul appeared, the crowd was already in a state of shock. The aura emanating from the beast soul in front of Renping was so powerful that it caused them to feel despair. It was the aura of a Jindan sect master. Hurry back. The woman could no longer hold the smile on her face as she shouted at the powerful people of the Chengdan realm who were standing in a ball with Shuigui in the sky. At this time, how did that Chengdan realm powerhouse not know that a Golden Dan realm aura had appeared below? But at this time, he had been surprised by this one-armed man in front of him. Although his realm had been forcibly elevated up by relying on other means, but since the battle, this one-armed man had exerted his strength to a degree that far exceeded even that of the general Chengdan realm. When he lowered his head and saw the shadow of another Jindan realm beast appearing below him, he was also shocked. In his heart, he wondered, what is the origin of these two people, that they are able to summon such terrifying things? A Jindan sect master was already a powerful person on one side, not something that could be rivaled by the realm of Chengdan, but at this time he could no longer draw back. Even if he drew back to face a Jindan powerhouse, he would not have any advantage, but it would only be delaying the time of death for a while. Renping's finger gently hooked, and that Jindan realm's beast soul directly forced its way towards a few people, and those few condensed Dan realm that surrounded him were shaken apart in a matter of moments, and in the next second, their heads directly exploded. Only the woman was left in the field. Don't kill me. Looking at her companion who had died in a matter of moments, the composure on this woman's face had long disappeared, replaced by panic. Looking at Renping, who was wearing a faint smile in front of him, he opened his mouth. Give me one reason not to kill you. Renping's voice was cold. Hearing these words, the woman seemed to be relieved. The fact that Renping did not kill him in the first place meant that there was still a possibility of things turning around. I come from an extraordinary background. Even the forces behind you are not willing to offend me. If you kill me, the forces you are in will surely be implicated. Why don't we sit down and have a talk? Renping shook his head. That's not a good enough reason. I'm going to kill you here today. Who knows? The beast spirit came to the woman's body, and its terrifying aura made the woman tremble and lose her color. Her voice began to rush. I'm sure there aren't many forces that can pull off such a maneuver. I have an array on my body. As long as you make a move to kill me, you will have your breath recorded by the forces I'm with. And even if you go to the ends of the earth, it will be hard for you to escape the hunt. Also, as long as you don't kill me, I can tell you the secrets of the Long Stream sect. Just then, a torso above the sky smashed down onto the ground. The woman raised her eyes to look, and was even more frightened to the point of losing all 5 souls. The strong man of the Chengdan realm that she had just called for had already had half of his torso shattered at this point, and had no breath of life left in him. Shuigui slowly landed in front of Renping's body. When he saw the beast soul of the Jindan realm, his body trembled a little, and his eyes were even more filled with awe when he looked at Renping. The aura of this beast soul was more than 10 times more powerful than him. Master! It was at this time that the woman realized the relationship between Shuigui and Renping. So it turned out that this one-armed man from the Chengdan realm was the disciple of the youth in front of her. She became even more desperate. Chapter 73, The Objects of the River Styx. The woman was already trembling in her legs. The two that she had thought were two people that could be easily taken. A presence that she could not afford to offend. Renping didn't do it right away, but asked, "What is your purpose in stopping us? Say it, it hurts." The woman sat paralyzed on the ground. Looking at the bland Renping and the indifferent Shuigui, she shook her head. I can't tell you. It's our clan's plan. As soon as her words fell, Shuigui moved. He grabbed the woman's arm and pulled it with great force, surprisingly ripping it off as blood continued to gush out. The woman shrieked and looked at her empty right hand, with a major artery in her arm. In less than a moment she was pale. However, in front of the two men, they didn't dare to take out a healing elixir to take. Shuigui glanced at the arm in his hand and casually tossed it aside. I say, the woman eventually gave in. The Long Stream sect's treasure ship is something from the 7 Forbidden Lands. Get the treasure ship and you'll have the power of the Forbidden Land. Renpei raised an eyebrow. The result was something he hadn't expected. The Long Stream sect's treasure ship was actually something from the Forbidden Land? Of the 7 forbidden places, Renping had now come into contact with one hell, and now he's being hunted by the people of hell because of the Hell Order. Unfortunately, the people from hell never came. What other information about the treasure ship? Tell me about it. Renping raised his interest. Also, the 7 forbidden places, what are they? Tell us all about it too. Renping said indifferently. These were messages he had never heard before. Last time, Zhang Changji also just said a hell order. Specific. Renping did not ask in detail. It just so happened that the woman was probably from a powerful clan power, and they had gotten more and more accurate information. Senior, can I heal my wounds first? The woman asked. With this blood flowing like this, she'll be dead before she's finished. Renping nodded. Yes. Only after receiving Renping's permission did the woman take out a healing elixir to take, and the arm that had been ripped off was also picked up by her. The arm was joined with a peculiar powder and wrapped in gauze. It was amazing that the arm that was ripped off had the potential to recover. Renping watched and wondered. The elixirs of the cultivation world really do have the power to bring forth the dead. The woman fell back for a few moments before stabilizing her injuries. Senior, the 7 forbidden lands are forbidden areas for living beings. Among them are the Hell, the River Styx, the Sea of Blood, the Lonely Mountain, the Divine Mound, the Abyss, and the Battle Ruins. Although the 7 forbidden lands are forbidden zones of life, there are occasionally objects from the forbidden lands that have been left behind, such as the most widely circulated Order of the Hellmouth, which is an object from the Hellmouth that has been left behind. This Longstream Sex treasure ship is probably something that flows out from inside the River Styx. That treasure ship, I heard it's a legendary divine weapon. The treasure ship appeared 300 years ago and was obtained by the ancestor of the Longstream sect, and any waters that the treasure ship traveled through would be turned into stagnant water, with no living beings surviving in the water. The Changlu sect has seen the emergence of numerous strong men over the past 300 years, and has always had strong Jindan practitioners sitting around, and there are even several in the Chengdan realm. The world speculates that it's all because of this one treasure ship. My clan also has a Jindan sitting in the town, coveting the Longstream sect's treasure ship for a long time, and wanting to send someone forward to investigate. It just so happens that the Longstream sect is exploring the so-called treasure. So, Renping heard this. So you want him to pretend to be in the Yang Yuan realm to board the treasure ship? The woman nodded. Regarding the news about the 7 forbidden lands, write it down in the jade slip and give it to me, Renping added. The woman dared not resist. Immediately, he took out a jade slip. Renping took a look, and sure enough, there was detailed information about the 7 forbidden places. Only after taking the jade slip away did the woman open her mouth to beg for mercy. Elder, can you spare a way out? It's the latecomer who has eyes to see. Now. Her life and death were in Renping's hands. Shuigui looked towards her, and the woman's heart palpitated. Renping waved his hand. Go! You probably understand that if you find someone to retaliate, I will destroy your clan. Renping's tone was flat. The woman nodded her head in a hurry. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly opened her mouth. Elder, I have just sent a call for help to the clan elders. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely not let them disturb Senior. Renping nodded his head and retrieved the beast soul. Shuigui on the side also returned to normal. This treasure ship, he'd like to check it out. Importantly, Renping was also curious as to whether the treasure ship, rumored to be a divine artifact, would extract some unexpected words. Just as Renping was preparing to leave, several figures unexpectedly arrived from the sky. A burst of air-breaking sound rang out, and the woman raised her eyes to look at it. It was surprising that someone from her clan had come at this time. At the head of the group was a woman in a palace dress, looking no more than 20 or 30 years old. But her eyes were deep and profound, and she was afraid that her age was not as simple as 20 or 30 years old. The aura emanating from this woman wasn't considered powerful, but it was the condensed Dan realm. But Renping paused in his tracks. It was a Jindan who had hidden his cultivation. Behind the woman in the palace dress were 2 middle-aged women, dressed in green robes, whose cultivation had unexpectedly reached the Chengdan realm. Starry Rain, what is the matter that calls for help? Before they could get close, the woman in charge asked a question. Star Rain was precisely the name of the young woman whose arm had just been ripped off by Shuigui. At that moment, she looked at Renping. It's over. What could have been an escape is now a fight. The strength of these 2 people was not much worse than the people of her clan. The woman in the palace dress and her group had already approached by now. When they saw the bodies on the ground, their faces changed. The gazes were all locked on the 2 Renping. Where did you scatter the little ones? How dare you kill someone from my colorful neon sect? Take your life. Starry Rain, come here quickly. The 2 adult Dan realms behind the palace-suited woman shouted, bullying his way forward. He was about to strike at Renping. Renping snorted coldly. The spirit of the beast appeared in front of the body once again. Shuigui had once again fused with the beast soul at this point, becoming repulsive. The aggressive party came to a sharp halt. Jindan Master. Renping stepped into the air, walking side by side with the beast soul, and arrived in front of the woman in the palace dress. He opened his mouth. You're that little ninny's clan elder? Your juniors are besieging me. It's not too much to kill a few people, is it? If you think it's too much, then I'll exterminate your clan. Renping realized that he had spent a lot of time with Shuigui and his personality was no longer calm. It's amazing how much of a villainous feeling you have when you speak. Renping's words caused several people to suck in a breath of cold air. You want to destroy their clan at the drop of a hat? What a mouthful. The palace-suited woman at the head of the group had deep eyes, staring at Renping for a moment before a smile finally appeared on her face. Joking aside, offending Senior deserves death. Chapter 74, Colored Nectar Sect. Goal, Styx treasure ship. Renping also did not expect the other party to just give in. In his heart, He secretly thought that strength was indeed the most important bottom line. This friend, please also move to a gathering. The woman in the palace dress spoke. Renping nodded. Since it was the Jindan realm, it might as well talk about it. The Jindan realm had definitely gotten more information than the young woman named Xingyu. If there was no mistake, this palace-suited woman should be the strongest person of that colorful neon sect. The strongest people from one side of the force were out, and it looked like they were determined to obtain the Long Stream sect's treasure ship. Renping entered the city again and came to a compound. This compound should be a small stronghold of the colorful neon sect in this side of the city. Inside the compound, the woman in the palace dress made tea for Renping. The woman named Star Rain had gone to heal her wounds. It was at this time that Renping realized that the young woman named Star Rain was the #1 person of the young generation of the Color Ni sect. No wonder it already possessed the strength of the condensed Dan realm. The strength of the colorful neon sect was good, and it was not known how much more powerful it was than the spirit martial sect. At the condensed Dan realm, in the spirit martial sect, one was already at the level of a Taishang elder and patriarch, but in the Kai Ni sect, one was still merely a disciple. Renping didn't know much about the clan's power at first, and only realized it after some conversation. One of the heavenly powers has 9 grades. A sect power like the spirit martial sect could only be considered a 9th grade. The colorful neon sect, on the other hand, was already a 7th grade power. It was because the colorful neon sect possessed a Jindan realm patriarch. I wonder where my friend is from, the palatial woman asked. Renping smiled. Living without a fixed place and traveling the world, I have no forces to which I belong. In fact, Renping was technically a person from the spirit martial sect, but the spirit martial sect was too weak. If he told others that he was a person from the spirit martial sect, whether or not they believed him was one thing. If they found the spirit martial sect, it would be doom and gloom for the spirit martial sect. This palace-suited woman was named Yuehua, and she was the patriarch of the colorful neon sect. Yuehua was obviously a bit unconvinced by Renping's words. How could such a powerful strength not have a force to which it belonged? The resources of the world were all controlled in the hands of the forces, and the difficulty of cultivating alone could be imagined. Not to mention the likes of Renping, who was powerful and possessed the ability to summon bizarre spirits, together with the fact that Shuigue also possessed this kind of means as well. It was clearly a power that had been passed down for a long time, but Yuehua didn't care. For those who went out, many people were choosing to hide the forces they belonged to, so that something bad would not happen. Brother Run, the Longstream sect's treasure ship is a rare treasure. If you can get it, you will be able to go to the next level. The Longstream sect flourished 300 years ago, and their ancestor was only a young Yuan realm person, but in just 10 years' time, he had already become a Jindan realm. The Longstream sect's ancestor left the treasure ship 50 years ago and accidentally fell, and they have once again produced a Jindan sect master in just a few decades. The most bizarre thing is that they've never acquired resources in the outside world. Generally, forces are built on top of spiritual veins, with rich spiritual chi, but the Longstream sect merely walks on the waters. Luna showed a keen interest. Renping nodded. It's a bit of fun indeed. However, what was the situation with the Longstream sect's treasure ship that every 10 years, it had to allow outsiders to board the ship and go searching for some kind of treasure? Brother Run, every 10 years, the Longstream sect invites people to board a boat, possibly to the legendary river Styx. But yeah, most of the people who go every time don't make it back. Even those who return have no memory of what happened on the treasure ship. Every time a treasure ship invites someone to board, someone goes forward to explore this secret. If we can crack it, or get the treasure ship, our strength will be greatly enhanced. Renpei raised an eyebrow. After all these years, we haven't seen anyone actually get the treasure ship. This one is no different. Renping gave Yuehua a deep look. The woman had a feeling of being a self-made friend, and although her true age was much older than Renping, she still addressed Renping as big brother. Looks like you're prepared. Renping laughed. So many people coveted the Longstream sect, and this time even Jindan masters had come out, indicating that preparations had already been made. The Longstream sect will be defeated. Brother Ren is unaware that this time not only the colorful neon sect, a 7th grade sect, has made a move. In front of many Jindan realms, the Longstream sect will surely lose. The main reason I'm telling this to Brother Ren is because I want Brother Ren to do me a favor. We don't need Brother Ren to fight with the Changlu sect, but in the mutual battle, we still ask Brother Ren to press for our Color Ni sect. A Jindan realm was enough to change the situation. At that time, the colored neon sect would have the best chance of obtaining the treasure ship. Renping raised an eyebrow. Yuehua immediately understood. Of course I won't let Brother Ren do it for nothing. As long as Brother Ren makes a move, no matter if it's successful or not, the Kai-Ni sect will inform Brother Ren of the secrets of the Changlu sect. Moreover, my Color Ni sect is famous for refining treasure clothes, so at that time, I will present Brother Ren and your disciple with a set of well-fitting treasure clothes. In addition, as Brother Ren winds down, my Color NI sect will always be willing to open its doors for Brother Run. Cultivation resources. I can also take out a batch. These conditions can be good. Run Pin nodded. Yes, I'd like to meet the treasure ship from the River Styx, just as someone is trying to muddy the waters more in his favor. It would be good to let someone else try the depths of the Longstream sect. Renping only had to touch the Longstream sect treasure ship and extract the words. With these words from Brother Ren, I'm relieved. Yuehua laughed. It's still early. Brother Ren might as well stay here. I'll inform you when the time comes. Run Pin nodded. Left here with Shui Gue. The city, already bustling, will be even more so next. Go check out the news about the Longstream sect's treasure ship. After Renping and Shui Gue stayed in the city, Renping arranged for Shui Gue to go poking around. The news received was that a month later, the treasure ship would pick up those who wanted to get on board and go to the other dimension to look for the treasure. Renping spat out a long time. A month is a long way off, but the objects in the Forbidden Land were worth waiting for. As time passed, there were more and more people inside the city. Renping even detected several auras of the Jindan realm, but these scents were fleeting and quickly hidden. According to what Yuehua had said, these Jindan realms should be rushing towards the Longstream sect's treasure ship. Like the colorful neon sect, they had been planning this for a long time. Renping didn't have much to do. Every day is spent wandering around town, street to street in search of snack food. These snacks are deeply loved by Renping. Even Shui Gue, eating these snack foods, was stretching his eyebrows with a satisfied face. Chapter 75, 5 Jindans. Shui Gue had been poking around all this time regarding the Longstream sect. He didn't pry too much useful information though. Renping was not surprised by this. It would be strange for the secrets that a 7th grade power relied on to survive to be widely known. On this day, the people from the colored neon sect came to the door. This person was also an acquaintance of Renping. Senpai. Starry Rain lowered her head in front of Renping. She was no longer as graceful as she used to be, and her mental state was extremely poor. The injuries have healed. Is it going to start? In just these 2 days, it was the time for the Longstream sect to receive cultivators on board. Star Rain shook his head. The Patriarch asked me to come to Senior's side so that I can keep you informed. Renpei raised an eyebrow. The colored neon sect did have its own set of contacts. On that day, Star Rain had already notified Yuehua and a group of other powerful members of the colorful neighborhood sect without God's knowledge. But Renping was still a bit confused. Wasn't this Star Rain the most outstanding disciple of the colorful neon sect? It doesn't come down to this, does it? In between Renping's thoughts, Star Rain snapped to his knees. Senior, the Patriarch has no intention of spying in any way. It's because I offended Senior. So the Patriarch asked me to come. Renpei hummed. To have Star Rain come here and say that there was no intention of surveillance was definitely a lie. However, he didn't care. Senior, several forces intend to meet before making a move, the Patriarch said. You hide your cultivation to observe. When the time comes to act is also convenient. It was then that Star Rain stated the purpose of this visit. Renping nodded. Okay, it's always good to meet and discuss before you act. There's some information exchange and such in there as well. Rather, we can avoid some trouble. The meeting place is just outside the city. Originally, Renping was curious as to why they had to meet outside the city. It was only after Star Rain's explanation that he realized that one of the several forces was good at formations, and the others were afraid of being caught in a dirty trick, so they directly arranged to meet outside the city. Renping took Shui Gue out of the city and arrived 10 miles outside of the city, where he finally saw the moonflower. It was a plain with green grass covering the entire plain and looked scenic, but the atmosphere here is not beautiful. As soon as Renping arrived, he saw several gazes fall on him. He raised his eyes to see that there were about a dozen people in the field. 5 of them were Jindan, and the rest were at the condensed Dan realm. Renping was also slightly startled when he saw this scene. 5 7th grade clans have poured out their nests. 5 Jindan masters were enough to exterminate a 7th grade power in a short period of time. Luna spoke up. These 2 are friends of mine, and this time, they are involved. There are still outsiders involved in the colored neon sect. Several Jindan were frowning, quite unhappy. However, seeing that the aura emanating from Renping's body was nothing more than condensing C, the one-armed man beside him was nothing more than Yang Yuan, and although Shui Gui's body hid a force, it was nothing more than the condensing Dan realm. Their frowns were then relaxed. Such strength, even if you go, it's nothing more than cannon fodder. Several people, as a sign of sincerity, I'll first explain some information I know. An old man stood out. This person was also a Jindan master. This old man arched his hand towards the crowd, and then said in a deep voice, the Longstream sect's treasure ship will be anchored in 3 days. At that time, it will be the time to strike. There is 1 Jindan, 3 Changdan, and a dozen condensed Dan on the Longstream sect's treasure ship. Renping was listening right behind Yuehua, and when the old man finished, Renping glanced at him. I thought it was honest and open, but I didn't realize that the news this old man told was nothing more than some grandstanding. I'm afraid that this so-called meeting is also centrifugal. Ren Ping was no longer hopeful. The next Jindan patriarch opened his mouth, further verifying Ren Ping's suspicions. The intel that everyone is talking about is a big deal. Even Ren Ping knows the kind. No one is a cutie pie. The first old man to stand up and speak out is a stirrer. When he speaks, people don't take the information they've gotten and share it. No one wants to acquire a bunch of crap with their valuable intelligence. But there was a consensus on the timing of the move. Do it while the treasure ship is at anchor and the extradition is on board. As for how to do it, everyone is unspoken about not revealing anything. The discussion reached this stage and came to the final division of the spoils. The scene was tense for a while, and the 5 Jindan masters were so tense that they almost fought. No one wants to let anyone. In the end it had to be decided that it was each to his own. Yuehua returned to the city with the people from the colorful Nye sect, and Ren Ping and Shui Gui followed right behind. Yuehua moved closer to Ren Ping and said in a deep voice, "Big brother Ren, according to our agreement, you will make your move after dealing with the people from the Long Stream sect. The main thing is to fight for the treasure ship." Ren Ping nodded. "No problem. I wonder how brother Ren will act then. If brother Ren doesn't mind, I'll arrange an identity for you to board the treasure ship, and we'll see what happens then." How could Ren Ping refuse boarding the treasure ship and directly extracting the words of the treasure ship? He also had no more worries afterward. As for whether or not the colorful neon sect captured the ownership of the treasure ship, he didn't care about that. It was supposed to be a temporary alliance, and he wouldn't put his life on the line for the colorful neon sect because of this. Yes, then I'll trouble Patriarch Yuehua. After returning to the city, the two parties separated, but Star Rain was following Ren Ping's side. After returning to the inn, Ren Ping purposely called Shui Gui to his room. "Master." Ren Ping sighed in his heart as he looked at Shui Gui's expressionless face. Shui Gui is also considered wasted. Self-blockade. Maybe that's how he'll live his life afterward. Stay here for the next few days. Don't go on the Long Stream sect's treasure ship. It's too dangerous. Shui Gui's strength was that of a Changdan, and in the battlefield of a Jindan, it was of no use. Most importantly, Ren Ping's purpose was simple. Just get close to the treasure ship. Zergi nodded. Yes. 3 days later, Ren Ping left the city along with the flow of people from the colorful neon sect. Also leaving were most of the people in the city. These people are here for the treasure ship. Now that the treasure ship was about to dock, they naturally wouldn't stay inside the city. The city, which had been bustling with activity, was instantly empty. After leaving the city and walking for half an hour, Ren Ping also saw the so-called treasure ship. This one treasure ship rested on the shore as if it were a tall building. The size of this treasure ship was so huge that people stood in front of it and looked very small. As soon as he saw the treasure ship, Ren Ping detected an inexplicable aura enveloping it. He saw the scene and said in his heart that it really wasn't an ordinary thing. This aura was somewhat similar to the Order of Hell, yet different. The things of the Forbidden Land are truly extraordinary. Chapter 76, Embarkation. On the banks of the river, hundreds and thousands of people all looked at the treasure ship with the same gaze. These people were all preparing to board the treasure ship and follow the Long Stream sect to the so-called treasure space. Ren Ping was right in the middle of the crowd, and beside him was Star Rain from the colorful neon sect. "Senior Ren, you can just follow the crowd onto the treasure ship later. If we make a move at that time, the Patriarch's side will notify me." Ren Ping nodded. As time passed, more and more people were around. The final number was as many as 2,000. However, according to the information from the colorful neon sect, there would not be more than 200 people on board the treasure ship each time. The Longstream sect still had to go through a part of the screening process before these people could board the treasure ship. But this aspect Ren Ping would not worry. At this time around the treasure boat, there was already a circle of masked men dressed in black guarding it. These people were all disciples of the Longstream sect. Ren Ping still felt that strange aura on their bodies. This should be the aura of the River Styx, one of the 7 forbidden places. It suddenly occurred to Ren Ping that the Earth Order possessors he had met before also had the aura of the Earth, and they had become affiliated with the Earth. And by now, these people should have established an inextricable connection with the River Styx. The sudden approach of these human beings directly blocked the numerous people who wanted to board the ship as soon as possible. "I am the sect leader of the Longstream sect. The once-in-a-decade treasure hunt is about to begin tonight, and those who have the destiny to board the Longstream sect's treasure ship will be able to travel with it to the other dimension in search of treasure. This year, the rules are the same as usual. 200 boarders. Those under 45 years of age and with a cultivation level above the Yang Yuan realm can board the treasure ship. At the same time, you all need to be recognized by the treasure ship before you can board it." A mellow voice resounded through the clouds, and this voice came from above the treasure ship, but the speaker was nowhere to be seen. As this voice fell, the crowd began to erupt in an uproar, and everyone swarmed towards the treasure ship. The entrance to board the treasure ship is on a flight of steps ahead. The two of them, Renping and Starrain, were side by side, and both of them had already reached that standard. There were more people who had reached this standard. After all, there were more than 2,000 people present, and they probably all knew the standards of the long stream sect. It could be said that more than 80% of the people here were able to fulfill the requirements stated by that voice, but the quota is only 200. If you want to board the treasure ship, you have to be one step ahead. A fight had already broken out amongst the crowd, with the people in front of them fighting in order to get a step ahead and board the treasure ship. Strong true chi flew everywhere, sword lights flashed, and martial arts skills roamed the sky. Within moments, the place was a mess. Renping himself was at the Dan Chang realm, and the star rain beside him was also at the Dan condensation realm. Out of the more than 2,000 people, they belonged to the group that was the top of the powerful ones, and they easily crossed over the crowd to the ladder. And when Renping touched the treasure ship, he immediately felt an aura spying on him. This breath, which came and went in a hurry, disappeared in the blink of an eye. After being peered at by this aura, Renping unexpectedly felt that there was something above this treasure ship that was attracting him. Renping bit the tip of his tongue in an effort to regain his senses. This treasure ship unexpectedly possessed the power of compulsion. This object from the river Styx was truly bizarre. Renping turned his head to look at Xingyu beside himself, only to find that Xingyu had by now lost his eyes and was walking towards the front in a mute manner. Renping put one hand on Starry Rain's neck and gently tapped it. A strand of true chi drilled into Starry Rain's body. In her heart, she only felt that there was a sound of a dragon's roar resounding in her mind, and she immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Raising her eyes to look around, she found Renping looking at herself with this smirk. Many thanks to Elder Ren. In his heart, he knew that it was Renping who had saved him. She murmured her thanks. Renping waved his hand and looked towards the treasure ship. They were currently staying on the deck of the treasure ship. At the entrance to boarding the treasure ship, there was already a big fight going on there, and the crowd of the Changlu sect turned a blind eye to all of this, and didn't get involved at all. It all seemed a little weird. A text appeared in Renping's field of vision. Styx boat, word, 1. Compulsion, purple, word, 2. Styx breath, purple, word, 3. Nutrient supplementation, purple, word, 4. Realm filling, purple. This treasure ship is called the Styx ship and has 4 purple words. Each phrase has a bizarre and inexplicable ability. At this moment, Renping probably understood what kind of principle this ship existed in this world, and how those unbelievable abilities were realized. Renping didn't extract the words at the first opportunity, but stood above the deck without moving. The top of the deck was empty, with no objects stored, and on the other side of the deck, Renping saw a dark, black room. Within those rooms, the aura of the river Styx was even more intense. The Jindan patriarch of the Long Stream sect was the owner of this treasure ship, while the others were the sailors of this treasure ship. To be precise, everyone in the Long Stream sect was an appendage of this treasure ship. Most of those who had boarded the treasure ship before had become the sustenance of this treasure ship. Only a small number of people were released by the Long Stream sect patriarch to cover their ears and confuse the public, so that more people would be interested in the treasure ship, or in the mysterious treasure. Renping looked towards the bottom of the ship. At this time, there were already people boarding the treasure ship one after another. Those who were able to board the treasure ship were all fierce and overpowered. However, their boarding of the treasure ship had come at a price, and after a battle, these people came above the deck and found themselves a spot to sit down and began to heal their wounds. Renping just quietly watched the scene. He was now wondering which phrase would be better to extract. There is only one extraction opportunity for each object. The phrases were hard for him to choose. Just between Renping's thoughts, the deck was already filled with 200 people. Congratulations to all of you. You can travel with our Long Stream sect's treasure ship to find treasures in other dimensions. The treasure ship departs at once. That one voice sounded again. The deck was full of anticipation. Isn't it for that treasure that they boarded the treasure ship? Below the treasure ship, those disciples of the Long Stream sect had returned above the deck, and they stood around, when more than 200 people surrounded them. Although they faced off the deck, there was always no mistaking this encirclement. Renping squinted his eyes. It seemed that the people who boarded the treasure ship would be killed by these people, or they would perform some sort of ritual to add sustenance to the treasure ship. On the side, Starrain was already flickering his eyes and looking away from the shore. She was waiting for the colorful Neon Sect Master and other experts to come and attack. Chapter 77 Do It. Compared to Starrain's anxiety, Renping acted much more calmly. As the treasure ship under his feet began to sway, it was about to leave the shore, and the anchor that was on the shore had been gathered up. Renping had been thinking at this point about which phrase would be better to extract. Of the 4 words, realm filling could directly raise his realm to Jindan, but it wasn't of much use to him because he already had a Jindan realm beast soul, and with his own strength, He wasn't weaker than any of the Jindan realms. As for the river Styx, as for the word Styx, it was supposed to control a strand of breath belonging to the river Styx, one of the 7 forbidden places. But this thing was not very useful to Rinping, and the rest of the nutrient fill was not useful to Rinping either. The nutrient fill was mainly to replenish the Styx breath of this ship. The last remaining compulsion is fine. With this thought, Renping directly chose to extract the compulsion word. Compulsion, purple can compel beings below one's realm. After extracting the compulsion words, Renping began to quietly wait for the colorful neon sect and the others to make their move. Seeing that at this point the treasure ship was about to leave the shore and continue on the river, any waters that the treasure ship passed through would be tainted with a trace of the Styx river's breath, and the fish in the waters would all die. If we waited for this treasure ship to actually travel on the waters, it would be a missed opportunity to strike. Just at this time, the treasure ship suddenly began to shake violently. On the surface of the water, there was actually a formation that stood up, which emitted a binding force that tethered the treasure ship firmly in place and prevented it from moving. In mid-air, countless more colorful ribbons flew in and were tied to the treasure ship. This sudden scene caused the crowd on the treasure ship to be shocked. Under such a shock, they all regained their senses and got rid of the confusion of the treasure ship. However, to Rinping's surprise, those long-stream sect disciples on the treasure ship did not react in any way. It was as if they had already been formulated with a certain kind of order and would only act on orders. Ha! Finally, you couldn't resist making a move? A voice came from within the treasure ship. Renping raised his eyes and a figure hidden within a black robe walked out of the room at the back of the treasure ship. The aura emanating from this person's body had already reached the Jindan realm, and in Renping's eyes, the Styx aura on this person's body was exceptionally strong. All the phenomena indicated that this person was the patriarch of the Long Stream sect, the controller of this Stygian river treasure ship. 5 figures appeared in the sky, and Yuewa's figure was among them. It was clearly 5 Jindan realm powerhouses. With the appearance of Yuewa's 5 people, the owner of the treasure ship that was hidden within the black robes froze for a moment. He turned and ran inside the treasure ship. A black gas was filling the treasure ship. This black gas cut off one's 5 senses, making one unable to reach out and see. Even Rinping was unable to see the scene in front of him. Seeing the 5 Jindan powerhouses, the controller of the treasure ship was actually prepared to utilize the treasure ship against the enemy. However, apparently, the 5 Jindan powerhouses had already prepared for this, and suddenly a hurricane whisked by, and the black gas on top of the treasure ship was blown away. And although the vision was still blurred, it was not so much that they could not see what was in front of them. The Longstream sect disciples on top of the deck also took out their weapons at this time. The cultivation level of these disciples was not particularly outstanding. The strongest was only at the condensed Dan realm, in front of the 5 Jindan powerhouses. It couldn't turn over any big waves. Oh, there really is someone who doesn't know how to die. My Long Stream sect has been in these waters for 300 years, and no one has been able to break through the Long Stream sect's defenses. That voice continued to sound. At this time there were 3 more figures above the deck. Each of these 3 figures was in the realm of Changdan. Among them there was a middle-aged man with a slightly obese figure. It was the one that Rinping had met once before. At this time, the 5 Jindan masters in the sky had already bombarded the treasure ship from all directions, beating the black gas to escape. The Longstream sect disciples on top of the deck were constantly being knocked down by them, and anyone who was hit by them was directly killed. This lineup is already extremely luxurious. The 3 Changdan realms on top of the treasure ship still had the aura of the river Styx on their bodies, and to be precise, all of their cultivation levels had been forcibly raised up by this treasure ship. They moved with no difference in strength. Between every punch and kick, there was the Styx river breath attached to it. At this moment, the 3 Changdan realms had already flown up to meet the 5 Jindan sect masters. Renping stood just above the deck watching the 2 parties fight. When he met that middle-aged fat man earlier, he could not detect the Styx aura on him. To be precise, they had the ability to hide the Styx aura, but it was during the battle that the Stygian aura was revealed. At first, when the 3 Changdan realm powerhouses rushed towards the 5 Jindan realms, Yuehua and the others didn't put it in their eyes. After all, this was only the Changdan realm. Compared to the Jindan realm, there was a big realm difference, and the strength was sky high. But as soon as they moved their hands, they put away their underestimation. Although the 3 Changdan realm vein, martial arts and other means, is also sparse, but their attacks, attached to a strand of bizarre breath is very difficult to deal with. If there is contact, directly will be like craft sugar like sticky up. With the invasion of the river Styx's breath, the speed of the true chi running in the body unexpectedly felt a hint of stagnation. These several Jindan sect masters instantly used their supreme means. This Changlu sect's people were just too bizarre. That is, if they continue to drag on, even if the 3 Changdan realms in front of them were able to drag them to their deaths here, the aura of the Jindan realm erupted as much as it could. and everyone used their strongest means. When the Golden Dan realm went all out, it was naturally loud and powerful, and these three Chang Dan realms were only able to support themselves for a few moments before they were directly broken into pieces. Above the deck, the crowd was already dumbfounded. This was in existence in the Jin Dan realm. The 5 Jin Dan attacked together. Surprisingly, it was for the Long Stream Sect's treasure ship. At this time they were on top of the treasure ship. If they continued to stay here, their lives would be in danger. Already people were jumping off the deck and into the water. It's a flutter, as if it were a dumpling. It was but a matter of moments before more than 100 men had jumped off the deck. On the deck, apart from the two Renping and Star Rain, there were also the remaining few youths, who looked like they were from a few other sects, sneaking onto the treasure ship just like them. Prepare to strike when it's time to strike. Senior Ren, you can't make a move right now for the time being, Star Rain reminded. Renping nodded. It doesn't matter anymore if you make a move or not. Based on the current situation, if the 5 Jindan masters wanted to successfully seize the treasure ship, it might not be as simple as they thought. He only promised to step in when the benefits were distributed. Chapter 78 Peak Jindan, Possessor of the Order of Hell. Under this bombardment by the 5 Jindan powerhouses, the remaining Longstream sect disciples on top of the treasure ship had all died. The 5 Jindan powerhouses also boarded the deck at this moment, and they looked towards the dark room at the back of the deck, where the owner of the treasure ship, the Longstream sect leader, was located. Lu Changming, hurry up and come out. That old man droned in a deep voice. Lu Changming, the very name of the Longstream sect patriarch. They wanted to get this treasure ship, and they had already been poking around this treasure ship for a long time. Now that the disciples of the Longstream sect had been killed by them, only Lu Changming, a Jindan realm, was left. A voice came from the room. You guys think you can take me down like that? There have been countless people who have coveted my Longstream sect's treasure ship over the years, but at the end of the day, this treasure ship is still in the hands of the Longstream sect. If you guys just retreat, this matter will be settled. You guys are outnumbered. It seems like I'm at a bit of a disadvantage fighting you guys. Why don't we each take a step back? You guys leave here, and I'll leave here as well. How great is it that everyone stays out of each other's way? Having said that, that black-robed figure had already appeared in front of them. As soon as Lu Changming appeared, a few Jindan realms were already standing by and took out their weapons. No one underestimated the strength of this Jindan realm, who had lived in the waters for a lifetime, and with the added power of the treasure ship, was still an unknown quantity. They had already seen the weirdness of this treasure ship. Lu Changming scanned the surroundings and finally landed his gaze on the 5 Jindan masters. It looks like you all are ready to do battle today. That doesn't hurt. You have allies, as I have companions. Please, Elder Painted Dragon, relieve me, Lu Changming shouted. Several people were shocked to hear this. Could it be that there were other people in the vicinity? They had just observed the situation around them and had not found any strong people hibernating in the vicinity at all. When Lu Changming's voice fell within the plywood came a harumph. Elder Brother Lu, it's not just a few Jindan realms. I stopped by to help you out. The person's voice arrived before he was seen. This person's tone was very big, and he hadn't even placed the 5 Jindan masters in his eyes. The crowd gazed at the source of the sound, which came from within the space of the treasure ship, only to see a withered old man like a skeleton slowly walked out. The aura emanating from his body was very powerful, surprisingly surpassing everyone present. Yuewa's faces changed greatly when the few people saw this person. This was a strong person of the Peak Jindan realm, and the Peak Jindan realm had already touched a higher level. They didn't dare to take the Peak Jindan realm lightly. There was this person teaming up with Lu Changming. They might not really be a match, and the aura of this person was powerful and bizarre. Also a very tough opponent. Renping's face also changed drastically when he saw this person, who had very distinctive features, withered and thin, with a face like a skeleton. Wasn't this the face of the owner of the Hellmouth Order? Moreover, on this person's body, he also sensed the aura of the Earth's capital order. He took a deep breath. The possessor of this hellish order was afraid that it was coming at him. Renping did not move and retreated behind him, leaving enough space. Xingyu had already retreated to the edge of the plywood at this time. At any time, she could pounce and jump into the water. This level of fighting was too high-end for her. The aftermath of the battle of the mere Jindan realm could blast her into slag. The skeletal old man scanned the crowd and finally landed his gaze on Renping, his deep eyes staring at him, and then he laughed aloud. Not bad, not bad. You did come. You destroyed the Order of Hell. I didn't think you'd dare to come to the River Styx boat. Several Jindan realms also looked at Renping. This mysterious existence at the Peak Jindan realm had actually set his eyes on this young man who was ostensibly only at the Condensation Dandan realm. They had met once before outside the city, and at that time, they only thought that Renping was a friend of the Kai sect's patriarch, and had come over to join in the fun, not realizing that a mere condensed Dan realm had been targeted by a Peak Jindan powerhouse. as well as what he had said about the hellish order. The crowd was also in a trance for a moment before they reacted. This young man who looked like he was only at the condensed Dan realm must have hidden his cultivation. His strength was also estimated to be at the Gene Dan realm, or else he wouldn't have destroyed the Earth Order. At their level, they had naturally heard of the existence of the Order of Hell. An item that also belonged to one of the 7 taboos that had been straight from hell was the Hell Order. They looked at the skeletal old man and seemed to understand something. This skeletal old man was afraid that he was also the owner of the Earth Order. This face was too special. Yue did not know whether to cry or laugh at this moment. It was possible that this skeletal old man at the peak Jindan realm was what Renping had lured over, but Renping is the one he hired to help him. Is this a case of lifting a rock and hitting your own foot? Nonetheless, the remaining few Jindan realm powerhouses also looked at Yue. Renping had been called by Yue. What details they did not know, but today is not the time to count on that. Fighting with Lu Changming or just leaving. There were only 2 choices in front of them, but these few Jindan masters looked at each other for a few moments, and none of them chose to retreat. The treasure ship was right in front of them, and it wasn't like they couldn't touch it at the peak Jindan realm, and no one else had left, and whoever did might lose the chance to get the treasure ship. As the saying goes, money moves people's hearts. In front of such a treasure, even if there is danger, they will not retreat a step. Renping also looked at the skeletal old man at the peak Jindan realm. According to what this person said, I'm afraid I've already been targeted by him. It just happened to meet on this Stygian treasure ship. He smiled to himself. The senses of the hellish order he could not limit. The possessor of the Earth Order could easily find him, while he was unable to detect the presence of the Earth Order's possessor. This feeling that the enemy is in the dark and I am in the light is genuinely unpleasant. But he didn't want to pretend at this point. The beast soul coalesced in front of his body with a thought. Beast souls of the Jindan realm appeared above the deck, and the crowd's pupils shrank at the sight of this scene. Another Jindan realm. Among the crowd, only Yue and that skeletal old man were able to act relatively calm. Yue had long since seen this beast spirit of the Jindan realm, and the reason why the skeletal old man was calm was because this beast soul of the Jindan realm was nothing in his eyes. After all, he possessed the Order of Hell, which allowed him to perform some bizarre means, and with his peak Jindan realm, which was enough to crush the crowd, he was already in a position to win. Not bad, not bad, not bad for someone who dares to destroy the Earth Order. This is the first time I've seen this kind of tactic, even though I've been wandering the world for a long time. But it seems like you're only at the condensed Dan realm. If I kill you, this Jindan puppet would be mine. Chapter 79, A Slap to Death. The skeletal old man was obviously very confident. He was interested in Renping's beast soul. It's clearly an external object. In other words, it's something that can be taken away. As Renping watched the skeletal old man say this, a smile appeared on his face. You're right, how about this? With a thought, Renping directly integrated the beast soul into his body. This technique of using it was still learned from Shui Gue. There is one thing that does work well. Renping sighed a sigh in his heart. Outsiders only saw the Jindan realm beast soul directly charge into Renping's body before disappearing. There's no use hiding it. I can find it just as well if you're dead. The skeletal old man hemmed and hawed. But in the next second, Renping's aura continued to climb. It directly reached the Jindan realm. Feeling the power within his body, Renping looked towards the skeletal old man. Yue was not surprised by this scene. She then learned about this peculiar means of quickly ascending to the appropriate realm from Star Rain's mouth. The several Jindans who stood aside with Yue changed the way they looked at Renping. It was because the aura Renping displayed was stronger than them. Hidden within the black robe, Lu Changming took a step back towards the rear. With that kind of strength, I'll have to tackle you then. The skeletal old man was still breezy. In his eyes, Renping still didn't threaten him. So what if you're in the Jindan realm? Yes? Renping smiled. That's what I thought. Renping directly operated the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body, and his entire body rose up in the air. He didn't really want to fight Old Man Skull on a chartered ship. The skeletal old man also understood Renping's meaning. After giving a deep look at Yuewa's several people, his entire body turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he kept pace with Renping. On the chartered ship, the 5 Jindan had already surrounded Lu Changming in the center, and the battle was about to start. The Yue few didn't want to continue delaying. Taking advantage of the fact that the skeleton old man was now being lured away by Renping, now was the best time to strike. In fact, Renping was already dead in their eyes. He had destroyed the Earth Order and was being targeted by an Earth Order possessor at the peak Jindan realm. The chances of survival are almost zero. The 5 Jindan masters immediately struck out, all using their own skills. Lu Changming, who was the controller of the River Styx treasure ship, was obviously not a vegetarian either. He reached out a little, and the water of the great river flowed backwards with his fingers. A white dragon formed in midair and just charged at the 5. This river contained the Styx aura, which was very bizarre. The 5 Yuehua people dodged, but this was on a boat, and below the boat was the inexhaustible river. For a while, the 5 Jindan masters were at a disadvantage, but it's not a lopsided situation. The 5 Jindan masters still had a chance to fight back. In midair, Ren Ping and the skeletal old man were facing each other from a distance. Taking a look at the battle below, Ren Ping turned his gaze to the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man still had a faint smile on his face, which looked very ominous. His figure once again turned into a black smoke and disappeared in place. The next second it appeared in front of Ren Ping. Ren Ping shook his head. This tactic he also knew, and, moreover, was even more powerful than the skeleton old man. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a wisp of golden smoke. Golden smoke billowed in the wind. On the side, the black smoke transformed into a skeletal old man, staring daggers at it all. He also did not expect Ren Ping to possess the means of an earthly order, and he could not help but be alarmed. How is it possible for you to possess such means? Didn't you destroy the Order of Hell? What kind of means did you use to extract the formation inside the Order of Hell? Such a familiar tactic. The skeletal old man naturally would not recognize it wrongly, and although the smoke that Ren Ping transformed into was golden in color and different from the smoke transformed by the Earth Order formation, he could still tell that it was the same thing. Ren Ping's voice echoed around. That would be none of your business. Ren Ping's figure was revealed. By using the means of transforming into smoke, he was telling the other party that what the other party would do he would also do, and that he was no weaker than the other party. Looking at the skeletal old man's astonished face, Ren Ping knew that his goal had been achieved. The ancestral dragon meridian bloodline in his body began to boil, and his cultivation was catalyzed to the extreme. A huge palm suddenly appeared in the sky. This palm exuded a terrifying aura. Even the 6 Jindan masters fighting in the treasure ship below were all stunned by this scene. They looked up in horror, looking at the huge palm shadow that covered the sky. This huge palm shadow was beyond their imagination. It had definitely broken through the realm of the Jindan realm and reached a deeper realm. How can it be this powerful? This is no longer the power of the Jindan realm. Patriarch Yuehua, what exactly is his origin? The crowd turned their gazes to Yuehua, who shook her head and smiled bitterly. She also didn't know what Ren Ping's origin was. She only knew that Ren Ping could exert the strength of the Jindan realm. The scene that had happened today had been beyond her expectations. That huge palm shadow split down between the whiskers, swinging down towards the skeletal old man with a rumble that resounded through the heavens and earth. The skeletal old man was directly sent flying with a slap, and his figure was slapped into the dirt. A huge palm print appeared on the great plain on the bank of the river. This huge palm print was 3 feet deep into the mud, and in the middle of the palm print there was a humanoid silhouette. Ren Ping flew and came directly to the center of the palm print. There was the body of the skeletal old man right there. That's right, with a single slap, Ren Ping had slapped this peak Jindan realm Earth Order controller to death. Ren Ping found an Earth Order on the skeletal old man's body and then hung it on his body. The last time he extracted the word entry for turning into smoke from the Hellmouth Order, but after this time, he realized that he needed another phrase from the Earth Order, and that was sensing. The possessor of the Earth Order could sense him, the one who had destroyed it. It puts him in a passive position all the time. Ren Ping did not immediately extract the words, but stood smilingly and looked above the deck. The crowd above deck must have been dumbfounded. The horror of the scene gave them a sense of unreality. It was amazing that they had spent so much time with an existence so powerful, especially Yuehua, who had previously been treating Ren Ping as someone with Jindan realm strength. But now, she found that Ren Ping's strength exceeded her imagination. At the same time, there is a trace of luck in her heart. If Ren Ping shot at her or that day she did not give in to soft words, it is estimated that this slap will be slapped on their own bodies. The consequences are unimaginable. The 5 Jindan realm sect masters looked towards Lu Changming. Now that the skeletal old man at the peak Jindan realm had died, they only needed to settle Lu Changming now to pocket the treasure ship. Chapter 80, belonging to the treasure ship. Lu Changming had also been dumbfounded at this point. The powerful reinforcements he had found had been killed by the other party in a matter of moments. He looked towards the 5 Jindan masters with a look of despair. Without strong assistance, it seemed like he was not a match for the other party at all. It was all because of Ren Ping, the halfway house. If there was no Ren Ping, a peak Jindan plus him against 5 Jindan masters would not be a problem at all. But now the situation was reversed for a time. The 5 Jindan patriarchs stood smilingly at the sight of Ren Ping, with no intention of intervening. It also used its own means to bombard Lu Changming one after another. The battle between these 6 Jindan masters didn't last long, although Lu Changming's methods were a bit bizarre and he could utilize the stick's breath. But in front of 5 experts of the same realm, he could only retreat step by step. An inadvertent directly by one of the Jindan masters slapped in the heart. The figure heavily smashed on top of the deck. Before he could get up, the remaining 4 people joined hands and have used lethal means on him. Rumbling and loud noises continued to shake. And this treasure ship from the River Styx continued to rock under the aftermath of this Jindan realm battle. The 5 Jindan masters had bombarded one after another for half a quarter of an hour, and Lu Changming on top of the plywood had already turned into a puddle of flesh. Just when the 5 Jindan masters were breathing a huge sigh of relief, the black gas spread back onto the deck, and when the 5 Jindan realm powerhouses saw the scene, they hastily dodged and jumped out of the plywood. At this time the treasure ship, although they were their target, but after such a bizarre scene, they didn't dare to take any chances. The 5 Jindan masters jumped away in succession and returned to the shore. Just as they landed on the ground, the treasure ship from the River Styx had already been enveloped by a black gas, and the outline of the treasure ship could only be vaguely seen within the black gas. Ren Ping watched this scene from a short distance away, his eyes flickering uncertainly. At this time, this Styx River treasure ship had already been transformed into a masterless object. As long as he boarded the treasure ship, he could become the controller of the treasure ship. The 5 Jindan patriarchs had obviously discovered the situation as well, but just as the 5 were about to fly to the deck, the people around them all struck out at each other in unison. Before Lu Changming was resolved, they were comrades in a unified front, but after Lu Changming died and the treasure ship was turned into nothing, they were rivals again. Anyone would want the treasure ship, but there were 5 of them and only one treasure ship. After some martial arts sparring, the 5 people re-separated, each standing on one side, looking around each other warily, fearing that the people they had just fought together side by side would make a blatant attack on them. Now that Lu Changming is dead, it's time to distribute this treasure ship. How about we each take a step back? The old man in the Jindan realm among the 5 looked down and laughed softly as he looked towards the rest of the group, and his afterglow even glanced at Ren Ping. Ren Ping's existence was something they could not ignore. After all, Ren Ping was the most powerful of those present at the moment. If Ren Ping interfered in the struggle between them, the belonging of this treasure ship would already be clear. No one hoped that Ren Ping would intervene in this matter, and only Yue Hua had a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. In the previous agreement, Ren Ping would intervene in their battle for the treasure ship stage. That was only based on Ren Ping having the strength of the Jindan realm, and now Yue Hua saw that Ren Ping's strength surpassed the Jindan realm. There is also the question of whether that so-called agreement can still be honored as usual. After all, strength was honored in this world, and it was clearly a joke for a Jindan realm to try to make some sort of pact with someone above the Jindan realm. Even if Ren Ping directly struck out at this moment, slapping the 5 people to death with a single slap, there's nothing they can do about it. Ren Ping felt these gazes if any, and shook his head and stood out as he slowly said, "Gentlemen, this Styx River treasure boat is not a treasure. I advise you not to fight over it. If you board the Styx River treasure ship, you can become the controller of this treasure ship. Even an ordinary person, after becoming the controller of a treasure ship, their realm will break through to the Jindan realm overnight. But there's one restriction. They can't leave the treasure ship. Moreover, this Styx River treasure boat comes from the Styx River and possesses the breath of the Styx River, which is very bizarre. The treasure boat has to be replenished with nutrients every once in a while, and this nutrient is naturally people who cultivate, and the more talented the cultivator, the better." In a few words, Ren Ping made the stakes of this treasure ship clear. The gazes of several Jindan masters flickered as they all looked toward Ren Ping. To be honest, the Styx treasure ship did have a bit too many negative restrictions, but after all, it was the hope of becoming a Jindan realm. Golden Dan is a realm that many people dream of, even though they didn't need it. There were many people in the sect who would never be able to reach the Jindan realm in their entire lives, and at this point the treasure ship was undoubtedly a shortcut. Although there was a heartbeat, these words were after all spoken by Ren Ping. It was not good for them to directly refute Ren Ping's words. Who can guarantee that Ren Ping will not make a sudden move? That shrewd old man arched his hand at Ren Ping. According to seniors, meaning what should be done with this treasure ship? He skimmed aside Luna with his afterglow. Ren Ping smiled and continued. Before I came here, I agreed with Yue Hua that I would fight for him during the stage of the fight for the treasure ship. The moment Ren Ping said this, the remaining 4 people all took a step back. If Ren Ping made a move for Yue Hua, they wouldn't stand a chance. There was even one person who directly arched his hand towards Ren Ping and said in a loud voice, "Since Senior has an agreement with the Kaienai sect, then I will leave first." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Ren Ping remembered him, from a clan that practiced sword techniques. After saying these words, this middle-aged man put away the long sword in his hand before turning around and directly disappearing into the sky. It was obvious that this person had already had the intention to back out after hearing about the negative effects of the treasure ship, and now there was Ren Ping, a terrifying existence that surpassed the strength of the Jindan realm, intervening. Staying here is just a pain in the ass. Since Brother Zhang has already retreated, then I won't intervene. But when the time comes how the final disposition of the treasure ship is to be made, I would still like to ask Patriarch Yue Hua to let me know. Another sword-wielding old man chose to withdraw from the scramble. For a certain number of people, this treasure ship is not a good thing. People who cultivate are concerned about profit. If there were 10,000 spirit stones at their feet, within reach, they would not hesitate to pick them up. But if there were say 50 spirit stones in the valley in front of them, and there was an incomparably powerful demonic beast, they would choose to give up without hesitation. That's where there are costs and benefits. Watching the two leave without hesitation, the remaining two were also a bit shaken. They were simply no match for Rinping, but it was clear that these two still had a passing thought about the treasure ship. Only after some hesitation did they arch their hands towards Rinping. Nor did he speak, disappearing directly into the sky. Chapter 81, The Colorful Neon Sect. Now only Yuehua and Rinping were left in the field. Star Rain, who was observing the battle from afar, also came to Yuehua's side at this time. Star Rain had fled this place when the fight had just erupted. Senior Rinda, run! Yuehua had wanted to open her mouth to address Rinping as Big Brother Run, but thinking of the strength Rinping had just displayed, she would end up addressing Rinping as Senior Ren. Many thanks to Elder Ren for relieving me. Rinping looked toward Yuehua, and then slowly said, I suggest that Patriarch Yuehua not get on board. After boarding this treasure ship, one will be reduced to a puppet of the treasure ship. Renping was naturally not interested in this treasure ship. He had already extracted the words on it. The treasure ship was of no value to him, and he was only trying to persuade. But if Yuehua was still adamant about it, then he wouldn't say anything. After all, he had agreed to it before. Yuehua revealed a bitter smile. Elder Rin, this treasure ship is not easy to come by. I don't want to give it up. There are still many elders amongst my colorful neon sect that have yet to break through to the Jindan realm. Hearing this, Renping waved his hand. Feel free then. For Renping, if one possessed Jindan strength but could not leave the treasure ship for the rest of his life, and could only wander above the river with the treasure ship, and could not enjoy the wonders of this world, this kind of Jindan realm was of no use. But this was only his personal opinion. Some people were very obsessed with the pursuit of power. As they say, people have their own aspirations. Renping directly left this place and returned to the city where Shuigue was. When he saw Shuigue, he realized that Shuigue was actually cultivating at this time. Shuigue's own realm was the Yang Yuan realm. Although he possessed a beast soul, it didn't affect his ability to continue cultivating to break through the realm. Moreover, he possessed the ancestral dragon essence blood extracted from Renping's body, improved physique and talent. The path of cultivation could be considered a straight path. Renping saw Shuigue cultivating, and did not disturb, directly flashed into the city, wandering around in the streets and alleys of the city, feeling the local customs as well as the food and snacks of the city here. It wasn't until 3 days later that Shuigue stopped cultivating. As soon as he opened his eyes he saw it, Renping standing over him. Master, Shuigue arched his hand expressionlessly. Renping asked, You've been practicing for the past few days? Along the way, Shuigue had not cultivated once, and now that she suddenly cultivated, it surprised Renping, who had thought that Shuigue was no longer prepared to cultivate. Shuigue nodded. This time, failing to solve the problems for the master's father, is the disciple's not. The disciple is prepared to practice diligently. If the next time encountered things, can help the master's father to share a part of the. Although Shuigue's face was expressionless, his tone was very sincere. Shuigue is a very simple person. Renping did not doubt the truthfulness of his words. He let out a soft chuckle. Not that I need you to troubleshoot me. Forget it, just cultivate. There's no harm in being stronger. Renping took out another batch of cultivation resources and gave them to Shuigue. Shuigue could be considered penniless amongst the cultivators, and had previously annihilated the Gon family in White Cloud City with a direct fire, without plundering any resources at all. Now I guess my pockets are cleaner than my face. This resource was also considered to be a financial support from him, the master, to his disciple. Thank you, master. Ignoring Shuigue, who once again saluted him, Renping disappeared in a flash into golden smoke. After Shuigue had been cultivating for a few days, the people from the colorful neon sect finally approached the door. The one who came with the team this time was Yuehua, and as soon as she saw Renping, she bowed and saluted him. Elder Ren, I've come to fulfill my promise. Before traveling to the treasure ship, she had given Renping a series of conditions, and now that the treasure ship was already in her hands, she would not dare to forget her promise to Renping even if she had 10 guts. At this time, Yuehua was also very apprehensive in her heart. After all, Renping's strength had already surpassed Jindan, and she didn't know if those previous promises could fulfill Renping. Renping just nodded and then said, How about the spirit veins of your color and eye sect? These days, his cultivation hadn't made any progress because the spiritual chi in the outside world was just too scarce and it took a lot of time to cultivate. If he utilized spirit stones to cultivate, the consumption at his realm was simply too huge for him to support. The only way to continue to break through the realm was to cultivate with the help of the spirit veins of other sects. Elder Ren, what are you doing? Yuehua was a bit confused about what Renping meant. I want to practice for a while. Yuehua heard this and nodded repeatedly. Then we of the colorful neon sect are waiting for Senior Ren's grand entrance. Renping was practicing in the Kai sect, and it was better for her to get closer to Renping. After all, Renping was super strong, and if she befriended him, this would be a strong support. After Renping resolved the matter of the cultivation spirit vein, he continued to chat with Yuehua for a few moments, in which he also learned about the final ownership of that treasure ship. The treasure ship was finally handed over to an aged elder of the Color Ni sect. The Colored Neon sect was going to make the treasure ship a branch of the Colored Neon sect, offering it exclusively to those who no longer had any hope of progressing and were old enough to be part of the sect. If any important changes happened to the colorful neon sect, the treasure ship was their retreat at this time. Renpin didn't have any idea about that. Since the treasure ship had been handed over to the Colored Neck sect, naturally it was all at the disposal of the Colored Neck sect. Yuehua left on this note, leaving behind the address of the colorful neon sect. Renping and her agreed to leave for the Kai sect after March, using the borrowed spirit veins of the Kai sect to cultivate. It's just as well that Shuigue can also use the spirit veins of the Kai sect to cultivate for a while. As a 7th grade sect, the Kai sect occupied a spirit vein that was not much more powerful than the spirit martial sect, and it could completely supply him a Dan completion realm, along with Shuigue, a Yang Yuan realm, to cultivate, and it did not harm the fundamentals. After spending another day within the city, Renping took Shuigue on his way. This place is not close to the colorful neon sect, it is 300 to 400 miles away. Moreover, Renping did not use his stance all the way forward, but chose to walk instead. It was not excessive to travel these 300 or 400 miles for 2 days. Ren parallel walked for 2 days before finally arriving at the address of the colorful neon sect. The colorful neon sect was located on top of a plain, with a huge canal on one side. It was heard that the Kai sect was good at making precious clothes. And the precious clothes they made were not only novel in style and bright and beautiful in color, but they also possessed a notable protective ability, and they could be considered famous in the nearby area. As soon as Renping arrived here, he saw Star Rain waiting here for a long time. Elder Ren, this way please, the patriarch is waiting for you in the waiting hall for tea. After entering the confines of the Colored Neck sect, Renping was taken directly to the Colored Neck sect's meeting hall. Shuigue, on the other hand, was taken by Xingyu to stroll around the Color Ni sect and see its elegance. This is a very conventional way of hospitality. Usually elders bring their juniors forward as guests and are received as peers. Chapter 82, What's his grade? Shuigue and Xingyu walked on the path of the Color Ni sect, which occupied a very vast territory. The colorful neon sect was famous for making precious clothes. Within the clan, there are several women in power. Perhaps because women are mostly beautiful, the scenery within the colorful neon sect is very pleasant, and there are flowers blooming on both sides of the road. The starry rain beside Shuigue was overly poised and youthful and romantic, and along with this scenery, no matter how you looked at it, it was a wonderful sight to cozy up to. However, Shuigue, still expressionless, with empty eyes, as if a piece of ice that couldn't be melted, he hadn't said a word all this way. Instead, it made Star Rain, who was on the side, very depressed. Star Rain also sort of realized that this guy was powerful, but more or less unintelligible. Any other random man, accompanied by a beauty like her, and with such a pleasant view, would be in a state of spring. This one-armed man was good. Oil and salt, no matter what Starry Rain said, he only had one word. Xingyu had actually come with a mission in mind. Yuehua, the patriarch of the Colored Neon sect, had explained that she should draw closer to Shuigue, and that she might be able to rely on this layer of relationship to get on the big ship of Renping. Starry Rain has been acting very lively all this way, but Shuigue is not moved by it. Brother Shui, look over there, it's the workshop of our Kai Ni sect, specializing in making precious clothes. Star Rain pointed a distant finger at a building in the distance. Aha! Shuigue raised his eyes and gave another and gave no other indication. He only felt that this was too meaningless, so he might as well go and cultivate. It was only after half a day of wandering that Shuigue spoke. I wonder where in your Kai Ni sect is closer to a spirit vein. I want to cultivate. The corner of Star Rain's mouth twitched. She didn't even know how to describe the one-armed man in front of her. A silent sigh in his mind. Sovereign, I really tried my best. A good-looking smile was then exhibited, and a very nice voice echoed in Shuigue's ears. So big brother Shui wants to cultivate. Follow me. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm also a genius of this generation in the Kai Ni sect, and the place where I live is near a spirit vein, so if brother Shui doesn't mind, you can come to my residence to cultivate. How about I come back and call brother Shui when Elder Rin is done catching up with the patriarch? Shuigue thought for a moment and agreed with the suggestion. Star Rain led Shuigue to her residence. Star Rain was indeed considered the first genius of this generation amongst the Kai sect, having reached the condensed Dan realm cultivation at such a young age. It wasn't bad already. The place where she lives is even more color neon clan aura most relatively rich area. This area ordinary disciples simply cannot touch. Only the elders level of strong people have the opportunity to settle in this. Star Rain was licensed to settle here because of his outstanding talent, and with such a rich aura accompanying him, his cultivation progressed extremely quickly. On the way to Star Rain's residence, Star Rain didn't forget to introduce Shui Gui to the various aspects of the Color Ni sect. Brother Shui, this is the residence of the inner disciples of our Color Ni sect, and it does have some aura, but the aura is average in its richness. As for those inner disciples, don't mention it. Star Rain clearly had some disdain for those inner disciples of the colorful neon sect. After all, she was the number one person of the younger generation of the colorful neon sect. She had the qualification to defy the other disciples. Shui Gui merely looked up without any reaction. Xingyu sighed in her heart when she saw him looking like this. She was used to it. While walking through the area of the inner disciples of the colorful neon sect, a group of youths walked head-on. As soon as the youth in the lead saw Star Rain, accompanied by a one-armed man, his face became a bit ugly. He quickly stepped forward and blocked in front of the two men, while then said slowly to Star Rain, "What a coincidence! Senior sister Xingyu. I wonder who this is." The youth turned his gaze to Shui Gui as he looked him down, itching to look at him. Shui Gui looked at him with an expressionless face against his gaze. "He's a guest of our colorful neon sect." Star Rain looked at the youth and couldn't help but frown, but still answered. That youth had an easy smile on his face when he heard this. "How can you let senior sister Xingyu personally entertain the guests? Just let me do it. It's not like we don't have anyone left in the colorful neon sect." Star Rain's face showed his displeasure. "It's out of your hands. Get out of the way." Star Rain looked at Shui Gui again, and then said, "Brother Shui doesn't need to pay attention to him." In fact, Shui Gui ignored the youth. Perhaps sensing the displeasure in Star Rain's tone, that young man raised an eyebrow. "Senior sister Xingyu, didn't I just say that? This guest will be received by me. Besides, I've already asked my grandfather to give you a bride price. You'll be my woman from now on. I also ask senior sister Xingyu to abide by the ways of women and not get too close to other men." When Star Rain heard this, he finally couldn't hold it together, and his eyes rounded as he looked at the youth angrily. "Liao Shanglong, don't go too far. It's none of your business what I, Xingyu, do, and as for placing a bride price, that's your business. I will not agree to marry you." This Liao Shanglong was Star Rain's suitor, and was considered to have good talent in this part of the Kai sect, but he was still much worse compared to Star Rain. Because of this, Star Rain never looked at the other side. Star Rain was also not expecting it. This guy Liao Shanglong was so bold as to let his grandfather give himself a bride price. Looking at how angry Star Rain looked, the smile on Liao Shanglong's face continued as he slowly said, "You're in no position to refuse. Patriarch has asked my grandfather to take charge of the Styx River treasure ship. My grandfather is now the second Jindan master of the Kai sect, and your master is only in the realm of becoming a Dan. How can he be qualified to refuse? But don't worry, you won't be short of cultivation resources if you follow me in the future. There's still a chance to become the colorful neon sect's patriarch in the future." Looking at the smirk on Liao Shenglong's face, Xingyu suddenly felt a little nauseous. Liao Shenglong's grandfather was the elder of the Kai sect who had been sent by the Moonflower Patriarch to take charge of the Stygian River treasure ship. Liao Shenglong's grandfather had made great achievements and labors for the Kai sect in past years, but he was slow to break through to the Jindan realm. The status in the Kai sect is also average, but this time it is different, because the Kai sect has obtained the Styx River treasure boat, which has allowed his grandfather, Liao Shenglong, to achieve the Jindan realm, and along with it, his status has also risen. "Liao Shenglong, I don't want to get into too many disputes with you since we have guests here today, so you'd better leave here." Star Rain's tone was a little chilly. Liao Shenglong, hearing this, looked towards the one-armed man standing beside Star Rain. When he realized that Shui Gui was only at the Yang Yuan realm, he couldn't help but snicker. "What class is he, to be accompanied by my woman?" Chapter 83, You're Killing Yourself. It was logical that a guest at the Yang Yuan realm was simply not worthy of being accompanied by Xingyu at the condensed Dan realm, who was after all the most talented genius of the Kai sect. In Liao Shenglong's eyes, Shui Gui was nothing more than mediocre. Not young and with a broken arm, his cultivation wasn't that high. Seeing Star Rain walking with such a mediocre man made him sour inside. Shui Gui watched the scene with an expressionless face. Even in the face of Liao Shenglong's in-your-face insult, Shui Gui merely frowned. Instead, it was Xingyu beside Shui Gui whose face changed drastically after hearing Liao Shenglong's words. Others didn't know Shui Gui's identity. She did. Shui Gui's master and disciple were both resolute in their killings, and their strength was extraordinary. Liao Shenglong humiliating Shui Gui to his face like this wasn't good news for the Color NI sect. In case this angered Renping and his disciples, they, the colorful neon sect, would not be able to take it in their stride. Liao Shenglong, you're playing dead. Star Rain directly drew his own matching sword. The sword light flowed and pointed straight at Liao Shenglong. Liao Shenglong also didn't expect Xingyu to draw his sword against him for an outsider. His figure retreated back and forth, standing at a distance. Well. Star Rain, you remember today. You want to protect this man, don't you? I'll just kill him in front of you. Liao Shenglong looked at Shui Gui with a murderous intent on his face. Shui Gui also looked over at this time, and those eyes without a hint of emotional color made Liao Shenglong very angry. If this look appeared on a Chengdan, or Jindan realm powerhouse, he would only bow his head, not daring to look directly at him. But now that it appeared on a Yang Yuan realm, he only felt that Shui Gui was really too pretentious. Liao Shenglong's body flashed and came straight for Shui Gui. The realm he displayed had already reached the condensed Dan, but it looked like he had just broken through to the condensed Dan realm not long ago, and his breath wasn't very stable yet. However, his speed was beyond Star Rain's reach, and it was obvious that Liao Shenglong had executed a very subtle body technique. He directly crossed over Star Rain and arrived right in front of Shui Gui. Xingyu also changed his face greatly at this moment. Shui Gui came to the Kai Ni sect as a guest and had to fight with a disciple of the Kai Ni sect. This was the Kai Ni sect's poor hospitality. She exclaimed anxiously. Liao Shenglong, hurry up and stop. But how could Liao Shenglong stop there? He had to kill this one-armed man and give Star Rain a little color. In the eyes of Starry Rain's cries were nothing more than a final struggle in his eyes. As long as this hateful one-armed man was killed, it would also be considered a small warning to Star Rain, so that Star Rain would understand that he, Liao Shenglong, was no longer the Liao Shenglong of the past, and that he now had a powerful backer. And his own cultivation was not bad either. After seeing him in action, Star Rain would still be at his mercy in the future. When he thought of Star Rain's exquisite figure, a fire shot through Liao Shenglong's eyes. He swung out with a palm, directly slapping at Shui Gui's head. With this strike he was prepared to kill Shui Gui here. Just then, a black beastly shadow appeared in front of Shui Gui's body. This beast shadow exuded the aura of the peak condensed Dan realm, causing Liao Shenglong's face to change. And then he saw this beast shadow directly drilling into Shui Gui's body, and Shui Gui's realm was climbing upwards, reaching the Chengdan realm in the blink of an eye. Liao Shenglong was shocked as he exclaimed, "How?" He stopped not far away and looked at Shui Gui with a face full of horror. It was the first time he had seen such a bizarre tactic. Star Rain, after seeing Shui Gui summon that weird black beast shadow, his heart sank secretly. Finished, Shui Gui really made a move in the Kai Ni sect. How should I explain to the patriarch? Renping, who was in the meeting hall of Kai Ni zone, was holding a cup of tea to his mouth, and on the table in front of him were a dozen or so plates of exquisite refreshments, which were obviously carefully prepared by Kai Ni zone, with all kinds of flavors available. Renping looked at it with his fingers in his mouth. Yue Hua, the patriarch of the Kai Ni sect, was sitting across from Renping at this moment, and she looked at Renping with a smile on her face as she ate the refreshments prepared on the table. Yue Hua was very pleased with the hospitality. The refreshments had been carefully prepared and purchased from different places. It was to make Renping feel at home, and apparently she had done that. But right at this moment, Renping suddenly stopped the movement in his hands, and his face sank slightly. The quick-witted Yue Hua also detected a hint of Renping's mood swings, and she hurriedly asked, "Elder Ren, what's going on?" Renping took a sip of the fragrant tea in his hand. "My disciple seems to have made a move in your Color Ni sect." Renping was actually not worried about Shui Gui's safety. After Shui Gui had fused the beast souls, his strength had reached the Chengdan realm, and there were not many people in the Kai Ni sect who were his rivals. After all, the strongest person in the Kai Ni sect was only a Jindan, and the Chengdan realm was only a minority, and Shui Gui hadn't spent too much effort killing the Chengdan realm and White Cloud City that day. Shui Gui's true strength surpassed that of an ordinary Chengdan realm. Yue Hua's face changed when she heard this. She had gone through all the trouble of trying to entertain Renping, and there was someone from the Kai Ni sect who wanted to make a move against his disciple. Who in the world was so ungrateful? Senior Ren, this time, I have been ill-considered. Please move over and follow me to see what's going on. Renping's disciple was fighting with someone within the boundaries of the Kai Ni sect, so she naturally could not go alone. After all, Renping was Shui Gui's master. Renping didn't put it off. He was also curious as to how Shui Gui's temperament could possibly fight with just anyone. That kid is a pile of ice right now. Self-imposed emotional closure. Good, let's go together. Yue Hua dashed and flew out of the hall, with Renping following closely behind. Although his true realm was but a Chengdan, with the many words added to his speed, he was a step faster than Yue Hua at the Jindan realm. If he hadn't considered Yue Hua as the landlord, he would have been able to go to Shui Gui's side in a flash. Come on, You've merely executed some sort of means to reach the Chengdan realm, whereas my grandfather is a solid Jindan realm. If you dare to touch me today, my grandfather will come out tomorrow and destroy you. Liao Shanglong did not make a move after realizing that Shui Gui possessed the strength of the Chengdan realm. Instead, he stood not far away and sneered at Shui Gui. Although his realm was no match for Shui Gui, he was confident that his background was very powerful. After all, the Jindan realm was already the peak of the neighborhood, and the Jindan realm was known as the Jindan Patriarch. Patriarch, the teacher of a clan. A Jindan realm powerhouse was enough to support a 7th grade power. His grandfather, as a newly promoted Jindan realm, didn't need to fear anyone at all. Just as Liao Shanglong was attacking Shui Gui's language, two figures came speeding across the sky. Liao Shanglong saw the visitor. His face changed and he called out in a hurry, Patriarch, senior sister Starry Rain has brought a stranger into the confines of our colored neck sect. This person is bizarre. I'm afraid that he's plotting against us. Chapter 84, My grandfather is a Jindan. Liao Shanglong is directly evil. After he said this, he looked at Shui Gui with a provocative look. And yet, he completely missed Yuehua's grim face. Yuehua and Rin Ping both landed on the ground. Shui Gui immediately put away this body's aura after seeing Rin Ping, and his realm fell all the way down to the Yang Yuan realm. What's going on? Yuehua looked toward Xingyu. The long sword in Xingyu's hand was still gripped tightly in his hand. In the face of Yuehua's questioning, Xingyu stiffly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Patriarch, I originally brought Brother Shui to roam around within the Color and Eye sect, but Brother Shui wanted to go to practice, so I was going to bring him to my residence to practice, but I didn't expect to encounter Liao Shanglong. Liao Shanglong threatened to place a bride price on me, and if I didn't comply, he moved his grandfather to bully me. When I saw Brother Shui traveling with me, I made a move on Brother Shui. Star Rain made things clear in 3 words. Liao Shanglong, who was on the side, spoke again at this moment. Patriarch, I've been in love with Starry Rain for a long time. Please make a decision for me. Patriarch, as for this one, he has a very strange aura about him. I think he's someone who has infiltrated my colored neck sect and is plotting against us. Senior sister Starry Rain has been hoodwinked by him, so please ask the Patriarch to be lenient and not blame senior sister Starry Rain. Liao Shanglong didn't forget to show off his love for Xingyu while throwing dirty water. When Yuehua heard this, her face became even more gloomy. What do you mean? You don't need to plot against them if they want something from the colorful neighborhood sect? She wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart if she were to come here openly. There was also something about loving Star Rain for a long time, a matter she had also heard about, but these were matters between juniors. She didn't want to get involved. I didn't realize that it was because of this kind of thing that he was fighting with Shui Gui. Yuehua stole a glance at Rin Ping and realized that Rin Ping had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not take this matter to heart. Yuehua was greatly relieved. Yuehua looked at Liao Shanglong and asked in a deep voice, what are you going to do about this according to you? Liao Shanglong's grandfather had made great achievements for the Kai-En-I sect, if not for the matter of principle. She really didn't want to move Liao Shanglong, but now, if she didn't satisfy Rin Ping's master and disciple, their Kai-En-I sect might even be in danger of extinction. She had to be cautious about this matter, and she must give Rin Ping a satisfactory answer. Liao Shanglong thought that Yuehua was really asking him what he meant. He was full of self-satisfaction, smug, and looked at Shui Gui with provocative eyes. Patriarch, according to me, this person infiltrated the colorful neon sect to plot against us. He should be killed on the spot. Senior sister Xingyu was so easily compelled by outsiders. I implore the Patriarch to allow the two of us to marry at an early date. Our Liao family has been lifelong in the Kai-En-I sect. With its strict family teachings, we will definitely be able to make senior sister Xingyu understand that the sect's interests are not to be trampled upon. Liao Shanglong said in a loud voice. Yuehua snorted out a laugh when she heard this. Although Yuehua was smiling, the wisp of anger hidden inside her eyes was getting more and more prevalent. Liao Shanglong, Yuehua suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. You insulted the colorful neon sect's honored guests. Now you'll waste both of your arms and face the wall for 10 years without being allowed to leave the gate. Liao Shanglong froze. He didn't expect Yuehua to say something like this. Taking away his own arms. This is like breaking his cultivation path. Facing the wall for 10 years. It is even a very serious punishment. Facing the wall for 10 years in the Kai-En-I sect. Not only facing the wall, but also going to face the wall in the formation of the Kai-En-I sect. He couldn't cultivate during the 10 years, and his cultivation would regress in the middle of the formation. It's worse than killing him. Sovereign, they are clearly the ones at fault. Liao Shanglong shouted loudly. You're the one who made the mistake. Yuehua's tone was very strong. I'll give you a chance to scrap your own arms, or I'll do it myself. Yuehua's tone of voice was cold. Liao Shanglong immediately understood that Yuehua was not joking. The smile on his face had frozen. On what grounds? My grandfather is also in the Jindan realm. It's only my grandfather who can do it if he wants to waste my arms. What makes a person who relies on external objects to ascend to the Dan-forming realm an honored guest of our color and eye sect? Liao Shenglong was very unconvinced. On what grounds? Take your time on that one. Expel Liao Shenglong from the colorful neon sect with immediate effect. Exile to the sticks. Can't go ashore for life, Yuehua said in a deep voice. Liao Shenglong doesn't seem to understand what this means. He thought that this was Yuehua's fear of his Jindan realm grandfather and loosened his tongue on this. Soon enough, two adult Dan realms appeared beside Liao Shenglong, directly holding him up as he flew towards the outside of the Kai-En-I sect. Elder Rin has made you laugh. Only after doing this did Yuehua say to Ren Ping with a slight apology. Ren Ping waved his hand to show that he didn't care and that the matter was disposed of perfectly. Other than that, the attitude of Yuehua as well as the colorful neon sect proved everything. Please ask Senior Rin and little friend Shui to move to the meeting hall. If little friend Shui wants to cultivate, our color NI sect has places with even denser auras. Wait a moment and I will open it for you. Yuehua hadn't forgotten about Star Rain at this point. Star Rain, you come along too. Yuehua suddenly realized that she seemed to have overlooked this number one person of the younger generation. As the number one person of the younger generation of the Kai-En-I sect, she would still be forced into marriage by others? The group returned to the meeting hall of the colorful neon sect and conversed happily. And at this moment, Liao Shenglong was being carried by two powerful men of the Chengdan realm as he left the Kai-En-I sect and made his way up a large canal. Two masters, where are you taking me? When Liao Shenglong saw that he was getting farther and farther away from the colorful neon sect at this point, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. Didn't we agree to let him board the River Styx treasure ship? His own grandfather was on the River Styx treasure boat, a Jindan realm grandmaster, and him getting on the treasure boat was like returning home. These two Chengdan realm that racked him out of the Kai-En-I sect, he naturally recognized them, and according to seniority these two were considered to be his senior uncles. The two successful Dan realms sighed lightly when they heard this. Shenglong, this is where we go to find your grandfather. When Liao Shenglong heard this, he immediately showed a smile on his face. He was even a bit smug. So what if he was a sovereign? He still had to give his grandfather 3 points? Looking at Liao Shenglong's heavenly and earthly fearlessness, the hearts of the two Chengdan realm Kai-En-I sect elders became even more complicated. Shenglong, are you unaware of what the Styx treasure ship represents? Do you have any idea who that person is that you've offended? Liao Shenglong found these two questions very childish and answered without thinking. The River Styx is my grandfather's territory. As for who I've offended, isn't it the patriarch? The two color NI sect elders shook their heads and sighed. The Liao family had been doing their best for the colored Nye sect for generations, but they didn't expect to produce such a contraption. Forget it, you'll find out later. Chapter 85, The Spiritual Vein of the Choi NI sect. What happened to Liao Shenglong was of no concern to Ren Ping. However, it was probably also known that this colorful neon sect disciple who didn't have eyes, I'm afraid that he would be on the Stygian River treasure ship for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life, he never got off the boat. Senior Ren, I've opened up a secret room on the main trunk of the Kai-En-I sect's spirit vein, so Senior Ren can go and cultivate at any time, as well as your disciple. Our Color NI sect has also prepared a secret room with rich spiritual chi for him. Luna spoke up. Ren Pin nodded. The colorful neon sect's arrangement was quite proper. He would spend a long time in the colorful neon sect next. After all, his current cultivation level was only at the early stage of becoming a Dan. He was prepared to cultivate until he reached the Jindan realm before leaving the gate. Even in a place as rich in aura as the colorful neon sect, it would take a great deal of time. After all, the Kai-En-I sect also only had one normal cultivated Jindan. Although the colored nectar sect was rich in spiritual chi, it wasn't so rich that it could allow one to directly advance to Jindan. It wasn't hard for Ren Pin, though. At the Jindan realm, he only needed enough aura. He had dozens of words and phrases that had strengthened his talent to a terrifying level. Shui Gui remained expressionless. On the side, Star Rain's eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yuehua suddenly said, just don't worry, the Liao family won't make things difficult for you. In recent times, you also prepare for a retreat. The only capital is to be strong. Star Rain nodded at this statement. With Yuehua's words, she was sort of relieved. Ren Ping pondered for a moment, then continued, Patriarch Yuehua, I still need a little something. Yuehua raised an eyebrow. Elder Ren, just open your mouth. I need a map, Ren Ping said, hilarious to say the least. After coming nearby, he had already left the range of the map obtained by the Spirit Martial sect. He's kind of in two minds right now. Now, while you are still in the colorful neighborhood sect, come up with a copy of the map and prepare for future trips as well. Ren Ping's words surprised Yuehua. Elder Ren, truth be told, our Color NI sect doesn't have a map. The Qinghong continent is a vast area, and the map can't depict it. Furthermore, there are still many places in the Qinghong continent that no one has ventured into, and there are no records of these realms. Ren Ping was slightly stunned at his words. The Qinghong continent was bigger than he thought it would be. Okay, I wonder to what realm this place belongs. Luna replied. Our colorful neon sect belongs to the boundaries of Nanliang County. Nanliang County didn't. It's one of the 8 counties in Qingzhou. Nanliang County? Ren Pei frowned. Is there a dynastic regime in this world? Generally speaking, the division of states and counties is actually common in ruling regimes such as the imperial court, but all he had seen along the way were forces led by cultivators, which existed in various forms, from clans, to families, to cities. There was no sign of any dynasty to be seen. Could it be that there are still dynasties in this world? Ren Ping asked again. Yuehua shook her head as she realized that although Ren Ping was strong, he did not know much about this world, but this was good news for the colored neon sect. Such strong people were rare characters, but let's not talk about such an opportunity for contact. Yuehua explained patiently. Now dynasties, but 10,000 years ago, dynasties did appear, and that dynasty ruled over the entire Qinghong continent, with every area divided into states and counties. After the destruction of that dynasty, the custom of dividing these states and counties has also been preserved. Therefore, now all are still divided by states and counties. Ren Ping came to a realization, but he didn't understand. The dynasty that could rule the entire Qinghong continent was so powerful, how could it be overthrown? Ren Ping voiced his doubts. Luna smiled and shook her head. The specific insides, our kind of level also can't touch. However, I heard that it's because of the 7 forbidden places. Ren Ping was secretly shocked in his heart. The 7 forbidden lands are so powerful? Even a dynasty that ruled the Qinghong continent could be overthrown? But Senior Ren, don't worry. Although the 7 forbidden lands are powerful, the impact of the 7 forbidden lands on the outside world is very small. Every forbidden place has items in circulation. For example, the Order of the Earth's Mansion and the like. Now that the 7 forbidden places are relying on the influence of these items on the Qinghong continent, it's not that scary. Legend has it that before the overthrow of that dynasty, the forbidden existences in the 7 forbidden lands could walk freely in the Qinghong continent, and after the overthrow of that dynasty, the 7 forbidden lands could only wade into the Qinghong continent by relying on these stray items. There are rumors that it was the dynasty that sealed the 7 forbidden lands, but all of this, it's hard to tell if it's true or not. I said far out, Yuehua said, immediately pulling back on the topic. Ren Ping smiled. Many thanks to Patriarch Yuehua for clearing up the confusion. Ren Ping also did not think that there was such a story in the Qinghong continent. I'm afraid the 7 forbidden lands aren't as simple as I thought. Ren Ping was now up against one of the hells. Elder Ring continues to drink tea. After Ren Ping had spent half a day in the meeting hall of the Color Ni sect, Yuehua had also arranged for a residence. However, Ren Ping did not go forward to check in, and after leaving the meeting hall, he directly headed to the cultivation chamber. Shuigue was also all arranged to a cultivation place with a rich spiritual qi. It was only when Ren Ping arrived at this secret room under the ground that he felt the richness of the aura here. The aura here is already thick. Even the air is sticky. This was a sign that the aura was dense to a degree. Cultivating here doubles the effort. The aura here was more than dozens of times richer than that of the spirit martial sect's land boundary. Ren Ping went straight into seclusion. He was currently at the early stage of becoming a Dan, and he still needed time to settle down if he wanted to reach the Golden Dan realm. Without delay, Ren Ping immediately sat down on his knees within the secret room and began to utilize his gong methods. The gongfu he practiced was created by him according to his own circumstances, very much in line with his situation. Cultivating it was also quite smooth. Ren Ping operated his gong method and began to absorb the surrounding aura. After the aura entered the body, it was guided by Ren Ping to the Dantian and was absorbed by the Dan within the Dantian. As that Dan absorbed the aura, a golden glow slowly emerged on the surface of the Dan, until this elixir directly turned into a golden color. That was the Golden Dan realm. The Jin Dan realm, belonging to, was the pinnacle of cultivating true qi. This was because the focus of the next realm was no longer true qi, but something else. It's also harder to break out of the realm. However, Ren Ping was still a long way from the upper realm of Jin Dan, and these were not yet issues for him to consider. Reaching Jin Dan first was his goal. In a flash, a month had passed. During this month's time, Ren Ping was not able to leave his home and had been absorbing aura to cultivate. His realm at this time had also reached the middle stage of Dan formation. His cultivation speed, now, had slowed down. After all, the word he used to absorb the aura was nothing more than blue. Chapter 86, Colorful Neon Sex Guest Elder. Ren Ping came out of seclusion after cultivating for a month. He'd never been in seclusion for so long. Staying in the dimly lit chamber all day made him feel very uncomfortable. After all, he cultivated for a better life. This life is, indeed, very difficult to endure. He was kind of admiring those who could shut down for a few years or even 10 years in one breath. Don't they really have to eat? Ren Ping shook his head. That's too boring. Stepping out of the chamber, he took a deep breath. After a month of seclusion in the secret room, he suddenly felt that the air outside was exceptionally fresh. Walking out on the road of the colorful neon sect, looking at the brightly colored flowers and plants, Renping was in a better mood. Cultivation is just too boring. We need to find something to do. Fishing? Forget it. Renping wandered around for half a day, but couldn't think of anything to make himself comfortable. Let's see Shui Gue first. I wonder how he's doing now. Renping arrived at Shui Gue's place of cultivation. Arriving here, he found the place empty. Shui Gue was surprisingly not cultivating. This was unexpected for Renping. It was only after asking several people that they realized that Shui Gue had gone out to hunt demonic beasts with Xingyu as his companion. In the span of 3 days, it had left the colorful neon sect. Renping didn't care either. Shui Gue's strength isn't bad anymore. There's no danger in going out. Moreover, Shui Gue's current character basically stayed out of trouble. Coupled with Star Rain, the first genius of the colorful neon sect, there weren't many people who all dared to mess with them. The colorful neon sect had recently obtained the River Styx treasure boat and had an extra Jindan realm. The prestige of being in the neighborhood should be even greater. All of this adds up to a very small chance that Shui Gue will get into trouble. The few disciples that Renping had taken in at the spiritual martial sect could be considered to be in constant trouble. Of course, most of the reason was still because of Renping himself. Renping wandered around for a while longer. The beauty of the colorful neon sect was already tired of looking at it. The scenery of the color Nizongdu was very nice, and every part of it was well designed. Even the flowers and plants on the side of the road are mowed. But it's also for this reason that the scenery is very monotonous and boring. Renping lost interest after half a day of reading. He arrived at the residence of the colorful neon sect's patriarch, Yuehua. Yuehua's residence was also very grand as the colorful neon sect's sect leader. An entire hall, all inhabited by her alone. There were even some disciples that took care of her food and living. Renping arrived here, and after greeting the colorful neon sect disciples here, he came to wait in Yuehua's meeting side hall. Renping's identity wasn't a secret in the colorful neon sect either. A month ago, the popular Liao Shenglong had been sent directly to the River Styx treasure ship because he had contradicted the disciple of this powerful man, and now he hadn't even returned. I've heard that I won't be able to come back. Everyone in the colorful neon sect knew that they had a guest here who was so powerful that even the patriarch had to treat him politely. That disciple just now, after learning of Renping's identity, hurriedly went to inform Yuehua. Renping didn't have to wait long before Yuehua came with a smile on her face. Senior Ren, is the cultivation chamber still satisfactory? Renping nodded. He was satisfied with the secret room arranged by the colorful neon sect. Anyway, he hadn't encountered such a rich aura. It's great, thank you, sect leader Yuehua, for your hospitality. Yuehua immediately had someone bring in pastries of good quality. Chatting with Renping. I don't know what Elder Ren has come for this time? Yuehua was a bit puzzled in his mind. Since the secret chamber had satisfied Renping, how could Renping have left the gate after only a month of cultivation? I wonder if there's anything interesting to do in the neighborhood? Renping really couldn't think of any good pastimes, so he had to come and ask Yuehua, a local. Yuehua also did not expect Renping to ask such a question. She froze. She hadn't encountered one like Renping so far in her cultivation. Which cultivator isn't so drunk on cultivation that he doesn't pay attention to what's going on outside the window? She smiled awkwardly. Elder Ren, this question will be difficult for me. Renping was helpless. Then forget it. By the way, I might have to stay in the colorful neon sect for a bit longer. Renping added. It would be a long time before he broke through to the Jindan realm. But before breaking through the Jindan realm, he didn't want to run around. Still have to stay on at the colored neon sect. Yuehua's eyes lit up as she sniffed. The colorful neon sect naturally welcomes Senior Ren. I wonder if Senior Ren would be interested in taking up the position of guest elder in my color Ni sect. Serving as a guest elder will not affect Senior Ren. Senior Ren only needs to step in when the Dukai Ni sect is in crisis. According to the current situation, Elder Ren doesn't need to make a move at all. Renping heard these words. Nod. He doesn't mind being everywhere. What about staying in someone else's territory? After all, that works too. The smile on Yuehua's face was hard to hide. She hadn't expected to invite Renping so easily either. Renping was a strong person who could kill a peak Jindan realm. And it's still a breeze. The true strength was already above the Jindan realm. For such a strong person, others who wanted to hire him as a guest elder wouldn't even know how much it would cost. However, after I break through the Jindan realm, I will continue traveling in all directions. Renping added. He can't stay in one place for the rest of his life. How boring is that? If Senior Ren wants to leave, he can do so at any time. Guest elders are not restricted. I will immediately arrange a separate residence for Senior Ren. Yuehua immediately went to arrange the latter. Renping didn't care. He's still pretty easygoing in that regard. Senior Ren, I've arranged for a few disciples to clean up after you. There's something you can arrange for them to do. Renping arrived at the residence that had been arranged for him, only to realize that the place was very grand. Yuehua had actually arranged a large hall for him. Renping also met the disciple of the colorful neon sect who was in charge of his rise in residence. Two young women of 18 or 19 years of age stood right in front of Renping, seemingly fearful of Renping. The two women had lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Renping. Renping laughed bitterly. Looking at the two colorful neon sect disciples' fingers were thwarting the corners of their clothes. He understood in his heart that these two guys were nervous. It doesn't have to be. Heads up, Renping said. The two women looked up and were surprised when they saw that Renping was only in his 20s. Before they came here, they heard that they had to follow an old monster. And yet, he hadn't thought that this so-called old monster was so young, and so handsome and handsome. The two young women looked up, and Renping was able to see their faces. Needless to say, both young women were very good looking. Put in the outside world, they are all stunningly beautiful. It was even a little better looking than Star Rain, the first genius of the colorful neon sect. But their cultivation levels were low. Both of them were only in the true Qi realm. In a 7th grade sect like the colorful neon sect, the true Qi realm belonged to the bottom. Chapter 87 Hunting Demonic Beasts to Enhance Beast Souls? Renping turned his thoughts around and smiled in realization. It was also impossible for the colorful neon sect to allow talented disciples to serve people. These two young women were outstanding in appearance, but their cultivation talent was poor. The colorful neon sect had presumably arranged for them to be here in the spirit of making the best use of their talents. Possessing such looks, yet living in a world where the strong are honored is not really a good idea. Renping shrugged. He was not interested in female sex, at the moment. What's the name? Renping asked. Back to Elder Ren. My name is Ruyan. Back to Elder Ren. My name is Rushui. Renping frowned. None of you have last names? He seems to have found a problem. None of the women of the colorful neon sect seem to have surnames. Even Yuehua, who was the patriarch, didn't have a last name. The same goes for Star Showers. Ruyan explained. We've been taken in by the colored neon sect since we were young and have no last name. The colored neon sect has a nursery hall that takes in orphans and such. Renping drifted off. The colored neon sect had also done something good. Okay, which one of you is in charge of cooking? Renping asked again. Eating is a very important thing to him. Ruyue's foot under the hem of her skirt suddenly kicked Ruyue aside. Ruyan said of her own accord with a bitter look on her face. Elder Ren, I'm a cook. Rushue is in charge of Elder Ren's living and I'm in charge of cleaning and cooking and such. Renping took the small action in his eyes, but didn't say anything. Okay. As Rushue heard this, a flash of joy flashed in her eyes. Cooking and cleaning is obviously a rough job, and by taking care of Renping's living, there will be more access to Renping. Renping didn't think about that either. As long as these two did their work neatly, it was fine. He nodded. Yes. Ruyan, you come over here. Renping had asked Ruyan to make a trip over. Naturally, he was prepared to teach him some of the dishes from his previous life. After he came to this world, he was extraordinarily nostalgic for all the dishes he had eaten in his previous life, and now that he had someone to help him cook, it was only natural that he wanted to experience it. The two of them, such as Smoke and Snow, were visibly stunned, but Ruyan still followed Renping to the kitchen on the side. Renping told her about the dishes she would be eating tonight and instructed her on the various ingredients to purchase before leaving this place and returning to his own cultivation chamber. There was no fun to be found, but being able to taste the dishes of his former life was something to be happy about for Renping. But the practice can't stop. Renping made himself an itinerary for each day. It was just like the time of going to work in the previous life. The time of going to work was to cultivate, and the rest of the time then to go back to the main hall to rest. This way at least it's not so boring. In the middle of a mountain range, the two of them, Shuigue and Xingyu, looked at the corpses of demonic beasts in front of them. It was a demonic beast of the condensed Dan realm. At this moment, this demonic beast was slapped to pieces and died a death that could not be repeated. Brother Shui, the only demonic beasts that can be encountered here are at the condensed Dan realm. And again, if you want to encounter demonic beasts at the established Dan realm, you need to continue to go deeper. However, the demonic beasts inside this mountain range are very powerful. Even Jindan realm powerhouses don't dare to easily wade in. Star Rain warned from the sidelines. She more or less couldn't figure out why Shuigue came here to hunt demonic beasts, and after hunting a demonic beast, she didn't take down the body parts of the demonic beast beforehand, but chose to meditate next to the demonic beast's corpse, and she didn't know what kind of technique she had practiced. Shuigue had wanted to travel alone, but Yuehua, the sect master of the colorful neon sect, had instructed Xingyu to follow. Star Rain knew that Shuigue was an ice cube, and coming out with him was more or less tedious, but it was Yuehua's command that she had to obey. It was just a matter of going out as a guide to give Shuigue a little walk. She pinched her nose and admitted it. However, he did not expect Shui Gui to come directly to this one of the most terrifying mountain ranges in Nanliang County. Shui Gui expressionlessly came to the demonic beast's corpse and sat down on his knees. There was no answer to Star Rain's words. Star Rain was on the sidelines, frowning. Brother Shui, are you practicing some kind of technique? Shui Gui had just closed his eyes and slowly opened them, and there was a void in his eyes. This is not a kung fu. His answer was only 5 words long, and there was no more to it. The corner of Star Rain's mouth twitched. In his mind, he thought, you might as well not answer. Looking at Shui Gui, who had already entered a state of cultivation, it was strange that there was not a single fluctuation of aura beside Shui Gui. Star Rain couldn't figure out why Shui Gui had done such a bizarre act, but she could tell that it was probably practicing some sort of gongfu or secret technique. Bored, she also meditated to the side to recover her true chi. Only after half a day did Shui Gui stand up, and a faint color of joy flashed across his ancient, unperturbed face. Shui Gui realized that the beast soul in his body was even stronger. His suspicions had not been wrong. If Rin Ping were here to see Shui Gui doing this, he would definitely marvel at Shui Gui's excellent understanding. This was because Shui Gui had actually extracted that strand of beast soul within the demonic beast corpse to enhance the beast soul within his body. Although the process was very slow, it was a path to increasing strength. Shui Gui's realm had also broken through to the peak of Yang Yuan after being in seclusion for almost a month, but the following days were delayed and he was unable to break through to the condensed Dan realm. So out of the blue, he wanted to turn to boosting the beast soul in his body. I didn't realize it could actually be elevated. After Shui Gui absorbed the beast soul of that condensed Dan realm demonic beast, he got up and was about to head deeper into the mountain range. Star Rain on the side finally couldn't help herself and directly blocked Shui Gui's face. Brother Shui, don't go back in. It's dangerous inside. There are a large number of Jindan realm demonic beasts in here. We're no match. Star Rain said in a rush. Let's go back. Senior Rain should have come out of the gate as well. It was really very dangerous inside this mountain range, and it wasn't that Star Rain was talking nonsense. In case Shui Gui encountered danger when he entered the depths of the mountain range, how would he explain to the patriarch? The Moonflower patriarch would have her skin peeled off. Looking at Star Rain doing this, Shui Gui frowned before coldly saying, I'll just go in myself. No. Star Rain's voice was drawn out, letting Shui Gui go in by herself. If something happened, it would be even worse, and it wouldn't just be her problem. It would be the problem of the Kaienai sect. Shui Gui, do you have to go in? An angry color also appeared on Star Rain's face. Shui Gui didn't reply to her words, and with a turn, he directly crossed over Star Rain and walked towards the depths of the mountain range. Star Rain gritted her teeth and stomped her foot in indignation before finally following Shui Gui's footsteps. However, her speed was still much worse compared to Shui Gui. Wait for me, Shui. Star Rain was in a bad mood at the moment. Make it sound like she's dying to follow it in. Shui Gui frowned as he looked at Star Rain, who was following closely behind him, and finally slowed down his pace. Chapter 88, The Grandpa Experience. Chili pepper stir-fry tonight. Ren Ping finished his cultivation and came back to the great hall that belonged to him. Today's dish was pretty good. When Ruyan brought the food up, Ren Ping saw that she had an extra scar on her face. Ren Ping frowned, didn't say anything. When he took a bite of the dish, he realized it was salty. Ruyan immediately knelt down. Elder Ren, I'm a poor cook. I implore Elder Ren to let me pour tea and water by your side, and leave the kitchen to Ru Shui, Kisame said with her head down. Ren Ping glanced at the dishes on the table, which were actually well done. The only problem was that it was too salty. To be able to make the dish look like this and not grasp the saltiness, Ren Ping was not convinced, but he didn't say anything, just nodded. In that case, you'll be in charge of pouring tea and water from now on. There were only 2 people in Ren Ping's great hall. One is in charge of kitchen stuff and cleaning. One is responsible for taking care of the details of Ren Ping's life. Of these 2 positions, a discerning eye can tell which is more important, but Ren Ping didn't want to bother with the matter much. By the end of the night, Ren Ping was ready to go to bed, but then a low cry was heard from outside the great hall. A woman's voice. The owner of the voice, it seemed, was trying to suppress her sobs. Ren Ping sat up in bed, disappeared as a wisp of golden smoke. The golden smoke did not stand out in the darkness. In the small house outside the main hall, Ren Ping met the 2 Ruyan Ruoxue. The sound of crying just now was coming from none other than Ruyan. At this moment, Ruyan was curled up in the corner, covering her mouth with her hand, trying to keep my crying down. I advise you to stop crying. If you wake up Elder Ren, there will be consequences for you. Kiju is sitting on the sidelines getting high. The melon shells in his hand were still thrown at Ruyan's body. Still crying? You serve Elder Ren. Don't say anything you shouldn't. You got that bruise on your face from your own carelessness in the kitchen. You hear me? And don't you go to sleep yet. Clean up first. I don't want to sweep the floor tomorrow. Ru Yue continued. I didn't expect Elder Run to love it. Rather, I lost count. Well, sleep. Rushue scattered the rest of the melons on Ruyan's body and lay directly on the bed, and in a short while, her breathing gradually stabilized. It took a while for Ruyan to stop crying. She patted the melon shells from her body and dried the tear tracks on her face. Finding a broom at the door, he began to sweep the great hall. Run Ping, who had transformed into golden smoke, sighed as he watched the scene. Bullying happens everywhere. Yet, he hadn't thought that even the disciples of the colorful neon sect who served him had such complicated problems. He probably understood what was going on. The two, like snow and smoke, were not on equal footing. To be precise, Rushue suppressed Ruyan. Leave the heavy lifting to Ruyan. Rushue, on the other hand, wanted to reach out to Rinping. Presumably, he had seen Rinping purposely letting Ruyan go to the kitchen today, to teach her the art of cooking. Rushue realized that Rinping was a lover of food. The latter made such a mess that Ruyan deliberately salted the dish. At this time, the full moon was high in the sky, and the sound of sweeping brushes echoed in the silent hall. Ruyan swept for 2 hours, and by now it was already ugly time. Kisame put the broom away and sighed softly. Wash your face for yourself. Only then did he return to the little house, and instead of going to bed, he took his bedding and hit the floor. The bed was Ruyue's territory. Just after lying down, a pale voice rang in Ruyan's ears. Hey, 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 what a miserable wench. Ruyan was startled and sat up to pat Ruyue who was beside her. Little, if you dare to touch me, I'll beat you to death tomorrow. The sleeping Ruyue spoke directly, causing Ruyue to retract her hand. She looked around in horror, but didn't notice anyone's presence. But she clearly heard voices. Little waif, don't look for it. Old man's cultivation is heavenly. How could I let you find it? The old voice rang in Ruyan's ears. Ruyan was shocked and scared. She whispered, Elder, this is the colorful neon sect. What's wrong with the colorful neon sect? I come when I want to come and go when I want to go. Ruyan secretly said in her heart that this must be an old monster with a high level of cultivation. I just don't know why it came to me. Little waif, why are you being bullied? Your cultivation is not much worse than hers. The pale voice asked. A touch of bitterness surfaced on Ruyan's face. I have no background. It's normal to be bullied all. The old voice rang out again both. If I remember correctly, most of you from the colorful neon sect are orphans without parents, aren't you? Everyone is like that, so how come you don't have a background? When Ruyan heard this, she secretly said that this old monster in the dark actually still had some understanding of the colorful neon sect. Elder is joking. Although we are fatherless and motherless, we grew up in the nursery, but it doesn't stop someone from having a background. Ruyan was terrified of this old monster in the shadows. This kind of person who could enter and exit the colorful neon sect was feared to be in the Chengdan realm. No, the Golden Dan realm. In the face of this old monster's questions, Ruyan answered them all truthfully. I just wish this old monster would leave sooner. She's got to get up and work tomorrow. In case I get up late tomorrow, I don't know if Elder Duren will blame, but she was certain that she would be scolded by Ruyue. Everyone else has a background. How come you don't? Isn't it all the same? The pale voice asked again. It's not the same. She's a Wayasha. The Wuishi is a faction among our outer disciples. There is an inner disciple of the Yang Yuan realm at the head. Ruyan explained. Then why don't you join? Join so you don't have to be bullied. The pale voice sounded again. Kisame shook her head. The clan does not allow such factions. It's against the clan rules. And, by joining the Uyghur, innocence is gone. The pale voice added. That's rather overwhelming. Little waif, you're in a dilemma. The old man is gone. You sleep. Little waif. The old voice disappeared. Ruyan sat there for a while, making sure that old monster wasn't there, before falling asleep with peace of mind. The golden smoke returned to the great hall. Runping showed his form. Interesting. That pale voice just now was naturally him, utilizing true chi and transmitting sound into his ears. This tactic was nothing more than a minor one for him. Runpei thought that was interesting. Experience what it's like to be a grandpa. Looking at the hour, it was almost time to go to bed. Runping also slept, but the two Shui Gui in the middle of the mountain range had no sleep. Surname Shui, don't you want to die? Star Rain was in a big tree, shouting lowly to Shui Gui, who was not far away. Not far away. Shui Gui was feeling his way into the lair of an adult Dan demonic beast. Underneath a huge rock, there was a fully armored demonic beast sleeping. Chapter 89, Jin Dan Demonic Beast. At this moment, Shui Gui hid in the darkness and slowly approached the demonic beast. After reaching the attacking distance, Shui Gui suddenly stormed out. The figure shot out like an arrow off a string. With his fist, he had gathered the strength of his entire body. The armor-covered demonic beast woke up at the sound and saw a person charging towards him. The demonic beast was about to get up and resist, but it was already too late. Shui Gui punched the demonic beast in the head. The sound of bones cracking rang out. With a click, the demonic beast fell with a sound. Not far away, Star Rain also put away his weapon. She breathed a sigh of relief. Shuigui is also too risky. There were some demonic beasts that were extra active at night and were very sensitive. If some commotion occurred from the battle, I'm afraid it would attract other demonic beasts. Now they had entered the depths of the mountain range. The worst demonic beasts here were all at the Dan-forming realm. The two are also on their toes and careful here. After Shuigui had fused the beast souls, he was only at the Changdan realm. Encountering a solitary demonic beast was fine, but if one encountered a group of demonic beasts, one could only run away. Shuigui had already taken a seat next to the demonic beast's corpse. He slowly felt the scent of the beast's soul within the corpse, and then it is slowly guided and slowly absorbed. After a long time, Shuigui stood up with an expressionless face. He felt that the beast soul inside him was even stronger. At this point, it had already reached the realm of the middle stage of becoming a Dan. Coupled with the strangeness of this beast soul, the late Changdan realm was no match for him. Shuigui, forget about it, get out, will you? Star Rain no longer had the elegance of the first genius of the color Ni sect at this point. Her good-looking dress, which had been ticked off by thorns and silk from traveling through the mountains, was not yet torn, but it was not as polished as it used to be. The white face also had a few more spots of dirt. It looks dirty, but it also adds a different look to her. But in Shuigui's eyes, it didn't seem to make any difference. Shuigui didn't reply and continued walking towards the depths of the mountain range. Star Rain stomped her foot, gritting his teeth. He followed. She's never suffered like this in her life. If she knew that on this outing, this lunatic Shuigui would walk straight into the depths of this horrible mountain range, she would not have followed even if she had killed herself. It's too menacing. A beastly roar echoed between the mountain ranges, and Star Rain shrunk his neck. This was probably a Jindan realm demonic beast. Watching the one-armed Shuigui in front of him, he walked forward expressionlessly. Star Rain finally couldn't help himself. Shuigui, Master Shui, don't go. There really are Jindan realm demonic beasts inside. Shuigui was unmoved. It was as if demonic beasts in the Jindan realm were not his match. As a matter of fact, Shuigui was indeed very strong. Even if he encountered a demonic beast of the Changdan realm, it would be easily solved by him. Star Rain had never doubted Shuigui's strength. But what if we meet the Jindan realm? Shuigui obviously didn't take Star Rain's words in. Star Rain said with a flash of inspiration, "Why don't we take a break? It's been gone all day. Keep going tomorrow?" Shuigui then stopped. Yes. His voice still didn't have a hint of emotion in it. Starstorm thought to herself that it had finally stopped. Her cultivation level was condensed Dan, and the windy weather wouldn't affect her. Shuigui, not to mention, was now able to exert the strength of the late Changdan realm. The two of them found a random cave in the mountain range and went in to rest. Star Rain took out a rock. Start contacting the Color Neon clan. Finally she put down the stone in disappointment. This place couldn't contact the colorful Neon sect at all. If she was able to contact the colorful Neon sect, she would definitely inform the sect leader of everything that happened here. Let Senior Rin Ping take his disciple back. It's horrible. The snap of wood drying and cracking from the flames resounded through the cave, and the campfire pile sputtered with a few sparks every now and then. Shuigui had closed his eyes. Star Rain, on the other hand, was not sleeping. She looked at Shuigui's rigid faces, and the empty sleeves. Eventually a sigh escaped. What a nice guy and strong. It favors a one-armed man, and one-armed is fine, but it's also a pile of ice. Half the time he couldn't hold his tongue. Star Rain glanced at the sky outside. By now it was already cloudy. Shuigui's breathing gradually steadied. Star Rain thought darkly, never mind not sleeping, let's take the wind out of his sails for him. The journey had been thrilling for Star Rain, but in reality, she really hadn't moved. There were demonic beasts that were all solved by Shuigui. It wasn't her turn to do anything. She's still at full strength. At the condensed Dan realm, even if one did not sleep for several days and nights, there would not be any major problems. At best, they are in poor spirits. Shuigui opened one eye after resting for a few hours. His eyelids jumped when he saw Star Rain beyond the cave entrance with his eyes closed in a false sleep. It's time to move on to a new day. Shuigui also wanted to continue to improve his strength. Absorbing beast souls to enhance his strength was a shortcut for him, and it has no effect on one's realm. You go back. Shuigui came in front of Xingyu and spoke coldly. Star Rain opened her eyes and glared at him. Don't you see what this place is? I can go back alone? Star Rain was telling the truth. This is already deep in the mountains. All over the place, there were adult Dan realm demonic beasts, and if you were unlucky, you would even encounter golden Dan demonic beasts. She was only a condensed Dan realm. The chances of walking out alone are too slim. Shuigui hummed and had to give up on the idea. To him, Star Rain was really a liability. The two men rested and prepared to continue on their journey. Having just not gone for long, Shuai suddenly acted as if he was on the verge of an attack, immediately summoning the beast's soul and fusing it. Star Rain jumped aside to a large tree with great familiarity. Shuai looked into the distance. A loud noise came from the distance. The sound of demonic beasts running quickly and the sound of trees being cracked. Shuai fixed his eyes and his face changed drastically. This was a Jindan realm demonic beast. Only this one Jindan realm demonic beast seemed to be fleeing for its life. The ground shakes with the massive size of the run. The direction in which this Jindan demonic beast was running was exactly where Shuai and the two of them were. Star Rain's face changed drastically. Shuai, run, she cautioned. But at this moment, Shuai looked at the Jindan demonic beast. It's an elephant. There was also a large bloodstain on the grayish-brown skin. This Jindan realm demonic beast was not in a good state. In the face of Star Rain's shouts, Shuai's face did not change as the aura of the Chengdan realm blossomed on him. Star Rain cursed a madman when he saw this scene. A beautiful longsword also appeared in his hand and flew to Shuai's back. Shuai unexpectedly chose to hunt this injured Jindan realm demonic beast. At this point, Star Rain had no other choice. Once Shuai died, there was no chance for her to get out of this mountain range. It would be better to follow Shuai and fight this injured demonic beast. At least there is a silver lining. Chapter 90, Killing the Jindan demonic beast. Looking at the massive elephant running towards him, Shuai's face sank slightly. He looked behind him at Starstorm. Step aside. Xingyu also didn't expect Shuai to speak like this. She blushed, but didn't back away. Shuai also ignored it. He charged towards the running elephant. The elephant let out a hiss. It's as if they're telling the ants in front of them to get the hell out of the way. Shuai's body was shaken straight away as he threw a punch. The elephants are about to run deeper into the mountains. Shuai didn't hesitate to continue on. But on the contrary, the speed of this demonic beast was very good, and Shuai realized that he couldn't keep up. Just then, a sword light appeared in front of the elephant's heel. Star Rain struck out. However, her attacks didn't work very well against elephants in the Jindan realm, but it also held the elephant back. Surnamed Shui, can we go back after killing this demonic beast? Seeing that his attack failed to work, Star Rain continued to swing the longsword in his hand again. Shuai, who was running in, replied in a deep voice. Yes. A hint of joy surfaced on Star Rain's face. Her whole body flew out. The huge trunk of the elephant directly threw her off. But fortunately Shuai had already arrived. The beast's soul in his body was catalyzed to the extreme. A punch lands to the head of the elephant. The elephant let out a hiss in pain. Shuai made a turn and jumped onto the back of the elephant. On the elephant's back, there is a wound right in the middle. It's a knife wound. Shuai doesn't hesitate to throw a punch. A piece of flesh and blood was hammered down by him. Elephants in the Jindan realm were naturally not vegetarians. Its trunk suddenly stretched out and curled towards Shuai. It wrapped around Shuai's waist in the blink of an eye, trying to drag Shuai off its back. Shuai kept swinging and slamming his fists. His feet, moreover, sank deep into the wound, hooking into the elephant's palm-thick skin. Realizing that it could not be dragged, the elephant's trunk lashed out, ready to roll Shuai to his death. As the elephant trunk on his body tightened more and more, Shuai's face began to redden. But he was still punching the elephant with what little arm he had left. Look at the sword. Star Rain ran out of nowhere. Her face was pale at this moment, and there were traces of blood at the corners of her mouth, so it was obvious that she had just been seriously injured. Star Rain swung his sword at the elephant's trunk. A few swords down, and a few more wounds appeared on the elephant's trunk. But this elephant trunk is very tough. A few swords down, did not cut off. The elephants hissed, and the sound resounded through the heavens and the earth. It made a turn and its pointed tusks charged towards Star Rain. Starry Rain raises his sword to fend it off. With a bang, she flew out again. With Star Rain harassing him, Shuai was finally slowing down. He urged the beast soul in his body to impact the elephant's divine soul. This is Shuai's killer. A demonic beast at the Chengdan realm would directly lose their mind for several breaths when they were impacted by a beast soul. Don't look at it as a short time. For the realm of becoming a Dan, a few breaths of time was enough to decide the winner. But this time, the one they encountered was a Jindan realm demonic beast. With some impact from Shuai, the elephant was directly fixed in place. Even the elephant trunk, which had been tightening, was loosening. It took a struggle for Shuai to break free in the elephant's trunk. He lunged his entire body onto the wound in the elephant's back, punching and kicking. Blood and flesh splattered for a while. It was but the passage of a breath. The elephant has then recovered. It let out a sonorous hiss of despair. It found this mole's methods a bit terrifying. It no longer cared about Shuai behind it and ran towards the depths of the mountain range. How could Shuai refuse? With all his strength, he smashed the elephant's backside to pieces, stiffly punched a huge pit of flesh in the elephant's back. Inside the meat pit, blood continued to gush out. The elephant ran for a long time before stopping. It wasn't that it didn't want to run away, but it was already at the end of its rope at this point. There was simply no strength to keep running. Shui Gui turned pale and jumped down behind the elephant. Several more attacks were made on the elephant before the Jindan realm demonic beast fell to the ground and died. Here, it was already far away from the battlefield just now. Shui Gui sat down directly next to the elephant's corpse. When he absorbed a beast's soul, he had to do so in front of the corpse of a demonic beast that had just died. After a long time, the demonic beast's animal soul would dissipate between heaven and earth. It took a long time for Star Rain to find his way along the path the elephant had run. At this time, Star Rain was also in a sorry state. His breath shriveled. When she saw Shui Gui, she was finally relieved. And then both eyes rolled over and fainted directly. Shui Gui opened her eyes, and then closed them again. Half a day passed before Shui Gui stood up. After absorbing this Jindan realm demonic beast, the beast soul in his body grew a lot. At this moment, after fusing the beast souls, his realm was already at the peak of the Changdan realm. The combat power was even beyond the peak of Changdan. He came to Star Rain's body and took out a healing potion and gave it to Star Rain after that. Star Rain woke up. Star Rain looked towards the corpse of the Jindan demonic beast not far away. A momentary wobble. The two of them had actually killed a Jindan realm demonic beast. Although it was an injured Jindan realm demonic beast, Shui Gui, demonic beasts in the Jindan realm have very expensive inner pills. Don't forget. Shui Gui reached out and wiped his hand, taking out a golden inner elixir in his bosom. He used to be a medicine picking team and was extremely familiar with demonic beasts. How could one possibly give up the inner Dan of the Jindan realm? Yes, that's a relief. You promised. Kill this demonic beast and we'll go back. Zergi nodded. When Star Rain saw Shui Gui nod, she went into another trance and fainted again. Shui Gui checked it out and didn't find the cause. In the end, he had no choice but to find some vines nearby and tie Starry Rain behind himself. Making his way out of the mountain range, Shui Gui didn't talk empty words. Even if he encountered demonic beasts along the way, he didn't make a move and returned directly. As he walked out of the mountain range, Star Rain behind him woke up again. She was weak at the moment. Shui Gui, find a place for me to heal, or I won't make it back. I'm hurt so badly that my internal organs seem to be shattered. I can't hold out much longer. Find the elixir. Spring restoration pill. Star Rain's weak voice came from his ears. Shui Gui nodded. Yes. Star Rain suddenly smiled. It's bad luck to come out with you. In my pocket. Speaking of which, Star Rain spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was dark red, and Shui Gui even saw a little bit of broken flesh. He frowned, looking at the outline of a city in the distance. He rushed over without hesitation. It made sense that Star Rain would shatter his internal organs after hardening himself against the two attacks of a Jindan realm demonic beast. The condensed Dan realm is not tenacious in its vitality. If he hadn't been saved in time, Star Rain's little life would have to be taken. Shui Gui understood in his heart that Star Rain had followed him out and died outside, and that something was very big. He arrived at the city and went straight to the store selling pills. Spring restoration pill. Shui Gui spoke directly. Customer, the spring restoration pill is very expensive. With a snap, Shui Gui directly placed the demonic beast inner pills he had just obtained on the tabletop. Chapter 91, You Killed My Prey? Taking out the inner elixir of the Jindan demonic beast, Shui Gui managed to obtain the spring restoration pill. He found a tavern in the city and stayed there. After giving Xingyu the elixir, Shui Gui saw that Xingyu's injuries had improved before he continued to start cultivating. After experiencing several battles, Shui Gui felt that his cultivation had loosened. It was only a foot short of the door to the condensed Dan realm. His injuries had already recovered when he devoured the beast soul, so he didn't need to recover from his injuries. Shui Gui took out the resources given by Renping and prepared to start breaking through the realm. As a piece of spirit stone was absorbed by him, the true qi within his dantian was compressing. 2 days later, Shui Gui hadn't reached the condensed Dan realm yet, and Xingyu awoke first. She sat up on the bed and looked at Shui Gui, who was still in the middle of cultivation. A faint smile surfaced on his absolutely beautiful face. Star Rain didn't move, but continued to sit on the bed. Shui Gui actually saved her. Star Rain also didn't expect that Shui Gui, this ice cube, was actually quite trustworthy. Her thoughts drifted away as she sized up Shui Gui. If she knew that Shui Gui had caused his wife and daughter to be killed because he was too trustworthy, there was no telling how she would look. Shui Gui's breakthrough into the realm was fairly smooth. Originally, Shui Gui could only have mediocre talent. A lifetime's achievement might just be the peak Yang Yuan realm. But now, he had a drop of ancestral dragon essence blood incorporated in his body, which had changed his talent by a lot. Breaking through to the condensed Dan realm was not a problem at all. Even the condensed Dan realm was not the end of his journey. Until the third day, it was only then that Shui Gui stopped cultivating. At this time, he had already broken through to the condensed Dan realm. Shui Gui opened her eyes and looked at Xingyu, who had a pensive face on the bed in front of her. He frowned. Taking a look at Star Rain, he realized that his injuries were no longer a major problem. Go back, Shui Gue said coldly. This icy voice directly interrupted Star Rain's thoughts. Ha! Star Rain came back to his senses. You broke through to the Condensed Dan realm? Zergi nodded. Star Rain drifted off. At the Condensed Dan realm, in a 7th grade sect like the Kaienai sect, one was already considered an expert. However, when she thought about Shui Gui's master with terrifying strength, she felt that the matter was somewhat justified. After all, if the master is so strong, how weak can the disciple be? Moreover, Shui Gui himself did not rely on realm combat. Previously, just the Yang Yuan realm was already able to exert the strength of the Chengdan realm. Not sure about now either. Okay, go back. Star Rain suddenly kind of didn't want to go back, but Shui Gui had already said, so go back. The two of them left the room and met the tavern boy head on. When the boy saw a man and a woman walking out in the same room, he couldn't help but look at them a few more times. The boy said in his mind, the good cabbages have been swept away by pigs. How can this one-armed man be so virtuous as to share the same room with a woman as beautiful as a flower? Star Rain looked at the expression on the boy's face and glared at the boy. Shui Gui remained expressionless. The two had just walked out of the doorway of the restaurant when Shui Gui suddenly stopped in his tracks. Shui Gui, what for? Star Rain turned around and realized that Shui Gui was standing right where he was, his gaze cast to the side of the street. There, a line of people was coming in hot. Star Rain's face changed when she saw the visitor. Shui Gui, go! Star Rain seemed to recognize the visitor. Even more coincidentally, Shui Gui also knew one of them. In the crowd, there was the figure of the owner of the elixir store from a few days ago. That's him. 3 days ago, he was the one who brought this demonic beast's inner pills to me. The store owner pointed to Shui Gui. The youth at the head of the group looked towards Shui Gui and turned his head towards Xingyu. This youth was tall and imposing, and most importantly, this person was a cultivator of the Chengdan realm. Behind him were several middle-aged people of the Chengdan realm, vaguely led by the youth. What made Shui Gui pause was that in the dark, there was another Jindan realm breath. Shui Gui's face was icy cold as he looked around vigilantly. Although he had already broken through to the Condensed Dan realm, and with the addition of his beast soul, he could exert a strength that surpassed the peak of the Chengdan realm. He still didn't have too much confidence when facing the real Jindan realm. The imposing young man looked towards Shui Gui and finally landed his gaze on Xingyu's face. Isn't this Star Rain? Such a coincidence. Star Rain calmed down at this point, and he looked at the young man, said, Chen Longyu, what are you doing here? Star Rain said in a loud voice. The imposing young man named Chen Longyu. At this moment, Chen Longyu's face was wearing a faint smile. Are you in company with this one? I have very bad news for you. You and your companion struck down my prey. This is a Jindan realm demonic beast, but it was killed by you guys just like this. I was thinking of taking it in and becoming my favorite beast. I've been chasing and killing that elephant for a long time, and I was just a moment away from being killed by you guys. So tell me how to settle this score. Star Rain's face changed when he heard this. This Chen Longyu's identity background was not ordinary. He was a genius disciple of the most powerful sect in southern Liang County, the Wanfan sect. The Wanfan sect was the only 6th grade sect in Nanliang County, and there existed a strong person above the Jindan realm within the sect. Chen Longyu had a high status within the Wanfan sect and followed the path of the imperial beast. The Jindan realm elephant they had encountered within the mountain range that day did have injuries on his body, but they were not enough to be fatal. Now Chen Longyu even said that the elephant was his prey. In this way Star Rain instantly panicked. Shui Gui acted kind of calm. We did kill a Jindan realm demonic beast, but that demonic beast was not pursued by anyone. And when you encounter this kind of injured demonic beast in the middle of a mountain range, it can all be unowned. It was only at this time that Star Rain reacted. Even though they had killed Chen Longyu's prey, it was logical to say that whoever killed it was considered to be whoever's. And now that Chen Longyu had come to the door to ask for a claim, it was simply ridiculous. But considering the other party's status, Star Rain spoke in a polite manner. Something without a master. I injured that demonic beast and only had one breath left. It was only after it managed to escape that it fell into your hands. Otherwise how could the two of you at the Condensed Dan realm be able to kill a demonic beast at the Jindan realm? Star Rain's face was red with anger. When they encountered that demonic beast, although that demonic beast was wounded, it didn't have much effect on its strength. If it wasn't for the two of them desperately trying to stop the demonic beast from running into the depths of the mountain range, that demonic beast would have long since disappeared. Chen Longyu, don't go too far. What the hell do you want? Chen Longyu looked at Star Rain with a faint smile. Star Rain of the colorful neon sect is not only exceptionally talented, she is also stunningly beautiful. Sinking fish and wild geese. It's true today, but it's just a pet beast of the Jindan realm. I, Chen Longyu, don't really care, but I just want to ask Star Rain to get together with me. This is with that one-armed companion of yours. I still have a favored beast of the Jindan realm here that happens to be unattended. So I'll trouble that companion of yours to look after it for me for a while. Chapter 92, Killing a Jindan. Chen Longyu, don't go too far. Star Rain completely changed her face. She realized that this Chen Longyu was basically here to find trouble, and didn't even want to properly resolve this matter. Ha ha ha, so what if it's excessive? Don't you dare say a word? Don't blame me for not reminding you that the colorful neon sect is nothing more than a small force that can be destroyed with my hands and my eyes. Star Rain's face turned red with anger. Chen Longyu was simply bullying people with his power. The clan he was in was a 6th grade power. There was a strong man of the Yumshan realm, and the number of Jindan powerhouses was even more than a dozen. What Chen Longyu said was not wrong. Plans like the Kaienai sect were nothing more than a casual annihilation in Chen Longyu's eyes. Letting you accompany me for dinner and drinks is to give you face. It's not as if you're a bit prettier. I won't even look at you. Chen Longyu smiled. He reached out and a figure appeared in front of him, a Jindan realm powerhouse lurking in the shadows. Bring this genius of the color Ni sect here. Chen Longyu waved his hand. That Jindan powerhouse nodded and looked towards Star Rain. Shuigui then stared at that Jindan realm powerhouse and was about to make a move when Chen Longyu waved his hand again and an arm-thick snake appeared. This snake was colorful and was tilting its head towards Shuigui in front of Chen Longyu, letting out a hiss. Star Rain's face changed. It was a viper of the Jindan realm. This baby of mine has just been tamed and is hungry. You and your companion have slain my prey. You drink with me, and your companion feeds my babe a little. Wouldn't it be nice? The viper turned into a shadow and went straight at Shuigui. Shuigui's face changed. The beast soul was instantly integrated into his body, and the aura of the Changdan realm emanated out, and in the face of this swift and poisonous viper, his figure retreated violently. As Star Rain was about to speak, that Jindan realm powerhouse had already arrived in front of her, and a true chi was sent out, directly binding her and taking her away from here to Chen Longyu's side. Shuigui ran all the way towards the outside of the city. His speed was actually not slow. Chen Longyu watched Shuigui run in a sorry state and laughed openly, turning his head to look at Xingyu. Let's go, little beauty. Keep my little master happy, and I can keep you alive. After Shuigui had left the city, he realized that the viper was still following him closely. Chen Longyu and that group of people did not follow. It was only then that Shuigui lowered his heart to look at the viper. This poisonous snake was very terrifying. Jindan realm, and possessed toxicity, belonging to the category of being a very difficult demonic beast. Shuigui turned around. The beast soul in his body operated to the extreme, and he impacted at this Jindan realm viper. This was a full-strength Jindan realm demonic beast, and Shuigui used his strongest move as soon as he came up. The invisible divine soul impact caused the colorful viper to freeze in place. Shuigui took advantage of Che's efforts and quickly stepped forward. He directly grabbed that poisonous snake in his hands. He shoved the viper's tail into his mouth and then gripped the head of the viper. He is a one-armed man. It was the only way to contain the viper. After Shuigui had done all of this maneuvering, the viper had already returned to normal and twisted its body to try to break free from Shuigui's restraints. This Jindan realm viper was not only amazingly poisonous, but its body strength was also terrifying. Shuigui's realm at this time was already at the peak of Changdan, but under the viper's struggles, he almost couldn't hold it. The viper opened its mouth to reveal 2 sharp fangs, and a strand of venom spewed out. But because the head has long been held in Shuigui's hands, this sprayed venom couldn't hit Shuigui, and landed on the ground not far away. A piece of green grass directly became black, emitting a wisp of green smoke. The one man and the snake just stood there in a stalemate. Shuigui looked at the city, and his heart snapped. Straight away, he began to nibble on the tail of this viper. Although this viper's body was incomparably tough, a section of its tail was bitten off by Shuigui's strenuous gnawing. The viper twisted in turn trying to get away from Shuigui, but Shuigui took another bite and bit the viper's body. When the viper was about to break free, Shuigui delivered another divine soul impact. The viper's body stiffened instantly, and Shuigui fought to gnaw on it. In less than a moment, half of the viper's body was gone. Shuigui held viper down and kept pounding on him with his fists, until the viper was hammered into a puddle of flesh. This Jindan realm viper was directly whacked to death by Shuigui. After Shuigui did this, he didn't immediately return to the city, but instead sat down next to the corpse of the viper and began to absorb the soul of this Jindan realm viper. It was only after an hour that Shuigui stood up. After absorbing 2 Jindan realm demonic beast souls, the beast souls in his body had gained a lot of growth, and at this time, the aura emanating from his body had already reached the Jindan realm. After noticing that his strength had reached the Jindan realm, Shuigui took a deep look at the city before flying in. The city itself only had 1 Jindan realm powerhouse, and was considered a 7th grade power. Together with the one from the Jindan realm that Chen Longyu had brought, there were only 2 Jindan realm powerhouses in total. As soon as Shuigui entered the city, he immediately found two Golden Dan realm auras within the city. One of them was located in the center of the city, and it was a local Jin Dan realm powerhouse of this city. The other was inside a tavern. Shuigue did not hesitate to fly towards the direction of the restaurant and arrived here in the blink of an eye. And before he could even get close to the restaurant, the Jin Dan realm powerhouse beside Chen Longyu appeared in front of him. At this moment, this Jin Dan realm powerhouse looked at Shuigue with great suspicion. This person had clearly been chased by that terrifying poisonous snake demonic beast, so how could he have returned here so quickly? And, just now, he was only at the Chang Dan realm, but now he was already at the Jin Dan realm. What the hell is going on here? Where is that Jin Dan realm viper demon beast, in the place of any Jin Dan realm? Seeing this scene, they would all be confused. Shuigue's eyes were cold and expressionless. He went straight for it and didn't have any nonsense. He started with a beast soul impact, which fixed the Jin Dan realm powerhouse in place, and then he quickly stepped forward and blasted his fist on top of the head of the Jin Dan realm powerhouse. Before the Jin Dan realm powerhouse could recover, another punch was thrown. In just a moment's time, a Jin Dan realm powerhouse was blown away by Shuigue outside the restaurant. At this time, the people outside the restaurant were already fleeing in all directions. The aura emanating from the two was extremely powerful, and in an instant, one person's head was smashed. In the Qinghong continent, where cultivation was prevalent, this scene was not uncommon. The residents living within this city were even more familiar with it, and they knew that they should hurry and run for their lives at this time. Chapter 93. Trouble. Inside the restaurant, Chen Longyu was sitting in front of a large round table. On the large round table were various kinds of expensive dishes, and on one side Star Rain was sitting upright like a wooden man. Little beauty, why did you reject me the last time we met? Chen Longyu had a small smile on his face. The two of them, he and Star Rain, had met a long time ago, but the last time they met was under the leadership of the colorful neon sex patriarch, Yue Hua. That time, Chen Longyu privately invited Xingyu to his home, but it was rejected by Star Rain. Chen Longyu's reputation as the only genius of a 6th grade power in southern Liang County was well known, and the man liked to befriend all kinds of beauties and was flirtatious. The women who had been toyed with by him had ended up extremely miserable, and Star Rain had even heard that Chen Longyu had fed a woman to his demonic beast. How could she accept an invitation from such a violent person? But this time, Star Rain felt unlucky. Killing a demonic beast in the mountain range would be targeted by Chen Longyu. It's kind of bad luck. I also wonder how that Shuigue is doing now. The demonic beast chasing him is at the Jin Dan realm. A wisp of sorrow appeared on Star Rain's face as he thought about this. Chen Longyu stared at Star Rain with a light smile on his face. You seem to be worried about your companion? You don't have to worry at all. He should have been poisoned by that little gem of mine by now. That little baby of mine is my pride and joy. I tamed it for almost 5 years before I managed to harness it. My little baby is extremely fast and toxic. Even if a demonic beast at the peak Jin Dan realm is bitten by that little baby of mine, it will die. Even more so in terms of speed. That companion of yours would never have escaped anyway. The look of despair on Star Rain's face intensified upon hearing this. Extremely fast and poisonous Jin Dan realm viper. That Shui's last name is probably really not going to survive. Star Rain's heart clenched at the thought of this. In fact, she didn't have a good impression of Shuigue at first, because she wanted Shuigue to board the River Styx treasure boat, but she didn't expect that Shuigue and his master were so powerful that they directly killed the few experts around her. And Shuigue is a pile of ice that never melts. He can't listen to anything he says. But now she and Shuigue were grasshoppers on a rope. Star Rain seemed to anticipate her own downfall at this point. She reached out and a long sword appeared in her hand. It was a sword thrust at his neck. Instead of being tortured by Chen Longyu and then fed to the demonic beasts, it would be better to end oneself, which would still be more painful. Only the sword didn't go in. There was a ding. Chen Longyu sent out a true chi from the side, directly knocking down the long sword in Xingyu's hand. You haven't finished eating with me yet, little beauty, and you want to end yourself so soon? Don't you worry, you just have to be good and you won't die too badly. Star Rain was even more desperate. Chen Longyu was at the Chengdan realm. He was no match at all, and there was a Jindan realm hidden in the darkness of this restaurant. Her death would be in vain. The colored nectar sect wouldn't go against a 6th grade power just because of a talented disciple. One layer of realm 1 heavens. The 6th grade forces possessed powerful individuals of the embodied god realm who could strangle the Jindan realm with the wave of a hand. Even if the colorful neon sect had the intention to avenge her, there was nothing they could do about it. And if they acted arbitrarily, they would still end up with a clan that was destroyed. Just then, there was a thud and the door was opened. What are you doing eating? Can't you see I'm eating? Get out. Chen Longyu didn't even return his head as he loudly scolded. And as Xingyu looked towards the figure at the doorway, a flash of joy appeared on his face, but it soon disappeared. You run. There's another Jindan realm powerhouse here. The visitor was none other than Shuigue. Chen Longyu also noticed that something was wrong at this time. Turning his head to the doorway, he saw a cold-eyed, one-armed man looking coldly at him from the doorway. Chen Longyu was obviously a bit surprised as he exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang!" In the face of Shui Guo, a powerhouse of the Changdan realm, he summoned his own protector without hesitation. Shui Guo's aura was a bit off at this moment. It seemed like it had already surpassed the Dan completion realm. As a cultivation genius, Chen Longyu was very sensitive to strength despite his poor character, and he knew that he was no match for Shui Guo, but he wasn't overly alarmed. After all, he still had a Jindan realm protector. With this Dao protector by his side, he could walk sideways in the entire southern Liang County. After all, in Nanliang County, apart from the Transfiguration sect, the strongest person was only at the Jindan realm. His call did not receive any response, as that Jindan realm powerhouse had already died outside the restaurant. "Uncle Zhang!" Chen Longyu called out again, but received no response. His face finally changed. "Where's my Uncle Chang?" He looked to Shui Guo. "Dead." Shui Guo's cold voice rang out, like a bolt from the blue. It rang in Chen Longyu's ears. "How is that possible? Where's my little baby?" "Dead." Shui Guo's reply was cold and short. "No way." Chen Longyu was a little less convinced. His little baby was a viper of the Jindan realm. His Uncle Zhang, on the other hand, was also a Jindan realm powerhouse. There was no way this person could be an opponent in the Jindan realm. And who dares to make a move against him in Nanliang County? After Shui Guo answered Chen Longyu's two questions, he directly launched the Divine Soul Impact. Chen Longyu only felt a splitting headache as his entire body froze in place. His body couldn't move. As he tried to struggle, he saw Shui Guo quickly step forward and punch above the skull. Boom! 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 The fists are heavy and powerful. Shui Guo's fists fell on Chen Longyu's head like rain, smashing his head into the floor. Shui Guo smashed for a while and realized that Chen Longyu was no longer breathing. Only then did he stop. Star Rain was already frozen in place at this point. She looked at Shui Guo dumbfounded and opened her mouth. "You killed Chen Longyu." Shui Guo nodded. "Run." Chen Longyu was a genius disciple of a 6th grade power. "Let's run." Star Rain's mind was blank at this moment, with only one thought, and that was to hurry and escape. She couldn't care less, and hurriedly pulled Shui Guo's one arm and quickly walked out of the restaurant, disappearing inside the city in the blink of an eye. "I'm going to contact the Colored Neon sect. Tell the Patriarch what's going on here. We can't go back. Run for your life. If we go back to the Kai-En-I sect, we will bring about the end of the Kai-En-I sect. Yes, to the mountains." Inside the mountain range, there are countless Jindan realm demonic beasts. Even the 6th grade forces wouldn't dare to easily wade in. The two of them flew out of the city at a quick pace and headed in the direction of the mountain range. Chapter 94, Why Are You Still Being Bullied? Ren Ping felt the rich aura around him, and the inner Dan within his dantian had already appeared a light golden color. After some absorption, he glanced at the sky, so he got up and walked out of the chamber. It's time to get off work. He now came inside the cultivation chamber every day without fail to cultivate, and returned to his own residence on time in the afternoon. Once back at your place, it's playtime. Elder Ren, today is braised fish. Ren Ping had just returned to the main hall when Ru Shui served a fish. Ren Ping took a look and realized that the fish was miserably done by Ru Shui and sold extremely poorly, but he didn't say anything. Aha! Good. After taking a bite, Ren Ping put down his chopsticks. Not only did this fish not sell well, it tasted sour. Ren Ping hadn't even had a normal meal since Ru Shui had taken charge of the kitchen. Although it was obvious that this Ru Shui was really trying, but the person's cooking skills were so poor that he probably hadn't worked much before. Ru Shui saw Ren Ping put down his chopsticks after taking a bite. Elder Ren, is it not to your liking? Please also ask Elder Ren to tell me in detail. I'll improve next time. Ren Ping shook his head. Not bad. That's it. With his realm, he can't actually starve without eating or drinking. After seeing Ru Shui bullying Ru Yen, Ren Ping had no good feelings for this woman who had a heavy heart at such a young age, so naturally he would not instruct her in matters of cooking. No need to cook for a few days. No appetite. Ru Yue froze for a moment and said yes. Ru Shui was actually depressed in her heart. She thought Ren Ping really liked it. Still thinking about Ren Ping getting in touch with her more. But it was not to be. Ren Ping hasn't eaten much in the past 2 days. Often it's all about taking a bite and then not eating it. Ru Shui secretly wondered in her mind if she should switch back with Ru Yen. Working in the kitchen every day had left her with a greasy odor that she disliked very much. After Ren Ping returned to his room, Ru Shui shouted towards Ru Yen outside the Great Hall. Come over here and clean up. Clean up. Ru Yen walked into the main hall with her head down. Ru Shui was annoyed in her heart, and when she saw Ru Yen, it was as if she had seen a punching bag. A kick against Ru Yen. Ru Yen stumbled, barely able to stand. Bitcha thing, almost fell over walking. Starting tomorrow, you secretly go to the kitchen and cook. Don't let Elder Ren know that you did it. Understand? Kisame lowered her eyes. Yes, Ryue was satisfied with that. She knew Ruyan's cooking skills, and she didn't know how much better they were than her. Tell Ruyan to go to the kitchen and cook, then tell Renping that he did it himself. At that time, Elder Ren will definitely think highly of her. Count on it. If you let Elder Ren know, I'll skin you. Hear that? Kisame kept her head down while cleaning up the leftovers on the table. Heard that. On the tabletop, that fish was only eaten by Renping in one bite. Ruyan looked at it and frowned. This fish is wasted. You can fry a fish and it will suck. By late night, Ryue had fallen asleep. Ruyan, on the other hand, picked up a broom and her figure walked around the corners of the Great Hall. These belonged to the work that was Kiju's, and now it fell on her head. It was impossible for Ruyan to have no complaints. But so what if there are complaints? Kisame sighed at the thought. The movement of his hands became more numb. She had to get Ryue's work done in a short time, otherwise there won't even be enough time to rest. By the ugly hour, Ruyan had finally finished cleaning. It was the height of summer, and the cool breeze at night was a very cool day. But Ruyan, who had been laboring for a long time, had already broken out in a sweat. If she didn't have the true Chi realm, she wouldn't be able to withstand such a routine. Just about to go fetch a bucket of water to wash up, a pale voice came from Ruyan's ears. The voice carried a light laugh. Hey, you're still so miserable. Kisame was no stranger to the voice. The voice had appeared the night before and briefly interacted with her. The other party had come from a mysterious background and seemed to have extraordinary strength, able to come and go as he pleased in the colorful neon sect. Ruyan originally thought that the other party was a senior high-ranking person who was passing by here, encountered himself, and was just chatting with him. What she didn't expect was for the voice to reappear. Senpai, Kisame whispered. Why are you here again? Ruyan could detect that the owner of this voice had no ill will towards herself. A pale voice rang out. Just passing through. Don't be nervous. Are you being bullied again? If you don't sleep in the middle of the night and come out to sweep the floor, you're the only one in the entire colorful neon sect. Ruyan smiled bitterly. Don't make fun of me, senior. I'm in a situation, and you know it. That mysterious strong man seemed to be thinking about something, and then said, if I were, I'd have beaten her while she slept. You'll never get ahead in life if you go against the grain like that. Kisame shook her head. Beating her up today won't get rid of that. Tomorrow she'll get up and immediately tell someone to clean me up. Cultivate slowly, and there will always be a day of reckoning. Ruyan's eyes became determined. She believed that as long as she practiced hard, she would definitely be able to turn her life around one day. TSK, your talent is just average, and you still want to get ahead. How about this? You and I are kind of destined to be together. How about I teach you a little bit of tactics? The skills that I have learned as I have traveled across the world are not inferior to those of a Jindan powerhouse. If you little girl child can learn a single star, the gains will be endless. Or you can get rid of this place. Ruyan was first delighted and then a little shocked in her heart. There was only one Golden Dan realm powerhouse in the entire Color Ni sect. That person was Yuehua, the colorful neon sect's patriarch. Just like her, she had walked out of the Kai Ni sect's nursery hall, but after cultivation, she was now a powerful person on one side. Ruyan and even all those who came out in the nursery modeled themselves after Yuehua. I hope to do the same for myself someday. But at this time, Ruyan was suddenly alert. There is no free lunch in the world. Not everyone could learn the means of the Jindan realm. What she was currently cultivating was only the most ordinary techniques and martial arts of the colorful neon sect. What virtue or ability did she have that she would be looked upon by such a strong person who could be compared to a Jindan? She looked around and didn't notice any figures. I don't know what Elder wants me to do. I'm a disciple of the Kai Ni sect. The Kai Ni sect has been kind to me, and things that are detrimental to the Kai Ni sect. It's better for Senior to keep his mouth shut. Renping nodded secretly when he heard this. Although this little ninny is silly, in front of the big right and wrong, but also distinguish clearly. Renping continued again. Not so much. Me and the colorful neon sect, we are also considered friends, but I just saw you in such a predicament and wanted to give you a hand. However, my skills are only passed on to my disciples. Chapter 95, Accepting a Disciple. Compelling words given out. Ruyan heard this and looked gloomy. Then the late generation and Senior will not have a destiny. Although the late generation does not have a teacher, but it is also a disciple of the Color Ni sect. Something like deceiving a teacher and destroying an ancestor is still something that the late generation can't do, Kisame said slowly. Renping raised an eyebrow. I can take you in as a registered disciple without having to consider your clan. As a matter of fact, if Renping had openly said that he wanted to take disciples in the Kai Ni sect, Yuehua, the sect master of the Kai Ni sect, would probably have burst out laughing. This is a good thing for the colorful neon sect. It was with great difficulty that she had managed to keep Renping, a powerful combatant beyond the Jindan realm, in the Color Ni sect. If Renping was accepting disciples in the colorful neon sect, Then he was completely on the same page as the colorful neon sect. But Runpin didn't want to do that. This fun of being an old grandpa is still something he enjoys. But, Ruyan wanted to continue. Runping interrupted directly. With your current talent, even if you cultivate for the rest of your life, you will only manage to break through to the Yang Yuan realm, let alone the outside world. Even within the colorful neon sect, there are countless people stronger than you. Also, you bury your head in cultivation and endure bullying. You don't have time to cultivate at all. The person who bullies you has tons of time, and the speed of cultivation is probably much faster than you. When the time comes, it's still a life of being bullied. Runping said this with a straight face. Of course, the reality is the same. According to the normal trajectory, Ruyan would be bullied for the rest of her life. Trying to turn it around is not very likely. Ruyan was silent when she heard these words. Cultivate all the way. And when she was strong, no one would bully her. That was her hope. It's what keeps her going. It was a long time before Ruyan spoke. There was a hint of a smile on her face, a smile that seemed to have a hint of candor in it. It's the kind of honesty that comes from knowing the harsh truths of life and still wanting to face it head on. Senior, your words are hurtful. Elder is right. The likelihood of me rolling over is basically zero. Then I'll worship Senior. However, if Senior asks me to do something detrimental to the colorful neon sect, I will refuse. A smile also appeared on the face of Runping, who was within the great hall. This little ninny. Nice. This character is commendable. I'm accepting you as a named disciple. You're not qualified to know my name yet. I come from the Spirit Martial Sect, and within the Spirit Martial Sect, I have a few personal disciples who are your senior brothers. If you have the chance to visit the Spirit Martial Sect, you'll probably know who I am. Perform the rite of worship. Ruyan mouthed the word Spirit Martial Sect. In her mind, the Spirit Martial Sect must be a very powerful sect. She went straight to her knees. The salute of worship was made to the front. Well, it's my fifth disciple. In the future, I'll come over and teach you sometime. Now, pass on a divine ability to you. This divine power can compel people's hearts, and as long as someone with a lower cultivation level than you is struck by the divine power, they will do as you wish. Runping grants the compulsion word directly. It's a purple word. 100% compulsion success for those below your realm. At the same time, Runping also got an orange compulsion phrase. The function is, to 100% compel someone who is not one major realm above you. Now that Runping was in the late stage of Changdan, as long as the other party's realm did not exceed the late stage of Jindan, 100% of them would be compelled by Runping to succeed. The phrase, very powerful. Runping secretly thought, if after fusing the beast soul, my realm directly reaches the late Jindan stage, wouldn't I be able to compel people in the late Yunshin stage realm? This is a means beyond his imagination. However, it's still a matter of trying to see if it works or not. At this point, Ruyan was already immersed in the huge amount of information in her mind. She was full of shock, compulsion, this bizarre tactic. Her current realm was the middle stage of true chi. The realm was one small realm higher than, for example, Snow. Wouldn't you be able to compel Ruoxue yourself? Thinking about this, if there is a chance to break through to the Yang Yuan realm, how many people under the Yang Yuan realm of the colorful nectar sect, can she manipulate them all? Ruyan broke out in a cold sweat at the thought. She found this avatar too terrifying. Thank you, Master. Ruyan felt like she had underestimated this cheap master of hers. She has heard of the means of the Jindan realm, but how could the Jindan realm be so terrifying? Plus, his own cheap master was able to come and go as he pleased within the colorful neon sect without being discovered by the Moonflower Patriarch. His realm strength is estimated to be much higher than the Moonflower Patriarch in the Jindan realm. Well, the avatar has been bestowed upon you. Don't do anything hurtful. Oh, Runping reminded. My master is going back. I'll see you again sometime. Remember to practice well. Your cultivation talent is the worst of all my disciples. Ruyan looked ahead into the darkness, a little out of breath. She's become someone else's honorary disciple this way? She drifted off for a moment. It was only after realizing that the aptitude that could compel people's hearts still existed in his mind that he dared to be sure that it was all true. Could he be lying to me? Making fun of me? Kisame thought again. She'd heard that some of the former high rollers just liked to play tricks on people. With questions, Ruyan returned to the small house. By now, Ruoxue was already lying on all fours on the bed, and a snoring sound was coming from her, like snow taking up the whole bed. According to the rules that were agreed upon, Ruyan was not allowed to go to bed. She had to hit the ground running. Kisame carefully pulled out the bedding that belonged to her under the bed, and skillfully enough, she hit the floor in front of the bed. She was very nimble. It's getting late. She needs to hurry up and get to sleep. I have to wake up tomorrow before Ruoxue wakes up from her nap. Otherwise, as soon as Ruoxue gets up, she'll just stomp right over her. Looking at the sleeping Ruoxue, Ruyan suddenly had an idea. She's in a high realm like Snow, so she should be able to compel her. I wonder if she can be compelled now that she's asleep. Ghostly, Ruyan's eyes suddenly turned purple. The purple eyes matched her stunningly beautiful face, and the whole thing became flirtatious. A weird power swept inside the small house. It's not supposed to fail, is it? Kisame said darkly. She has cast a spell. But Ryue on the bed hadn't responded yet. Just then, Ryue suddenly sat up straight, startling Ruyan. Ryue's eyes opened, though they were lifeless. The whole thing seemed very wooden. Rui gathered her courage and opened her mouth to ask, "Who are you?" "My name is Ryue. I'm an outer disciple of the colorful neon sect." Ryue's voice was extremely stiff. Ruyan found that the avatar worked well. "Why are you bullying me?" Kisame asked again. "I just want you to do my job for me. Make you practice a little slower." Chapter 96, Something Bad Has Happened. Ruyan was a bit puzzled to hear this answer, and she asked again in a hushed voice, "There doesn't seem to be any grudge between us, so why are you doing this to me? What's in it for you to make me cultivate slower?" Kiju replied woodenly, "The senior brother of the Wui shelter has taken a fancy to your beauty. He said that if you break through to the Yang Yuan realm, he's going to enroll you into the Wui shelter, and with your looks you'll definitely have a higher status than me in the Wui shelter." Hearing this answer, Ruyan's mood was slightly complicated. The fact was that she didn't want to join any Wuishi, but it did not really occur to her that she was treated like this by Ryue because of this issue. But this was only part of the reason. Ryue was originally born to be savage, and also quite a lot of bullying other people like him who had no power and no background. "You sleep." Looking at this mute appearance of Ryue, Ruyan suddenly felt a little weird. This compulsion aptitude was too terrifying. Ryue, at Ruyan's bidding, lay down quietly, and within moments was snoring like thunder. Only then did Ruyan take the avatar back with a sigh of relief. She was merely trying to see if this compelling divine ability had such an effect or not. Now it seemed even more terrifying than she had expected. "I don't know what kind of person my chief master is." Ruyan was even more curious about Renping's identity. After having this compelling aptitude, Ruyan's eyes had an extra glint in them. Although the fear of this divine ability was bizarre, it gave her great confidence. This is his powerful capital. The next day Renping was just about to go to his secret room to cultivate when he realized that Yuehua herself had come to the entrance of his great hall. At this moment, Yuehua's face carried a hint of eagerness. "Elder Ren, something big has happened." Renping raised his eyebrows. To make Yuehua, a Jindan realm, so anxious, it was obviously not a trivial matter. Could it be that the Kaienai sect had encountered a problem that could not be solved? Elaborate. Renping was still sort of calm. "Elder Ren, a letter from Star Rain. They're in big trouble out there." Big trouble? Renping had a bad feeling. They killed the talented disciple of the Transfiguration Fan sect and now escaped into the mountain range. Huanfan sect? Renping wondered. The Transfiguration Fan sect is the #1 force in our southern Lian County, a 6th grade force, with an imminent god realm. It was only after Yuehua's explanation that Renping realized the origins of this mortalization sect, the only 6th grade power in southern Lian County. Most importantly, there was a strong person above the Jindan realm, the realm of the embodied god. Renpei frowned. Killed the Jindan realm? Luna nodded. According to Star Rain, Shuigue had killed a Jindan realm. Yuehua was also shocked when she first got the news. She knew that Renping could kill the peak Jindan realm. However, he did not expect that even Renping's disciples could kill the Jindan realm. What the hell is this? If they offended the Transfiguration sect, the consequences for their Kaienai sect would be dire. If the Transfiguration sect sent someone here, they would not be able to withstand it at all in the Kaienai sect. Yuehua thought about it and finally relied her hopes on Renping. Renping was actually curious. Wasn't Shuigue at the strength of the Changdan realm? How is it possible to kill the Jindan realm? "Elder Ren, I heard that the Transfiguration Fan sect has already sent people into the mountain range to search your strength." Yuehua was now curious to know exactly how far Renping's strength had reached, able to easily kill the peak of Jindan. But the realm of the god is another world. Yuehua had always treated Renping as a powerhouse above Jindan and below Yongshan. She herself, on the other hand, was only a middle Jindan stage. Renpei smiled. He didn't know how far he had gotten. However, Yunshin shouldn't be a problem. Patriarch Yuehua, be at ease. Since Shuigue can kill the Jindan realm, the realm of the god should not be a problem. Renping was still quite confident in his disciple. Renping could probably guess that it was because of the beast soul that Shuigue's strength had grown so horribly. Shuigue had been extremely enlightened before, directly integrating the beast soul into his body and combining it with his own cultivation realm to exert extreme strength. Renping had then realized that this disciple of his, in terms of enlightenment, really had something. The one Shuigue had killed was a mid-Jindan stage. According to the characteristics of the beast soul, it can kill the middle stage of Jindan, and it is not a problem to deal with the late stage of Jindan. "If you can't beat me, You can still run. Shui Gui's well-being was not a concern. Where is the Transfiguration sect? Ren Ping opened his mouth and asked. Tsukiakari froze. Somewhat unintelligible. Senior Ren, you are? Ren Ping smiled faintly. I'm going out for a stroll. Yuehua was helpless and ended up giving the location of the Transfiguration sect as well. By the way, with their embodied god realm, they should always be in the sect, right? Ren Ping asked another question. Yuehua nodded. The harmonized mortal sect's implicit god realm powerhouse is named Jiang Yifan, a figure from 300 years ago, and is now pale. Normally, one doesn't leave the Transfiguration sect. Ren Ping secretly said. Then I am relieved. How embarrassing would this be if you went over there and pounced? In Yuehua's dumbfounded expression, Ren Ping left the Kai sect. His strength? He can't really have reached the realm of the embodied god, can he? Yuehua secretly guessed. If you are so confident about going to the Fan sect, I think Ren Ping must have a good idea. After Ren Ping left, Yuehua was not idle within the colorful neon sect. Send someone to that mountain range. See if you can get in touch with Star Rain. Pay attention and avoid the people from the Transformer fan sect, and no contact with other people. Also, get the whole clan ready. Inside the mountain range, Star Rain's face was a bit white. A Jindan realm powerhouse had just come to attack, fighting with Shui Gui, and she had already been affected and injured just by being on the sidelines. On the contrary, Shui Gui, who was the main force of the battle, looked as normal, still expressionless, with cold eyes. As for that Jindan realm of the Transfiguration fan sect, at this point, his head had already been blown apart and his body was tossed aside. Another middle Jindan stage. Shui Gui had already killed 2 mid-Jindan realm powerhouses. Together with that Jindan realm viper there was also the Jindan elephant demonic beast. Shui Gui had already killed 4 Jindan in a row. These 4 Jindans, if any one of them went, the colorful neon sect, where Star Rain was located, would be like a great enemy. Star Rain had already experienced Shui Gui's terror firsthand at this point. It's a genius. Shui Gui looked at the corpse not far away at this moment and fell into deep thought. The beast's soul had already been retrieved, and his current realm was nothing more than condensed Dan. Go! After a long time, Shui Gui spoke. Singing Rain sniffed and immediately followed Shui Gui's pace towards the depths of the mountain range. Not long after they left, several figures appeared here. They all showed shocked faces when they saw the bodies on the ground. Is this really someone from the colorful neon sect? When did the colorful neon sect have someone this powerful? Chapter 97 Huanfan sect. To kill a Jindan realm, it was possible that certain sinister means had been used. After all, the colorful neon sect had a Jindan realm, and it was not surprising that they had some means that could assassinate the Jindan realm. But to continuously kill the Jindan realm, that really had the strength of the Jindan realm. What puzzled them was which one of the colorful neon sect was it? Could it be the Moonflower? Yuehua dared to take action against their Huanfan sect members? Look at the body. It's been smashed. It was clearly not a martial art of the colorful neon sect. As the number 1 power in Nanliang County, the Transfiguration sect knew the other sects like the back of their hands. He was also no stranger to the colorful neon sect's martial arts. Who the hell is it? A Jindan realm asked. It's Star Rain from the colorful neon sect, and a one-armed man who has no idea where he came from. Humph, the colorful neon sect. The colorful neon sect only has 1 Jindan. Go to 2 people and get a statement from the colorful neon sect. When the rest of the few people heard this, 2 of the Jindan realm immediately left, preparing to go forward to the colorful neon sect. 2 Jindans were enough to trample the colorful neon sect to the ground. As for the other Jindan of the Kai sect, in the eyes of the Huanfan sect and the others, that wasn't considered a Jindan at all. The Jindan on the River Styx treasure ship cannot leave the River Styx treasure ship. Extremely restrictive. The 2 Jindans going forward was already a sure thing. Keep after them. There has to be an explanation for killing someone from my mortalization sect. My harmonization mortal sect is the number 1 force in Nanliang County. It's not something that any cat or dog can mess with. The remaining 3 Jindan realms chose to continue pursuing Xingyu and Shui Gui. The Huanfan sect was the only one in Nanliang County, and if they didn't deal with this kind of thing, what kind of majesty would they still have in Nanliang County? The 3 Jindan realm powerhouses pursued through the mountain range, still cautious, although most of the demonic beasts here were no match for them, but there are quite a few Jindan realm demonic beasts here. There was even a demonic beast of the embodied god realm hidden deep within the mountain range. The identity of the Transfiguration mortal sect didn't work in front of these demonic beasts. The 3 of them pursued for half a day, but they did not find Shui Gui's 2 figures. Along the way, one did come across the corpses of many demonic beasts. There was even a Jindan realm demonic beast. The 3 were furious. The 2 Starstorms were not taking them seriously. Being chased by them, he even had the strength left to kill demonic beasts. The 3 Jindan realm powerhouses felt insulted. Chasing harder. Ren Ping frowned as he looked at a small mountain range in front of him. This was the territory of the South Liang County's #1 force, the Fan Transformation Sect. Looking from afar, Ren Ping could feel the rich aura. As the #1 force in Nanliang County, the location it occupied was naturally the best place in Nanliang County. The richness of the aura here was more than 10 times stronger than the colorful Neon Sect. What a great place, Ren Ping exclaimed. If he cultivated here, his cultivation speed would be greatly increased. I wonder if that embodied god realm's Zhang Yifan is around. Ren Ping thought darkly. He had come here, naturally, to find that embodied god realm. Ren Ping directly exuded his own aura as he made a beckoning gesture and the beast soul appeared and quickly integrated into his body. In an instant, Ren Ping's realm turned into the late Jindan stage. As soon as the aura of the Jindan realm appeared, several figures appeared within the Huanfan sect. There were a full 6 Jindan realms. One of them was still in the late Jindan realm. This should be the remaining Jindan realm of the Transfiguration sect. Who is the visitor? Facing an unfamiliar Jindan realm, the several Jindan powerhouses of the Transfiguration fan sect were not overly arrogant. After all, it's not clear who the other person is. If it was a Jindan from outside Nanliang County, it might have a background that the Huanfan sect was unwilling to offend. Moreover, at this point, the realm was already in the late Jindan stage, which was already not weak. Although he did not show contempt, that vigilance, however, remained. Several people had vaguely surrounded Ren Ping in the center. Ren Ping's face was without fluctuation. The compulsion word is instantly activated. These few Jindan powerhouses immediately froze in place. Ren Ping felt something in his heart. As long as he moved his mind, these few Jindans would directly die by themselves. That's the horror of compulsion. After being compelled by Ren Ping, even life and death were at Ren Ping's whim. Where is Zhang Yifan? Ren Ping opened his mouth and asked. One of them replied. The Supreme Elder is in closed-door cultivation and isn't seeing guests. Ren Ping raised his eyebrows. Not seeing the guest, how was he compelled? Ren Ping actually still wanted to try and see if he could compel the embodied god realm. Which realm is Zhang Yifan? Ren Ping asked again. Middle stage of the embodied god. Ren Ping nodded. Just don't exceed the late stage of the embodied god. Under Ren Ping's control, these several Jindan realms directly welcomed Ren Ping into the Huanfan sect. After entering the Transfiguration sect, Ren Ping realized that the aura inside was even denser. With the 5 Jindan realms under Ren Ping's control, Ren Ping went straight to the place where the Transfiguration sect specialized in meeting guests. One of the people under his control was the patriarch of the Transfiguration sect. In the Transfiguration sect, it could be said that one person was below 10,000 people. After some thought, Ren Ping decided to first draw out the embodied god realm of the Transfiguration mortal sect. Elder, I'll go and report to the Supreme Elder first, and say that there's a deceased person visiting from outside Nanliang County. In the end, it was the Huanfan sect patriarch who offered his advice. Ren Ping nodded. That's a good one. After being controlled, these several Jindan realms were completely at Ren Ping's beck and call. Ren Ping wasn't worried about what would happen. As several Jindan realm powerhouses left, Ren Ping waited in the parlor hall. Ren Ping had waited here for half a day without seeing Zhang Yifan. The patriarch of the Transfiguration sect had returned long ago. It said that Zhang Yifan was still in seclusion and would have to wait some more time. It was only when night fell that a figure appeared in the great hall. As soon as Ren Ping saw the person coming, he knew that this person was Zhang Yifan, the supreme elder of the Huanfan sect, because the aura emanating from this old man was too terrifying. Although it was night, the parlor hall was brightly lit. Above the beams hung a large number of night pearls, illuminating the place as bright as day. Zhang Yifan was an old man with a slightly chubby figure. He walked into the great hall with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing Ren Ping sitting in the center of the great hall, he was even more puzzled, because he didn't know Ren Ping. Outside of Nanliang County, he didn't have many friends. After looking at them for a while, they couldn't recognize Ren Ping's origin. He took it in stride and walked into the great hall. Which one are you? Ren Ping immediately cast compulsion word when he saw Zhang Yifan appear. Zhang Yifan's eyes instantly became empty. Ren Ping saw it. It sure worked. After he fused the beast souls, his realm reached the late Jindan stage. This is, after all, a realm that relies on external objects. At first, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to manipulate Zhang Yifan, who was in the realm of embodied God. Now it seems that the worry was for nothing. I have a disciple who killed someone from your fan transformation sect and is still being hunted by you. You ordered them to be called back. Chapter 98, Where to Escape. In fact, the patriarch of the Transfiguration sect was also able to do these things. However, Ren Ping was worried that he would not be able to manipulate Zhang Yifan, who was in the realm of embodied God. Just in case you end up getting it wrong, you'll lose more than you gain. But now, Zhang Yifan, the embodied God realm, had all been manipulated by him. It's natural to order these things. Ren Ping asked Zhang Yifan to withdraw the Jindan powerhouses of the Huanfan sect. and he himself came to Zhang Yifun's place of cultivation. Zhang Yifun's place of cultivation was the place with the densest aura in the entire southern Liang County. Not only that, the Transfiguration sect held most of the resources in Nanliang County. There are countless treasures collected. Zhang Yifun himself had a treasure weapon. This so-called treasure weapon was a grade above a spirit weapon. Previously, Ren Ping was in the spirit martial sect and had the honor of extracting a blue phrase from a broken treasure weapon. Treasure weapons were extremely high-end, and were weapons that were only used above the realm of the embodied god. It was said that after reaching the grade of treasure weapon, the weapon would also harbor a spirit inside to help the owner fight. On the Qinghong continent, there were countless legends of artifact spirits saving their masters. This is a treasure weapon? Not bad at all. Ren Ping looked at the long whip in his hand. This long whip was Zhang Yifun's weapon. It belongs to the lower grade treasure weapon grade. This long whip had been placed in the place with the densest spiritual qi in this Nanliang County to be flushed with spiritual qi. The reason is that this long whip has already given birth to a little bit of spiritual awareness. If it is cultivated and absorbs spiritual qi all year round, it will be completely transformed into an artifact spirit in the future. The words of this long whip unfolded in Renping's vision. Lower grade whip. Words, entwine, blue. Absorb aura, blue. Soul nurture, blue. Ren Ping looked at the words of this treasure weapon and secretly said that this could only be a lower grade treasure weapon. All but one of the entanglements, and the other two phrases are due to artifacts. It was clearly something that had been refined in order to reach the level of a treasure weapon. Ren Ping's mind moved. Now that he had two disciples by his side, Shui Gui seemed to have found his path. But that Ruyan, the cultivation talent is average. The compulsion words don't have an increasing effect on cultivation. They are more of a means to an end. Ren Ping eventually chose to extract the absorb aura words. Helping Ruyan to gain a faster rate of cultivation was one of the reasons. Another reason was that Ren Ping currently already possessed a blue-ranked absorbing aura phrase. The word was the first permanent word he had ever acquired. By gifting Shirwan, the aura absorption phrase that Ren Ping had obtained was nothing more than blue. As his cultivation level grew higher and higher, this blue word was no longer quite enough to satisfy him. If you want to cultivate faster, you must get a higher grade of aura absorbing word. And this aura absorption word in front of him was just enough to satisfy him. Although it was only a blue phrase, as long as it was bestowed upon others, Ren Ping would be able to obtain a purple-ranked aura absorption phrase. The purple grade absorbing aura word could allow him to increase his cultivation speed by a lot. After extracting the word belt, Ren Ping directly put this precious treasure weapon back to its original place. This treasure weapon was no longer of much use to him. Ren Ping cultivated here for a while and realized that this place was indeed very beneficial to his cultivation. The speed of his cultivation was much faster than before, roughly twice as fast as before. Ren Ping thought that there was nothing I didn't have to do right now, so he directly cultivated here. The late Chengdan realm was seemingly only 2 small realms away from the Jindan realm. It actually required more cultivation time than even the early stages of becoming a Dan to ascend to the later stages. What Ren Ping needed now was nothing more than a watering hole. He was in no hurry for his strength to increase. Anyway, no one has been found to beat him yet. The last time he had encountered the possessor of the Earth Order once, that unknown fear of the Earth Order had gradually dissipated. In the endless mountain range, Star Rain was in shock, looking at the corpses of demonic beasts in front of him. Another Jindan realm demonic beast has died in Shui Gui's hands. This time when he entered the mountain range, Shui Gui had killed a total of 2 Jindan demonic beasts, and he had also killed a golden Dan of the Transfiguration sect. At this moment, the aura emanating from Shui Gui's body was terrifying. Every time he tried his best to release his breath, the star rain on the side was filled with horror. This aura was even more terrifying than the colorful neon sex patriarch Yuehua. Shui Gui had grown so much in just a few days. In Star Rain's eyes, Shui Gui's promotion was unbelievable. However, seeing that Shui Gui would have meditated next to the demonic beast's corpse for a period of time after killing it every time, this was probably Shui Gui's powerful secret. Star Rain sighed darkly. Worthy of being a disciple of Senior Ren, Shui Gui, they're here. Sensing the sound of breaking air in the distance, Star Rain's face changed and he shouted. In the distance, 3 air-breaking sounds came. These were the 3 Jindan realms of the Transfiguration sect. They've been followed all this way. However, Shui Gui was experienced in the mountains. Every time it escapes, Shui Gui opened his eyes. In the eyes, there was an ancient well. He didn't make any moves either. Still sitting next to the corpse of a Jindan demonic beast, Star Rain blushed hard. There was an urgency in his voice. Shui Gui, what are you doing? Hurry up! Star Rain was already prepared to run for his life when he saw the 3 Jindan realms teaming up to come. When she saw that Shui Gui was still in place, the footsteps also stopped. It made no sense for Shui Gui to leave without her. Without Shui Gui, she couldn't survive here. Looking at the eager Star Rain, Shui Gui said coldly, no need to run away. Star Rain was in a big hurry. What are you talking about? There are 3 Jindans. You can't beat it. Shui Gui shook his head. You go aside. Star Rain froze for a moment. At this moment, the aura on Shui Gui's body unfolded. It's a lot more powerful than before. Star Rain's pupils shrunk. But it's just this bit of time, and he's strong again. Although it felt a bit unrealistic for Shui Gui to want to fight 1 against 3. But Xingyu knew that Shui Gui was a very reliable person. She had the good sense to stay away from here. But in the blink of an eye, the 3 realms had already come to heel. The 3 of them looked at the corpse of the Jindan demonic beast that was still on the ground, and their pupils shrunk. A demonic beast in the middle Jindan stage. Any one of the 3 of them was no match. Now I can't believe I've been killed. The 3 of them glanced at each other, all knowing that the other was tricky. This mysterious one-armed man, who had never been known before. They, the Wanfan sect, didn't even know when the Kaianai sect had added such a person. They saw that this person's face was expressionless and his eyes were cold. An aura not weaker than that of a late Jindan stage emanated from his body. The 3 took a deep breath. The other party who thought it was before didn't know any better and didn't take them seriously. Now after seeing Shui Gui's strength, they felt that Shui Gui really had this qualification. However, with the 3 of them joining forces, it was uncertain who would win and who would lose. Killing someone from my Huanfan sect, and you still want to escape? Take your life. The 3 immediately took up positions. Chapter 99. Shui Gui was also ready to attack at this moment. Facing 3 Jindan realms, he had to be cautious even though he was confident. Star Rain, who was not far away, was filled with worry. These were 3 Jindan realms. It was possible to bulldoze all the forces in Nanliang County except for the Transfiguration sect. Just as the swords were drawn, the 3 Jindans from the Transfiguration sect suddenly changed their faces. They looked at each other and glanced at Shui Gui. Surprisingly, he just turned around and left. Shui Gui's face was expressionless, but a touch of doubt also surfaced under his eyes. After pursuing them for so long, why did these 3 Jindans suddenly give up? Star Rain looked at the departing backs of the 3 Jindan realms. A smile appeared on his face. They retreated. She didn't know why the Jindans of the Transfiguration sect had retreated, but it's a good thing for them. Shui Gui breathed a sigh of relief. Go back to the clan and see. If we kill someone from the Huanfan sect, the Huanfan sect will probably blame the Kaianai sect. Star Rain spoke up. Shui Gui nodded with an expressionless face. It wasn't because of the colored neon sect that he was. Rather, it was because his master teacher was currently practicing in the colorful neon sect. The 2 of them made sure that the people from the Transfiguration sect had left before returning along the route. At the same time, the entire sect of the colorful neon sect was thrown into chaos. 2 Jindan realm powerhouses suddenly came to attack right at the entrance of the colorful neon sect. The powerful Jindan realm pressure shook the entire colorful neon sect. All of the disciples of the colorful neon sect were showing despair. What's going on? I heard that senior sister Xingyu killed someone from the Huanfan sect outside, and now the strongest people from the Huanfan sect are coming to our door. The patriarch is interceding. Patriarch Yuehua has explained that if a battle occurs, everyone, the main focus is to save their lives. Everyone pack up your fine things and prepare to run for your lives. Patriarch Yuehua will hold them off while we escape. Inside the colorful neon sect, there were some elders making final arrangements. The disciples looked confused. Never thought it would happen. At this moment, Yuehua looked at the 2 Jindan realm powerhouses in front of him with an ugly face. The 2 Jindans on the opposite side. One at the early Jindan stage and one at the middle Jindan stage. This wasn't an ordinary Jindan. This was the Jindan of the Transfiguration sect. The Transfiguration fan sect possessed the best martial arts techniques in southern Liang County. Within the same realm, one could press against an ordinary Jindan. If one of these 2 Jindans made a move, it could make Yuehua use all her strength. If the 2 of them attack together, it's hard to tell if she'll survive. The Styx is already on its way, but it will take some time. Right now, she was the only one resisting the pressure from the 2 Jindans. Gentlemen, can we talk about something properly? Yuehua looked at the 2 figures in the sky and spoke. Those 2 Golden Dawn of the Transfiguration sect were releasing their might at full power. But there was no answer to Yuehua's question. A long sword appeared in Yuehua's hand. It's an extreme spiritual weapon. It was the most powerful weapon she could muster. Her body had a brightly colored precious garment that emitted a gleam of light. This was the strongest treasure of their colored neon sect, a half-step treasure weapon. Yuehua took a deep breath. Whether or not he could hold back the 2 Jindans depended on himself. Ren Ping had gone out, saying that he had gone to the Transfiguration sect, but up until now, no news had been sent back. Yuehua secretly guessed in her heart that Ren Ping was probably no match for Zhang Yifan. Zhang Yifan was the strongest person in Nanliang County, and had spanned Nanliang County for over 200 years, and no one had yet to be his opponent. She probably already had a guess as to what would happen to Ren Ping. Right now, all she could do was to stall for time and wait for the River Styx treasure ship to arrive. jointly striking out against the two Jindans. As for the colorful neon sect, only dispersal is an end. Exactly how many disciples can be saved is still an unknown. The two Jindan powerhouses looked at Yue Hua. A disciple of the Kaienai sect killing a member of the Huanfan sect is an unpardonable crime. So cut yourself. They looked coldly at Yue Hua. Yue Hua took a deep breath. This is the way of the Huanfan sect. In Nanliang County, they say one thing but not another. We know that your colorful neon sect has just obtained the Stygian River treasure boat. You should be waiting for the Stygian River treasure boat right now. I advise you not to struggle unnecessarily. The Stygian River treasure boat has been wandering around Nanliang County for many years, and our Transformer sect doesn't even look at it. If they come, the big deal is to destroy them together. We came here as long as you. The Jindan realm. Cut yourself. The rest of the colorful neon sect. We can stay put. Yue Hua instantly despaired when she heard this. The Transfiguration sect was preparing to directly break the generation of the Kaienai sect. If the Colored Nectar sect did not have its Jindan, within half a year's time, it would be carved up by other forces. With the extermination of the clan, there's not much difference. There were only two paths before Yue Hua. Either that or just cut yourself. The Colored Neon sect was divided. Either we wait for the River Styx treasure boat to come over and fight against the two Jindans, but the Transfiguration sect there are other Jindan powerhouses sent over. And the Kaienai sect is also dead. There were a dozen or so Jindan realms in the Transfiguration mortal sect. There was simply no need for the legend to be Zhang Yifun's hand to easily take down a sect like the Color and Eye sect. Neither article is a good choice. Just as Yue Hua was despairing, a stronger aura appeared in the distance. Yue Hua became even more desperate. This was the aura of a powerful person in the realm of the embodied god, Zhang Yifun, the only implicit god realm powerhouse in southern Liang County. Zhang Yifun hadn't stepped out of the Huanfan sect for many years, and now he had unexpectedly come to the Kaienai sect because of this kind of thing. With all the impregnating god realm powerhouses here, the colorful neon sect had run out of options. Yue Hua was very clear. When a powerful Yumming god comes out, which time is it not a bloodbath? The colored neon sect is going to be gone. She's going to be gone too. The crowd from the colorful neon sect also despaired when they saw that figure. A powerful person of the realm of the embodied god would be able to destroy them with a wave of his hand. The two Jindan from the Transfiguration mortal sect were also surprised to see the visitor. Why is the Supreme Elder out of the gate? And also came to the Color and Eye sect. They bowed to the figure. Taishan Elder. Then he looked at Yue Hua. The look was as if to say, your colored neon sect doesn't stand a chance. The aura of the embodied god realm was astringent, and Zhang Yifun seemed like an old man on the verge of dying, walking in the void. He came to the two men and said lightly, why don't you listen to the clan's voice? The two were shocked and hastened to explain. Supreme Elder, the two of us were shocking the colorful neon sect and didn't notice the sect transmission. Zhang Yifun waved his hand. Go back and take your punishment. But this colorful neon sect? The two men looked to Luna. Zhang Yifun hadn't even said what to do with the colorful neon sect yet. Zhang Yifun also looked at Yue Hua. Under the crowd's astonished gazes, Zhang Yifun arched his hand at Yue Hua. An embodied god realm arched its hand with a Jindan realm. People can't figure out what's going on here. Yue Hua was also confused. This powerful god is the legend of Nanliang County, arching at her now, and in a hostile situation. Chapter 100, Retired? It was the first time that Yue Hua had been treated politely by a powerful person of the embodied god realm. Patriarch Yue Hua, excuse me, Zhang Yifun added after arching his hand at Yue Hua. Those two Jindan of the Transfiguration sect were both a bit unable to react. The Supreme Elder was actually so polite to Yue Hua. With that, they heard Zhang Yifun's voice. Retreat, and don't come to disturb the colorful neon sect in the future. The Jindan of the Transfiguration sect froze. Taishan Elder? Zhang Yifun's face was expressionless. Do I have to say it a second time? If you don't listen to the sect's message, go back and receive your punishment. Only then did the two men realize that their own Supreme Elder really wasn't joking. The two of them took out the sect transmission jade slip of the Transfiguration sect in their arms before they saw the transmission that the Transfiguration sect had given them. Retreat at the colorful neon sect at once. The two men's faces were in awe. It was still a transmission from the Patriarch. Just, why? Isn't the colorful neon sect destructible with a wave of a hand? Could it be that the colorful neon sect had any other cards that would make the Transfiguration sect fearful? The two of them didn't understand, but they listened to Zhang Yifun's words, slowly receding. Zhang Yifun arched his hand at Yue Hua again before leaving the place. Looking at the distant Huanfan sect powerhouses in the sky, Yue Hua let out a sigh of relief, but she was still clueless. The Kai and I sex crisis, that's lifted? What the hell is going on here? Luna thought of a possibility, but quickly shook her head again. Although Renping's strength is powerful, it is not possible to make Zhang Yifun of the realm of the embodied god so scornful. Puzzled, Yue Hua returned to the colorful neon sect. The crowd of the colorful neon sect cried tears of joy when they saw their enemies retreating. This is a crisis of extermination. It just somehow worked out. Yuehua thought of Renping and said in her heart that Renping was probably gone. There should be some other reason for such a change in the Transfiguration sect. She sighed and looked toward Renping's great hall. AI, Senior Ren, you stepped in for my Kaienai sect today. The Kaienai sect won't forget this favor. After you fall, the colorful neon sect will treat your disciples well. Do your best to support him to break through to the Jindan realm. Regardless of what happened to Renping, this time it was also because of the colorful neon sect. By now Renping is probably dead. Regarding the favor done to Renping, it could only be borne by his disciple Shuegue. Right at this moment, there were two figures in the sky flying towards the colorful neon sect. Yuehua's face changed when she felt the aura of one of them. How could there be a Jindan coming when they just sent away the people from the Transfiguration sect? She arrived at the entrance of the colorful neon sect and looked at the figure in the distance, ready to strike at any time. But as the two figures approached, she was surprised. This was because the two figures were Star Rain and Shuegue. Yuehua's gaze fell on Shuegue's body. Her pupils constricted in a bit of disbelief. The one who had just given off a Jindan aura was actually Shuegue. Moreover, it was still the late Jindan realm. A trip out of the house had directly improved a large realm. Right now, Shuegue's realm was already higher than even Yuehua. Of course, Yuehua was also aware that this was relying on external objects to raise it, and Shuegue's true cultivation was still in the condensed Dan realm. However, Yuehua did not doubt that Shuegue would be able to exert the strength of the Jindan realm. Earlier, she had wondered how Shuegue and the two of them had killed the Golden Dan of the Transfiguration fan sect. Now she knows. Shuegue really has the power. Patriarch, have the people from the Transfiguration sect come? Star Rain opened his mouth and asked. The two of them were in a hurry to come back, mainly because they were afraid that the colorful neon sect would be targeted by the Transfiguration sect. But now it seemed that the people from the Transfiguration sect hadn't come yet. Yuehua laughed bitterly, coming and going. I don't know why, but Jiang Yifan, the strongest impregnating god of the harmonized fan sect, came in person and took away two of the harmonized fan sect's Jindans. Aren't you guys in the mountains? Yuehua was also puzzled. According to the intelligence, Shuegue Xingyu and the two of them should be in the mountain range at this time, being chased by the Jindan realm of the Transfiguration mortal sect. Star Rain also laughed bitterly. So do we. Originally, Shuegue was already prepared to make a move with the three Jindan of the Huanfan sect, but I don't know why, but those three Jindan suddenly left. When Yuehua heard this, she secretly sighed in her heart that Shuegue's strength was so terrifying. All of them had already dared to make a move against three Jindan realms. This strength, it was already much stronger than her. On the side of the colorful neon sect, it's probably the same situation. I don't know why, but Jiang Yifan of that transformation mortal sect was quite polite to me. It also states that the matter is behind us. Shuegue stood expressionlessly, listening to the exchange between the two. He asked suddenly, where is my master? Yuehua was also aware that this person, Shuegue, was of this nature. She said with a slight apology, Shuegue, Elder Ren went out. He said he went to the Transfiguration sect. However, I estimate that the fate is more or less. Shuegue glanced at Yuehua and didn't say anything as he turned around and walked into the colorful neon sect. Straight away, he came to the place where he was practicing. Yuehua froze for a moment as she watched Shuegue do so. He's not worried about Elder Ren at all? Star Rain shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Perhaps Shuegue felt that his master's strength was really comparable to the realm of the embodied god. After seeing Shuegue's terror, Star Rain felt that Renping's strength really wouldn't be much worse than the imminent god realm. Shuegue really thinks so. In Shuegue's eyes, his master's strength was not only powerful, but also mysterious. In his mind, the embodied god realm was still really no match for Renping. In the following days, it seemed as if the events concerning the colorful neon sect and the mortalization sect had never happened. The many forces of Nanlian County had already been prepared to divide up the colorful neon sect. In the end it turns out that nothing happened at all. The Kaienai sect hadn't been destroyed, and all of the golden dawn of the Kaienai sect were still around. How come the Transfiguration sect has changed its usual style of doing things? There were even people who went to visit the Transfiguration sect to find out the reality of the Transfiguration sect. However, it was discovered that the Transfiguration sect was still the number one power in Nanlian County. The number of Jindan powerhouses within the sect was just as capable of crushing all the forces in southern Liang County. In the end, the matter had to be left unsettled. The world was merely curious as to how on earth the colorful neon sect hadn't been destroyed by the mortalization sect. No one knows the inside story. Even Xingyu and Shuegue, the two people who had experienced it firsthand, didn't understand why the people of the Transfiguration sect had broken through and retreated. Renping was looking at the various techniques and martial arts of the Huafan sect in the Huafan sect scripture pavilion at the moment. Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Just Rinping's customary title. In fact, the name of the building that housed the secret books of Gongfu martial arts was different for every clan. There are even literary names like Bibliophile. Rinping controls the supreme elders of the Huafan sect, and he can go anywhere in the entire Huafan sect. Whatever resources are available, take them with him as well. The remaining Huanfan sect Jindans were also controlled by Rinping. None of the high-end combatants of the Transfiguration sect had been spared. Worthy of being the strongest sect in Nanliang County, the collection of books here is very impressive. These are impossible to have within the spirit martial sect, Rinping exclaimed. This book depository that he had been soaking in had been close to half a month, and every time he saw this kind of new and innovative secret book, he would marvel at it. Chapter 101 Peak Dan Completion. Returning to the Kai Ni sect. Rinping's life was also very regular now, cultivating at night in the place with the densest aura, and reading books in the book depository during the day. These days, Rinping's cultivation had risen quickly. It was now at the peak of the Chengdan realm. It was just 1 foot short of the Jindan realm that one could break through to, but Rinping was in no hurry. It was time to update his current feats and martial arts and such. When he was in the spirit martial sect, he comprehended the creation of feats and martial arts with his purple grade Gnosis Tongshin words. Now, the purple ranked Gnosis Tongs still worked, but those feats were already behind. Although they were all feats and martial arts that Rinping had comprehended, but ultimately there is a gap. Previously, the raw materials of the feats and martial arts that Rinping had created and comprehended were all from the spirit martial sect, with low grades and little essence. And now, within the Huanfan sect, there were the most subtle techniques and martial arts in Nanliang County. These feats and martial arts transformed into Rinping's raw materials, and a feat was created by him. Rinping had only one need for the Gongfu, and that was to cultivate fast, and in other aspects, as long as he did not lag behind others. Rinping looked at the jade slip in his hand and spread his eyebrows. This was the first heaven stage technique he had created. It should also be the first heaven stage technique in Nanliang County. That's right, the highest rank technique on the surface of Nanliang County was nearly an earth rank extreme grade. But whether or not there was someone in the shadows holding a heavenly rank technique was anyone's guess. The most subtle gong methods of the Huanfan sect, the strongest force in Nanliang County, were only the very best of the earth rank, but there weren't a lot of them. However, after many days of Rinping's comprehension, he had already extracted their essence in multiple local order extreme feats and melted it inside a single feat. Raise this technique to the lower level of the heavenly rank. Not bad. With the feats already taken care of, Rinping turned his head and went back to consulting the books on martial arts. Rinping's favorite martial arts skills are one-hit kills and should have some shock effect. Therefore, all along, Rinping had been using his own self-created martial arts. Void your palm or fingers into a huge shadow and blast your opponent directly. So far, no one has been able to carry a slap from him. Martial arts is all about precision. After Rinping pounded away for another half a month, he was finally able to perfect his martial skill using a large number of secret martial skills from the Huanfan sect. The martial skill was still the same, only it was more powerful than before. As for how much stronger, even Rinping did not know. Should I give this martial art a name? Rinping thought darkly. If you attack with the palm of your hand, then it's called the sky-destroying palm? If it's a finger attack, then it's called the finger of destruction? Rinping nodded again. That's a pretty dominant name. That sealed the deal on the name. Back to the colorful neon sect. Having solved the problem of the Gongfu martial skill, he was now only one step away from the Jindan realm. It was also time to return to the colorful neon sect. It was unknown what good method Shuegue had thought of to raise his strength again. The methods that Shuegue could use, Rinping was naturally able to use as well. Rinping was still looking forward to Shuegue's realization. After all, this disciple of his own was truly enlightened. If Shuegue hadn't comprehended the method of fusing with beast souls to temporarily increase the cultivation realm, Rinping wouldn't have been able to resolve the Transfiguration sect so easily. Rinping's departure didn't elicit a reaction from anyone. Those powerhouses that were manipulated by Rinping did not have any reactions either. Their lives were not affected in any way. The only thing that has changed is listening to Rinping. Rinping left here, and the Huanfan sect was still the most powerful sect in Nanliang County. After Rinping returned to the colorful neon sect, he came to Yuewa's meeting hall. Yuewa's entire body froze when she heard the news of Rinping's return. She thought Rinping couldn't come back. Rinping was only at the strength of the Jindan realm, and going forward to the Transfiguration sect was in itself a fateful affair. Right now Rinping returned, and Yuehua didn't know what had happened. Elder ran. Although he didn't know where Rinping had gone these days and what he had experienced, out of respect for the strong, Yuehua still had the disciples prepare a large pile of exquisite snacks. The Transfiguration sect has retreated. I wonder if, without chatting for a few sentences, Yuehua couldn't hold back her doubts and opened her mouth to ask. Rinping opened his mouth while eating a snack. the Transfiguration sect won't come back. Don't worry. When Yuehua heard these words, she secretly said in her heart that it was indeed Renping who had made the move. After a month of not seeing him, Renping's own realm was about to break through to Jindan. Such a speed of cultivation was very astonishing. Together with that bizarre beast shadow, Renping's strength should be more or less the same amount away from the embodied god realm. Yuehua secretly observed Renping's situation. In the end, Yuehua guessed that Renping had asked the others to make a move to deter the Transfiguration sect. After all, with Renping's skills, it wasn't difficult to make friends in the embodied god realm. Renping naturally did not pay any attention to this. How Yuehua speculated had nothing to do with himself at all. He made a trip over simply to tell Yuehua that he was back. After all, the colorful neon sect was Yuehua's territory. It was more than a little disrespectful for him to come back without saying a word. After Renping left the Moonflower meeting hall, he returned to the hall that belonged to him. When Renping returned here, he found Ruyan sweeping the floor. Ru Yue had disappeared. Renping froze for a moment. Ruyan is still sweeping the floor? She could have the strength to take Ru Yue now. Things like sweeping the floor don't belong to Ruyan. Ruyan's task was to pour tea and water for Renping. When Ruyan saw Renping return, her eyes couldn't help but darken. There was less for her to do during this time when Renping was away. You don't have to stay up all night sweeping either. You can do it in the daytime with a straight face. When Renping returned, she had less time to practice. Renping glanced at Ruyan and laughed. Isn't sweeping the floor Kiju's job? Where's Ru Shue? Kisame's eyes twinkled as she explained. Ru Shue has something to go out today. I have nothing to do. Help her sweep the floor. In fact, Ru Shue had long gone out for nearly half a month's time and had been missing. Leave all the work here to Ruyan. Before she left, she explained that if Renping came back, she should immediately go and inform her. Renping nodded and added, you go and get my disciple for me. Renping directly asked Ruyan to go and call Shuegue back. After receiving the news from Yuehua, Shuegue had been cultivating after returning to the Kaienai sect and hadn't stepped out of the place of cultivation. After informing Ruyan of Shuegue's place of seclusion, he asked Ruyan to call Shuegue back. He had to find out how Shuegue had raised his strength in a short period of time. Ruyan hadn't heard of Shuegue's name. She only knew that Elder Ren's disciple must be a very powerful person as well. She followed the address given by Renping and arrived at Shuegue's place of seclusion. After a report, Ruyan met an icy, one-armed man. When Shuegue heard that Renping had returned and wanted to see him, he immediately stopped cultivating and went forward to Renping's great hall. Chapter 102, Take Down Shuegue? Ruyan watched the one-armed Shuegue leave and didn't immediately return to the Renping Great Hall, but instead walked around in the Kaienai sect for half an hour, circling around and coming to a courtyard, listening to the decadent sounds coming out of the courtyard. Ruyan blushed. After waiting a while longer for the sounds within the compound to stop, Ruyan knocked on the door. A few moments later, Ru Shue blushed with a slight flush and opened the door. Ru Yue raised an eyebrow when she saw Ruyan. What are you doing here, little? You still want to seduce senior brother Lu? Don't dream. Kiju puffed out her slightly curved chest. Kisame lowered her head and said, Elder Rin is back. She didn't really want to stick around too long. When did you get back? Ru Yue glanced at Ruyan and asked again. 2 hours ago. Hearing this reply, Ru Yue came up and kicked Ru Yue lightly in the body. This kick could only dirty her clothes for Ruyan in the true Chi realm. 2 hours and you're just now coming to tell me? Looking for a fight. Kisame lowered her eyes and explained. Elder Rin asked me to inform his disciples to go back. There was a little delay on the way. What? Elder Ren's disciple? Kiju's voice suddenly got louder. Is that the man with the one arm? Kisame nodded, followed by another kick from Ruyan. The kick directly caused Ruyan to take a few steps back and sit on her butt. Good for you, Ruyan. I didn't realize you had such a heart. Shuegue is a Jindan realm powerhouse. I can't believe you went into solo contact without my knowledge. Looking for a fight, Kisame said. No, this is something Elder Ren explained. Ruyan had wanted to explain that this was something Elder Ren had explained and could not be delayed. Ru Yue, however, had no intention of listening to her explanation. A couple of slaps to Ruyan's face. Little, is Shuegue accessible to you? Ruyan also did not expect Renping's disciple to be a Jindan realm powerhouse. Even the disciples were at the Jindan realm. Could Elder Ren's cultivation be above Jindan? She knows nothing about the outside world, not as well informed as Ru Yue. Ru Shue was very angry at this point. Shuegue was at the Jindan realm, and he had only just learned about it. The other day, the Kaienai sect was surrounded by 2 Jindan realms, and I heard that it was because Shuegue killed the Jindan realm outside. Outer disciples like them didn't have the opportunity to get such news per se. However, she had just performed bedtime with the inner sect's senior brother Lu, and learned of this news from the other party's mouth. She holds it as important news. Although Elder Rin looked to be in his 20s, his true age was unknown. I'm afraid such old monsters have long since lost their lust. but that Shui Gui is different. He's full of energy and blood. If she had access and took down Shui Gui, waiting to fly off the handle, it was because Ru Shui was playing this game that when she heard that Ru Yen had actually gone to inform Shui Gui on her own, she became furious and beat up Ru Yen. Looking at Ru Yen with a look of being at her mercy, Ruoxue only said in a deep voice, "You can't touch Shui Gui from now on, understand?" Ru Yen's beauty flourished more than hers. It's just a weak character. Being ridden by Ru Yen was something she didn't want to see. "I know, count on it." Ru Yue flashed a smile. "Did you sweep the floor?" "Don't think about Auntie going back to sweeping the floor. It was swept this morning." Looking at how obedient Ru Yen was, Ruoxue ended up not giving her much of a hard time. After the two of them returned to the main hall, Ru Shui let Ru Yen go to the kitchen to cook. Within the great hall, Run Ping looked at the expressionless Shui Gui. "You kill demonic beasts and devour their souls?" Zergi nodded. "Your enlightenment is great, but the power of the beast's soul is, after all, an external object. Cultivate well and raise your realm," Run Ping admonished. Actually, Shui Gui's cultivation speed was already not bad. It was already in the early condensed Dan realm now. Zergi nodded. "Usually there's nothing to come back to for a meal," Run Pin added. Shui Gui nodded. Just then, Ru Shui walked in, her eyes glancing over Shui Gui's body. "Elder Ren, what's for dinner tonight?" Rin Ping had lost all hope in Ru Shui's cooking skills. Whatever, Ru Shui wasn't some brainless person, and after asking about tonight's dishes, she knew she had to leave the Great Hall. A moment later, Shui Gui walked out. Ru Shui had been waiting here for a long time. When she saw Shui Gui appear, she immediately greeted her. "Senior brother Shui, are you staying here tonight?" Shui Gui looked into Ru Shui's eyes. Expressionless, straight away, he turned away. The smile on Ru Shui's face froze. Looking at Shui Gui's distant back, Ru Shui secretly said in her heart, "As long as you're here, I'm still afraid I can't take you?" Shui Gui didn't stay for dinner. When Rin Ping saw the dishes that were served, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. The dish didn't come from Ru Shui's hands at first glance, but was made by Ru Yen, because the pairings were better. Even though they were all dishes from the Qinghong continent, they weren't bad. You could say it's colorful. Run Pin ate it. Ru Shui stood aside. Seeing Rin Ping eat with gusto, a smile appeared on her face as well. Secretly, letting Ru Yen cook instead of himself was a wise decision of Elder Ren. "I've recently learned the art of cooking. Do you think it's passable?" She thought to herself that if she wanted to take down Shui Gui, Run Ping would have to pass this hurdle. When the time comes, the water will be ready. Run Pei hummed. There was no answer. What Ru Shui didn't know was that her true colors had already been seen through by Rin Ping. How is this her cooking? It's obviously Ru Yen who did it, bullying and plagiarizing the fruits of others' labor. Ren Ping had already given Ru Shui a big cross in his heart. However, considering that the cheap disciple of his still had to work on his character, he had just left Ru Shui here. Kisame's character is just too weak. Build up Ru Yue's character, and by then this Ru Yue, too, will not be able to stay here. It was a satisfying meal for Rin Pin. Although he hadn't tasted the dishes of his previous life, the dishes of the Qinghong continent were unique. At night, Ru Yue had fallen asleep. Ru Yen dampened a towel with cold water and put it on her face, picked up a broom and cleaned every corner of the Great Hall. As she recalled today's events, she knew in her heart that Ru Shui was afraid that she was going to make a move against Shui Gui. Ru Yen secretly considered whether or not to remind Elder Ren's disciple. Ruoxue's virtues were very clear to her. At the age of 15 or 16, he had already hooked up with his senior brother from the inner sect. It was for this reason that Ru Shui's talent was not working and still managed to break through to the true Qi realm. In case Ru Yue really gets her way. Kisame shook her head. Perhaps a secret reminder. "Little apprentice, why are you still so miserable?" Just then, a pale voice rang out. Chapter 103, Why are you so timid? Ru Yen heard the voice and the movement in her hand gave way. Mastermind. This familiar pale voice, wasn't it her cheap master whom she had never met? Seemingly hearing the hint of teasing in Rin Ping's tone, Ru Yen laughed. "Master, you're here." "Yeah, I'm coming. You're in a position to fight back now, so why don't you?" Run Pin asked again. Isn't that masochism? In the darkness of the night, Ren Ping could vaguely see the scars on Ru Yen's face. This is another beating. Why are you so chicken? If you compel her, nothing will happen, and you'll have more time to practice, so why not? Run Pin spat. Kisame bowed her head. She did get a little scared. Manipulating others, in her opinion, is a very unethical thing to do. Run Ping sighed. That's too honest. It's no longer a matter of being timid. Strength is used to improve one's life, and having been bullied already, why not retaliate back? And what is the use of your strength? Even if you're at the Jindan realm, you're still being bullied all the same? Ren Ping's pale voice rang out. Ru Yen's eyes flickered, not knowing what she was thinking. Ren Ping had to say again, do you want me to teach you a trick? You can have tons of time to practice without offending anyone? Ruyan sniffed and nodded. Master, please. Runping smiled wistfully. You can compel the woman to get up in the middle of the night to sweep and work. End the compulsion before letting her forget what happened during it again. Tomorrow, you won't have to work. Ruyan's eyes lit up. This is indeed a great way to go. Listen to you. Runping watched as Ruyan returned to the small house and the power of compulsion was unleashed. Rushue woodenly got up, picked up a broom aside, and went straight ahead to clean up. Runping nodded his head in satisfaction as he saw this scene. Well, not bad. The children are teachable. Cultivate. As a master, it's time to teach you to cultivate. Ruyan nodded and sat on the bed and began to practice. But the speed of her cultivation was too slow. This is simply because of average talent. It's not the other way around. Runping laughed. Junior apprentice brother, I'll grant you another divine ability that will enhance your cultivation speed. Do you want it? Kisame nodded. Of course she wants it. It was because of her average cultivation speed that she failed to enter the inner sect of the colorful neon sect to cultivate. It's just that yes, isn't the talent thing innate? Can't it be changed? She was a little skeptical. Although his own cheap master looked powerful and his abilities were bizarre and unpredictable, enhanceable talent is just unbelievable. Renping watched Ruyan with this expression in the dark, directly bestowed with the blue absorb aura word. As for himself, he was given a purple absorb aura phrase. Now that the divine ability has been bestowed, you can look at your cultivation talent again. Runping laughed. Ruyan began to cultivate once again. It was found that the speed of absorbing aura had really increased. And it's not an increase of a fraction of a second. It's a substantial increase. Ruyan's cultivation talent could only be considered average. If you break it down by word, it probably has a white absorb aura word. Now that he had directly obtained the blue aura absorption phrase, his cultivation talent could be said to have increased drastically. Ruyan stared at the scene with wide eyes, shocked. At this rate of cultivation, it won't be long before she breaks through to the Yang Yuan realm for you. Thank you, Master. Ruyan hastily said to the darkness ahead. Such a cultivation talent was already considered unique in the colorful neon sect. If there was a future, he would definitely be able to become a character like Patriarch Yue was. Runping saw Ruyan enter her cultivation and said, I'll leave first. I'll come back when I have time to see how your cultivation is going. After saying that, the voice simply disappeared. Ruyan looked at the distant hall, where Ryue was sweeping the floor meticulously. Kesame's mood improved instantly. She seemed to know the use of the compulsion avatar. She pulled her gaze back and continued to cultivate. It wasn't until dawn that Ruyan stopped. Cultivation can be a substitute for sleep, and even if you cultivate all night, you won't have any effect the next day. After Rushue finished cleaning, Ruyan let her go back to sleep. The next day, Kiju woke up and realized that she was sore, as if she had done a year's worth of work last night. Rushue didn't care. Her guess was that it was probably because she had messed around too much with Master Lu the other day. Ruyan had gone into the kitchen. Kiju felt sore after a little movement and lay down on the bed. Ruyan does all this work anyway. Whether she gets up or not is of little significance. If it were before, Rushue would have insisted on getting up and touching base with Renping. But now, she had changed her targets to Shuigue. It was noon before Rushue slowed down. In fact, in the true Qi realm, cleaning is not so bad. Rushue is just spoiled. What she did last night, Kisame does every single day. And Ruyan has to work during the day. Ryue told Ruyan to continue in the main hall. She, on the other hand, went to the territory of the inner disciples of the colorful neon sect. After some poking around, Rushue realized where Shuigue was. That Shuigue, occupying the cultivation chamber with the densest spiritual chi in our Kai and I sect. Our inner sect brothers and sisters have a lot of opinions about him. However, after this guy enters cultivation, the door doesn't come out. Shuigue had a bit of a reputation in the colorful neon sect. The main reason for this was because Shuigue occupied the cultivation chamber with the densest spiritual chi in the inner sect of the Kai and I sect. Rushue's eyes twitched slightly when she heard this news. Shuigue was worthy of being one of the few strongest people in the Kai and I sect. Even the best cultivation chamber in the inner sect was occupied by him. Whether it was in terms of strength or status, it was countless times better than the inner sect senior brother Lu that she was currently following. Rushue was even more certain that her choice of Shuigue was so right. Not only did Shuigue have great strength, but he also had a master with unfathomable strength. To her, Shuigue was a good person to befriend. She poked around some more and finally arrived at Shuigue's closed-door chamber. Originally, with her status as an outer disciple of the colorful neon sect, she was not qualified to come here at all, but she was now Renping's maid. After signing up for the status of being a flat attendant, Rushue found herself passing through the colored nectar sect unhindered. There is free passage anywhere. Arriving here, Rushue discovered that the door to Shuigue's cultivation chamber was tightly closed. She sighed and had to wait at the door. As the saying goes, A man chasing a woman is separated by a mountain, and a woman chasing a man is separated by a veil. Like any veil on snow, it can be removed at any time. Ru Shui was still waiting outside the cultivation chamber, while Ren Ping's great hall, for the first time, had a guest. Chapter 104, Starry Rain Who Was Trapped by Love. Ren Ping also didn't expect that there would be guests in his place. The point is that this guest is Yue Hua. It was a guest that surprised Ren Ping. Although Ren Ping was stronger than Yue Hua, Ren Ping didn't have any of the loneliness of a strong man. Straight away, he asked Ruyan to prepare some simple snacks and also thoughtfully made a pot of tea. Only, Ren Ping did not know what exactly Yue Hua's purpose was in coming over this time. Moonflower had wanted to say something several times. Ren Ping laughed lightly and directly opened the door. Patriarch Yue Hua, there's no harm in saying what's going on. Seeing Ren Ping being so straightforward, Yue Hua eventually spoke up. Senior Ren, I wonder if your disciple Shui Gue has a good match. Ren Ping was staggered. Yue Hua is here to make a match? Shui Gui's situation is a bit complicated. He didn't even know what to say. Yue Hua continued again. Elder Ren, truth be told, in my Kai and I sect, there is a woman who has fallen head over heels for Shui Gue, and a few days ago, she already teared up. I, the patriarch, had to come with a thick skin to find out what was going on. Yue Hua had a bitter smile on her face. Ren Ping raised an eyebrow. Shui Gue wasn't really the good-looking type, but the manhood is still there. Plus it's strong, so maybe there really are women out there who like it. Ren Ping mused, saying, Sect leader Yue Hua, there is no need for me to use a marriage to liaise with the colorful neon sect's friendship. Ren Ping considered this. Yue Hua probably knew how strong he was. In the face of a strong person who had surpassed the Jindan realm, it was reasonable for the Kai Ni sect to want to join forces, and it was human nature to admire the strong. It was just that he didn't want this kind of thing to involve Shui Gue. Of course, he wasn't interested. Yue Hua shook her head. Senior Ren has misunderstood. What I said was not empty words. This colorful neon sect disciple, Senior Ren has still seen. That is, Star Rain. Yue Hua came here knowing that Ren Ping would think in that direction, so it's hard to say. As the strongest person in the younger generation of the colorful neon sect, Star Rain also had a chance to break through to the Jindan realm in the future. After returning with Shui Gue, Xingyu seemed like a different person, and he didn't cultivate with any dedication. As the master of the colorful neon sect, Yue Hua was naturally concerned about the next generation of powerful people in the colorful neon sect, and after some understanding, she realized that the person who made Star Rain's soul restless was Shui Gue. Yue Hua naturally couldn't let Star Rain go on like this. Also a woman. Yue Hua understood this feeling of being attached to the heart very well. That's why he was so brazen and came to Ren Ping. Ren Ping was also a bit surprised when he heard that. Star Rain and Shui Gue had gone out to hunt the murderer and experienced being chased by the strongest members of the Transformer fan sect, so they were considered to be suffering together. It's not uncommon that it will spawn a fling. But, this is Shui Gue. If it were any other disciple, Ren Ping would have come straight to the point of letting them develop freely, even rubbing their hands together to summarize if the mood strikes them. Looking at Ren Ping's face, Yue Hua asked, Elder Ren, is there something difficult to say? Ren Ping thought for a moment and decided to tell Shui Gue about it. After telling what happened to Shui Gue, Yue Hua could probably understand. Hard words are not, but this disciple of mine is a bit special. Patriarch Yue Hua is also aware that this son Shui Gue has a cold personality. Luna nodded. Indeed, Shui Gue is indeed cold. However, as a genius, it was normal to be a bit condescending. Coldness is also just character. After falling in love, maybe it's hot, Luna said with a smile. This is not uncommon. Ren Ping shook his head. Does Patriarch Yue Hua know what kind of person Shui Gue was before? Yue Hua shook her head, but secretly in his heart, Shui Gue definitely wasn't some kind of unforgivable person either. If he was really a man of 10 evils, I'm afraid Ren Ping wouldn't have stayed by his side. The only problem with Shui Gue is that he's a bit of a cold character. Otherwise, not much. Even his broken arm, when the realm was elevated and he looked for some special means, he could just as easily be restored to normal. Ren Ping said slowly. Until 6 months ago, Shui Gue had a harmonious family and was a very righteous man. However, there was a change of heart. His brother betrayed him and killed his wife and daughter because of his interests. So Shui Gue became this. Yue Hua sniffed and was also silent. The situation is indeed a bit complicated. According to this situation, Shui Gue is afraid that her heart is dead and she has closed herself off emotionally. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for Star Rain. Having had a wife and daughter is not a big deal. The most important thing is still Shui Gue itself. Luna sighed. I understand. I'll go back and talk to Star Rain. As for how it will be, it's up to them youngsters. Ren Ping nodded. That's the kind of thing he just doesn't want to get involved in. It's still up to Shui Gue. Elder Ren, then I will take my leave first. If there's anything you need, Please don't be polite. Senior Ren, just ask. Yuehua left here with a complicated expression. Yuehua returned to his hall and didn't linger, going to Star Rain's address again. Star Rain was the first among the disciples of the colorful neon sect. Her residence was rich in aura, and some of the flowers and plants were very clean and neatly tended. It was a small courtyard filled with the scent of flowers. In the small courtyard, Star Rain, wearing a plain dress and a sad face, was breaking the petals of the flowers in her hands. The flowers in his hand had long been bare and the petals had fallen to the ground, but Singing Rain's hands were still repeating the same movements as if they were mechanical. Yuehua sighed deeply at the sight. If this goes on, this first genius of the colorful neon sect will be ruined. In the past, when she arrived here, Star Rain had already noticed it. And now, one is all the way into the yard. Star Rain was still fuming. Little girl, I'm coming. It took a reminder from Yuehua for Star Rain to return to his senses. Sovereign, Yuehua looked at Xingyu and finally chose to inform him of the news he had gotten. Star Rain murmured after hearing what happened to Shuegue. I didn't realize that he had had this experience. He must be desperate, Yuehua said in a deep voice as she looked at Star Rain. The Shuegue situation is complicated. I suggest you give up, practice well. Star Rain shook his head and smiled bitterly. I don't want to practice at all right now. Yuehua was stunned. I've told you the situation. You're on your own. Yuehua didn't know what to say. A final word was said before he left. She was the sect leader of the colored neon sect, and it was impossible for her to spend too much effort on this kind of thing. Yuehua left. Xingyu considered for a long time, decided to go to Shuegue first. She said to herself, happiness is earned. Star Rain arrived at Shuegue's retreat. As soon as he came here, he saw a woman dressed up in a flowery manner, still looking in the mirror in front of the door of the secret room. The woman was wearing the clothes of an outer disciple of the colored neon sect, and Star Rain didn't care at first. Chapter 105 Outing. Star Rain merely glanced at Ru Shui, but Ru Shui was surreptitiously sizing up Star Rain. Ru Shui saw this woman in front of her. She was very good looking, whether it was her body or her appearance. She was one of the best. However, what Star Rain was wearing at this time was a loose plain dress, and there was no makeup on her face, not to mention any gorgeous jewelry to wear on her body. And all of this fell in Ru Shui's eyes, causing the corners of her mouth to hook up into a smile. Ru Shui's gaze scraped up and down Star Rain, and she secretly said in her heart, where did this come from that wanted to attach to Shuegue? She was not dressed properly, not to mention she didn't have any makeup, so she couldn't be a little like Ru Yen, could she? So what if she's pretty? It's not like they know how to put on makeup, much less dress, and it's even more impossible for this kind of person to expect to know anything about flirting. But it was only a matter of moments before Ru Shui compared herself to Star Rain, and the result of the comparison was naturally that Ru Shui herself won. Star Rain didn't notice this outer disciple who had been staying in front of the door. Outer disciples were considered to be at the bottom of the colorful neon sect. Normally, you don't even get to see her face. Such a person naturally couldn't get into Star Rain's eyes. Star Rain looked at the door of the cultivation chamber closed, and finally took a deep breath and was about to go up and knock on the door of the cultivation chamber. But at that moment, he was stopped by Ru Shui who was on the side. Hey, what's wrong with you people? Why are you interrupting people's cultivation? Ru Shui had already taken all the women she saw here as her competitors. Especially the woman in front of her was amazingly beautiful, although she could not dress and wear clothes and had no taste. But in Ru Shui's eyes, she was also a woman who could be a threat to her. Now that she saw Xingyu going up to knock on the door, she naturally had to give the other party a downward spiral, thinking that the other party was wearing nothing more than a plain skirt. I'm afraid that she wasn't even an outer disciple within the Kai sect, without a status background. How could Ruoxue be polite to her? I'm talking to you. Senior brother Shuegue is cultivating right now. Why are you disturbing him? Star Rain looked back at the frowning woman and frowned as she said slowly, you, an outer disciple, still want to come and block me? There was a hint of anger in Star Rain's tone. Between the words even more will their own breath show out. Belonging to the condensed Dan realm of the breath directly swept around. Ru Shui immediately pale, pupils huge shock looking at the Sukun women in front of them. She also didn't expect that the plain-skirted woman in front of her would possess such terrifying strength. Obviously, he was a person of great strength, so why wasn't he wearing the inner disciple costume of the colorful neon sect? Ru Yue was a bit confused. After all, in her eyes the identity of an inner disciple was already very noble. It was something worth showing off. If she were to obtain the identity of an inner disciple, she would definitely wear the clothes of an inner disciple on her body every day. Kizhu had begun to stutter in her speech. Sister Shifu. Misunderstanding senior sister. Star Rain snorted coldly and didn't bother too much with Ru Shui. She directly came to the door of the cultivation chamber and knocked on the door. At this time, Ru Shui is guessing in front of this beautiful and moving, The face of the world and the strength of the strong woman in the end. Who is it? A sudden aura crossed her mind. She was even more afraid. The number of people within the colorful neon sect who met this condition was not many. And Star Rain, the first genius of the colored neon sect, was the one that best fit the bill. Moreover, Star Rain had gone out to hunt demonic beasts with Shui Gui some time ago, so it was obvious that Star Rain and Shui Gui had known each other for a long time, and there was also a not-so-good friendship. Ru Shui was already in a cold sweat at this point, and glanced at Star Rain in horror. Very fortunate that she didn't say too many excessive words just now, or else she would have ended up in a miserable situation. Ru Shui decided not to continue staying here. If she angered this first genius of the colorful neon sect, let alone whether he can get Shui Gui's heart, the greater possibility is that he will be blamed by this first genius of the Kai sect. As long as Xingyu has a word, there are many people within the Kai sect who are willing to do things for Xingyu, and wanting to pinch her. This outer disciple is nothing more than a snap of the fingers and no effort at all. Ru Shui's departure naturally didn't attract Xingyu's attention. An outer disciple at the true Qi realm didn't deserve much of her attention. Knock knock, knock knock. The door to Shui Gui's cultivation chamber was knocked on, and this voice was calm and long. Shui Gui's voice also came out from inside, his voice still so cold. Who is it? Something's up. When Star Rain heard this voice, a small smile appeared on her face, a smile that seemed to have a bit of happiness in it. Shui Gui's voice was very familiar to her. In the face of Shui Gui's inquiry, Xingyu did not answer immediately. She took a moment to answer. It's me. Are you done practicing? Can I ask you a favor? Star Rain uttered 3 quick sentences. Shui Gui's voice inside the cultivation chamber was still incomparably cold. What is it? Shui Gui's answer was very quick, but it was Xingyu's turn to be silent, as she hadn't thought of anything to ask for Shui Gui's help either. After all, she had come here simply because she wanted to meet Shui Gui. Maybe it's just to hear Shui Gui's voice. Star Rain's mind was working frantically, and it took a while before he coughed lightly and said, "My cultivation speed is a bit too slow. I want to fix that. Recently I found a method to increase my cultivation speed at the clan's bookstore, and I want to try it out. But this trip requires me to leave the Kai sect, and the elders of the Kai sect don't have any spare time, so I want to ask for your help." Star Rain thought for a while before coming up with such a reason. Her cultivation speed wasn't really slow, but it was indeed too slow compared to Shui Gui's increase in strength. As for that so-called method of increasing cultivation speed within the sect's hidden scriptures, Star Rain had also browsed through it. Only that method was too heavenly and unthinkable for ordinary people to do. At least I'm not cheating on him. I just wanted an excuse to see him or hear his voice. Star Rain consoled herself with this in her mind. Yes, Shui Gui's voice once again came out from within the cultivation chamber. The smile on Star Rain's face grew even wider when she heard the voice. Alright then, 3 days later you will leave the colorful neon sect with me. Xingyu felt like he had to go back and prepare for what he was going to take Shui Gui to do after he left the Color Ni sect. After all, Shui Gui is not a cutie. In case he felt that he was cheating him, then he would have no chance at all straight away. Shui Gui must really hate it when people cheat him. Xingyu and Shui Gui made an appointment that 3 days later, the two of them would leave the Kai Ni sect together to look for that method to increase the speed of cultivation. Star Rain was filled with excitement as she arrived at the Kai Ni sect's hidden scriptures cabinet, where she rummaged around for a while before finding the book that contained a record of increasing the speed of cultivation. Chapter 106. Did you do it on purpose? There are spirit mussels in the South China Sea that contain spirit beads, and if you swallow the spirit beads and hide them in your body, you can increase the speed of your cultivation. This is the record that Star Rain found in the colorful Nasek's hidden scripture cabinet. This kind of spirit mussel unique to the South China Sea can indeed enhance the speed of cultivation. However, Nanliang County, where the colorful neon sect was located, was far away from the South Sea. Even a Jindan powerhouse would need to rush for half a month. Moreover, the South China Sea was an unregulated area that possessed many powerful people, and even Jindan powerhouses could not guarantee their own safety there. Even the strong people of the realm of the embodied god realm, who were strong enough to be kings in Nanliang County, did not dare to roam around in the South Sea region. Star Rain was a bit intent on being hesitant. She didn't want to leave the Nanliang County range. Leaving Nanliang County, she couldn't use an advantage like the power background of the colorful neon sect. The distance is too far, and I don't know if Shui Gui is willing to go. For once in my life, Shui Gui promised to go out with me, so how can I be so indecisive? Star Rain sighed and decided to just go to the South China Sea to get that spirit bead to increase his cultivation speed. Although her talent was considered to be number one within the colorful neon sect, it could not be considered anything in front of such a special genius like Shui Gui, and Star Rain was able to see that if her strength was too much weaker than Shui Gui's, Shui Gui would probably not look at herself with a straight eye. After all, this is a world where strength is honored. There's still 3 days left. I need to get ready for this. Should I make my mind clear to Shui Gui? It's better not to show my heart yet. Shui Gue has experienced emotional trauma. In case of rejection, I won't even be able to be friends. Cultivate feelings first. Although Xingyu had fallen in love at this point, she was not a cutie. Very clear that if she made her heart clear to Shui Gue, the probability was that she would be rejected by Shui Gue. The two have not crossed paths since. I'll make some good preparations, and when Shui Gue needs something, I'll be able to promote a lot of goodwill by giving it to him directly as well. Star Rain, a young girl in love, is pursuing her own happiness. Ru Xue, who had been struck down by Star Rain, returned to the great hall where Rin Ping was. She also didn't expect that she would run into the first genius of the Kaienai sect in front of Shui Gui's cultivation chamber. Star Rain is the first genius of the colorful neon sect, so I don't think he'll look at Shui Gue. After all, Shui Gue, he's a one-armed man. I still have a chance. Ru Xue secretly thought that she didn't even understand how powerful Shui Gue was. If she had known that the colorful neon sect's patriarch Yuehua didn't dare to speak a single word of truth even in front of Shui Gue, she believed that Ru Xue would have been even more anxious. After Ru Xue returned to the Great Hall, she saw that Ru Yan had already raised a fire inside the kitchen, and the sound of fragrant oil splattering down the sides of the pots rang out, and a wave of anger floated up on Ru Xue's face. She huffed and puffed into the kitchen, only to find it filled with smoke, and the smell of fumes was just too much for her nose. He had to wait outside and wait for Ruyan to serve the prepared meal before he huffed and puffed and went up the stairs to question Ruyan. Did you do it on purpose? You're going into the kitchen when I'm not here. Do you want Elder Rin to know that you made all these dishes? Looking at Ruyan with a plate of fried pork with chili peppers in her hand, Ruoxue slapped the plate on the ground. Ruyan looked at the chili fried pork that had fallen to the ground and couldn't help but frown. With another glance at Ru Xue, who was furious at the moment, she said slowly, Elder Rin wants to eat. Ru Xue only stopped fooling around when she heard this. She pointed at Ru Yan and said, I don't want there to be a next time. What are you still standing there for? Elder Rin is about to eat. Why don't you hurry up and cook? Ruyan nodded and re-entered the kitchen, ready to fry. She didn't choose to confront Ru Xue head-on. Ren Ping's cultivation time became less these days. This was because his realm had already reached the peak of Chengdan, and he was just one step away from the Golden Dan realm. At this point he needed some time to settle down. As the saying goes, it was useless for him to be overly anxious about this matter of breaking through the realm. However, Ren Ping felt that it shouldn't take long to break through the realm. It would be within a month or two. The rest of the day was naturally spent eating and drinking all kinds of things. The rest Ren Ping didn't have much interest in. The only thing he put a lot of effort into was the word eat. Together with Ruyan's culinary skills, he was able to reproduce various dishes from his previous life. Ren Ping was satisfied. Elder Rin, this is chili fried pork. Taste it. Ru Xue carried a plate of chili fried pork and walked into the main hall. Ren Ping knew that this plate of chili fried pork was from Ru Yan's hands just by looking at it. Ru Xue's various magical operations, Ren Ping had already seen it all, and this kind of taking the fruits of other people's labor for himself was still a relatively normal thing to do. Ren Ping didn't answer, but said, I want a bear paw tomorrow. Bear paws need to be plucked off one by one for hair removal, and you can't destroy the skin of the bear's paw. After the bear paw is cleaned, it is boiled in a high broth to make the meat wimpy and to achieve a melt-in-your-mouth effect. Speaking of this, Ren Ping took out another piece of paper on the side, which recorded the specific method of making bear paws. Go back and look. Hearing this, Ru Xue nodded her head in a hurry. Okay, Elder Ren. She didn't even look at them. Kisame was doing all this work anyway. This bear paw sounds very difficult to make at first glance, but what does it matter? It's not like she did it anyway. Ru Xue found Ru Yan directly after leaving the Great Hall and handed the paper to Ru Yan. Elder Ren wants to eat a bear paw tomorrow. You follow the above. Ru Yan nodded and took a look at the paper, and immediately frowned. The production process of this bear paw is very complicated. To shed the bear paw today, immersed in the mountain spring water, and then stewed for several hours in a high soup. It takes a lot of time. The bear paw removal step, in particular, requires that the hairs be pulled out one by one without damaging the skin of the paw. This time it's Elder Ren who took the initiative to create the dish. No matter how difficult it is, you'll gnaw it down for me. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you responsible. Ru Yue was still the same condescending person. Now Ruyan was in trouble. Bear paws were not a rare thing in the colorful neon sect. Those ordinary bears could be killed at will even at her true chi realm. Various ingredients are also common, but it takes so much thought and time. Ruyan sighed and left the place, and a few moments later brought back a bear paw, which was of excellent quality and very well preserved. Remember, the hairs of the bear's paw have to be pulled off one by one. Looking at Ruyan in preparation for work, Ru Yue added in an aside. Ruyan raised an eyebrow. In her opinion, there is no need to pull down the hairs of this bear's paw one by one. This bear's paw is full of hairs. If you really want to pull down the hairs one by one, You have to pull them down to the monkey's age? She directly activated the compulsion word with a thought, and in an instant, Rushue's gaze became dull. Chapter 107. Why are you so tired after a nap? Under Ryue's manipulation, Ryue took the bare paw from Ryue's hand. Finding a tweezer on the side, she began to slowly pluck off the hairs of the bear's paw. Looking at her meticulous appearance, a smile appeared on Ruyen's face as well. The divine ability given by that cheap master was indeed very good. Ryue was maneuvered by Ryue and began to clean the fur from the bear's paws. Ruyen, on the other hand, began to cultivate. Ryue had been compelled by Ryue, and Ryue wasn't worried that Ryue would be intent on sabotage. Until nightfall, the bare paw in Ryue's hand was already bare. The black hairs were plucked away one by one, revealing the pinkish-white skin. Ryue, under Ryue's control, brought a basin of water and soaked the bear's paw in it. After doing this, Ryue came back to the bed and lay down. After a long time, Ryue sat up, and at this time, her eyes had regained their usual radiance. Without that mute and dull feeling, Ryue stretched her arms, feeling herself aching all over. Those hands were already white from soaking. How come I'm sore after a good night's sleep? Ryue was very puzzled in her heart and looked to the side of Ruyen. As soon as she saw Ruyen sitting on the side, she opened her mouth and said, "Have you taken care of the bare paw for tomorrow? Dare to rest? Sweep the floor. It's taken care of. It's already soaking in mountain spring water. You better or I won't be able to spare you if something goes wrong tomorrow." Ryue glared at Ruyen and said. Ruyen raised her eyes and pointed to the water basin to the side, in which a pinkish-white bear's paw was dipping. The bear's paws have been plucked clean, one by one, and there's no break in the skin, believe it or not. Ryue saw the bear's paw quietly soaking in the water, and there wasn't a single strand of hair on top of the paw before she let her heart drop. "Leave me alone. I'm going to bed." Ryue stood up and walked a few steps, only to feel sore all over, and lay down on the bed again, and in a short while she began to huff and puff. Seeing this scene, Ruyen also began to cultivate. At this time into the nightfall, the sky also gradually dimmed. This large hall where Renping was located was very remote, and whenever night fell, it was very quiet. The only sound in the entire hall was the brushing sound of the night wind blowing through the branches of the trees. Ruyen had never felt so relaxed before, and the compelling aptitude opened the door to a new world for her. He had been cultivating for the past few days, and his cultivation had broken through from the middle stage of True Qi to the peak of True Qi realm, and he was only a foot short of breaking through the Yang Yuan realm. In the colorful Neon sect, the Yang Yuan realm could already be promoted to inner disciple. There was a big gap between the status of an inner disciple and an outer disciple. A random inner disciple could command an outer disciple. Inner disciples were already considered official disciples, and the resources they could receive for distribution were more than 10 times that of outer disciples. Ruyen cultivated for a while and realized that she was still a little something short of the Yang Yuan realm. Thinking about it, Ruyen realized that what he lacked was the right kung fu. The gongfu she practiced in belonged to the category of being a roadkill. Any outer disciple could easily learn this technique. I also wonder if my cheap master has any feats? There should be. Ruyen was able to make such progress all because she met that mysterious cheap master. Now that he had encountered a problem, his first thought was to think of his master. But soon Kisame shook her head. Masters' things were always masters, and it was not good for her to open her mouth to ask about them when they were not given to her. In Ruyen's opinion, asking for resources was a treacherous thing to do. Just as Ruyen was about to continue her cultivation, that familiar voice rang in her ears. Not bad, not bad. You're about to break through to the Yang Yuan realm so soon. Junior apprentice brother, you've been practicing quite diligently lately. Renping was secretly nodding as he watched Ruyen reach the peak realm of True Qi at this point. Although Ruyen was honest, she wasn't a person who didn't know how to change things. Today he told Ryue that he wanted to eat the bare paw, and specially explained that the hairs of the bare paw should be plucked off one by one, precisely because he wanted to test Ryue, whether it was really that rotten wood that could not be carved. However, after some trials, Renping realized that although Ruyen's character was good, she also knew how to be flexible. Compulsion was a phrase she used with great restraint. At the very least, you won't use the phrase to do something hurtful. Hey, I remember that this great hall of yours has to be swept every day. How come you didn't compel that woman to sweep the floor for you? Renping spoke up. Kisame replied as she froze for a moment. She's been working all day today, so she should be tired too. Ruyen thought about how Ryue had indeed had a busy day today. Compelling her to sweep the floor at the end of the night is more or less unethical. Ruyen was ready to practice one more time and sweep the floor himself. There was a hint of derision in Renping's voice. You're too honest too. When she bullies you, she doesn't think about how tired you are. Ruyen seemed to have thought of something, and with a thought, she directly compelled Ryue, who was still sleeping on the bed. After Ryue woke up, she numbly grabbed a broom and started sweeping the floor in all corners. Renping slowly nodded his head when he saw this scene. It's good to be about to break through the realm. But I see that the quality of the true chi you cultivated is very average. Which gong method do you cultivate? Renping asked again. Ruyan answered truthfully. The technique that disciple cultivates is a yellow rank technique from the color Ni sect. Renping was also a bit surprised. A clan of the level of the colorful neon sect was considered powerful in Nanyang County. Generally speaking, yellow ranked feats belonged to being a big deal. It was only practiced by those who did not have a master and did not belong to a sect. Ruyan using a yellow rank technique to cultivate to the true chi realm was considered not bad. Master, here is a technique that you can take and cultivate. Just break through to the Yang Yuan realm today. There are still a lot of Renping's feats. He possessed a purple enlightenment Tongshan phrase, and comprehending feats was as simple as eating and drinking water. Renping searched his mind to find an earth rank technique. Taking out a blank jade slip, he branded the gong method into it. Then it was gently tossed. This jade slip crossed in midair and landed directly in front of Ruyan. Ruyan picked up the jade slip and took a look. It was a very complicated technique. It was profound compared to her yellow rank technique, but Ruyan could feel that if she practiced this technique, her strength would increase a lot. Thank you, Master. Alright, hurry up and cultivate, and try to break through to the Yang Yuan realm before dawn. You can ask me directly if there's anything you don't understand about this technique. Ruyan nodded and began to comprehend this technique after 3 hours. She finally cultivated this technique to the introductory stage. It was also at this time that she seemed to have encountered a breakthrough. The true chi in his body shook slightly, and his realm broke through to Yang Yuan. Chapter 108 Shui Gue goes out. A smile appeared on Renping's face as he watched Ruyan break through to the Yang Yuan realm. I remember that the inner disciples of the colorful neon sect are only at the Yang Yuan realm. I think it's time for you to be promoted to inner disciple. Ruyan nodded. She also wanted to be promoted as an inner disciple. After being promoted as an inner disciple, there would be a substantial increase in both status and resources. You may not even have to sweep and cook here. Have a separate residence of your own. Not to mention not having to be pressured and bullied by Ruyue. These are the things that make a difference for her. What Master said. After breaking through to the Yang Yuan realm, it was indeed time for her to consider the matter of being promoted to an inner disciple. Go away, Renping said and disappeared. It was almost dawn before Rushue finished sweeping the floor and returned to the house. With hollow eyes, she slumped down on the bed and, within moments, fell asleep. Kisame also ended the compulsion to manipulate. The next day, as soon as Rushue woke up, she didn't see Ru Yan's figure. These days, every time she woke up from sleep, she felt tired and sore. Her mood was also affected. At this time, she wanted to find Ruyan reprimanded to relieve her anger, but she did not see Ruyan's figure after looking around. At this time, Ruyan had already arrived at the disciple hall of the colorful neighborhood sect here. She got the identity of an inner disciple. Since you have been promoted to inner sect disciple, the outer sect disciple mission you are currently performing should logically end. But Elder Rin is very special. The maids by his side cannot be easily replaced without the permission of the patriarch. So if you don't mind, you can continue to stay within Elder Rin's hall to cultivate. And in addition, you will be assigned an outer disciple, who will all be at your command. Of course, the cultivation resources belonging to inner disciples will not be lacking for you and will be delivered to you regularly. That disciple hall elder considered the actual situation and spoke out a very pertinent suggestion. Ruyan slowly nodded her head. She was not repulsed to stay in the main hall, now that she possessed the aptitude of compelling people. Ruyue could not bully her, and staying at Elder Ren's great hall is considered a very quiet place. Ruyan had grown up in the Kai-Ni sect since she was a child, and understood very well that the inner sect of the Kai-Ni sect wasn't all that peaceful, and that there was competition and conflict between disciples everywhere. Anyway, she was already an inner disciple now, and the resources belonging to inner disciples would naturally not lack her. Of course, there was another reason that her chief master had met her right at the main hall. If she had changed places, maybe the chief master wouldn't have been able to find her. This is the main reason. For Ruyan, the cultivation chambers that inner disciples could have were simply no match for that chief master. In less than a moment, the disciple hall arranged for a new outer disciple to follow Ruyan back to Renping's hall. This outer disciple was also a 17 or 18-year-old girl, also at the true chi realm, witty and good-looking. This is the great hall where Elder Rin resides. You familiarize yourself first. Ruyan let that outer disciple familiarize himself with the environment first, while he returned to the hut, where he found Ruoshue still snoring like a thunder. The corners of Ruyan's mouth sketched up a hint of a smile. Renping looked at Shui Gue in front of him and pondered. You're going out on a trip? Shui Gue nodded. Star Rain of the colorful neon sect wants to find treasures that increase cultivation speed? The South China Sea is quite far away. As soon as Shui Gue came back, he told Renping that he was going to go out with Xingyu to look for treasures to increase his cultivation speed. Renping gave Shui Gue a glance full of deep meaning. This is obviously Star Rain's strategy. However, he didn't say anything. If Xingyu really fell for Shuai, the combination of the two would not be a bad thing. It's not good for Shuai to be in this state of self-imposed emotional isolation, but all this presupposes that the two are free to develop. Shuai will not be cheated in any way either. Since you want to go, then you can go, but pay attention to safety and retreat in time if you are not as strong as the other party. Also, your method of devouring beast souls to raise your strength can be raised first in the near future. How about this? In the past 2 days you go ahead with me to kill a few demonic beasts and raise your strength a bit, Renping added after a moment of silence. From Shuai mouth, he also learned that the situation in the South China Sea was very complicated, and that it was difficult for even Jindan realm powerhouses to preserve themselves. The only way to gain a foothold was to reach the realm of the embodied god. Anyway, Shuai and the two of them had 2 more days before they went. In these 2 days, Renping could take him to the mountain range to kill a few demonic beasts and improve his strength. Shuai traveled to the South China Sea. He was not prepared to go along. When something really happened, there was no one to help back him up. At that time, Shuai could only rely on his own strength to solve all the difficulties. Shuai nodded. In fact, he had thoughts about it, although his strength was already at the Jindan realm. However, facing the large number of demonic beasts in the Demon Beast Mountain range was difficult to defeat with 2 fists. But it would be different if Renping went with him. Renping glanced at the line above Shuai's head. The line above Shuai's head had long since changed. Shuai, status, disciple, entry, beast soul, orange. After Shuai had devoured a large number of demonic beast remnant souls, his words unexpectedly turned orange, similar to Renping's orange words. This was the first time Renping had seen a growable word. The words on Shuai's head were originally purple, and now they had turned orange. Renping secretly wondered, if he continued to devour the remnant souls of demonic beasts, would he raise this word to the extreme? There's no time to lose, so set out with me now. Renping's figure directly disappeared in place. Shuai also followed closely behind, and the 2 figures flew out of the Kai sect, heading for the largest mountain range in Nanliang County. This mountain range was exactly the mountain range where Shuai had been chased by the Transfiguration mortal sect before with Star Rain. It was heard that this mountain range possessed demonic beasts of the embodied god realm. The Jindan realm demonic beasts were even more numerous. The 2 of them, Renping and Shuai, were naturally extremely fast, but they arrived here in a few hours. Looking at the mountain range that faintly emitted the sound of beast roars, Renping did not hesitate to bring Shuai directly into the depths of the mountain range. Jindan realm demonic beasts, not bad at all. Renping had just arrived here when he saw a Jindan realm demonic beast in the distance, a large python. The python raised its head as soon as it saw the 2 and looked at them warily. Although these 2 people had an average aura on them, they could vaguely make it feel the crisis of death. Renping merely glanced at it and directly pointed 1 finger over. A finger shadow appeared out of thin air in front of the python, directly poking through the head of the big snake. The Jindan realm demonic beasts died under a casual strike from Renping. Chapter 109 Divine Demonic Beast. Shuai was also a bit surprised as he looked at the fallen Jindan realm demonic beast. He thought that he had slowly caught up with his master's pace, but he did not expect Renping's strength to remain impervious to him. The casual strike just now was very powerful, but looking at Renping's appearance it was really just a casual strike. You go and devour this beast's soul, Renping said. Shuai nodded and directly came to sit on his knees next to the corpse of the Jindan demonic beast, and the beast soul within his body appeared in front of him. Shuai was sitting quietly next to the corpse of the Jindan demonic beast. Renping could clearly feel that after this demonic beast died, the beast soul in its body began to gradually escape, and a portion of the residual soul was devoured by the beast soul next to Shuai. As that part of the remnant soul was devoured, the aura of the beast soul beside Shuai became even more solid and powerful. This beast soul was already in the Jindan realm, and Shuai was fused with the beast soul, and with the addition of the 2 parties he could exert the strength of a late Jindan. It was only after about an hour or so that Shuai stood up and dug out a Jindan inside the Jindan demonic beast. It was back to Renping. Not bad, not bad, Renping said approvingly. When he first extracted the beast soul phrase, he hadn't thought that there was still a possibility for this beast soul to grow. In hindsight, it's worthy of the orange word. Renping led Shuai to continue towards the depths of the mountain range. The Jindan realm demonic beasts that they encountered along the way were all killed with their hands. Renping didn't personally devour the demonic beast remnant souls, but rather let Shuai do so. After several times of devouring, Shuai's beast soul had already reached the peak Jindan realm, and if it fused with Shuai, it would still be at the peak Jindan realm, and had yet to reach the realm of the embodied god realm. Renping expected that at the very least, he would need to devour a demonic beast soul of the embodied god realm in order to truly reach the embodied god realm. This was still the case because when Shuai devoured the remnant soul, he didn't devour it in its entirety, but rather, he devoured a part of the dead demonic beast's soul. Renping roughly calculated that the residual soul that could be devoured by killing a Jindan realm demonic beast was about 0.2%. However, now that Shuigui had reached the peak Jindan realm, he should also have the power to defend himself. And this time, when he went to the South China Sea, he was considered to have a certain amount of capital. You go back and get ready first. Renping spoke up. Shuigui nodded. This time he was considered to be going on a long journey. He did need to prepare some things, now that his realm had risen a lot with Shuigui's help. Oh yeah, I remember that there are also many demonic beasts in the South China Sea, so you can devour the remnants of demonic beast souls there to enhance your strength when you have the chance as well. I'll continue to hang out here. After Renping finished speaking, he raised his feet and continued walking towards the depths of the mountain range. This mountain range was a vast area, but at this moment, Shuigui and the two of them were already in the center of the mountain range. Renping was able to sense that there were a dozen or so Jindan realm auras hidden around them. But these demonic beasts chose to hibernate and did not dare to show themselves when they saw how powerful they were. Shuigui arched his hand towards Renping, turned around and flew out of the mountain range. Renping didn't walk for long before a sound came to his ears. A very rough sound that didn't sound like it came from a human. Human race, you killed many of the strongest members of my demon beast race, and now you still want to continue? Exit this mountain range now and we'll be at peace with each other. And again, if you continue to act recklessly, there'll be another life and death battle between you and me. Renping's footsteps lurched and his eyes flickered slightly. On a huge rock in front of him, a white tiger sat above, eyeing him intently. The aura emanating from this tiger had already surpassed the Jindan realm to reach the embodied god realm, and around this white tiger there were dozens and dozens of Jindan realm auras. These were all Jindan realm demonic beasts. A small smile appeared on his face. After the demonic beast clan cultivated to a certain realm, their IQ was not lower than humans and they could spit out human words. Renping had thought that the existence of demonic beasts of the embodied god realm in this mountain range was merely a legend, and he had not thought that he would be able to come across a real demonic beast of the embodied god realm here. This divine and extraordinary white tiger was probably the beast king of this mountain range, and the dozen or so Jindan realm demonic beasts around him should be his men. Renping smiled. Are you the beast king of this mountain range? The white tiger's voice sounded again. His voice was rather peculiar, and between whispers, the air around him shook. Renping secretly said in his heart, is this the legendary Emperor engine? It had to be said that the oppressive force of this white tiger was indeed very strong and had already reached the late stage of the embodied god realm. Human, your strength is only at the early stage of the embodied god. If you insist on acting rashly, I don't mind leaving you here. I'll only give you 3 breaths. The white tiger issued another warning. When Renping was killing the Jindan demonic beasts within the mountain range, this white tiger had already been observing in the dark, and it realized that Renping's strength had already reached the early stage of the embodied spirit realm, so it brought many of its men to show up to warn him. The reason why he didn't do it right away was more or less because he was afraid of Renping's strength. In fact, by reason, without using special means, the strength of the human race was a little worse than that of the demonic beast race. However, the human race means endless, bizarre and unpredictable, but also has a treasure spirit weapon to help. The demonic beasts are not compelled, but also not willing to move with the human race. Moreover, Renping looked young and possessed the strength of such a realm. There must be a huge force behind him to support him. The white tiger was worried that after striking down Renping, the huge force behind Renping had brazenly struck out and directly snuffed him out. Renping shrugged, a faint smile on his face. Don't talk big. It's not like I haven't repaired the late stage of the embodied god realm. Renping tries to unleash the compulsion word between words. However, it was discovered that the words were not of any use to the demonic beasts, and that compulsion could really only compel the hearts of the people, not the hearts of the beasts. In response, Renping could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. He really wasn't as good as his many disciples at digging into the various words and phrases. Right now, even after he fused the beast soul, his own realm was only in the late Jindan stage, and in the case that the compulsion words couldn't be used, he really wasn't a match for this white tiger. Renping thought for a moment, lifted his feet and walked towards the outskirts of the mountain range. He naturally didn't want to fight hard against an opponent he couldn't defeat. Humph, insidious and cunning human race. If you set foot in this mountain range again, I will kill you here. The white tiger couldn't help but snort coldly when he saw Renping leave directly. This was more or less a bit of bullying. If Renping continued to enter the mountain range, he might be very scrupulous, but seeing that Renping chose to retreat after being warned, he wanted to humiliate again. Renping raised an eyebrow. Threats of life and death are not uncommon in the cultivation world, but it was the first time I'd seen one that threatened him. Renping made up his mind to make a trip over after his strength had increased and strip this white tiger. Chapter 110, You Dare to Break Through the Realm? When Rinping returned to the colorful neon sect, he found that Shui Gui had already left. Ruyan came to Rinping's body with a smile on her face. Ruyan seemed to have a spring breeze on her face at this moment, and her whole body was full of energy. When Rinping saw her like this, he knew that she had already been promoted to an inner disciple of the colorful neon sect. Elder Ren, disciple has something to report. Runpei lowered his eyes. What is it? Kisame said. Disciple has been promoted to inner disciple. Runping didn't even lift his eyelids. Congratulations. What else? Kisame continued. Elder Ren, a new disciple has arrived, named Willow Yi Yi. From now on, you will be responsible for taking care of Elder Ren's food and living for Elder Ren. Runpin nodded. Yes, that means they'll all have to listen to you from now on. Right. Kisame nodded. Runpei smiled. Yes, then you'll be the one to arrange things for them from now on. Go on. Ruyan felt that this Elder Ren's character was more or less easygoing, and he generally didn't ask about the disciples' affairs. I heard that Elder Ren's strength is very strong, and I don't know what level it has reached. After walking out of the main hall, Ruyan suddenly remembered that there was a legend about Elder Ren within the Color Ni sect. I've heard that Elder Ren is a figure that can be compared to sect leader Yuehua. I was invited to live in the Choi Ne sect by the sect master. However, Ruyan did not understand the details of it and could only guess and guess. Her heart was full of envy, secretly saying when could she live in such a big hall and have such strength. Just after walking out of the main hall, the new Yui Lu appeared in front of Ruyan. Senior Sister Ruyan, do I have to stay with Senior Sister Rushue? Just now Senior Sister Rushue asked me to sweep the floor. Yui Lu looked at Ruyan, expecting an answer from her, since Ruyue had actually commanded her just now. When Ruyan heard this, she knew that Ruyue had done something. The sweeping of the floor will be done by Rushue. You'll come into the kitchen with me from now on and work as a handyman. There are many more small houses in the main hall here, so pick one at will and move in. This large hall arranged by the colorful neon sect for Rinping was very huge. There was a main hall, and in front of the main hall there were 2 rows of small houses. When Ru Yan and Ru Shui had just come here, Ru Yan had been forcefully arranged by Ru Shui to stay together, and Ru Yan was not allowed to live alone. Now that Ru Yan had been promoted to inner disciple, according to the sect's rules, she could completely command Ruoshue. Now she naturally wouldn't be afraid of Rushue anymore. Not only will she be moving out, but even the new girl, Yui Lu, will be living in a house by herself? Thank you, Senior Sister Ruyan, Yui Lu said in a hurry. Ruyan nodded slowly. If Lu Yi had no background like her, she would probably be bullied by Ruyue, just like she used to be. She understood very well the situation that Yui Lu was in. Ruyan was ready to go back to the small house where she had lived before and pack up her personal belongings. Yui Lu had the good sense to follow behind Ruyan and said she would help Ruyan clean up together. As soon as the two of them opened the door to their room, they saw that Rushue was sitting within the room, looking at the two of them with an angry expression on her face. Ruyan, you little, there's a new guy and you didn't tell me? Do you owe it to yourself to clean up? I'm telling you both. Now that you are here, you will follow my command. Before Ruyan could say anything, Yui Lu, who was on the side, stepped forward. Senior Sister Rushue, who am I to listen to you? I'm an outer disciple just like you. Rushue glared at Yui Lu when she heard this. She sneered, why should I listen to me? Just by virtue of the fact that I'm the god sister of Inner Sect Master Lu. You're new here. It's okay to talk tough. You'll know what I'm made of when the time comes anyway. Look at that beside you. All of them have been subdued by me. Kisame's face was expressionless. Yui Lu gave Ruyan a look as if she knew about certain things that had happened between the two earlier. In fact, this kind of thing was not uncommon in the colored neon sect, but it was different now. Ruyan was already an inner disciple and her cultivation had reached the Yang Yuan realm. This is the time to get out and raise your eyebrows. You fart. You talk to Senior Sister Ruyan like that? Yui Lu said nonchalantly. Ru Shui had the backing of an inner disciple, and for ordinary outer disciples, it was indeed unoffendable. But Ruyan is also an inner disciple. When Ru Shui heard this, she looked at Lu Yi with a face full of unbelief. Do you realize what you're saying? Yui Lu nodded deeply. Senior Sister Ruyan is now an inner disciple. We'll both be at her beck and call. Ru Shui instantly stared at Ru Yan with wide eyes. You little, you dare to break through the realm? Do you believe I'll ask Master Lu to clean you up? When Ru Yan saw Ru Shui in this state, her heart was also unrestrained. This was the convenience brought about by the increase in strength. Just by breaking through to the Yang Yuan realm, there was already someone speaking for him. If one was being bullied in the true Qi realm itself, no one would stand up and say anything. A small smile appeared on Ruyan's face. What did you just call me? The aura of the Yang Yuan realm shook out. Ru Shui instantly blushed. In fact, she had just saved a tiny bit of luck, thinking that Ruyan had teamed up with newcomer Yui Lu to lie to her and try to overthrow her. But after she had seen Ruyan's cultivation, it was not his turn to disbelieve. Ru Shui pointed at Ruyan, not knowing what to say at this point. You'll see, Kizhu eventually ventured out. Turn around and leave this place in a hurry. She was going to find her Master Lu. This kind of thing can only be solved by Master Lu. Senior Lu is a veteran inner disciple. He can definitely clean up Ruyan. The two watched as Ru Shui walked out and didn't say anything. Toward evening, Ru Shui returned. The whole thing is frustrating. Apparently, she hadn't gotten any good news from her Master Lu. When she got back here, she stayed in her room. Inside the room, the things that belonged to Ruyan had already been packed up a long time ago. There was a knock on the door. Yui Lu's voice came through. Ru Shui, you should go sweep the floor. When Ru Yue heard the voice, she became furious and threw everything her eyes could see. She couldn't figure out why Ruyan was able to break through to the Yang Yuan realm. Her talent was clearly average. Besides, she had to work every day. Where would she find the time to cultivate? Ru Yue doesn't understand. Outside the house, Yui Lu listened to the door pinging and turned her head to look at a flat-faced Ruyan. Senior Sister Ruyan, what about this? Why don't we report it to the Hall of Disciples? The colored neon sect's governance of such disciples would normally be left to the disciple hall to deal with. When an outer disciple committed an offense, he was basically expelled from the sect. Kisame shook her head. It's okay, she'll go sweep the floor. Chapter 111, she has a chance. At first, Louis E did not understand what Ruyan meant by this, and when night fell, the great hall here was plunged into silence, with only the night insects chirping tirelessly. Yui Lu was new to this place and seemed to be unaccustomed to living here. She opened the door and found Ru Shui's figure under the night sky. Ru Shui held a broom and swept the floor with her head down. This scene directly stunned Louis E. The Ru Shui in the daytime was so arrogant, but at night she was sweeping the floor? This contrast left her dumbfounded. She leaned against the wooden door and watched the figure in the distance. Isn't this Ru Shui not at odds with Senior Sister Ruyan? Could it be that she's really afraid of us suing the disciple hall? Before you finish the work that belongs to you in the dead of night? Just why is she moving so stiffly? Louis E was very curious in her heart, but because she had such a bad impression of Ru Shui during the day, she felt that this person was not to be trusted, so she just looked at him from a distance and ignored him. A smile appeared on Ruyan's face as she listened to the sound of sweeping outside in the middle of the house. How could Kizhu work in peace? It was all just her tactics, and every night she used her compulsion to make Ru Yue do her part. During this period of time, she was extremely skilled in the use of the compulsion avatar, and even Ru Shui did not notice her change. Junior apprentice brother, you've been mixing it up quite a bit lately. The pale voice came to his ears. Ruyan stood up and bowed to the darkness before him. Master, you're here. She was used to her chief master being with her in such a way. Run Ping did not bestow any special words this time, but rather guided Ruyan's cultivation on a daily basis. It was only later in the night that Ren Ping said his goodbyes. The next day, Louis E didn't see Ru Shui hadn't come out in her room by noon. She curiously looked at Ru Yan beside her and whispered, Ruyan's senior sister, Ru Shui doesn't seem to be as bad as he seems. I found him last night sweeping the floor in the silence when no one was around. A smile appeared on Ruyan's face when she heard this. She gave a and didn't answer again. Ru Shui got up after seeing Ru Yan and Louis E too. She did not give any good face. Directly cold snort. Only left here. She circled around within the colorful neon sect until she arrived before coming to a courtyard. Senior Lu, Ru Shui opened her mouth to call out, and a man's voice came from within the courtyard. Didn't I tell you? You don't have to come. Ruyan is now an inner disciple, and you want me to deal with him? Isn't that asking me to find trouble for myself? Ru Shui's face grimaced after hearing this. She had heard those words yesterday, as if she had made some sort of decision. Ru Shui shouted towards the compound. Senior brother Lu, you're within the Kai and I sect, and you don't want others to know about this matter of you forming a private party, do you? A voice came from within the courtyard, clearly with a hint of anger. Ha, don't you dare. After all, I'm an inner disciple and you're an outer disciple. So go talk to the disciple hall and see who the disciple hall listens to. I advise you not to do anything stupid. Everything you have is from me. Without me, do you think you can survive in the colorful neon sect? The door of the courtyard opened with a bang, and out came an ugly-looking young man with a rat's face and a thin body like a bamboo pole. Ru Shui's heart was slightly shaken when she saw this person's face full of anger. But then she remembered Ruyan's face full of condescension after she was promoted to inner disciple. Ru Shui fixed her mind and looked at the ugly youth and continued. Senior brother Lu, I have no intention of offending you. I came over this time to give you a chance. Aren't you curious as to why Ruyan broke through to the Yan Yuan realm in a short period of time? She has obtained a chance that will allow you to easily break through to the condensed Dan realm. Didn't senior brother Lu stay at the Yan Yuan realm for a long time? Getting this resource can skyrocket you. As long as you promise to help me out, I will inform you of this chance, and, if you make it, I'll be by your side for the rest of my life. Ru Shui had gotten close to the ugly youth as she spoke, forcing herself to hold back her distaste for the ugly youth. It was the only way she could think of. In fact, how could Ruoxue know what kind of chance Ruyan had gotten? But it was only because she wanted to get the senior Lu brother in front of her to help her out. The ugly youth fell into deep thought when he heard this. Although he was interested in a woman like Ruoxue who came to his door, it didn't allow him to offend an inner disciple who was also at the Yang Yuan realm. But the chance to break through to the condensed Dan realm was very much on his mind, even if it offended Ruyan, who was also an inner disciple. He also felt it was worth it. So it was me who misunderstood senior sister Ruoxue. Come on. Senior sister, come in and speak slowly. The ugly youth wrapped his arm around Ruoxue's waist and directly closed the door to the courtyard. Within a few moments, the sound of woozy voices came from inside the time. About an hour later, Ruoxue left the compound, her eyes carrying the slightest hint of indignation, while at the same time flashing with smugness. The good old days of Ruyan can't last for a few days. Ruoxue became very peaceful after returning to Renping's Great Hall. When they encountered the two Ruyan and Lu Yi, they consciously kept their heads down and didn't have too much contact with the two. This made both Ruyan and Yui Lu very confused. Why did Ruoxue change her attitude after one trip? But they didn't care. As long as Ruoxue was peaceful, they didn't give him a hard time. When night fell, for once in a rare while, Ruyan did not control Ruoxue to sweep the floor. Renping also noticed the subtle scene. Young Padawan, why isn't that guy sweeping the floor today? Renping asked as he guided Ruyan in her cultivation. Kisame replied as she looked at the darkness in front of her. She went out today and came back and swept the floor, so I didn't maneuver her to sweep the floor. Renping was slightly stunned when he heard this. According to his understanding, how could a character like Ruoxue be so peaceful? That's probably some kind of little thought brewing, isn't it? Little apprentice brother guard against people. Renping reminded. Ruyan didn't seem to care about that. Master is joking. I'm an inner disciple now. She's probably doing that because she doesn't dare offend me. In the darkness of the night, Renping saw the clarity in Ruyan's eyes. He shook his head bitterly. This young apprentice of his own seemed to be quite innocent. This kind of character can't go on in the cultivation world. But he didn't say much. Sooner or later, Ruyan had to face something. As the saying goes, people's hearts are unpredictable. If there is no vigilance, a little carelessness in this cultivation world will lead to a big disaster. Chapter 112, Don't Play Dumb. In recent times Ruyan's cultivation had progressed rapidly under his guidance. After possessing the blue-absorbing aura words, even without Renping's guidance, Ruyan's cultivation speed would not be too slow. It was only a few days, but Ruyan had already broken through to the mid-Yang Yuan realm in addition to the early Yang Yuan realm. Among the many inner disciples of the colorful Neon sect, she wasn't considered a weakling, especially since she possessed the bizarre phrase of compelling people, and anyone below her realm would be controlled by her in an instant, not to mention any fighting. Renping had a premonition that this young disciple of his might encounter something bad next. The only thing he could do was to raise Ruyan's strength. Junior apprentice, I'll teach you a martial art. This martial art is the masterpiece of my master. Renping thought for a moment and decided to teach Ruyan a martial art. There were many martial arts he knew, but there was only one that he used regularly, and that was to transform his strength into a palm or a finger to blast the enemy. This martial skill grade had reached the heavenly rank. A jade slip appeared in front of Ruyan, and when Ruyan picked it up and looked at it, her face changed drastically. This martial art looked simple, but it was very powerful. I don't think the grade is too low. Master this martial art. Renping's pale voice came through the darkness. This weapon is considered a heavenly rank martial skill. There are only 2 styles in total. You practice well. Ruyan was shocked in her heart. She had heard that the most powerful martial skill within the Kaienai sect was only an earth rank extreme grade. I didn't expect that my own family's chief master would be a heavenly rank martial skill right out of the gate. She was surprised by this. Although she knew that this master teacher was very strong, she didn't expect it to be this strong. The moment he strikes, it's a heavenly rank weapon. This master is probably stronger than even the colorful Neon Sect's master, isn't it? Under Renping's guidance, Ruyan quickly began to cultivate. This martial art is actually not difficult, simple and brutal and powerful. By the latter part of the night, Ruyan had cultivated this martial art to the introductory stage. Renping estimated that now with this martial skill, Ruyan's strength could easily kill the late Yang Yuan stage. This was, after all, a heavenly grade martial skill. As a person who had been there before, Renping understood very well Ruyan's advantage of compelling words. The only channel to be able to utilize this advantage was to raise one's realm as soon as possible. Day 2. Ruyan explained that Lu Yi stayed in the main hall while she went out alone. She's going out to buy ingredients. From Ruyan's point of view, Elder Ren only had one request, and that was to get the meals ready, and Ruyan was extremely attached to that. The part of purchasing the ingredients had always been her personal trip. Originally, He was going to give this task to Yui Lu, but Yui Lu was new to the city and didn't know how to buy ingredients, let alone Ru Shui. Ru Yan was afraid that after giving this task to Ru Shui, she would trip up in it. Ru Yan arrived at a small town near the colorful neon sect. "Boss, has the demonic beast pork I asked for last time arrived?" Ru Yan asked as she opened her mouth to a meat stall owner. That meat stall owner respectfully took out a piece of demonic beast pork. "It's a big piece of elbow." Ru Yan is already extremely familiar with buying ingredients. A few days ago, Elder Ren had said he wanted to eat big elbows in brine. Ru Yan directly reserved a piece of demonic beast big elbow from the meat stall owner. This demonic beast's big elbow was extremely rare, produced from a special pig-like demonic beast, although the realm was not high, but the meat was delicious. In the meat market, it has always been in short supply. Even Ru Yan, a disciple of the colorful neon sect, had to book it. In less than a few moments, Ru Yan had already finished purchasing the required ingredients and was ready to return to the colorful neon sect. Right about this time, a figure flashed by her side, and the ingredients in her hand were surprisingly taken away by the other party. Ru Yan didn't hesitate to go after it. It was a scheduled big elbow. She realized that the figure in front of her was hidden in a black robe and was so fast that she left the small town in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the realm displayed by the other party was nothing more than true chi, Ru Yan didn't think much of it. The true chi realm didn't pose much of a threat to her. It's supposed to be a petty thief. In less than a moment, Ru Yan pursued the other party to a dense forest, where the figure in front of him stopped in his tracks. "It's just a piece of pork. Why would your excellency go out of your way to take it?" Ru Yan said with a cold face. The man on the other side of the room turned back and casually dropped the pork in his hand to the ground. A heckling sneer ensued. "You sure followed me. Now that you're here, don't go." Ru Yan instantly had a bad feeling. The opponent's realm had unexpectedly climbed straight up, reaching the late Yang Yuan realm. The man let out a strange laugh of hee and reached up to his face. A piece of his mask was taken off, revealing his true appearance. Ru Yan's pupils shrank when she saw this person's appearance. This was the inner sect's senior brother Lu that Ru Shui was attached to, veteran inner disciple, late Yang Yuan realm. Even if it was as simple as smoke, this kind of person was aware that the other party's intentions were not good. It was obvious that she had been led here to try to do something. Ru Yan thought of before in the mouth of Ru Shui learned that this ugly face of Lu's senior brother to her beauty coveted for a long time. Ru Yan instantly panicked. He himself was only at the mid-Yang Yuan realm now, so how could he be an opponent of the late Yang Yuan realm? "Senior brother Lu, we have no enmity or grudges. Why have we come to this?" Ru Yan's feet were moving backwards. The ugly-faced youth let out a loud sneer. "There is indeed no enmity between you and me, but a piker is a piker, and a piker is a piker. With such a chance in you, how could I let it go?" Ru Yan heard this and looked confused. "Senior Lu, what does that mean? Where did I get the chance on me?" The ugly youth sniffed, still sneering. "You still playing dumb? Ru Shui has already told me your secret. If you hadn't gotten that chance, how could your realm have broken through to Yang Yuan so quickly? No need to argue. As long as I kill you, your chance will naturally be mine." As soon as the ugly young man's words fell, his entire body was like an arrow off a string, pouncing towards Ru Yan, and in his hands, he even used a martial arts skill, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, with extraordinary power. Ru Yan was alarmed. Where did she get any chance herself, but just worshipped a cheap master? Ru Yan's figure retreated violently in succession, although she had already broken through to the mid-Yang Yuan realm, but since breaking through the realm, Ru Yan had only learned one martial art. In front of an old Yang Yuan realm like the ugly youth, it appeared to be a bit overwhelmed. In less than a moment, Ru Yan was kicked in the abdomen and flew out backwards, landing not far away and smashing a tree branch. "Ha ha ha, looking this good. I need to get high before I die." Chapter 113, I've taken in a disciple. The ugly youth revealed a greedy sardonic smile. He looked at Ru Yan, his eyes full of lust. Kisame was shocked. This person dared to kill a fellow disciple. This is a big crime in the colorful neon sect. It will be caned by the Hall of Disciples. This behavior was beyond Ru Yan's imagination. It never occurred to her that anyone else would dare. Watching the ugly youth pounce, Ru Yan thought of the martial arts skills she had just learned last night. Now, that martial art had been her only chance. She pointed a distant finger towards the pouncing ugly youth. A body of true chi was drained, and in front of Ru Yan, a finger silhouette appeared. Before that ugly youth could react, with a boom, his fingers pointed out. The ugly youth's head shattered open with a watermelon. Ru Yan's eyes were filled with shock. "It's too strong." Looking at the corpse in front of her that had lost its head, Ru Yan suddenly felt a bit of fear. He seems to have killed a fellow member. Killing a fellow disciple is punishable by death by caning in the rules in colored neon. Ru Yan lost her mind at once. She had never thought of striking down her opponent. He just didn't expect this martial art to be so powerful. killing his opponent in a single strike. Ruyan sat on the floor for a long time to slow down before getting up. She has never done anything against the clan since she was a child. Now that he had struck down his fellow disciple, he panicked. Ruyan slowed down for a long time before picking up the thigh meat of the demonic beast on the side. Going back to the section of the colorful neon sect, Ruyan walked for a long time. She didn't know how to deal with this matter next. Between losing her mind, she returned to the main hall. Senior sister Ruyan, you're back. Ruyan had just returned here when Yui Lu appeared on the sidelines to help with the ingredients. Senior sister Ruyan, what's wrong with you? Looking at Ruyan's distracted appearance, Yui Lu asked suspiciously. Ruyan shook his head and didn't say anything. Senior sister Ruyan, Rushue left the house this morning and hasn't even swept the floor yet. I don't suppose she's arrived to sweep the floor at night. Ruyan's ears were ringing with Yui Lu's voice, but Ruyan was no longer in the mood to answer at this point. Seeing Ruyan in this state, Lui didn't ask any more questions. Just in my heart, I was curious about what exactly happened to senior sister Ruyan on this trip out. As soon as she came back, she was absent-minded and soulful. Toward evening, Rushue returned. She looked at Ruyan, who was frothing at the side, and suddenly showed a horrified expression, full of incredulity. She went out early this morning, just waiting inside the courtyard of Master Lu, who said that he would find an opportunity to lay hands on Ruyan today. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see Master Lu return until evening, but he didn't expect to see Ruyan appearing in front of her unharmed when he returned here. Rushue's heart had a bad feeling. If Ruyan came back, but Senior Lu didn't, there was only one possibility. Master Lu was countered by Ruyan. Kizhu turned inside out. It was something she had never thought about. Logically speaking, with the late Yang Yuan stage brother Lu making a move, Ruyan was already bound to die. Then Rushue seemed to think of something else, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. This night Ruyan did not use the compulsion word to manipulate Rushue to sweep the floor. She sat in her room, her mind still pondering how to deal with this matter. She had struck down a fellow disciple after all. Will it stay hidden or what? Is Rushue involved in this? Ruyan looked at the sky and walked out of the doorway, glancing again at the house where Rushue was. She was going to use her divine ability to manipulate people's hearts to ask about it, only to find that Rushue wasn't even here. Ruyan froze. The old voice came back to his ears. Junior apprentice brother, you seem to have encountered something bad. Rangping had noticed something wrong with Ruyan during the day. Ruyan gave a salute to the darkness in front of her before speaking slowly. Master, I struck down a fellow disciple. Renping's voice came again. Killing a fellow disciple? What a big deal. In Renping's opinion, the so-called rules of the sect were just bars that restricted the weak. As long as one was strong enough, one could completely override the clan and treat the clan's rules as dirt. Senior, this is a rule of the colorful neon sect. According to the rules, I will be caned to death for killing a fellow disciple. Tell me about what happened today? Renping asked again. After Ruyan roughly informed Renping about what happened today, Renping fell into deep thought. This is obviously Ruyue's tactic. Renping didn't say anything. The wickedness of the human heart is something that Ruyan must experience. In this world, not everyone will come at you openly, and when they are not as strong as you, they will secretly trip up. For example, directly after Rushue realized that Ruyan had broken through to the Yang Yuan realm, she would try to find someone stronger to deal with Ruyan, instead of going head-to-head with Ruyan. What about me, Master? Ruyan was confused at this point, not knowing what to do next. As I see it, this matter of yours will surely be exposed and cannot be concealed. Didn't you realize that the other woman had left? I'm afraid that this matter came from her hands, and she left here because she was afraid that you would make a move against him. And secondly, she must have been looking for a way to deal with you. Now, as long as the news of you killing your fellow disciples is reported to the Kaienai sect, the Kaienai sect will surely come to your door to find you in trouble. When Ruyan heard this, she was even more flustered. Renping continued. You can leave the colorful neon sect. Ruyan shook her head as she sniffed. She didn't seem to know where to go when she was told to leave the colorful neon sect. Defense is not an option. When you find someone who is hostile to you, you have to strike the first time and kill him instead of giving him a chance. This world is so cruel. If you don't do it to others, others will do it to you. Never expose your weaknesses, Renping said, and he didn't know if Ruyan had listened to him, but it looked like he obviously hadn't listened to much. Don't worry, you're my disciple, and the colorful neon sect wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Renping looked at Ruyan, who had lost her concentration, so he stopped his instructive tone and comforted. Looking at Ruyan like this, Renping shook his head. Go away. Next time I come to see you, I hope you've changed. Without waiting for Ruyan to reply, Renping's voice disappeared. Renping saw several figures converging outside the Great Hall. His eyes moved slightly, and his mind was already clear. The people from the disciple hall of the colorful neon sect had already come to arrest Ruyan. Renping shook his head, and his figure once again transformed into a wisp of golden smoke, drifting within the confines of the Kai sect, and moments later, he arrived at Yuehua's palace. Elder Ren came to visit late at night. I wonder what's the urgency. Ren Ping had just arrived here a short while ago when Yuehua revealed herself. Chapter 114, She Lies. Ren Ping did not hide his aura when he came here, but came brightly. Luna could also clearly sense his presence. Ren Ping usually didn't come to visit Yuehua, and there must be something going on when he came here. Yuehua was also very curious. What had made Ren Ping come here in the middle of the night? After Ren Ping came to the Kai sect, she was also secretly observing Ren Ping's daily routine. This senior Ren was powerful, but his routine was very different from that of a cultivator. Every day, besides going to cultivate, is to eat, drink and have fun. Even drunk in the aspect of eating, there wasn't much enthusiasm for cultivation. On the contrary, Ren Ping was very strong. Patriarch Yuehua, long time no see. Ren Ping gave Yuehua a greeting and then said, I've taken on a named disciple in your colorful neon sect. Yuehua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Ren Ping had actually taken in a disciple in the Kai sect? Was this an intention to leave a legacy in the Color Ni sect? Ren Ping's origin is extraordinary. His inheritance is also very terrifying. Ren Ping's disciple is Shui Gue, not to mention his strength. His methods are even more bizarre. Even he, who is in the Jindan realm, doesn't dare to say that he is Shui Gue's opponent. And now that Ren Ping had actually taken in a disciple in the Colored Neon sect, it was an excellent thing for the Colored Neon sect, regardless of whether or not this disciple would end up staying in the Colored Neon sect. At the very least, he had the brand of the Colorful Neon sect on his body, and he would reach out to the Colorful Neon sect in the future if anything happened. A smile appeared on Luna's face. Congratulations, Elder Ren, for being blessed with a beloved disciple. I just don't know which disciple is so blessed to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Ren. Ren Ping smiled and said slowly again, It is for this very thing that I have come this time. Senior Ren, that's out of line. It's his good fortune to be accepted as a disciple by Senior Ren. Senior Ren doesn't have to take into account the various systems of the colorful neon sect. I, the patriarch, made the decision for him first. Senior Ren's disciple can enjoy the top batch of resources. Ren Ping shook his head. These are trivial. These were indeed trivial matters. And even if the colorful neon sect did not do these things, it would not have any effect on Ren Ping. And even Ren Ping would not care about the various regulations of the colorful neon sect. It's just that this disciple of mine has a timid nature, and seems to have violated the sect's rules in the colorful neon sect. Please also ask Patriarch Yuehua to secretly intervene to help her resolve this matter. I didn't show my identity when I took on a disciple, but did so in secret, and I hope that Patriarch Yuehua will conceal this news of me being his master for me. This disciple of mine is none other than Ruyan, the maid of the great hall I'm in. Yuehua obviously did not expect that Ren Ping had taken in a disciple and had not yet told the other party his identity, and now he had to choose to conceal it. However, she could never guess the acting style of these seniors. Ren Ping's origin was too mysterious. She still didn't know what the other party was from. It was possible that he was an old monster who played with the earth, and it was normal for him to have some special fetishes. So it's Ruyan. This young woman is blessed with hard practice. Yuehua naturally wouldn't remember who Ruyan was, and now this talk was merely for the sake of being polite. I wonder which rule of the clan Ruyan has violated. Strike down a fellow disciple. Yuehua's pupils shrunk. A disciple of the Kai sect killing a fellow disciple. This was a serious crime. However, since she was Ren Ping's disciple, killing a fellow disciple did not count for anything, and she had not counted the fact that Ren Ping had killed a few elders of the colorful neon sect. This was all because Ren Ping was strong. However, as far as I know, this disciple of mine was also victimized by someone. I still hope that Patriarch Yuehua will investigate clearly and return my disciple's innocence. Ren Ping arched his hand at Yuehua. Yuehua nodded repeatedly. In her heart, she was secretly saying, who cares if she is really innocent? As long as he is Ren Ping's disciple, she is innocent. However, since Ren Ping had said so, it was assumed that there must be an inside story, and it wouldn't be a bad thing to follow Ren Ping's meaning to find out. Elder Ren, please relax. I will definitely handle this matter properly. Ren Ping nodded. I'm naturally relieved that Patriarch Yuehua has personally come out, so I'll take my leave first. After Ren Ping said roughly, he did not have the intention to continue to stay. At this time, it was already late. He also had to go back to rest. When Ren Ping returned to his residence, he realized that Ruyan was already gone. Lui Yi stood in front of the main hall with a confused look on her face, and when she saw Ren Ping appear, she immediately went forward to salute. Something big has happened to Elder Ren. Senior Sister Ruyan has been captured by people from the Disciple Hall. They said that Senior Sister Ruyan brutally murdered her fellow disciples. Ren Ping said with a nod. The matter is known to me. Go back and rest. Lui Yi saw Ren Ping answering like this, wanting to say something, but in the end, She had no choice but to walk out of the hall. She felt like Ruyan was really being targeted. That's why he came to Renping for help. She watched the sky go dark and finally sighed. She was just an outer disciple. What could she do? At this moment, the colorful neon sex disciple hall was brightly lit. Ruyan was carried here by 2 Yang Yuan realm disciples. The disciple hall was a hall of the colorful neon sect that disposed of the affairs of the disciples, where there was a one-stop service for the appointment of the disciples' personnel, the distribution of resources, and even the interrogation and punishment of the disciples. And the place where Ruyan was exactly where the disciple hall of the Kai sect interrogated the disciples. At this time, under the high hall, there was a majestic elder of the Kai sect sitting. This person was in the Chengdan realm, and in the Kai sect, he was considered a real power elder. It was an existence that was unattainable for all outer disciples, and even if an inner disciple wanted to see him, it would be difficult to reach the sky. Inner disciple Ruyan, do you know the offense? Today you went out and booby-trapped a fellow disciple, and now your affairs have been posted. According to the rules of the Kai sect, the intentional murder of a fellow disciple is punishable by death by caning. Ruyan was pressed and kneeling on the ground. She saw not far away Rushue was standing here looking at him. There were also several inner disciples as well as elders of the Kai sect around her, and at this time, all of them had their gazes cast on her body. Ruyan was lost in thought for a moment before looking up to the top of the high platform. The disciples have something to say. Today I went out to purchase ingredients and did not booby-trap my fellow disciples. Instead, it was that inner sect senior brother surnamed Lu who tried to bait me to death, only to be countered by one of my strikes. Please also ask the elder to be clear and return my innocence. As soon as Ruyan's words fell, Arizu's voice rang out from the side, reporting to the elders, Senior Sister Ruyan is lying. I'm like a brother to Senior Sister Ruyan. I know her much better. I know the inside story on this matter. It is indeed true that Senior Sister Ruyan enticed her fellow disciples to kill them in order to cultivate cultivation resources. That elder of the Chengdan realm on the high platform slowly looked towards Ru Shui. Specifically what inside information in detail? If there is concealment is your crime of not reporting. Chapter 115 Retrial. Ru Shui's expression immediately became aggravated upon hearing this, and she even emitted a sobbing sound. Tears were clattering in. Ru Shui took out a handkerchief in her arms and said as she wiped her tears, reporting to the elders, I grew up in the nursery with Ruyan. I'm considered Ruyan's friend since she was a child, and should have been like a brother. But Ruyan, who is overbearing and barbaric by nature, punches and kicks me whenever she moves, and even the quests that she takes on are all completed by me. Ru Shui's words weren't related to this booby-trapped killing of fellow disciples, but they fell on the ears of the crowd. The crowd's eyes changed as they looked at Ru Shui, not realizing that this person looked so beautiful but had the heart of a snake. The elder on top of the high platform frowned and said, Ruyan bullying a fellow disciple. This matter will be discussed separately. You continue. Ru Shui's crying became louder. Ruyan's face was already chilling at this time. She didn't expect Ru Shui to be so despicable and shameless. These were obviously things she did, but now it had fallen on her own head. Ru Shui had become a victim. Ruyan didn't say anything with a grimace on her face, because disciple was inseparable from Ruyan. Even though she punched and kicked me, yet I always treated her as a sister. Until he met up with the inner sect senior brother Lu and founded Wuishi. In order to appease senior brother Lu of the inner sect, Ruyan willingly gave up her innocence, for the sake of obtaining cultivation resources on senior brother Lu's body. It was for this reason that she was able to stand out in the outer sect and be promoted to inner disciple. Disciple had advised him many times, but not only did Ruyan not take it seriously, she instead punched and kicked disciple. Until some time ago, Ruyan was promoted to the inner disciple realm also broke through to the Yang Yuan realm. She told the disciple that inner disciple's Lu's senior brother was ugly and still wanted to continue to sleep with her. It's simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. In order to get rid of senior brother Lu, Ruyan set up a trap to invite senior brother Lu out of the clan and kill him. After I learned of this news, I didn't dare to hide it and reported the matter to the disciple hall. The address of Master Lu's corpse was also obtained by me from Ruyan's mouth. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they listened. Ruyan means surprisingly so poisonous, for the sake of resources willing to sell innocence of the body, in the promotion of the inner disciple but want to kill the people who share the same bed. Even that elder on top of the high platform looked at Ruyan with killing intent. Bring up the body of inner sect Lu Yuan. That elder let out a cold snort. Just outside the door someone carried a body in, which had dried up with blood and had its head broken in half. Ruyan, was inner disciple Lu Yuan killed by your own hands? Ruyan raised her head, looked straight at the elders above the high hall, and spoke in a deep voice. Indeed I killed him, but as Snow said, 9 out of 10 are false. Disciple has not met with this Master Lu, nor has he joined any Uyghur house. Ruyan was still trying to explain, when the elder above the high hall's body shook, and the aura of the Chengdan realm pressed towards Ruyan. Kisame's body was shaking and sweating profusely, and she was almost about to fall to the ground. She could not resist the aura of this Changdan realm. Humph, still trying to deny it? The inner disciple, Lu Yuan, is in the late Yang Yuan realm. If you didn't take advantage of his defenses and blast him to death, how could you kill the other side? Now that the evidence is all there, you confess in person. Much ado about nothing. According to the rules of the middle sect, those who kill fellow disciples shall be punished with death by caning. Ruyan heard this with a gloomy expression. Those trumped-up charges were no longer relevant. She had indeed struck down her fellow disciples. She looked over at Ruoxue and realized that Ruoxue had stopped crying by now and looked at her with a cold smile. Ruyan suddenly thought of what that cheap master of hers had said. The world is cruel. If you find out that the others is hostile to you, you must do everything you can to exterminate the other, or else you will be in endless trouble. Ruyan felt too kind. If she was given another chance, she would not have been so restrained and backed down at every step. But now it's all too late. As the elders of the Disciples Hall read one of Ruyan's charges on the platform, on the side, the elders of the Disciple Hall gawked at Ruyan, their vermilion red clubs held in their hands. It won't take long for those clubs to beat themselves to death. Those elders holding sticks were already impatient. After hearing all the deeds of Ruyan, they felt that this person had the heart of a snake and scorpion, and was ruthless, so they could get rid of her. Just at this time a figure slowly walked in from the door. This person is a plain dress. Age is about 30 years old. Light makeup on the face. The temperament is quiet and elegant. Everyone in the Disciples Hall stood up when they saw the visitor, coming to bow to him. Greetings to Patriarch Yuehua. The crowd was a bit puzzled as to how the Moonflower Patriarch could have come here. It was late at night. After Yuehua walked into this place, her gaze fell on Ruyan. Yuehua realized that Ruyan's aura was incomparably solid and had already reached the mid-Yang Yuan realm, and was now being escorted in the middle by the two disciples. She took another look at the body next to her without half of its head. Seeing that one corpse, Yuehua's pupils shrunk. As a Jindan realm powerhouse, Yuehua's insights were extraordinary, and on that corpse's wounds, she could vaguely see that it was the shadow of that martial arts skill that Renping had performed earlier. Yuehua looked towards Ruyan and wondered in her heart, what a good fortune to have learned Renping's martial arts. Yuehua had once seen that martial skill executed by Renping, directly blasting to death an Earth Order possessor at the peak Jindan realm. Once again, I didn't expect it to be on a person in the middle Yang Yuan realm. Patriarch Yuehua, I don't know what you're here for this time? That elder above the high hall had changed his usual serious appearance, and a stiff smile appeared on his face. Yuehua didn't say anything and walked directly onto the high platform, took a seat in the presiding officer's seat. This case is retried. It is slightly unfair that this disciple has to be caned because the circumstances are unclear, Yuehua slowly said. Her words fell on the ears of the crowd, causing them to be puzzled. Patriarch Yuehua had never meddled in the affairs of the Disciple Hall. How come this case was to be retried tonight? This was clearly a nail in the coffin. Ruyan had already admitted that she had killed inner disciple Lu Yuan. There was even an outer disciple who grew up with her who testified. Even without having to find out what Ruyan had done before, one could directly conclude that she had really struck down someone from the same sect, and with that, it was enough to kill her in battle. Patriarch Yuehua, this woman's heart is malicious and killing her fellow disciples has been proven. Hearing this, Yuehua's face turned cold. I said this case is being reopened. Chapter 116. What brings you here? Yuehua's voice rang out, and the crowd all lowered their heads. Yuehua as the patriarch of the colorful neon sect naturally had the right to have this case reopened. Only in the eyes of the crowd, it was completely unnecessary. Among the crowd, only Rushue was in an apprehensive mood. She didn't understand why Tsukiakari was here and had to bring this case back to trial, but Tsukiakari's arrival did disrupt her steps. Now tell me what the hell is going on here, Luna said slowly. The elder at the side told the cause of the matter one by one, and after Yuehua heard it, she immediately frowned and looked at that elder. On that man's word? And you regard him as a man with an evil heart? Luna asked rhetorically. But she did kill a fellow disciple. This offense is enough to have him caned. That elder explained again. Why would she strike down a fellow disciple? Naturally because she wants to get rid of the other side. What makes you think she's going to get rid of the other guy? On one side? Luna asked again rhetorically. It seems that there are many innocent disciples in the Color Ni sect who died because of your negligence. There was a hint of coldness in Yuehua's voice. That elder hastily lowered his head. The fact that the disciple hall interrogates disciples is nothing more than a process. If it has been established that a fellow disciple was killed, then the charge of killing a fellow disciple will be dealt with no regard for why the fellow disciple was killed. These things are not at all in the mind of the Church of the Disciples. As for whether or not Ruyan was really an evil-minded snake with a scorpion's heart, it was even less of an issue for them to consider. Yuehua looked to Ruyan, and then he landed his gaze on the two disciples beside Ruyan. Untie her. How could those two disciples disobey the order of the head of a clan? Hurriedly, they untied Ruyan, although they were very confused about it. But it was done anyway. Yuehua turned her gaze back to Ruyue. You're the one who's inseparable from Ruyan. The same people who reported this time? Ru Shui stood out stiffly, bowing to Yuehua while slowly saying, reporting to the patriarch, it is none other than disciple. It's that disciple grew up with Ruyan together, and I know much about her character, but I didn't expect that she would do something against the clan's rules this time, so I came here to report it. When Yuehua heard this, she immediately revealed a cold smile. Really? Ru Shui froze, her scalp already starting to tingle, but she still nodded. What the disciple has said is absolutely not false. If what the disciple has said is false, the disciple is all at the mercy of the patriarch. In reality, Ru Shui was now also speaking these words with a hard head. The gap between the patriarch and the elders was huge, and she couldn't say whether Yuehua would really investigate this matter thoroughly. However, Ru Shui had already opened her bow and there was no turning back now. The only way to save your life is to be deceived at this point. Well, what an absolutely false statement. Hold her in custody, Yuehua said in a cold voice. The many elders were all at a loss to understand who Yuehua was trying to escort, until Yuehua pointed a finger at Ruyue. Ru Shui's face was filled with shock as she shook her head and looked at Yuehua. Patriarch, it's obvious that Ruyan killed someone. Why are you holding me down? I am innocent. Ru Shui's tearful eyes were full of grievances, as if she had been wronged by the heavens. But how ridiculous all of this fell in Yuehua's eyes. Outer disciple Ru Shui colluded with her fellow disciples to form a gang within the Kai sect, and even teamed up with inner disciple Lu Yuan to attempt to kill inner disciple Ruyan. Inner disciple Lu Yuan was killed by inner disciple Ruyan in a counterattack. That's what's going on. Outer disciple Ru Shui violated the sect's rules and was executed according to the crime. As Yuehua's voice fell, Ruashua's entire body seemed to lose its strength and sat paralyzed on the ground. See what? You can find out all these things if you look into them carefully. Such a small thing, and I have to come out personally. From today, everyone in the disciple hall is punished with 3 years of salary. Yuehua was so angry in her heart at this time. If she came a few steps late, Rinping's disciples would have been killed by the guys from the disciple hall who ate dry food. She had just arrived here in a cold sweat. In order to be prepared, she went to find out the truth of the matter. Just a little bit closer. The colorful neon sect could have angered Rinping. As far as cultivators were concerned, imparting one's commonly used martial skills to a disciple showed that one held that disciple in high regard. Anyway, she hadn't seen any martial arts techniques that Rinping had used on Shuigui's body. What does that mean? In Rinping's heart, Ruyan was more important than Shuigui. I'm afraid, if Ruyan really died in the disciple hall, then the consequences would be too much for her to even think about. Fining everyone in the disciple hall for 3 years' salary was already considered a mercy. After finishing this statement, Yuehua looked at Ruyan. Ruyan looked very clear and beautiful, but her cultivation was not high, and she could only be considered ordinary in the colorful neon sect. But Yuehua had already raised Ruyan's status by a notch in her mind at this point. In her heart, she thought, don't let this matter cause Ruyan to have a grudge against the colorful neon sect. Inner disciple Ruyan, who suffered this injustice and nearly died from being caned, will have his resources upgraded to the highest grade of disciple of the colorful neon sect from today. Ruyan was expressionless at this point as she looked at Yuehua and said, many thanks to Patriarch Yuehua for clearing my disciple's name. Disciple has no virtue or ability, unworthy of enjoying such cultivation from the sect. I hope that the Patriarch will take back his order. Ruyan's entire body had regained its composure as she arched her hand at Yuehua and said, since there is nothing else, then disciple will leave first. And without waiting for the crowd to answer, Ruyan stood up and walked towards the outside. Ruyan didn't know why Yuehua appeared here, but after going through this, her heart has changed. If it wasn't for sect leader Yuehua appearing here, she would have to die today with her grievances. He's become a vicious, evil man. It's all because one steps back. Yuehua looked at Ruyan's departing back inside. Eventually, he turned his attention to Ruyue. Ru Shui's eyes were already gray, and at this point, Ru Shui had lost hope. She really couldn't figure out why Patriarch Yuehua would appear here to vindicate Ruyan in all of this, when it was clear that just one step short of Ruyan's death by caning, just one step short. Looking at Yuehua's gaze, Ru Shui asked with a face full of doubt, why are you here? She knew that she was bound to die, and at this point, there was no longer any respect for Yuehua, the colorful neon sect master. In her heart, Luna sneered, you've done this to yourself. If it wasn't for Ruyan's master personally coming to find me, the colorful neon sect nearly made a big mistake. Ru Shui obviously didn't quite understand what Yuehua meant by master. Yuehua also had no intention of explaining as she gently raised her palm before slapping it down. With a snap, Kij's head lolled and she fell to the ground. Yuehua struck with anger. and the terrifying true qi directly churned her brain into mush. Chapter 117 South China Sea. Ruyan didn't know how Ruyue died, but she probably knew that Ruyue wouldn't survive. She returned to her quarters, and the feeling of having been robbed of her life only came to her mind. Master is right. Ruyan thought for a long time and muttered to himself. Runping observed this quietly and finally nodded. Ruyan would more or less grow a memory after all this. In the future, there will be fewer losses. Ruyan definitely won't stay here forever, and when she walks out in the future, she'll encounter more things like this. What follows is left to develop freely by Ruyan. Ruyan was armed with the word compulsion, and her future accomplishments would not be too low. I also wonder how that Shuigue guy is doing. Has he been taken down by Star Rain? Renping suddenly thought of Shuigue. Shuigue went out this time, and anyone with a discerning eye knew that it was done on purpose by Xingyu. As for the reason, everyone knows it. Renping didn't have much interest in the affairs of men and women, but it would be a good thing if his own disciple had a good home. Meanwhile, inside a cave thousands of miles away, Shuigue looked at Xingyu's pale face, and a greenish-black vein emerged on his face. Shuigue took out the antidote to the poison in his arms, put it on the side of Star Rain's mouth. Star Rain raised her eyes to Shuigue and ate. Just after taking the elixir, Star Rain spat out another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, the veins that had surfaced on her face faded. Shuigue, this time, I was the one who was capricious. I didn't realize that people here don't talk about martial virtues. They even poison. Star Rain said weakly. Shuigue didn't speak, his face expressionless. Star Rain sighed softly when she saw Shuigue in this state. They had traveled thousands of miles to come here, originally becoming to search for the specialties of the South China Sea, spirit beads produced from the deep sea. However, it did not occur to them that they had found the whereabouts of the spirit pearls after all their hard work, but they had been poisoned. It wouldn't have gotten hit, but Star Rain did because he was too trusting of others and ate their food. Eventually the spiritual beads fall into the hands of others. The two of them, on the other hand, could only run for their lives with injuries. Shuigue, if we really can't, let's go back. They're a great power in the South Sea, more powerful than the Nanliang County's Transformation Fan sect. Star Rain's search for spirit pearls was only secondary this time he went out, but he mainly wanted to spend more time with Shuigue. She never dared to show her heart all this way. I was afraid that Shuigue would turn his head and leave after hearing this. Shuigue shook his head. He was disgusted with people who did it in the dark. This time, they were backstabbed by their peers. It was a feeling he disliked. I'll kill them, Shuigue said coldly. Star Rain was trying to persuade. It was as if something else came to mind. In the end, nothing was said. She secretly thought, Shuigue used to be like this because he was assassinated by his brother. Good, I'll keep you company. Shuigue glanced at Xingyu and didn't say anything. I'm going out. Shuigue went out. Star Rain looked at the empty cave and didn't know what to think. Shuigue followed the night, and came to a cliff, beneath which was a deep, bottomless sea. The air was sticky from the sea breeze that carried a fishy odor. Shuigue looked towards the deep, bottomless sea. He took out a piece of meat with blood in his arms. Throw it straight to the ground. And then the one-armed man stood still, until the sunlight sprinkled down. Shuigue glanced at the sea below the cliffs, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his cold eyes. He was going to use the meat of the demonic beasts to lure the demonic beasts in the waters up to kill them, but there was no response. Shuigue turned around and left, returning to the cave. Star Rain smelled the sea breeze on Shuigue's body. She frowned and didn't say anything. Taking out dry food within his storage ring, he placed it in front of Shuigue. Eat some. Shuigue took it over and dry chewed on it. Star Rain pulls out another jug of water. The South China Sea, a special place. It's not the same as inland areas. People here live off the sea. There were countless resources and treasures in the sea area. The ocean is not destined to disappoint if you are willing to take the risk and go out on the water. The South China Sea is rich in resources, but also has countless treasures that cannot be seen inland, attracting countless cultivators to stop. Over time, the place has become very chaotic. Massive battles occur at the drop of a hat, but neither the outsiders, nor the local powerhouses would take a shot at those few forces. In the South China Sea, those few forces are the sky, 1 boat, 2 waters, 3 caves. These are the 6 great powers of the South China Sea. There were not a few of these 6 forces at the realm of the embodied god. There are even rumors that there are strong people above the Yamshan. Have you heard? Sea Wind Cave has gotten another spirit pearl. TSK, 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 Sea Breeze Cave. You've gotten 3 spirit beads all these years, worthy of being one of the 3 caves. Such underpinnings are enviable. Spirit beads counted as one of the more famous treasures of the South Sea. Thousands of years ago, It was discovered that a certain type of spirit clam that lived in the deep sea produced a kind of spirit bead that could increase the speed of cultivation by a lot after taking it. It was once worshipped as the greatest treasure of the South Seas, but after years of hunting, that kind of spirit clam no longer appears in the South China Sea waters. The only remaining spirit beads were each a supreme treasure. Even so, every year, countless cultivators came here. This is the treasure that can change the talent. No one will be unmoved. Had. Sea Wind Cave's tactics are really dirty this time. I heard that no one who went in search of the spirit pearl this time was spared. Only the chief disciple of Sea Wind Cave came out. What time isn't it, brothers? In the future, when you hang out in the South China Sea, you can wipe your eyes. This kind of treasure, we are not qualified to get it. Most of the restaurants in the South China Sea received cultivators who came from far away. And these cultivators were born in the South China Sea and traveled between life and death. And there was no faction to speak of. Inside the restaurant, it was incredibly noisy and the sanitation was rather poor. In the corner, two men with cloaked heads were eating slowly. In one of them, the left arm was empty. It's a one-armed man. This kind of getup is not uncommon here, even inside the restaurant. There were several of these people. Shui Gue, we'd better go back. Star Rain's voice came. Shui Gue shook his head. Can't get away. The people from Sea Wind Cave have been looking for us. Starstorm wondered, but they've clearly got the spirit beads. Why? Star Rain didn't continue to ask. What to do? Star Rain looked over at Shui Gue. Shui Gue shook his head. Go! Coming! As soon as Shui Gue's words left his mouth, he pulled Star Rain and flashed to the side. Outside the restaurant, several figures stood in midair. They exuded a powerful aura. Sea Breeze Cave Errands. Extraneous persons, stand down. Chapter 118, 6th Grade Power. Sea Wind Cave. As this voice resounded inside the restaurant, the people inside the restaurant all had a look of horror on their faces. This was someone from the Sea Wind Cave, one of the 6 most powerful forces in the South China Sea region. The people who consumed at the restaurant here were basically the bottom layer of the South Sea. Most of them were at the True Qi realm, and there were only a few of them even at the Yang Yuan realm. How could such a person dare to offend Sea Wind Cave, which was a 6th grade power? However, in a matter of moments, the people in the restaurant had already dispersed in all directions, and Shui Gue and Xingyu, knowing that their whereabouts were exposed, directly dispersed the cloaks on their bodies. They arrived outside the restaurant and looked at the several figures in midair, and Star Rain's face showed anger when he saw the person at the head. Good, you a Zhang Lianqiong, despicable and shameless thing, how dare you poison me? Xingyu directly cursed. This leader of the people who look good, is a youth in his 30s, although it seems that the age is not long. His breath is very powerful. The breath that he exudes from his body has already reached the Jindan realm. This Lianqiang is the person who accompanied Xingyu and Shui Gue to look for the spirit pearl. That is, the person who poisoned Xingyu. He even sent many experts to surround and kill Shui Gue. If not for Shui Gue's strength, he got out. The two of them would have already become dead souls. The surrounding people hadn't run far, and when they heard the name Zhang Lianqiang, they stopped in their tracks and were filled with curiosity. Who is Zhang Lianqiang? Zhang Lianqiang is the most outstanding genius disciple of this generation of Sea Wind Cave. Less than 40 years old, has already broken through to the Jindan realm. In the future will be the absolute strongest person who will be in charge of the Sea Wind Cave as a 6th grade power. Who exactly are those two people? How could they make Zhang Lianqiang personally come out? I think that man and woman are probably the mortal enemies of Sea Wind Cave. Zhang Lianqiang himself, they are already powerless to return to the heavens. There is only a dead end left to go. Look at those people next to Zhang Lianqiang. Every one of them is at the Jindan realm. There are enough 5 Jindan powerhouses. The 2 of them won't be able to escape with their wings. These 2 are only at the condensed Dan realm. How could they make 5 golden Dan realm powerhouses come out? Rather peculiar. When Shui Gue saw the visitor, killing intent flashed in his eyes, and with a shake of his body, a black beast shadow appeared in front of him. And after this beast shadow appeared, it emitted an aura of the Jindan realm, and as this beast shadow merged into him, his realm climbed upwards, going directly from the condensed Dan realm to the Jindan realm, and eventually reaching the peak of the Jindan realm. The surrounding people had thought that the 2 were already fish and meat on the chopping board and were at the mercy of others, but when they realized that Shui Gue's realm had also reached the peak Jindan realm after this bizarre and inexplicable tactic that he had performed, their expressions were very wonderful. Although the Sea Wind Cave is doing its job and the idlers have retreated, they are watching from the sidelines and have not provoked anyone. As the bottom of the South Sea, they were very happy to see the top power of the South Sea, Sea Wind Cave, clashing with someone. 2 bumpkins from Nanliang County. You have no way out now. Zhang Lianqiang looked at Shui Gue with a hint of scorn. This time he had gotten credit for the Sea Wind Cave and received a spirit pearl, but he hadn't finished cleaning up the loose ends of this matter. There are 2 other crucial characters that have not died so far. for the sea wind cave of the 6th grade power. Even if a South Sea bottom learned of their secrets or dishonorable things, they wouldn't care, because a mole is always a mole and there is no day to turn over. The Shui Gui in front of me was different. Zhang Lianxiong was able to sense that Shui Gui's age was even younger than his and already possessed peak Jindan strength. One could say that the talent is powerful. This time Zhang Lianxiong could be said to have offended the two to death. 3 people traveling together. But Zhang Lianxiong poisoned and surrounded the people who traveled with him. The means of ruthlessness is incomparable. Zhang Lianxiong had a premonition that Shui Gui would definitely take revenge on him. Although he was honored as the first genius of Sea Wind Cave, he would shudder at being targeted by a young powerhouse with such a powerful talent like Shui Gui. Especially now that he had seen the killing intent in Shui Gui's eyes, he was even more certain of the correctness of this trip. If he didn't kill Shui Gui's 2 men here now, he would raise Shui Gui to grow up in the future. This matter was unthinkable. As the saying goes, by strangling genius in the cradle, you also cut off the way forward for genius. A dead genius is no different than a punk. Although in Zhang Lianxiong's eyes, Shui Gui was no longer considered weak at this point. However, in front of the sea wind cave, Shui Gui's peak Jindan strength was still not enough to look at. Zhang Lianxiong, do you have to drive everyone to extinction? Star Rain's face changed when he saw the 5 figures in the sky. She admitted that she had just spoken a little too loudly. Zhang Lianxiong sneered, if I don't kill you all, will I wait for you to come and kill me later? There's no one who doesn't understand the principle of eliminating the root and branch in order to prevent future trouble, is there? Star Rain looked aside at Shui Gui. Shui Gui still had a cold expression without a trace of emotion, only that the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Can we escape? Star Rain asked in a low voice. 5 Jindan realm powerhouses struck out together. Even the peak Jindan realm would be cut down. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, and the gap between the peak Jindan realm and the early Jindan realm wasn't particularly large. Within the same realm, there is indeed power in numbers. Shui Gui nodded. Follow me. As soon as the words fell, Shui Gui's figure transformed into a stream of light and shot out, straight towards that Zhang Lianxiong. Zhang Lianxiong saw this scene as also a big change in face. His side of the 4 Jindan strong quickly surrounded up. Want to stop Shui Gui assassination? Shui Gui's purpose is very obvious, is to capture the thief first capture the king. The 5 were just about to resist, but they found a wave of dizziness, and an incessant roar of beasts sounded in their heads. In the eyes of the others, the 5 men were suddenly fixed in place for some reason. With that, Shui Gui had arrived in front of Zhang Lianxiong. With a slap, he directly knocked Zhang Lianxiong unconscious, and then took out a spiritual weapon and tied Zhang Lianxiong up. Just like that, the 2 of them, Shui Gui and Xingyu, quickly left in full view of everyone. It wasn't until their figures disappeared into the sky that the 4 Jindans in the field returned to normal. They were dumbfounded and slowed down for a while before reacting. Zhang Lianxiong has been taken captive. A few people wanted to chase after them, but they realized that there was no more Shui Gui's 2 figures. How do you chase? Not even a shadow. They had no choice but to return to Sea Breeze Cave. Report this matter to the police. This is a matter that is no longer within their reach. That person's methods were bizarre, and he was able to take Zhang Lianxiong captive in front of them. So if he wasn't in the realm of the embodied god, he wasn't his opponent. The Sea Breeze Cave people left. It took the many eaters a moment to slow down. I'm not blind, am I? That man took Zhang Lianxiong captive? What the hell's going on? Still, it's just a dead end. Sea Wind Cave. It's a 6th grade power. Chapter 119, Sea Breeze Cave Bounty? The 2 of them, Shui Gui and Xingyu, had long escaped and left this place where cultivators gathered by now. At this time, Zhang Lianxiong in Shui Gui's hands was already coming back to his senses. When he realized that he was being carried in Shui Gui's hands, he immediately changed his face. Just as he wanted to struggle, a wave of Shui Gui's true qi drilled into his body, breaking the meridians in his body in all directions. This Sea Wind Cave genius figure was in a sorry state at this moment. In Shui Gui's hands, he didn't even dare to struggle. Only after a long time did the 2 Shui Gui men stop and casually throw the Zhang Lianxiong in their hands onto the ground. Shui Gui was filled with indifference. Looking at Zhang Lianxiong's heart chilled, he had no doubt that Shui Gui had directly killed himself. Brother Shui, have a word. I'm the first genius of the Sea Wind Cave. If you kill me, the Sea Wind Cave will definitely not let you go. Think about it, you guys are from Nanliang County. Where in Nanliang County are there any 6th rank forces? The most powerful one is just a 7th grade power. How can it withstand the Sea Wind Cave's retaliation? Brother Shui thinks twice before he acts. Just say what you want. Spirit stones? You want spirit stones, don't you? I'll give you spirit stones as an apology for what I did before. Zhang Lianxiong is very good at sizing up the situation. At this time, he understood in his heart that he was not Shui Gui's opponent, and that he was like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of Shui Gui's 2 slaughter. Now all he had to do was present a satisfactory answer and bully his way out of the situation. Maybe he could still survive Shui Gui's hands. Shui Gui, however, was unmoved, but instead, it was Xingyu, who was a little worried. Zhang Lianxiong was a genius disciple of a 6th grade power no matter what. If he really wanted to kill him, the consequences would be unimaginable. And perhaps the people from the Sea Wind Cave would really go forward to Nanlian County to deal with the colorful neon sect, although the two of them had never revealed the power they were in. But if Sea Wind Cave wanted to investigate thoroughly, they couldn't hide it at all. Xingyu, I poisoned you. It was my profit motive. I apologize. I can make it up. Seeing that Shui Gui was unmoved, Zhang Lianxiong turned his gaze back to Xingyu, who knew that Xingyu ignored him and instead turned his gaze towards Shui Gui. Zhang Lianxiong saw the scene and said that it was not good in his heart. Shui Gui then looked coldly at Zhang Lianxiong. Where are the spirit beads? 3 ice-cold words spat out from Shui Gui's mouth. Zhang Lianxiong hurriedly said, the spirit beads have been turned in by me. Spirit beads are too valuable for even me to keep around. Brother Shui, it's fine. Without spirit beads, there are other ways to achieve the same effect. Zhang Lianxiong is trying to stall, trying to work out a kimura. Where are the spirit beads? Shui Gui asked coldly again. His purpose was very clear, and that was the spirit pearl. As long as he took out the spirit beads, he could make Zhang Lianxiong's death a painful one. Zhang Lianxiong was also unable to cry at this time. Brother Shui, it's really turned in. Every spirit bead in the Sea Wind Cave is very precious. Even I can only borrow them temporarily. The spirit beads are all on the elders of the embodied god realm. Brother Shui Gui, you let me go. I'll help you find the spirit pearl. The 3rd elder and the 2nd elder and the grand elder of Sea Wind Cave each have a spirit pearl on them. I can lend out the spirit beads. How about returning it to Brother Shui when the time comes? Zhang Lianxiong was still chattering away. Shui Gui's face was already cold as he suddenly stretched out his only hand to rest on Zhang Lianxiong's head. Brother Shui. Zhang Lianxiong wanted to speak, but before his words came out, his head tilted and he fell straight to the ground. Star Rain, who was on the side, was also wide-eyed when she saw the scene. She also did not expect Shui Gui to be so decisive, directly killing the genius disciple of a 6th grade power here. That's a 6th grade power. There was at least one powerhouse above the imminent god, but now that the wood has been turned, Star Rain had no choice but to say, Shui Gui, let's escape. This scene is deja vu all over again. When they had killed the disciples of the Transfiguration fan sect in Nanlian County, their first reaction was also to flee for their lives. At that time, Shui Gui brought her into the mountain range to hide from the Huanfan sect. Shui Gui shook his head and said slowly, no need to flee. Xingyu was in a big hurry. She knew that Shui Gui's strength had already reached the peak of Jindan, but it was still not enough in front of a 6th grade power. Shui Gui, please, just go, okay? Star Rain's voice had taken on a sobbing tone. This is a 6th grade power. If the two of them didn't leave, staying here would be nothing more than a dead end. Inside the realm of the South China Sea, who else could escape the pursuit of the Sea Wind Cave? In his heart, Star Rain knew Shui Gui's character, which was more or less stubborn. It's not the time to be stubborn. Now that only the Sea Wind Cave's embodied god realm had struck, the two of them would have no way to escape. Follow me. Shui Gui picked up the body on the ground and turned around to leave. Starstorm wondered, Shui Gui, are we going to run away? Shui Gui shook his head and didn't say where the destination of this trip was until Shui Gui came to a cliffside. Star Rain looked towards the rough seawater below the cliff, and the densely packed demonic beasts hidden in the seawater, and her scalp instantly went numb. Shui Gui, you are? Shui Gui hung the corpse in his hands above the cliff, and immediately the smell of blood filled the air, and Xingyu stared at the scene with wide eyes, looking towards the dense fish demonic beasts at the bottom of the sea. She seemed to understand what Shui Gui was trying to do here. Shui Gui had always killed demonic beasts while increasing his strength afterwards. Now Shui Gui is going to repeat his trick and enhance his strength at this critical moment? However, the gap between the Jindan realm and the embodied god realm was too huge. Perhaps Shui Gui hadn't even reached the embodied god realm yet, and the Sea Wind Cave's powerhouses had already hunted them down. You can leave on your own if you want to. Spirit beads I can bring back to you. Shui Gui spoke up. Singing Rain shook her head when she heard this. Wasn't the reason she came out on this trip to have more contact with Shui Gui? It was only now that she had encountered a life and death crisis. But in Star Rain's opinion, this life and death crisis wasn't enough to make her leave. I'm here for you. Star Rain immediately observed his surroundings and shielded Shui Gui. At this time, there was a news circulating in the South Sea region that the genius disciple of the 6th grade power Sea Wind Cave had been taken captive in public, and that the other party were two nobodies. The South Seas is a very prestigious place, where the weak are the strong and the cruel. If a certain power in the South Sea showed decadence, it would definitely be targeted by others. The news of the room didn't circulate for long before the Sea Wind Cave released the news that it would definitely hunt down and kill the person who took the talented disciple to death, and would pursue the forces behind them. There was even a bounty issued if the person who could provide information. Sea Wind Cave was willing to pay a large amount of resources. The cultivators in the South China Sea were shocked to hear this news. The Sea Wind Cave was still the Sea Wind Cave. It was still the same 6th grade power. Their strength had not yet failed. Still that unoffendable presence. Chapter 120 Going to Sea Wind Cave. A hunt against Shuigui and Xingyu unfolded at breakneck speed in the South China Sea. The two of them, Xingyu and Shuigui, had very distinctive features. A one-armed man in his 30s who was able to exert the strength of the Jindan realm, and the other was a female in her 20s who was very beautiful looking and whose cultivation was at the condensed Dan realm. There aren't many combinations like this in the South China Sea. Every cultivator in the South Sea wanted to get the bounty from the Sea Wind Cave. There were even cultivators who had formed a team, wanting to collaborate to split the bounty of the Sea Wind Cave. The bounty given out by Sea Wind Cave was very rich, enough to allow a person to cultivate to the Jindan realm. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Shuigui possessed the strength of the Jindan realm, which was unbeatable in the eyes of the many cultivators in the South Sea. Jindan realm, in the South China Sea is also just a minority. Only those few powerful forces in the South China Sea have a large number of Jindan realm powerhouses, while those who cultivate alone have very few Jindan realm powerhouses. But now that Sea Wind Cave had given a generous reward, it was enough to make them forget that Shuigui was at the strength of the Jindan realm. 3 days later, the cultivators found a hint of the end, came to the edge of a cliff, where they saw the body of Zhang Lianxiong, the first genius of the Sea Wind Cave. Zhang Lianxiong's body has been stinking at this time. Hanging on top of the cliff below the cliff are tens of thousands of demonic beasts. These demonic beasts gathered here, all because of the corpse above. This is after all the corpse of the Jindan realm. The body contains a huge spiritual qi. If swallowed, these demonic beasts may be able to successfully break through the realm. To the demonic beasts, this corpse was a deadly temptation. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the corpse. They thought that Shuigui and his duo had merely taken Zhang Lianxiong captive. They didn't think that Shuigui and his duo would be so heartless that they would dare to kill even a genius disciple of a 6th grade power. This could offend Sea Wind Cave to death. There was no doubt that Sea Breeze Cave was about to launch a fierce hunt to hunt these two to the end. When these cultivators turned their heads to look at the other side of the cliff, they even sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other side of the cliff, there was a pile of demonic beast corpses, which had piled up into small mountains, emitting a strong fishy odor. It looked even more disgusting than Zhang Lianxiong's corpse. The number of corpses of these demonic beasts was hard to calculate, and some people had never even seen so many demonic beasts in their entire lives. But now these demonic beasts had become corpses. The crowd didn't understand why Shuigui would do this. Some eagle-eyed people found the corpse of a Jindan demonic beast amongst the pile of demonic beasts. Some people feel that they no longer have the strength to get involved in this matter. That one-armed man was able to kill even Jindan realm demonic beasts, and was even able to forcibly take Zhang Lianxiong in front of the many Jindan powerhouses in the Sea Wind Cave, indicating that his strength had already transcended the ordinary Jindan realm, and that no one would be able to take Shuigui down, unless the strongest of the Yumingshan realm within the Sea Wind Cave stepped in. It was estimated that no one would be able to take Shuigui down. After seeing Zhang Lianxiong's corpse, the group of cultivators looking for Shuigui had dispersed for the most part, with only a small half being extremely moved by the reward offered by Sea Wind Cave, still choosing to continue chasing after Shuigui, who they hadn't even seen at this point. After being chased by the Sea Wind Cave, this person even came here and killed so many demonic beasts. Obviously someone with an extremely heavy killing heart. There may even be murderous archdevils. As expected, after the Sea Wind Cave learned that Zhang Lianxiong had been killed, the strongest people came out, and there were even several hidden god-strong people who had appeared in the world's vision. They searched everywhere in the South China Sea area, wanting to find out Shuigui and Xingyu, and there were even god-strong people who had already left the South China Sea area to go to Nanliang County, the place where the two people of Shuigui and Xingyu had come from. This thunderous tactic made the many South Sea cultivators sigh that this was worthy of being a 6th grade power. The strongest genius within a power being killed had basically moved the foundation of that power. Shuigui, where are we going? Star Rain looked at Shuigui, who didn't say a word in front of him. He couldn't help but ask. Shuigui stayed at the edge of the cliff for 3 days. During these 3 days Shuigui had been killing demonic beasts. The number of demonic beasts he killed had been uncountable until he had dyed that piece of sea red. It was frightening to watch Star Rain. Among those demonic beasts, there is even the existence of the Jindan realm. In the sea, the demonic beasts or prevalent demonic beasts cannot be killed, and Shuigui those 3 days on the cliffside directly killed the demonic beasts in the sea to create a vacuum sea. Not a single demonic beast dared to come forward. Before Shui Gui left the cliff, not a single demonic beast existed in the sea below the cliff. Star Rain didn't know what level of strength Shui Gui had reached at this point. She only knew that Shui Gui was very strong today. Ridiculously strong. Strong and terrifying. Shui Gui did not return his head and said coldly, "Kill." Star Rain was shocked when he heard this. Shui Gui was looking for the people of Sea Wind Cave to reclaim the spirit pearl. Star Rain quickly stepped forward and stopped in front of Shui Gui, staring into his ancient eyes and said, "Shui Gui, I don't want that spirit bead, shall we go?" The meaning she carried in her tone was pleading. Sea Wind Cave is a 6th grade power. Shui Gui's face was expressionless as he directly crossed over Star Rain with a flash. Xingyu realized that he couldn't persuade Shui Gui at all, so he had to follow Shui Gui's lead until half a day later. The two of them arrived at the territory of the Sea Wind Cave, which was actually a power established on the cliffs by the sea. This power was not a clan, more like a gang. Looking at the huge incomparable cave in front of us, outside the cave there are several Jindan realm strong people standing guard here. These are the Sea Wind Cave guards. They patrol the surrounding area, wary of coming to the strongest enemies to offend. Star Rain's neck shrank when he saw the Jindan powerhouse. Shui Gui had actually found the base camp of the Sea Wind Cave. This place was as strong as a cloud. Before she could advise Shui Gui's figure was already in front of the huge cave. The few surrounding Jindan powerhouses were instantly shocked when they saw the visitor. This one-armed man. Wasn't this the Shui Gui they were after? Several Jindan realm powerhouses joined forces and came. They were considered to be middle to high level within the Sea Wind Cave. This pursuit of Shui Gui was considered to be the biggest action since the Sea Wind Cave had been in existence for decades. And if they were able to kill Shui Gui, they would definitely be able to make a great achievement and move up the ranks within the Sea Wind Cave. A few Jindan looked at each other. Are all in the heart of the matter. In the intelligence said, Shui Gui's strength is only the peak Jindan realm. In there more than a dozen Jindan powerhouse under the joint hands. What to take down the Shui Gui is not a breeze. The hand to take the pinch. However, when they surrounded Shui Gui, they realized that it wasn't what they thought it was. This was because they realized that the aura on Shui Gui's body had reached the embodied god realm. Chapter 121 Famous in the South China Sea. It was already too late when these Jindan powerhouses from Sea Wind Cave wanted to flee. Shui Gui's figure turned into a residual shadow and disappeared in place. After killing demonic beasts for 3 days in a row, day and night, Shui Gui finally raised his strength to the realm of the embodied god as he had hoped. In front of the impregnating god realm powerhouses, these Jindan powerhouses didn't have any power to resist at all. But in a matter of moments Shui Gui blasted these dozens of people to death. Shui Gui did not hide his aura when he came here, but came brightly, and soon a loud cry came from within the Sea Wind Cave. What kind of thieves dare to come and violate my Sea Wind Cave? Are they tired of living? As the voice fell, a figure flew out from within the Sea Wind Cave's cavern. A figure that was incredibly pale. No one in the cultivation world would underestimate someone who looked incomparably pale. It was because most of these people were old monsters who had been cultivating for a long time. This old man saw the one-armed Shui Gui as soon as he came out, and his pupils instantly shrank as he realized that the aura emanating from Shui Gui's body had already reached the realm of embodied god. Shui Gui's name he has naturally heard of. Just after only a few days, how could Shui Gui have broken through to the embodied god realm? It's just too unbelievable. However, the old man wasn't alarmed. He was just as much in the embodied god realm, but had reached the middle embodied god stage. He looked at Shui Gui and sneered continuously. A breakthrough in strength, and you still want to come to Sea Breeze Cave to retrieve your honor? I think you're asking for death. I'll give you a chance. Cut yourself. Lest the old man do it himself and you die an ugly death then. Shui Gui spoke up in a very rare moment as he looked at the old man and asked in a deep voice, "Which one are you?" When Lao Zi heard this, he burst out laughing and gave his name. "I, Sea Wind Cave Third Elder Feng Longqing." It's too late to be afraid. Shui Gui didn't pay any attention to Feng Longqing's maniacal laughter. His eyes slightly drooped, and his figure directly rushed towards. In a flash, the old man who was laughing maniacally. "I see that your strength is only at the early stage of the embodied god realm. Charging up like this, you're no different from sending yourself to your death." The old man who was laughing maniacally had already been wary of Shui Gui, and when he saw him rushing towards him, he didn't put Shui Gui in his eyes in the slightest. In his opinion, this move by Shui Gui was a death sentence. How was it different from sending the other party to death to compete with them in a tough match when their strength was not as good as the other parties? Since you're in a hurry to find death, I don't mind giving you a ride. A terrifying true chi was condensing in front of Lao Zi, and this true chi transformed into a sea wave in front of him, and the surrounding water filled the air, giving people the illusion of being in the midst of a raging sea wave. Seeing this scene, Shui Gui didn't stop, but instead charged directly at the waves. The old man laughed maniacally. He could tell that Shui Gui's strength was relying on external objects to forcefully raise his strength, and it was a world of difference compared to him, who was truly in the middle stage of the embodied god realm, where strong people in the embodied god realm could use their true intentions. What he was performing now was precisely his most skillful sea wave true intent, being slapped by this sea wave true intent of his. Even a powerhouse at the early stage of the embodied god realm would be seriously injured. Seeing Shui Gui charging straight at his attack, the old man already felt that victory was in sight, but the next second he suddenly felt a stabbing pain inside his head. An unknown beast's roar appeared in his mind, and this old man instantly lost his concentration. Even the terrifying wave controversy could not be maintained. Shui Gui had already approached his heels, and he grabbed the old man's head with one hand before gently twisting it. Surprisingly, he directly wrenched off the head of this middle stage of the embodied god realm. Star Rain, who was in the distance, looked at this scene with horror. This was an implicit god realm powerhouse. Just like that, he was easily killed by Shui Gui. Amidst Xing Yu's shocked eyes, Shui Gui searched the old man's body and directly obtained a storage ring, after which a white spirit bead appeared in his hand. After obtaining the spirit bead, Shui Gui didn't leave immediately, but instead, he ran his true chi between his throat and roared at the heavens and earth. The Sea Wind Cave disciples, with their despicable means, seized my spirit pearl, and today the spirit pearl has been retrieved. His voice traveled out vastly for a long time, and the cultivators in the vicinity of the Sea Wind Cave who heard this news all looked up, somewhat incredulously, at the location of the Sea Wind Cave. What kind of strong person is this that dares to go to Sea Wind Cave to cause trouble? Alas, no, the spirit beads he spoke of? A precious thing like a spirit bead. Even Sea Breeze Cave didn't have a few of them. Listening to this, it seems as if this person has already obtained the spirit pearl. Many strong people inside the Sea Wind Cave heard this sound and walked out of the cave, and when they walked out of here, they only saw a headless body left here. The perpetrators of this incident are long gone. They tried to pursue it, but found nowhere to turn. Shui Gui was already on his way back to Nanliang County with Xingyu. A powerful piece of news was circulating in the South Sea region. A one-armed man from Nanliang County didn't flee for his life after killing the first genius of the Sea Wind Cave, but instead blocked the entrance to the Sea Wind Cave, killing the third elder of the Sea Wind Cave and seizing a spirit bead and escaping. The majesty of the Sea Wind Cave was dealt a great blow. A sixth-ranked power had been teased like this, and it can't help the other side. There are even more rumors circulating in the South China Sea area about Shui Gui. Some people rumored that this was a god of killing and was addicted to killing, and some people saw him kill thousands of demonic beasts. It was also rumored that he was a genius disciple of a fifth-grade power who came here to travel, but because the people of Sea Wind Cave offended him, he angrily killed the strongest genius of Sea Wind Cave, as well as the Sea Wind Cave Yumshan elder. With this incident alone, Sea Wind Cave could be considered to have lost face. After this matter, the Sea Wind Cave reacted greatly, and it was rumored that even that one powerful person above the embodied god of the Sea Wind Cave had already come out of the gate. There was a large number of Sea Wind Cave powerhouses traveling to Nanliang County, vow to kill that one-armed powerhouse, and at this moment, Ren Ping looked at the old man in front of him, crying and laughing. You say this man came from the South Seas? Yes. Is it to find Shui Gui's clan? Right. And then you took him down just after he went to the Transfiguration sect? Yes. Ren Ping smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had just finished practicing today when he realized that an unexpected person had appeared in front of him. This person was none other than the harmonized mortal sect's supreme elder Jiang Yifan, in the middle stage of the embodied god realm, and lying next to him was an early stage realm of the embodied god who had been tied up solidly. At this moment, that early stage of the embodied god realm that came from the South Sea saw Ren Ping's face filled with horror. He had thought that he was already able to pass unimpeded in this Nanliang County at the early stage of the embodied god realm, but he hadn't thought that he had just paid a visit to his door and was directly kidnapped. That wasn't the point. After all, he was from a sixth-rank power. Even if he couldn't beat the other party, at the end of the day, the other party would politely send him out. But what he did not expect was that this middle stage of the embodied god realm powerhouse would bring himself to pay homage to a Changdan realm. The respectful look made him think of something. What kind of old monster is this? Dan-forming realm? How is that possible? Chapter 122, I am his master. How could this impregnating god realm powerhouse from the South Sea not think that an impregnating god realm powerhouse would be so respectful to someone who wasn't even a Jindan? This was beyond his imagination. The youth in front of him was either superbly strong and hidden, or his background was very powerful, enough to make this imminent god realm powerhouse bow his head. This imminent god realm powerhouse from the South Sea looked at Ren Ping and opened his mouth. This brother, I came thousands of miles in the South China Sea just to look for someone. I have no intention of offending your excellency. I am the sixth elder of the Sea Wind Cave in the South Sea, Chen Lisong. I'm new here, so please forgive me if I have offended your excellency. Ren Ping nodded as he looked at this imminent god realm powerhouse. I know you're looking for Shui Gui and Xingyu. I happen to know. Chen Lisong sniffed and said in a hurry. If your excellency has news of that Shui Gui and Xingyu, please inform me of it. I am grateful. The two of them, Shui Gui and Xingyu, killed R.C. Wind Cave's young geniuses in the South Sea and are already at odds with R.C. Wind Cave. R.C. Wind Cave's cave master is a powerhouse of the god-ruling realm. R.C. Breeze cave master will definitely come to our door to personally thank us. The smirk on Rin Ping's face deepened as he looked towards Chen Lisong, who was lying on the ground. Is that a threat? In a matter of words, he had already moved out the Sea Wind Cave's god-melting realm powerhouse. Wasn't this a threat to him? Your excellency is mistaken. Just trying to show our sincerity in Sea Wind Cave. Ren Pei raised an eyebrow. The sincerity of the Sea Wind Cave? Your Sea Wind Cave's sincerity is indeed sufficient. To have traveled thousands of miles to come here just to track down my disciple's identity. But you're in a bad hurry. Just happened to run into me. When Chen Lisong heard this, his pupils shrank. The young man in front of him was actually that Shui Gui's master. The strength that Shui Gui could exert had already reached the peak Jindan realm. The young man in front of him would only be even more powerful as his master. As expected, this person was an old monster who had hidden his cultivation. I'm afraid that the only ones who could make him a powerful person of the embodied god realm, unable to see through, were powerful people of the fused god realm. Substituting Rin Ping's body cultivation into the god-melting realm, everything made sense. It was just that Chen Lisong didn't understand why such an existence of the god-ruling realm had appeared in Nanliang County. Wasn't it said that the most powerful person in Nanliang County was at the embodied god realm? Seniors have something to say, Chen Lisong said in a hurry. Now, if he said something tough, he couldn't guarantee that this god-melting powerhouse in front of him, who was hiding his cultivation, would slap him to death right where he was. Ren Pei smiled. There's something to be said. Naturally, the aura on Rin Ping's body rose directly and suddenly, reaching the late Jindan realm, and in the next second Chen Lisong's eyes suddenly became dull. At this moment, Ren Ping had already unleashed the compulsion word, manipulating the South Sea powerhouse at the early stage of the embodied god realm. I ask, you answer. What did Shui Gui do in the South Sea, to make you guys chase after him like this? Ren Ping knew in his heart that Shui Gui was afraid of getting into trouble in the South China Sea, but Ren Ping also did not expect Shui Gui to make such a big commotion. The opposite side of the implicit god realm powerhouse had already come to the door, and the other side also had a fused god realm. The realm of the melting god was the realm above the embodied god. If it was really the case that the god-melting realm personally came to the door, there was nothing Ren Ping could do about it. He realized that he had to raise his strength already, because the disciple's ability to cause trouble was just too strong. Chen Lisong replied slowly with a blank stare. A genius disciple of Sea Breeze Cave and Shui Gui Xingyu both traveled together in search of the spirit pearl, and the moment they found it, the genius disciple of Sea Breeze Cave was ready to poison the two. But in the end, the only one who was poisoned was Xingyu. Shui Gui was besieged by many powerful people from Sea Wind Cave, and managed to escape, and after freeing Xingyu, he took the talented disciple of Sea Wind Cave captive in full view of everyone and killed him on the edge of the cliff to lure the demonic beasts. In a few words, Chen Lisong had explained what had happened in the South China Sea, and Ren Ping frowned after hearing it. No wonder Shui Gui caused such a big commotion, traveling in company, but he had to favor Shui Gui to assassinate him. Isn't this not revealing his scars to Shui Gui? Shui Gui had originally become this way because of his brother's betrayal, which led to a drastic change in his life. Encountering this kind of thing again, Shui Gui was afraid that he would just kill through. That talented disciple of Sea Wind Cave didn't die unjustly, but I heard that Shui Gui killed a whole bunch of demonic beasts again? I'm afraid this disciple of mine is even stronger than me now, Ren Ping muttered. When he left Nanliang County, Shui Gui's beast soul had already reached the peak Jindan realm, and if it did not improve further, it would be the embodied god realm. Together with the strangeness of that beast soul, an ordinary immanent god realm was not necessarily a match for Shui Gui. That means you guys haven't found Shui Gui yet, right? Chen Lisong nodded. After discovering this corpse of Zhang Lianxiong, Chen Lisong set out to come to Nanliang County, and he was not aware of what happened in the South China Sea behind him. If he had known that Shui Gui's strength had now reached the embodied god realm, and that he had also killed the third elder of the Sea Wind Cave at the entrance to the Sea Wind Cave, Chen Lisong would not have had the courage to set foot in Nanliang County. Alright, you'll stay in the colorful neon sect from now on. Defend the colorful neon sect to me. If the colorful neon sect fails, I'll put you to the test. Under the compelling words, Chen Lisong did not have the mind to resist. He had already lost himself. As long as Shui Renping's thoughts moved, Chen Lisong would not hesitate to pull out the long sword in his hand to cut off his own head. Chen Lisong nodded. Ren Ping looked at Zhang Yifan again. Go back. There's nothing for you to do. Ren Ping manipulated others and had always had a habit of not disarming the manipulation easily. The reason was naturally because the person he was manipulating was too powerful. This was the realm of the embodied god. His own true cultivation level was not even Jindan. but only reached the Jindan realm under the enchantment of the beast soul. Shuigui sighed. For the time being, do not have to worry. Shuigui can play out the strength of the embodied god realm. The Sea Wind Cave will not be able to deal with it for a while. And Shuigui and Star Rain, two people, are not little cute. They can't fight, but they can't run away. The main thing now was that he had to improve his strength. Otherwise, if it was really a god-melting realm powerhouse coming to his door, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be a match for the other party. After staying before the Jindan realm for so long, it's time to break through the realm. With a thought, Renping transformed into a wisp of golden smoke and floated to the Kaienai Sex cultivation chamber. He had already stayed at the peak of the Changdan realm for a long time, and if it wasn't for this matter of Shuigui, he wouldn't have been in a hurry to break through. But now he only had too little time. Chapter 123, The Golden Pill. Pure auras coalesced in the cultivation chamber, and these auras were absorbed into Renping's body, and after obtaining the purple aura absorption phrase, Renping's cultivation speed had theoretically become much stronger. In fact, Renping could have broken through to the Jindan realm a long time ago, it was just that he had been lazy in the recent past. Now, the one inner Dan within his Dantian was already releasing a golden light. As Renping continued to absorb the spiritual qi, this golden light became more and more dense. After a day's time, Renping's body gave a lurch, only to see that the one inner Dan within his Dantian was already golden. This is the Jindan realm. After a day of cultivation, Renping managed to reach the Jindan realm. The Jindan realm was already the end of the stage of cultivating true qi. Next was the realm of the embodied god. The realm of the embodied god no longer cultivated true qi, but rather empowered it with various true meanings of martial arts. As long as one comprehended the true meaning of the martial Tao and hid it within the Dantian to nurture it, one was already in the realm of the embodied god. After Renping broke through the Jindan realm, he directly left the Kaienai sect and headed to the largest mountain range within Nanliang County. Having only broken through to the Jindan realm, one was not yet a match for the god-ruling realm. He also needed to raise his strength, and before the Ren plane, the fastest way to raise his strength was to strengthen the beast soul in his body. Thanks to Shuigui's blessing, Renping was able to see the line of reinforcement of this beast soul lexicon, and that white tiger in the middle of that mountain range at the embodied god realm. Renping had long wanted to clean it up. The last time he came here, Renping was helping Shuigui to improve his strength and did not devour the remnants of the demonic beast himself. With this arrival, Renping must have had an urgent need for strength. All along the way, all the demonic beasts he met were killed with a single strike, and then he sat quietly next to the demonic beast's corpse for a few moments, feeling the remnants of that demonic beast's soul and swallowing it into his body to merge with the one beast's soul in his body. Renping advanced very slowly, and it was only after half a day that he reached the depths of this mountain range. Behind Renping, there was already a vacuum. Wherever he walked, demonic beasts were all dead. The number of kills has been uncountable. Whether it was the True Qi realm or the Yang Yuan realm or the Jindan realm, any living demonic beasts were killed by him one by one. Renping felt the strong beast soul in his body, and a smile appeared on his face. Just now he killed 3 Jindan realm demonic beasts and devoured their remnant souls. Now the beast soul in his body had broken through to the Yumming God realm category, and after fusing the beast souls, Renping's realm was even in the middle stage of Yumming God. Such strength must be unstoppable in a small place like Nanliang County. Even without using the compelling words, it was still the undoubted number one. But in front of the 6th grade power, the Sea Wind Cave, there was still a slight deficiency. Renping had just stepped into the depths of the mountain range when he was surrounded by 24 Jindan realm demonic beasts. These demonic beasts should be all the Jindan realm demonic beasts in this mountain range. And amongst the many demonic beasts, that one white tiger had a murderous look on its face as it stared at Renping. Human, how dare you? The last time I let you go, you didn't know better, but you still dared to come here to kill my demon beast clan. The white tiger that Renping looked towards with a light smile on his face. In fact, every single day, demonic beasts died in this mountain range, and human cultivators were also killed by demonic beasts. Of course these are small-scale happenings. Like Renping, this kind of everything walks through the place. The demonic beasts are all dead. Belongs to the foundation of the demonic beasts of this mountain range. If he is killed like this, sooner or later, the demonic beasts of this mountain range will all become extinct. Even if Renping possessed a powerful background, it was unlikely that this white tiger would let Renping go. Tiger, what's with all the nonsense? If you want to fight, fight. Renping had already reached the embodied god realm after fusing the beast souls, and with a terrifying word, he was no longer afraid of any embodied god realm cultivator. Hooray! As soon as Renping's words fell, the surrounding demonic beasts roared. Although these Jindan demonic beasts could not spit out human words, they had already developed intelligence. IQ is no worse than humans. If it weren't for this white tiger here, they would have pounced on Renping and ripped him to pieces. But now that Renping was still speaking out of turn, they were also killing themselves. Dozens of Jindan realm demonic beasts pounced towards Renping. They make a tremendous amount of noise. There were even some demonic beasts that were so large that the ground shook when they walked, and their might was extraordinary. As he watched these ferocious demonic beasts come at him head-on, Renping still had a faint smile on his face. His body shook slightly as the ancestral dragon bloodline in his body was stimulated, and a kingly pressure was released. These Jindan realm demonic beasts, although their realm was extraordinary, their bloodline was not strong, and under the suppression of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, they directly lost about 30% of their strength. This side is the bloodline suppression of the demonic beast clan. This is the bloodline of the dragon race? Well. The dragon bloodline actually appeared in a human. The white tiger sneered. His body also turned into a white shadow pouncing towards Renping, the dragon from the rain and the tiger from the wind. As the white tiger acted, a hurricane blew up around him. This was the true intent of this white tiger demonic beast's martial Tao. The surrounding trees were uprooted, and even the soil was swept up by this hurricane and smashed towards Renping. There were even countless millstone-sized stones that were densely packed and came like raindrops. Renping moved. His figure directly disappeared in place. Every one of his disciples is a leader in one path or another. What the disciples had he had, and it was stronger than the disciples. Dozens of Jindan demonic beasts plus a white tiger at the realm of embodied God. He hadn't put it in his eyes yet. The silhouette of a finger appeared above the dome. Rumble. These shadows were densely packed, as if the God of heaven was about to rain down heavenly punishment. These Jindan realm demonic beasts were dumbfounded at the sight of this scene. Not only had they now lost track of Renping, but they also had to face these terrifying finger shadows. The finger silhouettes had coalesced in a matter of moments, and then these fingers were pointed down one by one. A Jindan realm demonic beast died with each finger point. In less than a moment dozens of Jindan demonic beasts were killed. The white tiger was also hit by the shadow of a finger, and its figure smashed into the distance like a cannonball. A deep, bottomless hole was smashed directly on top of the mountain. Before the white tiger could get up, Renping appeared at the entrance of the cave. He had a long sword in his hand at some point, which was nothing more than an ordinary lower-grade spirit weapon. The white tiger just ventured at the cave entrance. He saw a flash of sword light coming towards himself. At this time it was too late to resist. The sword light flashed. This white tiger did not even send out a scream. It was already in the body and head. Renping looked at the empty dantian and revealed a wisp of a bitter smile. Although martial arts are strong, they are also extremely consuming. Killing dozens of Jindan demonic beasts plus a god-inheriting demonic beast has actually consumed all of my true chi. But I'm getting stronger again. Chapter 124 Intermediate Stage Beast Soul of the God of Infusion. Renping looked at the corpses of demonic beasts all over the ground and revealed a smile. The corpses of these demonic beasts were enough to raise the beast soul within him by a notch. Renping directly sat down at the corpse of that one white tiger. The residual souls of these demonic beast corpses would gradually escape between heaven and earth with the passage of time. He had to get a grip. Compared to other Jindan realm demonic beasts, this white tiger was more capable of enhancing his strength. So Renping naturally began by devouring the remnants of the white tiger's soul. Renping sat down on his knees next to the white tiger's corpse. He closed his eyes, feeling the wisp of residual soul within the white tiger's corpse. There was a white tiger's silhouette roaring in Renping's mind, but after a moment it was directly absorbed by Renping. Feeling the beast soul after devouring the remnants of the white tiger's soul, Renping shook his head in disappointment. This white tiger at the embodied god realm did not allow his beast soul to advance to the mid-embodied god realm. However, there were still dozens of corpses of Jindan realm demonic beasts here, and after devouring these remnants of souls, the middle stage of the embodied spirit realm wasn't far away. Another half-day passed. Renping devoured these remnant souls one by one, and at this moment, the beast souls in his body had already reached the middle stage of the embodied god realm, and after fusing with him, his realm directly reached the late stage of the embodied god realm. As long as the Sea Wind Cave's fused god realm powerhouses aren't at the peak fused god realm, they're no match for me. A smirk appeared on Renping's face. After fusing the beast souls, his realm reached the late stage of the embodied god. Coupled with the fact that the compulsion word could compel cultivators who were not one major realm above him, as long as that one fusion god realm powerhouse from Sea Wind Cave had not reached the peak impregnating god realm, Renping would be able to resolve it in a matter of moments. In the future, this mountain range will no longer be the territory of demonic beasts. Renping looked at the empty mountain range and muttered. All the demonic beasts in this mountain range that had reached the Jindan realm had already been killed by him, and he had killed nearly 60% of the demonic beasts below the Jindan realm, leaving only a handful at the Changdan realm. For the cultivators of Nanliang County, this mountain range was no longer dangerous, and all kinds of spiritual medicines within the mountain range would be picked. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Although it could enhance the strength of the cultivators in Nanliang County, The spiritual medicines here were always limited, and there would always be a day when the harvesting was finished. Give this chance to Yuehua. The colored neon sect has treated me quite well. The demonic beasts here had already died out, and whoever was the first to occupy this mountain range next would see their strength grow rapidly. As the saying goes, nepotism, Renping could not be exempted from it, and compared to giving away the benefits of this mountain range, Renping was more inclined to hand it over to the color Ni sect. Renping's mind moved. His body transformed into a wisp of golden smoke and disappeared in place. Half an hour later he arrived at the valet hall of the colorful Nisect's patriarch Yuehua. Zhang Yifan had brought the South Sea's implicit god realm powerhouses to the Ni sect, a matter that even Yuehua didn't know about. Yuehua was still full of doubts when she saw Renping. What did Renping have to find himself for again? Sect leader Yuehua, how about I send you a chance? If you, the Ni sect, can eat this chance completely, raising your strength by a notch isn't just empty talk. As soon as Renping saw Yuehua, he directly opened the door. Yuehua's eyes lit up when she heard this. I don't know what the chance that Senior Ren is talking about is. Although Yuehua's heart was moved, she still inquired to clarify what exactly was the chance Renping was talking about. The best chance is useless if it is risky. Renping let out a light laugh and said slowly, does Sect Master Yuehua know about the largest mountain range in southern Liang County? There are countless spiritual medicines in this mountain range, and it will belong to the Ni sect from now on. Yuehua smiled bitterly and shook her head. Who doesn't know that the mountain range has countless spiritual medicines? However, that mountain range has powerful demonic beasts in it, with no less than 20 of them at the Jindan realm, and it is even rumored that there is a demonic beast at the Yenshan realm in it. With the strength of the Ni sect it simply couldn't be eaten, even if it was the number one sect in Nanliang County, the Huanfan sect. They didn't dare to make a move on that mountain range. Instead they kept a certain distance from the mountain range, and the well water did not offend the river water. Elder Rin is joking. Our colorful neon sect doesn't have that strength yet. Renping lowered his head to take a sip of tea and continued. Since it's a chance given to the Ni sect, there's naturally no need for you Ni sect to take any risks. Nowadays, there are no more Jindan realm demonic beasts in that mountain range, and with the strength of the colored nectar sect, it's perfectly capable of eating them. Yuehua was shocked when she heard that. There was a demonic beast of the realm of embodied god in that mountain range. In the end, who had such a great ability to be able to mow down and kill the entire mountain range's demonic race? If that was the case, the colored nectar sect could really take over that mountain range and collect the spiritual medicines in it to refine pills to enhance the cultivation of their disciples. The joy on Yuehua's face didn't last long before a look of difficulty appeared. There aren't many 7th grade forces in Nanliang County, and if others had also learned of this news, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been our turn in the colorful neon sect. Yuehua's worry was not superfluous. There were still many cultivators on the outskirts of that mountain range who went into the mountains to collect spirit medicines. The first thing that happens to the mountain range is that the outside world is informed. The rest of the sects had learned of this news, and would likewise enter it to collect spiritual medicines. And although the strength of the Ni sect was able to get a piece of the pie in it, it would be a fool's errand to want to take it all up. Don't worry, Sect Master Yuehua, the number one sect in southern Liang County, the Huanfan sect, will be on your side. Patriarch Yuehua, be bold and let go. Yuehua's face was filled with astonishment when she heard this. The Huanfan sect had a Yumming God realm powerhouse who would even side with the Ni sect. What did this mean? Yuehua had a vague guess in her heart. I'm afraid that Renping's strength has exceeded her imagination. Elder Ren doesn't know who was responsible for what happened to that mountain range? Yuehua asked tentatively. Renping shook his head and, not intending to answer, Patriarch Yuehua, just do it with confidence. Oh yes, that disciple of mine, Ruyan, you also arrange it. Staying in the colorful neon sect all day long won't get her much growth. Let her go to that mountain range to experience it. Yuehua nodded and bowed to Renping and said, many thanks to Elder Ren. The Ni sect will remember Senior Ren's favor. Renping waved his hand and directly disappeared into a wisp of golden smoke. Yuehua looked at the place where Renping had disappeared, muttering to herself, Senior Ren's strength is unfathomable. I'm afraid that the fan transformation sect has already submitted to him, and I'm afraid that the demonic beasts in this mountain range were also killed by Senior Ren. Renping had previously performed the means of transforming into golden smoke in front of Yuehua, who found it rather peculiar and looked up numerous canonical texts, but had no clue. This golden smoke means was beyond her imagination. Renping was a person that the more she came into contact with, the more she could not see through. Chapter 125 Giving You a Chance. Yuehua knew that Renping basically wouldn't say empty words, so she instantly summoned many elders of the Ni sect to go to the mountain range to check out the situation. And even more so, she summoned all the disciples of the Ni sect to stop all their daily actions and to be ready to go into the mountain range at any time to pick the spiritual herbs. The speed of the colorful neon sect was still considered swift, But it wasn't just the colorful neon sect that had gotten this news. Among the many forces in Nanliang County, there were many clans that had people searching for spiritual medicines and hunting demonic beasts in the mountains. They received news of the change in the mountain range at the first opportunity. When Yuehua led the many powerhouses of the colorful neon sect to this place, she noticed many familiar faces here. These people were basically the strongest of the other 8th rank forces in Nanliang County. Patriarch Yuehua also received the news. Looks like there's one more person to divide the benefits. The change here can't be hidden for long. We'll enter it as soon as possible before there's any valuable elixir. The arrival of the crowd from the colorful neon sect. These powerhouses weren't much happier. After all, this was a resource, and one more person to share the resource would be one less. However, as they were both 8th grade sects, since the colorful neon sect had come, they couldn't stop them. The various spiritual medicines in this mountain range were also considered to be ownerless. Even if they wanted to monopolize them, there was no way for them to do so. Yuehua frowned as she looked at the many powerful people from Nanliang County. True to her expectations, these people were not slow to receive the news. They just didn't expect it to be this fast. She arched her hand towards the crowd and then said slowly, "Gentlemen, the resources of this mountain range, I'm afraid you'll have to give in." As soon as Yuehua said this, it aroused the dissatisfaction of many powerful people. And among them, there was no lack of powerful people at the Jindan realm. There were as many as a dozen Jindan powerhouses present, all of whom looked at Yuehua with ill will. "We all came here to divide the benefits, but I didn't expect the colored neon sect to offer to take it all for themselves. How could they agree?" Yuehua looked at the unkind eyes of the crowd and her heart drummed. Ren Pingcheng said on this matter, "The South Liang County's #1 sect, the Wanfan sect, would side with the Kaianai sect," but she didn't have a bottom in her heart. After all, she hadn't seen anyone from the Transfiguration sect yet. The words had already been said, and Yuehua had no choice but to meet the gazes of the crowd with a stiff upper lip. "Ladies and gentlemen, truth be told, the demonic beasts in this mountain range were killed by a senior, and that senior explained that the Kaianai sect came here to pick spirit medicines." The many Jindan realm powerhouses looked at Yuehua with smiles. Words that anyone would say. "Sect leader Yuehua, I heard that your Kaianai sect has obtained the Styx River treasure boat and added a Jindan realm powerhouse. Having 2 Jindan realm poor amongst the 8th rank forces is not bad, but if you want to overrun this mountain range with just 2 Jindan realm powerhouses, sect leader Yuehua is playing the wrong game. Once we join forces, it will be a dozen or so Golden Dan realm powerhouses. Even if there are 3 Golden Dan, we still have to weigh them. I don't know if your Kaianai sect can withstand the attack of a dozen Jindan powerhouses. If the Kaianai sect really has the strength, we will not turn our heads back and leave this place, surrendering the benefits here." Yuehua was stumped by the question. What she had gotten was nothing more than Rinping's promise, and the fact that Rinping had killed the demonic beasts in this mountain range was merely her guess, and had not been confirmed. The Kaianai sect is a lion and wants to monopolize the resources, so why don't we join forces and drive the Kaianai sect out, just so there's one less person to divide up the resources? It was immediately suggested. The colored next sect would immediately be hostile to everyone if they proposed to monopolize the resources at this time. And if the colored next sect was kicked out of this profit-dividing feast, it was a good thing for everyone. And sure enough, the proposal was approved by all. Yuehua's face was extremely ugly. At this time he was also considered to be in a dilemma. She admitted that she had been a bit reckless in bringing the many strong men of the Color NI sect here without asking Rinping beforehand. Now if they didn't take care of this, the other forces were afraid that they would completely ostracize the colorful neon sect. When the time comes, it is not as simple as not being able to pick the medicinal herbs in this mountain range, and then there will be no place for the colorful neighborhood sect in Nanliang County, and they will be ostracized at every turn. Just at this moment, there was a sudden sound of breaking air coming from the sky. The crowd looked up and were all slightly startled. The aura emitted by this person had already far exceeded that of a Jindan realm powerhouse. This is the embodied god realm. The old ancestor of the Transfiguration sect is coming. No, how could Jian Yifan be this young? The aura emanating from the visitor had already reached the embodied god realm. These Jindan realm powerhouses thought it was Jiang Yifan, the only implicit god realm powerhouse in Nanliang County. However, only when the visitor approached did they get a good look at the other party, who was nothing more than a middle-aged man. Not at all Jian Yifan, the #1 strongest person in Nanliang County. This was an alien realm of the embodied god. The many Jindan realms of Nanliang County all had their eyes slightly moved and retreated to the side, in front of the impregnating god realm powerhouses. Jindan powerhouses were no match even if there were more of them. Now it would also depend on what kind of attitude this impregnating god powerhouse actually had. The impregnating god powerhouse must have come here for a purpose. Chen Lisong swept a glance towards the crowd and finally landed his gaze on Yuehua's body. The crowd was all chilled all over as they were looked at, and when Chen Lisong looked at Yuehua, A smile appeared on all of their faces. This person seemed to be rushing towards Yuehua. The colorful neon sect definitely didn't have an impregnating god powerhouse background. That's only one possibility. This impregnating god powerhouse. I'm afraid he's here to seek revenge. I'm afraid that Patriarch Yuehua is in trouble. This mysterious embodied god powerhouse is rushing towards the colorful neon sect. Yuehua was also confused. She didn't recognize the middle-aged man in front of her at all. This middle-aged man came directly in front of Yuehua, and right under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd. He bowed his hand to Yuehua. My name is Chen Lisong. I have met Patriarch Yuehua. Elder Ren asked me to come here to wait for Patriarch Yuehua's dispatch. Everyone was stunned at this statement. When did the Colored Nectar sect have an impregnating god realm powerhouse? They hadn't received any news at all. And this impregnating god realm powerhouse was a stranger. And that's so-called Elder Ren. Who is he? A brainstorm had raged in Yuehua's head. A young god realm powerhouse was actually treating her with respect. This is another of Ren Ping's tactics. Ren Ping was truly unfathomable. She forced a stiff smile. With pleasure. She didn't even know who the other person was. And now it has to be treated with courtesy. Yuehua then looked at the many Jindan powerhouses of Nanliang County. Gentlemen, take your time. Now that there was an imminent god realm powerhouse here, the people from the other sect's forces were no longer qualified to divide the resources in this mountain range with the colorful Nectar sect. If this imminent god realm powerhouse were to strike, it would be enough to kill all the Jindans present. These southern Liang County's power lords all had ugly faces. They hadn't expected the Color Ni sect to play such a trick. Someone stood out, arched his hand at Yuehua, and then arched his hand at Chen Lishang, and without looking back, he directly left this place with his own people. Chapter 126, On What Grounds? Yuehua didn't know where Chen Lisong came from, but with the great deterrent Chen Lisong brought, the Kaiyanai sect had also managed to force back the other forces in Nanliang County and managed to monopolize all the resources in this mountain range. Those demonic beasts within the mountain range that were in the Chang'an realm were not considered a threat to the Kaiyanai sect. As long as Yuehua, the sect leader, personally took action, they could all be cleaned up within a short period of time. Not to mention that there was also an impregnating spirit realm Chen Lixong. He was also following Yuehua's command now. Yuehua didn't dare to command only. Elder Ren, I'm going out for a few days. The clan has orders for me to go into the mountain ranges to look for spirit medicines. On the very same day, Ruyan found Ren Ping and informed him that she would be going out for a few days, leaving the rest of the things within the Great Hall to Yui Lu. At this time, within the colorful neon sect's gate was already a joy. All the disciples and elders knew that the colorful neon sect had occupied a mountain range, and that the next step would be to tap into the resources of this mountain range. However, this mountain range was very vast, and it would be difficult to harvest all the resources of the entire mountain range in a moment. Thus, Yuehua decided to have the elder generation of the colorful neon sect guard the mountain range to prevent people from other forces from coming and picking secretly. The next step was for the disciples of the colorful neon sect to enter the mountain range to pick spiritual herbs. All of the disciples of the colorful neon sect were waiting for this moment. The great hall of the colorful neon sect. More than 10 young disciples had already gathered here. These included Xingyu, Ru Yan and the two of them. Most of the rest were at the early condensed Dan realm, with only a few at the peak Yang Yuan realm. These disciples were the first ones to enter the mountain range to pick spiritual herbs. According to the plan of the Kaiyanai sect, this batch of disciples was the future of the Kaiyanai sect, and the spiritual medicines they picked in the mountain range this time would all belong to them. While the unified picking in the back was to be submitted to the sect, it could be said that those who could be on this list were the best of the disciples of the Colored Nectar sect. Ruyan didn't know what to do in the middle of the crowd. She looked down the circle and realized that she had the lowest cultivation level. The rest of them were all famous people within the Colored Neon sect, such as the Colored Neon sect's first genius, Star Rain. Only she, the silent one, blended inside the group. Ruyan couldn't figure out why the clan had called her here. She thought it was all ordinary tasks. Could it be because of that cheap master of his own? The last time the disciple hall happened, Ruyan guessed that it was that cheap master of hers who stepped in. It was only then that she was able to get Patriarch Yuehua to bail her out. But now this is an internal matter of the Color Ni sect. I'm afraid that their own master will not intervene. Ruyan stood out amongst the many disciples of the Color Ni sect, as the rest of them knew each other and belonged to the geniuses of the Color Ni sect. Even if they were not as good as Xingyu, they were still existences that had a chance of advancing to the Jindan realm in the future. Who's that guy? Why haven't I heard of her? A late Yang Yuan realm can even enter the mountain range in the first batch. It can't be one of the elders. I'd say she's considered just mediocre. What makes you think you can enter the mountains with us? The colorful neon sect disciples were talking about it. Ruyan lowered her head even more when she heard these voices. She indeed looked very ordinary in front of these long-established geniuses. Star Rain stood proudly amidst the crowd, his face expressionless and not communicating with the others. After spending a lot of time with Shuigue, she seems to be a bit of a loner as well. The other geniuses of the colorful neon sect could only be considered ordinary in her eyes. She didn't care about the crowd's discussion. However, when he heard that Ruyan was Rinping's maid, he looked at her twice more. Her mind was completely off of any resources right now. After all, she had now refined the spirit bead, and her cultivation speed had risen in a straight line, and it wouldn't be long before she was able to break through to the successful Dan realm. Those elixirs in the mountain range were useful to her, but they were no longer important. Unlike Star Rain, the other disciples of the colorful neon sect cared very much about the spiritual medicines in the mountain range. Just at this time, an elder walked in outside and glanced at the crowd before slowly saying, "Everyone, set off on time and head to the mountain range. The spirit medicines you pick on this trip will all belong to you. This is the sect's cultivation of you. If there are no problems, let's go now." This elder made a special trip to lead these disciples into the mountain range. Just as this elder was about to turn around and leave, a voice came from the crowd. "Elder, I have a question. Why can this man come with us?" This was a young man at the early condensed Dan realm who pointed at Ruyan with a face full of defiance. "My senior brother can't even go at the peak Yang Yuan realm. She's only at the late Yang Yuan realm. So on what grounds?" That elder turned back to the youth and then dropped his gaze on Ruyan as the elder frowned. He didn't know how to answer this question, because Ruyan was the slot that the Moonflower Patriarch had personally requested to be added. It's a clan rule. That colorful neon sect elder could only snort coldly. The youth was still full of defiance. He looked at Ruyan and said in a cold voice, Good. I'd like to see what you're really capable of. By what right do you enter the mountain range with us?" The people on the sidelines saw the youth in such a way that they even persuaded him. "Senior Ma doesn't have to be like this. This is the clan's decision. After all, that is, Senior Ma doesn't have to be overly calculating. Anyway, after entering the mountain range, it's up to each person whether or not they can find the elixir." This young man surnamed Ma was named Ma Liangchun, a second-rate genius of the Color Ni sect. At a young age, he had already reached the condensed Dan realm, and his strength was considered good among the crowd. The reason why Ma Liangchun rejected Ruyan so much was because he had a senior brother who was like a brother, who had already reached the peak Yang Yuan realm, and he had thought that this time, the two of them would be able to enter the mountain ranges together, search for spiritual medicines, and break through to the Chengdan realm. But it didn't occur to him that his senior brother wasn't on the list, and the obscure Star Rain had a spot. This made Ma Liangchuan's heart very unbalanced. Ruyan looked at the bickering of the crowd and realized that she was being ostracized. "It's quite a looker, and I don't know which one of you has climbed into bed." Ma Liangchun looked at Ruyan with a cold snort. This is clearly denigrating Ruyan for getting to the top by virtue of her beauty. The crowd also changed their faces when they heard this, not expecting this Ma Liangchun to speak so blatantly. Star Rain gave Marian Jun an expressionless look and didn't say anything. Ruyan's face sank, but she didn't bother too much with Malian Pure. This Ma Liangchun was quite hostile to her, and after experiencing what happened to Ru Shui, Ru Yan was also considered to have a drastic change in personality. If she had met this kind of thing in another place, Ruyan was afraid that she would step in, but this was the colorful neon sect. "Then I'll show you what qualifies me to enter the mountain range with you guys," Ruyan said in her mind. Chapter 127, Treasure Hunting in the Mountain Range. Kisame soon found herself ostracized. Other than Ma Liangchun, although the others didn't open their mouths to speak, and even persuaded Ma Liangchun, they didn't agree with Ruyan in their hearts. Only, they don't show it. The only exception is Star Rain. Star Rain stood in front of the crowd wearing a white dress and an expressionless face, nor was it involved in anything. When she was greeted, she simply nodded, bringing out the best in a woman of the heavens. Ma Liangchun and the others talked and laughed as they kept pace with the elder. Ruyan took it all in. Silence followed. Soon the crowd arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range. To enter the mountain range to pick spiritual herbs, it was natural to split up. After entering the mountain range, perhaps these disciples would still have had some conflicts because of the competition for spiritual medicines. All of them were geniuses of the colorful neon sect, so they naturally knew to stay away from the others. Since they simply couldn't pick all the spiritual herbs in this mountain range, why should they compete with others? Unlike the others, Ruyan was still in a daze. Ruyan didn't know much about elixirs. Now that she was asked to enter the mountain range to pick spiritual herbs, it was a very challenging thing for her. Even if there was a fine spirit medicine placed in front of Ruyan at this moment, she wouldn't be able to distinguish it. However, looking at the others who had already disappeared into the mountain range one after another, Ruyan had no choice but to walk into the mountain range with a stiff upper lip. If you're here, you can't just drive around the outside of a mountain range. As Ma Liangchun was leaving the brigade, he also glanced back at Ruyan, with that provocative look that made Ruyan feel very uncomfortable. Ruyan also wanted to enter the mountain range to pick up more spiritual herbs, and later enhance her cultivation. As long as her realm broke through to condensed Dan, This Ma Liangchun wouldn't dare to treat her like this, but in reality, Ruyan could only rely on her own cultivation, and this time the clan had allowed her to come to the mountain range to look for spiritual medicines, which was like a wasted opportunity. It seems like there is a need to learn more about spiritual medicines in the future, Ruyan said in her mind. As she walked through the dense jungle, she looked at the dense plants on the ground and couldn't tell if it was an elixir or a poison. After half a day of wandering down, Ruyan had nothing to show for it. However, the colorful neon sect gave this group of disciples 3 days, and during the 3 days, these disciples could move freely within the mountain range. Ruyan felt that the 3 days must have gone by very long. Just when Ruyan was depressed, an old voice rang in her ears. Young apprentice, what brings you here? Originally, I wanted to go to the Kaienai sect to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come here. Ruyan couldn't help but be happy to hear the voice. She bowed to the empty jungle before saying, the sect has temporarily deployed me to enter this mountain range to pick spirit medicines. Give us 3 days, and when we pick the elixir, it all belongs to us. The pale voice laughed. It seems that my little disciple has already entered the vision of the higher echelons of the colorful neon sect. This is the kind of treatment that only geniuses of the colorful neon sect would have. Ruyan held her mouth. Whether she was a genius or not, she herself was very clear. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a master who was secretly helping her, she would still be an outer disciple in the true Qi realm. Don't make fun of me, master. Now, I have a dilemma. I simply don't recognize which ones are elixirs. I'm afraid I'm going to waste this opportunity. Ren Ping had already transformed into a wisp of golden smoke hovering in the upper air at this time. Even if he was in the Jindan realm, he would not be able to discover his existence without careful observation. And even if he discovered that there was such a wisp of golden smoke, he would not think that the golden smoke was a person. How big a deal is this? I'll take you to find the elixir. Ren Ping laughed out loud. You will surely surpass the others if you follow my guidance. Ren Ping had transformed into an old grandpa at this point. 26 miles to the southwest, there is a cave entrance that contains several types of spirit medicines, which can enhance cultivation. You just refine it. Just in time to break through to the condensed Dan realm as well. Ruyan half-heartedly followed Ren Ping's guidance. After traveling through the mountains for half a day, he finally saw a huge cave. To be precise, this was a cave that grew halfway up the mountainside. The space inside was spacious and the spiritual qi was extremely dense. Ruyan had just arrived here and felt that the surrounding aura was more than 10 times thicker. Ren Ping naturally didn't recognize any spirit medicines, but he knew that the cave of a powerful demonic beast would definitely have treasures. And this cave was the territory of that white tiger of the embodied god realm. Looking at the rich aura, Ren Ping also secretly nodded his head. With such a spiritual aura, it was comparable to the cultivation chambers of the Transfiguration sect. It was worthy of being the cave of a demon beast of the embracing god. Junior apprentice brother, there will definitely be treasures here. Look carefully. Do you see a spring inside the cave? That thing should be a spiritual spring. Each drop of spring water is condensed from aura, and the mushroom inside that corner. This mushroom should be non-toxic. You pick it out to see what effects it has and utilize it at your discretion. The blade of grass at the entrance of the cave should be useful as well. Ren Ping took a glance and realized that there were still many treasures inside this white tiger's cave. These treasures were of little use to him. It was probably just an unintentional act by that one white tiger. That spiritual spring should be the place where that white tiger drinks. Other things are not white tiger collection, because out of the places this mountain range aura is the most dense place. Perennial accumulation. Here will naturally be born some precious spirit medicine. To a Jindan powerhouse, these elixirs could do very little, but to Ruyan, who was in the Yang Yuan realm, these could truly be treasures that could allow her to break through a large realm. Ren Ping didn't care so much and directly asked Ruyan to collect all the things he could take. A few moments later, Ruyan's storage rings were all full. This embodied god realm white tiger cave now only had one spring that hadn't been collected. The spring is actually in a rock, which hangs in midair and constantly drips out spring water. It would take a lot of work to collect these springs. Junior apprentice brother, why don't you just cultivate right here at the spring? Strive to break through to the condensed Dan realm in one fell swoop. 2 or 3 days would be enough. Listening to Ren Ping's words, Ruyan nodded and took a seat at that spiritual spring, where the piece of stone above it was constantly dripping drops of water. Ruyan plugged that water drop into her hand, and with a gentle movement of her gong method, the spiritual spring in her hand dissolved into a stream of pure aura that drilled into her body, enhancing her cultivation. Soon Ruyan entered the cultivation state. The aura on her body was also rising. Half a day later Ruyan managed to break through to the peak Yang Yuan realm. Chapter 128, a slap? In just half a day, Ruyan had already broken through to the peak Yang Yuan realm. Ren Ping secretly watched to see Ruyan's progress and nodded in satisfaction. This girl still has some fortitude. This thing called talent didn't matter at all in Ren Ping's eyes. As long as Ren Ping liked it, he could raise his disciple's talent to a terrifying level at any time. Ruyan's talent was already good. In the colored neon sect, it should be considered number 1. Now with the help of the spiritual spring, the condensed Dan realm was only a matter of time. Sure enough, another day later, Ruyan's cultivation smoothly broke through to the early condensed Dan realm. Ruyan opened her eyes, full of surprise. After breaking through to the condensed Dan realm, in the Kai-ni sect, he was considered a genius. Future accomplishments will not be low. What's more, she can now stand up to those who deny her with honor and rebuttal. For example, the stream of Ma Liang-jun. Renping's voice rang out. There's still 1 day left now. Do you continue to cultivate or go look for other opportunities? Old me just realized that the high realm demonic beasts in this mountain range have been killed by a mysterious powerhouse. There are already very few demonic beasts that can threaten you here. Ruyan sniffed and pondered for a moment before saying, I want to look for other opportunities. No one will be indifferent to the benefits. Although Ruyan had a calm and uncontested appearance, she wouldn't give up such a good opportunity placed in front of her. Good. Cultivators just have to fight for resources. The old man will instruct you again. You're guaranteed to get a lot out of this trip. Renping's pale voice rang out. Thank you, master. By now, it was nighttime. Inside the mountains, there was silence. In the past, this place was filled with the roars of demonic beasts. And now, even the demonic beasts that survived didn't dare to be high profile. 1 or 2 of them nestled in the shadows, fearing that god of murder would descend once again and kill all of the demonic beasts. Ruyan had already broken through to the condensed Dan realm, and with the martial arts techniques taught by Renping, her combat power was no longer bad. With his current strength, he should be able to kill the mid-condensation Dan, or even the late-condensation Dan realm. It's still up to Ruyan to play. Over there's another place that should have quite a few treasures as well. 10 miles north, Renping guided Ruyan forward through the mountains. Just a few kilometers ahead, Renping felt the fluctuations of the battle coming from the front. Junior apprentice brother, there seems to be a battle up ahead. Do you want to continue? For a fight to occur at this time, it was clearly the group of Color Neck sect disciples that had entered the mountain range with Ruyan. After thinking for a moment, Ruyan immediately nodded her head. Check it out. Kisame walks under the night. It soon came to the spot where the aftermath of the battle had come from. At this moment, there was a youth fighting a condensed Dan realm demonic beast. Youth Ming was falling behind, and wounds were already appearing on his body. On the contrary, the Dan condensation realm demonic beast was unharmed. It was even forcing that young man at the early condensed Dan realm to retreat back and forth. Ruyan saw the youth and froze. Kind of a coincidence. This person was none other than that Ma Liang-chun. Ma Liang-chun sensed someone's arrival and immediately exclaimed, which senior brother is here? Quickly help. This demonic beast is a bit tricky. This mountain range had been blocked off by the colorful neon sect. Only disciples of the colorful neon sect could enter this place. Ma Liang purely turned around, but he saw Ruyan standing not far away. He laughed in exasperation then. I thought it was a powerful senior brother. If not, coming from the early condensed Dan realm, there was a chance to kill this demonic beast. But, what's the point of Ruyan coming? She was only in the late Yan Yuan realm. Not to mention helping him, he didn't even have the ability to join the fight. At this time, Ma Liang was in a pure rush and didn't notice that Ruyan's realm had already broken through to the early stage of condensed Dan. Mariang purely said without a trace of humor, what's the point of you coming? Hurry up! Ruyan didn't answer. Renping's voice rang in her ears. This demonic beast isn't bad. Mid-condensed Dan realm. You can easily kill it by performing that martial art I taught you. Want to make a move? Kisame nodded. Mariang-chun was quite hostile to her though, but with the 2 words he just said, he told Ruyan to hurry up. It means that the person is kind of okay. At least she wouldn't have to be dragged into the fray because of a hint of indignation. In the distance, Ma Liang-chun was once again fighting with that demonic beast. Turning back, he saw that Ruyan was still in the same place. Meili and Pure was also annoyed. Didn't I tell you to leave? The strength is too poor. This demonic beast can slap you to death with a single claw. I really can't understand why the clan let you come. Kisame spoke up. This senior brother, please also step back. I'm going to kill this demonic beast. Meili and purely laughed. Even if this guy is not strong, he's still a bit out of his mind. A late Yang Yuan stage trying to kill a mid-condensed Dan stage demonic beast? Dream on. But in the next second, he saw a palm silhouette appear under the bright moon. This palm shadow exuded a strong aura. It made Melian's pure heart beat wildly. What kind of martial art was this palm shadow? He had a premonition that if the slap came down, it could easily kill him. Ma Liang-chun dodged away without hesitation. At this moment, the mid-condensed Dan realm demonic beast also looked towards the dome, watching that palm shadow lock onto itself. Unlike Meili and Pure, this demonic beast couldn't escape at all. Kisame has it locked down. With a loud boom, the palm shadow slapped down towards the demonic beast. The air around them was squeezed with a roar. The trees below were reduced to wood chips in a matter of moments. Dirt sinking. A slap mark appeared in front of Meili and Pure. The demonic beast. There was no trace of it anymore. Meili and Pure looked towards the palm print. The demonic beast that had put him in a life and death crisis was found to have been slapped into a pulp. Meili and Pure turned around and realized that Ruyan's hand had already retracted. Kisame exhaled deeply, slightly dumbfounded. She also did not expect this martial skill to be so powerful. A demonic beast of the condensed Dan realm died in her hands just like that. Meili and Pure sucked in a breath of cool air. It's too strong. Moreover, when did she break through to the condensed Dan realm? Malang Pure knows he underestimated each other. He coughed softly, and then a book said to Ruyan, "Senior Sister Ruyan, this demonic beast was killed by you, and up ahead is where this demonic beast is holding down the fort. I see there are elixirs. Now, that elixir is yours. Senior brother will leave first." After Ma Liangchun finished speaking, without looking back, he quickly disappeared into the night. Even the injuries on his body are not treated. Ma Liangchun hated to have 2 extra legs at this point. Run faster. The words he had just spoken had been spoken with a stiff upper lip. Even more so, he referred to Ruyan as senior sister. Meili and Pure was already convinced. Slapping a demonic beast in the middle stage of Dan condensation to death. What is it if it's not a senior sister? Ruyan glanced at Marion Pure's disappearing back. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's what strength facilitates. Chapter 129, Sister Ruyan. This place was exactly where Ringping had guided Ruyan to come, and originally it was the cave of a Jindan demonic beast. But after that Jindan demonic beast was killed by Ringping, for some reason, this mid-condensed Dan demonic beast was so bold as to occupy this place. Ma Liang was purely lucky to have arrived here, but he was no match for this mid-stage condensed Dan demonic beast. In the end, they could only leave here in disgrace. After Ruyan entered the cave, she realized that although the aura here was also rich, it was not as strong as the cave just now. There are even spirit medicines here. Little apprentice, you pick it through and through. Ringping guided Ruyan to finish picking the surrounding spiritual herbs before leaving this place. After leaving from here, Ruyan didn't continue to search for spiritual medicines and treasures, but returned to that one cave and cultivated underneath the spiritual springs. With 1 day left, she didn't want to waste it. Ringping naturally did not have any opinions. It was a good thing that Ruyan was cultivating so hard. A day has passed. Ruyan's cultivation did not break through again. Still in the early condensed Dan realm, but not far from the middle condensed Dan realm. Go back as long as a little stabilization of cultivation, tamping down the foundation, can proceed to break through to the middle condensed Dan realm. The 3 days are over. At this moment, the disciples of the colorful neon sect within the mountain range were moving, preparing to leave this place. At the entrance of the mountain range, there were already elders from the colorful next sect waiting here. Each and every one of these talented disciples of the colorful neon sect had a smile on their faces, looking like they had gained a lot in the mountain range. But the only one who didn't look too good was Ma Liangchun. The geniuses of the colorful neon sect who were familiar with him came over, thinking that Ma Liangchun was angry because Ruyan occupied a slot. Why should senior brother Ma care? Senior brother Nyo is already at the peak Yang Yuan realm now, and as long as he polishes up a bit, he will soon be able to break through to the condensed Dan realm as well. If senior Nyo lacks resources, I can also borrow a little first. Looking at the comfort of the crowd, an awkward smile appeared on Meili and Pierre's face. He didn't blame Ruyan for occupying a slot now. He had seen Ruyan's strength and knew that Ruyan's strength was very terrifying. Occupying this slot was justified. Star Rain also came out and floated away after greeting the elder. The other disciples didn't care. Star Rain had always been like this. Ever since he was little he had been the genius of the colored neon sect, leaving the crowd far behind along the way. On the contrary, Ruyan was extremely slow because she had not practiced stance martial arts. It was only then that he slowly walked out of the mountain range. One of the disciples couldn't help but sneer when he saw how Ruyan was dragging his feet. Senior sister Ruyan is only coming out now. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Not strong enough and still insisting on going in. Wasting a spot. How good would it be to give this spot to senior brother Nyo? Don't you think so, senior brother Ma? After this peak Yang Yuan realm Choi Ni sect disciple said this, he turned his gaze towards Ma Liangchun in an attempt to receive his approval. It's the flavor of the human condition. Among the many geniuses of the colorful neon sect, Meili and Pure was considered a good existence. The disciple who spoke was only at the peak Yang Yuan realm, and was also trying to make friends within the sect. And now that Ma Liangchun was quite hostile to Ruyan, he stood in Ma Liangchun's point of view and said more to Ruyan. Maybe he could get Ma Liangchun's friendship. However, Ma Liangchun's reaction was an immense disappointment to him, and Ma Liangchun looked at him with an embarrassed expression on his face. Senior Ma, am I wrong? That's right, senior brother Shui is right. Why does senior Ma have such an expression? Looking at the crowd, Meili and Purely hated to find a crack in the ground. but thinking about the fact that this matter had started because of himself, he still had to clarify it for Ruyan. Senior brothers, this matter is my fault. What? The moment Ma Liangchen said this, everyone was puzzled. Ma Liangchen in where is wrong? He has not always been unconvinced that Ruyan get the quota to enter the mountain range? Why did he change his attitude as soon as he left the mountain range? Mama Lankin paused for a moment before speaking slowly. It was me who misunderstood senior sister Ruyan in this matter. Hearing Ma Liangchuan's name for Ruyan, the crowd became even more puzzled. Ma Liangchun actually called Ruyan a senior sister? What the hell is going on here? Just as the crowd was puzzled, Ma Liangchun arched his hand at Ruyan. Senior sister Ruyan's earlier disrespect. Senior brother hereby apologizes. I still hope that senior sister won't bother with me too much. Ruyan nodded her head woodenly. She also didn't expect Ma Liangchun to be so responsible and apologize to her in front of everyone. No obstacles, no obstacles. Watching Ma Liangchun operate like this, the others looked at Ruyan, and when they probed the aura emanating from Ruyan, they couldn't help but have their gazes flickered. This was because they realized that Ruyan's aura emanating from her at this moment had already reached the condensed Dan realm. In just 3 days, Ruyan unexpectedly broke through from the late Yang Yuan realm to the early condensed Dan realm. Even if he was looking for treasures within the mountain range, it was not possible to be so fast. It takes time for anyone to absorb aura. Unless Ruyan's cultivation talent was terrifying, she could absorb, in just 3 days, enough aura to break through from the late Yan Yuan stage to the early condensed Dan stage. After apologizing to Ruyan, Malian purely turned to look at the crowd again. He whispered, Senior sister Ruyan's cultivation talent is terrifying. It is indeed qualified to be called a genius of the color Ni sect. It was my abruptness to refute senior sister Ruyan before. I would like to say no to all the brothers and sisters here as well. Just then, the elders on the side also cast their gazes. Since we've all walked out of the mountain range, let's return to the sect. The many disciples nodded their heads in succession. In the future, they wouldn't have such an opportunity to enter the mountain range to freely pick spiritual herbs, and this place would be developed uniformly by the color Ni sect. Even if one enters it, picking spiritual herbs has to be submitted to the sect, and then the sect will decide on it. Along the way, the other disciples of the colorful neon sect were all very curious as to why Ma Liangchuan's attitude had changed so much. It was only after a few inquiries that Ma Liangchun revealed that he had seen Ruyan slap a mid-condensed Dan realm demonic beast to death in the middle of the mountain range. The many disciples were greatly shocked by what they heard. It should be known that the strongest cultivation amongst the dozen or so was Star Rain, who had already reached the peak condensed Dan realm. The cultivation gap between the others and Star Rain was still quite large. The strongest batch was only at the early condensed Dan realm. In that case, Ruyan had the strength to kill any of them. All of them were secretly saying pity in their hearts, missing the good opportunity to cut off Ruyan. In particular, the colorful neon sect disciple who had just spoken out to provoke Ruyan in order to gain Ma Liangchuan's friendship was even more remorseful in his heart at this moment. He was very worried if Ruyan would remember him for this. If Ruyan really held a grudge over this matter, then his future days in the Kai Ni sect would be really difficult. In the midst of the crowd, Ruyan was actually sitting on the side with her eyes closed, as if she did not take this matter to heart in the slightest. Chapter 130, The Colorful Neon Sect will be finished. Kisame was a little uncomfortable at first with the respect she received from the crowd, but as she interacted and communicated with people many times, she slowly got used to it. It's comforting to be respected. How many people spend their lives chasing these things? Kisame is a bit honest and follows through with getting used to it. Renping smiled as he saw Ruyan slowly adjusting to her surroundings. The glimmer of golden smoke in the clouds quickly disappeared. After returning to the colorful neon sect, Renping stayed for 2 more days. He had been waiting for the South Sea's god-ruling realm powerhouses to arrive, but after waiting for a few days, they seemed to show no signs of arriving. So Renping found Chen Lisong again and asked for some news about the Sea Wind Cave. The news he learned was that the Sea Wind Cave was vindictive, and once someone messed with the Sea Wind Cave, they would definitely suffer retaliation. And the South Sea was actually not far from Nanliang County, so by all rights, it should have arrived long ago. Renping couldn't figure out why the people from Sea Wind Cave still hadn't arrived. Recently, South Liang County was also considered to be in a state of turmoil, and the most important thing was that the colorful neon sect had climbed up to a Yumming God powerhouse. This wasn't good news for the other forces in Nanliang County. If the colorful neon sect was interested in expanding, none of their forces would be a match at all. In the end, there is only one way to submit. Some people even went to the most powerful sect in Nanliang County, the 7th grade sect Huanfan sect, to find out the news, but the Transfiguration sect doesn't meet guests from the outside. Moreover, there was a vague revelation that the Huanfan sect seemed to be on the same side as the Kaianai sect. As this news spread out, the other 8th grade sects in Nanliang County all had a very hard time, as if there was a haze that enveloped them. It could fall at any time. The Kaianai sect didn't care about this. and was focused on developing the mountain ranges, and got many spiritual medicine ores and other cultivation resources within the mountain ranges. And the sect was thriving. And there were even some elders who hadn't broken through the realm for a long time who broke through because of this amount of resources they got. After half a month, someone brought back a message from the South China Sea. One of the 6th grade forces of the South Sea, Sea Wind Cave, was coming to Nanliang County. The reason was that someone had offended Sea Wind Cave, and these two people were from Nanliang County. One of them was a one-armed man, and the other was a beautiful-looking woman. The many sect powers in Nanliang County were all thoroughly checking to see if there were any people within their own powers who fit this image. That was a 6th grade power of the Sea Wind Cave. Casually sending a strong and powerful person of the realm of the embodied god to come here would be able to exterminate half of Nanliang County. They had to be cautious, but after some searching, they realized that there was no one in this family who fit this image. And instead, it was the people who had the heart to find out. Star Rain, the talented disciple of the Colored Nectar sect, had gone out with a one-armed man some time ago. These forces immediately decided that it was the colorful neon sect Star Rain and that one-armed man who had offended the 6th grade power, Sea Wind Cave. This news was good news for the other sects in Nanliang County. They had thought that the Colored Nectar sect possessed a strong person of the embodied god realm, and that they would have a hard time in the future. But if the Colored Nectar sect was destroyed by the South Sea power, Sea Wind Cave, Nanliang County will once again fall into an equilibrium phase. These forces didn't hesitate to send the news of Star Rain and the colorful neon sect to the South Sea. The Sea Wind Cave in the South Sea was a 6th grade power with a god-ruling realm, and even if the colorful neon sect had a god-impregnating realm, they would not be a match for the other side. On this day, the main figures of the many sects in Nanliang County gathered together. These people were all controllers of the 8th rank forces, each of them at the Jindan realm, and at this moment, each of them had a smile on their faces. When will the Sea Breeze Cave side arrive? It should just be these days. After hearing that their Sea Breeze Cave master just broke through to the mid-relief god realm, there was some delay. Then we are relieved. Once this colorful neon sect is destroyed, our Nanliang County will be the world of all of you. That Huanfan sect is the only 7th grade power in Nanliang County, yet it never cares about anything. The Kaianai sect monopolizes the resources of the mountain range, and the Huanfan sect doesn't even show any indication. Gentlemen, why don't we do this? We'll request that the Sea Wind Cave's God-melting realm powerhouses make a move against the Transfiguration sect, and destroy the Transfiguration sect in the process as well. When the time comes for us to give up our share of the benefits of the Transfiguration sect, I believe that the powerhouse of that Sea Wind Cave will be more than happy to do so. Wonderful, wonderful, a good plan, brother. 3 days later, the Sea Wind Cave powerhouses will come, and we'll go back to discuss things. These 8th grade forces of Nanliang County had already discussed countermeasures to completely exterminate the Kaianai sect and the Huanfan sect, and the Transfiguration Mortal sect and the Colorful Neon sect knew nothing about it. It wasn't until 3 days later that the powerful men from the South Sea Wind Cave came in great numbers. Many forces in Nanliang County had traveled to greet them. When they saw that the person at the head of the Sea Wind Cave was a fusion god realm with unfathomable strength, the crowd all put down the stone in their hearts. Steady! Have you guys ever met one of the elders of my Sea Wind Cave? That elder traveled to Nanyang County some time ago to investigate the details of those two, but he is nowhere to be found. The Sea Wind Cave's people didn't immediately head to the colorful neon sect, but first inquired about the news of Chen Lisong, who after all, was also a Sea Wind Cave's imminent god powerhouse. In the Sea Wind Cave is also one of the main force. In addition to the god-melting realm cave master, he is also considered to be a rare good hand. Plus the Sea Wind Cave is in the middle of having an elder killed. It is the time to use people. But some time ago, Chen Lisong was brought to Nanliang County to scout for news, but never returned. After the Jindan realm of Nanliang County heard the description of Chen Lisong's appearance, they could not help but be shocked in their hearts. Wasn't this the one that they had seen before the mountain range that day? The one who was a powerful god of embracing? But wasn't that someone from the colorful neck sect? The many Jindan realms seem to have discovered something extraordinary. The Sea Breeze Cave's yummy god powerhouse was actually willing to work for the colorful neon sect. Isn't this a proper betrayal of the force? Immediately, someone spoke up about meeting Chen Lisong before the mountain range. The cave master of the Sea Breeze Cave was a dark-skinned old man who had a strong smell of the sea. It could be seen that this was a cultivator who had lived for quite a long time. Even after breaking through to the god-melting realm, he couldn't change the youth of his body, and the whole person was twilight. But no one underestimated this old man. He was enough to extinguish the Jindan realm with a raise of his hand. Chen Lisong dares to betray Sea Wind Cave. I've been in charge of Sea Wind Cave for many years, and I've yet to encounter a powerhouse with an impregnating god powerhouse betraying the force. What a colorful neon sect. I'd like to see what this colorful neon sect is capable of, to make Chen Lisong betray. This old man did not look good. He had envisioned countless possibilities. Chen Lisong might have encountered a powerful enemy who was difficult to get away. Or he might have encountered some kind of accident in the middle of the journey that delayed his journey. Or at worst, he might have been killed. The worst news compared to Chen Lisong being killed is that Chen Lisong betrayed Si Wind Cave. As a powerful 6th grade power, this kind of thing was simply a slap in the face. Chapter 131, Playing with Him. The Sea Breeze Cave Lord's face was extremely ugly. The many Jindan powerhouses in Nanlian County all looked at each other when they saw this scene. And in their hearts, they said that the Kaienai sect was going to be finished. Steady, totally steady. They couldn't think of any reason for the colored neon sect to continue to exist. To mess with the god-melting realm powerhouse, that would be the death of the colorful neon sect. It was not good to provoke anyone, but to go to the South China Sea to provoke a 6th grade power. This isn't a death wish. What is this? Sea Wind Cave people listen to the order. Immediately go to the Kaienai sect and uncover Chen Lisong. I will make his life worse than death. The Sea Breeze Cave Master gave the order, and the many powerful people of Sea Breeze Cave said yes in succession. Just as the crowd was about to leave for the colorful neon sect, a Jindan realm from Nanlian County stood out and arched his hand at the Sea Breeze Cave Master before slowly saying, Elder of the Sea Wind Cave, wait. We have a 7th grade power in South Lian County named the Transformation Fan Sect, and there are countless strong people within it. It's quite close to the colorful neon sect, and my late generation guesses that the Transfiguration sect is precisely the colorful neon sect's backer. It's absolutely impossible for a single colorful neon sect to do this. This person spoke with reason, causing the crowd of Sea Wind Cave to agree greatly. How could a single colorful neon sect alone make a yumming god powerhouse betray the sect? There had to be some other inside story here. And this Transfiguration Mortal sect was probably the black hand behind it. The Transfiguration Fan sect had powerful people of the embodied god who had ruled over Nanlian County for many years and had many resources, and had the ability to pay the price to make Chen Lisong betray the Sea Wind Cave. The Sea Breeze Cave Lord nodded, but didn't care. It was only a 7th grade power, and the most powerful person should be in the embodied god realm, and in front of him in the fused god realm. The embodied god realm would not be a match for him even if there were more of them. Then destroy them all together. The many Jindans in Nanlian County all wore happy faces when they heard this. The Transfiguration sect and the colorful neon sect, the two forces that were pressing down on their heads, were both destroyed. So Nanlian County was truly their territory. Even with some resources supplied to Sea Wind Cave, it was enough to keep them fed and watered. The Sea Breeze Cave Lord glanced at the many Jindan realms. The cultivation of the Jindan realm was nothing in his eyes. He could exterminate it with a flick of his finger. But he was quite happy to watch this group of people being so uptight. You guys are great. After this matter is over, you will be my Sea Wind Cave's people. The Jindans of Nanlian County rejoiced. He paid deep obeisance to the Sea Breeze Cave Lord. Thank you, Cave Master. Being able to join the Sea Wind Cave was worth it even if you lost more resources. At the very least, the situation in Nanlian County would remain stable with Sea Wind Cave in place, and other outsiders or upstart forces would have to look at Sea Wind Cave's face. Having this background is 100% beneficial. Let's go. Go to the colorful neon sect first. The Sea Breeze Cave Master waved his big hand and came straight towards the colorful neon sect in the lead. Since Rin Ping had broken through to the Jindan realm, his enthusiasm for cultivation had disappeared for the most part again, and he fished for 3 days a day and spent the whole day with food as his companion. Today, he had just finished eating, and with a toothpick in his mouth, picking his teeth, he wandered around, just wandering around within the colorful neon sect. Suddenly he looked at the distant sky with a lurch in his step, where he sensed a powerful aura. No, not just one strand, but many. Chen Lisong appeared in front of Rin Ping. Elder Ren, the cave master of Sea Wind Cave is here. Chen Lisong had now been manipulated by Rin Ping. Only that Rin Ping did not experience that pleasure of manipulating others, but merely allowed Chen Lisong to stay in the Kaienai sect at ease and be a guest elder just like him. Chen Lisong had been cultivating in the Sea Wind Cave for many years, and was very sensitive to the Sea Wind Cave Lord's aura. And as soon as the Sea Wind Cave Lord approached, he detected it and found Rin Ping at the first opportunity. The Sea Breeze Cave Master is named Gao Yang, a powerful person at the early stage of the God-melting realm. Elder Ren, why don't we just run away from this? Although Chen Lisong was manipulated by Rin Ping, he was still considered a normal person. Rin Ping didn't take away his ability to think. Rin Ping was relieved when he heard that Gao Yang was only at the early stage of God-ruling realm. As long as it wasn't the peak fusion God realm, it was fine. He waved his hand and smiled faintly. There's no rush. Play with him. Let's go. Follow me to greet the God-melting realm powerhouse. Rin Ping let out a light laugh, and his body transformed into a wisp of golden smoke that disappeared in place. Chen Lisong shook his head, although he was a bit confused as to why Rin Ping had such a big mouth. But in his subjective consciousness, there was no way to resist and rebel against Rin Ping. He had no choice but to harden his heart and go along with Rin Ping. Si Wind Cave led many Nanlian County Jindan realms in a vast manner and stopped in front of the door of the Kaienai sect. This group of strong people released their aura without reservation. Among them were dozens of Jindan powerhouses, as many as 8 Yumming God realm powerhouses, and even a powerful fusion god, whose terrifying aura directly enveloped the Kaienai sect. None of the disciples of the Colored Nectar sect looked toward the entrance of the Colored Nectar sect in horror. What's the situation? Who on earth has descended upon our colorful neon sect? This aura shouldn't be the legendary Yumming God realm powerhouse. What are the intentions of the impregnating god powerhouse who descended upon our Color Ni sect? Many disciples speculated, and as the patriarch of the colorful neon sect, Yuehua had already hardened her heart and arrived at the entrance of the colorful neon sect at this time, and her pupils shrunk as she looked at the dozens of figures in the distance. Among the dozens of figures, she also encountered many acquaintances, all of whom were from the other 8th grade forces in Nanlian County. She was a bit puzzled as to what the other party's intentions were in descending here. The other party had actually released their aura, so naturally they did not come with good intentions. Yuehua knew that if this group of people were to really make a move, not a single person from the Kaienai sect would be able to survive. The only chance is to bargain well and meet the other side's demands. She looked over at a middle-aged man in the crowd. Patriarch Cho, what is going on here? Why are all the seniors stopping in front of my Kaienai sect's gate? Yuehua saw an acquaintance and hurriedly asked a question. However, he did not expect this Jindan realm surnamed Cho to directly snort coldly and turn his face aside. He had long ago gotten onto a large ship called the Sea Wind Cave. So what was the difference between having too much contact with Yuehua now and looking for death? Yuehua's face was a bit ugly when she saw this scene. She had to turn her attention to the old man at the head of the group. The aura emanating from this old man's body made her heart palpitate. This was definitely not the realm of the embodied god, but the legendary god-ruling powerhouse. Why would such an existence descend to such a small place like the Kaienai sect? And what kind of purpose did the other party come with? This senior, I wonder what your intentions are. Just as Yuehua's voice fell, someone in the crowd answered. The Kaienai sect is so bold that its disciple Star Rain traveled to the South China Sea and offended the 6th grade power Sea Wind Cave, and also dared to compel the Sea Wind Cave's Yumming God powerhouses to betray the sect. This is a deadly feud. Patriarch Yuehua, I'm asking you yes or no. Chapter 132. The reversal came too soon. Yuehua's brain buzzed. This is the rhythm of extermination. Star Rain did go to the South China Sea some time ago, but what exactly happened? Yuehua didn't know. She also hadn't expected the 2-star Rain people to have incurred a 6th grade power. Moreover, there was absolutely no such thing as the Sea Wind Cave's Yummy God powerhouse defecting to the colorful neon sect. Nope. Yuehua was suddenly in doubt in her heart as she thought of the implicit god powerhouse she had encountered in the mountain range. That Yinshan powerhouse named Chen Lisong said that Rinping had arranged for him to come. Yuehua still didn't know the other party's details. Could it be that that person was someone from the Sea Wind Cave? I don't know anything about it, Yuehua said stiffly. Oh, no? Pretending to be confused when you're trying to figure it out. In that case, let's hand over that one-armed man and Star Rain first. This matter was started by them. If you don't hand them over, I'm afraid that your colored neon sect won't be able to end well. Yuehua also thought of this at this time. Whether or not this matter is the work of Star Rain can be found out by having Star Rain come out and make some inquiries. Seniors, please wait for a moment. I'll have Xingyu and Shui Gui come out to explain this matter. We, the colorful neon sect, will never offend the Sea Wind Cave. Just at this time, Gao Yang, who was cold-faced at the side, suddenly spoke. No need for confrontation. It's just an 8th grade power. If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. Do I, Sea Wind Cave, still need to reason with you? Yuehua sniffed her footsteps and was filled with despair. Sea Wind Cave was a 6th grade power, and it was true that there was no need to reason with an 8th grade power. Gao Yang said in a cold voice again, destroy the Kaienai sect. And as for that what's her name Star Rain and Shui Gui will naturally be uncovered. And what about the Transfiguration sect? Go on. He waved his hand at the colorful neighborhood clan, and the many imminent god powerhouses behind him immediately stepped forward. Yuehua was locked by the aura of the realm of the embodied god and couldn't move. Just then a figure appeared here. The visitor exuded an aura of the Yunshan realm and descended directly in front of Yuehua, helping her block the oppression of these multiple Yunshan powerhouses. Good Chen Lisong, you really betrayed Sea Wind Cave. When the crowd from the Sea Wind Cave saw Chen Lisong, they immediately opened their mouths and drank. Even Sea Breeze Cave Master Gao Yang was looking towards Chen Lisong. Chen Lisong was wearing a bitter smile on his face. He had followed that wisp of golden smoke to come here, but now that golden smoke seemed to have been hidden in the clouds. Well, the matter is clear. Escort Chen Lisong back to the South Sea. Gao Yang spoke faintly. Chen Lisong arched his hand at Gao Yang before saying, Cave Master, my subordinate also has something difficult to say. He didn't know why he had followed Rinping's orders. It was as if Rinping was the most important thing in life. impossible to refute or reject. However, in the eyes of the Sea Wind Cave crowd, at this moment, Chen Lisong had already sided with the colorful neighborhood sect. So wasn't this betrayal of Sea Wind Cave? What explanation is there to speak of? There's no need to say it. It's not too late for you to say these words slowly after you return to the Sea Wind Cave. Take it down for me. With a command from Gao Yang, the breath of the 8 imminent god powerhouses behind him surged and were about to rush towards Chen Lisong. Right at this moment, a wisp of golden smoke landed in front of the crowd and transformed into a handsome young man wearing a green shirt, who glanced at the crowd with a faint smile on his face. Finally, he landed his gaze on Sea Breeze Cave Master Gao Yang. Are you Gao Yang of the Sea Wind Cave? Renping's appearance did not make the Sea Wind Cave's implicit god powerhouses feel threatened in any way. The Jindans of Nanlian County were all slightly startled when they felt the Jindan aura emanating from Renping. The Kaienai sect was indeed extremely ambitious. Within this sect, there was even a Jindan realm hidden. And with the addition of the Jindan on the River Styx treasure boat, the Kaienai sect had a full 3 Jindans. The strength was much stronger than the other clans. In their hearts, they felt immensely fortunate that the people from the Sea Wind Cave in the South China Sea had made their move. Otherwise, if they let the colorful Neon sect get a breather, they might have made a move against the other sects in Nanlian County. Renping's question was not answered. Gao Yang didn't even look at him. It was only a Jindan realm, and any random impregnating spirit realm would be able to wipe her out. And why would he, as a god-melting powerhouse, need to bowl ***** too much with a Jindan realm? Everyone did not take Renping to heart. If a Jindan realm powerhouse appeared in the Kaienai sect in normal times, it could be said to be a shocking event. But today, even if a Yumshan realm powerhouse appeared, it could not change the fate of the Kaienai sect. Seeing that Gao Yang did not reply, Renping did not care as he smiled and shook his head. Then with a tremor of his body, the beast soul appeared in front of him, and the beast soul exuded the aura of the embodied god realm, but it caused the crowd to be startled. I didn't expect this Jindan realm to have such tactics. One could summon a bizarre implicit god realm puppet. Even Gao Yang gave Renping a high look. He had never seen such a puppet without a solid body before. However, Gao Yang as well as the people of Sea Wind Cave didn't care too much. At the realm of the embodied god they had 8 of them. A single imminent god realm still couldn't change the outcome of today. However, the next second the beast soul in front of Renping directly rushed into Renping's body, and Renping's cultivation level climbed up, all the way from the Jindan realm to the late stage of Yunshan realm. This unimaginable means made Gao Yang raise a hint of interest. Interesting. Save him for later. This tactic can rather enrich our Sea Wind Cave's secret method. For this kind of method that could temporarily raise their strength, and still raise it by a large realm, every power was in great need of it. Today, Renping could not decide to change the fate of the Color Ni sect, but if they obtained this secret method, they might be able to have a different kind of harvest. Just as the crowd wanted to strike at Renping, no one noticed a faint golden color appear in Renping's eyes. In the middle of the Sea Wind Cave's lineup, Gao Yang suddenly had his body lurch. In full view of everyone, Gao Yang walked up to Renping's face. Just when the crowd thought that Gao Yang was about to make a move on Renping himself, Gao Yang flopped down and directly knelt down. The scene stunned everyone. Gao Yang was in the god-ruling realm. How did he kneel down to a Jindan realm? It's not right. It's very wrong. When the many powerful people of Sea Wind Cave saw their own cave master doing this, they were all at a loss as to what to do. This is still going to be done. The many lords of power in southern Lian County were already dumbstruck. They even suspected that Gao Yang was losing his mind. On what grounds? Cave master. This scene caused everyone to fall into a stupor. Yuehua's eyes widened. She had thought that Renping's strength was strong, but she had not thought that it was this strong. Yuehua breathed a sigh of relief. The colorful neon sex calamity was finally over. Chapter 133, The Lycanthropic 8th Grade Lords of Power. At this point, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Renping and Gao Yang. What the hell is going on here? Why would Gao Yang, who was in the God Fusion realm, kneel down to Renping, who was in the Jindan realm? Renping had hidden his strength, or perhaps, Renping's identity came from an unusual source, enough to make Gao Yang of the God-melting realm kneel? It can't be, really, that Gao Yang has lost his mind. A God Fusion realm powerhouse losing his mind? Are you kidding me? Gao Yang lowered his head and said in a deep voice, out of respect. Renping breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Gao Yang, who was in the realm of God melting, manipulated successfully. Call me Elder Rin. First things first. Oh no, get up first. Renping first told Gao Yang to stand up. Seeing that the two were already chatting, Yuehua also came over. Senior Ren. This senior is. Renping laughed. An old friend. Yuehua also wanted to inquire about Renping's relationship with Gao Yang. Renping found an ambiguous statement at random. He couldn't say that he had manipulated this powerful fusion god realm. As the people of Nanlian County, as well as the people of Sea Wind Cave watched Gao Yang, who was at the God Rimming realm, talk to Ren Ping in a low voice and did not engage in any conflict. They all froze directly in place. This situation reversed so quickly. The people of Sea Wind Cave didn't understand why their own cave master was talking to a Jindan realm and kneeling down to him. On the other hand, the many lords of power in Nanliang County had a bad feeling. Today, they drew in the Sea Wind Cave, and not only did they fail to destroy the colorful neon sect, but they also knelt down to others. What does that mean? They know exactly. If there are no other surprises, they are lifting a rock and hitting their own feet. What the crowd had done would surely be known by the Kaienai sect, and if the Kaienai sect had any new pursuits, their group of forces would be purged. The colorful neon sect had 3 Jindan realms. None of them were opponents, and now the colorful neon sect even had a powerful aid in the form of the Sea Wind Cave. All of their forces combined were no match for the colorful neon sect. Now they finally saw that the Sea Wind Cave was afraid that it wouldn't make a move against the colorful neighborhood sect, and the other person's cave master, that one god-melting realm powerhouse, was so respectful to that mysterious youth. Among the many lords of power in Nanliang County, there were actually people who had seen Ren Ping, who had briefly made a move once during the fight for the Stygian River treasure boat at that time. But these lords of power in Nanliang County simply did not know that Ren Ping had stayed behind in the Kaienai sect and had become an elder of the Kaienai sect. The scene at this moment was extremely awkward. For them, it could be considered a dilemma now. The people of the Sea Wind Cave were lured by them to lead the way for the Sea Wind Cave members and to destroy the colorful neon sect. Now the Sea Wind Caves they relied on have been temporarily reversed. Only a group of them in the Jindan realm were left behind in the wind. Someone who knew what to do was already finding the moonflower. Patriarch Yuehua, this time it is my fault. I am willing to share half of my resources to supply the colorful neon sect, and I hope that Patriarch Yuehua won't be overly concerned with me. It was my ghost that did such a thing. These forces of the Lord did not hesitate to admit what they did. In front of the Kaienai sect to hide the truth of the matter is not meaningful at all. If the Kaienai sect has the meaning to be investigated, what they did cannot be hidden from the Kaienai sect. It is better to admit it down openly and honestly, in exchange for a ray of hope for life. There were only a few lords of power who were still not willing. In less than half a day, the people from Sea Wind Cave had dispersed and left Nanliang County. The Kaienai sect had regained its calmness, and each and every one of those 8th grade power lords who had been left at the entrance of the Kaienai sect was in a state of apprehension, not knowing what the Kaienai sect would do to them. The people of the Kaienai sect had also all returned within the Kaienai sect, and no one paid any attention to this group of Jindan realm. In fact, the Jindan realm belonged to the top powerhouses in Nanliang County. No matter where they went they would be treated as guests, an existence that would make people respect them. But right now they willingly sat and stood at the entrance of the Kaienai sect. They also want to escape, but they can't. Nanliang County is just this big. The colorful neon sect wanted to dispose of them. They could escape. What about those disciples? Don't look at the fact that the colorful neon sect was ruled by a woman. But in front of interests, Yuehua was never merciful. If they really escaped today, it was believed that the people of the colored neon sect would personally come to their door tomorrow and slaughter the remaining disciples of the sect, not leaving any survivors. Instead, the share of benefits that belonged to them would be brought back to the colorful neon sect to strengthen it. But now Yuehua didn't pay any attention to them, letting this group of Jindan realm wander around the entrance of the colorful neon sect. Is this what Yuehua means? Could it be that you really want to drive us to extinction? So what if you are driven to extinction? Could it be that you still think you have room for resistance? Listen to your destiny. The disciples of the colorful nectar sect walked out of the doorway to meet this group of Jindan realm, which is famous in Nanliang County, and the sect has an order that they are not allowed to have any contact with this group of Jindan realm. In this way, many of the South Liang County's 8th grade power lords were thus monkeys in front of the entrance of the Kaienai sect for several days. Any passing Kaienai sect's disciples would cast strange gazes at them. Although their faces were disgraceful, they could only forcibly tolerate it. Losing face and losing their lives, they still knew how to choose. On this day, it suddenly rained heavily from the sky. Many Jindan realms did not dare to move in the midst of the downpour, allowing the bean-sized raindrops to slap on their bodies. Having reached the Jindan realm in cultivation, they were not so bad as to be broken by this cold rain. It was just that they were now slightly in a sorry state. No one went to take shelter from the rain. A dozen or 2 dozen Jindan realms, staring blankly in the midst of the downpour. This act of theirs, introducing the Sea Wind Cave to target the Kaienai sect, was actually enough for the Kaienai sect to make them their mortal enemies, immortal or not. But seeing as Yuehua didn't make an immediate move on them that day, it meant that there was still a chance. Now it's up to them to see how sincere they are. Sincere enough, not only can you save your life, you can save your disciples. At the entrance of the colorful neon sect, staying for a few days topping off the rain and basking in the sun for a few days wasn't much of a big deal to them, as long as the face was acceptable. stew does go well with a rainy day. Renping looked at the crackling downpour outside the great hall and chucked up a piece of stewed meat inside the pot, which was stewed in a glutinous manner, and the spices in the pot fused with the soup, inspiring a peculiar fragrance that permeated the entire great hall. Elder Ren is in good spirits. Yue Hua walked in with an umbrella, bringing Star Rain with her. When Renping saw the visitor, he hurriedly asked Lui Yi to add 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Patriarch Yue Hua, come, this meat is truly superb. Renping took a big bite and greeted the two. Chapter 134 Convergence of Aura Words. The two of them, Yue Hua and Xingyu, were not polite with Renping. They seemed to have learned that Renping was a person with an easygoing personality, and as long as they didn't touch the core of their interests, they could basically live in peace and talk to each other well. The two sat down looking at the pot of steaming spiced meat also swallowed. As the realm increased, the need for food became less, and cultivators could use aura instead of food to maintain their bodies. There were even some cultivators who, after reaching the condensed Dan realm, had begun to eliminate the consumption of ordinary food, instead replacing it with a variety of spiritual medicines and auras. There was even the saying of warding off grain circulating in certain circles, just to distinguish the cultivators from the ordinary people. One side is noble and the other is naturally inferior. Obviously, the two of them, Star Rain Moonflower, didn't have any concerns in this regard, and while eating the meat, Moonflower suddenly said, Elder Ren, I came on this trip to ask for advice on how to deal with this matter. Yue Hua was actually dumbfounded. There were still a dozen or 2 dozen Jindan realm powerhouses outside of the Kaienai sect right now. Although Yue Hua was a woman, she was after all the head of a clan. How could she not understand these things? It was up to Renping's side to speak up. Is Sea Wind Cave always going to be on the side of the colorful neon sect? This is important. Determines how the Kaienai sect treats the Jindan realm outside. If they were to temporarily cooperate with the Kaienai sect, then Yue Hua wouldn't hesitate to kill all the Jindan outside in order to eliminate any future problems. If it was a long-term cooperation, Yue Hua would naturally think about maximizing the benefits and draining their value, but it would be possible to save their lives. Renping chewed on a piece of meat and raised his eyebrows before saying, Don't worry about it. The people of the Huanfan sect won't care about you. And isn't Chen Lisan still in the Kaienai sect now? He can listen to your command. When Yue Hua heard this, her heart was greatly relieved. With Renping's words, she was at ease. What to do next was clear to her. Yue Hua got up to say goodbye. Star Rain, on the other hand, was holding a piece of meat and had no intention of leaving. Yue Hua said with a wan smile, Senior Ren, Xingyu has something he wants to ask you for advice. After saying that, Yue Hua left with a smile on her face. Renping landed his gaze on Xingyu, who suddenly put down her chopsticks with a red face and stood aside, bowing to Renping. Elder Ren. Renping glanced at her, then said, Sit down and talk. Standing up is quite stressful for me. Star Rain sat down again. After a few moments, as if she had done her part to mentally build herself up, she opened her mouth to inquire. Elder Ren, I wonder if Big Brother Shui will stay in the colorful neon sect in the future. Renping also didn't expect Star Rain to ask this question. He raised his eyebrows and said, It's up to Shui Gue himself. It's fine for me to leave here on my own. What? You haven't made your feelings known? Star Rain shook his head, revealing a touch of bitterness. She, the first genius of the colorful neon sect, had gone all the way on the path of cultivation, but when it comes to the affairs of men and women, they are hesitant and indecisive. Renping naturally didn't have any better opinions. He didn't want to get involved in these things and let them develop freely. Well, you'll have to take your chances then. It won't be long before Shui Gue travels the world with me. Although Renping will not take the initiative to bring Shui Gue on the road, but Shui Gue will follow him on his own. Based on the current situation, the colorful neon sect shouldn't have anything that could make Shui Gue stay here. Now that the realm had broken through to Jindan, Renping was ready to continue his journey. When he left the spirit martial sect, he had taken on a total of 2 disciples. One was Shui Gue and the other was Ruyan. If Ruyan cultivates peacefully and quietly in the color Ni sect, her future achievements won't be too low. Renping was not going to take Ruyan out to go out and make a name for himself. It was because of this that when he accepted Ruyan as his disciple, he did not show his true identity at all, and he was supposed to be an eccentric old man in Ruyan's mind. And with that beast soul phrase, Shui Gue could increase his strength and fight across realms, let alone in the future. Just based on Shui Gue's current strength, he was an unrivaled good fighter. If he concentrated on cultivation, his future achievements would be unlimited. As for the 3 disciples of the spirit martial sect, they were considered Renping's own disciples and received more words. Even if he cultivated in that place in spirit martial middle where aura was scarce, his future would be unlimited if he went out. It was estimated that he would be able to stir up the wind and clouds outside and become famous in the world. The specific future achievements will also depend on the free play of these disciples. The potential of those words was to be tapped by those disciples themselves. And for Rin Ping, there was absolutely no need to tap the potential of the words, as he could add new words at any time. Star Rain's face couldn't help but grimace when she heard this. Many thanks to Elder Run for his guidance. The late generation knows. After Star Rain said goodbye, Ren Ping took out a white bead the size of a pigeon egg from within his storage ring. Shui Gui's cultivation speed is still lacking. This should make up for it. In his hands were the special spirit beads of the South China Sea. It has the effect of increasing the speed of cultivation after swallowing into the body. It was because of this kind of thing that Star Rain and Shui Gui had gotten into trouble in the South China Sea and offended a 6th grade power. Before Gao Yang returned to the South China Sea, Ren Ping got one on him. Things were considered precious in the South Sea, but Gao Yang was, after all, one of the most powerful few in the South Sea realm. Although the spirit bead was completely precious, it could only be described as average for a god-melting realm powerhouse. At this moment, a paragraph of text above the spirit bead appeared in Rin Ping's field of vision. Muscle beads, word, blue convergence of aura. Unlike the aura absorption words and phrases seen in the past, the words and phrases that this spirit bead possessed were the blue gathering aura. Ren Ping took a look at the details before realizing that this convergence aura word could not directly absorb the energy aura, but instead it could converge the aura in the vicinity, increasing the speed of cultivation from another angle. According to the normal usage of this spirit bead, it just creates a more suitable aura environment for cultivation. There are actually many ways to increase the speed of cultivation. The most obvious one is to speed up the speed of absorbing aura, which is issued from their own point of view. The other is to cultivate in a more dense aura environment, and this one goes from the perspective of changing the environment. That's not bad, although you can't increase the speed of absorbing aura. Wherever you are, the aura will be extremely dense. Natural spirit gathering formation? Now that Ruyan already had a word for absorbing aura, her cultivation speed wasn't slow, and Shui Gui merely possessed a strand of ancestral dragon essence blood. Although there is an increase in talent, the increase in cultivation speed is still poor. Chapter 135, Buy You a Drink. Immediately after Rin Ping obtained the new words, he had Shui Gui return to the Great Hall. Shui Gui had returned from the South China Sea and had been in the middle of cultivation. The outside world didn't seem to have a single effect on him. Shui Gui was still as icy and cold as ever, without a single expression on her face. Master. Aha! Rin Ping looked up. Your cultivation speed is a bit slow, Shui Gui said. Disciple will definitely practice diligently. Rin Ping waved his hand. I don't mean to dislike you. I'll grant you another divine ability. This divine ability can increase your cultivation speed. Shui Gui thought that Rin Ping resented the fact that the speed of his cultivation was too slow. He didn't realize that Rin Ping was trying to bestow a new divine ability on him. Previously, when Rin Ping handed him that strand of beast soul, he was also confused, and it was only later that he realized that this beast soul was very powerful, allowing him to rival the embodied god realm at the condensed Dan realm. This word avatar, he had only heard of it in Rin Ping's mouth, and with a previous experience, he naturally understood how powerful the avatar was. Thank you, Master. With a single thought, Ren Ping had already bestowed the words of convergence aura to Shui Gui, and he was also given a purple grade convergence aura word. With this phrase, he would be able to have an extremely fast cultivation speed even without the help of other forces' cultivation chambers. The moment he obtained the convergence aura phrase, Ren Ping closed this phrase, and Shui Gui, who was in front of him, suddenly felt the aura around him suddenly thicken. At this moment, the aura around Shui Gui was thicker than the cultivation chamber given to him by the Kaienai sect. Shui Gui merely fumbled around for a few moments before closing the words for converging auras. Everything was back to normal within the Great Hall. Shui Gui's ability to utilize words was something Ren Ping had never doubted. Given a beast soul, Shui Gui could figure out all sorts of ways to fuse the beast soul with himself, as well as devouring remnant souls to enhance the beast soul. It showed that Shui Gui was quite enlightened himself, only that his cultivation talent was average. With logistics plus cultivation, the beast soul is after all an external object. One's own realm is fundamental. Do not lose yourself because of external objects and forget to improve your own cultivation. Ren Ping admonished. Zergi nodded and hummed. I'm going to continue traveling in all directions after a while, so get ready. Ren Ping gave another reminder. Then he told Shui Gui to go back and continue cultivating. After Shui Gui left, Ren Ping looked again at Ruyan, who was cultivating within the small house outside the main hall. Ruyan had successfully broken through to the condensed Dan realm, and her strength was already considered a good existence in the colorful neon sect. It was only after becoming a genius of the colorful neon sect that Ruyan had never left this grand hall. According to Ruyan's current position in the colorful neon sect, there was no longer a need to perform any tasks. Wanting to leave this place is also just a matter of words, and I don't know if it is because this place is too quiet. Letting Ruyan, the guy who doesn't want to fight with people, continue to stay here, or because of some other reason. Renping never heard the news that Ruyan was leaving. Looking at Ruyan, she had already entered deep cultivation at this point. Renping frowned. If he really left the colorful neon sect, it would be best for Ruyan to stay here and cultivate. Just tell her when the time comes. With that thought, Renping transformed into a wisp of golden smoke and disappeared in place. Star Rain had very mixed feelings right now. Renping was about to leave the colorful neon sect, and Shui Gui would also leave him. With this departure, if there were no other accidents, it would be impossible for him to see Shui Gui again for the rest of his life. Should I make my mind clear to him? Forget it. He shouldn't be any new person. He should have known about my heart for a long time. Only that he hasn't been pointing it out. It means he didn't mean it. Star Rain seems to have figured it out. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Just leave. I also don't know when Senior Ren will leave. There should be enough time in the future. She took out a book within her storage ring, which was extremely old, and as Star Rain carefully flipped the book open, a line of words appeared before her eyes. The method of renewing a broken arm. Star Rain lowered her head and looked carefully at the book in her hand. Half a day later, she realized something and carefully put the book into her storage ring. She got up and sighed. Another bitter laugh. Shui Gui. Shui Gui. If you want to go far, I'll help you. If you can stay. Star Rain shook his head again. Staying is impossible. The method of renewing a broken arm is extremely costly. Star Rain said, taking out several storage rings. As a genius disciple of the Kaienai sect, having been channeled many resources by the Kaienai sect since childhood, Xingyu was also considered a little rich, never lacking in resources. Star Rain pulled out all his belongings and left the place again. 2 days later, Star Rain once again returned to the colorful neon sect. She arrived at Shui Gui's place of cultivation. Shui Gui, I want to buy you a drink. Star Rain was apprehensive at this time. With Shui Gui's character, it was basically impossible to buy him a drink. Shui Gui never contacted other people. Originally, Star Rain just wanted to try something, but he didn't expect Shui Gui's emotionless voice to come out from inside. Yes, Star Rain's face showed joy. Star Rain invites Shui Gui for a drink at Star Rain's residence. Star Rain's residence was in a place with thick spiritual qi within the Kaienai sect, a small courtyard with a single door and a quiet environment. Xingyu prepared the wine and food and talked while drinking with Shui Gui, who picked up the bowl of wine in front of him and drank it bowl by bowl, but never opened his mouth to speak. What made you agree to come out for a drink? Star Rain asked suddenly. Shui Gui replied with an expressionless face. I may have to leave here after a while. It dawned on Star Rain that this was Shui Gui's final farewell before she left. The two of them have also been born and died twice. Though both times Star Rain was a liability for Shui Gui, and both times it was because of something Star Rain had caused herself. Then I wish you a safe and prosperous journey, Star Rain said with a smile. Cheers. Shui Gui also raised the wine glass in his hand to clink glasses with Xingyu on a rare occasion. The two glasses clinked in midair with a crisp clink. Shui Gui drank it all in one go. His face suddenly changed. Looking to the Star Rain in front of him, a hint of incredulity, followed by anger, appeared on his ancient face. Shui Gui didn't last long before he collapsed on top of the wine table with a clang. Star Rain looked at Shui Gui, who had collapsed on the wine table, and muttered to himself, You've been very guarded. In the past, you have been assassinated by someone who made you lose your arm and your wife and daughter. I've kind of backstabbed you today, but that's all I can do. It's no use blaming me. Chapter 136, Crazy Woman. Shui Gui's emotions were mixed, with anger and disbelief. He couldn't figure out why Star Rain had drugged the wine to disorient himself. He had no dispute of interest with Star Rain at all, and he could probably understand Star Rain's mind. To keep me here? This woman, doesn't she have a brain? If I were to leave, Master would definitely take me. Could it be that he covets the beast soul inside me? Numerous thoughts flashed through Shui Gui's mind, which were his thoughts before he passed out. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, and when he woke up again he found himself in an aromatic bed. Clothing has been removed from the body. Shui Gui was a bit dismayed that this was clearly Star Rain's bed. He shook his head a little. The expressionless face muttered to himself, That crazy woman. Shui Gui was about to get up when he realized something was wrong with his body and he looked at his right hand. Shui Gui's pupils quake at this moment. It's amazing that he has a right hand. He had already lost his right arm when he was assassinated earlier. He had gotten used to living as a one-armed man during this time. He looked closely at the right arm to find that it was very clean, with fair skin and softness, and Shui Gui could still see the stitches in the arm's break. It was clearly not a man's arm. And a ridiculous thought flashed through Shui Gui's mind. How is that possible? The moment Star Rain had mesmerized him, countless possibilities went through his mind, guessing what Star Rain intended to do with this move. But the situation at hand was beyond his imagination. Star Rain actually attached an arm to him. Shui Gui was able to perceive this arm, which was not simply picked up, but had also connected with his body and become a part of his body. he sat up in his bed, trying to find Star Rain's figure, but as his vision scanned within this room, he realized that he was the only one in this courtyard. Star Rain is nowhere to be found. That crazy woman. Shui Gui once again lost control of his emotions. He searched this house for a week without finding any trace of Star Rain, and eventually saw a circle of bandages on the table in front of him, which still had blood on it, and some tools for sewing up wounds placed haphazardly aside. There was also a circle of blood on the ground. Shui Gui could tell that Xingyu must have had his hands full at the time. The beast's soul appeared in front of him and directly integrated into his body. Shui Gui's realm had instantly grown to imminent god. With the embodied god realm, Shui Gui quickly flew over the colorful neon sect, his gaze like a torch as he scanned below. The disciples of the colorful neon sect looked up in horror at the terrifying figure in midair. The disciples of the colorful neon sect thought that it was another enemy attack, but the figure in the sky above disappeared again in the blink of an eye. The crowd just breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Gui had searched several times in the colorful neon sect without finding out where Star Rain was. He arrived at the large hall where Ren Ping was. Disciple seeks to see master. Shui Gui spoke up. Come in. Ren Ping was also filled with shock when he saw Shui Gui. Shui Gui actually grew arms? Something's not right. This arm isn't growing. Broken arm rebirth. This is merely a legendary means. He himself did not bestow the corresponding words on Shui Gui. What happened? Shui Gui seems to be in a bit of a hurry. Star Rain has bewitched me. It was like this after I woke up. Shui Gui has never been so talkative. Ren Ping raised an eyebrow and looked at Shui Gui's right arm. The right arm, which had been cut off from a certain person's body, and it had fused with Shui Gui's body after the stitches. This was obviously the use of some kind of highly intelligent and subtle secret method. This is Star Rain's arm? Shui Gui nodded. He had been born and died with Star Rain twice, and he could still recognize Star Rain's arm. The one in his hand was indeed Star Rain's arm. Ren Ping sighed softly. He also did not think that such a thing would happen. Xingyu was leaning towards Shui Gui. This matter he was aware of, and was also very happy for the two of them to develop. But this development is too creepy. Star Rain actually cut off his own arm and attached it to Shui Gui. Where's Star Rain man? Ren Ping asked again. Shui Gui shook his head. Star Rain is probably hiding. Do you know what's on Star Rain's mind? Shui Gui nodded. That's a big debt you owe. Ren Ping didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only pat Shui Gui's shoulder. Master, if I cultivate to a higher realm, will I be able to help others reborn with a broken arm? It's probably okay. Ren Ping actually didn't dare to be sure, but the rebirth of a broken arm was in extreme control of the physical body. In theory, as long as one cultivates to the extreme, it is not difficult to do so. Master, can you help me find her out? I'm giving this arm back to her. Ren Ping shook his head. Forget it. To perform this secret method, I'm sure the price is extremely high, and within a short period of time, if you cut off this arm again, you don't even have to wait to pick it up. As long as you cut it off, this arm will be directly wasted. What goes around comes around. Now although this arm could be utilized freely by Shui Gui, it was estimated that it would take some time to gestate before it could completely become his arm. Ren Ping could see that Shui Gui's right arm was lacking in vitality at this time, and if he really cut it down again, this arm would really be ruined. Shui Gui's face was a bit complicated. Go recuperate and recuperate first. Looking at Shui Gui's departing back, Ren Ping sighed. Ask what love is in this world. It only calls for life and death. There are some people for whom feelings are worthless, but there are others who are willing to give their all for the word love. Just like Shui Gui, the group of people he considered as his brothers in the first half of his life had assassinated him for the 10,000 beast stone, and killed his wife and daughter, turning him into this icy cold appearance. For that group of people, emotions are worthless. But Shui Gui meets Star Rain again. These things are extremely complex. Starry Rain probably doesn't want to see Shui Gui right now. Ask Yue Hua about it. Ren Ping thought to himself that he was not an emotionless creature. He couldn't just stand by while this kind of thing happened to him. Ren Ping disappeared into a wisp of golden smoke. Senior Ren, I don't know what's going on. Everyone's here? Yue Hua has been in an excellent mood lately. The current Kaianai sect was the most powerful sect in Nanlian County besides the Huanfan sect, and the people of the Huanfan sect were extremely respectful to her. As for the other clans in Nanlian County, there were a few other clans that should have gotten the lesson they deserved as well. It was all brought about by Ren Ping. For Yue Hua, Ren Ping was her lucky star. Ren Ping had just arrived here when he was warmly invited by Yue Hua. Chapter 137, The One-Armed Star Rain. In the face of Yue Hua's warm invitation, Ren Ping did not have any courtesy. He opened the door and was direct. Patriarch Yue Hua, I wonder where Star Rain is now. Yue Hua also didn't expect Ren Ping to come to his door this time to inquire about where Star Rain had gone. She froze for a moment, then replied, Star Rain should be practicing at this time. When Ren Ping saw this reply, he realized in his heart that Yue Hua was not aware of what Xingyu had done. He also had no intention of informing Yuehua about it. I wonder what Elder Rin is looking for Xingyu for. Ren Ping waved his hand and said casually, "It's not a big deal. A few days ago, Xingyu asked me for advice on how to make my heart known to Shuigui, and at that time, I didn't think of a suitable method. I thought of a brilliant method today, only to realize that Star Rain is not at the residence. Since Gold Master Yuehua isn't sure where Star Rain is going, I won't bother you anymore." Ren Ping made a random excuse to blabber on. Star Rain was still a disciple of the colorful neon sect after all. Elder Ren. Wait, if Elder Rin is in a hurry, he can go to Star Rain's hometown to look for her. If it's not urgent, I can send a disciple forward to summon her back. When this child, Xingyu, was still a few years old, her hometown was flooded by a great flood, and only later did she come to the colorful neon sect. If you can't find him in the colorful neon sect, you should have gone back to her homeland. Her hometown isn't far from the colorful neon sect. It's 100 miles to the east. Ren Ping said in a hurry. There's no rush. There's no need to trouble Patriarch Yuehua. Let her come over to me when she gets back. Yuehua nodded. The disciples' emotional lives were not something she wanted to get involved in. Ren Ping turned into a wisp of golden smoke and disappeared into the colorful neon sect. In less than a moment, he arrived at the colorful neon sect, 100 miles to the east. This is a huge basin with a river on one side. The river was extremely vast and its waters were raging. If this river breaks its banks, it will surely flood this basin. Is this the home of Star Rain? Where do I start looking in a place this big? Ren Ping flew in mid-air for a while before realizing that there was a small village below. He landed in the middle of the village and realized that it was only about 10 households. Look at the fishing nets drying in front of and behind these houses. And there is even a fishy smell of dried fish hanging in the air. It is a village that lives on fishing. Ren Ping transformed into a wisp of golden smoke that hovered above the village. Mrs. Su, are you taking such a big dried fish for sale? A woman, probably in her 40s or 50s, was carrying a bamboo basket containing an arm-length dried fish. Her footsteps were light and quick as she traveled quickly inside the village. I also greeted villagers when I met them moving in front of and behind their houses. Not take it out and sell it. That tenant of mine is back. Take this fish to her for tonic. That tenant of yours? He hasn't made a trip in ages. I hear it's a big one, and I don't know why. Coming to a remote place like ours to rent a house. How could we understand the mind of such a great man? The Su clan lady chatted with the other villagers for a few moments, greeted them and turned to leave as she circled around the village, finally stopping in front of a small courtyard. This small courtyard was a small, ordinary courtyard inside the village, not covering a large area, and it was also made of the most inferior materials, with mud bricks for the walls and thatched roofs. Miss Starry Rain, I brought you a dried fish, Sio's wife called out in front of the doorway. Star Rain's voice came from inside the small courtyard. You leave it at the door. I'll give you the silver when I leave. The Su family's maidens said in succession. It's worthless. It's worthless. It's for you. I'll just leave the dried fish at the door, so you remember to come and get it. The Su clan's wife placed the dried fish on the stone fence at the entrance, and glanced into the courtyard again, but did not see anything before turning to leave. After a long time, the wooden door to the courtyard creaked open. A woman in a long dress walked out. She glanced at the dried fish on the ground and was about to pick it up when she realized her right arm was empty. Star Rain revealed a bitter smile. For a moment she hadn't adjusted to losing her right arm. She was about to raise her own right hand and pick up the bamboo basket on the ground when she did. Suddenly noticing a silhouette appearing in front of her, Star Rain looked up and saw a handsome young man looking at her with a complicated expression. Star Rain also did not expect Ren Ping to appear here. She froze slightly before unfurling a wisp of a smile. Elder Ren, what are you doing here? Ren Ping looked at Star Rain's empty right arm and the pale face. Star Rain was originally at the peak condensed Dan realm of cultivation, but now he had fallen to the middle condensed Dan stage. Helping Shui Gui attach that arm cost Star Rain a great deal. Is it worth it? Ren Ping asked softly. Star Rain shook his head. I don't know if it's worth it. It's possible that it was a spur of the moment impulse on my part, and I may regret it in a few days. Ren Ping sighed. He was a bit surprised by Star Rain's answer. To be able to say that, said Star Rain was not acting on impulse. Whether it was on impulse or not, it has been amazing to do something like that. Elder Ren, if you don't mind, come in and sit down? Ren Ping nodded and picked up the piece of dried fish in front of Starry Rain. Lifting his foot, he walked inside the compound. It was a very small compound. The interior is also extremely rustic. In the center of the compound there was a four-sided table and 4 long benches. I've made Elder Ren laugh. My home was in the same neighborhood over a decade ago, but things are different now, and I'll have to rent a cabin for the time being to settle down. Ren Pei smiled and took a seat on the bench. Before Xingyu could pour him a cup of tea, Ren Ping poured himself a cup of tea. It was more than a little rude to have Star Rain, a one-armed woman, pour him tea. What's next for you? After Ren Ping finished his cup of tea, He opened his mouth and asked. Star Rain shook his head. And cultivate. After Star Rain lost his right arm, his own strength was estimated to have been affected, and the name of the first genius of the Kaienai sect was estimated to be untenable. That's a big price for you to pay. You've already injured your foundation this time, causing your realm to fall, and it's possible that you'll return to mediocrity for the rest of your life. Star Rain had injured his foundation this time, and after returning to the Colored Nectar sect, his status would definitely be in tatters. The Colored Neon sect was a sect after all. It was unlikely that a sect would spend a large amount of resources to support someone with no potential. The clans are all about profit. If it is done arbitrarily, this clan will only gradually decline. I'm ready for this, Star Rain said with a smile. Chapter 138, I'll wait for him. Run Ping sighed softly, then said, Shui Gue asked me if I could help someone reborn with a broken arm when I cultivate to a higher realm. As Rin Ping finished his sentence, he noticed a small smile appear on Star Rain's face. However, when Shui Gue cultivates to that kind of level, it will probably be a long time. The two of them, Shui Gue and Xingyu, were not yet finished. Exactly how it would develop, Ren Ping didn't know. Many thanks to Elder Run, Star Rain said suddenly. Ren Ping waved his hand. The big question now was whether Star Rain could wait until that time. The death rate of people who cultivate is actually quite high. Of course there is another problem. Shui Gue really cultivated to that level, and there was no telling how many years later it would be. Ren Ping intends to fulfill Xingyu's infatuation, but not to force Shui Gue or make some kind of decision for Shui Gue. I'll wait for him. Star Rain's eyes were firm. Ren Ping suddenly laughed. Are you interested in being my teacher? Star Rain froze for a moment. Ren Ping was naturally powerful. If he could worship Ren Ping as his master, the road ahead would naturally be even better. It's just that Star Rain is now a disciple of the colorful neon sect. Ren Ping seemed to understand Star Rain's concerns. Worshipping me will not affect your identity as a disciple of the colored neon sect. I also have a named disciple within the colorful neon sect. Star Rain sniffed and knelt down directly in front of Ren Ping. In the blink of an eye, the rite of worship was finalized. Ren Ping nodded. You are the sixth disciple under my seat as a named disciple. This clan, the Spirit Martial Sect, has your three senior brothers above the Spirit Martial Sect. Disciples of this seat, do not do anything to harm the heavens. Star Rain nodded. All the disciples under my seat have divine powers bestowed upon them. The spirit beads you got some time ago, take them out. Star Rain was a bit puzzled as to what Ren Ping wanted that spirit bead for, but he didn't refuse. With the true chi running inside his body, Star Rain's mouth spat out a spirit bead. The blue-grade aura convergence phrase was directly extracted by Ren Ping, and then it was given directly to Star Rain. This spirit bead is always an external object. I grant you a divine ability that can increase the speed of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a rich aura converged around Star Rain. Star Rain watched the scene in amazement. It's just a little too unbelievable. You can turn off this state. Turn it back on when you're practicing, Ren Ping reminded. It took a while for Star Rain to close the convergence aura phrase. With this phrase, Star Rain's cultivation speed wouldn't be too slow. However, there is a little something owed. Ren Ping took in disciples and bestowed words of roughly two kinds. One is to increase the speed of cultivation and the other is a means of survival. Just like Shui Gui's beast soul, or Ru Yan's compulsion. It's the type of phrase that determines the direction they're going to go in later. What path are you going to take in the future? Ren Ping asked. Star Rain shook his head. Although he was a talented disciple of the colorful neon sect, Xingyu was not clear about his future direction. In fact, most practitioners are not clear about their direction. It's all about practicing whichever means martial arts are powerful, but Ren Ping thought that was too cluttered. Think, what path do you want to take? Think about it and tell me. Ren Ping couldn't find any powerful words for a while now. The blue words are still good to find though. Within the color neon sect, there would be many items that possessed blue words. It was also enough to give Star Rain its own standing. It seemed to have come so suddenly that Star Rain froze in place for a moment. Ren Ping is a mysterious and powerful man. The colorful neon sect had yet to figure out where Ren Ping came from. It was only now that Star Rain had heard of the name Spirit Item Sect. In Star Rain's mind, the Spirit Item Sect should be a powerful force. Perhaps it was a 5th grade power, or even a legendary 4th grade power. Now she had actually become Ren Ping's disciple. Shui Gue became her senior brother. This is excellent news. Star Rain began to think about what path he was going to take. There are many paths for practitioners. Formation, body refining, sword Dao, beast royalty, alchemy, and so on. There are too many different kinds to count. For a moment, Star Rain couldn't figure out what path he was about to take. After the joy, Star Rain was in a tangle. She glanced at her empty right hand. Something seemed to come to mind. Master, can I follow the path of refining weapons? The colorful neon sect was established by refining precious clothes. which was also a type of the Tao of refining weapons. If she were to follow the path of refining weapons, there were quite a few advantages to cultivating in the color Ni sect. And she seems to be better at the way of refining weapons. Yes, you wait for me for a few days. Renping nodded. The way of smithing, the words needed he still had to find. However, there should be one within the colored neon sect, or, perhaps, within the transfiguration sect as well. He disappeared into a wisp of golden smoke. In the next second, he arrived at Yuehua's meeting hall. Patriarch Yuehua, there's something I need to ask for. Renping has always been open and honest. What is the matter with Elder Ren? Luna asked. With Renping's kindness to the Kai Ni sect, it would be difficult for the Kai Ni sect to repay him. Just one mountain range resource share had already exceeded the value of the colorful neon sect. More importantly, Renping was powerful and was willing to reason with the Kai Ni sect instead of coming on strong. Therefore, as soon as Renping opened his mouth, Yuehua was already mentally prepared. The Kai Ni sect specializes in the way of refining weapons. I wonder, are there any inherited items? Luna froze. The Kai Ni sect specializes in refining treasure clothes, which is also considered the way of refining weapons. However, our color neon sect's way of refining weapons is more singular, and we also only have the inheritance of refining treasure garments. Elder Run wants to see it? Renping nodded. Recently, I wanted to learn the way of refining weapons. Yuehua nodded. It was normal for Renping to want to learn the way of refining weapons. These former high rollers just like to find something to pass the time. A few moments later, Renping saw the core inheritance object of the colorful neon sect. This is a stone tablet. On the stone tablet was a record of an artifact refining inheritance, focusing on the refining method of a treasure garment. Looking at the appearance of the stone tablet, it was already old. Senior Ren, these inheritance steels are actually found everywhere. Legend has it that it's a legacy left behind by that dynasty, and I don't know if it's true or not. Renping glanced at the stone tablet. With the stone monument was still a bit similar to that Sword Dao inheritance stone monument of the spirit martial sect. It should come from a place. Maybe it really could have been left over from that dynasty all those years ago. Renping looked at the words on top of the stone tablet and revealed a smile. Word, the true solution of the way of the weapon, blue. This was a phrase that could increase the comprehension of the way of refining. Only blue though. Renping extracts it directly. Thanks to Patriarch Yuehua, I've gained a lot. After Renping extracted the words, he left the place. Yuehua was dumbfounded. Renping merely glanced at the stone tablet and stopped looking at it? Is it because the inheritance on the stone tablet is too shallow? Or have you already read it? Chapter 139, 5 Inheritance Tablets. The Kai Ni sect has an inheritance stone tablet, and as the largest sect in Nanliang County, the Huanfan sect should have one as well. This inheritance stone tablet, it's a good thing. I haven't encountered any purple ranked phrases. They've all been blue ranked phrases, but it's not bad. Renping turned into golden smoke and arrived at the territory of the Transfiguration Fan sect. He was like nobody's business, and he directly found Jiang Yifun. After some detailed questioning, Renping realized that the Transfiguration Mortal sect had collected several copies of the inheritance stone tablets. However, because these inheritance steels weren't considered particularly important to the volume of the Transfiguration sect, they were only used as a general inheritance. A few moments later, Renping saw the 5 stone tablets placed in front of him. Renping realized that there was a blue word on each of these stone tablets. One of the entries was one that had to do with words on the path of smithing. Word, controller, blue. Renping took a closer look at it, and it was similar to the stone monument of the colorful neon sect, but not in the same direction. This direction is there about the manipulation of spiritual treasures. Renping extracted all the words directly. 5 blue words, the remaining 4 containing generalizations in different directions. There was an alchemy type inheritance called the true explanation of the Dan Dao, which could increase the ability to comprehend many things on the alchemy path. A body technique type of inheritance called Hongyan. A Gongfu type inheritance that extracts words that increase the strength of true qi. The last door was the Dan formula, and the extracted word was the ability to perfectly refine a potion that could strengthen the body. After extracting all these words, Renping also left the Transfiguration sect. There are plenty of opportunities for him to extract now. There's no fear of not having enough opportunities. There are no suitable candidates for these words yet. Renping thought he could always meet up later. When he saw Star Rain again, he directly bestowed Star Rain with 2 words that had something to do with refining weapons. With these 2 phrases, Star Rain could accomplish a great deal on the path of refining weapons. Cultivate well. Looking at Star Rain's empty sleeves, Renping said, it's time for him to go. But before he left, he still had to explain to Yuehua's few people. Yuehua was immediately anxious when she learned that Renping was leaving. Elder Ren, is it because you're not comfortable staying in the color Ni sect? Elder Ren, feel free to ask. Renping waved his hand. He was well aware of Yuehua's concern. Don't worry, Sect Master Yuehua, after I leave, neither the Transfiguration sect nor the Sea Wind Cave will come to disturb the Kai sect. The Renping compulsion word is very powerful. If nothing else, as long as he doesn't voluntarily unravel, these are still manipulated by him. This time was enough for the colored neon sect to raise its strength. By the way, that disciple of mine, I'd like to trouble Patriarch Yuehua to take care of him. Luna nodded. Renping's disciples were still here, and the connection between the colored nectar sect and Renping had not yet been broken. See you again sometime. Renping smiled and left the place with a flash. Renping and Shuigue both left. Shuigue wrapped his right arm inside the cloth. It looks very weird. Renping took a look and realized that the arm had completely transformed into a part of Shuigue's body. Star Rain didn't know what kind of secret technique he had used to attach the arm. It is now fully integrated. After this experience, Shuigue seemed to have changed a bit. It was still icy, but there was a touch more of a glow to it. Go to Qingzhou. Nanliang County belongs to Qingzhou. Renping took a rough look at it, and the spirit martial sect still belonged to the scope of Qingzhou, but it was so remote that no one would care that there was just such a place inside the small corner of Qingzhou. Qingzhou is still a long way from Nanliang County. Renping and Shuigue didn't rush, but leisurely walked forward. I've also seen a lot of customs along the way. Ate a lot of things that Renping had never eaten before. Shuigue said very little along the way. Been practicing diligently. If it wasn't for Shuigue occasionally communicating with Renping, Renping would feel like he'd brought a dud out. About half a month later, Renping set foot in the center of Qingzhou. The so-called center area of Qingzhou was actually a huge city. The city is huge. Ridiculously huge. It's even as big as half of Nanliang County. When Renping arrived here, he felt a pure aura. The richness of this aura exceeded that of the Nanliang County's mortalization sect, and that's just at the gates. The aura emanating from the surrounding pedestrians was also extremely powerful. That's the holy land of cultivation. Renping couldn't help but let out an exclamation. With this level of aura, putting a pig here could turn it into a demonic beast. Apparently, though, it wasn't easy to get into the city. Stop. Qingzhou City is not to be entered. The two Renping had just arrived at the city gates when they were stopped. The people who stopped them were a group of Jindan realm, wearing armor and looking spirited. The Jindan realm guards the city gates. Renping arched his hand and asked, I don't know how to get into Qingzhou City? Coming here, there is naturally no reason to turn around and leave. The officials and soldiers guarding the city, headed by a middle-aged man with a full beard, had reached the peak of the Jindan realm. He looked Renping up and down. Qingzhou City is an important city. If you want to enter the city, you have to be vouched for by a strong person of the fused god realm within the city. Renping's cultivation wasn't considered weak in Qingzhou City. The strong do get respect. However, here, Jindan's strength was merely average. Shuigue, on the other hand, was only at the condensed Dan realm. It's simply not enough in Qingzhou City. Renping nodded. Many thanks. I wonder where I can find the god-ruling powerhouse of Qingzhou City. For Renping, it wasn't difficult to obtain the guarantee of a god-ruling powerhouse. The only hard part was having to find a Qingzhou City of the fused god realm. The bearded man sniffed and laughed lightly. A god-melting realm powerhouse doesn't have that much free time to pay attention to you. Go back where you came from. Qingzhou City is not that easy to get in. How many people want to get in here to practice? Renping listened to the bearded man's sarcasm and took out a storage ring. The bearded man's eyes glowed. Taking the storage ring over, he weighed it in his hand before smiling. 80 miles to the east of this place, there is a family whose old ancestor is at the Ronggod realm, and is considered a Ronggod powerhouse in Qingzhou City. Get his guarantee that you can come in. But yeah, it's a bit costly. Renping nodded. Obviously this bearded man did not think that Renping and his duo would be able to obtain the guarantee of that god-ruling realm, but it's just a reminder of what you're being paid to do. Renping turned around with Shuigue. In his heart, he said that the thing called money was hard currency no matter where he was. It was only half a day later that Renping returned here. At this point, he was holding two posts in his hands. It was he and Shuigue who entered the city with the guarantee sticker. Things weren't too hard to work out. That line of powerful god rulers, a mid-stage god ruler, had recently moved out of Qingzhou City because his lifespan was coming to an end. Renping directly manipulated with the compulsion word to make him write these two guarantees. Chapter 140, Qingzhou City 10,000 Treasures Building. Renping took out these two guarantees and also entered Qingzhou City without any problems. The bearded man sized up the two Renping with a face full of surprise, and really couldn't figure out how the two of them had gotten this guarantee. Renping also understood the rules of Qingzhou City at this time. If you wanted to enter Qingzhou City, you had to be vouched for by a god-ruling powerhouse. That's just going into town. If you wanted to stay in Qingzhou City, then you needed to be recognized by the city lord's mansion. To enter Qingzhou City, within 3 months, you need to find a suitable livelihood and register with the city lord's office. In other words, This guarantee would only allow the two of them to stay in Qingzhou City for 3 months. Once Renping entered the city, the surrounding aura was even more dense. The city enjoyed excellent cultivation resources, and it was normal to have requirements. A suitable livelihood? Renping intends to stay here for a long time. The aura is too rich. It was enough for him to break through to the realm of the embodied god in a short period of time. Shuigui was also able to break through the realm quickly. Renping was thinking about what would be a proper livelihood when he saw a large pile of slips posted on the city wall. The Li Mansion is recruiting guards with a cultivation level of late Jindan or above. The salary is 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year. The quota is limited. First come first served. The Zhang Mansion is recruiting guards with a cultivation level of peak Jindan or above. Salary is 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year. The Forging Weapon Workshop is looking for apprentices, with cultivation levels of Dan forming or above, able to refine medium-grade spirit weapons on their own, and a salary of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year. The Fang Dan Pavilion is looking for apprentices, with a cultivation level of adult Dan or above, capable of refining medium-grade pills on their own, female, and a salary of 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones a year. There are notices for outsiders all over the place. Renping took a closer look at them, and they were all quite demanding. The ones that are not demanding and in good condition are obviously traps. The wall, hardened, gave Renping a feeling of looking for a job in his previous life, but he came here not wanting to be restricted in his freedom. He turned his head to look the other way again. The notices pasted here, on the other hand, are a hodgepodge of notices. The south side of the city's prosperous stores. 3,000 middle grade spirit stones a month. 1 year's rent, deposit 10,000. Guanglong Pavilion is recruiting drug testers. 3,000 middle grade spirit stones a month. Sign a life and death contract. Live or die at your own risk. This is clearly a case of only getting paid for the first month's work, and it's an open question as to how long you'll live. Renping searched for a while before he found a place that suited him. One prosperous store in the south of the city, with a smithy workshop inside. Rent of 5,000 middle grade spirit stones for a month, starting from 1 year, deposit of 15,000. He still had some spare cash on him. Although it wasn't a mid-grade spirit stone, it was still possible to want to dish out this store. Originally, this thing called spirit stones was not in high demand for Renping, but coming to Qingzhou City hardened him with the feeling of a first-tier big city in his previous life. Everything here is standardized. I have a couple of words that have something to say about smithing. It shouldn't be too hard. In particular, the true solution to refining treasure garments. With that thought in mind, Renping came to the address of this store. This is indeed a busy store. There was a lot of foot traffic, but the streets were lined with stores, so if you wanted to get a foothold here, you probably couldn't do it without some skill. The owner of the store was the Li family, a large family in Qingzhou City, and when Renping came to look at the store, the other party sent a Jindan realm steward to dock. After looking around, Renping decided to just dish it out. When he took out the lower grade spirit stones, he also caused the other party to be staggered for a moment. But regardless of whether it was a lower grade spirit stone or a middle grade spirit stone, the difference was the amount of spiritual chi contained within it, is directly redeemable. After dismantling the store, Renping only had 4,000 or 5,000 medium grade spirit stones left on him. If this store doesn't have revenue in a month, he'll be broke. The deposit went straight to most of Renping's worth, and that deposit is only refundable after a year of renting. Shuigui seemed a bit puzzled by Renping's behavior. Renping didn't say much either. Straight away, he started tending to the store. The store is indeed a nice store. At the back of the store, there was a living area and a forge for smithing weapons. Saved Renping a lot of work. Inside the forge, there is also a permanent unquenchable fire. This was a foreign fire with an extremely high temperature that could melt many minerals. This is also considered a must-have for smithing. The good news is that this ground fire doesn't cost extra. Words, melting, purple, scorching, purple. Renping saw a line above the flames. To his surprise, the fire actually had 2 purple grade words. Renping directly extracted the melting words. Renping was originally curious. An ordinary store inside a purple word, that this Qingzhou City is not still a lot of. It was only after a careful probe that he realized that the wisp of fire inside his store was merely a branch of a certain foreign fire in Qingzhou City. Divide a strand here through a special device in the ground. The words that Renping extracted were the words of the foreign fire body. Let Renping be happy for nothing. This purple melting phrase was not bestowed upon Shuigui by Renping. Shuigui now had a beast soul phrase, which was already enough. Shuigui didn't seem to have any interest in the way of refining weapons and alchemy either. After packing up his place, Renping saw him open the convergence aura word. A cloud of aura was gathered around him and absorbed by him little by little. The aura of Qingzhou City itself was very rich, and with the opening of the convergence aura word, It created an excellent environment for Shui Gui to cultivate. It wouldn't take more than a few days for him to break through to the mid-condensed Dan realm. Ren Ping, on the other hand, was in no mood to cultivate. It was only after half a day of tinkering that Ren Ping cleaned up the store. Originally the store's sign was Treasure Warehouse. Ren Ping thought for half a day and directly used his true chi to smooth the surface of the wooden signboard, carving the 3 words Wanbaolu on the signboard that was only half a finger thick. Although he didn't know what he could refine yet, Ren Ping felt that he must not lose in terms of aura. Only after tinkering with these did Ren Ping head out the door. The store is now empty, with no materials or business. Ren Ping wandered around this street for a while before realizing that it was full of all kinds of goods, whether it was weapon refining materials, alchemy materials, or finished pills, etc. Everything was available. Just one street in Qingzhou City has its own supply system. Ren Ping now only had a method of refining treasure clothes, and other spirit weapons and treasure weapons. Not even a little bit. Only some materials for refining the treasure clothes were purchased. Ready to go back and try my hand at it first. It was only after buying the materials that Ren Ping did his market research. After some research, Ren Ping realized that the profit of the refining industry was really quite high. A material of a few hundred spirit stones could be sold for at least 2,000 spirit stones after refining. The wear and tear of this, however, can only be self-sustaining. After all, no refiner could be 100% successful in refining. When the refining failed, the material was naturally scrapped. The extreme spiritual armament treasure cloth sells for 1,800 middle-grade spirit stones, and the materials only cost 300 middle-grade spirit stones. Chapter 141 Extreme Spiritual Armament Treasure Clothes. After Ren Ping did some calculations, he realized that the amount of money he could earn from refining the precious clothes was actually quite a lot. For ordinary cultivators, these spirit stones could be resources for cultivation and could purchase many supplies. However, Ren Ping felt that after he entered Qingzhou City, with his own many words, he would be able to have the same effect of cultivation, and increases such as pills would seem to have little effect in front of the many words. After buying 3 copies of materials for refining an extreme spiritual weapon grade, this is all out of money. Ren Ping did not have a great need for spirit stones, or even no need at all, but in order to be able to continue living in this Qingzhou City, he still decided to make an effort to earn spirit stones, and bought 3 materials for the extreme spiritual armament grade treasure clothes not because of anything else, but because the inheritance of refining the treasure clothes that he had received from the Kai sect, which could only refine the extreme spiritual armament grade treasure clothes. Ren Ping thought in his heart, it will not be 3 copies of the treasure clothes material will be scrapped. As long as the refining succeeds in refining an extremely high-grade spirit weapon, all this money can be earned back. Little brother, wait a moment, is the line of stores at the end of the street dished up by you? After Ren Ping had finished buying the weapon refining materials, he was about to walk out of the doorway of this store when the store's owner walked over with a smiling face. This boss was also a Jindan realm cultivator, operating a business that dealt in weapon refining materials. Ren Ping's footsteps lurched as he slowly said, "That store has indeed been plopped down by me in preparation for a smithy workshop. This old brother will please take care of it in the future." This Jindan realm cultivator looked very mercenary. He always had a smile on his face, but upon closer inspection, it was just a leathery smile, giving the impression that he was a crooked businessman. Is old brother also a refiner? Ren Ping nodded. He hadn't refined any spirit weapons, but he could barely be considered a refiner. Little brother, my name is Jin Lang, specializing in refining materials. For your kind of refiners, I've always admired them in my heart. I only blame the fact that I didn't learn a craft properly when I was young, and now I can only sell some refining materials in order to survive. In Jin Lang's tone, it seemed as if he had the utmost admiration for the refiner, but Ren Ping could hear that this was just some polite words. Jin Lang's store was opened in a big way, and operated a lot of commodities. The refining materials was just one of them. The harvest was not bad, although he knew that Jin Lang was merely a polite climber. Ren Ping would not raise his hand and introduce himself. My name is Ren Ping. I just came to Qingzhou City. I see that old brother is not very old, but he has already cultivated to the Jindan realm. His future is unlimited, and he is also a refiner, which is very rare in the cultivation world. I see that old brother just purchased 3 extreme spiritual weapon refining materials, so I guess old brother is an extreme spiritual weapon refiner. Brother Ren Ping, we must walk around more often in the future. When Jin Lang saw that Ren Ping no longer had any intention of continuing the conversation, he also stopped at the right time and ended the conversation. Ren Ping did not continue to loiter after leaving this store, but returned to his own store, and with the 3 refining materials in hand, he made his way to the workshop for refining spirit weapons. The 3 refining materials were lined up, and Ren Ping began to comprehend them. The refining of spirit weapons was very complicated. The handling of materials, and some of the detailed construction within the materials, some of which had slowly presented themselves in his mind. After a few moments, Renping picked up one of the refining materials. It was a special piece of mineral iron. Mineral iron had excellent toughness. It was the best material for forging treasure clothes, and the technique of forging a treasure coat was also extremely delicate and difficult, requiring the melting of this piece of iron ore into a liquid, followed by pumping this liquid into hair-thin iron wires, and then braiding and accumulating the wires into a treasure coat. Renping took a deep breath. After all, it was his first time refining a spirit weapon, so it was better to be cautious. The knowledge in his head was nothing more than a theory, and the actual operation was still up to him. A piece of iron ore was thrown into the furnace by Renping. The hot temperature of the furnace slowly baked and the piece of iron ore was slowly melting. After about 3 hours, the iron ore finally melted into a puddle of iron water. And remove impurities. Renping looked at the puddle of iron water in which there were some other colors, very different from the color of the iron water. There was a strand of true qi in his body that swung out from his fingertips and probed directly into that iron water. And the true qi had just come into contact with the scorching temperature. It was then consumed for the most part. This was the difficulty of a refiner. If the true qi was not strong, there was no ability to deal with the impurities in these refining materials. But fortunately, Renping's true qi was very strong and quickly replenished after it had been depleted. It took roughly half an hour for him to finally clean the impurities from this puddle of iron water. The process of refining was very complicated and irritating. Several times Renping wanted to just give up, but thinking about the fierce competition in this Qingzhou city, he still endured. A piece of iron wire appeared in his hand. These iron wires were as thin as hair and possessed great toughness. This process lasted for a long time, and the sky gradually darkened before Renping completed this step. Looking at a large pile of wire in front of him, he finally smiled. Craft work can be difficult. The next step was to weave these iron wires into a treasure coat, giving the coat a powerful defense. This step also required the consumption of a large amount of true qi. Renping recovered slightly and once again proceeded with the refining of the wrapping, until the next day at dawn. Only then did a precious garment appear in front of Renping's eyes, a garment that glowed with a metallic light all over. Renping looked at this precious garment. A smile finally appeared on his face as he exhaled deeply. After spending a day and a night, he finally succeeded in refining this extreme spiritual weapon treasure cloth. The power of the words allowed Renping to succeed in his first refining, and it was also a direct success already in refining an extremely high-grade spirit weapon. Such talent was estimated to be at the top level amongst refiners. Extreme spirit weapons don't seem to be that difficult. Nope, this is a talent given to me by the words and not considered my own. My talent is still a mess. After refining this precious jade successfully, Renping was also relieved. Now it seems that he can continue to live in Qingzhou City with this one craft. He placed the treasured garments in the front room of the store for customers to choose from. Although it was merely a spirit weapon, but this was after all an extreme spirit weapon. It could probably be sold for more than 1,500 mid-grade spirit stones. After doing this, Renping was directly in the front room of the store, and began to cultivate. He hadn't tried to absorb aura to cultivate since he entered this Qingzhou City. Entering Qingzhou City, his biggest goal was to utilize the aura here to cultivate. Renping could still tell who was primary and who was secondary. Refining spirit weapons was nothing more than his capital to live on in Qingzhou City. Chapter 142 Opening. Renping's several words were instantly stimulated, and a dense aura surged towards him, absorbing Reiki words, gathering Reiki words. Several words and phrases placed Renping in a sea of aura, the richness of which far exceeded the cultivation chambers of the Transfiguration Mortal Sect. Renping felt that he would be able to break through to the middle Jindan realm in half a month of practicing in such an environment. After reaching the Jindan realm, absorbing aura was only a part of cultivation, not the whole thing. Now, if one wanted to break through to the realm of embodied divinity, one needed to endow the true qi with a certain kind of true meaning of martial arts. True qi that possessed the true intent of martial arts could be utilized with even greater power. This was why an impregnating God realm powerhouse was extremely rare. Even in a place like Nanliang County, there was only one native impregnating God realm. Strong man. The origin of this true intent of martial arts was not complicated. The true intent of martial Dao could come from a certain technique or a certain martial skill, and after comprehending a certain martial skill or technique to the extreme, one could realize the true intent of martial Dao. Renping had already had an idea about this. The technique he practiced was self-created. The martial arts he practiced were also self-created. These feats and martial arts had already been comprehended by him long ago. For others, comprehending the true meaning of the martial Dao required a great deal of time or a special opportunity. But for Renping, it was all water under the bridge. Renping had been practicing inside the store for 5 or 6 days. The store hadn't had a single customer in those 5 or 6 days. After all, the store is generally decorated, and when you look outside the door, there is only one item displayed on the counter inside, which really doesn't attract the passing customers. In desperation, Renping had no choice but to continue to go back and refine the remaining 2 ingredients. Unsurprisingly, both materials were also successfully refined. Renping placed the 3 extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes on the counter before continuing his cultivation with peace of mind. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Renping also smoothly broke through to the mid-Jindan realm at this time. Shuigue had been in the midst of cultivation in recent times and had not shown up, didn't even come out to eat. Renping didn't bother him either. Shuigue didn't work day and night once he practiced. He had already gotten used to it. On this day, Renping's store finally welcomed its first customer. This was a middle-aged man in armor, who should be the city guards of Qingzhou City, with the Jindan realm. He raised an eyebrow as he entered the door and saw the 3 extreme spiritual artifact grade treasure clothes placed on the counter, before settling his gaze on Renping's body. "Boss, what's the price of these 3 precious clothes of yours? I'll take them all if the price is right." Extremely high-grade spirit weapon level treasure clothes were generally only qualified to be used at the Jindan realm, and there were even some implicit God realm powerhouses who still used extremely high-grade spirit weapons. Extreme spirit weapon treasures were very precious and not everyone was qualified to possess them. 1,700 medium-grade spirit stones. No second price. Renping raised his eyes and then quoted the price. This middle-aged man in armor stopped in front of a piece of precious clothing for a long time, as if checking out the quality of this piece of clothing, before slowly nodding his head. "This is indeed a treasure garment of an extreme spirit weapon. 1,700 medium-grade spirit stones is fair. I'll take all 3. You wrap them up for me." What Renping did not expect was for the other party to be so forthcoming and directly spend thousands of mid-grade spirit stones to buy these 3 extreme spiritual artifact grade treasure clothes. Renping was naturally happy to see this result. In just a few moments, the 3 pieces of precious clothing had been wrapped and sent to the middle-aged man. "Did you refine all 3 of these precious garments?" The middle-aged man took the storage ring and asked. Renping nodded. There was indeed nothing to hide. The identity of a refiner could bring him many conveniences. "Not bad. If you can refine a treasure weapon grade treasure clothes, I'm willing to spend 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones to buy it. An extreme spiritual artifact level treasure clothes is still a bit short." Renping also had no choice but to shake his head with a bitter smile. He didn't have the ability to refine treasure artifacts at the moment, and this extreme spirit artifact level treasure garment was still his first time to refine it. "My ability is not enough to refine a treasure artifact level treasure garment, so I've disappointed your guest." The middle-aged man didn't say anything, turned around and left the store. Renping looked at the thousands of medium-grade spirit stones in his hand and took a slow breath. Now that these thousands of medium-grade spirit stones were removed to pay the rent, the rest needed to purchase refining materials to continue refining the treasure clothes, or else he would be sitting on a mountain of food and not be able to last. The merchandise inside the store is too homogeneous. It's hard to grow big and strong with only treasure clothes. Learn how to refine other spirit weapons or treasure weapons, but the inheritance of this item is very valuable. How could I possibly learn this refining method unless one possesses the ability to find the appropriate item extraction phrase? Although Renping did not intend to obtain much cultivation resources inside this store, but after all, this store was open, so he tried to make it as good as possible. Don't be half dead by then and spend your efforts on running the store, delaying your cultivation. Renping quickly arrived at the store that sold weapon refining materials. Jin Lang greeted Renping when he saw him arrive. "Elder brother Ren, I don't know if you succeeded in refining those 3 ingredients?" In the face of this kind of temptation from Jin Lang, Renping only laughed. It was a fluke to refine one. Jin Lang couldn't help but give Renping a high look when he heard this. Using 3 materials to refine an extremely high-grade spirit weapon. This success rate was already not low. This new refiner should have good craftsmanship. How many refining materials does old brother Ren want to purchase this time? Let's start with 3. Ha ha ha. Old brother Renping has such craftsmanship. He will surely be famous in Qingzhou City in the future. The 3 materials have been wrapped for elder brother Ren. Renping looked at Jin Lang's smiling face and couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. There is no doubt that Jin Lang is a profit-oriented businessman, but when it fits, it can still be utilized. With that thought, Renping opened his mouth and asked, "Elder brother Jin, my skills are insufficient and I still want to improve more. I wonder where there is a place within this Qingzhou city where I can further my training in the art of refining weapons." It shouldn't be difficult to pry some information out of Jin Lang's mouth, Renping thought in his heart. Goldwave really didn't let Renping down. "Elder brother Ren, you're asking the right person. I know a master refiner, and I've been trying to recruit disciples recently. If elder brother Ren is interested, I can write an obeisance for elder brother Ren. However, whether or not we can obtain the inheritance of that master refiner is still up to old brother Ren's destiny. That master's conditions for accepting disciples are extremely harsh. Some time ago, A refiner who could refine lower-grade treasure weapons went to pay homage to his master, all without success. Does elder brother Run want to give it a try? Run Ping was delighted in his heart. Jin Lang even knew a master refiner? Chapter 143, Master Weapon Refiner Kuei Koshi. Then I'll trouble elder brother Jin. Ren Ping didn't have the intention of worshipping a master, but only wanted to take this opportunity to learn about the refiner industry. Getting in touch with this master refiner wasn't a bad thing. The other party didn't even look at refiners who could refine treasure weapons, much less him. This rookie who could only refine extreme-grade spirit weapons, and Ren Ping could only refine one type of extreme-grade spirit weapon, not the other at all. In this Qingzhou city, this kind of letter similar to a friend's recommendation is very popular. Jin Lang also did not have too much nonsense, but it was only a few moments before he had already written a worship invitation and handed it over to Ren Ping's hands. However, it was obvious that Jin Lang didn't think that Ren Ping could really become that master refiner's disciple, and this act was nothing more than an attempt to sell a favor. After all, a refiner who could refine extremely high-grade spirit weapons was considered a rare talent in Qingzhou City. Plus, he also had dealings with Ren Ping in business, so there was certainly nothing wrong with more communication. Then thank you, elder brother Jin. Oh, I forgot to tell you that he recruited disciples of the test is very strange. He got a copy of the previous dynasty passed down the inheritance of the stone tablet. Is considered to be a refining zongzong. Anyone who wants to worship him as a teacher, you need to sit for 5 hours in front of the stone tablet. If there is some understanding, you can worship him as a teacher. If Run old brother really want to worship that refining teacher as a teacher, take advantage of these days to go to learn more about the inheritance stone tablet. Golden Wave reminded again. Run Ping's eyes lit up when he heard this. Another inheritance stone tablet, and also the inheritance stone tablet of the general outline of refining can be taken out by a master refiner. It must not be an ordinary thing. Perhaps it can be extracted into the purple or orange words in it. If it was to be able to extract words, Run Ping would probably be smooth all the way on the path of refining weapons. Run Ping nodded his head again and thanked him before leaving the place. After returning to his store, Run Ping opened the invitation to pay his respects written by Jin Lang, which also named the name of this master refiner, Kuei Koshi Senpai. This master smith's name was Kuei Koshi. Ren Ping did not know how far this Kuei Koshi had traveled on the path of refining weapons, but he could probably understand that this person was very strong, and at the very least, he was a refining master who could refine extreme treasure weapons. The next day, Ren Ping took the invitation to pay his respects and headed to the residence of this master Kuei Koshi. Kuei Koshi's residence was in the center area of Qingzhou City. In this place, Ren Ping clearly felt that the environment was a little better, and the most obvious thing was that the aura was more dense, and in the center of Qingzhou City, there were significantly fewer pedestrians. At first Ren Ping was puzzled as to why those who entered Qingzhou City did not come to the core area of this Qingzhou to take advantage of the opportunity to absorb the aura, but it was a few moments before he realized why that was. There were a few city guards who stopped Ren Ping's way, and some inquiries went down, directly allowing Ren Ping to understand the rules of Qingzhou City. If there is no important matter, ordinary people simply can't get involved in this area, and Ren Ping was only released from here after he took out that invitation. A few moments later, Ren Ping arrived at a luxurious mansion. This is the residence of Master Refiner Kuei Koshi? Kuei Koshi's mansion could be described with the word luxury. The entrance is extremely grand, and in the enclosure the tiles are inlaid with gold, which is not inlaid with gold leaf, but real gold. Are all refiners so rich? This mansion alone was worth a lot of money, and when Ren Ping arrived here, he had already met a man waiting here. This person looked to be more than 20 years old, with a withered figure, wearing a whitewashed long shirt, looking civilized and weak. His cultivation had already reached the condensed Dan, but this was Qingzhou City, and the condensed Dan realm, here, was still considered to be in existence at the bottom of the hierarchy. When this person saw Ren Ping's arrival, he looked at him twice more, and when he noticed the aura of Ren Ping that belonged to the Jindan realm, he froze and lowered his head again. This youth was sizing up Ren Ping, and Ren Ping was sizing him up as well, but Ren Ping quickly withdrew his gaze. By the looks of it, this youth should have come with him to pay homage to Kuei Koshi. Even the relationship between the two is a rivalry. A few moments later, this conjecture of Ren Ping's was verified. At the Kuei Koshi residence, the gate slowly opened. Inside walked out a middle-aged man in his 50s or 60s. The man was hunched over, dressed in the garb of a butler or something like that. However, the aura emanating from him had already reached the god-melting realm, with a fused god realm powerhouse as a butler. Kuei Koshi was indeed imposing enough. As soon as this fused god realm opened the door and saw the two people outside, he raised an eyebrow, his eyes looking up and down on the two people, and finally said slowly, "All came for the test?" Ren Ping at this time handed over the worship invitation written by Jin Lang. That steward took it and looked at it, did not care about it, and casually accepted it. Apparently, Jean Lang was not considered a character in his mind. The young man, on the other hand, stood with an embarrassed face, not knowing what to do. He did not have a letter of worship or anything like that. Get in there, all of you. To Rin Ping's surprise, both of them were just as able to enter the residence of Kuei Koshi. He also realized that even without Golden Wave's obeisance, Ren Ping was just as able to enter the mansion to see that artifact refining heritage item. Ren Ping secretly slandered in his heart. Jean Lang said it like it was a big deal, and when he said those words, he thought that Jean Lang had such a big network of people. Now it seems to be nothing more than Goldwave selling out. As the butler entered the gate, Ren Ping saw a huge stone monument fall within the courtyard. When Ren Ping saw this stone tablet, he immediately knew that it was the inheritance stone tablet. Only this inheritance stone tablet was very huge, with densely engraved words on it, and there was even a marvelous aura flowing through it. The young man beside him also froze in place when he saw this one inheritance stone tablet. That housekeeper waved his hand unconcernedly and said, "The two of you will sit here for 6 hours, and if you can comprehend, you can see our family's master, and if you don't have any comprehension, come back from wherever you are." Ren Ping looked towards the words on the stone tablet, which were recorded in extremely profound and obscure contents. Even if he possessed the enlightenment passage word, he could only read it, but could not fully comprehend it. The young man beside him, on the other hand, looked up with a bewildered look on his face. Obviously, he couldn't understand a thing. Ren Ping could indeed realize a little something on this inheritance stone tablet, but he did not aspire to do so. He did not want to become someone else's disciple. There are quite a few restrictions to becoming someone's apprentice. His purpose had always been to extract the words of this tablet. As Ren Ping's line of sight moved upward, he was also met with the words of this inheritance stone tablet. Ren Ping looked at the words with a shocked expression on his face. Chapter 144, Orange Word Artifact Heart. Ren Ping was surprised to see orange words on this inheritance stone tablet. It was the first time he had ever seen an orange word. Word, vessel mind, orange all the vessels of the world. A glimpse of their source, know their nature, realize their method. To put it simply, any artifact in the hand, a glance can see through the source of this object, know the characteristics of it, understand the method of making this thing. Very powerful words. This phrase can create a master smith. Ren Ping did not hesitate to extract it directly. After extracting this orange phrase, Ren Ping continued to look at the text on the stone tablet. What was written on this text was a general syllabus for refining weapons. Very valuable stuff too. Ren Ping was secretly happy in his heart. This time he had really come to the right place. With this phrase in hand, the Tao of refining weapons had been completely mastered by him. Best of all, it's already an orange word. If he bestows it on someone, Ren Ping gets a higher level word, more powerful. Ren Ping took a rough look at the text on the stone tablet and eventually realized that this thing had been summarized by the artifact heart phrase, and it wasn't worth his while to keep watching. Ren Ping turned his attention to the youth beside him. This youth was frowning at the moment, sighing at times. This general outline doesn't seem difficult, but in fact to realize something in it, to be able to gain something, it's simply not possible for a while. Time passes quietly. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. That god-melting realm steward appeared in front of the two. Any luck? If you think you're getting somewhere, you might as well say so. If you can get past me, I'll take you to see my master. After saying that, this person looked at the two Ren Ping. Ren Ping didn't answer right away. Instead, the youth beside him was a bit intent on being hesitant and stepped forward to say, "This senior, I have realized the general outline of the Tao of refining in it." That fused God Realm powerhouse raised an eyebrow and looked toward the skinny youth. He had seen this kind of person many times, and after taking one look at the inheritance stone tablet, he felt that he had realized the general outline of the Tao of refining. You elaborate. Although he didn't believe that the skinny youth had really read this inheritance stone tablet. After all, Ren Ping and the two of them were the ones who had come for the examination, so he had to listen to the youth's insights. The skinny youth slowly opened his mouth, and Ren Ping, who was on the side, frowned. Between just a few words, he could hear that this young man did not understand the contents on the inheritance stone tablet thoroughly, but rather stayed on the surface. Any cultivator who came by could say a thing or two about this kind of shallow truth. As expected, that fused God Realm powerhouse shook his head after hearing this and said to the skinny youth, "Go back from whence you came." The skinny youth's eyes dimmed as he sniffed. He shook his head with a bitter smile, arched his hand at the God-ruling realm powerhouse, turned around, and left this courtyard. The God-melting realm powerhouse looked at Ren Ping again, who directly shook his head. To the disappointment of Senior did not gain anything from this inheritance stone tablet. The God-melting realm powerhouse was also not expecting Ren Ping to be so candid, and he waved his hand, signaling that Ren Ping could leave. Ren Ping was in a good mood at this point and left in stride. When he left Kuei Koshi's mansion, he saw the skinny youth at the door. At this time, The skinny youth looked at Kuei Koshi's mansion and couldn't return to his senses for a long time, seeming to be a bit confused. Seeing Renping walk out, he looked at him twice more. Kuei Koshi was being used as a master refiner, and the conditions for recruiting disciples were extremely strict. He had been putting out the news here for several years, and every day there were several people who came here to pay homage to the master, but none of them were able to truly become his disciples. The two men who came to pay their respects today were already a total loss. Renping looked at the skinny youth and nodded. It was also a friendly greeting. Renping also did not have the intention to pay too much attention to it. Ready to turn around and about to leave here, he got the orange words and was about to go back to properly search for a candidate. By bestowing this orange word on another person, he could obtain an even more powerful word. Just as Renping turned around and was about to leave, he heard a fluttering sound coming from behind him. He looked back in confusion. The skinny youth unexpectedly fainted directly in place. Renping was very puzzled in his heart. This person already possessed the cultivation of the condensed Dan realm, so it was logical that he should not be so thin and weak. He had thought that this person's skinny body type was only due to a special physique or an intention to maintain a skinny figure, but now it seemed as if this skinny youth's body was not in a good condition. Renping arrived in front of the skinny youth and found that his entire body was paralyzed on the ground, but he was still awake, only that his body had lost its strength. The skinny youth had a bitter smile on his face. "This big brother, could I trouble you to send me back to my residence?" There was begging in his eyes. Renping did not answer immediately, but squatted down and put his fingers on his wrist, a strand of true chi entering the body of the skinny youth. When Renping probed the skinny youth's body, his brows furrowed. This young man's body had been spoiled into a mess, although he had the cultivation of the condensed Dan realm, but this cultivation was incomparably vague, and his true strength was estimated to be the Yang Yuan realm. Moreover, there was a cloud of grey turbid chi condensing within the dantian of this skinny youth. It was this cloud of turbid chi that made the youth's limbs weak. "Ah, thanks a lot, brother. That mass in my body is Dan poison. This thing can't be dispelled. Please also ask this big brother to send me back to my residence." Renping nodded. The cloudy mass within the youth's dantian was indeed a Dan poison, which alone had already penetrated deep into the bone marrow and had coalesced into a mass within the dantian. "How can an ordinary person have so much Danmaku?" Renping replied. "Okay, so I'll send you back." Renping did not want to mind his own business, but he remembered that when he came to the center area of this Qingzhou city, he encountered the city guards, and the city guards should not be too polite to outsiders. So if this young man were to be seen by those city guards, he might be thrown out of Qingzhou city directly. It's very tough to make a trip into this Qingzhou city, and it's extremely expensive. For the skinny youth, who was at the condensed Dan realm, if he was accidentally thrown out of Qingzhou city, it was possible that he would never be able to set foot in this city with rich aura in his entire life. "Thank you, big brother. I'll remember big brother's favor. I live on the south side of town." Renping also lived in the south of the city, and this trip was considered a side trip. A powerful strand of true chi blossomed in Renping's hand, directly lifting the skinny youth up and floating in front of his body, and as Renping moved, the skinny youth moved with him. When the thin youth saw this scene, his heart was also slightly shocked. Such an exquisite and unparalleled method of using true chi was still unheard of. It looked like this Jindan realm he saw today was still a powerful existence. Chapter 145, Panning. Renping's pace was slow, heading towards the south of the city, during which he also opened his mouth to ask, "Your cultivation isn't that bad, so how could so many Dan poisons converge in your body?" The Dan poison had accumulated to such an extent that a large number of pills were needed. Ordinary cultivators do not have such capital to take large quantities of elixirs. Alone in the cultivator group belongs to a kind of affluent disease. However, looking at the skinny youth, this dress and this demeanor and temperament does not look like any rich and noble people, but rather like the bottom of the cultivation world. The skinny youth was being held in midair by Renping's true chi. His face was pale and trembling at this moment, but he still forced himself to reply upon hearing Renping's question. "Let big brother see you laugh. Under Panning, I came to this Qingzhou city for more than 2 years. I have not been able to find a suitable place to go, so I had to go to some alchemist's door to serve as a medicine tester. During the 2 years of lingering in Qingzhou city, I also managed to break through to the condensed Dan realm, but because of taking various miscellaneous pills for a long period of time resulted in too much accumulation of Dan poison in my body. It is precisely for this reason that I was dismissed by the proprietor, and now I am desperate and want to come here to try my luck with Master Kuei Koshi. I also learned the way of refining weapons many years ago, although I can only refine lower-grade spiritual weapons." Renping sighed in his heart as he sniffed. Panning can survive more than 2 years after serving as a medicine tester. Has been considered lucky. If you meet the kind of radical alchemist, refining some of the great evil medicine, just a pill down. Pan-ing will have to be reimbursed on the spot. As he entered Qingzhou City, Renping also saw that there were some pill refiners alchemists recruiting pill testers, and the bids are high. Every month the salary that can be given is higher than the rent of some stores for a month. Just this money is not the average person can earn, unless those who are desperate people will take these sideways, which is obviously to take the life for money. Why do you need to go looking for these jobs when you can go into the city of Qingzhou? In Renping's impression, the cost of entering Qingzhou City was not low, and since Pan-ing had the ability to enter Qingzhou City, why would he choose such a dangerous job as a drug tester? Big brother, you don't know. The elders in my family are also considered to be scenic. I can enter Qingzhou City, completely thanks to the blessings of the elders in my family, but 2 years ago the elders in my family accidentally fell. Renping nodded. The family way to fall in any place is inevitable, as the so-called rich but 3 generations. In the cultivation world, if the first generation of strong can hold up a world, the second generation can also have a good cultivation environment. If the second generation in the cultivation of poor talent or other reasons did not reach the strength of the generation, then the family will gradually decline. After about half an hour, Renping returned to the south of the city with Pan-ing. Big brother, my place is just inside that alley. Please move over. My limbs are weak at this time, and I'm afraid it will take half a day to return just for this distance. Renping nodded. This distance was not far for him. It was only 100 meters away. But for Pan-ing, a man with no strength in his limbs, this journey would take a long time to walk up. As the saying goes, help someone to the end and send the Buddha to the west. Renping didn't mind the extra steps. Only Pan-ying's residence was surprisingly inside a dimly lit alleyway, which was no more than a zhang wide and looked dim and narrow. At first, Renping was puzzled as to how this place could be inhabited. Until he came to the depths of the alley, Renping was finally able to see Pan-ying's residence. Pan-ying's residence was in the deepest part of the alley. Here a small shed had been erected with trees, and under the shed was a simple crib made of wood, and Renping also saw bedding and other things on it. The corner of Renping's mouth twitched. This place is inevitably a bit too harsh. It's no different than a beggar on the street. Is this really your residence? Pan-ing nodded. I'm not hiding anything from you. I'm already penniless, and the rent here is 100 spirit stones a month. It's the cheapest rent I could find in Qingzhou City. Renping didn't know what to say about this scene. Don't you have any family or friends or anything like that in Qingzhou City? Pan-ing might not have to live so miserably if someone had provided some relief. It is reasonable to say that Pan-ing is also a person whose ancestors have been broad, and he should not have left no connections at all. Renping placed Pan-ing on that simple wooden bed. Pan-ing replied with a bitter smile. I also have a younger sister who is an apprentice alchemist at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Circumstances, though better than mine, are not sufficient for relief. Renping sighed. Pan-ying's situation is indeed a bit difficult. I don't know Big Brother's name. In the future, if there is an opportunity, we'll definitely repay Big Brother's favor today. Pan-ing was on the wooden bed, half supported, and arched his hand at Renping. My name is Renping, and I'm also a refiner. What are your plans? With your current situation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to continue living in Qingzhou City. Faced with this question, Pan-ing lost his concentration slightly. Only at last did he laugh bitterly. I came to Qingzhou City originally to enhance my strength and shine, but now it seems that this Qingzhou City is really not a place where ordinary people like us can stay. It was at this time that Renping realized that the reason why the two siblings, Pan-ing and Pan-ing, were able to come to Qingzhou City was because the family was gradually declining and used up all their resources to send the two siblings into Qingzhou City. It is hoped that the two will return to the family to restore the family name after they have achieved something. Having accomplished nothing in Qingzhou City, I have no face to leave here. Probably will be a nameless dead bone cleared out of the city. Renping raised an eyebrow before saying, I have a store nearby that happens to be short of a handyman, so if you don't mind, you can come and help out at my place. The size of the salary aside, it will at least provide you with a place to live. Renping looked at Pan-ing. This person's character is still good, and there are family responsibilities in the body, is also considered to be a decent person. There's no harm in pulling it for a while. His store does need a hitter. After Shuigue arrived in Qingzhou City, he had not heard anything outside the window, and had only sought to cultivate. It's hard to want him to help. Renping also did not intend to disturb Shuigue's cultivation. When Pan-ing heard this, he rolled on the wooden bed in one roll. Big Brother's favor. Pan-ing will never forget it. I hope Big Brother doesn't mind that my limbs are weak and I'm a sickly child. Renping waved his hand carelessly. The separate mass in Pan-ying's body needed to be flushed out with his true chi for years and years before it had a chance to be expelled from his body. It wasn't too hard for him. Also, his store just needed a watchman's mate, and he didn't need Pan-ing to do any heavy lifting. Nothing. If you want to go, then come with me now. Well, seeing as how you can't walk either. Taking a look at Pan-ing in this state, Renping had no choice but to wave out a true chi once again to bring Pan Ning away from here. Chapter 146 Shopkeeper. When he returned to the store, Shui Gui was still cultivating. There were spare rooms inside the store, so one more person would not be a problem. Pan Ning rested for a while and finally regained his mobility. Only the face was still pale. Renping realized it when he asked in detail. Pan Ying's body dan poison attack once every 3 days, once to rest for half a day. This is not the way to go on. But Pan Ying was very proactive in starting to take care of the front room after arriving here. Renping also began to cultivate. Now that he had obtained the artifact heart phrase, there was no longer any challenge in the artifact refining course, just waiting for a kindred spirit to bestow the words. It's something he doesn't force. Next, as long as he continued to refine the extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes, he would also be able to maintain the business of this store. For every precious garment that was refined, Renping had a profit of over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. In a month, he only needed to practice these few extremely high-grade spirit weapon-grade treasure clothes, which was enough for him to live on in Qingzhou City and still have some left over. Renping had been practicing for a day when he was interrupted by Pan Ning. Boss Ren, I'm taking a leave of absence to go out and inform my sister that I've settled in here. The day after he came here, Pan Ning took a vacation and went out. Renping does not care. Go to a new place to settle down. Indeed, to tell friends and relatives, or have a care. Pan Ying's situation wasn't complicated. He also had a sister who was an apprentice under a certain alchemist. It should be much better compared to Pan Ying. Pan Ying did not delay too much time. After going out for an hour, he returned here. It can be seen that this trip he was in an extremely good mood. Seeing Renping sitting and practicing in the front room, he was taking out a roasted chicken in his arms. Boss Ren, this is a little snack I brought with me on this outing. Renping looked at the roasted chicken wrapped in greaseproof paper, and his fingers twitched. This roasted chicken is so saucy that the whole body is burnt to a red color, and moreover, it has a unique aroma that comes out of the nose. Renping took the roasted chicken and smiled at Pan Ning. Have a heart. Renping tasted a mouthful of the roasted chicken, and immediately felt that the meat of this roasted chicken was extremely tasty and had a special flavor, which was obviously different and not made from ordinary chicken. Pan Ning, who was already dusting himself off as he watched, opened his mouth and asked, "What's with this roast chicken? It's so delicious." Pan Ning replied as he cleaned up. This roasted chicken is still considered a small specialty of Qingzhou City, and it's not just any roasted chicken either. I heard that it's burnt from a demonic beast that possesses a unique fragrance. Renping nodded. This Pan Ning is on the up and up. He had been so busy opening stores, refining spirit weapons as well as cultivating when he came to Qingzhou City that he hadn't even properly enjoyed the specialties of this Qingzhou City. Today was also a way to satisfy his appetite. Renping couldn't get enough after eating a roasted chicken. He then looked at Pan Ning, who was still cleaning. He opened his mouth. It doesn't have to be cleaned too delicately in here. Just not sloppy. Pan Ning shook his head and laughed. I am idle here. Renping sighed and beckoned to him. Come here first. Pan Ning put down the rag in his hand and walked to Renping's front. Renping punched out a true chi rushing into Pan Ying's dantian. Within his dantian, that cloudy gray chi was still coiled in the center of his dantian, exuding an uncomfortable atmosphere. Suddenly the sound of a dragon's roar seemed to ring in Pan Ying's ears. A powerful true chi shook within his dantian, and the cloudy chi faded away quite a bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. After doing so, Renping withdrew his true chi and opened his mouth. It will take some time for the dan poison within your dantian to be completely removed, and you've been working hard on yourself in recent times. Renping used his powerful true chi to help Pan Ning shock the dan poison within his dantian and loosen the structure. This was only removing a portion of the dan poison, and if Pan Ning wanted to remove it himself next, it wouldn't be so tough. Thanks, boss. Pan Ning felt that the cloud of dan poison in his body dispersed quite a bit. He was overjoyed. He did not expect Renping to step in and help him clean the dan poison in his body. To give him a place to stay and a job would be a great favor. Renping waved his hand carelessly. This was all a small matter. To Renping, this was indeed nothing more than a show of hands, and it was also considered a reward for that one roasted chicken. By the way, what other specialties are there in this Qingzhou City? After helping Pan Ning clean up the dan poison, Renping opened his mouth again and asked. Pan Ning could see that Renping was very interested in the food, and he said repeatedly, Qingzhou City has stood here for countless years of time, and there are many specialties. If the shopkeeper likes it, I'll bring it back to the shopkeeper after a while. Renping nodded. He had now become a geek again and didn't want to go out at all, so he would be happy to do so if he had Pan Ning to go and purchase these delicacies back on his behalf. Seemingly thinking that Pan Ning was penniless at this time, Renping took out another 500 medium-grade spirit stones in his storage ring and handed them over to Pan Ning. Normally, you take care of this store, and if there is anything you need to acquire, you go and buy it. And of course the money to buy the food comes out of here. Although Pan Ning was new to the country and the two did not get along for long, Renping felt that Pan Ning was not a person who did not keep his word. Another reason was that these 500 medium-grade spirit stones could not be considered anything to Renping. Using 500 spirit stones to test out a person's character was still a very cost-effective thing for him. Pan Ning looked at the spirit stone in his hand with trepidation. Boss, spend it exactly how you want. Weigh it yourself. Renping didn't care about that. He entered the state of cultivation again. At this time he was already in the middle Jindan realm, not far from the late Jindan realm, and he believed that it would not take 2 months for him to make a successful breakthrough. This speed is out of reach for many. The Jindan realm wasn't considered a top powerhouse in terms of Qingzhou city, but it was still considered to be in the middle tier. To break through a small realm, it also took a lot of time, which was like Renping who could break through a small realm in 10 days and half a month. This was the extreme speed of cultivation that the many words brought him. In terms of Renping's current talent, he was already considered a genius amongst the demons amongst the geniuses. With the added benefit of the rare cultivation treasure of Qingzhou city, Renping predicted that he would break through to the embodied god realm within half a year. After reaching the embodied god realm, one was no longer considered weak in this Qingzhou city, and Renping himself might be able to gain a foothold here without resorting to crafts like refining weapons and alchemy. At this time, he had already begun to prepare his true intent of martial Dao. Chapter 147, The Choice of Martial True Intent. Although Renping was only in the middle Jindan realm right now, most of the cultivators in the Jindan realm began to work on comprehending their true meaning of martial arts at the early Jindan realm. One only needs to cultivate to the peak Jindan realm, immediately comprehend the true meaning of the martial Dao and easily break through to the realm of the embodied god. This was also considered to be an early cultivation of some of the later Upanishads. Renping had not yet decided on the true intent of martial Dao that he would choose at the mid-Jindan realm, which was already considered late amongst the many cultivators. What made Renping feel torn was that he did not know which martial true intent to choose was good. Many of the words he possessed could be evolved into martial true meanings to increase his strength, but each of them was incredibly powerful and distinctive. It would only be a great pity to choose one and give up the other words, especially those orange ones. This thing called the true intent of martial Dao is the foundation of cultivation and will accompany the cultivator for life. The selection of the true intent of martial arts should be done carefully. Renping muttered. As of right now, although the most powerful word he possessed was the orange grade, Renping couldn't say that he would encounter an even more powerful word tomorrow. If one selected a certain phrase as his true intent of martial Dao, this belonged to the category of picking up sesame seeds and watermelons, choosing a crooked neck tree to hang in a jungle that possessed thousands of divine trees. Perhaps I can create a martial true intent that can contain all of the word characteristics, only it still takes a lot of time. There's no hurry to break through the realm. Renping possessed the purple phrase of enlightenment through God, so he wasn't bad when it came to enlightenment. He wanted to use his own enlightenment to enlist a kind of martial true intent that could contain a variety of characteristics. A martial true intent that in Renping's preconceived notions contained all things, something that could be constantly added to with new things. That would fit his current situation. He will certainly encounter more and more words in the future. If he were to finalize his true intent of martial Dao at this point, it would be a heavenly waste for him. Renping had been sitting here for 5 days, and within those 5 days he had been comprehending this so-called true intent of the martial way that could contain all things and grow freely, but for 5 days he had nothing to show for it. The purple grade wisdom Tongshan phrase is not enough to support me in comprehending such a high-end thing. If I want to comprehend this kind of true meaning of the martial Dao, I might need to upgrade the wisdom aspect of the phrase as well. Renping shook his head in disappointment. Stopping this closed-door cultivation, he came to the front hall, and he glanced at the room where Shui Gui was, and found that the spiritual qi was thick there, and that Shui Gui was still in the midst of cultivation. The corner of Renping's mouth twitched as this guy became a cultivation fiend. After that incident with Star Rain, Shui Gui's personality had changed, but the biggest change was that his obsession with cultivation had become even more pronounced. Perhaps in Shui Gui's mind there was already something else in mind for Xingyu. What exactly was the case Renping did not know. In the front hall Pan Ning was meditating to get rid of the Dan poison in his body, except that the speed of this expulsion was too slow for him. At this rate, it would take at least a few years for Pan Ning to get rid of the Dan poison in his body. Renping had just finished his cultivation and was not in a good mood, but when he saw Pan Ning in this state, he still pointed out a true qi, which rushed into Pan Ying's dantian with the sound of a gurgling dragon, and under some shaking, another stream of Dan poison was discharged out of the body. Pan Ning opened his eyes in surprise and bowed to Renping. Boss, thank you. Renping waved his hand carelessly. Alright, so I'll go out and buy refining materials. Renping looked at the empty store and decided to go ahead and practice a batch of spirit weapons. Otherwise, what kind of store is this one without any merchandise at all? There was really no effort to refine spirit weapons, and Renping also planned to go and purchase a batch of low-grade spirit weapons to come back and calm the scene. Renping brought Pan Ning to Jin Lang's store. At this time Jean Lang walked over with a smile on his face. Seeing Rin Ping with a skinny youth behind him, he didn't care too much about it. Looking at this dress should be Rin Ping's newly recruited fellows. Elder brother Ren, I don't know if you have gone to Master Kue Koshi's residence to pay your respects? I wonder how that turned out. Ren Ping glanced at him. Wasn't this Jean Lang asking knowingly? Kue Koshi was famous in Qingzhou City. If he really recruited disciples, wouldn't the whole city know about it? It's really a pity that my natural talent wasn't able to be chosen by Master Kue Koshi, but thanks to old brother Jean for his obeisance. Although Rin Ping knew that Jean Lang was more or less a bit of a hypocrite, he was not prepared to expose it. It's nice to just bully you into it. Pan Ing, who was behind Rin Ping, stole a glance at Jean Lang after hearing the word bye, and in his heart, he already probably had a certain understanding of Jean Lang. When the two of them were above the residence of Kue Koshi, Ren Ping was the one who took out a copy of the invitation to pay tribute. Only that people did not pay attention to that copy of the invitation at all and casually put it aside. In fact, even if he didn't need to pay his respects and directly went forward to the residence of the Kaazi, he would still be able to have the opportunity to go and worship the Kaazi as his master. Old brother Jean, please bring me 5 refining materials for the extreme treasure clothes. Ren Ping was prepared to directly refine 5 pieces of precious clothing this time. Jean Lang saw the business come to the door naturally very fast, but in a few moments' time the materials for the 5 treasure clothes had been handed over to Ren Ping. Ren Ping paid the money after counting the materials, and then opened his mouth towards Jean Lang again and asked, Elder brother Jean Lang, I wonder where there are low-grade spirit weapons for sale in the neighborhood. Jean Lang did not expect Ren Ping to ask this question. He froze for a moment before asking in return, how is it that elder brother Ren, as a refiner, still has to purchase such low-end items? He answered Ren Ping's question despite his doubts. There's a wholesale store for spirit weapons on the streets of the East City, where the prices are cheaper. Ren Ping smiled. Stock up, or the store won't look good empty. Jean Lang smiled. This belonged to the normal situation. When a store was in its infancy, it did need merchandise display, especially a refiner like Ren Ping. It was not uncommon to purchase some cheaper spirit weapons to act as a doorstop when one could not refine so many spirit weapons in a single moment. Pan Ing wanted to speak until he was out of the doorway, and Pan Ing spoke. Boss, I can actually refine lower-grade spirit weapons. Why don't the shopkeeper leave this to me? Ren Ping waved his hand. It's not necessary. The Dan poison in your body has not been cleared. You can say it later if you want to refine weapons. Pan Ing stopped the words that followed at once. Ren Ping went on to purchase some worthless lower-grade mid-grade spirit weapons, before returning to his own store. After returning here, the first thing Ren Ping did was to enter the weapon refining workshop and start refining the extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes. Chapter 148, Weapon Maker. After the last refining, Ren Ping was now much faster at refining spirit weapons. This is the experience enhancement that comes with hands-on practice. This is something that words can't get into. In just 10 days' time, Ren Ping had already refined 4 extreme spiritual artifact-grade treasure clothes. After refining the precious clothes, Ren Ping once again went into seclusion. The comprehension of the true intent of martial Tao was still without any clue. Plus the cultivation needs to be upgraded as well. It would still take a great deal of time for the middle Jindan stage to ascend to the embodied God realm. However, Ren Ping's seclusion was not quite the same as Shui Gui's. Shui Gui entered a state of cultivation and didn't need to eat or drink at all. So far, Ren Ping hadn't seen Shui Gui walk out of the doorway of his room. Ren Ping spent the rest of his time every day comprehending the true meaning of the martial Tao. In addition to cultivating to raise his cultivation level, Pan Ing went out every 2 days to buy some food from Qingzhou City, satisfying Ren Ping's appetite. On this day, Ren Ping finished his cultivation and came out of the store to get some air. He came to the front hall to find that the 4 extreme spiritual artifact-grade treasure clothes were no longer there. Even Pan Ing is not here. Ren Ping raised an eyebrow. Pan Ing ran off with a few spirit weapons? The thought popped into his head, but the thought vanished in an instant. Pan Ing is not running away. Instead, it's at the forge. Ren Ping listened to the sound of clanking from the back of the store. It's the sound of a hammer striking metal. Ren Ping walked into the forge and a wave of heat hit him. Pan Ing was currently wielding a hammer in his bare hands, and was hammering a piece of red-hot iron. Without the top on, Pan Ing looked even thinner. The whole person was like a bamboo pole. Noticing Ren Ping's arrival, Pan Ing put down the hammer in his hand and revealed a smile. Boss, I've already sold those 4 extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes. It's a spirit stone. He hastily took off a storage ring on his hand. Ren Ping took a look and it was filled with medium-grade spirit stones. Ren Ping wondered. There was something wrong with the number of spirit stones in this storage ring. Not less, rather more. 100 more medium-grade spirit stones. Boss, the guest is someone from the city guards, and said that the quality of boss's refined treasure clothes is good, so he gave a little extra tip. Said they would be coming back to purchase next time. Ren Ping nodded. The last person who came over to make a purchase was also from the city guards, so maybe it was the same person. You can keep the tips from the guests. Renping took out the extra spirit stones, and even that much more. Seeing this, Panning waved his hands. Boss, this is not going to work. Take it. Without the spirit stone, how will you get rid of the Dan poison? What a pain in the ass it is to see the store without restoring your body and having an attack once every 3 days. Only then did Panning take it in. How did you start building spirit weapons? Renping looked again at the piece of iron that had been stuffed back into the flames by Panning. This was a relatively general type of mineral iron. It should be the material for a certain type of lower-grade spirit weapon. At this point, there was already a rough embryonic shape. What Panning was going to build was a lower-grade spirit weapon-level sword weapon. Only the refining technique was average. Panning hemmed and hawed. Boss, I'm idle. The only thing I know how to do is build spirit weapons. The shopkeeper wants money to buy inferior spirit weapons, too, so it's fine if I help build them. Renping was stunned. Last time, he purchased a batch of lower-grade spirit weapons back to act as a facade, so that the store wouldn't look so empty. In reality, these lower-grade spirit weapons were not worth anything at all. In Qingzhou City, there's not much of a market either, but thinking that this was the only chore Panning knew, it wasn't good for him to strike Pan Ying's confidence, so Renping nodded and said, good, then refine it. You can use all the tools here. If you want to put your refined spirit weapons to sell in the store, I'll pay for the materials, and if you sell them, I'll give you a reward as well. Sure, you can handle it yourself if you want. Renping didn't mind spending a little bit of money to cultivate Pan Ying's skills in the Tao of refining weapons. Pan Ying's cultivation is average, his strength is poor, and he has a poisonous body, so if he doesn't have any means to make a living, he really can't live on. He was a fair person, and Renping was quite fond of him. This guy entered Qingzhou City and preferred to be a drug tester rather than doing some unseemly deeds. This character was still okay. It would be impossible for the large city of Qingzhou not to have a bit of shady business. Great to join in if you want to. Thanks, boss. Panning did not know how to thank Renping. There were 1,000 words in his belly, but in the end, he only uttered the 4 words of thanks to the shopkeeper. Renping sat in the front hall for a while and went out to buy another batch of weapon refining materials. Stores can't run out of things to sell. Those lower-grade spirit weapons can't really be sold. In Qingzhou City, an inferior spiritual weapon belonged to something that no one would want even if it was thrown on the street. When Renping returns, he finds that Panning is no longer at the store. Inside the forge, there was already a longsword that had been refined. Renping picked it up and looked at it. The refining craft was really average and needed more exercise. Boss, I bought some food. It didn't take long for Renping to come back, and Panning also came back, carrying large bags in his hands as he walked into the store. Renping smelled several aromas. Panning opened the bag and the aroma filled the store. Boss, you eat. Panning opened everything and brought Renping a pair of chopsticks before walking into the forge at the back. Renping ate his food and listened to the sound of clanking from the backyard. Panning is indeed a seedling with a great personality. Renping has also been known to bestow artifact heart words to Panning. It's just that the artifact heart phrase is so hard to come by. It could easily create a master smith. There's another reason. Renping had another disciple who had already taken up the path of refining weapons. The star reign of the colorful neon sect was probably already capable of refining treasure garments of the top-grade spirit weapon level. Xingyu was left with no other choice before she chose the path of weapon refining, which she is best at, and the heart of weapons doesn't suit her. Starry Rain's words are average. If you find a suitable word later, bestow it on her. As for the artifact heart word, Renping never looked at qualifications when accepting disciples. As long as the character was suitable, he could accept them as disciples. Observe again. Renping put away the idea of granting Panning the artifact heart phrase right away. Renping had originally thought of using the forge after Panning had finished refining, but at night, there was still the sound of clanking from the forge. Panning had been building spirit weapons inside the forge this day. Renping walked into the forge with doubts. As soon as he enters, he sees Panning still whacking away at the material. On the ground to the side, there were several other materials that had failed to be refined. Panning's face was already pale by now, but the hammer in his hand was still swinging. Even when Renping came in, he didn't even notice. Renping didn't bother and watched from the sidelines for a long time. Panning's refining technique was poor, and after about half an hour, another material was scrapped. Chapter 149 Late Jin Dan. Panning sighed as he looked at the twisted sword blank in his hand. Before he came to Qingzhou City, he had viciously refreshed his craft of smithing. Originally, I had thought that after coming to Qingzhou City, I was going to use this as a means of earning a living. But when he came here, he realized that the minimum requirement for an apprentice refiner in Qingzhou City was to be able to refine a medium-grade spirit weapon on their own. A refiner like him, who could only refine lower-grade spirit weapons and had an average success rate, was not well received. The shopkeeper is having a mind to train me by letting me practice well. I'm the one who's sorry for the poem. Pan Ing was no cutie pie either. He could feel Rin Ping's goodwill. However, his talent in refining weapons was really too poor. Pan Ing was in a trance for a while before setting the scrap in his hand aside. It was then that he saw Rin Ping standing on the sidelines. Boss, you're here. Rin Ping nodded. I'm going to refine an extreme spirit weapon, so you can observe from the side. There are some places where you can hit the ground running, too, Rin Ping said. Pan Ing rejoiced. He knew that Rin Ping was a refiner who could refine extremely high-grade spirit weapons. Rin Ping respected and admired. To be able to refine extremely high-grade spirit weapons, one could already live in style in Qingzhou City. The reason for Pan Ying's delight was that generally refiners would not let outsiders see them refining spirit weapons, mainly because the craft was not spread out, unless it is a close person, or a disciple descendant, ready to take over the mantle of the elders of the inheritance of the time, will begin to observe. Now, Ren Ping had actually asked him to observe from the sidelines. Thank you, boss. How does Pan Ing not know to take advantage of this one opportunity? He hurriedly began to clean up the forge, which he had already made a mess of. His movements were brisk and you could tell he was having fun at the moment. Ren Ping also took out a few refining materials at this moment. Pan Ing stood aside, watching Ren Ping's movements intently. There were some moves that Pan Ing simply didn't understand and didn't know why this step had been taken. However, looking at the fact that Ren Ping was still refining weapons at this time, he did not dare to disturb. From time to time, Ren Ping would greet and have Pan Ing hand over some tools. With a person helping to play the hand on the side, Ren Ping's refining speed increased a lot more. After half a day, Ren Ping had melted the iron ore into a ball of iron wire as fine as a hair. Next, comes the crucial knitting process, but at this point in time, Pan Ing could no longer hold on. He was already suffering from Dan poison, and his strength was 10 times less than 1, and after spending a day in the forge, and observing Ren Ping refining for half a day, he had long since reached his physical limit. It was only that he felt that this was a rare opportunity and pressed his teeth to hold on a little longer. Boss, I'll go back first. Pan Ing is a little unsteady on his feet right now. Ren Ping glanced at Pan Ing and nodded. Go back. When you're rested, come back and observe. Ren Ping could tell that Pan Ing was really at his limit. Ben was sick and still managed to hold out for so long, which was amazing perseverance. The temperature of this forge workshop was not low. An ordinary condensed Dan realm could not stand staying here for half a day. Refining was never a comfortable chore. Ren Ping watched Pan Ing leave and continued to start refining. After roughly a few more hours had passed, Pan Ing appeared inside the forge again. Ren Ping froze for a moment. It was only 3 hours that had passed, and Pan Ing was resting this well? Looking at Pan Ying's weak appearance, he also guessed what he was thinking. It's clear that you can't let go of this opportunity. Ren Ping had to laugh. Go back. In the future when I refine weapons, you can come and observe. Pan Ying's face showed gratitude. He thought it was Ren Ping's improvisation. He bowed deeply to Ren Ping. Only then did he leave the forge. Ren Ping shook his head. This son of Pan Ing, if given the chance, his future achievements would not be too small. Such perseverance of mind is also capable of taking off given the opportunity. However, in this world, there are actually a lot of such people. Opportunities are few. Where is the opportunity to give it to such a powerless person with no background, whose resources are for their own people? Ren Ping seems to be an exception. Ren Ping has no connections at all in this world, the only relationship that isn't a disciple. Putting aside the distractions in his mind, Ren Ping continued to refine the precious clothes. It wasn't until he finished refining the first piece of precious clothing that Pan Ing reappeared in the forge. Immediately after Pan Ing entered the forging workshop, he immediately picked himself up and continued to observe Ren Ping refining weapons. Ren Ping's refining this time lasted for several days. During that time Pan Ing came over to observe whenever he could. Until the end, Pan Ing seemed to be in some places that he did not understand and was full of doubts, but he did not dare to ask Ren Ping directly. Ren Ping didn't hide anything and explained some details to him. Pan Ing was also considered to have benefited a lot. After refining 4 pieces of precious clothing this time, Ren Ping felt like he could rest for a while. He went back into cultivation. A month passed. Ren Ping's days were thunderous. Apart from cultivation, the rest of the time was spent on comprehending the true meaning of the martial Tao. Of course, there was no shortage of food to go along with it. Pan Ing, on the other hand, is in charge of taking care of the store. The store was now completely in Pan Ying's hands to manage. Pan Ing, with the help of Ren Ping, also managed to get rid of the Dan poison in his body and recovered his strength to the condensed Dan realm. As for Shui Gui, Ren Ping almost forgot that there was this person here. In the 2 months since he had arrived here, Ren Ping had not seen any of his people. Ren Ping's store rent has all been paid twice. The owner of the store did not show up, and it was still a butler-like person who handed over to Ren Ping. Ren Ping didn't care either. As long as I can stay in Qingzhou City, the rest is fine. On this day, Renping successfully broke through to the late Jindan realm. Breaking through the realm was a good thing, but Renping couldn't be happy. He still didn't have a clue about the true meaning of his martial arts. Renping was now trying to create a technique that could always accommodate new things. The true intent of the martial way is something that is derived from a gongfu or a martial art. But Renping is stuck on the first step. Purple grade enlightenment Tanshan words and phrases cannot even support him to create this technique. Now that he was getting closer to the realm of the embodied god, he didn't even have a clue right now. Renping, who had always been a loose cannon, suddenly had a sense of urgency. Boss, this is roast suckling pig. I hear it's very rare. Panning walked in holding a roasted suckling pig. Renping's low mood only eased. Eat together, Renping suddenly said. Panning nodded. After this period of contact, Panning also roughly understood Renping's character. The owner has a great personality, and there's no shelf for people. The owner and the fellow eat together. A scene that has occurred many times and not for the first time. Yes, eating the roasted suckling pig, Renping's mood gradually improved. Looking at the youth in front of him who was still gnawing on a pig's hoof, Renping suddenly said, "Are you interested in being my teacher?" Chapter 150, Admission of an Apprentice. Red word, object mind. Renping suddenly had the idea of directly accepting Panning as a disciple. Panning has been doing well here for a while now. The most important thing was that Panning was really willing to work hard on the weapon smithing course, only that he hadn't made any achievements because of his talent. Perhaps it was the delay in comprehending the true meaning of martial arts that made Renping feel quite the same way as Panning. Panning refined spirit weapons with effort but can't progress. It was as if Renping wanted to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts but had no clue. Panning had frozen in place. The pork inside his mouth had forgotten to chew. He reacted. It was followed by a face full of surprise. He wiped his mouth in a hurry. Coming directly in front of Renping, he knelt down at him. Disciple pays homage to master. Panning didn't hesitate for a second. Renping's favor to him was greater than the heavens, a favor that could no longer be repaid. Worshipping Renping was also quite beneficial to him. As far as Renping was concerned, a refiner who could refine extremely high-grade spirit weapons, there was still a lot more he could teach him. Renping nodded. I intend to pass on the way of refining weapons to you. Renping now had one more word on refining, and it was also the top one. Thank you, master. Panning kowtowed to Renping. Get up. I'll pass on a divine ability to you, which is so involved that even those closest to you should not reveal it. Renping admonished. The artifact heart phrase was too powerful, and if Panning leaked it out, Renping wouldn't be able to protect him. Panning was a bit bewildered. Avatar? It was something he hadn't heard of. By the teachings of the master, Renping said that it couldn't be leaked, so naturally it couldn't be leaked. There's something about a refiner's mastery, something that's all about eating. Leaking it out would be digging up the refiner's roots. In Renping's vision, Panning had become his disciple. He directly bestowed the artifact heart phrase to Panning. This divine ability that I bestow upon you is the root of a refiner. It can help you to walk out a path of your own on the path of an alchemist, and realize it well. Panning nodded. He realized that everything in front of him had changed. He looked to the lower grade spirit weapons displayed on the counter to the side. This is a lower grade spirit weapon long sword. Ordinary. Thrown on the street. Passing pedestrians will not look at the kind. But now, this lower grade spirit weapon longsword had changed in Panying's eyes. Panning froze in place. Just by glancing at this spirit weapon, he unexpectedly knew the material of this spirit weapon, the refining technique, and the flaws in it, and even the idea of the improvement method, all of which had been presented in his mind. Renping smiled. The name of this divine ability is called Artifact Heart. Have a good physical realization. He stood up, turned back and ripped off another pig's hoof, striding away. The moment Renping bestowed the Artifact Heart phrase, he also received a phrase. This phrase is even more powerful. It has reached the realm of red words. Words, the heart of things, read everything in the world. A glimpse of its source, know its nature, realize its law. Artifact Heart became Object Heart. A mere difference of one word, but a difference of one grade. Renping was also quite shocked by the power of this Object Heart. Unlike the vessel mind, the object mind has a much wider range of uses. The Artifact Heart could only target the alchemist's way, while the Object Heart had no limitations in this regard. Renping took out an elixir in his storage ring. He saw the ingredients of the elixir, the refining technique, and all the refining details, even the side effects and so on. This thing is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, it won't help me comprehend the true meaning of the martial Tao. That's good. Now, I should be able to refine treasure weapons. One has to go and observe the treasure weapon to be able to do that. Now, as long as Renping took a look at a particular spiritual or treasure weapon, it could be reproduced one-to-one, and could even be improved based on existing flaws. This ability is powerful. Such a phrase could completely create a master refiner, or even a master alchemist, and could even be used in the fields of formations. puppets, and so on, without being careful. I have the top talent of many cultivators' side projects. Runping wandered through the streets of Qingzhou City. After strolling around for a while, he walked into a store specializing in spiritual weapons and treasure weapons called Refined Treasure House. What can I get for you, sir? We have extreme spirit weapons, treasure weapons, and even superior grade treasure weapons here. Fair price. As soon as Runping entered, he was greeted by the welcoming boy. While explaining the extraordinary features of his store, Runping's gaze fell on the many spirit weapons and treasure weapons that were placed on the counter. With just a glance, Runping had memorized all the methods of refining treasure weapon spirit weapons in his mind. The boy was very enthusiastic, as if he felt that Runping was a potential big customer. But after strolling around for a while, Runping shook his head. There's nothing I want. The boy who had been following Runping's side had his figure lurched, and the smile on his face tightened. He looked Runping up and down and said, "It's all right, honored guest. Come back if you need to." He waited until Runping walked out of the doorway before he whispered, "If you can't afford it, you can't afford it, and you're pretending. What with not having what you want?" The boy was very confident in the store he served, and in Qingzhou City, this store was also ranked, but a mere Jindan realm. What's the point of pretending? Runping had just walked out of the doorway, and when he heard the boy's whisper, he didn't care and just shook his head and smiled. Runping made another run to the store that sold refining materials. Under Jean Lang's surprised gaze, Runping purchased a large pile of weapon refining materials, before returning to his own store. At this moment, Panning had stayed inside the forge to build a spirit weapon, making a clanking sound. Runping didn't bother and stayed directly in the front room. Right now, Panning had just gotten the artifact heart phrase and should be excited. It's nice to let him get a good feel for the wonders of the artifact heart phrase. Panning is hammering away at a piece of iron ore. In the past, when he had built spiritual weapons, he had done it all by following the example of his predecessors, and he didn't even know how many times he had failed. But now, the iron ore burned red on the iron tongs held many wonders in his eyes. So I was all wrong before. The impurities in the iron ore have long since been cleaned out by me. Forging further will only destroy the essence of the iron ore. What a powerful divine ability. The more Panning used the artifact heart phrase, the more alarmed he became. This powerful divine ability could really create a master refiner. Master can easily bestow such a terrifying divine ability. His realm is not simple. He's an even more powerful refiner than Kuei Koshi. When he came to the door to pay his respects, perhaps he wanted to see the depths of Kuei Koshi. It's horrible. I, Panning, will turn over a new leaf from today. Panning looked at the iron ore that had been pounded to perfection in his hands and was overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 151, Refining Treasure Weapons. Refining Talent. With the artifact heart phrase, Panning had been able to completely control the process of building a spiritual artifact. Some of the details that were present in his eyes. It was only half a day's time before a lower grade spirit weapon was refined by Panning. Although this spiritual weapon longsword was only of inferior quality, after this refining, it allowed Panning to feel the power of the weapon heartward. Lower grade spirit weapons shouldn't be a problem. Refined the medium grade spirit weapon directly. Panning was now much more confident. After resting for a few moments, he immediately started refining the medium grade spirit weapons. Before, he wouldn't even dare to touch a medium grade spiritual weapon. Fear of wasting materials. But now, he dared, and very confident that it can be refined well. A clanking sound came from inside the forge. The heavy hammer struck on the red-hot iron ore, splattering pieces of sparks. Panning waved the hammer in his hand to his heart's content in the sweltering forge. His pale ringing couldn't feel tiredness, and his eyes were full of divine light. Ding, 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 ding. After another half a day, Runping suddenly heard a burst of laughter coming from inside the forge. Ha ha ha, it's done. I, Panning, am no longer a waste in this Qingzhou city. Ha ha ha, little master, I've made it. When Runping heard this laughter, a smile appeared on his face as well. Panning was now in a free-flowing mood. A refiner who was able to refine a mid-grade spirit weapon could already survive in Qingzhou City. He had come to Qingzhou City for 2 years, and what a miserable life he had lived. Being a drug tester for 2 years, a cloud of Dan poison accumulated in his body, almost killing him. Living in a shack built in an alley is no different than living on the streets. Now he's became the coveted middle-grade spiritual weapon refiner. He couldn't stop the smile on his face as he looked at the flowing longsword in his hand. This is all from Master. He's been really gracious to me. This is good news to share with the Master. In the future, there's no need to purchase spirit weapons from this store. I'll help Master Teacher refine them. And little sister do. She'll be so happy to know the news. Panning rejoiced alone inside the forge for a long time and finally remembered to share the good news with Runping. As he excitedly held this newly refined medium-grade spirit weapon, he arrived at the front hall. Master, I've refined a mid-grade spirit weapon. Looking at Panning with such excitement, Ren Ping revealed a smile. Yes, Master is preparing to refine another batch of treasure weapons, so take a look from the sidelines. Ren Ping thought of the large batch of weapon refining materials within his storage ring. In terms of refining techniques, he was still better than Pan Ing. He had gotten the general rules about refiners in Nanliang County, which Pan Ing did not have. For Pan Ing to reach this level, he would either have to accumulate experience on his own or get a new word bestowed by Ren Ping. Thank you, Master. Ren Ping brought this batch of weapon refining materials to the forge. After refining this batch of treasure spirit weapons, he didn't want to refine weapons for the rest of the day, concentrating on comprehending the true meaning of the martial Dao. Pan Ing is pretty good at playing along. Ren Ping began to refine a treasure weapon, which was a lower grade treasure weapon. It belongs to as a sword type treasure weapon. The biggest difference between treasure weapons and spirit weapons was that treasure weapons had a weapon spirit, or were able to harbor a weapon spirit. This requires more complex internal construction. Many refiners spent their entire lives unable to refine a single treasure weapon. There was a huge chasm between spirit weapons and treasure weapons. Ren Ping's technique of refining treasure artifacts was very steady, as if it was textbook. Pan Ing felt that he had benefited greatly from merely watching from the sidelines. Ren Ping had refined the treasure weapon for a total of 5 days this time. 5 days later, a sword light flashed within the forging workshop. Ren Ping looked at the long sword in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. The first treasure weapon. It's a done deal. This treasure weapon was considered the pinnacle of Ren Ping's work. Although he didn't refine spirit weapons much either, he flicked his sword, and it shook, and a sound of sword roaring resounded within the forge. Pan Ing was also very excited as he looked at the long sword in Ren Ping's hand. Because of the existence of the artifact heart phrase, Pan Ing had already mastered the refining method of this treasure weapon longsword at this time, and as long as he practiced more on the technique, he believed that he was not far away from refining the treasure weapon longsword. Ren Ping put the sword away and took out another treasure weapon material. The refining method for this longsword treasure weapon was something he had gotten from that store that sold spirit weapons and treasure weapons. With just one look, Ren Ping was already able to replicate it successfully and, moreover, was able to outshine the blue. This treasured longsword was only better, not worse, than the one Ren Ping had observed. Another 5 days passed, and Ren Ping once again refined a treasure weapon. It was a flowing armor. Moreover, it belonged to being a medium-grade treasure weapon. This was the highest-grade treasure weapon Ren Ping could currently refine. It wasn't that he couldn't refine a top-grade treasure weapon, but, inside the store that he went to a few days ago, the top-grade treasure weapons weren't even displayed. Medium-grade treasure weapon. Looking at this piece of armor, Pan Ing was in an excited mood. 100% success in refining treasure weapons. Master's strength is really strong. He had already learned Ren Ping's refining hand method to a T in the past few days. In the next period of time, Ren Ping refined 5 treasure weapons one after another. Only then did the refining end. After placing these freshly baked treasure weapons in the front room of the store and handing over the remaining treasure weapon materials to Pan Ing, Ren Ping returned to his room. Ren Ping had purchased many copies of treasure weapon refining materials, enough to allow Pan Ing to consume them for a while. Pan Ing looked at the large pile of materials and his mood surged once again. Master is so nice. Such a great favor. These treasure weapon materials were also things that were unaffordable for him to consume, and now they were even placed in front of him for free. Pan Ing began to refine the top-grade spirit weapon. After about a few days, Pan Ing succeeded in refining it for the first time. For once, his mood didn't fluctuate much. This was because he had been excited for several days when he refined the medium-grade spirit weapon. Now he seemed to have accepted the fact that he had become a genius in refining weapons. Next step, refine an extreme spiritual weapon. Refine the treasure weapon again. Master cultivated me. I'll refine a treasure weapon for Master. Pan Ing was ready for what came next. By the way, haven't told my little sister the news yet. It's also been some days since I've been to see my little sister. Just in time, do some shopping and go see her, Pan Ing said to himself. After staying in the forge for almost half a month, Pan Ing stepped out of the forge for the first time. He informed Ren Ping and left the store. Pan Ing walked down the street with his head held high, looking at the crowds coming and going with a confident smile on his face. In the future, he would no longer be something like trash in Qingzhou City. Before long, he would be a respected refiner. A refiner who could refine treasure weapons. After buying a bunch of stuff at the end of the street, Pan Ing went straight to his sister's location. Chapter 152, Brother and Sister in Distress. Pan Ying's sister is apprenticed to a place called Fengdangu. The two of them, brother and sister, were held in high regard by the family. Pan Ing learned the way of refining weapons, while his sister learned the method of alchemy. The family hoped that after the brother and sister entered Qingzhou City, they would be able to rely on this craft to gain a foothold in Qingzhou City, and with the rich spiritual qi of Qingzhou City, they would be able to cultivate in the future, and also shelter the family. But plans can never be well thought out. When Pan Ning entered Qingzhou City, he could only refine lower-grade spirit weapons, and no store or perhaps refiner wanted such a trashy apprentice. My sister, on the contrary, because of her extreme luck, had an alchemist who happened to be short of an apprentice, and by a fluke entered the Fongdan Pavilion and became an alchemy apprentice. Pan Ning was already carrying a large bag in his hand at this time, standing in front of a compound. These were some of the delicious things in Qingzhou City, and the compound before him was very ornately decorated and grand. This big brother, please inform me, I'm looking for Pan Yanyan. Pan Ning found the guard guarding the portal and told him to go and give a briefing. The guard guarding the portal was a Jindan realm cultivator who swept Pan Ning with a look of disgust and contempt. Wait, I'm not available right now. This guard stood lazily outside the door, clearly having nothing to do with it, but not wanting to go forward and inform. When Pan Ning saw the scene, he was not happy in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. It was all because of their own lack of strength. If they were a Jindan or a Yunshin, the other party would definitely not be like this. Pan Ning said in his heart, it's not far. As long as one became a refiner who could refine treasure weapons, one's status would not be inferior to that of an imminent god powerhouse. Pan Ning waited outside the door for a long time, but the guard still did not move to inform. He had no choice but to both, so he took out a few spirit stones in his storage ring. This big brother, hard work. With that, Pan Ning handed over the spirit stone in his hand. That guard weighed the spirit stone in his hand, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Kid's got sense. Pan Ning was heartbroken. It was true that he had many spirit stones on him, but none of them were his own, but his master's. But there was no way around it. Living at the bottom of Qingzhou City, Pan Ning was very clear about the unspoken rules of these people. That guard took the spirit stone before turning around and walking into the compound. A few moments later, he came out. Wait, Pan Yan isn't available. She's still processing herbs right now. After receiving this answer, Pan Ning continued to wait at the door again. After a long time had passed again, a young woman of 18 or 19 came out of the courtyard. Stop and search, the guard grunted coldly. Immediately, he stopped Pan Yan. It was only after another search that Pan Yan walked out. This compound was tightly guarded, and those who went out had to go through body searches to prevent anyone from entrapping the medicinal herbs or pills inside. Apparently, Pan Yan had gotten used to it. Pan Ning looked on from the sidelines and was quite unimpressed. Big brother, when Pan Yan saw Pan Ning, she took Pan Ning away from here. It was only just after walking out of a street that Pan Yan took out a porcelain bottle in her arms. Big brother, this thing can clean up the Dan poison in your body. Pan Ning shook his head, looked to the large bag in his hand. Little sister, the Dan poison in my body has been cleared. Pan Yan was surprised. Only then did Pan Ning explain. Little sister, I came over this time to give you good news. I worshipped a master, a powerful refiner. Master not only cleared the Dan poison from my body, but he also taught me to refine spirit weapons, and it won't be long before I'm able to refine treasure weapons. When Pan Ning heard this news, a smile appeared on his face. Big brother, this is a good thing. Where are you staying now? You just worshipped the master and have to refine spirit weapons. You must be very short of money. This is my regular money for this month. Pan Yan took out another pile of spirit stones, all, probably a few hundred. Pan Ning shook his head no. Little sister, my master teacher bought the weapon refining materials for me, not on my dime. And, master gave me money to spend. You see, Pan Ning opened his storage ring, and Pan Yan looked at the large pile of spirit stones inside and exclaimed, there are thousands of spirit stones here, right? Did your master really give it to you? Pan Ning nodded. Don't worry, my master is very nice. Pan Yan was a bit worried. This is Qingzhou City after all, but there's no such thing as pie in the sky. She worries that Pan Ning is being taken advantage of. But after Pan Ying's explanation, she was relieved. It was already difficult for the two of them, brother and sister, to come to Qingzhou City. She worked as an alchemy apprentice at Fongdan Pavilion. Said apprentice, but in fact, she was just a small laborer who took care of packing up medicinal herbs. Those alchemists' chores, she couldn't touch them at all, let alone learn any good skills. This rich aura of Qingzhou City was not utilized by her either, as there was very little time for cultivation belonging to herself. But for now, her big brother would definitely change for the better in the future if he could worship a refiner as a teacher. Pan Ning took out a whole bunch of things all, and the two of them found a deserted place and ate. Before the food was even finished, Pan Yan got up and said, Big brother, I'm going back or I'll get scolded. Fontainebleau is not that easy to go out. However, it was only because Pan Yan took less vacation time that she was able to come out so quickly. Little sister, then I'll bring you some pills next time. Cultivate well. Pan Yan shook her head. Brother, stop. You can't always spend your master's money. Pan Ying's heart fell as he watched Pan Yan walk into Fongdan Pavilion. Now he's doing better, but his little sister is still not well. Soon, when I refine the treasure weapon, Let my little sister quit this job. Rent a small courtyard and buy some alchemy materials so that my little sister can cultivate at ease. Pan Ing returned to Manpower House. Immediately, he entered the forging workshop and prepared to refine the treasure weapon at an early date. Today he met his little sister, and he felt like he was still under pressure. He didn't want to wait a moment. Pan Yanyan's conditions at Fongdan Pavilion were not good. Every time we go out, we sneak him something nice. These goodies are actually worthless. Only in the eyes of the siblings, they were very precious. Pan Ing glanced at the small porcelain vase in his storage ring. He sighed and placed the iron ore in his hand in the fireplace. He's going to refine an extreme spiritual weapon. Originally, he wanted to refine it after a while to gain more experience so as not to waste too much material. But after meeting Pan Yanyan, he immediately wanted to refine a treasure weapon. The sound of clanking was heard in the forge. Pan Ing wielded the hammer in his hand, forging that piece of iron ore. This was an extreme-grade spirit weapon, selling for over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As long as one was refined, Pan Ing would be a refiner who could be honorable, not the kind of trash that could only refine inferior spirit weapons. Chapter 153 Extreme-grade spiritual armament refining successfully. Pan Ing wasn't skilled in refining spirit weapons, but thanks to the artifact heart phrase, he could check the condition of the materials in his hands in real time and adjust them as soon as something was wrong. Every part was forged by him to the extreme. It also made up for what he lacked in forging techniques. Half a day later, Pan Ing looked at the pile of scraps in front of him and sighed. The first time he refined an extreme spiritual weapon, he failed. He was inevitably a little frustrated. However, he quickly adjusted. Once again, he took out a new material in his storage ring, continued to build extreme spiritual weapons. Renping had nothing to do and had come to the front room to watch the store. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at those additional medium-grade spirit weapons on the counter. These medium-grade spirit weapons were all refined by Pan Ing. It is also considered to fill the vacancy in this aspect of Wan Baolu. Although not many people come to the door to buy medium-grade spiritual weapons, extremely high-quality spirit weapons, and even treasure weapons, were the mainstream of Qingzhou City. Cultivators at the realm of the embodied god could only enhance their strength a lot by using treasure weapons. Of course, extreme spirit weapons were also possible, but only in the minority. Which of the embodied god realms with a bit of stature didn't have a treasure weapon in their hands? At the god-melting realm, one was using a medium-grade treasure weapon. In Qingzhou City, the Rongshan realm was not a ceiling. There were many existences above the Rongshan realm, only that Jindan such as Renping could not come into contact with it. Surprisingly, no one has come to the door to buy spirit weapons during this period of time. These treasures shouldn't cause too much of a ruckus in Qingzhou City. Renping looked at the several pieces of precious weapons in the counter and said in his heart, he had refined a total of 5 treasure artifacts, and one of the long swords belonged to was a mid-grade treasure artifact. The rest are all lower-grade treasure weapons. Renping guessed that this bit of stuff shouldn't cause too much of a ruckus in Qingzhou City. He also wanted to practice and cultivate in peace. The true intent of the martial way. When will I be able to comprehend it? Renping sighed. He looked down at the books in his hands again. This was a book he had recently purchased that recorded the fundamental principles of having a true intent on martial arts. This thing, though, doesn't seem to have much use. Renping looked at it for half a day without any luck. He had to think about getting in on the wordy side of things. Words that increase enlightenment. There should be quite a few in Qingzhou City. Just, where to find them? The last time I extracted an orange word, it was simply because I was lucky to have access to it. Forget it, take a step. Let's first raise our realm to the peak Jindan realm. The comprehension on the true meaning of martial arts had repeatedly hit a wall. So Renping had to shift his focus to his cultivation. Although he's not bad anymore, but the realm still has to be raised. Just as Renping was about to go back and continue his cultivation, he heard a loud noise coming from the forge at the back. Renping heard Pan Ying's maniacal laughter again. Ha ha ha, it's done. The corner of Renping's mouth twitched. Pan Ying had refined a top-grade spirit weapon? He laughed maniacally when he noticed Pan Ying's slightest improvement. Maybe it was because Pan Ying had stayed at the bottom of this Qingzhou City for too long. Renping thought it was pretty good. It's better to give a good vent to the unhappiness in your heart than Shuigui's self-blockade. Thinking of Shuigui, Renping sighed again. This guy had been in seclusion for 2 or 3 months, and if he hadn't been able to detect aura fluctuations inside that room, Renping would have thought that this guy was dead. Forget it, let him be. Go check on Pan Ying. Renping was about to walk into the forging workshop when he saw Pan Ying laughing out with a long sword that was still hot from the aftermath. Master, I've made it. Extreme spirit weapon. Renping nodded. When he saw the long sword in Pan Ying's hand, he was also a bit surprised. He thought that Pan Ying had refined a top-grade spirit weapon, but he didn't expect to directly refine an extreme-grade spirit weapon out of it. Not bad, not bad. With a little bit of experience, we can start refining treasure weapons, Renping said approvingly. Thank you, Master. Renping waved his hand. Pan took the newly refined spirit weapon and returned to the forge once again. Boss, Pan had just left when a customer arrived at the store. It was a middle-aged man in armor. This person Ren Ping had seen before. It was the middle-aged man from the city guards who had come to purchase the extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes last time. The middle-aged man walked into the store, a little slow on his feet and seemingly a little incredulous. The last time he came here, he clearly didn't have any spirit weapons. Why are they all full now? Moreover, what was the deal with those pieces that gave off the aura of a treasure weapon? Boss, I didn't realize you were still a master refiner. The middle-aged man revealed a smile. These treasure weapons were obviously just recently refined. Ren Ping waved his hand back and forth. I dare not be a master refiner. I'm just making a living. Your honored guest wants the precious clothes again this time? But I haven't refined any treasure clothes recently. Ren Ping spoke up. It was true that he hadn't refined any treasure clothes recently. Ever since he could refine treasure weapons, he could no longer muster any interest in refining treasure clothes. You've got some good stuff here too. It is indeed a pity that there are no treasured garments. Ren Ping could see that the other party needed a large number of extreme spiritual artifact grade treasure clothes. It should be a group purchase or something. If you wear it alone, you don't have to purchase so much. The precious clothes refined by Ren Ping in front of him were all bought by this person. Boss, is there any interest in refining a batch of precious clothes? I'll offer an extra 100 spirit stones apiece. Ren Ping shook his head. Just as the middle-aged man was disappointed, Ren Ping thought of Pan. Pan was now also capable of refining extreme spirit weapons, but my disciple can also refine it. The middle-aged man froze. The shopkeeper is joking. Those brothers of mine are all in the Jindan realm. Ordinary treasure clothes, available, only the very best spirit weapon level. Ren Ping nodded. Indeed, it is an extreme spiritual artifact treasure cloth. That disciple of mine, you should have seen him. The middle-aged man thought of the weak youth he had met last time. He's a refiner too? And it's capable of refining extremely high-quality spirit weapons? However, the last time he saw the other party, he didn't look like he was able to refine an extreme spirit weapon. Even, looking at the other man's sickly appearance, he gave him a small tip. Is that the last one? Ren Ping nodded. If a brother needs anything, I'll have him come out and discuss it with you. However, my disciple's cultivation level is lower, and the speed of refining, slightly slower. The middle-aged man thought Ren Ping was joking, but he also wanted to meet Pan. Could it be that he was looking the other way, treating a refiner who can refine extremely high-quality spirit weapons as a shopkeeper? As for Ren Ping lying, it had nothing to do with him. He only needed the extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes. Other than that, it has nothing to do with him. Good. I'll trouble the shopkeeper. Pan was filled with joy after receiving this message. Brother Fong. He came into the front room and greeted the middle-aged man when he saw him. Apparently they met before and the two had a good conversation. Only then did Ren Ping realize that the middle-aged man's surname was Fong, named Fong Wenjiang, and he was a small leader of the Qingzhou City Guard. Chapter 154, Pan Ying's First Deal. Fong Wenjuan looked at Pan carefully, and he realized that Pan Ying's essence was much better compared to a while ago. There's a thing called confidence. It can change a person's demeanor. Now Pan had an extra confidence in his body compared to before. Fong Wenjuan's eyes lit up. When he met Pan some time ago, he only thought it was a shopkeeper's boy, but now that it was said that Pan was a refiner, he didn't doubt it in the slightest. Brother Pan, you can refine treasure clothes? An extreme spiritual artifact grade treasure clothes, Abbot Fong reiterated. Pan nodded. That should do it. It can be refined in large batches? That works too. Fong Wenjuan broke into a smile. Last time it was my eyes that failed to recognize him. Tai. Fong Manzhou immediately apologized for what happened last time. He thought that Pan was an ordinary storekeeper and returned a little spirit stone as a tip. This could be an insult to a refiner. Pan didn't care. It was true that he was merely a shopkeeper last time, but not anymore. Since Brother Pan can practice making them, then I won't sell the idea. I have a batch of orders in hand that require 200 sets of precious clothes, and I would like to give this order to Brother Pan now. As long as Brother Pan's craftsmanship is passable, I'm willing to buy it for 100 spirit stones above the market price. When Pan heard this amount, his entire body froze in place. 200 sets of treasure clothes. One treasure clothes is almost 1,800 medium-grade spirit stones. This has added up to an astronomical amount. He had never seen so many spirit stones before, the kind you can't even think about. He was instantly excited. It can be refined. It's going to take a little while though. Refining an extreme spiritual weapon was still difficult for him. Fanfanzhou waved his hand. There's no need to rush. Not on my end. Within 2 years, it will be fine if Brother Pan can refine it. I'll pick it up regularly then. Fong Wenjiang is planning to work with Pan for a long time. This list, too, is for the long haul. How could Pan refuse? After practicing these precious clothes, his forging craftsmanship would definitely be taken to the next level. But after thinking for a moment, Panning added, "But the price is still up for negotiation." "Oh, Brother Pan. Although this extreme spirit weapon treasure cloth is a little more expensive than a normal extreme spirit weapon, this is already tops." Fang Wenjuan narrowed his eyes and said without moving, "When talking about business, it is normal to be more negotiable in terms of price. However, the extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes would be at this price, if he hadn't seen that the precious clothes refined here were highly uniform, and that each piece didn't differ too much, suitable for the unified configuration of the city guards, he wouldn't have come here. That's why he's willing to buy above market price." Panning smiled. Fong De misunderstood. "I am not trying to raise the price. What I mean is that this batch of precious clothes can be 100 spirit stones below the market price. Big Brother Fong has labored for the city guard." When Panning said this, he suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Fong Wenjiang also smiled knowingly. Well, Brother Pan really isn't bad. 100 spirit stones below the market price. This was actually a concession to Fong Wenjuan. The difference at the end of the day goes into Zhou Fang's pocket. Panning has been living in the bottom of Qingzhou City for a long time. For this aspect of things, a very good understanding. People are even more smooth. These are the ways to survive in Qingzhou City. If it weren't for this insight, Panning wouldn't be alive now. Fine. Then I'll reserve 5 pieces first. Here's the deposit. Zhou Fang was very forthcoming and gave a deposit straight away. The medium-grade spirit stone was handed over to Panning. Panning was excited in his heart, but on the surface he remained motionless. The two of them talked about business matters and did not avoid Renping at all. Renping looked at how familiar Panning was and a pleased smile appeared on his face. A refiner can't just bury his head in the sand. If you don't know these ways of interacting with people, you end up losing out. Brother Pan, shopkeeper, then I will leave first. Zhou Fang didn't linger too long after he talked the business over. Before he left, he said he would invite Panning out for a meal. "Master, this spirit stone, I want to hand it to you." Panning offered the storage ring containing thousands of medium-grade spirit stones with both hands. Renping waved his hand. "These are the proceeds of your labor. Spend it on yourself. Oh, by the way, this store will be in your care from now on. You're more experienced than I am in that regard." This was Renping's true thought. Looking at Panning so heartfelt, he knew to give Fong Wenjuan the benefit of the doubt. "Just know that Panning is a connoisseur in this field. Then I'll put this spirit stone on the store's account." When Panning saw that Renping did not take the spirit stone, he wanted to put it on the store's account. Renping didn't refuse either. Anyway, this store will be taken care of by Panning from now on. He had little interest in spirit stones. What made things difficult for him now was that the true intent of martial Dao had yet to be comprehended. Now that the problem of surviving in Qingzhou City had been solved and there was no need for him to be concerned, it was time to focus on cultivation. "By the way, I've been away for a while, so you'd better watch the store. Inside that room, your senior brother is practicing in there. If he comes out, tell him, but odds are he won't be coming out. He should be able to cultivate for a long time this time in seclusion." Renping was very envious of people like Shuigue who sat for months at a time. After roughly explaining a few things, Renping was ready to go out for a trip. He's going to look for the words in the area of enhancing enlightenment. Otherwise, he would not be able to break through to the realm of the embodied god. Renping left. Panning looked at that aura-rich room and cocked his head in deep thought. He had been able to feel the rich aura inside that room. Never did ask Renping what exactly was inside though. "Today, I realized that he had a senior brother practicing inside. Senior brother must be a genius in refining weapons." After Renping left the store, he wandered around Qingzhou City. It was the first time he'd ever wiggled around like that. His so-called trip out of the house wasn't going to leave Qingzhou City either. With so many cultivators in Qingzhou City, there were many treasures among them. Looking for words, Renping naturally would not go out of Qingzhou City. It's no different than leaving Kingsford to dig for gold. But Renping didn't have a clue right now. Side by side. Anyway, this Qingzhou City is huge. Qingzhou City is indeed very big. Even at the Jindan realm, it would take quite a bit of time to travel from the south to the north. There are even many powerful existences living inside. There were even some areas that ordinary people could not enter at all. Renping had heard that there were some other sect-like forces within Qingzhou City, and gangs and such. Although the conditions for entering the city were extremely harsh, there was no avoiding the mix of fish and dragons in Qingzhou City. Renping's attention was soon drawn to a roadside stall. Chapter 155 The City Guards of the Harbinger God. After Renping left the store, only Panning was left to be active in this store. Shuigue was still in seclusion and wouldn't be able to come out for a while. Panning observed Shuigue's room for quite a while and realized that there was nothing strange at all. Just what realm is senior brother in? The determination is so good. I haven't seen him in all the time I've been here. Panning sighed. Eventually Panning chose to close the store door behind him. Next, He had to practice making the extremely high-grade spiritual weapon treasure clothes, and he couldn't take care of the business within this store. Being a guest, probably would have knocked on the door as well. Although the Qingzhou city guards, Panning did not want to use the few treasured artifacts in the store as a bet. If it was stolen or robbed, there would be no way to explain to the master. As a precautionary measure, Panning had even placed a formation around the store. The formation didn't provide any protection, but he could tell when someone entered the store. The formation was a portable formation, and the formation had been engraved in the array disc, and it would not have any formation foundation. This array disc cost Panning dozens of spirit stones. Panning looked at the several thousand spirit stones within the storage ring in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. A few dozen spirit stones seemed like mere chump change to him now. There was a time when he could only live in a small shack of 100 spirit stones. It all came so fast that Panning had a bit of a hard time adjusting to it. Even when he heard that the array plate would cost a few dozen spirit stones, he thought it was expensive for a while. Buy some crafting materials for a treasure coat. Last time I observed my master refining the treasure clothes, I've probably memorized it all, wasting at most 3 ingredients. I'll be able to practice it. Panning came back to Jean Lang's store. Little brother Pan, why didn't your family's shopkeeper come this time? Jean Lang saw Panning and greeted him warmly. Panning didn't explain. It just says that the shopkeeper is not available. It didn't even say anything about their master-disciple relationship. After returning to the store, Panning set up the formation before walking into the forge. The creation of the treasure clothes was not quite the same as the sword-type spirit artifacts that Panning had created before. Straight away there's less forging involved. These are 2 different directions. Fortunately, however, Panning had seen Rin Ping build a precious garment before. Together with the help of the weapon heart phrase, the process of building the treasure clothes went very smoothly. About 7 or 8 days later, Panning created the first piece of precious clothing. Extreme spiritual weapon grade treasure clothes. Panning took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. With his realm, 7 or 8 days to build an extremely high-grade spirit weapon out of it was already pretty good. The process of building a spiritual weapon required the consumption of a large amount of true qi. Although this also had the effect of exercising the strength of the true qi, it also seriously delayed Pan Ying's refining time. Okay. As the saying goes, it's hard to start everything. After refining the first piece of precious clothing, the next one would be much better. Panning was ready to continue building when he noticed someone knocking on the store door. Panning had to stop refining. Opening the door, Panning saw Fong Wenjiang appear in the doorway with a few of his colleagues. These people stood in front of Fong Wenjiang, and the aura emanating from their bodies was very powerful. Obviously, these few were powerful individuals of the realm of the embodied god. In a flash, Panning figured out the relationship between a few people. I'm afraid this is Zhou Fong bringing his own boss to the door. Several honored guests. Inside please. Panning immediately opened his mouth and welcomed several people into the store. The store housed some parlor tables and chairs. Not a big place, but not so big that guests would not have no place to sit. Abbot Fongman made a gesture of invitation. Several lords. Inside please. This is where I saw the treasure weapon last time. The quality is very good. When Panning heard Fong Wenjiang's words, he immediately understood the purpose of Fong Wenjiang's trip. This was to bring a few city guards from the embodied god realm over to purchase treasure weapons. These few eminent god realm powerhouses were clearly a bit disinterested. Old Fong, what good things can there be in this little store? If you lie, you'll be punished with a drink next time. One man laughed. Fong Wenjiang said evenly, how could I? I can't hold my liquor. A few implicit god powerhouses obviously didn't believe that there were still treasure weapons inside this small store. There weren't many stores selling treasure weapons in Qingzhou City. I also don't know how Abbot Fongman lured a few people here. As soon as the several eminent god powerhouses entered the door, they landed their gazes on the several treasured artifacts on the counter. They were suddenly surprised. It's still true. Old Fong, you guys can do it. You can find such a small store. Not bad, not bad. Ha ha ha. Have the shopkeeper take it out so we can have a good look. Old Fong, we owe you a drink. Fong Wenjuan hastily gave Panning a wink. Panning shook his head. His master is not here. In desperation, Panning came up. Take down any treasures that interest a few people. Ugh, something's wrong. These precious weapons, I seem to have seen them before. The last time I went shopping in the treasure refining building, I've seen the same style of treasure weapons, and they're all of the same grade. Could it be from the same refiner? It shouldn't be. The way master of the treasure refining building does not supply to the public. Someone soon recognized these precious artifacts. These pieces of treasure artifacts were refined by Ren Ping after he went to the treasure refining building and came back to refine them. To say it's a one-to-one replica is an understatement. I didn't expect that the shopkeeper of this small store would still have such a means to get a batch of treasure artifacts out of Master Wei's hands. Old Fong, did you guys already know that this is Master Wei's handiwork? Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Hey, No! In the hand of this impregnating god realm city guard was a long sword, a lower grade treasure weapon. He scrutinized the long sword and found another problem. This is not Master Wei's handiwork. There's no Master Wei's marking on this batch of treasures. Could it be an imitation? The remaining few instantly gathered around. How can there be an imitation that is also a treasure weapon? Normal treasure imitations are all spirit weapons. No, no, no. How is this sword better than the one I saw in the treasure refining building? This technique, it's obviously more mature. And this sword body, it seems to have an extra groove. Lighter. A few people dropped their eyes to Zhou Fangman. Fang Wenzhuang shrugged. Don't look at me. I saw it the last time I came over to purchase a treasure coat. I don't know where it came from. A few people turned their attention to Pan Ing again. Pan Ing watched as several people scrutinized a long sword, looking as if they would not rest until they understood the origin of the long sword. Several honored guests. This was refined by the family master. My master's name is not Wei. Oh, my master has said that these precious weapons can be sold at the market price. As soon as Pan Ying's words fell, a middle-aged embodied god realm said, "Is it really the market price?" Pan Ing nodded. In fact, Ren Ping did not account for this aspect. However, the store had been put in his hands to take care of, and he always had to do business. Sell at market price and at least you won't lose money. Chapter 156, Water is not deep, but the presence of a dragon is spiritual. Pan Ying's words shocked several of the imminent god realms. Treasure weapons are hard to find in Qingzhou City. The refiners who can make treasure weapons are all meat and potatoes, and every piece of treasure weapon is sold above the market price. The treasure weapons here are surprisingly sold at direct market prices. Moreover, these treasures were better than those from the treasure refining building. Abbot Fong came forward at the right time. My lords, I haven't brought you to the wrong place. This store just opened not long ago, and the shopkeeper is an outsider refiner. Is that refiner's senior disciple? Already able to practice the extreme spirit weapon treasure clothes. The batch of precious clothes procured recently were practiced by this Pan brother. These words greatly surprised the several embodied god realms. I thought it was a shopkeeper, but I didn't expect it to be an artifact refiner who could refine extremely high-quality auras. At such a young age, Pan Ing was able to refine extremely high-grade spirit weapons, and with the guidance of a famous teacher, he would definitely be able to refine treasure weapons in the future. That's a character worth befriending. If you make a good relationship with this person, you won't have to look at people's faces when you buy treasure weapons in the future. So little brother is a refiner. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. I don't know if the shopkeeper is around. Can Brother Pan introduce him? Compared to Pan Ing, the future treasure weapon refiner, they were more interested in making friends with Ren Ping, who was behind Pan Ing. Pan Ing shook his head. A few honored guests have come at a bad time. My master has recently gone out. I was given full responsibility for the matters here by my family master. After the disappointment of the several imminent god realm powerhouses, they became even more attached to Pan Ing. To be able to give the store to Pan Ing shows that refiner holds Pan Ing in the highest regard. This is a personal disciple. Little brother Pan, come, this precious weapon. I'll take it. One of them spoke. The rest of the few people also looked at the remaining few treasure weapons. There were openings to try to buy them. The stuff here is cheaper than out there and, well, the quality is great. Even if you don't use it, you won't lose money if you resell it. After some dividing, the 4 lower grade treasure weapons had been divided up by a few people. As a powerful person in the realm of the embodied god, it wouldn't be impossible to take out this money. After buying all the lower grade treasure weapons, the crowd turned their attention to the only middle grade treasure weapons. This mid-grade treasure weapon was a piece of armor. The price of a middle grade treasure weapon was not comparable to a lower grade treasure weapon. Generally speaking, mid-grade treasure weapons were only used by those who were strong at the god-melting realm. A few people shook their heads and sighed as they looked at this medium-grade treasure weapon. They didn't have the money to buy this precious medium-grade treasure weapon. Fang Wenzhuang said with a smile, "My lords, this store may be small, but the water is not as deep as the dragon." A few people thought deeply. Old Fang is right. Ha 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 ha. A mountain is not as high as a ferry. Water is not as deep as a dragon. Well. Since this store has such depth, those spirit weapons of ours will be handed over to 10,000 Treasures House. Next time, we must introduce the shopkeeper of this store. These few city guards at the embodied god realm got a bargain and said yes in succession. Only then did Abbot Fong Man lead the crowd out of here. Pan Ing looked at the spirit stones in his hand and also revealed a smile. Having lived at the bottom for a long time, he had seen the way. Zhou Fong is giving a couple of his superiors the benefit of the doubt. For what? Perhaps it was for that batch of extremely high-quality aura treasure clothes to go well. Maybe there's a bigger picture, but these have little to do with Pan Ing. He just refines the weapon properly. Pan Ing activated the formation again and walked into the forge. Fontainebleau. Fongdan Pavilion was a typical alchemy workshop in Qingzhou City. He had chartered a compound in Qingzhou City, which contained more than 10 alchemists who were capable of refining elixirs of medium-grade spirit pills and above, and the owner of the Fongdan Pavilion, who was even an alchemist who could refine treasure pills. Although he was not considered a top alchemist, he still had 3 thin faces in this Qingzhou City. Pan Yanyan was selecting a pile of spirit herbs in front of her. These spirit grasses were not much thicker than a hairline. A handful in Pan Yanyan's hand had thousands of them. Her daily job now was to pick out the bad grasses from these spirit grasses. This job not only requires a test of eyesight, but also enough care, and if any bad grass is not picked out, it will also deduct the salary and even lead to a scolding. Most of the people who work here choose to hold back, because this place provides the after all, and there are jobs to be able to live in this part of Qingzhou City. Pan Yanyan was naturally no exception. Her background among the many alchemy apprentices in Fongdan Pavilion was considered to be the worst of the bunch, and even more so, she didn't have the backbone to resist. Pan Yanyan was also considered to be a hard worker, except for a few times when she would take leave to go out. The rest of the time she was here picking out spirit medicines. Pan Yanyan, you went out on vacation again? A middle-aged woman walked over. This middle-aged woman had a superb temperament and was clearly different from the many laboring alchemy apprentices. When Pan Yanyan saw the visitor, she immediately stopped her hand movements. Steward Wu, I did take leave to go out, Pan Yanyan answered honestly. Steward Wu's face was like frost as he coldly snorted. Pan Yanyan, for you to be able to come here, that's because the main family is kind and generous. Don't be ungrateful. Pan Yanyan nodded numbly when she heard this. She was indeed able to come here because the Fongdan Pavilion was short of manpower, and she was recruited into this place as a special case, but she had been diligent and hardworking all these days at Fongdan Pavilion. Apart from a limited number of times taking out some spirit liquid from the Fongdan Pavilion's waste materials to clean up Pan Ying's Dan poison, he hadn't done anything unfavorable to the Fongdan Pavilion. But the meaning of what this Steward Wu said was that he should make Pan Yanyan grateful and sell his life here. Pan Yanyan is no cutie pie either. Naturally, he would not this affect himself because of this threatening and morally abusive tripe. Steward Wu, I got it, Pan Yanyan replied in a very well-behaved manner. However, that Steward Wu didn't have any nice expression on his face. Come and see me after you get off work. Pan Yanyan sighed in her heart. People have to bow their heads under the roof. Regardless of the fact that he had an unusual status in Fongdan Pavilion and was considered to be the top management of Fongdan Pavilion, her words Pan Yanyan had to listen. Pan Yanyan knew in her heart that Steward Wu looking for herself was definitely not a good thing, or any difficult herbs to give to Pan Yanyan. Steward Wu looked deeply at Pan Yanyan and turned to leave. Pan Yanyan has a very long time to work each day. It was only when the sun set and the night gradually descended that Pan Yanyan ended the day's labor. She arrived at Steward Wu's residence. Steward Wu's residence was much more grandiose compared to those of her alchemy apprentices, has a separate room and even a small yard. When Pan Yanyan arrived here, she saw Steward Wu and a middle-aged man sitting inside the courtyard. Steward Wu, I'm coming. Chapter 157 Blackwater Gang, the top force in Qingzhou. The middle-aged man sitting in the courtyard, with greedy eyes in the body of Pan Yanyan swept up and down. Pan Yanyan noticed this gaze feel very uncomfortable, but he is not good to attack, so he had to lower his head. Steward Wu, seeing this scene, had a meaningful smile on his face. I have something I want to ask you. Steward Wu spoke. Steward Wu, feel free to ask. I will definitely answer if I know. Pan Yanyan opened her mouth. You've been out on vacation lately, but you've got a date outside? Steward Wu stared at Pan Yanyan's eyes and opened his mouth to ask. The middle-aged man on the side also looked over, very interested in this matter. Pan Yanyan also did not expect Steward Wu to ask such a question. She thought that Steward Wu was going to ask about all the hidden things within this Fongdan Pavilion. Pan Yanyan guessed in her mind what exactly this Steward Wu was up to. Reporting to Steward Wu, I don't have any love interests outside. I'm just taking a leave of absence to see that brother of mine. Brother? Do you have a brother who is also in Qingzhou City? Pan Yanyan nodded her head. Steward Wu and the middle-aged man looked at each other. So it is. It seems you siblings have a strong bond. I wonder where your brother is. I must get to know him when I have the chance. Pan Yanyan clearly felt that Steward Wu's attitude had changed. Pan Yanyan became even more vigilant. She had been here for so long that she knew very well what kind of person Steward Wu was. There must be something else in letting yourself come here today. Then go back. I asked you to come over here to ask about your leave of absence. Pan Yanyan has wanted to leave for a long time. The middle-aged man beside Steward Wu, his eyes kept circling around her body, and that kind of undisguised desire made Pan Yanyan feel horrified. After Pan Yanyan left, the smile on Steward Wu's face tightened. Do you like this one? It's good governance that Pan Yanyan doesn't have any relationship background. Besides, she's young enough to give you 2 more in the future. That middle-aged man nodded his head repeatedly when he heard this. Pan Yen Yan looks outstanding. And young, it is the time of youthful vigor. What man does not like? Then this is it. Sister, the prosperity of our Wu family depends on you. But what about that brother of hers? When the time comes, will it come to the door? The middle-aged man was a bit worried. Steward Wu sneered. What about brother? I'll ask and find out what the bottom line is. A few moments later, another alchemy apprentice entered this place. After talking to Steward Wu for a few moments, he left the place. The middle-aged man stepped aside. How's it going, sis? He looked at Steward Wu with great anticipation. If you really can't, the one you just had isn't bad either. Steward Wu glared at him and said with a bit of hatred, shut up. If it weren't for the fear of the Wu family breaking up, I wouldn't care about you. The middle-aged man gave a sarcastic laugh and didn't say anything. Only then did Steward Wu say. The alchemy apprentice who was familiar with her said that Pan Yin Yan's brother was accepted as a disciple by a refiner at a place called Manpower House. Don't worry, well, probably just an apprentice like her. Alchemists are just like alchemists. Their craft is not passed on. What other alchemist would take in a disciple like this? Pan Yin Yan's family has long since fallen. It took a lot of effort to send the two of them into Qingzhou City. This kind of family, it doesn't get in the way. You go back and get ready. This matter, keep it quiet. The middle-aged man nodded. Ren Ping felt the chill coming from his neck and looked at the man in front of him with a bit of confusion. At this moment, Ren Ping was in a dimly lit alley, and right in front of him was an old man in a black robe. And in this old man's hand there was a scimitar with a cold blade, and the blade was already close to Ren Ping's skin. I'm here to learn the art. Aren't you recruiting for the Blackwater gang? Ren Ping spoke up. He had been wandering around Qingzhou City for a long time and had finally found out that there was a place that possessed something like the Enlightenment Stone. It's just that this place's is more special. A gang within the city of Qingzhou. This gang was called the Blackwater Gang, and it was considered the most powerful gang in Qingzhou City. Originally, Ren Ping was thinking of relying directly on the compelling words and going straight through. However, when he learned that the Blackwater Gang's gang leader was a powerhouse above a fusion god, he immediately dismissed the idea. Even if he had fused his beast soul, he was no match against an existence above the fused god. There was no choice but to reach out to that legendary thing by joining the Blackwater Gang. I've heard that the Blackwater Gang has a jade pendant that can help others achieve enlightenment. This jade pendant was very powerful, possessing the efficacy of clearing the mind and brightening the eyes. The gong method practiced by the Blackwater Gang was very special, and extremely similar to the legendary Devil's Way. Cultivation is extremely fast, but there is a drawback. After cultivating this technique to the extreme, one would lose one's mind and become a monster that only kills. Until the old ancestor of the Blackwater Gang traveled outside and obtained that piece of jade pendant, which not only suppressed the drawbacks brought by the Blackwater Gang's gong methods, but also made people's enlightenment extraordinary. The people of the Blackwater Gang were all proficient in martial arts. The strength was much stronger than cultivators of the same realm. We, the Blackwater Gang, are not for anyone to enter. Say, what are you from? It was only after another series of prying that Ren Ping was able to obtain a channel to join the Blackwater Gang. I didn't expect to be held at the neck with a knife just after arriving at the Blackwater Gang's territory. The old man in front of Ren Ping's plane had a cultivation level of just the Jindan realm. Ren Ping could have killed it with his hand, but for the sake of that jade pendant that could enhance enlightenment, he still chose to endure it. I was thinking of joining the Blackwater Gang. I just got into town. Ren Ping answered honestly. Honest indeed. Late Jindan realm. That's not bad. Follow me. Don't ever let me find out what background you're hiding, or you'll end up miserable. This old man sneered sorrowfully. Ren Ping was staggered. At least it's one of the top forces in Qingzhou City. Is the image of this Blackwater Gang that bad? What's with the villainous look of the usher who greets the newcomers? Ren Ping followed behind the Jindan elder and finally arrived at a large manor. This large manor covered an enormous area, but inside the behemoth that was Qingzhou City, it appeared to be just a little bit smaller. Get in there. The Blackwater Gang's manor was set up with powerful formations. Ren Ping didn't move to probe a bit and found that this formation was enough to blast the embodied god realm. He sighed in his mind. Worthy of being the top power in Qingzhou City. A mere surface formation has such power. It was impossible for the Blackwater Gang to have only such a formation. Inside this large manor, I'm afraid there are countless powerful formations. Chapter 158, Pan Ying's first treasure weapon. Pan Ying looked at the large pile of precious clothes in front of him and revealed a smile. In the recent period of time, he kept refining the treasure clothes, and he finally finished the first batch. After this period of forging, his speed of refining extreme spiritual weapons increased a lot. In particular, the extreme spiritual weapon treasure clothes were already a breeze, and in just one day, Pan Ying would be able to refine an extreme spiritual weapon grade treasure clothes, and every single piece of precious clothing is different from each other. Even sometimes a flash of light can add some power to these precious clothes. After a lifetime of high-intensity refining, Pan Ying's cultivation had made many advances. It had now reached the mid-condensed Dan realm. A person's cultivation was extremely solid. This was, after all, Qingzhou City, the land of rich aura. Having gotten that batch of orders from the city guards, Pan Ying was not lacking in resources. Some of the resource elixirs that he had previously looked forward to, he had also taken quite a few of them. Brother Pan, my superiors, they want to invite you to dinner. Not long after the refining had just been completed, Abbot Fongman had already come to his door to pick up this batch of precious clothes. He also brought the news that his top bosses were interested in making friends with Pan Ying and wanted to invite him to a meal to get in touch. This was a banquet that Pan Ying had wanted to go to, but thinking about how much he had improved during this recent period, it was time to make an impact on refining treasure artifacts. He shook his head with a smile. Brother Fong, after a while, my master explained something before he left, and I couldn't get away. Pan Ying moved straight to Renping and politely declined this banquet from the city guards. Fong Wenjuan could only smile bitterly at his words. Then next time, Brother Pan must not refuse. These bosses of mine, they can be of real power, and my oldest brother is interested in hooking you up. Pan Ying nodded. A few of the city guards' implicit god powerhouses had invited him to a banquet, so naturally, there were some interests involved inside. He can get some good out of it too, but the biggest benefit is still its own strength. Pan Ying knew this very well. Of course, there is no problem in going for these things when strength allows, but this really isn't the time. He still had to refine treasure weapons, and there was also his little sister that he wanted to pick up before it was too late. Abbot Fongman left a deposit for the next batch of precious clothes and left the place. Pan Ying also took out a treasure weapon material and walked into the forging workshop. Pan Ying used a treasure longsword as his blueprint. This longsword was the same one that Renping had refined some time ago. That longsword was merely a lower-grade treasure weapon, and Pan Ying was better at refining longswords. Although that longsword had been sold, everything there was about the treasure longsword had been memorized in Pan Ying's mind. As the special iron ore was burned red, Pan Ying also began to refine it. The sound of clanking continued to ring out. Pan Ying quickly entered into oblivion. In his eyes, there was only this piece of iron that was constantly being hammered. Treasure weapons were qualitatively different compared to spirit weapons. Treasure artifacts could already contain spirituality, and forging them was countless times more complicated. If people knew that Pan Ying had only been refining weapons for a few days before he started refining treasure weapons, they would definitely say that he had lost his mind. Without decades of precipitation, which refiner would dare to get his hands dirty refining treasure weapons? Pan Ying was confident at this point. During this period of time, refining extreme spiritual weapons had long since become comfortable. The mind had also envisioned the first treasure weapon countless times. Now that he was refining with his hands, some of his movements were flowing, not losing out in the slightest to those refiners who had been intoxicated with this path for decades. As the refining steps in Pan Ying's hands continued to change, a treasure longsword continued to take shape. After about 2 days, Pan Ying was still refining. At this time, Pan Ying was already pale, and the true qi in his body had been depleted. The refinement of the treasure weapon had also reached the final step. Pan Ying was already holding on through gritted teeth. After another half a day, Pan Ying sat on his butt on the ground, not caring about the scorching temperature of the place. Ha 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 ha. He lay down smoothly and let out a hearty laugh. It's done, little master. I've done it. After several days of refining, Pan Ying finally refined the first treasure weapon in his life. The process is, well, grueling. Pan Ying laid down for a while before he took the completed treasure weapon and went to the front hall. Putting the treasure weapon on the counter and arranging it, Pan Ying was dragging his tired body around to observe again. It could be better. Here, I knocked in 2 extra hammers. The timing of the quench was a little off. 2. Pan Ying is reviewing his problems. Eventually, he sighed. Alas, the cultivation level is too low. Refining to the final step. The true qi in Pan Ying's body had been depleted, and the details of the needed places were not well controlled. Even so, this treasure longsword should belong to be a fine product among the lower-grade treasure weapons. Pan Ying believed that as long as his cultivation level was a little higher, he could refine a better one out. Just then there was a knock on the door. Zhou Fong Man's voice came from outside. Brother Pan, open the door. Zhou Fong is knocking on the door. Pan Ying was still ready to go back and rest some, but when guests come to the door, it's not good to just close the door to them. Unable to do anything about it, Pan Ying had to open the door with his tired body. Opening the door, Pan Ying saw Fong Wenjiang standing at the doorway with a few of the last time's Yinshan realm. Seeing Pan Ying like this, Fong Wenjuang's few people were also very surprised. Pan Ying had spent the past few days in the forge workshop building treasure weapons. The forge was no cozy place, and it was extremely hot inside. Moreover, Pan Ying had almost reached his limit this time when he refined the treasure weapon. Now he was pudgy and looked more or less a mess. A few of you are laughing. I just came out at the forge. A few of Feng Wenjuang's people took a closer look and thought that this should be the case, because the true qi in Pan Ying's body was extremely thin, combined with his appearance. He had just come out of the forge without a doubt. Brother Pan is so diligent. Sooner or later, all the Pan brothers will become master refiners. A few people were polite. Pan Ying smiled and welcomed the few people into the store. These people had just come in and were attracted by the longsword treasure. Brother Pan, Boss Rin is back? Zhou Fang asked. Several people also cast curious glances. The shopkeeper of this store was a refiner who could refine treasure weapons. All the treasure weapons inside the store before were bought by them. Now a new one has appeared. Isn't it just that the shopkeeper is back? Just the right opportunity to make friends. Pan Ying shook his head. The master of the house has not yet returned. This treasure weapon, I just refined it. If a few of you are interested, you can take it at market price. As soon as he talked about selling treasure artifacts, Pan Ying immediately raised his spirits. The first treasure weapon, which was of great significance, was not as important as the spirit stones. It was good for him to be able to sell it. Pan Ying's words directly stunned Feng Wenjuang's few people. What? Brother Pan, you refined this treasure weapon? Chapter 159, Heavenly Jade. The eyes of Feng Wenjuang's few people looking at Pan Ying had changed. He was actually able to refine treasure weapons. Such a young treasure weapon refiner. It was already a rare thing for Pan Ying to be able to refine an extreme spirit weapon at such a young age. And his future was unlimited. This was the reason why they were willing to befriend Pan Ying. It was just that they hadn't expected Pan Ying to refine an inferior treasure weapon in a short period of time. A treasure weapon refiner, in Qingzhou City, was already considered top stream. They believed that it wouldn't take long for Pan Ying to refine a mid-grade treasure weapon. That was a weapon used by a god fusion powerhouse. Brother Pan, it turns out that you're in seclusion refining treasure artifacts. Ha ha ha, must celebrate. A few polite compliments from Feng Manzhou. A treasure weapon refiner deserved such compliments from them. A treasure weapon refiner had a higher status than even a cultivator of the impregnating god realm. In Qingzhou City, it was also considered a party figure. A smile also appeared on Pan Ying's face. Refining a treasure weapon would bring him a rise in status, something he had expected. After coming to Qingzhou City for 2 or 3 years, I finally stood up and became a human being. By the way, since Brother Pan can already refine treasure weapons, why don't you go to the Refiners Union in the city to verify it? If it can be verified successfully, Brother Pan's identity as a treasure weapon refiner will be recognized by everyone. In the future, it will be much easier for Brother Pan to do things in Qingzhou City. It was suggested. Pan Ying immediately brightened up. The Alchemists Guild, an organization left over from the previous dynasty, belonging to as the Alchemists Union. There are many powerful refiners there. As long as they were recognized by the Alchemists Guild Union, they would be able to get their identity certified. It is an official part of the industry of being a refiner. The master refiner, Kuei Koshi, was the bigwig of the Refiners Guild Alliance, and was the ally of the Refiners Sub-Alliance of Qingzhou City. What Pan Ying couldn't even think of before, he might have been able to do. Thanks for the heads up, guys. In a few days, I'll get certified. I'm going back to rest first. Pan Ying was now in a very poor physical state and needed to rest and recover his true qi. Feng Wenjuang several people at this time naturally would not continue to stay here, and after some polite conversation, they left the place. They had thought of going to the door to invite Pan Ying to dinner this time, but they didn't expect to run into Pan Ying who had just refined a treasure weapon. After exiting the Wanbao building, there was a moment of silence from the few people in Feng Wenjuang. A few people came to the restaurant and ordered a table of food, but no one ate it. Old Feng, what exactly is this Pan Ying, and what is his master's origin? Someone spoke up and asked. Feng Manzhou could only smile bitterly and shake his head in the face of his superior's inquiry. I don't know. This store just opened. Pan Ying is able to refine treasure weapons at a young age, and I'm afraid that Renping is even more terrifying. Our Qingzhou City, a great Buddha has come. I also wonder how that Renping compares to Master Kuei Koshi. It's probably not as good as that. Master Kuei Koshi can already refine extreme treasure weapons. In the entire Qingzhou City, he's already at the top. A few people talked about what they had seen today, eventually came to the conclusion that this Pan Ying they must make good. If there was a chance, Ren Ping, who was behind Pan Ying, should also be befriended. A few of Feng Wenjiang's men even finalized an order to be given to Wanbao House at the wine table. At this moment, Ren Ping was completely unaware that his disciple had become an honored treasure weapon refiner. Ren Ping, you're new here. The piece in the north of the city. There's a store that's still missing a fellow. The corner of Ren Ping's mouth twitched as he looked at the god-ruling realm powerhouse in front of him. It's so hard to blend in with the Blackwater gang, and as soon as you come in, you have to be dispatched. The Blackwater gang had many industries in Qingzhou City. Most of them are in the form of stores. The business that was run was also a proper business. Renping thought that the Blackwater gang was collecting protection money. But Renping came here for the Blackwater gang's jade pendant. There's no benefit at all to leaving the Blackwater gang's home base. Hall Master, when will I be able to cultivate my gongfu? Only by practicing the Blackwater gang's kung fu would one have access to that legendary jade pendant. This Hall Master was one of the 36 Hall Masters of the Blackwater gang, considered to be Renping's top boss, a middle-aged man. However, the aura of decay on his body was very obvious. He should have lived for a long time. The middle-aged man image was merely his manifested appearance. Mojave glanced up at Renping. At your young age, you have already cultivated to the Jindan realm, which is considered extremely talented. However, you've just joined the Blackwater gang, so according to the rules, you can't cultivate this gong method yet. Wait until you break through to the embodied god realm. The corners of Renping's mouth twitched furiously. He came here just all looking for words to increase his enlightenment so that he could comprehend his own true meaning of martial arts. How could he still come to the Blackwater gang if he could break through to the embodied god realm? Now it seemed that the chances of joining the Blackwater gang and having access to that jade pendant were few and far between. This large manor of the Blackwater gang had as many as dozens of fused god realm powerhouses, and Renping could still feel several auras above the fused god realm. These should all be strong men from the Blackwater gang. In such a place, Renping would never dare to make a move. Even if he exploded his full strength, he could not be a match for these Blackwater gang powerhouses. Renping had no choice but to leave the Blackwater gang's large manor and go to the store where he was placed. This is a store that sells pills. Renping had been sent here, not as some kind of shopkeeper boy either, but as a shopkeeper guard. Usually it's not a big deal. Renping came to his post after arriving here. The shopkeeper was also a Jindan realm, an obese old man who had heard that he had been in the Blackwater gang for decades. Renping activated the compulsion word straight away. Within the same realm, Renping compelling words were used with ease and there was no need to worry about failure. I ask and you answer. Do you have any of the Blackwater gang's techniques? Bring them out if you do. This old Jindan man, who had served the Blackwater gang for decades, took out the Blackwater gang's gongfu in his storage ring. Renping took it and looked at it. It was a heaven-ranked technique. However, there were some loopholes. The speed of cultivation is truly amazing, but the side effects are too obvious. What is the jade pendant of the Blackwater gang? Where is it now? Does the average gang member have access to it? Renping asked a few more questions in succession. That Jindan realm old man replied woodenly. That jade pendant is a supreme treasure called the mixed heavenly jade, and I heard that it comes from the 7 forbidden lands. It's now at the Grand Manor, the headquarters of the Blackwater gang. Ordinary gang members practicing the Blackwater gang's kung fu have access to it. Ordinary gang members have access to the mixed heavenly jade when they first cultivate the technique. Renping was relieved and surprised at the same time when he heard these words. I didn't realize that this mixed heavenly jade was involved with the 7 forbidden lands again. Chapter 160 Refiners Alliance. The 7 forbidden places have far-reaching effects. Renping had already seen so many items with information about the 7 forbidden lands. The items from the 7 forbidden places and the dynasty were the best quality of the many words Renping had extracted. If that mixed heavenly jade really came from a certain forbidden place, I believe it would not disappoint Renping. Is there any way to learn the feats in advance? Renping asked again. After a few inquiries, Renping probably knew. He had to make a merit to have a chance to learn the feats in advance. Otherwise, they would have waited until after they broke through to the realm of the embodied god. As for the merits, it is much better to operate. After all, he can compel people. Whenever there is a chance of merit in this store, it belongs to him. After learning this information, Renping returned to his manpower house. Master, you're back? Your few precious artifacts have already been sold. Renping had just returned, and Panning began to talk about what had happened over here in the past few days while Renping was away from the store. Master, I can refine treasure weapons. After Panning finished his introduction, he spoke again. Renping was slightly surprised. Panning is making good progress these days. Surprisingly, he was able to refine treasure weapons. Not bad for an orange word. Renping looked towards the treasure longsword that came from the hands of Panning. There's still a lot of room for improvement, but it's not bad. After all, Panning was only at the condensed Dan realm right now. It's not like he's practicing a special technique, and he only has an artifact heart phrase. It's good enough to be able to do that. Nice. Next, improve your strength. Renping instructed. Pan Ying's refining techniques were already very good now, but the strength sucks. It was only the condensed Dan realm. With such a cultivation level, not only was it difficult to refine weapons, but he wouldn't be able to cope if he encountered a dangerous situation. Disciple understands. Renping thought again of the melting words he had extracted from the forge. It was a purple grade phrase. Renping is not giving it down now. Master will grant you another divine ability that can help you in refining weapons. And in addition, it will have a boost to your strength. Runping finished his sentence and immediately chose to bestow the melting words. Panning only felt an extra switch in his head. As soon as his mind moved, he felt a scorching heat coming from his hands. This divine ability is called melting, and it can help you to melt your weapon refining materials. Of course, the power isn't bad if you use it for fighting. Slightly feeling the temperature emanating from Pan Ying's hand, this melting words, refining a Jindan realm into a pile of coke, effortlessly. The prerequisite is that Pan Ying can find the right way to utilize it. Pan Ying was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. With this divine ability, he could control the fire very delicately when refining weapons in the future. If an opponent is touched by him in the middle of a fight, he will also be melted. This still needs to be weighed and considered. Runpin waved his hand. By the way, Master, there is a refiners union within Qingzhou City that can verify the level of refiners. The disciple is ready to go and verify it. Panning probably talked about the refiners union. As soon as Runping heard this, he immediately understood the nature of this refiners league. Isn't this an industry alliance? This kind of industry alliance, which attracts many people in the same industry and provides a platform for communication, can enhance the influence of the industry and better enhance the status of practitioners. A good one indeed. But Runpin wasn't interested. Panning does need such a platform. Go ahead if you want to. I'm off. The store is on its own. If your senior brother Shuigue is out of the gate, remember to talk to him. After Rinping explained some things, he directly left the place and returned to the Blackwater gang store. Panning sighed as he watched Rinping leave. His own master doesn't seem to like trouble. He looked again at the room where Shuigue was. That Shuigue's senior brother has been in seclusion for so long, why hasn't he come out? What exactly is senior Shuigue's cultivation level? Panning shook his head. He felt that this Shuigue's senior brother's cultivation should be on top of Jindan. As for the master, he appeared to be at the Jindan realm and must have hidden his cultivation. Panning walked into the forge and picked up a piece of iron ore. As the melting words were activated, the iron ore in his hand quickly turned into iron. So awesome! This melting speed is much more terrifying than the forge's ground fire. Although this word was extracted from this forge, what was extracted was the very essence of earth fire. It was much stronger than the ground fire inside the forge. This is the difference between ontology and branching. This phrase is mostly convenient for painting. It is possible to refine weapons without the aid of a special furnace. Panning was ready to start refining another treasure weapon. The treasure weapon refined this time was also a long sword. The appraisal mechanism of the Alchemist Guild Union was not complicated. As long as a treasure weapon was refined in public at the Alchemists Guild Union, it would be fine. Panning is ready to diversify his craft a bit more. Make sure that when you go for the assessment it is foolproof. The enrollment fee for the test has been turned in. In a few days, it will be the day of the test. These are the ones that Zhou Fong and others go to handle. They had managed to hook up with a treasure weapon refiner with great difficulty, and were now extremely diligent in liaising with Panning. Panning was also aware of the way in which this was done, but he didn't refuse. In Qingzhou City, one more friend is one more way. Moreover, Fong Wenjiang and the others were the city guards, the nominal controllers of Qingzhou City. More of this kind of friend, more of this kind of friend, more of this kind of friend. After a few more days, Panning once again refined a treasure artifact grade longsword. This longsword was better than the one refined earlier. With the help of the melting words, in terms of fire control, Panning was already at the level of a master. Brother Pan, it's time to go to the examination. Abbot Fong Man's voice came from outside the door. Coming. Panning purposely wore a more modest dress today. The clothes were still purchased by a few people from Fanfan Abbot on purpose. Panning opened the door. He saw several people from Founder Zhou standing neatly in the doorway. Brother Pan, let's go. Today is the day of your examination. Don't be late. Brother Pan has changed his clothes and is still a handsome young man. Not bad, not bad, very spirited. Go go go. Go to the Alchemists Union. Panning was pulled by several people from Fongwenjuan and walked towards the Refiners Union in Qingzhou City. The Alchemists Union was a very imposing hall. It was the holy land in the hearts of the refiners of Qingzhou City. Here you can meet reputable former smiths. There were even countless books on the path of weapon refining, which could be read at will only if one passed the examination and became a registered weapon refiner. There was even the best forge in Qingzhou City, with the most suitable foreign fire for weapon smithing in Qingzhou City. Panning arrived underneath this great hall, surrounded by several people. He took a deep breath as he looked at the ancient and imposing hall. Step into it slowly. Chapter 161 Examination. The doors of the Alchemist Guild Union were open as if they were welcoming Panning. Panning walked into the Alchemists Union and found someone here to greet him. Panning, appraise the lower grade treasure weapon refiner. Follow me. Today, the ally of our Qingzhou City Refiners Guild Alliance is also present, and is also one of your examiners. It's a relatively rare opportunity. You're so young. If you have the chance to be seen by the Alliance Master and be taken as a shut-in disciple, your future will be unlimited. There are also a few old-timers of the Qingzhou City Refiners, all of whom are refiners capable of refining top-grade treasure weapons, and are also your examiners. The person who greeted Pan Ying was a middle-aged man with Jindan realm cultivation, and should be the permanent staff of the Qingzhou City Refiners Union. He was also quite surprised to see that Pan Ying was so young that he had already come to test for the lower-grade treasure weapon refiner. However, he was extremely skeptical that Pan Ying would succeed. After all, Pan Ying was too young. Which one of the treasure weapon refiners was not a veteran who had been drunk on this path for decades? However, Pan Ying's enrollment test was through Zhou Fongman and others. Originally, if one wanted to be assessed as a lower-grade treasure weapon refiner, one would still need to pass the extreme spirit weapon refiner's test. But it's because Zhou Fongman and others are out to do favors. It was only after getting the Alchemist Guild Alliance to sell them a favor that they found out that there was such a rule in the Alchemist Guild Alliance. Pan Ying was going to refine extreme spiritual weapons, and inferior grade treasure weapons this time. It also kind of cuts down on the time of the test. Fong Wenzhuang and a few others followed at this time. Don't want to miss this eye-opening opportunity. They had seen the treasure weapon that Pan Ying had refined. In his heart, he was clear about Pan Ying's strength. Pan Ying followed the man and stepped into a side hall. Just realized there are many people here already. Most noticeable are the 5 tall chairs. There were 5 old men sitting in the chairs. The person at the head is our Qingzhou City's ally, Senior Kuei Koshi, and the rest of the few, who are also old-timers capable of refining top-grade treasure weapons, are today's examiners. You get in line over here. There were not a lot of people who took the test. There were a dozen in all. It was now being lined up on one side, and Pan Ying was walking into the midst of it. Pan Ying had just come over, and the middle-aged man lined up beside him gave him an unexpected look. It was followed by a whisper. Little friend, there's no need for a mid-grade aura refiner to be tested. It's just a waste of the enrollment fee. Pan Ying froze for a moment and understood what this middle-aged man meant. He smiled and didn't answer. Then, one after another, people came here. The number of people who eventually took the test came to 20. The appraisal process also begins at this time. A middle-aged man stood out, holding a list in his hand. Zhang Chongfeng, examining the extreme spirit weapon refiner. Go to the 3rd forge. Li Liansong, examining the extreme spiritual weapon refiner. Go to forge 9. Most of the people were here to assess the extreme spirit weapon refiner. There was only one old man in the crowd who had come to test the treasure weapon refiner. The forge table was arranged as the names were read. The forge was in the center of the Great Hall. It belongs to the refining of spiritual weapons in public. Pan Ying, this consecutive test, one is for an extreme spiritual weapon, and the other is for a lower grade treasure weapon. You go to forge number 5. Pan Ying had just stepped forward and was greeted by the eyes of the crowd. The crowd was very surprised. There were even more gasps from the gallery. What a big mouth to test for a treasure weapon refiner. This person looks like he's only in his 20s or 30s, and his realm is merely condensed Dan. Can he do it? Mo's not here to make a scene. I think it's some rich kid who came over to have some fun. Examining treasure weapon refiners, the entry fee is no joke. Even the few long-established refiners in the examiner's seat were looking over. However, when they saw that Pan Ying's cultivation level didn't have much of the characteristics of a refiner on him, they lost interest. The examination of the Alchemists Union was open to everyone, as long as they paid the entry fee. For the vast majority of people in Qingzhou City, this entry fee was already quite a lot. It also eliminates the vast majority of people who will come and make trouble. But there's always some guy with some spare money and people to spare who comes along for the ride. No one believed that a young condensed Dan realm could refine a treasure weapon. Even if it was refining an extremely high-grade spirit weapon, it was still impossible. Only the few people in the spectator seats, Fong Wenzhuang, looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They knew all about Pan Ying's strength. Don't look at his young age. His cultivation is quite poor, but people can really refine inferior treasure weapons. Pan Ying had arrived at the forge. 2 materials have been prepared here. One part was an extreme spiritual artifact longsword, and one part was an inferior treasure artifact longsword. According to the regulations, Pan Ying needed to refine an extreme spiritual weapon before refining an inferior treasure weapon. Pan Ying picked up the refining materials. A piece of special iron ore was held in his hands. With the melting word turned on, the special iron ore in his hands turned red in his hands. It was only a matter of moments before it was reduced to iron. He took out several more materials and melted them before incorporating them into the iron. This scene directly made the crowd's eyes widen. This person actually has the secret method of foreign fire in his body. This melting technique. He didn't come over out of the hustle and bustle. A connoisseur knows whether he wants it or not. Pan Ying's use of melting words to melt materials was idiosyncratic, but the techniques were really authentic refiner techniques. The movements were unskilled and slightly rusty, yet variously well-timed and just right. All of this came as a surprise to everyone. Pan Ying did not skimp on his true chi and quickly molded the longsword into shape. This was followed by sanding and so on. The others who had come to take the test were busy with their own affairs. There were even people who had just started and had already scrapped their materials and failed the test. Others have encountered difficulties and are not satisfied with the steps that have been taken. There were even people who directly gave up on the test. After about 2 days, the examination was nearing its end. 2 days was not a long time for the many cultivators. No one is sitting still. At this moment, everyone's eyes were gathered on Pan Ying. Pan Ying raised the longsword in his hand at this moment. The extreme spiritual weapon was successfully refined. No one now suspected that Pan Ying had come along for the ride. Pan Ying, the extreme spiritual weapon has been successfully refined. After half a day, start refining the lower grade treasure weapon. Pan Ying was already recovering his true chi by the forge at this time. The next lower grade treasure weapon to be refined was the true test. This figure sitting cross-legged on the edge of the forging platform attracted everyone's attention. Even those who had already finished their examination stopped at this place, wanted to see if this condensed Dan realm could actually refine treasure weapons. At this moment, the few people in the examiner's seat were all casting curious gazes. Pan Ying's craftsmanship was recognized by all. Successfully refining an extreme spiritual weapon was already a genius in refining weapons at that age. Chapter 162 Genius Weapon Refiner. It was just that the next thing that mattered was the treasure weapon refiner's test. This young refiner was undoubtedly a genius. If he really completed the treasure weapon refiner's examination, Pan Ying's name would watch spread throughout the entire Qingzhou city. Several people in the examiner's seat had also already cast their eyes in anticipation. Kuei Koshi even exuded curiosity. This Pan Ying, how come I haven't heard of it before? Could it be that he came to Qingzhou city only recently? The remaining few shook their heads in the face of Kuei Koshi's question. Apparently, he didn't know where Pan Ying came from either. The examination of a treasure weapon refiner was extremely rare. In the entire Qingzhou city, there were also an extremely small number of refiners who could refine treasure weapons. Even if you don't pass the test, Pan Ying will be the meat and potatoes. Such a young extreme spirit weapon alchemist. In the future, he would 100% be able to become a treasure weapon alchemist, and even have a chance to impact the extreme treasure weapon alchemist. Pan Ying's speed of recovering his true chi was not slow. Taking out a bunch of pills in his storage ring and swallowing them, the true chi within his dantian was recovering rapidly. He picked up the materials on the side and began to melt them. All eyes were set on him. Pan Ying's movements couldn't really be described as smooth, but the timing in melting the various materials was excellent. The few people in the examiner's seat were all attracted by this scene. His technique is not skillful, and it looks like he refines fewer weapons. But how did he get those moments right? Obviously inexperienced in refining. Could it be that this person is a genius, born with a keen sense of the timing of refining? It's the only possibility. Unexpectedly we can still meet such a genius. Pan Ying at the edge of the forging table was already in a state of mind, bent on forging the longsword in his hand. He's really made it. Almost thereof, the critical step is over. What a genius! The crowd in the spectator seats watched Pan Ying's movements, their hearts in their throats. It was as if the one who was refining the treasure weapon was himself. Fortunately, although Pan Ying's refining technique was not skillful, his timing was very well controlled. The most difficult steps were soon done. Next, as long as there are no surprises, Pan Ying would be able to become an inferior treasure weapon refiner. A little bit of time passes. 2 days passed. There were more and more people in the spectator seats for this examination. Many people from Qingzhou City, hearing that a young refiner was refining treasure weapons, wanted to come and see what was going on. There were even so many industry-related cultivators who came with other attempts. This was also an extremely rare situation in the Alchemist Guild Alliance. The crowd on the spectator seats did not make a single sound, and were fully focused on watching Pan Ying forging. Pan Ying's forge was nearing its end. A long sword was already in shape, and it only needed a simple grind at the back, with a few decorations, to complete it. Pan Ying took a deep breath and continued to complete the latter steps. Another half-day passed. A lower-grade treasure artifact-grade longsword appeared in Pan Ying's hand. When the refinement of the lower-grade treasure weapon was completed, there was a cheer that rang out in the great hall. Yes, too strong. Such a young lower-grade treasure weapon refiner. Qingzhou City hasn't seen such an artifact-refining genius in how many years? We have someone to follow in our way of refining weapons. The several alchemist titans in the examiner's seat also revealed smiles. It's a refining genius. Soon, the lower-grade treasure weapon longsword refined by Pan Ying was delivered to several refiner titans. They took turns picking up this freshly baked treasure weapon to scrutinize it. Good. This longsword belongs to the top grade even among the lower-grade treasure weapons. Not bad. Not much can be optimized. several alchemist titans were full of praise. Pan Ying's examination for the lower-grade treasure weapon refiner was successful. Distribute 3 sets of lower-grade treasure weapon refiner's robes of, and 1 identity token of lower-grade treasure weapon refiner, recorded in the roster of the Qingzhou City branch of the Alchemists Guild Alliance. Pan Ying's body was empty of true qi at this time, and he sat on his knees in the same spot to recover his true qi. The crowd had long wanted to go up and befriend this genius refiner. At this point, though, no one went forward. Even those few refiner titans were sitting in their seats, their gazes having long since fallen on Pan Ying. After another half a day had passed, Pan Ying finally stood up. The personnel of the Alchemist Guild Alliance had already prepared the things that belonged to Pan Ying a long time ago. The 3 sets of clothing, each of which was at the level of a superb spirit weapon, possessed a certain degree of defense, and was even more effective at isolating temperature, making it very suitable for refiners to use. That's not the most important thing, no matter where they were. As long as they wore this set of clothes out, they would be honorable lower-grade treasure weapon refiners, able to gain the respect of the world. As for the identity token, it is even more to corroborate the identity. A smile appeared on Pan Ying's face as he looked at the items in front of him that belonged to the inferior-grade treasure weapon refiner. Wearing this outfit will elevate his status. Pan Ying carefully put away what belonged to him. At that moment, the crowd finally came forward. Brother Pan, good job. Hey, what else to call Brother Pan? Call Master Pan. Zhou Fengman laughed a few times. Pan Ying smiled and replied, a few brothers are out of place. It's better to call me Brother Pan. It's thanks to all of you that we're here today. The smiles on Feng Wenjuan's faces grew even wider when the few people heard these words. In his heart, he said that he hadn't looked at the wrong person. In the cultivation world, there can be quite a few of these sudden fortunes that set aside relations with people they used to know. Now it seems that Pan Ying has excellent character. A few people chatted for a few moments before Zhou Fengman and the others were crowded out by the others. The people on the sidewalk seats had all arrived at Pan Ying's heels by now. Master Pan. I wonder where Master Pan is working. If there is no place to go, I would like to invite Master Pans to sit in my family store. Master Pan is exceptionally talented. I, Cold Iron Sword of the City West, have been immersed in the way of the sword for many years, but have no suitable treasure weapons, and would like to ask Master Pan to make a competent treasure weapon long sword. Master Pan, I'm an extreme aura refiner. I wonder if I can receive guidance from Master Pan. Pan Ying looked at the crowd with such enthusiasm and a smile appeared on his face. He arched his hand at the crowd without humbling himself and said aloud I'm grateful for your friend's love, but I can't bear the name of Master Pan. I still have quite a lot of deficiencies in the path of refining weapons. I am really ashamed of the name of this master. If you all want to make friends with Pan Ying, you can go to the Wanbao building in the south of the city, and I will entertain you with good wine and food. In the face of the crowd's enthusiastic befriending, Pan Ying's answer was just right. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's about people. This is especially important to focus on in a place like Qingzhou City where class is intact. Pan Ying's words in this way made the crowd look up to him again. Chapter 163 I've got a division. Fine. I'll be sure to nag Master Pan when the time comes. Does Master Pan have a match? My daughter at home is of similar age to Master Pan. Although Pan Ying's words were appreciated by the crowd, they didn't make the crowd stop climbing. Pan Ying had no choice but to stop the crowd by being polite to them again. Even saying that he had just refined a treasure weapon and was in poor health and needed to rest. Pan Ying was also relieved. In his mind, he said that it was true that people were realistic. These people wouldn't have given him a second glance while he was living on the streets. Now that he had become an inferior grade treasure weapon refiner, everyone wanted to come up and befriend him, but all of this was expected of him. Having survived at the bottom for so long, I've seen the heart. Pan Ying is kind of old-fashioned. If it was someone with an unstable heart, after what happened today, his tail would have to go up to the sky. Gentlemen, I will take my leave first. Pan Ying arched his hands at the enthusiastic crowd and prepared to go back. Just then, Kuei Koshi, who had been observing him, suddenly spoke up. Little friend, wait. Kuei Koshi was the leading refiner in Qingzhou City, and the only one in Qingzhou City who could refine an extreme treasure weapon. He had a supreme status in Qingzhou City, and even those few top forces in Qingzhou City had to give him a few points of face. Pan Ying's feet lurched and he looked over. The crowd was also fascinated by Kuei Koshi. This kind of character is the center of attention wherever he goes. Everyone hadn't expected Kuei Koshi to take the initiative to climb into the conversation. Not even Pan Ying. After all, Kuei Koshi was too high up. It was a mountain that all the refiners in Qingzhou City could not cross. One word from him, and there would be countless strong men working for him. Elder Kuei Koshi. Pan Ying didn't dare to make a mistake and turned back to bow to Kuei Koshi. Little friend Pan, would you like to worship me as your teacher? Kuei Koshi looked at Pan Ying with expectant eyes. This was the refining genius he had been longing for. He had put the word out in Qingzhou City that he was going to take on a personal disciple, but the people who came to his door to pay their respects were not as good as he had hoped. Now that he saw an artifact refining genius, he had risen to love the talent. Kuei Koshi was confident that if Pan worshipped under his tutelage, his art of refining weapons would be greatly improved, or in the future, he could refine the legendary holy weapons. Master Kuei Koshi has actually taken the initiative to accept a disciple. This Pan is getting lucky. This is the ally of the Qingzhou City Refiners Guild Alliance. Pan is about to become the most prestigious youth in Qingzhou City. Before Pan could answer, the crowd burst into a gasp. There were countless people who wanted to worship Kuei Koshi as a teacher and learn his art of refining weapons, but over the years, no one has been able to get into his good graces. This time, he even took the initiative to open his mouth, wanting to take Pan as his disciple. The eyes of the crowd were filled with envy as they looked at Pan. There were only a few people, Fang Wenjuan, whose faces were a bit strange. Others don't know, but they know. Pan is under a master's tutelage. Moreover, Pan Ying's master, Run Ping, came from a mysterious background and his strength was not bad. What are the options for Pan today? When Pan heard this, he suddenly smiled. He used to come to the door to pay his respects, not even thinking about the Kuei Koshi steward's hurdle, eventually grayed out. Fortunately, I met the divine master. Now, Kuei Koshi even took the initiative to ask to take him as his disciple. The reversal was a marvelous feeling for him. Pan retrieved his thoughts and spoke slowly. Thanks to Elder Kuei's love, the late generation already has a master. Pan Ying's answer surprised the crowd and seemed to make sense. Unexpectedly, Pan admits to having a master in front of Kuei Koshi in a big way. This is a rare opportunity. If Pan Ying's master was an average refiner, Pan this was a missed opportunity. As for making the crowd feel that it was justified, it was because of Pan Ying's previous performance. His earlier words made the crowd feel that this person had a good character. If you really have a teacher, you must not hide it. Kuei Koshi mused for a moment, clearly a bit disappointed. However, it seemed like he didn't want to give up on Pan a rare genius in refining weapons. It doesn't hurt to have a mentor. We refiners, aren't we just blending together, acquiring the skills of all families, and accomplishing supreme skills? I've been immersed in the way of refining weapons for many years, and now I'm already able to easily refine extreme treasure weapons. If you worship me, you'll have a chance to refine saint weapons in the future. As for your division, I guess it can't help you do that. These words from Kuei Koshi surprised the crowd. Kuei Koshi is clearly trying to steal someone's disciple. This was a very disgraceful thing in the refiner's line of work, and even in the entire cultivation world, and would result in some bad reputation. For the sake of a Pan Kuei Koshi was actually willing to pay such a price. The crowd looked at Pan The olive branch thrown out by Kuei Koshi had indeed broken Pan Ying's worries. As long as one worships Kaazi, I believe that no refiner would dare to come to the door and ask for a disciple. Pan still shook his head. Thank you, Elder Ka, for your kind words. Without my master, I wouldn't be who I am today. I, Pan Mao, can't do anything that deceives my master. Moreover, Elder Ka, I used to go to your residence to pay my respects, but I was rejected. Senior Kuei Koshi, as a senior in the Tao of refining weapons, Junior is very much respected, but I would also like to ask seniors to retract what he just said. Pan uttered these words with an expressionless face. This statement caused a direct sensation. Pan rejected Kuei Koshi. Moreover, he once went to the house of Kuei Koshi to pay homage to his teacher. Kuei Koshi is looking at this the wrong way, missing out on such a talented refiner. Kuei Koshi's face sank slightly, but soon revealed a smile. It was me who was abrupt. Little friend Pan, your talent in the Tao of refining weapons is very powerful. If there is something you don't understand, you can come to my residence. I didn't realize that there were people like this in the youth generation. Good, good, good. My Qingzhou City's way of refining weapons has a successor. Kuei Koshi laughed out loud. Instead of being angry at Pan Ying's rejection, Kuei Koshi felt that Pan Ying's character was exceptional. Pan nodded and bowed to Kuei Koshi. Then he turned around and left the place. Kuei Koshi sighed lightly as he watched Pan leave. He really missed a genius. No, I must teach the butler a lesson when I get back. It's amazing that this kind of genius is being lost under the eyes. With that, Kuei Koshi let out another cold snort. In his heart, he thought, humph, so what if I take Pan as my disciple? Without the ability to teach him, it would be holding him back. I told Pan to ask me if he didn't understand anything, and after a few contacts, I didn't believe that my superior skills couldn't make Pan recognize me as his master. Even without the name of master and disciple, there is still the reality of master and disciple. In the future, if Pan achieves something, it will be a master smith that I have trained. No one knew what was going on inside the mind of Kuei Koshi, the number one person in the refining world of Qingzhou City. After Pan left, the people in the Great Hall also left one after another. The news of a refining genius coming out of Qingzhou City went viral and soon spread throughout the entire Qingzhou City. Chapter 164, Don't Be Ungrateful. Pan Ning had already returned to the Wan Bao Lu store, and along with him were several people from Fong Wenjiang. After Fong Wenjuang and a few others sent Pan Ning back, they also left. Pan Ning returned to the store and immediately changed into the attire belonging to an inferior-grade treasure weapon refiner. The costume was still a superb spiritual weapon. Wear it with some protection. However, for Pan Ning, the clothes were not considered precious, and with a single glance, he already knew the details of the refining craftsmanship, materials, and so on of the clothes. It can be reproduced one-to-one and even better. What really serves a purpose is nothing more than the status symbol that comes with it. In the future, I will be a treasure weapon refiner. Next, pick up your little sister. My little sister is not having a good time at Fongdan Pavilion, and there's still the need to raise your cultivation. Pan Ning was calculating in his mind what to do next. Ren Ping was inside a store looking at the elixirs in his hands. This was the most precious elixir inside this Blackwater Gang's elixir store. Extreme Spiritual Elixir. True Spiritual Elixir. I heard that it was able to improve the chances of comprehending the true meaning of the martial arts. The composition of the elixir in his hand, and the refining technique had all been presented in Ren Ping's mind. After looking at it for a while, he only found it uninteresting. After manipulating the head of this store, Ren Ping was considered to be walking sideways in this place. He usually checked out various pills inside the store, and now he had a certain understanding of the way of pills. These pills were refined by alchemists within the Blackwater Gang and distributed to various stores for sale, forming a complete production and sales chain. Have you heard? There's a genius refiner in the south of the city. He's already capable of refining treasure weapons at a young age. He also publicly rejected Master Kue Koshi's acceptance as his disciple. TSK, TSK, TSK. This guy, his future is unlimited. How many forces want to recruit him? After a while, the threshold has to be trampled. Ren Ping raised an eyebrow when he heard the bystanders' comments. While he smiled, Pan Ning is now this is a rising star in Qingzhou City. Ah, not bad. That's good news. It was just that he hadn't found a chance to touch the mixed heavenly jade yet. According to the current situation, Ren Ping would still need to stay here for a long time before he could find the opportunity to cultivate the Blackwater Gang's techniques, so that he could have access to the mixed heavenly jade. Right now Ren Ping's cultivation had completely stalled. He was afraid that if he cultivated further, he would break through to the peak Jindan realm. When the time came that he was unable to suppress his cultivation, the true chi in his body automatically operated, and it would be difficult to derive a true intent of martial arts that he didn't aspire to. Although automatically diffusing the true intent of martial Dao was a treatment only available to those who possess talent, Ren Ping did not like it at all. He still wanted to comprehend the true intent of his preferred martial Dao. Stay on here. Ren Ping, after this period of time to understand, found that the entire Qingzhou City is also the only Blackwater Gang of that mixed sky jade, the most in line with his heart. Although there were other places that could extract items that increased the words of enlightenment, none of them were as good as the Blackwater Gang's mixed heavenly jade. For today's sake, we can only look for opportunities here. Ren Ping's side was calm, but today's Pan Ning had something important to do. Today, Pan Ning made a rare trip out of the house. He wore the clothing of a lower-grade treasure weapon practitioner as he strutted towards Fongdan Pavilion. Today, Pan Ning was going to pick up his little sister, Pan Yen Yen, out of Fongdan Pavilion. Pan Ning walked on the street. The refiner's clothing he wore attracted attention, mostly some envious looks. Pan Ning quickly arrived at Fongdan Pavilion. This big brother, please inform me. I'm looking for Pan Yen Yen, Pan Ning said to the Jindan guard at the entrance of Fongdan Pavilion. That Jindan guard saw the clothes on Pan Ning and froze for a moment, thinking that some big shot had come, but immediately reacted. Wasn't this the kid from before? Where did you get the refiner's costume today? The refiner's costume was difficult to get, but it wasn't without a solution. A refiner has 3 sets of clothes, and there will always be some stray. He sneered at Pan Ning as if he was looking at a jumping clown. A poor guy who came out to hang around in a dignified refiner's costume. Isn't this just a clown? Wait. Pan Ning sniffed and took out a few dozen more spirit stones in his storage ring. That Jindan guard picked it up and smiled instantly. Okay, I'm on my way. A few moments later, the Jindan guards had come out. Wait for it. It's not available yet. Pan Ning nodded and continued to wait here. This time, he waited a long time. It took about an hour before he saw Pan Yen Yen. Moreover, Pan Yen Yen was not out alone. On Pan Yen Yen's left and right, there was a man and a woman. Pan Ning frowned. The woman should be the stewardess who the little sister was talking about. Then who is this man? Big brother, Pan Yen Yen softly called out. Pan Ning nodded, the Chuan character on his forehead becoming more pronounced, because he noticed that his little sister was much more emaciated, and the eyes are red and swollen, so it's obvious they've been crying. Then he looked at the men and women on the side. vaguely surrounding Pan Yen. What's going on? What happened? You come here. Pan Ning asked Pan Yen to come over. The position the steward Wu was standing in with the man made Pan Ning a little displeased. As soon as Pan Yen raised her feet, her shoulders were pressed down by the hands of two people on her left and right. That middle-aged man flashed a smile. You're Pan Yen's older brother? From now on we're related. At that time, you won't have to become some kind of refiner's apprentice. I'll arrange a good job for you. The middle-aged man's smile was a bit obscene. Pan Ying's face went cold. His little sister was cornered. He turned his gaze to Steward Wu. What do you mean? Steward Wu remained expressionless. Although Pan Ning was wearing the attire of a treasure weapon refiner, they had already found out clearly that Pan Yen's elder brother was nothing more than an ordinary condensed Dan realm. Even the first 2 years, he was a drug tester and still had Danmaku in his body. The many times Pan Yen had chucked some spirit liquid out in the Fong Dan pavilion was for Pan Ning to clean up the Dan poison in his body. The refiner's clothing on this Pan Ning should have been stolen or picked up by some means. It doesn't mean anything. I've got my eye on Pan Yen. If she hadn't refused, I would have married her long ago. Just in time to talk to you today. You might as well persuade her to follow me. What's wrong with that? As the middle-aged man spoke, his chin was slightly raised, not putting Pan Ning in his eyes at all. Pan Ning was finally realizing what was going on here. Let go. My little sister will not marry you. My little sister quits Fong Dan pavilion. He chortled. There was no reaction to his words. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Steward Wu. Steward Wu stepped forward. Pan Ning, your little sister married my brother. She's the one who climbed high. Don't be ungrateful. Chapter 165, Retreat. As long as you nod, I'll give you 5,000 spirit stones. In addition, I won't count those spirit liquids that your sister took away from Fong Dan pavilion. Steward Wu said in a cold voice. Think about it. This is your chance as siblings. If you ask, your sister's future is bright. Pan Ning sniffed and revealed a cold smile. No need. Let go of my sister. When the two of them, brother and sister, came to Qingzhou City, they hadn't thought of going over to do something underhanded. Pan Ning wouldn't do something even if he went as a drug tester himself. These two were clearly trying to use him to force their sister. That's what they're really after. Trying to get Pan Yen to behave. No, it's your turn not to need it. I told you, Pan Yen is mine. You'll have to obey even if you don't. Pan Yen, do you hear me clearly? If you don't obey me, your brother won't survive. Don't think that Qingzhou City is peaceful. That's just a figment of your bottom feeder's imagination. I'm going to get you killed. But it's just 2 words. The middle-aged man said coldly. Look at him wearing the clothes of a treasure weapon refiner. Do you think it's possible? Jumper, go. Since you don't agree, you can't blame me for using force. The middle-aged man directly bound Pan Yen with his powerful true chi. Pan Yen's face suddenly paled. She looked at Pan Ning with pleading eyes. Big brother, go away. Leave Qingzhou City. When Pan Ning saw the scene, he was in a great hurry, and not caring about the gap in cultivation, he directly rushed up. With a bang, Steward Wu gently waved his hand, and a powerful true chi slapped against Pan Ying's body. Pan Ying's entire body flew backwards. The 5 stewards are in the realm of the embodied god. Even that middle-aged man was at the Jin Dan realm. As for Pan Ning, he was only in the condensed Dan realm. How could it be a match for someone else? Before Pan Ning could react, the middle-aged man had already stomped on Pan Ying's chest with his foot. He revealed a smile and looked at Pan Yen. Chick, see, if you don't comply, your big brother's little life will be lost. Pan Yen instantly despaired. Don't kill my big brother. No killing, not if you're good. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his feet. He realized that his legs were actually on fire. He let go of his foot in a hurry. Pan Ning stood up, melting words in his hand to catalyze, directly affixed to the middle-aged man. Pan Ying's face showed a ferocious light as he looked at Steward Wu. Let go of my sister or I'll burn him. Although the middle-aged man had a Jin Dan realm cultivation, his strength seemed to be really average. The scorching temperature emitted from Pan Ying's hands was enough to melt a treasure weapon. Melting the Jin Dan realm was simply effortless. The middle-aged man approached directly, instead allowing Pan Ning to seize the opportunity. A ray of scorching hot fire chi directly drilled into the middle-aged man's body. The middle-aged man let out a miserable scream. Steward Wu was instantly anxious. She exuded a powerful true chi and forced it towards Pan Ning, trying to subdue Pan Ning. Pan Ning was not the least bit afraid. He said in a cold voice, "Let my little sister go. Big deal. 1 for 1. Pan Ning seemed like an outlaw at this point. How dare you? Let go, or there will be no place for you in Qingzhou City. Steward Wu's face was gloomy, obviously furious. Why not? When Pan Ying's hands fired, the middle-aged man begged for mercy in a hurry. Sis, help me. It hurts. Help me quickly. He tried to struggle as Pan Ning unleashed the melting words again. One of the middle-aged man's arms had already lost its moisture at this point, and even emitted an unpleasant charcoal odor. This arm is already ruined. Even the bones, they were cooked. Sis, help me, help me. The middle-aged man turned his gaze to Steward Wu. There was a prayerful look in his eyes. When Steward Wu saw the scene, he finally released Pan Yanyan. Pan Yanyan immediately ran over. Seeing that Pan Yanyan was safe, Pan Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Retreat, or I'll roast him dry, Pan said in a cold voice. Well, how dare you? If he dies, neither of you siblings, nor your family, will escape. Get out, Pan yelled. Steward Wu slowly stepped back. Seeing that Steward Wu had moved away, the middle-aged man said in a hurry, let me go. Hurry up and let me go. Pan Ying's eyes went cold. A slap on the middle-aged man's dantian. It directly roasted his dantian. The middle-aged man covered his stomach and ghostly screamed miserably. Pan Ying also no longer stayed, pulling Pan Yan to leave quickly. This was the fastest Pan Ying could burst out. It was a relief when it was back at the manpower house. Big brother, run away. Pan Yan was full of despair at this time. Pan Ying abolished Steward Wu's brother. Steward Wu would never let them go. Pan Ying's face was grim as he paced back and forth in the front hall. Little sister, tell us the cause of the matter. There's no need to rush. It's not like we can't get them. Pan Ying's mind was spinning frantically, searching for any power he could use. That man is Steward Wu's brother. He's joined the Fongdan Pavilion and is the son-in-law of a certain alchemist from the Fongdan Pavilion. He wants me to marry him as a concubine and give birth to a child that belongs to their Wu family. They come over every day and force me, just to get me to say yes. Today, I heard that big brother you came over, so I want to use you to force me. Pan Yan roughly described the matter. They're afraid I'll tell that alchemist about it. Pan Ying patted Pan Yan's shoulder. Don't worry, little sister. It's okay. How strong is the Fongdan Pavilion? Pan Ying began to ask about the strength of Fongdan Pavilion again. The Fongdan Pavilion has another alchemist who can refine lower-grade treasure pills. Pan Ying nodded, a smile on his face. Little sister, you rest for a while. Pan Ying did not go out, but came to Shui Gui's room. He hadn't wanted to disturb the senior brother's cultivation. But now, although he had a reputation as a genius refiner, he had very few connections that he could actually use. Renping is nowhere to be found. It's simply impossible to find. The only way is to ask the senior brother to come out. Senior, please come out. Pan Ying knocked on the door of Shui Gui's room. There was no response from the room. It was a long time before a sound came out. Who are you? When Pan Ying heard this voice, he was instantly delighted. I'm your senior brother. My senior is Renping. Renping has gone out on a trip and left me to look after the store. Now that senior brother has something to do, I would like to ask senior brother to make a move. The door to the room opened as soon as Pan Ying's words left his mouth. He saw a stocky man standing at the doorway, his right hand wrapped tightly in a clean, white cloth. This person gave off a powerful aura that made Pan Ying feel palpitations. If Renping is here, he will definitely spit out. No heavenly reason. The disciple's cultivation is higher than the master's. Chapter 166. What? His name is Pan Ying? Shui Gui stood at the doorway with an expressionless face. He dropped his gaze on Pan Ying. You're my senior? Has the master granted you divine powers? Pan Ying hastily cast the melting word, and immediately, his palm emitted a certain sizzling temperature. This is a divine ability bestowed by the master. Shui Gui glanced at it and felt the terrifying temperature in it. He nodded. What is it? Only then did Pan Ying tell the whole story. Fontaine Court? Right. Senior brother. I want to ask you to come out and sit in on the 10,000 treasures building for fear that they will come to my door looking for trouble. There's also my little sister, who will have to stay temporarily in Wanbao House for a while in recent times. Zergi nodded. Yes. Pan Ying realized that this senior brother spoke very little. After Shui Gui came out of the gate, he directly sat down on his knees in the front hall of the store, his eyes closed tightly, and he didn't pay any attention to Pan Ying. Pan Ying went out after placing Pan Yan in a good position, and he arrived at the territory of the city guards. This big brother, take the trouble to make an announcement. I'm looking for Zhou Fongman. Pan Ying had come here to look for Fong Wenjiang and the others, who were, after all, the city guards. The city guards were subordinate to the city lord's mansion, which was the nominal controller of Qingzhou City, and they knew some of the rules within the city like the back of their hand, so perhaps they could help Pan Ying in this regard. Pan Ying didn't have to wait long before he saw the figures of Fong Wenjuang and the others, who were wearing smiles and walking quickly towards Pan Ying. Why are you here, brother Pan? Wouldn't it be better to give us a message about something? Why bother traveling personally? Go. Let's go to a restaurant to celebrate. Brother Pan passed the test. We haven't celebrated the celebration yet. As soon as Fong Wenjiang and the others appeared, they were ready to invite Pan Ying to a restaurant to celebrate. With an apologetic face, Pan Ying opened his mouth. Several brothers, I came here today because I have something to ask for your help. seeing how serious Pan Ning looked. Several people also slightly straightened their faces. Brother Pan, is something wrong here? If Brother Pan needs us, just ask. We're obliged. A few patted their chests and promised. This brother, I would like to ask if I can kill someone in Qingzhou City. I've met an enemy today, and it's not going to stop until I'm dead. When Fang Wenjiang and the others heard this, they looked at Pan Ning unexpectedly. Pan Ning had always stayed out of the door in their impression. How could he have incurred an enemy? Brother Pan, tell us in detail. Brother Pan's business is our business. We'll do everything we can if we can. When Pan Ning saw this appearance of several people, he also revealed a smile. Have you all heard of the Fangdan Pavilion? Fang Wenjiang. Several people shook their heads repeatedly. They indeed had not heard of the name of Fangdan Pavilion. Fangdan Pavilion was not outstanding inside the huge city of Qingzhou City. The ones that could be remembered could be those top alchemy and refining stores. I remember. It's that compound on the west side of town, isn't it? I heard that they have an alchemist who can make treasure pills, but not many precious pills have trickled down to the market over the years, so I guess the success rate is too low. Brother Pan, is this a confrontation with Fangdan Pavilion? Brother Pan, don't worry. We still have some face in Qingzhou City, a mere Fangdan Pavilion. Brother Pan doesn't have to put it in his eyes. If Brother Pan doesn't mind, I'll go invite the alchemist from Fangdan Pavilion over tomorrow to apologize to Brother Pan. One of the embodied god realm said. As city guards, they were already minor figures on one side when they advanced to the embodied god realm. A small alchemy organization like the Fangdan Pavilion would more or less give them a little bit of face. Pan Ning was shaking his head at this moment as he slowly said, there is one person within the Fangdan Pavilion. At the realm of the embodied god, a middle-aged woman. She tried to force my own sister to marry her brother as a concubine today. Pan Ning uttered these words with an expressionless face. The few people in Fang Wenjuang were also surprised to hear this. This kind of thing was indeed outrageous, and this was still Pan Ying's own sister. What a nerve! What is Brother Pan going to do about this? And tell us about it, and we will certainly advise Brother Pan. Pan Ning suddenly broke into a smile. Naturally, I want her dead. His smile looked a little grim. Several people in Fang Wenjuang's heart were endowed. The gentle Pan Ning didn't expect to have such a side. Brother Pan, this matter still needs to be considered. Fighting is nominally forbidden within Qingzhou City, but in reality it's the major powers that are involved with each other. As long as the major powers don't pursue the matter, it's fine if you destroy the Fangdan Pavilion. It's just that sometimes when the Fangdan Pavilion is destroyed, a few major powers will definitely step in. In other words, Pan Ying's purpose was difficult to achieve. It doesn't matter if Fangdan Pavilion is destroyed or not, but that woman surnamed Wu must die. The few people in Fang Wenjuang looked at each other. This was, after all, an embodied god realm. How can you just die? And if they are going to strike, they must do it quietly. For a few people, this was more or less a bit difficult, but thinking that Pan Ning was already a treasure weapon refiner at such a young age, his future was unlimited. Being able to help him take care of this matter would surely earn Pan Ying's friendship. Zhou Fang's man nodded. Don't worry, Brother Pan. Our brothers will definitely help you in this matter, but this matter must be done in secret, and must not be publicized. Pan Ning bowed to a few people. Thanks to a few big brothers, Pan Ning had already begun targeting Steward Wu and discussing what to do next with Fang Wenjiang. And at this time, inside the Fangdan Pavilion, Steward Wu looked at the dying middle-aged man on the bed. There was anger in his eyes. Outside the yard, there was still the faint sound of crying. Dad, what am I going to do? Is this to make me a widow? He must be killed. Steward Wu took a deep breath when he heard the voice. There was an obese middle-aged woman bawling in the yard. In front of the middle-aged woman, there was an old man in a white robe. This old man had a Dan furnace embroidered on his clothes. This is the costume of a Baodan alchemist. This old man was the owner of Fangdan Pavilion. Fangdan Pavilion's only treasure Dan alchemist, Chen Yeqing. Chen Yeqing was gloomy at this time, perhaps finding the obese woman's cries too annoying. He grunted coldly. What's all the crying about? Shut up, Steward Wu. Who exactly is the other party? Dare to touch my Fangdan Pavilion's people? And what the hell is going on? Tell me more carefully. As the controller of the Fangdan Pavilion, Chen Yeqing's position in the Fangdan Pavilion was naturally transcendent. Seeing him this angry, Steward Wu also slightly straightened his face. The other party's name is Pan Ning. It's the brother of an alchemy apprentice in our Fangdan Pavilion. Steward Wu still wanted to talk about the inside story, but he was directly interrupted by Chen Yeqing. What? Pan Ning? Chapter 167 Requests. Chen Yeqing raised his eyebrows at Steward Wu. Indeed, his name is Pan Ning, and he said that he is working as an apprentice smith in a certain store. What I'm wearing today is a treasure weapon refiner's costume. Don't worry, Master Chen. I have investigated this person's background. It should be using some kind of secret method. I'll be right there to pull them out. Now please also ask Master Chen to stabilize his injuries. Chen Yeqing felt like the sky was falling. He stared, the goatee on his chin shaking. Say, what the hell is going on? Don't tell me people came to the door and wasted your brother for no reason. Steward Wu did not understand when he saw Chen Yecheng reacting like this. Master Chen, it's just an apprentice refiner. Why do you have to be like this? She didn't want to say anything about her own brother trying to force a concubine. After all, he was Chen Yecheng's son-in-law. It's something that can be left unsaid. Chen Yecheng gave an exasperated laugh. Apprentice alchemist? Pan Ying, a genius refiner. Just passed the Alchemist Guild's treasure weapon alchemist examination. One word from the man, and a great many people do his work for him. It's time to talk now, isn't it? Steward Wu's head buzzed. How is that possible? He's clearly an apprentice. How could she have thought that Pan Ying was a treasure weapon refiner? Such a young treasure weapon refiner. Steward Wu had no choice but to tell the whole story. Chen Yecheng was trembling with anger. This kind of thing, if the other party is an ordinary person, is nothing more than a family scandal to him, but the other party is Pan Ying. This is the kind of thing that, to put it bluntly, is not too much to ask for. Father, aren't you also a treasure Dan alchemist? And with the connections you've accumulated over the years in Qingzhou City, you still have to be afraid of him, the obese woman said, wiping tears from her eyes. Chen Yecheng was even more furious. Grow a brain, can it be the same? Don't you want to think about it? How old is Pan Ying now? Even Kuei Koshi has asked to take him as his disciple. I don't even have a few years left to live, so what if I can refine treasure pills? You guys are in trouble, okay? Chen Yecheng was furious at this time. What should I do then? The obese woman snapped again. What can be done? I don't know what to do. At this point, Steward Wu was already in a daze. Offending a true treasure weapon refiner. Even if she possessed the rhythmic god realm, she still had to feel fear. Chen Yecheng was only a lower-grade Baodan alchemist, and he was able to make her sell out. If Pan Ying really wanted to deal with her, it was easy as pie. The funny thing was that before that, she wanted to pull out the two Pan Ying siblings to teach them a good lesson. Now give her a direct bipolar reversal. The sky is really falling on this one. Chen Yecheng flung his sleeves and directly left this courtyard. After Chen Yecheng left, the obese woman added, Dad must be out looking for someone. We'll just wait for good information from him. Father has been in Qingzhou City for many years. How can he be compared to a brat? Chen Yecheng had just left this place not long ago when someone informed him that there was a letter calling for Chen Yecheng to personally open it. Chen Yecheng hurriedly got the letter, which only had a few short lines on it. It was an old friend who had been dating for a long time who wanted to invite him to meet up. This old friend's cultivation had already reached the realm of the embodied god, and he held a key position within the city guards. At this time, when such a thing happened in Fangdan Pavilion, Chen Yecheng was exactly the time when he wanted to move around a lot, so naturally there was no reason to refuse. If he could just talk to these old friends about what to do, maybe he could get through this. When Chen Yecheng arrived at the location of the appointment, he realized that there were already several people from the city guards here. As soon as Chen Yecheng appeared, all the people were casting glances at him, and this scene made Chen Yecheng feel bad all of a sudden. Master Chen, please also take a seat. The city guard of the embodied god realm, who was familiar with Chen Yecheng, invited Chen Yecheng to take a seat. The sudden appearance of so many strangers at this kind of close friends get-together meal made Chen Yecheng feel that this matter was not trivial. Several people in the crowd seemed to look at him with mischief in their eyes. After Chen Yecheng, the little old man, took his seat, he was still ready to climb into conversation with the crowd. He then saw the only Jindan realm among the crowd and opened his mouth. Master Chen, we're here because of Pan Ying's matter. We are as close as brothers with Pan Ying, and after such a mess this time, we still want Master Chen to give us an explanation. Or else there is no need for the Fangdan Pavilion to exist if Pan Ying is personally involved. Don't blame us brothers for not reminding you. There are many impregnating God realm powerhouses in Qingzhou City who want our Pan brothers to refine treasure weapons. Master Kuei Koshi is also taking on a disciple. If Master Chen thinks that the Fangdan Pavilion is capable, then he can ignore my words. Chen Yecheng screamed in his heart. He also didn't expect Pan Ying to be so capable, only having just become a treasure weapon refiner within a few days and already having hooked up with the city guards. And it also allows that buddy of yours to ask himself out. As soon as he appeared, he was directly hit by Zhou Fengman. If it were usual for a Jindan realm city guard to talk to him like this, he would definitely give the other party a little color. Today's situation was obviously different. This Jindan realm was Pan Ying's people. Chen Yecheng was very clear about the current situation, which was very unfavorable to him, but it was good news that the other side was willing to sit down and talk to him. This little old man stood up in his seat and bowed to Abbot Fengwan. This brother, I'm willing to pay for this. I can give a sum of cultivation resources to compensate Master Pan as well as his sister. This resource is enough for them to cultivate to the realm of embodied God. Chen Yecheng's face was filled with flesh pain as he uttered these words. The resources to be able to cultivate to the realm of embodied God was already a hemorrhage for him. The entire Fongdan pavilion didn't have a few embodied god realms either. Zhou Fongman, who was sitting across from him, was also obviously a bit surprised, but he gave another cold smile. That's not enough. Brother Pan said he wants 2 lives. If you don't give it, he'll come and get it himself. A trace of anger appeared on Chen Yeching's face, but it was quickly restrained. The 2 lives were none other than Steward Wu as well as his son-in-law. If you're willing to hand over the 2 lives, then he and your Fongdan pavilion will be well watered in the future, and this matter will be written off. You should know very well what kind of position your Fongdan pavilion has within Qingzhou City. If Brother Pan invites Master Kuei Koshi to step in, a single word can cause you to be overthrown overnight. When I'm done talking, you'd better give an answer. Don't keep our disc brothers waiting. Brother Pan is young and vigorous. He can't wait that long. Chen Yeching's entire body was lost in thought as he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. I promise, Master Pan. With Chen Yeching agreeing to give the request for 2 lives, the banquet was dispersed. Fang Wenjiang and the others came to Wanbao House with this news. As soon as they entered, they saw a man who had wrapped his right arm tightly around himself sitting in the front room. Chapter 168. If they don't die, we will. When Fang Wenjiang and the others saw that this Hanyu was only at the peak Jindan realm, they didn't care too much. However, in the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Hanyu, and then this shadow rushed into the Hanyu's body, and under their dumbfounded stares, Shui Gui's aura climbed upwards, directly reaching the late stage of the embodied god realm. Shui Gui's slightly icy voice rang in their ears. Who is the visitor? Fang Wenjiang and the others hastened to identify themselves. This brother, we've come to find Master Pan Pan. We are friends of Master Pan. At this time, Pan Kai walked out from the forge. Seeing Shui Gui's sword drawn, he rushed over to round off the situation. Senior brother is mistaken. They are my friends. Only then did Shui Gui collect his breath and sat down expressionlessly. Fang Wenjiang and the others immediately pinched a sweat. They felt a powerful crisis in this indifferent Hanyu. This Hanyu's strength was very powerful. It was estimated that he was already invincible to the realm of the embodied god. Such a character was actually Pan Ying's senior brother, also known as Ren Ping's apprentice. This Hanyu appeared to be no more than 30 years of age. It was rare that he could have such strength, and likewise, he was a person with an unlimited future. How are things going, brothers? Pan Ying opened his mouth and asked. It took a few moments for Zhou Fong to give a general idea of what was going on. The owner of Fongdan Pavilion is a lower-grade Baodan alchemist. He promised to put out 2 lives to put the matter to rest. In addition, he will take out a resource that can support Brother Pan and Little Sister to cultivate to the embodied god realm. Pan Ying nodded. As long as that Steward Wu and his brother died, he didn't care about anything else. These resources are no longer a thing to him. The fact that he was able to continuously build lower-grade treasure weapons was equal to having a constant stream of resources. Brother Pan, there is one more thing. Are you going to die or live with these 2? Pan Ying mused. Send up the heads. Yes, I'll be sure to pass on that request. Pan Ying sent the crowd away before he breathed a sigh of relief, and he rented another small courtyard near the Wanbao building to house his younger sister, Pan Yan Yan. After doing so, he came to Shui Gui. Senior brother, thank you for coming out to help in this matter. I wonder what kind of weapon senior brother uses. This time you happen to be out of the gate. Senior brother will refine one for you. Shui Gui nodded. His fighting style was very rough, and after fusing the beast souls, he directly blasted his opponent with great strength. Thinking about it, the gloves would be more appropriate. I use the gloves. Good. Then I'll build a boxing glove for senior brother. Pan Ying walked into the forge after making some inquiries. He was going to build several treasure weapons this time. Shui Gui's gloves are one of them. The other few were the weapons of several of the founder's men. Several people in this matter, Fang Wenjiang, had contributed both labor and effort, and it was impossible for Pan Ying to let the other party work for nothing. Manpower House has returned to normal, but on the other side of Qingzhou City within the Fongdan Pavilion, the atmosphere of Fongdan Pavilion was still very depressing. Inside the yard, Steward Wu's face was gloomy on the side, not knowing what he was thinking. My family's man wouldn't do such a thing. It must be that maid seducing my family's man. Sister Wu, you're right, and my dad's already out the door. He must have gone to get help. My father has been famous for a long time in Qingzhou City. He will definitely be able to solve that. The obese woman stopped crying at this point and chattered away. Just then, Chen Yeching walked in. Seeing this, the obese woman and Steward Wu immediately greeted them. Dad, how's it going? Is that dead yet? Father, you bring that back, and I'll execute her myself. Chen Yeching looked at his daughter's incessant chattering, and his heart was already beyond annoyed. This little cutie, and now he's daydreaming about it. Chen Yeching had no doubt that the other party had the ability to exterminate Fongdan Pavilion. Kuei Koshi personally opened his mouth to accept his disciple. What weight this carried he knew very well, but looking at his daughter like this, he suddenly developed a sense of powerlessness. Chen Yeqing turned his gaze back to Steward Wu. Master Chen, how are things? Nothing. Chen Yeqing shook his head. Hold your horses. Chen Yeqing pretended to be relaxed as he sat down on a chair within the courtyard and took out another jar of wine in his storage ring. As he opened the wine altar, the fragrance of the wine immediately overflowed. It was a very valuable medicinal wine that contained a huge amount of spiritual qi, and also had the effect of enhancing one's cultivation. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip before pouring another on the table. Come over for a drink, Chen Yeqing said to Steward Wu. Steward Wu was a bit surprised. She knew about this jar of wine. It was Chen Yeqing's collection. Even if one was in the realm of the embodied god, drinking a cup could enhance one's cultivation by many. She had begged Chen Yeqing to help her brew an altar before, but was repeatedly rejected. I didn't expect Chen Yeqing to bring out this altar of wine on this day. Maybe it's because of all that's come out in the last couple days. Steward Wu didn't think much about it in his mind. She had been coveting this wine for a long time. Thank you, Master Chen. Chen Yeqing watched as Steward Wu drank down the glass of wine, and immediately felt relieved in his heart. You're kind of a mouthful, and finally get to drink from this altar. Chen Yeqing said this without a clue. Steward Wu's face suddenly changed, because the cup of wine she had swallowed into her stomach was taking away her vitality at this moment. She looked at Chen Yeqing incredulously. Chen Yeqing narrowed his eyes as he watched her face gradually turn green and black. This wine is poisoned? Chen Yeqing nodded. Go in peace. This wine has been put with a strong poison in it. It won't cause you too much pain. Chen Yeqing's tone was incomparably cold. The obese man on the side had frozen in fear, not knowing what to do. Chen Yeqing hadn't lied. This jar of wine did indeed harbor a severe poison. Even the embodied god realm wouldn't be able to struggle for long. Steward Wu had collapsed and died in a matter of moments. Looking at the fact that Steward Wu was already dead, Chen Yeqing breathed a sigh of relief. He was an alchemist, and if Steward Wu fought back, he was no match. Poisoning is the only safe way. As for his son-in-law who was still lying on the bed, at this point he was already a wreck, and any ordinary person would be able to kill him. At this point the obese woman was finally reacting. She looked at Chen Yeqing with a bit of puzzlement. Father, why did you kill her? She's my man's sister. Chen Yeqing sneered. Not only will he die, but your man will die too. If the two of them don't die, it's us who will die. Don't you realize by now what they've messed with? The obese woman's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Chapter 169, Buy 2. Get 1 free. Chen Yeqing's words did not make the obese woman wake up. Father, you can't kill my husband. This is your daughter's lifelong happiness. What am I going to do if you kill him? Dad, you're kidding, right? That's surnamed Pan. I will make her life worse than death. How dare you seduce my husband? Then I'll get someone to rape her. Give her a taste of what it's like to be a human being, the obese woman said viciously. Chen Yeqing's eyelids jumped wildly. He realized that no matter what he said, his daughter couldn't hear him. According to his daughter's nature, there was a real possibility that she would do such a thing. Chen Yeqing understands it very well. If it was a normal person, it would be fine. The big deal would be to let her fool around. Chen Yeqing was fuming in his heart. True Qi condensed on top of his palm and slapped down at the obese woman's head. The obese woman's eyes rolled over and she directly collapsed to the ground, dying of gas. Chen Yeqing looked at his daughter's body inside. If you don't die, I'll never have peace. The Fongdan Pavilion shall not rest in peace either. You've caused enough trouble over the years. Go with you your husband. Chen Yeqing's mood was a bit complicated at this time. After he had finished with his own daughter, he turned and walked into the room, where the smell of herbs permeated the room. Chen Yeqing's son-in-law was currently lying on the bed with a pale face. His dantian had already been destroyed by Pan Ying, reducing him to an invalid. His arm was burnt to a charcoal, and his body was in a very bad condition. If not for Chen Yeqing holding his breath, he would have already returned to the 9 springs. Even the current situation was not optimistic, and it would take a large amount of healing divine medicine to restore him to normal. Chen Yeqing came in here and quickly caught his son-in-law's attention. Father-in-law, how's it going? Am I saved? Is that Pan Ying dead yet? This middle-aged man lying on the bed, although he looked breathless, as if he would die at any time. But when he met Chen Yeqing, he still asked a series of questions, and his primary concern was whether he was still saved. Secondly, he wanted to know if Pan Ying was dead now or not. When he was asking these questions, he didn't notice that Chen Yeqing's eyes were filled with indifference inside. Chen Yeqing glanced at the middle-aged man with a bit of boredom. All along he didn't like this son-in-law too much. If it wasn't for the fact that his daughter liked it and had to marry him, Chen Yeqing wouldn't have let such a contraption become his son-in-law. It's okay, this thing is over. As long as you die, no one will blame the Fongdan Pavilion. Lend me your head. Facing his son-in-law, Chen Yeqing's tactics were much rougher. Under the puzzled and fearful eyes of the middle-aged man, Chen Yeqing directly chopped off the middle-aged man's head. Chen Yeqing returned to the courtyard and chopped off the heads of his daughter and Steward Wu in turn. The 3 heads were neatly arranged inside a box by him. He loaded the box into his storage ring. Another storage ring was taken out. Come on man, help me deliver these 2 storage rings to the 10,000 treasures building in the south of the city. After doing this, Chen Yeqing felt that his entire body had lost its essence. When Pan Ying received the pretty sister's storage ring from Fongdan Pavilion, he looked at the 3 neatly placed inputs and suddenly smiled. This Chen Yeqing person is quite ruthless. I asked for 2 heads and he sent 3. Buy 2, get 1 free? But I laughed it off. Pan Ying had already built several treasure weapons out during this time. These pieces of treasure weapons were all lower grade treasure weapons, and they were given to Fong Wenjiang's several people respectively, which was also considered a treat for Fong Wenjiang's several people. Shui Guo also got his own lower grade treasure weapon boxing gloves. After Shui Guo came out of seclusion, he didn't seem to have any intention of continuing his seclusion. Sitting in the front hall all day like a log, Pan Ying had gotten used to it a long time ago. Pan Ying realized that this senior brother of his was more or less withdrawn in character. Shui Guo's exit didn't have any effect on Pan Ying. He was still building treasure weapons every day inside the forging room. Inside the 10,000 treasures building, a dozen or so treasure artifacts had been placed. All of these treasures are from the hands of Pan Ying. One sells every few days. Every day there were countless people who came to the door begging for Pan Ying to build a treasure weapon. The genius refiner's name was completely known in Qingzhou City. Everyone knew that there was a genius refiner in the 10,000 treasures building in the south of the city, who could build treasure weapons at a young age, and his craftsmanship was very remarkable. And the treasure weapons that came out through his hands were of the top grade among the lower grade treasure weapons. Even many long-established treasure weapon refiners could not do this. For a while, Pan Ying's name spread throughout the entire Qingzhou city. Inside the Fongdan Pavilion, Chen Yeqing gently breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old man was decisive. With a voice like that, spittle could drown the Fongdan Pavilion. It doesn't matter if a daughter dies. I have plenty of children offspring anyway. And in the center area of Qingzhou City, inside an imposing mansion, Kikako looked at the butler in front of him. That kid's reputation is bigger than mine? Where is his master? His master is unknown and mysterious? He hasn't shown his face yet? Every single day someone comes to your door begging for a treasure weapon? No. And he just went behind closed doors and didn't run into any problems? Oh, you're saying that the lower grade treasure artifacts he crafted are of superior, excellent quality. The butler before him nodded. This butler of the god-melting realm was respectful in front of Kue Koshi. Kue Koshi realized that he had made a mistake in his calculations. He assumed that Pan Ying would come across a lot of things he didn't understand and would want to find someone to ask. He, the number 1 refiner in Qingzhou City, should be Pan Ying's first choice. He had thrown an olive branch to Pan Ying earlier. However, these days, Pan Ying did not move a muscle and stayed inside the 10,000 treasures building to build treasure artifacts. It's as if Pan Ying already understands everything. To Kue Koshi's knowledge, this was quite unorthodox. Every refiner would have countless questions when refining weapons. These questions are either answered by someone who specializes in them, or you have to practice them on your own. How could Pan Ying know so many skills in refining weapons at his age? What has Pan Ying been up to lately? Oh, Fontaine Court? I know. Think of a way for me to get Pan Ying to meet with me. Can't figure it out? Such a talented disciple was driven away by you. You'll have to figure it out if you can't. Kue Koshi was so angry that he blew out his beard. The butler of the god-melting realm had no choice but to go out and leave. This steward, who was already a Jedi master, secretly spat in his heart. How can you blame me when you're the one who set the rules? I'm not a refiner. How do I know if he's a refining genius? Kue Koshi didn't care if he could come up with a solution. He just wanted to meet Pan Ying at this moment. Chapter 170, wanting to see what Elder K is capable of. Faced with Kue Koshi's request, his butler had no choice but to come to the front of the manpower building. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Shui Guo sitting cross-legged in the front hall cultivating, but seeing that Shui Guo was only at the Jindan realm of cultivation, he didn't care. Is Pan Ying available? Pan Ying heard this voice and walked out in the forge. When he saw the strong man of the god-ruling realm he was stunned. He had seen this person before. Wasn't this the butler on Master Kue Koshi's masterpiece? This senior, what do you want from me? Although he recognized the person's identity, Pan Ying did not know the person's intention. This god-melting realm powerhouse looked Pan Ying up and down, but found that Pan Ying's cultivation was mediocre and even described as weak, and there was nothing on his body that was worth mentioning. He was puzzled in his heart. Just such a guy placed in Qingzhou City ordinary. How is it a refining genius? On that day, he remembered that Pan Ying couldn't answer any questions. Little friend Pan, are you free? As Kue Koshi's butler, he knew very well that a master refiner needed a shelf. Originally he wanted to just say what he meant, have Pan Ying come to the door to see Kue Koshi. But a master refiner inviting a youngster to his door was more or less a loss of face. According to past experience, as long as he asked Pan Ying if he was free, Pan Ning would definitely say yes, and then his ass would go back with him. But Pan Ying's answer surprised him greatly. Senior, I'm sorry, I'm still in the process of building a treasure weapon, so I'm not available at the moment. The corner of this god-melting realm powerhouse's mouth twitched. Pan Ying's answer surprised him greatly. If Senior doesn't have anything else, please go ahead, Pan Ning said nonchalantly. Kue Koshi wanted to take him on as a disciple, but that day in the Alchemists' Union, Kue Koshi had spoken out to disparage his master. Pan Ning was more or less unhappy in his heart. As for asking Kue Koshi for advice on refining weapons, that was even more impossible. He was now comfortable refining lower-grade treasure weapons. Even mid-grade treasure weapons had already been studied. As soon as his cultivation broke through, he would immediately be able to refine mid-grade treasure weapons. What kind of KAZ? It was only capable of refining extreme-grade treasure weapons. Pan Ning didn't feel inferior to his opponent. Kue Koshi's butler froze directly in place. When had he ever received such treatment as a god-melting realm? Just entered the door and was escorted away. He now had the urge to just take Pan Ning captive, bring it to Kue Koshi, and his mission was complete. But he had just ventured this thought when he felt a sudden chill. When he looked back, he realized that the Jindan man on the side had already become the embodied god realm at some point. It looks like it was lifted up with an external object. However, he still felt a chill. If he really made a move to take Pan Ning captive, it wouldn't be that simple. Guess there's still a fight to be made with this person. But then, this thing is not perfect. Kue Koshi wants to take on an apprentice, not to rob people. Master Smiths also want to save face. He resisted the urge, smiled at Pan Ning. Nothing, good riddance. Pan Ning opened his mouth and said, this god-melting realm stepped out of the 10,000 treasures building, and his face was suddenly gloomy. In his heart, he thought, well, that's how you treat your seniors, isn't it? In his mind, Pan Ning had already been labeled as disrespectful to his seniors. When he returned to Kue Azi's mansion and told him about it, Kue Azi glared at him. You're asked to hire someone and you're putting up a fight? Did you know he was a genius? Geniuses have pride. Go again. Kue Koshi's housekeeper was very deflated. He just couldn't figure out that it was clearly not his problem. But Kue Koshi had given the order, and he had no choice but to carry it out. When he came to Manpower House again, Shuegue was the only one in the front room. As soon as he entered, he heard Shuegue's icy voice. Pan Ning doesn't see guests. Take your time. Kikako's butler nearly exploded. Eventually it was tolerated. He remained unproductive this time. Returning to Kue Koshi's mansion, this god-melting realm was once again scolded by Kue Koshi. It's not enough to make it. It's enough to break it. Is it so hard to get you to hire someone? Kue Koshi was so angry that he blew out his beard. Master, then I'll go again? And go? My ass. I'll go myself. Kue Koshi eventually chose to come to the door himself. He wanted to see if Pan Ning really knew everything. When the two of them arrived at the 10,000 treasures building in a flurry of wind, they saw Pan Ning in the front hall polishing the treasures that were on display. All these trivial matters within the Wanbao building were solved by Pan Ning. There are only 2 people in Manpower House right now. Shuegue didn't have to count on it at all. Shuegue sat for a day, and did not speak or make any movements. Pan Ning directly treated this senior brother as a wooden man. Kue Koshi looked at Pan Ying's busy figure. There was a soft cough. Pan Ning turned back, seeing that Kue Koshi and his butler had entered the antechamber. Greetings, Elder Kue Koshi. Kue Koshi nodded and sat straight down on his butt. Pan Ning, you are a genius in the path of refining weapons. Why would you do such a thing? It doesn't cost much to hire a maid for this kind of thing. What you need to do is to learn the way of refining properly. Don't waste this lifetime talent. Pan Ning raised an eyebrow. This Kue Koshi spoke to him in the tone of an elder. He knows his own situation very well himself. He's nothing without his master. What refining talent is just a divine ability bestowed by the master. The master told himself to look after the store, but he didn't tell him to hire someone to look after the store. These are things that don't take much time for him, either. Pan Ning smiled and said, out of the way. Kue Koshi added, I greatly admire your talent and have cultivated you. I had said that if there was anything you didn't know about refining, you could come over and ask me. Could it be that these days, you don't encounter any problems you don't understand? This is a very posed statement by Kue Koshi. When Pan Ning heard this, he instantly understood what Kajazi had come because of. He smiled. There is indeed no question that the late generation does not understand. It's indeed not good to disturb senior. Kue Koshi glared at once. Those who don't know have no fear. I've been drunk on refining weapons for dozens of centuries, and I don't even dare to say that there's nothing I don't know. You're barely able to refine an inferior treasure weapon, and you're even speaking out of turn. We refining weapons together. We must have a heart of reverence and learning, so that we can achieve the supreme refining avenue. Is it not like you? As if he had found a breakthrough, Kue Koshi began to preach at Pan Ning. Pan Ning had a faint smile on his face. I really didn't have a problem I didn't understand. What Elder Kuei Koshi said seems a bit excessive. Kuei Koshi snorted coldly. What a mouthful. I'd like to see what you can do. A smile appeared on Kuei Koshi's face as he finished saying this. He was going to strike a good blow to Pan Ning now, so that he would understand that there was a world outside of man. Instead, he heard Pan Ning say, I also want to see what Elder K is capable of. Chapter 171, The Eye Test. The housekeepers on the side heard this, and they all thought to themselves what a big mouth. Kuei Koshi was a master smith. In terms of refining weapons, no one in the entire Chinjo city was his match. So young and so arrogant. Kuei Koshi's butler had long wanted to see Pan Ning suffer. It's also good to kill this person's spirit. Otherwise, he really thought he was invincible. Kuei Koshi also had all such intentions, but he was much more calm compared to the butler's eagerness. After all, he really wanted to take Pan Ning as a disciple. How would you like to see what I can do? Kuei Koshi had a smile on his face. Pan Ning smiled back. How about a contest? And it's no better than refining treasure weapons. We, refiners, already have to have a good grasp of the materials, processes, and so on, before refining them. I can compete with Elder Kuei Koshi in terms of eye for refining weapons. Kuei Koshi was also surprised, not realizing that Pan Ning would want to compete with him in terms of eyesight. It's an offensive thing for a junior to compete with a senior, because for the seniors, whether they win or lose, they can't curry favor. The win was well deserved, being a senior in its own right. If you lose, you'll be stepped on. Arrogant. You're disrespecting your elders. Kikako's butler stepped forward at this time. Pan Ning raised an eyebrow, and did not speak, turning his gaze to Kuei Koshi. Kuei Koshi glanced at the butler with great satisfaction. One sings in red and one in black. That fits well. No obstacles, no obstacles. Kuei Koshi waved his hand in a good-natured manner. It was a bout that should not have been agreed upon, but Kuei Koshi had something in mind. Moreover, Kuei Koshi was confident that his dozens or hundreds of years of drilling could completely crush Pan Ning. He had to show Pan Ning what he was capable of so that he could pay homage to his refining skills. Although your proposal is a bit offensive, my old man is more than willing to cultivate his young juniors, so I'll let you take care of this matter. Pan Ning watched this quietly from the sidelines. How could he not understand the match between the two masters and servants of Kuei Koshi? But he was also confident in himself. Comparing the craftsmanship, he couldn't even catch up with Kuei Koshi, but if he was comparing his eyesight, he was confident that Kuei Koshi wasn't as powerful as himself. It was because he had a divine ability that allowed him to see through the essence of treasure spirit weapons, meticulous in every way. Please ask Senior Kuei Koshi to take out a treasure weapon or spirit weapon, and the two of us will start competing. Pan Ning spoke aloud. Kuei Koshi waved his hand with a smile. That's not fair. You and I are both refiners, and any treasure weapon spirit weapon that I take out is basically one that I personally refine and know it like the back of my hand. Old Chen, go borrow an inferior treasure weapon. Let's go to Smoke and Firehouse. Smoke and Firehouse's lower-grade treasure artifacts have a very exquisite refining process. Guadaru was almost able to refine a medium-grade treasure weapon. How is it, little friend Pan? This Guade from Smoke and Firehouse is considered a leading lower-grade treasure weapon refiner, and I'm not familiar with the treasure weapons that came from his hands. Pan Ning naturally had no opinion. Any treasure he could see through. Kuei Koshi wants to pursue fairness, so let's be fair. The result is the same anyway. Then follow Elder's lead. Pan Ning said slowly. Old Chen, go ahead, Kuei Koshi said to his housekeeper. This god-melting realm powerhouse immediately left the door and rushed to the Smoking Firehouse. Fireworks House belonged to a store that was not too big or small in Chinjo City. The store's shopkeeper was a lower-grade treasure weapon refiner, who had been deeply practicing the art of refining weapons for many years, and in recent years, he had heard that he was about to be able to refine mid-grade treasure weapons. Kuei Koshi's butler was also considered a figure in Chinjo City. He had just arrived here when he was seen by Guode, the refiner of the Smoke and Fire building, and was greeted politely. Elder brother Chen's presence is a great honor. It's a great honor to be here. Guode was an old man, looking about 50 or 60 years old, with dark skin and a face full of signs of age, looking like an old farmer in the fields. Butler Chen had originally thought that he would count on borrowing a treasure weapon, but when he thought of Pan Ying's disrespectful senior, Butler Chen decided to make a fool of Pan Ning for once. If you dare to compete with Kuei Koshi, you will lose. What's the point of two people competing in private? It's best to let all the refiners in the city know about it. With this thought, Butler Chen slowly opened his mouth. I have come today because I am prepared to borrow an inferior treasure weapon. Guode sniffed and was a bit surprised. As the sidekick of Kuei Koshi, Butler Chen had never lacked treasure weapons. How come you came to the door today to borrow a lower-grade treasure weapon? Moreover, this lower-grade treasure weapon was no longer suitable for Butler Chen to use. At the God-melting realm, they generally used medium-grade treasure weapons. Today Master Kue Koshi is preparing to compete with someone in the refining eye, and is now missing a lower grade treasure weapon. Guo De sniffed and became interested. Master Kei Koshi competing with someone for eyesight? Who else in Qingzhou City could compete with Master Kue Koshi's eyesight? He was already the pinnacle of the Qingzhou City's refiners. You may not believe me when I tell you. The person who competed with Master Kue Koshi's eyesight is also a celebrity in Qingzhou City. Guo De became even more interested. Who? Pan Ying. That refining genius? Right. Guo De was even more interested when he heard it was Pan Ying. An eye contest between the old and the new? It's been a long time since I've asked for advice from Elder Kue Koshi. It's my honor that Senior Kue Koshi chose the treasure weapon I refined this time. I just don't know. Will I be able to watch from the sidelines? Old me would also like to hear what Elder Kue Koshi has to say about me. There was no reason for Butler Chen not to agree. It's not a problem. This competition of eyesight is at the Wanbao building in the south of the city. It won't trouble Master Kue Koshi. Guo Da's eyes glowed even more. In that case, it wouldn't be too much to ask a few familiar friends to go along, would it? Butler Chen nodded repeatedly. It should. Guo De scratched his head again. I have to pick a winning piece. Old brother Chen, you wait a moment. Guo De hurried back and took out another lance. This was a lower grade treasure weapon lance, the pinnacle of Guo Da's work, in which many newfangled techniques were used. Elder brother Chen, you go one step ahead of me so as not to keep Senior Kue Koshi waiting. I'll go greet a few friends and go along. Butler Chen received the lance treasure and nodded his head as he left. Looking at Guo De with such excitement, he secretly laughed in his heart. This is always a good way to thwart Pan Ying. Guo De will definitely call the rest of the refiners in Qingzhou City, and Pan Ying will be disgraced by then. Butler Chen quickly returned to Manpower House. He took out that a lower grade treasure weapon lance and handed it over to Kajazi. Kue Koshi had just warped this lance length on the table in front of him. How about you and I observe for an hour, and after an hour, we compete again? Yes. This kind of fair and impartial doing, Pan Ying liked it. Also at this time, a group of people crowded in outside the door in a big way. Chapter 172, Ego? This group of people were all Qingzhou City's refiners. The person in the lead was none other than Guo De, the owner of this treasure weapon lance. Guo De wore a smile on his face as he saluted Kue Koshi. Master Kue Koshi, today's honor, the treasure weapon that I refined can enter the master's eyes. I'm the same as a refiner. Today I still want to grow my eyes. I hope Master Kue Koshi doesn't mind. The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the front room standing full of people. Almost all of the treasure weapon refiners in the entire Qingzhou City had come. The people in this room were the pillars of the refining path of the entire Qingzhou City. Kue Koshi glanced at Butler Chen, finally smiled. It's not a bad thing. No harm done. The many treasure weapon refiners also found a place to stand, leaving space for the two of them, Pan Ying and Kue Koshi. At this moment, numerous gazes fell on Pan Ying's body. Among the people present, there were also people who had seen Pan Ying, but it was limited to just a few people who were serving as examiners that day. The others, who had only heard of Pan Ying's name, had never seen the real person. Now that he took a look, he realized that although this person, Pan Ying, was young, he didn't have much of the characteristics of a refiner on him. It was important to know that refiners spend years in the forges to build spirit weapons and treasures, and carried some characteristics on their bodies, such as their skin being black and red because of constant contact with the flames, which burned their skin, and so on. Anyone in the refiner's industry would probably know what kind of Dao this person had after taking a look at him. Pan Ying is not well characterized. It's like someone who has just come into contact with smithing not long ago. Is he really a refining genius? At the condensed Dan realm, it's also extremely difficult to refine treasure weapons, right? Doesn't look like it to me. Numerous treasure weapon refiners pointed at Pan Ying. Neither is very optimistic about Pan Ying. Pan Ying didn't care and sat steadily on the sidelines. And Kue Koshi had already arrived in front of the lower grade treasure weapon lance, scrutinizing the details on it. He turned around and saw that Pan Ying was still in the same place and couldn't help but ask, "Little friend Pan, aren't you coming to take a look?" A refiner who wanted to see a little something had to get close enough to observe it, or else they wouldn't be able to observe something in detail at all. Pan Ying shook his head. There's no need for that. Senior Kue Koshi, please make yourself at home. Pan Ying's appearance made Kue Koshi feel puzzled. He added, since the two of you and I have already competed, you must do your best even if you will lose. Otherwise, what is the old man doing? Kue Koshi was now afraid that Pan Ying would just give up the competition and watch him perform all by himself. This was more than a little embarrassing for a master smith. He was, after all, the #1 refiner in Qingzhou City. Pan Ying seemed to be able to see Kue Koshi's concern. He chuckled. I've finished reading it, and I've understood everything about this treasure. Senior Kajiazi, don't worry, the late generation is not that kind of person. Kue Koshi gave Pan Ying a more or less angry look. Not even close enough to read it? How is that possible? a master smith, had to get close enough to see it. That's disrespectful of Pan Ing. Kue Koshi's first reaction was that Pan Ing was teasing him. A private competition would be fine. But now, all the refiners that could be ranked in Qingzhou City had already come. Isn't Pan Ing embarrassing him? But looking at Pan Ying's serious expression, it didn't seem like a lie. Conceited? Kue Koshi thought of the possibility. Geniuses are conceited. It was normal for Pan Ing to be conceited at such a young age when he had achieved such an accomplishment in the Tao of refining weapons. Kue Koshi suddenly broke into a smile at the thought. He was going to shatter Pan Ying's confidence now. Let him understand that talent is only one factor of success. He still needs a more exercise, and an experienced master like him to guide him. Kue Koshi continued to observe the lower-grade treasure weapon lance in front of him. With his many years of experience, all sorts of things about this lance treasured artifact presented themselves in his mind under his observation. When the other refiners saw this scene, their eyes changed as they looked at Pan Ing. What a mouthful! He said he got it? Elder Kue Koshi doesn't even dare to say he understands. I think he's just pretending to be so conceited. One's future accomplishments are worrisome, and Elder Kue Koshi still wants to take him as a disciple. I don't think that's necessary. All signs indicate that although this person has talent, he has a poor heart, and it won't take long for him to be beaten back to his original form. The refiners present were all experienced people. Pan Ying's move fell in their eyes, no different from cutting off his own career. Unbeknownst to him, Pan Ing was not lying, much less conceited. With just a glance, he already knew all the aspects of this treasure weapon lance's materials are, refining techniques, and detailing. He even double-checked it to keep things stable. Kue Koshi, who was in front of the lance, fell back with a wonderful expression. He frowned at times, nodded his head, and stroked the lance with his upper hand. It's like a fascination. When the other refiners saw this scene, they also discussed it in low voices. This lance was refined by Guode. It's Guoda's masterpiece. It contains decades of Guoda's experience in refining weapons. It's indeed very strong. The material is also very special. And for a moment, I can't even tell. The material of the head of the gun is very hard, with armor-breaking effect, and the body of the gun is flexible without losing rigidity. Both rigid and flexible. A brilliant technique. Another person commented. The material of this lance is not bad, slightly rare, just a little bit, carefully identify some, can still be recognized. But this forging technique, it seems to be a bit special. Not bad, with such craftsmanship. Wade, refining a mid-grade treasure weapon is just around the corner. Wade in the crowd had a smile on his face. Wade, can you say something? Someone asked. They were top refiners though, but they didn't get close enough to observe. They could only get a general view, not really able to discern anything, only to turn his attention to Guode. Guodeku was the refiner of this lance, and he knew the details of it. Guode could only smile bitterly and shake his head in the face of the crowd's questions. Among the refiners present, there were many who were more powerful than him. He had to laugh bitterly. Gentlemen, don't be difficult. Elder Kue Koshi is still competing. The crowd hadn't taken the bout to heart. Pan Ing is in this situation. It would be hell to have anything to say. But after all, Kue Koshi, a master refiner, was competing. And, moreover, Kue Koshi looked very serious. Anyone who reveals some claims in advance will probably have to go crazy. Kue Koshi, and I've heard that Kue Koshi is ready to take on an apprentice. They, the refiners who could only refine top-grade treasure weapons at the highest, didn't dare to ruin Kajazi's good deed. The crowd whispered and whispered about the various wonders of the lance. Nor did he dare disturb Kue Koshi. Kikako stopped in front of the lance for a long time before finally returning to his seat. It was also at this time that an hour's time had passed. Chapter 173. The competition begins. An hour had passed in the blink of an eye. Kue Koshi had already sat across from Pan Ing with an old spirit. Little friend Pan, are you ready? Pan Ing nodded. When he saw this lance treasure weapon, he was ready. In that case, let's get started. However, many of my fellow disciples are here today. Would little friend Pan be interested in adding some color? Kue Koshi had a bright idea. Many Qingzhou City passages are here, so why not give Pan Ing a direct stimulus? This son had such talent in the art of refining weapons that it was worth his while to do this. What kind of color do Elder Kue Koshi want to add? That's exactly what the latecomer wants. The crowd was coming around. It's fun to add color. The old man, who is the leading refiner of the Qingzhou City, sees that you are gifted and intends to take you as his disciple. If you lose to the old man today, it means that your Tao is still shallow and you still need to study. If you lose, just worship me as your master. These words from Kue Koshi surprised the crowd, not realizing that Kue Koshi still had such calculations now. However, such a genius in refining weapons was indeed worthy of Kajazi. It had been several years since Kue Koshi had put out the news of accepting disciples, and none of them were to his liking. It was impossible not to be moved by seeing someone so gifted now. Pan Ning laughed. If I lose, I'll worship you as my master. But what if I win? And what should the seniors do? Kue Koshi was full of disinterest. If I lose, I promise you a request. As long as the old man can do it, I will do it for you. The fellow travelers present may act as notaries for you and me. The crowd nodded. Pan Ning wasn't trying to get anything out of Kue Koshi, a request that was just right. Yes, it's a deal. Kue Koshi revealed a smile. This disciple today, he had taken him in. Then let's take this lance treasure weapon as the main focus and talk about it to see the gap between the eyes of you and I. How about the following first? The material of this lance? You and I will write the material of this lance on paper, and finally ask Guadi to confirm it. Pan Ning nodded. The late generation has no objections. Kue Koshi now pursued fairness and impartiality, fearing that Pan Ning would not recognize his shortcomings in the end. Then I'll trouble Guadi to confirm it for the two of us. Guadi is the refiner who refined this treasure weapon. What kind of materials were used he knows in his heart. The crowd listened and nodded. Fair enough indeed. Soon, someone took out pen, ink, paper and inkstone and placed them in front of Pan Ning and Kue Koshi respectively. Without pausing, the two men went straight to the paper. It was but a moment's work, and then it had stopped. The crowd didn't have a single doubt about the outcome. Ironically, Kue Koshi is better. This Pan Ning hadn't even come across the long lance treasure weapon, so how could he tell the materials used to make it? When a refiner wanted to distinguish the material of a spirit weapon treasure weapon, he usually touched the treasure weapon spirit weapon and felt the material. It was simply impossible for Pan Ning to write about the material of this lance just by looking at it from afar. A few moments later, 2 sheets of paper filled with writing were brought over and handed over to Guadi, the lance refiner. Guadaxian got the paper written by Kue Koshi, but after looking at it twice, he couldn't help but praise it. As expected of Master Ka, as good as it gets. When I refined this lance, I added many novel materials in pursuit of the strength of a mid-grade treasure artifact. I didn't expect Master Kue Koshi to be able to distinguish even half a taels of golden sand in it. And this, when I was refining it, I used 2 pounds of gong sha as a fire enhancement, and the consumables for melting the materials were surprisingly distinguishable. What a god! The crowd was shocked at the words. A connoisseur knows if there is one or not. Gong sha is generally melting high-end materials to be added to the flame to enhance the flame temperature, in order to quickly melt the effect. But these are consumables. My asha didn't melt into the lance. The fact that Kue Koshi was able to distinguish the consumables used in refining just by relying on the lance was nothing short of a godly man. None of the people present were able to do this. Kue Koshi's face smiled. Donnie, not enough, and let's see what little friend Pan recognizes. Without a reminder from Kei Koshi, Guadi forgot to look at it. At this look, Guadi froze. There was no response for a long time. The bystander opened his mouth and asked, Guadi, is none of it written? Since it's all a contest and there's a lottery, one that's not written out has to be shown. Guada? It was then that Guadi said, exactly the same. Guada's words puzzled the crowd. What's exactly the same? Kue Koshi glanced at Pan Ning and realized that Pan Ning was also sitting there with a smile on his face. Guadi, what's the problem? It was then that Kue Koshi asked, Master Kue, the materials that Pan Ning deduced are exactly the same as the ones you deduced. Not a hair's breadth apart. Even the weight used in gong sha is the same. The crowd was stunned at these words. Someone full of incredulity took the 2 pieces of paper and compared them. After reading it, it was equally full of shock. This, surprisingly, it's exactly the same. 2 pieces of paper were passed around to several people, several of whom were shocked. At this point, Kue Koshi was already in a hurry. He wondered in his mind, was it really just the same? But it's too embarrassing to ask. When Butler Chen, who was on the side, saw the look on Kue Koshi's face, he then brought the 2 pieces of paper to Kue Koshi's face. Kue Koshi froze after reading it. It's really exactly the same. The first thing that came to Kue Koshi's mind was that Pan Ning had cheated. But there are 24 pairs of eyes here watching. How do you cheat? There was only one explanation at the moment. Pan Ying's talent for refining weapons was really powerful. The crowd was silent. No one expected this outcome. Some thought that Pan Ning could not recognize a single material, while others thought that Pan Ning would write a nonsense. It just didn't occur to anyone that Pan Ning could write out all the material as well as Kue Koshi. The idea of taking Pan Ning as a disciple was even stronger in Kue Koshi's heart. Little friend Pan, this round, we're even. Next, let's talk about the technique and process of refining this lance. How? Pan Ning nodded. I don't have a problem with that. Kikako laughed. He had seen Pan Ning refining weapons, and Pan Ying's refining technique was not skillful, and was even considered rusty. As for himself, refining weapons for tens of hundreds of years, Pan Ning would never be able to recognize the refining techniques. Kue Koshi felt that the chance to even the odds was here. Then let's write on blank paper in the same way as before, and afterward, We'll divide the winners and losers. The eyes of the crowd looking at Pan Ing had changed. This really is a refining genius. This attitude of Kue Koshi's already said it all. Other than that, to be able to recognize the materials to such an extent, Pan Ying's attainments in refining materials had already surpassed the crowd. Chapter 174, Shameless? The fight between Pan Ing and Kue Koshi has come to the second round. This time the competition was to judge the refining technique of this lance treasure weapon. Last round, Pan Ing perfectly identified the materials of the lance, which surprised the crowd, and it was also a way to see that Pan Ing was not in vain, and that he was truly a genius in refining weapons. In terms of attainments in refining materials, it surpassed their imagination. But that's only part of the art of smithing. Grasping the refining materials was the first step in refining a good spiritual weapon and a good treasure weapon. In fact, the eyesight in this regard was not very important, because when you buy materials on the market, you basically don't have to identify them, and as long as you don't go cheap, you can get good materials. Having attainments in materials could only be said to be the icing on the cake, and could not determine that a certain refiner was truly great, and what's next to be competed against can't be the same. It's just a contest of eyesight, but it says a lot. At the very least, he had to know these refining techniques to recognize them. Being able to recognize the refining means showed that this person had already achieved something in the artifact refining course. 2 pieces of paper were placed in front of each of them. Pan Ing took the paper and immediately began to write. In less than a few moments, it had been written. On the contrary, Kue Koshi is slower. This kid isn't going to be able to recognize it again, is he? Wa Day. Your refining technique this time doesn't seem to be conventional. What kind of person is proficient in every kind? I reckon Pan Ing is merely proficient in materials. There's no such thing as an all-powerful person in the world. There was a lot of chatter from the spectators on the sidelines. It would also be too amazing if Pan Ing was able to recognize the refining technique. This lance wasn't refined with conventional refining techniques at all. Wei had marked a new approach and used some special techniques. Soon, Kue Koshi had also written down the refining techniques. 2 pieces of paper were placed in Guada's hands at the same time. It's better to see Master Kue Koshi first. Guade thought for a moment and said slowly, there is a first and last in everything. The jungle isn't all about fighting and killing. It's more about the human condition. As a refiner of Qingzhou City, it was natural to focus on Kajiazi. Moreover, there was a high probability that Pan Ing would end up becoming a disciple of Kue Koshi. The many refiners could still tell which was more important. The technique recognized by Master Kue Koshi is exactly the same as my refining process. This lance is divided into 2 parts, the body and the head. The body of the gun is made of a metal refined from a special ore, which also incorporates an important material extracted in the spirit wood, and after the 2 are fused together, it can make this gun toughen without losing rigidity. The head of the gun, on the other hand, is predominantly sharp and sturdy, and is made from the materials of a mid-grade treasure weapon, which is forged to remove the impurities in it before it is said to be gradually molded. Finally, the blood of some kind of spirit animal is used as the quenching material. The materials used have been mentioned before. After both parts are refined and finished, they are then boiled into blue with the bull tendons of demonic beasts in the Jindan realm, and after the 2 are bonded, they are incomparably strong. Kue Koshi writes about the refining process in great detail, detailed to every step. The crowd listened and nodded. Kue Koshi had amazing eyesight worthy of being a master refiner. Quada is great too. Many of these refining techniques they had not tried before. It is indeed considered a novelty. This lance was also the very best of the lower-grade treasure weapons. It stands up to these materials and refining techniques. Guada looked at the paper written by Pan Ing again. It was a long time before he said slowly, it's still exactly the same. The crowd was clearly in disbelief. How could anyone be so all-powerful? He's only 30 years old. Kue Koshi is almost 200 years old. The amount of time the 2 had spent on the Tao of refining weapons was simply not of the same magnitude. Kue Koshi was also a bit surprised. It took some circulation of the crowd to confirm that it was indeed the same. Although the words written are different, they express the same meaning, even a little more detailed than what Kue Koshi wrote out. Elder Kue Koshi, is this game, too, a tie? Pan Ing asked with a smile. Kue Koshi nodded. Flat. Your talent is too good. Kue Koshi praised. It's basically over now. From the materials used in refining weapons to the sand method of refining, the 2 had a competition. Although the 2 games were tied, Kue Koshi did not feel that Pan Ying's Tao was deeper than his own. After all, this was only a lower-grade treasure weapon. He was an extreme treasure weapon refiner. The purpose of the Kei Koshi has yet to be accomplished. He wanted to take on a disciple without showing any real strength. After all, he had underestimated Pan Ing. The crowd was already convinced of Pan Ing. To have such an understanding of weapon refining at such a young age already surpassed most of the people present. Elder Kue Koshi, it seems you have no chance with you. Pan Ing smiled and stood up. From today onwards, Pan Ying's name will spread throughout the entire Qingzhou city. Today's match was Pan Ying's dissatisfaction with Kue Koshi. He didn't mind when this old guy sent him to his door to brush up his reputation. Just at this time, Kue Koshi said slowly, "There's no hurry, little friend Pan. This contest is not over." Pan Ying turned back. It's not over yet? The bottom line of this treasure weapon was already clear to him, and there wasn't much to compare it to. The crowd also showed their curiosity. What else is there to compare? The two have tied. Kue Koshi has already failed to take on an apprentice. Pan Ying has earned a reputation. This has been the nail in the coffin. Kue Koshi continued again. Since it's a contest of eyesight, there's another part you can't miss. Pan Ying raised an eyebrow. He wanted to see what other novelties Kue Koshi could come up with. Elder, speak up, Kue Koshi added. Although this lance treasure artifact is very good, and is considered a superb product amongst the lower grade treasure artifacts, there are still some insufficient places that can be improved upon. You and I will debate where this lance is lacking and what else can be improved. The crowd just froze for a moment when Kue Koshi said this. Kue Koshi, this is bullying. He was an extreme grade treasure weapon refiner, so he could naturally see the inadequacies of this lower grade treasure weapon. But Pan Ying was only an inferior grade treasure weapon refiner now. Asking him to critique the work of a veteran inferior grade treasure weapon refiner? It's more or less shameless. But then the crowd thought about Pan Ying's talent. At once, he understood Kue Koshi's feelings. If they were in Kue Koshi's position, they would definitely do the same. Moreover, it hadn't been a day or two since Kue Koshi had wanted to take in a shut-in disciple. For the sake of his mantle's inheritance, Kue Koshi was sparing his own face. Among the crowd, only Guade, the refiner of the lance, had a smile on his face. Kue Koshi critiqued his refined lance. Wasn't that instructing him? It's an excellent opportunity for him to improve. Everyone was looking at Pan Ying, wanted to see if Pan Ying would say yes. Pan Ying was decidedly not a cutie pie to have such a talent. Chapter 175. It's all about the human condition. With such an obvious disadvantage, the odds are that Pan Ying will not agree. Right in front of the crowd's expectant eyes, Pan Ying smiled and sat back down again. Winning this match, Kue Koshi owed him a favor, and it would be a good thing for him. Kue Koshi's status was supreme. Even the top forces of Qingzhou City were polite to him. The amount of energy that can be utilized is amazing. Before he had grown up, to have Kue Koshi, a master refiner of supreme status, escorting him, his path would be a straight one. Most importantly, Pan Ying was really confident that he could win this match. The inadequacy of this lance was something he had known for a long time, and already in the back of my mind. I have a plan to improve it. Kue Koshi still had to compete with him, and he was completely unflappable. Then let's do as Elder Kue Koshi says. Kue Koshi smiled at his words. The rest of them were also stunned. They couldn't figure out why Pan Ying would agree to it. It's clearly a must-lose inning. Others thought of something. They gave odd smiles. The bystanders were puzzled and inquired, Master Autumn, what does this mean? Why can't I read it? Yes, Master Chiu solved my confusion. He. Pan Ying is estimated to have already had the heart to worship his master. This move, is the human condition. Losing to Master Kue Koshi will not only allow you to pay homage to the master, but it will also save Master Koshi's face. Hearing this explanation, the crowd came to their senses. The heart gave Pan Ying another high rating. This son is not only amazingly talented, but also has a lively mind. As a result, the eyes of the crowd looked at Kue Koshi with envy. With such a disciple, Kue Koshi could be considered to have fulfilled his heart's desire. The two Kakakos, who were the main characters, didn't have any other ideas. Little friend Pan, then I will go ahead. In my opinion, this lance refining technique as well as the materials are already superior. It's already a superb product among the lower grade treasure weapons, but it's a pity that there are 3 defects on it. If it can be perfected, this lower grade treasure weapon will still be with a higher level, reaching the level of a middle grade treasure weapon. What do you think, little friend Pan? Kue Koshi took the lead. Pan Ying said, my senior believes that this lance has a total of 4 flaws, and if perfected to the extreme, it can become the very best of the mid-grade treasure weapons, or even a top-grade treasure weapon. The crowd's eyes widened as they listened. What a mouthful. Master Kue Koshi has only found 3 flaws, and you claim to have found 4. Master Kue Koshi said that this treasure weapon could reach the mid-grade treasure weapon grade after optimization. Yet he said it could reach the very best of the mid-grade treasure weapons, or even the upper-grade treasure weapons. The crowd thought that Pan Ying was interested in worshipping the master and was ready to give Kue Koshi a step up, but now it seems that things are different. What the hell does he want? He really doesn't see Master Kue Koshi? Or maybe he really did find 4 flaws? Someone looked at Guade in the crowd. Elder brother Gua, this lance was refined by you. How many flaws can you find? A good refiner would usually have a review after the refining was done. Find your flaws and improve next time. Guade smiled bitterly. After I finished refining, I sat in front of this lance for half a month and could only find one flaw. Not as good as Master K. Koshi. Is the reason why Painting was not mentioned solely because of the fear of being punched in the face? Painting's suggestion that he's found 4 flaws is so amazing. It would be funny to wait and find out all these flaws one by one in case they are fake. Kue Koshi could only find 3 flaws only. Kue Koshi was slightly surprised. The first flaw that I found was that the lance was insufficient for the addition of true chi. When he finished speaking, he looked at Panning. Panning laughed. The first flaw is the same as Senior Kue Koshi. The second flaw found by the latecomer is the connection of the lance. Although the glue boiled with the demonic beast's ox tendon is very strong, the connection between the lance shaft and the tip of the lance has a fault, and the transmission of true chi has been weakened. Kue Koshi gave Panning a somewhat surprised look. The second flaw. I have the same one as little friend Pan. By now, Kue Koshi was already very convinced of Panning. Ask yourself, Panning could have flown 18 blocks from his youth. Pan Ying's talent in refining weapons repeatedly broke through his expectations. The third flaw is for the old man to say. The third flaw is this gun tip. The tip of this gun is already very sharp and pointed, but the most important thing about a treasure weapon is the spirit in it. The tip of the gun and the shaft are unified, and the true chi diffuses through the gun. Even after 10 years of use, it is still difficult to give birth to the spirit. Panning nodded. What Senior Kue Koshi said is exactly what the late generation was thinking. The crowd exclaimed. The two now found a total of 3 flaws. Now just fix those flaws. This treasure artifact would be able to be called a medium-grade treasure artifact. The artifact spirit of a treasure artifact is actually not difficult to understand. When a user uses a treasure weapon, he or she will leave traces inside the weapon, and these traces of true chi long enough to have a unique path of true chi operation, which is the initial stage of the weapon spirit. The longer you use it, the more complete the artifact spirit will be. Eventually, even a spirit can be born. But this was no longer in the realm of treasure weapons. The artifact spirit of a treasure weapon is, to be precise, the fledgling of an artifact spirit. It was surprising that Pan Ying's vision could compete with Kue Koshi's for a while, but now, there was another flaw that Panning had left unsaid. Kue Koshi looked at Panning expectantly. By now, he found himself looking forward to Pan Ying's performance more and more. Perhaps, Panning could really find a flaw he didn't know about. As a master refiner, he harbored a desire to learn the way of refining. The rest of them were also curious if Panning could really tell the rest of the flaws. Panning didn't ink either. He said slowly. The remaining one flaw. One is that the material of the shaft of this treasure weapon lance is problematic. If some materials could be added and incorporated into it, the power would be even more sufficient. As for what materials, I will discuss it in detail with Senior Kue Koshi later. Kue Koshi seemed to be in deep thought after a long time before he came back to his senses. Little friend Pan. The next step is to discuss how to improve this lance. I also ask that little friend Pan leave no stone unturned. Panning laughed. Naturally not. It's an honor to compete with Senior Kue Koshi. Kue Koshi took a deep breath. He had just been pondering whether the fourth flaw raised by Panning was present. After some careful thought, he felt it was really possible. Only this aspect involves materials. There were thousands and thousands of refining materials in the world, and one material fused with different materials all had different effects. The old man's method of improvement. All together. In the crowd, Guode was already in a state of great anticipation. He picked up a treasure today, the personal guidance of Master Kue Koshi. It wouldn't take him long to refine a mid-grade treasure weapon. Chapter 176 A Different Approach. Elder Kue Koshi, please speak, Panning said with a big smile. Kue Koshi began to explain his insights. As I see it, this gun is good enough. But Guadi adopted the idea of refining spirit weapons when refining treasure weapons. Perhaps because he was not skillful enough in controlling treasure weapons and ignored the problem of true chi walking in them. There are 2 steps to the solution. One is in the hollowing out of the center of the gun barrel, in which to add the spirit transforming wood. The addition of the spirit transforming wood will not only not affect the strength of the gun barrel. In terms of the gun barrel, the transmission of the true chi can be better resolved. Everyone nodded their heads as they heard this. Spirit transforming wood was a material that could efficiently transmit true chi, but it also had a flaw. Spirit transforming wood was very fragile in texture, and would generally only be used as a supplementary material for refining. By adding this spirit transforming wood, the true chi is directly transmitted right in the center of the spear shaft. Over time, the spirit transforming wood would form a unique path for the transmission of true chi, which was the elegance of a treasure weapon. The second step, the connection between the spear shaft and the spear tip, should not be made with demonic beastox tendons, but with the melting method, perfectly fusing the tip of the gun to the shaft. In terms of true chi transmission, there would be no letting problems. However, this technique is still quite demanding. Wada probably won't. In addition, there is also the option of hollowing out a portion of the tip of the gun. extending the spirit transforming wood inside the shaft to the tip portion of the gun. In this way, the transmission of the true chi at the link won't be a problem, and the path for the transmission of the true chi of the treasure weapon will be formed much faster as well. Kuei Koshi's words made Guode come to a realization. Hi, just hi, worthy of a master Kei Koshi. This can be achieved by using the spiritizing wood as the core and the gun as the shell. Not only this precious artifact, there are other precious artifacts that can be used in this way to solve the problems in this area as well. The refiners present were like treasures. These words from Kuei Koshi could be very useful to them. They could use the same thought process to solve this problem when they refine treasure weapons in the future. The crowd was convinced by Kuei Koshi's explanation. This bold and novel approach can really benefit the congregation. After Kuei Koshi finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Pan Ing. Pan Ing glanced at the crowd. That's what's said. Elder Kuei Koshi's pearl is in front of me, so I'll offer it to you. Although Pan Ing was confident, he was still very humble. It was only then that the crowd came back to their senses at the whims of Kuei Koshi. They also need to hear Pan Ying's insights. The late generation likewise believes that there is no problem with the strength of the lance itself, and the only problem is this problem with the transmission of true chi. My late generation's solution can solve this problem, and moreover, there's no need to change the interior of this lance. The same material that the late generation will use is spirit transforming wood. Just when the crowd thought that Pan Ing was going to sell the trick and repeat Kuei Koshi's idea, Pan Ing said again, but the latecomer does not change the structure of this, nor does he need to hollow out the inside of the lance. When these words came out, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not quite understanding how Pan Ing could add the spirit transforming wood into the lance without hollowing out the interior of the lance. The material of the spirit transforming wood was too fragile to be used on a lance, for the sake of a more efficient transmission of true chi, but ignoring the strength of the treasure weapon itself. This was putting the cart before the horse. In the middle of a battle, it was a common occurrence for weapons to clash. Little friend Pan, this is impossible. Elder Kuei Koshi's method is already the optimal solution. You might as well admit defeat. You're not at a disadvantage by worshipping Elder Kuei Koshi as your teacher. That's just it. Why tough it out? The crowd had just heard Kuei Koshi's explanation and already felt that Kuei Koshi's method was already the best method. Such a way to convince the crowd. Pan Ing ignored the crowd and said slowly, it's not the spirit transforming wood itself that the latecomer will need to use, but what is extracted from the spirit transforming wood. The spirit transforming wood can transmit true chi efficiently and can quickly form a path for true chi transmission in it, realizing the vain construction of a treasure weapon, but the material itself is too poor. My late generation believes that the reason why the spirit transforming wood is like this is because of a substance in the spirit transforming wood. This substance is the reason why the spirit transforming wood can transmit true chi so efficiently. As long as this substance is extracted and directly incorporated into the spear shaft as well as the tip of the spear, the spear shaft itself can also possess such an effect. Although it is inferior to the true chi transmission efficiency of the spirit transforming wood itself, this method can be applied to many places. This method solves the problem straight away. Although the hollowing out of the inside of the spear shaft as described by Senior Kuei Koshi can be so, but this after all still has the effect of affecting the overall strength of the lance. And if one encounters a strong enemy or encounters an even more powerful treasure weapon, this could potentially directly cause the lance to break. This statement by Pan Ing did not convince the crowd. The method described by Pan Ing was just a vision. It has not been practiced. The method described by Kuei Koshi, on the other hand, could be realized immediately. It's the congregation that knows exactly what can be done. When we compare the two, the difference is obvious. Looking at the disbelieving expressions of the crowd, Pan Ing directly took out a section of spirit transforming wood in his storage ring. This was the weapon smithing materials he had just purchased. It was because of this spirit transforming wood that made him realize that it was also possible to extract substances from the spirit transforming wood and melt them into metal. Gentlemen, you don't seem convinced? The crowd shook their heads. Even Kuei Koshi was shaking his head. Pan Ying's idea was very novel, even to the point of saying that it subverted their previous ideas. Everyone had studied the spirit transforming wood, but no one had ever been able to extract any substance from it. Then the late generation will make an offering. The temperature in Pan Ying's hands rose steeply. This is the melting word. The crowd also cast their eyes. Can you still extract substances from the spiritual wood? And with direct flame? The spirit transforming wood became ashes as soon as it was burned. How do I extract it? Could it be the burnt ashes of the spirit transforming wood? But this method has already been tried. Pan Ing laughed. This is a small discovery of the late generation, and I don't mind letting you seniors know. It's also a contribution to the way of refining. As he said that, traces of charcoal had begun to appear on the spirit transforming wood in Pan Ying's hand. A burning smell filled the air. Another small bottle appeared in Pan Ying's hand. As the temperature continued to rise, the piece of spirit transforming wood in his hand was already half burned away. It was also at this time that the temperature suddenly dropped. water droplets unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the spirit-transforming wood. Pan Ying caught the water droplets in a small bottle. After one repetition, the small porcelain vase in his hand was full, and that section of spirit-transforming wood had been completely burned. Gentlemen, this is the substance I extracted from the spirit-transforming wood. I call this thing spirit-transforming liquid. The crowd was stunned. It was surprising that the spirit-transforming wood had such an operation. Kue Koshi looked over his shoulder and opened his mouth. Little friend Pan, can you show me? Chapter 177 New Discoveries in the Tao of Weapon Refining. Kue Koshi was completely attracted to the small bottle in Pan Ying's hand. They saw it with their own eyes, and it was something extracted from the spiritual wood. Before that, no one had ever extracted the spirit-transforming wood. The use of the spirit-transforming wood only stayed in the carving. Even if it was Kue Koshi, the only use he could think of was to put the spirit-transforming wood in the middle of the lance. Pan Ying handed the bottle in his hand to Kue Koshi. Kue Koshi's eyes widened as he looked at the liquid inside the bottle. This water can really melt into steel, granting it a good ability to transmit true chi. As a master refiner, Kue Koshi's eyesight was naturally, needless to say. He saw at once that the water contained in this little bottle could be melted in steel. Pan Ying's conjecture was not an empty one. Rather, it's something that can really be done. Seeing this bottle of water, there is no doubt about today's competition. Kue Koshi had been convinced. He returned the bottle in his hand to Pan Ying. Little friend Pan is gifted and intelligent. I admire you. I am indeed not qualified to be your master. Today's competition, old man has lost. According to the agreement, I owe little friend Pan a request, but there's no rush. If little friend Pan really needs it, I'll be there for you. After saying that, Kue Koshi looked at the crowd again. The crowd was very curious about the liquid extracted from the spirit-transforming wood in Pan Ying's hands at this time. However, Kue Koshi wasn't prepared for them to explore this thing. Gentlemen, every skill of a refiner is special, and this belongs to is the unique skill of Junior Pan. You all should understand what I mean. Disperse. With these words, Kue Koshi made the crowd bow their heads. There were even some who secretly regretted it. This is indeed Pan Ying's unique skill. He was the first to extract the substance in the spiritualized wood. The craft belongs to him. It would not be a good thing for Pan Ying if this were to be publicized. The crowd, as refiners, definitely wanted to know how the stuff was extracted. But now that Kue Koshi had spoken, the crowd had no choice but to disperse. The people in the store left one after another. Kue Koshi watched the crowd leave before speaking to Pan Ying. Little friend Pan, this skill of yours, can't be hidden for long. You still need to be prepared. Pan Ying nodded. This skill belonged to a rare thing for many refiners. But for him, it was nothing more than something he had acquired by chance. But the refining materials that were seen by him were able to understand their true usefulness. To be precise, Pan Ying could know the most effective use of all refining materials. Extracting the liquid from the spirit-transforming wood was just one of his many discoveries, and even if it was known, it wouldn't have much effect on him. He also finds more uses for it in other materials. Kue Koshi added, the old man will help you operate your operation during this period of time, or little friend Pan will have a chance to become a celebrity in the Tao of refining weapons. Then thank you, Senior Kue Koshi. Pan Ying didn't push back either. These things are useful. Fame is a good thing in some places. Take for example the way of the alchemist. After Kue Koshi said this, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and left the place with Butler Chen. Pan Ying shrugged as he looked at Kue Koshi's departing back. Kue Koshi meant him no harm, but it's just a bit of leaning on the old man. Facing this kind of person, Pan Ying did not want to make enemies. The point was that Kue Koshi's status in Qingzhou City was really high. There was no benefit to be gained by crossing paths with Kue Koshi. As for what Kue Koshi said about helping Pan Ying run the operation, Pan Ying probably guessed the process. Nothing more than to go and tell the story of today's events. It was a matter of discredit for Kue Koshi. It was the equivalent of letting Pan Ying step on him to get to the top. Pan Ying had felt the goodwill of Kue Koshi. Kue Koshi returned to his lavish mansion. Butler Chen was a bit confused. Master Ka, do you really want to create a situation for Pan Ying? Although Butler Chen didn't know how to refine weapons, he was also the one who followed Kue Koshi around, and more or less understood the things of the way of refining weapons. Pan Ying's greatest achievement now was in the extraction of substances from the spirit wood, a discovery that was able to change a lot in refining weapons. Any discovery in the way of refinement has the potential to change the current state of the way of refinement. As for how to give Pan Ying a big reputation, it's all about publicity. There's a big deal in this publicity. Many factors are needed for such a new discovery to truly make the name of the discoverer live on. There are those who plagiarize the results of others and claim them as their own. Kue Koshi had a smile on his face. Even if I can't accept this disciple, it's only right that I build up the momentum for my juniors. But it would damage your reputation for a master refiner to lose to a young man. It would indeed be detrimental to the reputation of Kue Koshi. Kue Koshi snorted. Half a foot is already in the coffin. What more reputation do you need? That boy Pan Ying is different. He can still continue on the path of refining weapons. Fame is very important to him. Such a genius is worthy of paving the way for me. Pan Ying's talent had surpassed Kue Koshi's imagination. Now that it was all such a useful discovery, Kue Koshi could guess what Pan Ying would accomplish in the future. Go send a few invitations for me. I'm going to invite a few old friends over. Butler Chen froze for a moment. The old friends that Kue Koshi spoke of were all existences on the same level as him. At worst, he was an extreme treasure weapon refiner. To spend such a favor for Pan Ying? Kue Koshi ignored this as he wrote several invitations one after the other. Just let Butler Chen send it out. These invitations have one simple sentence. Someone in Qingzhou City has perfectly solved the problem of the true qi transmission path inside the treasure weapon. These invitations were sent to various places. Pan Ying didn't know about this, and after he sent off the many refiners, he didn't continue to build treasure artifacts, but instead began to cultivate and raise his cultivation level. To him, what limited him from refining medium-grade treasure weapons was not a lack of craftsmanship, but his cultivation level was too low. The true qi in his body was too weak, and it was difficult to support high-intensity refining. Ren Ping had been idle for the past 2 days, and he had already mapped out this Blackwater gang store. Everything in the store, he had seen through. Even when he was bored, he even took the pills on the counter and analyzed the ingredients in them. Ren Ping put down the precious Dan in his hand and sighed lightly. I feel like I can even make pills now. If I refine treasure pills, can I see the mixed heavenly jade? Ren Ping found the shopkeeper. After a few inquiries, it was possible. If he could refine treasure pills, he would be among the talents out of the Blackwater gang. One could just live in the Blackwater gang's manor and not have to do anything but refine pills. Learning of this news, Ren Ping was overjoyed. Chapter 178 Actually, I'm an alchemist. Ren Ping had been staying inside this store belonging to the Blackwater gang these days, looking for an opportunity to make a mark, so that he could cultivate the Blackwater gang's gongfu before it was too late. And as long as he cultivated the Blackwater gang's gongfu, he would have the opportunity to access the Blackwater gang's core treasure, the mixed heavenly jade. But this job of his is an idle position in itself. The Blackwater gang belonged to was one of the top forces in Qingzhou City, and everyone knew about it. What kind of ungrateful person would come to the Blackwater gang store and cause trouble? Isn't this a death wish? Ren Ping guessed that the idle positions themselves were used to house newcomers to the Blackwater gang. If they perform well, they are then drawn to other places. Although I have the artifact Heart Lexicon, which allows me to see through the refining methods of pills, I still need some practical experience. Ren Ping immediately started working on becoming an alchemist. He wandered over to the manpower house. The Blackwater gang store didn't have a place to refine pills. It was just a mere store. The pills were all shipped out from inside the Blackwater gang's manor. If Ren Ping wanted to refine pills, he naturally had to find a place. Most importantly, he needed money to buy some necessities for alchemy. For example, the furnace that is necessary for alchemy. This stuff is worth a lot of money. Ren Ping doesn't have any money left on him. When he returned to the store, he found that Shui Gui had already come out. This was a bit of a surprise to Ren Ping. What surprised Ren Ping the most was that Shui Gui's cultivation level was already higher than his. The reason why he hadn't broken through to the embodied god realm was because Shui Gui was still in the process of comprehending the true meaning of the martial Dao that belonged to him. But Ren Ping guessed that it wouldn't take long. Shui Gui's bottom card was the beast soul, which would follow him for a long time. His true intent of martial Dao had long had a direction, and it was only a matter of time before he comprehended it. But not himself. He merely had direction now, but couldn't comprehend it now because the vision was too complex. Under careful questioning, Ren Ping was also aware of what had happened during this period of time. Shui Gui's exit turned out to be because Pan Ying asked for help, but hearing that the matter had been resolved in the end, Ren Ping was also relieved. Pan Ying's current period of cultivation did not lack resources at all, and after becoming a refiner, he had accumulated resources very quickly. During this period of time, there were even people who came to their homes to send gifts, wanting to ask Pan Ying to build treasure weapons for them. There are some potions in this one. With the accumulation of resources, Pan Ying's cultivation had already come to the peak condensation Dan realm, just short of the critical step to break through to the Changdan realm. But looking at him, he didn't seem to be in a hurry. Ren Ping left the store after taking tens of thousands of spirit stones. He didn't feel much like a competent master. Let the disciple take care of the store and come back for it when he runs out of money. Pan Ying's talent for cultivation is average. Find him a phrase that helps raise his cultivation sometime. Make it up to him. As Ren Ping thought, he arrived at a store that sold alchemy materials. This store was also considered to be one of the largest few stores in Qingzhou City, and it was heard that the power behind it was the Alchemist Guild Union of Qingzhou City. It was a force of the same nature as the Alchemist Guild Alliance. Renping had come here to take a look at the pills here. In addition to purchasing the materials for alchemy, as long as he took a look at the pills, he would be able to know how they were refined. This trip is a 1-2 punch. Renping had actually thought about refining weapons in the Blackwater Gang, but it seemed that the Blackwater Gang did not treat weapon refiners favorably. The biggest reason was that refiners generally didn't join forces, because treasure weapons, spiritual weapons were not consumables. There was not much demand for them in the market. And pills are different. Pills are consumables on the path of cultivation, something every cultivator needs to use. As for treasure spirit weapons, cultivators can even use them for a lifetime if they don't raise their cultivation in a short period of time, or if the treasure is damaged. There wasn't much of a gap between alchemists and refiners in terms of status, except that the ways of surviving in the cultivation world were largely different. Alchemists are solitary, while alchemists are usually collected by major powers. After Renping walked into the store, he was greeted by a store boy. This boy looked at Renping's cultivation level, which was only at the Jindan realm, and immediately had to introduce various pills. It's worth saying that the store operates a wide range of products. In addition to the daily needs of alchemists, there are also some finished pills for sale. In the face of the boy's warm hospitality, Renping followed the boy and lighted half a day in front of the store's finished pills, memorizing all the methods of refining the pills in his mind. The pills sold here are of extremely high grade. Renping had even seen an extreme treasure pill. After browsing around, that boy did not even see Renping have the intention to purchase. More or less a little impatient. Noble guest, do you have a fancy potion? These pills of ours are all made by the alchemists of the Alchemists Guild Alliance, with excellent quality and fewer poisonous pills. And, in terms of price, there are some great deals. Renping shook his head. It's okay, I'll just look. That boy's face changed when he heard that. You've been naked for half a day without buying anything? Isn't this a joke? The boy was about to have a fit when Renping added, I'm actually an alchemist. I want to purchase some materials for alchemy today. When that boy heard these words, his attitude had another 180-degree change. So you're an alchemist? This way please, there are materials for alchemy over here. Renping was led to another area. The place is filled with herbs. As soon as Renping came to this place, he smelled a smell of herbs. What herbs does your guest need? In the face of the boy's inquiry, Renping directly reported the names of a large number of medicinal herbs. Among them were materials for lower-grade spirit pills to mid-grade treasure pills. Such a big leap made the boy freeze. Generally, when an alchemist purchased materials, he was purchasing the materials for a certain type of elixir. Where does this come in? Buying a whole bunch of them? But after all, Renping was a guest, and in less than a moment's time, the ingredients Renping needed were already wrapped. Upon careful calculation, there were a total of 5,000 medium-grade spirit stones. There was a significant difference in price between alchemy materials compared to weaponry materials. Alchemy materials could only be effective in the hands of an alchemist, but the alchemy material itself has certain medicinal properties. Even if you don't have an alchemist, you can still have some effect if you take it alone. In terms of price, it is naturally more expensive. I also need a Dan furnace. Renping bought another alchemy furnace. This alchemy furnace could refine treasure pills and was priced at 5,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The alchemy furnace belonged to was a treasure weapon, from the hands of a refiner, and Renping could refine it himself. Renping didn't want to be bothered though, just buy it outright. Renping walked out of the store after making the payment, and could clearly feel the eyes of the boy. That look seemed to say, I thought it was an honorable alchemist, but I didn't expect it to be someone who wanted to become an alchemist. Whose alchemist doesn't even have a furnace? Renping had already been labeled as an apprentice alchemist. Chapter 179, Refining Treasure Pills. Renping went back to the manpower house. He didn't go to the forge to refine spirit pills, but returned to his room. He now possessed an orange-grade melting word, so he didn't even need to resort to foreign flames to refine pills. Renping now had ample alchemy theory. It was just that it had not been practiced. His idea was very simple. Starting with the simplest lower-grade spirit pills, gradually refining high-grade spirit pills, and finally starting to refine treasure pills. As long as one could steadily refine precious pills, they could become a talent of the Blackwater Gang. Was incorporated into the Blackwater Gang's estate. In front of the Renplane was a treasure weapon Dan furnace. This Dan furnace was merely a lower-grade treasure artifact, and it wanted Renping to ask for 5,000 spirit stones. The price can be very expensive. However, because of the trouble in refining the Dan furnace and the amount of materials needed, this price was considered fair. Renping's right hand was affixed to the Dan furnace, and the orange melting words had been stimulated. The orange-grade melting words were already terrifying. This temperature could easily melt the embodied god realm. Even in the god melting realm, when faced with this temperature, there was only a way to retreat. The temperature of the Dan furnace had risen. and when it reached a suitable temperature, Ren Ping threw a material into the Dan furnace. Alchemy was concerned about the fire. Ren Ping had the melting word and could control the temperature at will, and had a unique advantage in the step of melting herbs. In less than a moment's effort, the herbs in the Dan furnace had already been melted into a mass of medicinal liquid. After a few more moments of effort, the mass of medicinal liquid within the Dan furnace finally gradually condensed and became very sticky. Ren Ping split out a true qi and entered within the Dan furnace, beginning to divide the medicinal liquid within the furnace. A lump of medicinal liquid was divided into 10 pills by him. Under the baking of the temperature, the elixir gradually took shape. As Ren Ping slapped the furnace, the 10 pills inside the furnace flew out and fell into his hands. The most common lower-grade elixir can enhance the cultivation of the body-quenching realm effectively. The medicinal effect is average, and the difficulty of refining is basically zero. After Ren Ping finished refining the elixir, he began to summarize the gains of this time. With the artifact heart lexicon, along with the melting lexicon, he had no trouble refining lower-grade spirit pills, and this time, the refining has been perfect. These 10 pills lower-grade spirit pills were of excellent quality and superior effect, belonging to the very best of this class of spirit pills. Increase the difficulty. Ren Ping reheated the Dan furnace, and a medium-grade spirit pill's medicinal ingredients appeared in his hand. The difficulty of refining a mid-grade spiritual pill for a lower-grade spiritual pill had naturally risen a lot. There was already a noticeable difference in the order in which the herbs went into the Dan furnace. The lower-grade spirit elixir could just be thrown in directly and melted in a brain. Medium-grade elixirs, on the other hand, need to be in a specific order. The temperature of the fire is different at each stage. Doing a wrong step would lead to the direct scrapping of a furnace of elixir. Ren Ping had memorized in his mind the method of refining these pills as well as every detail, so as long as he wasn't careless, there wouldn't be any problems. And at each stage, you can see the deficiencies in the Dan furnace in real time and can adjust the fire at regular intervals. One by one, the medicinal herbs were thrown into the Dan furnace by Ren Ping in turn. Within the Dan furnace, a cloud of medicinal liquid also gradually appeared. Alchemy is very interesting. Adding specific materials allows the herbs to not burn to ashes, but to melt into a medicinal liquid. Ren Ping summarized as he refined. Another period of time passed, and a furnace of medium-grade spirit pills was successfully refined. Summer Fire Pill, a medium-grade elixir that can help those who have practiced fire attribute techniques to increase their cultivation, quickly master the techniques, and experience the true meaning of the techniques. Refining difficulty, average. In just half a day, Ren Ping had already refined 2 potions, but he didn't stop there. Instead, they continued to refine. This time he was going to refine a top-grade spirit pill. The difficulty is taken to the next level. About half a day had passed again. Ren Ping looked at the 10 pills in his hand and revealed a smile. The top-grade spirit pills were also refined. Next is the extreme spirit pill, the golden dragon Dan that can enhance the cultivation of the Jin Dan realm. Each time Ren Ping refined it, the difficulty would rise much higher. He had very few words on alchemy compared to weaponry, but it was because a red artifact heart phrase was holding him up. But it was enough. Ren Ping stayed inside his room for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, he looked at the herbs that had already been consumed, and then looked at the pile of finished pills on the side, and finally let out a sigh of relief. He had already succeeded in refining the lower grade treasure pill, and it worked more than once. There have also been 3 categories of refining. The medium grade treasure pill was also successfully refined, but there was only one type. The current Ren Ping could be called an alchemist. It ends here. I can actually refine higher grade pills, only there's no need. I'll even be able to improve the Dan formula with the help of the object mind phrase. None of this matters. The important thing was that he could now go to the Blackwater gang's estate. Ren Ping put everything away. When he arrived at the front hall, it happened that both Pan Ying and Shui Gue were here. Pan Ying is cleaning the front room. Shui Gue, on the other hand, was resting his eyes, seemingly comprehending the true meaning of his martial Tao. Both of them saluted as soon as Ren Ping appeared. Ren Ping directly placed the pills he had just refined in front of the two. Take these pills as you see fit. I'm going out on a trip, and it's business as usual. Without waiting for the two to respond, Ren Ping had already gone out the door. Pan Ying saw a large pile of pills on the table. Where did Master get so many pills? Moreover, lower grade spirit pills are available. For him at the condensed Dan realm, the lower grade spirit pills were no longer useful. He hadn't thought that Ren Ping, at such a high realm, would still have this kind of elixir. Strange. Pan Ying was puzzled. Shui Gue was much more direct. He glanced at the pills on the table and took a portion of them that were used for his own cultivation and gave the rest directly to Pan Ying. Pan Ying could only take it, even though there were many elixirs he couldn't use himself. But after all, it was given by Ren Ping, so he couldn't just throw it away. I don't know what Master Teacher is doing out there these days. Ren Ping's unfamiliar tone was something he was used to. At this time, Renping had already returned to the Blackwater gang store. He went straight to the shopkeeper. "Help me to report that I'm about an alchemist." The shopkeeper had long since been manipulated by Renping, but also had the ability to think for himself, but was just obeying Renping's orders. To become an alchemist of the Blackwater gang's alchemy hall, one needs to pass an examination. This Jindan realm shopkeeper slowly said. Renping smiled. "It's fine, I really am an alchemist. The specific process is not cumbersome. Don't look at the Blackwater gang as a gang. A lot of things are a matter of a word from the upper echelon." Renping asked the shopkeeper to run an errand until 2 days later. When Renping received a message from the Blackwater gang, "It's ready to be assessed." Chapter 180 Alchemy Hall. Purple Alchemy Words. The Blackwater gang's alchemist test was relatively simple, only requiring one to go to the alchemy hall and refine a furnace of pills. As long as one was able to concoct a lower-grade treasure pill, they were already a rare talent in the Blackwater gang. I heard that the Blackwater gang's alchemy hall is of average strength, and the hallmaster is only a medium-grade treasure Dan alchemist. However, the person was a powerhouse of the god-melting realm. In the realm, much more powerful. Renping was originally from the Blackwater gang's miscellaneous affairs hall, which belonged to the least golden hall of the Blackwater gang, and most of the people in the hall were just in some inconsequential positions. It's also the largest congregation in the Blackwater gang, and there are limited avenues for advancement, with some people remaining ordinary gang members after a lifetime in them. In the eyes of the unusual Blackwater gang members, a person like Renping, who was about to be tested to enter the alchemy hall, belonged to the category of flying high. Renping wasn't much interested in that. His aim was always the Blackwater gang's mixed heavenly jade. As long as the mixed heavenly jade arrived, he could leave at any time. When Renping came to the Blackwater gang's large manor once again, he felt the aura of the powerful people in it and could not help but sigh. Above the fusion god realm is the transformation god. This Blackwater gang's large manor possesses at least 8 transformation god realms inside. Within the Blackwater gang, above the hall master is the elder, and above the elder is the gang master. These transformation god realms should be the elders of the Blackwater gang, truly worthy of being the top power in Qingzhou City. According to Renping's speculation, the Blackwater gang's gang leader was at least a god of transformation realm, and there was even the possibility that he might be a powerhouse of the Tongshan realm above the god of transformation. Renping's current realm was the Jindan realm, and in front of a behemoth like the Blackwater gang, he was still powerless to resist. This was why Renping had used such a method to enter the Blackwater gang. However, Renping had no intention of starting a conflict with the Blackwater gang. Extracting words does not cause any effect on the mixed sky jade. Is it Renping? I'm from the alchemy hall. Renping had just arrived at the gate of the Blackwater gang's manor when he was greeted once again. This person was at the Jindan realm, and his body had a strong smell of medicinal herbs, so he should have been dealing with medicinal herbs for years. Not an alchemist, but also someone who handled herbs within the Blackwater gang's alchemy hall. Renping was very polite to this person. I am being Renping. Dare I ask this brother, what is his name? This person looked like a youth, but Renping saw that his real age should be above 50, only because he had reached the Jindan realm. He possessed the ability to change his appearance. My name is Jin Shui, an alchemist of the alchemy hall. If brother Renping passes the examination today, the two of us will be colleagues. Jin Shui looked Renping up and down. There weren't many alchemists in the alchemy hall of fame, and they were considered to have a superior status in the Blackwater gang. However, he could not feel the aura of an alchemist on Renping's body. The main reason was that alchemists were exposed to medicinal herbs all year round, and they would have a smell of medicinal herbs on them. There are even some alchemists who take pride in this, so that they can show off their noble status as alchemists. It's actually possible to get rid of the flavor of this herb. It's just that no one does it. Jin Shui had already tagged Renping in his mind. Secretly Renping's alchemy level should be average. Brother Renping, please follow me. The hall master is also here today, so you must behave well, Jin Shui said, and led Renping into the manor. Renping had been to this manor the last time, but he had gone to the miscellaneous hall entrance, and this time, with Jin Shui leading the way, Renping walked towards the depths of the manor. Brother Renping, what elixir are you going to refine today? Goldwater asked again on the way. Renping didn't hide it. I'm going to refine the water dragon Dan. Water dragon pill, a lower grade treasure pill. After taking this elixir, a strong practitioner of the realm of the embodied god who had cultivated a water attribute technique could accelerate the speed of comprehending the true meaning of the martial Tao. Among the lower grade Baodan, it belonged to a category that was better. Hearing the name Water Dragon Dan, Jin Shui's figure paused for a moment. He flashed a smile. Brother Renping, the examination is very strict. There is only one chance to refine. Brother Renping should take care of himself. Renping nodded. He had already refined many water dragon pills, and had long since gotten comfortable with them and could not make any mistakes. In Goldwater's eyes, though, it was more than a little overambitious. How could a lower-grade treasure pill be so easy to refine? In this alchemy hall of fame, the hall master was only a medium-grade Baodan alchemist. Renping had to take an examination to become the Blackwater gang's lower-grade Baodan alchemist when he first arrived, which was a bit of a big mouth. In Jin Shui's opinion, Renping was a thankless task, a wasted opportunity for a test. Inside the promotion mechanism of the alchemy hallway, there was only one chance of examination a year. New arrivals who failed the test would either leave the alchemy hall outright or do some chores in the alchemy hall, such as picking out medicinal herbs or something like that. If you miss this time, you will have to wait a year before you can be tested again. Jin Shui was also just a person leading the way, and speaking out to remind Renping was already quite enough. If Renping was insistent, he had only himself to blame. Jin Shui himself was only an extreme spirit pill alchemist. In his opinion, it was very difficult to refine the precious pills. As for Renping, it was already good enough for him to be able to refine a top-grade spirit elixir. What he didn't know was that Renping had long been able to refine medium-grade treasure pills. The reason why he chose to take the test to refine the lower-grade treasure pills was mainly because he didn't want to be in the limelight. After all, he didn't come to the Blackwater gang to fight for power here, nor is there any interest in the path to promotion within the Blackwater gang. Soon, the two stopped in front of a large courtyard. This is the entrance to our alchemy hall. After entering the courtyard, Renping realized that this courtyard was very spacious, similar to even the refiner Master Kue Koshi's residence. A strong smell of herbs permeated inside the courtyard. There were also some herbs drying inside the yard. Brother Renping, wait here for a moment. I'll go invite the hall master. Renpei nodded. Goldwater walked into a large house inside the compound. It came out a few moments later. Brother Renping, this way please. Renping followed Jin Shui to a large and imposing house. To be precise, it was a large hall. Upon entering the door, Renping saw a huge Dan furnace. This Dan furnace was wafting out curls of green smoke, and the entire hall had a fragrance that was refreshing. Renping glanced at it. It was an extreme treasure weapon Dan furnace, and there was even a purple color word in this. The phrase took Renping quite by surprise. He hadn't expected that words that would help with alchemy could still be extracted from an extreme treasure artifact Dan furnace. Word, Wandan's breath, purple, the breath of the Mantan, recognizing the Mantan by its taste. For Renping, the phrase was not much use, because he has the object mind phrase. He can recognize it at a glance as well, but after all, it was a purple word, and when he came across it, Renping had no reason to let it go, so it was a direct extraction. Chapter 181 Treasure Pill Alchemist. The Dan furnace in the center of this great hall should have an extraordinary origin, Renping said in his heart. Jin Sui signaled Renpei to cast his gaze to the other side. Renping stared at the central Dan furnace as soon as he entered, directly ignoring the people on the side. At the front of the large hall, there was only an old man sitting on a futon. Renping froze for a moment when he saw this person, who was at this time at the god-ruling realm, and had a smell of medicinal herbs that was even stronger than the golden water. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, this person would be the head of the Blackwater gang's alchemy hall of fame. Renping still has a little bit of eye candy. A quick glance recognized the man's identity. Greetings, hall master. Renping gave this old man a salute. The old man was also watching Renping. Yeah. The side of the miscellaneous affairs hall has elected you to come here, and as long as you refine the pills today, you are a member of our alchemy hall. What kind of elixir are you going to refine? Renping replied, I am preparing to refine the water dragon pill. When Renping said this, the old man also frowned slightly. The water dragon pill was a lower grade treasure pill. Could this person here really refine it? Obviously a little less believable. However, this hall master of the alchemy hall didn't say anything. Renping was only the one who had come for the test, and all decisions were made with consequences. He wouldn't remind too much. To the side, Goldwater raised an eyebrow. He had thought that Renping was joking before, but he didn't realize that he really had refined the water dragon Dan. Then refine it. You only have half a day. Don't delay. The old man spoke slowly. Renping had been ready for this for a long time. He took out his own Dan furnace in his storage ring. There was also a copy of the herbs for the dragon water pill. You don't resort to foreign fire? Asked Goldwater from the sidelines. Renping shook his head. There is already a foreign fire within my body. Renping had no intention of hiding it either. He had the melting word, which wasn't really much different from a foreign fire. Sooner or later others would know about this stuff anyway, and there was no point in him hiding it. Might as well admit it fair and square. So it is. Brother Renping is able to subdue the foreign fire. His fortune is amazing, Goldwater exclaimed. Each of the foreign flames was incredibly powerful. Even though the cultivation world possessed many secret techniques that could subdue foreign flames, there were very few people who were truly able to do so, putting aside the fact that it was incredibly dangerous to harvest foreign flames. Foreign flames were also rare to see. In the entire Qingzhou city, there would not be more than a palmful of foreign flames in existence. It was very difficult to subdue the foreign fire, but the benefits it brought were sizable. In particular, it was the weapon refiners and alchemists who, with the help of the foreign flames, were in a good position to control the fire. Even if one wasn't an alchemist and refiner, using the foreign fire for battle was still very terrifying. Ren Ping had gotten the foreign fire and was already able to make people look at him in a high light. Ren Ping didn't pay any attention to this, and directly attached his palm to the Dan furnace, and as the temperature of the furnace rose, it also verified the fact that Ren Ping had already taken in the foreign fire. Not bad, not bad. The temperature of this foreign fire is terrifying, but how come there's no open flame? It should be some kind of special foreign fire. Ren Ping's melting phrase only had temperature but no open flame. But the alchemy hall master had already automatically brainstormed that Ren Ping had gotten a special foreign flame. There's also less of an explanation for Ren Ping later on. Jin Shuwei was already looking at Ren Ping with his full attention. Ren Ping said that he had refined the water dragon pill, which was a lower grade treasure pill, and Jin Shuwei himself was merely an extreme spirit pill alchemist. There was still a long way to go before being a Baodan alchemist. He wanted to learn a little something from Ren Ping's maneuvers. Ren Ping's alchemy techniques were moderate and nothing outstanding. All the herbs melted smoothly. This guarded and surprising way of alchemy made the two of them quite surprised. After about half a day, 10 of them rushed out of the Dan furnace and landed in the bottle in Ren Ping's hand. Goldwater was already out of his mind. Ren Ping's alchemy technique seemed very simple, but he was able to refine a lower grade treasure pill. Jin Shuwei was very familiar with these alchemy techniques, all of which were commonly used. However, in Ren Ping's hands, these alchemy techniques were surprisingly able to produce lower grade treasure pills. At this moment, he was finally convinced in his heart. Well, my alchemy hall is adding another treasure Dan alchemist. From the side came the laughter of the alchemy hall master. Ren Ping also put away his Dan furnace and other things at this time. I, Su Wenzhou, am the hall master of the alchemy hall. In the future, you will be the 5th Baodan alchemist of our alchemy hall. The hall master of the alchemy hall was named Su Wenzhou. And when he saw that Ren Ping had really refined a lower grade treasure pill out of it, his attitude towards Ren Ping changed drastically, much more enthusiastic now compared to the coldness before. Su Wenzhou immediately made polite conversation with Ren Ping. Ren Ping was already a treasure Dan alchemist at such a young age. He would definitely surpass him in the future. This is a young man with a great future. Su Wenzhou personally introduced Ren Ping to the benefits of the alchemy hall's Baodan alchemists as well as their daily tasks. As a Baodan alchemist, he was already out of the realm of an alchemy machine. Only 1 furnace of precious pills needed to be refined in a month. As for what kind of category to refine, it was decided by the alchemy hall. Of course, if there was a need within the Blackwater gang, the Baodan alchemist would also make additional pills. These are inevitable things. There were many strong people within the Blackwater gang, in which the relationships were intricate and complicated, and naturally, there would be no shortage in terms of favors. As a member of the same Blackwater gang, the other party wants to ask you to refine a potion, so you can't refuse. Other than that, the alchemy hall's Baodan alchemist had no other tasks. As for spirit pill alchemists, the task was much more onerous. First of all, every month, he had to refine 5 furnaces of pills, as well as handle some medicinal herbs and the like, to supply the Baodan alchemist. The difference in the status of a treasure Dan alchemist to a spirit Dan alchemist was also extremely great. A treasure pill alchemist can command order a spirit pill alchemist. In other words, Ren Ping's first arrival was that he was already the top person in the Blackwater gang's alchemy hall. In the entire alchemy hall, there were only 5 treasure Dan alchemists, and that's with the addition of Ren Ping. Between the courtesies, Su Wenzhou asked about Ren Ping's origin. Ren Ping simply said that he had just arrived in Qingzhou City not long ago and needed to find a power to cultivate, and in passing, he also asked for the Blackwater gang's kung fu. As a treasure Dan alchemist, it wasn't too much to ask to cultivate the Blackwater gang's technique. Moreover, Ren Ping was now the meat and potatoes of the alchemy hall, and Su Wenzhou had no reason to refuse, promising to help Ren Ping submit his application. Someone would lead Ren Ping to cultivate the gongfu in a matter of days. Ren Ping was also relieved in his heart. After coming to the Blackwater gang for so long, he finally had the chance to meet Mixed Heavenly Jade. When Ren Ping left this great hall, it was already evening. Jin Shuwei walked in front of Ren Ping as he turned back with a smile on his face and asked, "Master Ren, our alchemy hall still has many unused houses. What kind of house do you want?" Chapter 182 Settling in the Blackwater Gang. Jin Shuwei's attitude was now becoming very respectful. The alchemy hall, as one of the Blackwater gang's halls, and all of them were alchemists of honorable status, There were also many houses within this courtyard supplying alchemists to live in. Runping thought for a moment and said, "Pick a quieter place then." He didn't really want to deal with the others much. It's not really necessary. The alchemy hall was filled with alchemists, and the highest that could be refined was only a medium-grade treasure pill. Renping was now also able to refine mid-grade treasure pills. There is really no need to take lessons from anyone else in this regard. On the contrary, there might be some things with special words within the alchemy hall, so you can go and browse around when the time comes. Yes, I remembered a house that was in an excellent setting and relatively quiet. Master Ren, wait a moment. I'll immediately arrange for someone to clean it up. Goldwater said immediately. Jin Shuei was an extreme spirit pill alchemist, and to be able to be arranged by Su Wenzhou to receive other people showed that this person was eight-faced, or at the very least, he would not be too bad at dealing with people. Now that Renping had become a treasure Dan alchemist, Jin Shuei immediately shifted his stance, presenting himself as a subordinate, and even his address to Renping had changed. Yes, Renping nodded. The alchemy hall could arrange for a place to stay, and he was more than happy to do so. With Panning taking care of Wan Baolu, he could also rest assured. And as one of the top forces in Qingzhou City, the Blackwater Gang occupied a large manor with a spiritual vein underneath it. And within the Blackwater Gang's manor, the spiritual qi was extremely dense. Renping's residence here is beneficial for cultivation. What is the origin of that big Dan furnace in our hall? It seems rather extraordinary to me, Renping suddenly asked. He extracted a Wan Dan Qi phrase on that large Dan furnace. Generally speaking, even an extreme treasure weapon shouldn't have such a phrase. Goldwater sniffed and hemmed and hawed. Master Ren has extraordinary eyesight. This Dan furnace does have a great origin. It was brought out of an ancient tomb we helped. I heard it belonged to some prince from that previous dynasty. Renping was slightly startled. It's that dynasty again. The objects he could extract good words from now were either from the seven forbidden lands or that one dynasty that had been overthrown for countless years. So it is. A few moments later, Jin Shuei led Renping inside a small courtyard. This small courtyard was really a small courtyard, itself inside the large courtyard of the alchemy hall. But for someone like Renping, who didn't have high needs, this small yard was enough. By now this small yard was already cleaned. Master Ren will rest for now, so I won't bother you. If Master Ren is free these days, he can walk around more. The other alchemists in the alchemy hall will be very happy to know that Master Ren has come. Goldwater said another word before retreating. That's a very level-headed thing for Goldwater to say. Renping could naturally hear the deeper meaning. It was natural for him, a Baodan alchemist, to come to the alchemy hall and cause a ruckus. In addition to Su Wenzhou, there were 3 Baodan alchemists in the alchemy hall. For Renping's arrival, they might have other meanings. As for whether it was malicious or well-intentioned, Renping didn't know. Rather a man with a lively mind. Renping looked at Jin Shuei's departing figure and laughed. That's a kind word of caution. Renping stayed directly inside this small courtyard, one door not to leave the other. Most of his time was spent on comprehending the true meaning of the martial Tao. A few days passed. On this day, Renping's doors were knocking. A voice came from the door. Is Master Ren here? I'm Jiang Night Banquet, the treasure pill alchemist of the alchemy hall, and I've come here to pay my respects to Master Ren. The voice at the door sounded very young. Renping raised an eyebrow and finally opened the door. When he opened the door, he saw a young man in a white robe standing in the doorway with a smiling face. This person looked handsome and graceful, and there was a white folding fan in his hand. He also had a strong smell of herbs. The man looked young, but was actually 60 and up. It's just a matter of staying young and looking very young. Master Jiang. When Renping saw Jiang Night Banquet, he immediately arched his hand. It's my fault that Master Jiang came in person. It's only right that I should be the one to pay my respects to Master Jiang. Renping's words were very well spoken. With Goldwater's reminder, he was now more or less wary. Although he had no desire to participate in the various disputes within the alchemy hall, he wasn't afraid of things either. Renping lowered his stance directly. Jiang Night Banquet also froze for a moment when he heard this. As a fellow lower-grade Baodan alchemist, he hadn't expected Renping to be so unassuming. Where? All the same, Renping welcomed Jiang Yanyan inside, and after making tea inside the small courtyard, he made small talk with Jiang Yanyan. Jiang Night Banquet did not reveal the purpose of his trip to pay his respects. The chat was also about everyday stuff, even a bit of shushing. Although the surface expressed goodwill, it also made Renping more wary. He also couldn't figure out what this Jiang Night Banquet's goal was. The two chatted about one thing or another, until the question of where Renping came from was asked. After Renping said that he had just arrived in Qingzhou City, the smile on Jiang Night Banquet's face displayed. So Master Ren has just arrived in Qingzhou City. It's really fate that the two of us can be fellow officers. We'll have to walk around a lot more in the future. I am also considered a native of Qingzhou City, so if Master Ren needs anything, don't be polite. After chatting about this, Jiang Night Banquet was as if he had accomplished his mission and directly took his leave to leave. Renping also realized at this moment that this Jiang Night Banquet had come to pry into his identity. Renping didn't care. He was waiting for notice to practice the Blackwater Gang's technique. After a few more days had passed, Renping was finally waiting for news. Jin Shuwei had arrived at Renping's small courtyard. Grandmaster Ren, word has come from the Hall Master side that you can go to the Hall of Transmission to practice your gong methods. Renping was ecstatic to hear this news. Goldwater waited at the door. Master Ren, you're new here and don't recognize the way, so let me lead the way, Goldwater said with a smile. Renping nodded. The Blackwater Gang manor was very vast, and letting him walk by himself, he returned to really not recognizing the road. It's good to have someone to lead the way. It was just as well that he wanted to ask about something that had something to say about Jiang Night Banquet. Jin Shuwei walked in front and Renping followed. Soon after, they left the Alchemy Hall's compound and walked within the Blackwater Gang's large estate. Jin Shuwei, where does Master Jiang Night Banquet live? Renping opened his mouth and asked. Goldwater replied. Grandmaster Ren, Grandmaster Jiang doesn't reside permanently in the Alchemy Hall. If you want to look for him, you'll have to look for him within Qingzhou City. He runs a store in the city of Qingzhou. Renping nodded and asked again. Master Jiang came to visit a few days ago and had a great conversation. Renping saw that Jin Shuwei's figure stuttered when he heard those words. Chapter 183 Blackwater Gang Core Technique. Renping saw this scene from behind Jin Shuwei's back and already had an answer in his heart. In fact, he could have just used the compulsion words to control Jin Shuwei and ask for some of the information that he didn't know. Renping didn't like it much, though. Jin Shuwei laughed. Grandmaster Jiang is also considered a good existence amongst the lower-grade Baodan alchemists. Master Rin interacting with him more is also beneficial to the way of alchemy. Goldwater's answer was very pertinent and didn't convey any of that. However, Renping could tell that Jin Shuwei should be a certain faction within the Alchemy Hall. Most likely, Jin Shuwei is Su Wenzhou's man. All indications are that Jin Shuwei is closest to Su Wenzhou. Moreover, Jin Shuwei is not in the same faction as Jiang Night Banquet. There were also two other Baodan alchemists, and it was unknown which faction they were from. Renping said with a smile, I don't know if Hall Master Su is free. If Hall Master Su is free, I would like to explore some of the ways of alchemy. Renping had never been a part of such factional hookups, not a fan of that either. However, if you want to cultivate with the help of the Blackwater Gang's place, a lot of things are hard to avoid. The Hall Master is quite accomplished in the way of alchemy, so I'm sure he can help Master Ren. Goldwater returned. Renping smiled back. Renping followed Jin Shuwei's lead and arrived in front of a courtyard. This yard isn't really that big. It looked like a plain little yard. Nothing special about it. But from Jin Shuwei's mouth, he learned that this small courtyard was one of the core of the Blackwater Gang, where the Hall of Transmission of the Law was located. The Transmission Hall was the place where the Blackwater Gang existed merit laws and distributed them, and it even had the Blackwater Gang's most core martial arts techniques and the most core secret methods. There are even some cultivation chambers. As long as there is a status within the Blackwater Gang, one has already entered the cultivation chambers in the Transmission Hall to cultivate, and the effect of cultivation is not known how many times better than outside. But the details of this were not known to Renping. All of this was learned from Jin Shuwei's mouth. Most importantly, the mixed heavenly jade that Renping had been pining for was in it. The mixed sky jade, as an indispensable treasure for the Blackwater Gang members to cultivate their techniques, had always been stored in the Transmission Hall. In other words, Renping would be able to see the legendary mixed heavenly jade today. It's a good thing. Master Ren, I still have things to do, so I will leave first. If there is a need, Master Ren can feel free to call me. After Jin Shuwei brought Renping here, he directly took his leave. Renping looked at the doorway in front of him and stepped into it without hesitation. Renping of the Alchemy Hall, come and practice your feats. As soon as Renping entered the door and saw an old man, he immediately opened his mouth. This old man was the only person from the Law Transmission Hall and one of the elders of the Blackwater Gang. The elders of the Blackwater Gang are all in the realm of transformation. What kind of kung fu do you practice? The old man asked in a deep voice. Practice the core technique. The Blackwater Gang's feats did not have names, and within the Blackwater Gang, they could only be referred to as core feats instead. The old man raised his eyes and glanced at Renping after hearing this. Alchemist, practicing core techniques? Renping nodded. As well, the old man nodded. Taking out a jade slip in his bosom, he threw it gently and it landed in Renping's hand. This is the core gong method. You have to cultivate here to get started. I'll only give you 2 days. If you can't understand it, it means you don't have the talent to cultivate the core technique. Just find a random gongfu to cultivate and forget about it. Read it and tell me more. This old man was also very direct in his speech. Let Renping read and understand this technique within 2 days, and then directly after that, he would cultivate here to get started. the so-called introduction to cultivation was probably having a process of contacting the mixed heavenly jade. Renping was also curious as to what was so remarkable about the Blackwater Gang's core technique. He pressed the jade sketch in his hand to his forehead. A stream of information came into his mind. He froze in place. This was a technique that surpassed the heavenly rank. It reached the legendary holy rank. It was also the highest grade Gongfu Renping had ever touched. However, the beauty of it was that the technique didn't seem to be complete. A missing piece. At this moment, Renping was completely attracted to this holy rank technique. A holy rank technique that had reached another level. Within the Gongfu, something that Renping had never heard of before was expounded upon. Road. The way can be categorized into the great way and the small way. When you have mastered the path, you can become a saint. And this core kung fu of the Blackwater Gang records a method of controlling a trail. In other words, it was possible to become a saint when this technique was cultivated to the extreme. As for the Great Tao, there wasn't much description in the Gongfu, just a passing reference. Renping had been completely captivated. Tao is the extension of the true intent of martial arts, the final form of the true intent of martial arts. In addition to this having a description of the Tao, the main chapters of this core Gongfu were also very powerful. According to the description in the Gongfu, practicing this Gongfu would eventually lead to the realization of the way of Blackwater, which belonged to the minor path. Moreover, the Blackwater Gang's kung fu was still missing a part of its core, although what was cultivated was very powerful. However, it would gradually lose its sanity and be reduced to a monster that could only kill. The only solution now might be the so-called mixed heavenly jade. As for how the mixed heavenly jade solved this problem, Renping did not figure it out. This Gong method was not difficult in Renping's eyes. After all, he had a purple-ranked Gnosis Tongshin phrase. It's so much more powerful than the average person when it comes to enlightenment. Within a few moments, Renping had already comprehended this technique to the fullest. However, in order not to draw attention to himself, Renping did not say that he had comprehended it. Instead, he sat cross-legged inside this courtyard, as if he had already entered a state of comprehension. It was only after a day and a half that Renping stood up and looked towards the old man sitting with his eyes closed in the depths of the courtyard. Elder, I have comprehended it. The old man opened his eyes and looked at Renping. Completing comprehension in a day and a half. The talent is not bad. Come here. It's not easy to get started with the core technique, the perils of which you probably already know. Renping walked over to the old man, presenting the jade slip in his hands with both hands. The old man took the jade slip and directly accepted it without even looking at it. You're qualified enough if you want to cultivate the core technique. I'll give you 3 days to cultivate the technique to the introductory stage. This is the mixed sky jade slip that aids in cultivation techniques. You can't leave here for 3 days, the old man said, taking out a jade pendant in his arms. The jade pendant looked flat. It was just like the ordinary jade pendant that was sold in the street stores. Renping's eyes lit up when he saw the jade pendant. This is the mixed heavenly jade, the purpose of his trip. At this moment, this piece of mixed heavenly jade had been placed in front of Renping by the old man. Renping picked up the jade pendant and felt the power in it. This is indeed something from the 7 Forbidden Lands. Chapter 184 Orange Gnosis Word. When the mixed heavenly jade entered his hand, Renping felt its power. Renping felt that the distractions in his mind disappeared in a flash. Just by touching this mixed heavenly jade, Renping had already penetrated quite a bit. The mixed heavenly jade has the ability to meditate and increase enlightenment. Renping had already experienced it at this point. In his eyes, the words of the mixed heavenly jade were also revealed. Entry, enlightenment, orange. Word, sation, orange. There are only 2 phrases in the mixed sky jade, but both of them are orange in color. Renping did not hesitate to extract the Gnosis Tongshin phrase. He had already had a purple-ranked Gnosis Tongshin phrase, but it wasn't enough for him anymore. Now that the orange Gnosis tongue phrase is extracted, if you bestow this phrase on someone, you will get the red grade Gnosis tongue phrase. The red words. Renping only has just one right now. It's also known as the current object mind phrase. I hope I won't be disappointed. I don't know yet to whom it would be good to bestow this word. Renping had his own troubles. After all, it's an orange Gnosis tongue phrase. Giving it to just anyone would make him a supreme genius. Even if you are not as good in other areas, you can still grow with this realization. After Renping extracted the words, he then looked at the Blackwater Gang's core feats. The grade of this core technique was extremely high and had already reached the saint rank. There were many things in it that Renping had not been exposed to, but the flaw is too obvious. It's good to get started and turn in first. When the time comes to find a better Gong method, just replace it. Or, I'll create a better Gong method based on the Blackwater Gang's core Gong method at that time. There were the next 3 days for Renping to cultivate the core technique to the introductory stage. Only for Renping, cultivating to the introductory stage was not difficult. After spending only half a day, Renping had already cultivated this technique to the introductory stage. It was worth saying that this Gong method was indeed very subtle. Any cultivator who practiced this technique could triple the speed of their cultivation. On top of that, the cultivated true qi was also very powerful. What was even more valuable was that this technique already had a set of true intentions of martial arts that could be comprehended. According to the Gongfu, if one kept on cultivating, there was a chance to transform the true intent of martial arts into the Tao. Although it was only a small path, one could become a powerful person in the Saint Realm. In this place, Qingzhou City, Renping had not yet heard of the existence of a Saint Realm powerhouse. No wonder the Blackwater gang can gain a foothold in Qingzhou City with this technique. Cultivating this technique is equivalent to having a solemn path in front of you. I also don't know where this gong method was obtained. After Renping had cultivated the gong method to the introductory stage, he did not continue to cultivate it. Cultivating this technique could only be considered a stopgap measure. 3 days later, Renping directly returned the mixed sky jade and explained to the old man that he had already cultivated the technique to the introductory stage. That old man from the transformation god realm even probed a bit. Only after realizing that Renping had really cultivated the gongfu to the introductory stage did he let Renping go. He also told Renping to come here to cultivate with the help of the mixed heavenly jade immediately after he felt that his mind was unstable. Cultivating this technique for years would lead to an unstable state of mind due to the crippling of the technique. The only thing that could be done at this time was to return to the transmission hall and stabilize his mind with the help of the mixed heavenly jade. It is assumed that this is one of the means by which the Blackwater gang controls the gang. As long as you practice this technique, you have to come back regularly. You can't get rid of the Blackwater gang for the rest of your life. Of course, one could also just give up on the technique, but for most people, the kung fu was hard to come by. After all, this was a saint-ranked technique. Having experienced this kind of rapid cultivation, I believe that not many people can resist this temptation. Renping, on the other hand, had no worries in that regard. As long as he possessed a red-grade Gnosis Tongshan phrase, he could even create a feat that was not too far apart. Renping returned to his small courtyard. Begin to comprehend the true meaning of your own martial arts path. Although he hadn't really obtained the red Gnosis Tongshan phrase at this point, this cultivation of the Blackwater gang's core technique had also given him a lot of ideas. The true intent of martial arts is the prototype of the Tao. If you want to realize the true meaning of the desired martial art, you have to work on the Tao. Find or create a Tao that can hold other forces. I also wonder if there are any writings about the Tao in the city of Qingzhou. I still have a very one-sided understanding of the Tao. Renping also came up empty-handed after a few days of comprehending on his own. It could only be stopped. He was now ready to use the outside world to learn more about the writings that had been written about the Tao. As the top force in Qingzhou City, if Qingzhou City has it, Blackwater gang should have it too. I still have to visit the transmission hall when I have time to do so. However, right now Renping did not have an excuse to go forward to the hall of transmission. It would have to be some time before he could say anything. Just as Renping was thinking, there was a knock on the door of the small courtyard. Master Run, are you there? It's Goldwater's voice. Renping responded. Master Run, the hall master is looking for you. Goldwater, it's past the point of sending a message to come. The hall master of the alchemy hall, Su Wenzhou, wanted to find himself? Renping frowned. However, when he thought about his arrival at the alchemy hall, it seemed that he hadn't arranged any tasks down yet. This time, if he allowed himself to go forward, the probability was that it was to allow Renping to refine pills. Treasure Dan Alchemist, need to make a furnace of pills for the Blackwater gang every month. Renping hasn't refined it yet this month. Renping went out the door and Jin Shui was already waiting at the entrance. Jin Shui led the way ahead, with Renping following behind. The two quickly arrived at the main hall of the alchemy hall, the place where Renping extracted the purple 10,000 danqi phrase. The place is still set up like last time. As soon as Renping entered the door, he saw Su Wenzhou drinking tea on a small table. When he saw Renping arrive, he immediately displayed a smile and invited Renping to take a seat. Goldwater, on the other hand, stood and watched. Master Run, how was your recent stay at the alchemy hall? Renping nodded. Pretty good. Master Ren, don't be polite to old me. If you need anything, just talk to Jin Shui directly. Renping sniffed and said in his heart that he hadn't guessed wrong. Jin Shui is indeed Su Wenzhou's man. As for the other few Baodan alchemists, Renping did not know about them for the time being. Well, it mustn't be too much trouble if you need it. The tea that Su Wenzhou entertained Renping with was also a rare commodity, and after taking a sip, Renping felt that his mouth was full of sweetness. Good tea, Renping exclaimed. Su Wenzhou laughed out loud and looked at Jin Shui. Jin Shui, later on, you bring a few bags of tea for Master Ren to try. Renping could feel Su Wenzhou's goodwill. After some politeness, Su Wenzhou also stated the purpose of having Renping come this time. Master Ren, you haven't refined that furnace of pills for this month yet, right? There's a furnace of lower grade treasure pills that you need to refine. Chapter 185 Alchemy. Once Renping heard that, he probably knew what was going on. This yes is going to set itself up for a task. To this he was not repulsed. Either way, he had gotten 2 words in the Blackwater gang, and the orange word in it was very important to him. Alchemy was not a difficult task for him. As long as he had taken one look at the elixir, he could successfully refine it. I am afraid that Su Wonjo assigned him the task of seeing the finished pills. Ren Ping, that will take a lot of effort. Hall Master, please command. Ren Ping didn't ink it either. Su Wonjo laughed out loud at this. Master Ren, this elixir was requested from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall side. It's a healing elixir. It's not difficult to refine, but I can't spare the time lately, so I'll trouble Master Ren with this furnace of pills. Has Master Ren heard of the blood transformation pill? Ren Ping had naturally heard of the blood transformation pill. The blood transformation pill was a lower grade treasure pill, which was considered a good existence among the lower grade treasure pills, possessing excellent healing efficacy, and was one of the most popular pills among the lower grade treasure pills. The last time he went to visit the stores of the Alchemists Union, Ren Ping had also seen this kind of elixir, and it was not a difficult task to refine it. Naturally, I've heard of it, Ren Ping replied. Then please ask Master Ren to refine a furnace of blood transformation pills. This blood transformation pill is also considered an urgent need, so Master Ren has worked harder. Ren Ping nodded, doesn't really care. His success rate in refining pills was basically 100%, and there were usually no problems. For the lower grade Baodan, it was roughly 3 days for one furnace. Su Wonjo was polite with Ren Ping for a while longer before Ren Ping left here. When he left, the 5 medicinal ingredients for refining the blood transformation pill that Jin Shuwei was holding were handed over to Ren Ping. When an alchemist refined pills, there was naturally a success rate to speak of. Generally speaking, 5 ingredients were able to produce a furnace of pills. It all depends on the craftsmanship and luck of the alchemist. According to the rules of the alchemy hall, when Ren Ping took these 5 pills, he had to submit a furnace of pills. It doesn't matter what Ren Ping's success rate is. If you can't refine 5 ingredients, then you can buy the herbs at your own expense and continue to refine. If one herb was successful, then the remaining 4 would all be at Ren Ping's disposal. Ren Ping still kind of likes it that way. Master Jen, and this, Goldwater took out a few more tea bags. The hall master explained, these packets of tea, Master Ren, take them back to taste. Ren Ping wasn't polite either and took it straight away. Yes. After Ren Ping returned to his small courtyard, he immediately refined a furnace of blood transformation pill out. 3 days had passed. Ren Ping delivered the pills to Su Wonjo's Grand Hall, and that was the end of this month's mission. Ren Ping roughly calculated that the price of a lower grade treasure pill was around 800 middle grade spirit stones, and with 10 pills in a furnace, it would be roughly 8,000 middle grade spirit stones, and the money for 5 materials was around 2,500 spirit stones. The Blackwater gang made a lot of money. However, coming to the Blackwater gang's alchemy hall was not simply a matter of the value of the pills that were refined. Each and every one of the treasure dan alchemists of the alchemy hall was of supreme status. The position in the Blackwater gang can't be too low, plus the various hidden perks are kind of nice. All in all, a willingness to fight. The fact that the first furnace of pills that Ren Ping had refined had been successful was also a surprise to Su Wonjo. Pulled Ren Ping polite for a while, and hard-stuffed a few packets of tea, before he was willing to let Ren Ping leave. Su Wonjo was very enthusiastic about Ren Ping. The tea that was sent was no slouch either. Instead, it was a very precious spiritual tea. After taking it at the Jindan realm, it has the effect of helping to increase enlightenment. It didn't do much for Ren Ping. Every time Ren Ping drank tea, all he could think about was when he would come across this tea tree so he could extract the words to increase his enlightenment. Later, when he heard Su Wonjo say that all these teas were shipped in other places, Ren Ping also dispelled the idea. Leaving the city of Qingzhou was a bit costly for him. Might as well just stay here. Soon after Ren Ping returned to his courtyard, there was a knock at the door. Naturally, the person knocking on the door this time would not be Goldwater. Ren Ping opened the door and was also quite surprised. This person was one of the alchemy hall's treasure dan alchemists. Jiang Night Banquet. Zhang Yanyan stood in the doorway with a smile on his face. As soon as he saw Ren Ping, he arched his hand and saluted. Master Ren. Excuse me. Yesterday, I obtained a dan formula, and there are some things that I don't understand, so I'm asking Master Ren to solve my problems. When he entered the door, Jiang Night Banquet took out a jade slip. This jade slip should be the dan formula he was talking about. Both of them were equally lower grade Baodan alchemists. So what was a solution to the confusion was naturally false. It's probably just a disguised Ren Ping delivery of the dan formula. For alchemists, the dan formula was still a bit precious. There are even some alchemists who have exclusive recipes, the kind that no one else's but their own will have. Ren Ping did not take the jade slip. No credit is due. A danmaku is not the same as tea. Comparatively speaking, the dan formula was much more precious. And some people give gifts of tea, but no one gives gifts of danmaku. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This truth was known to Renping. The jade slip had been placed on the desktop while Renping said with a smile, Master Jiang, truth be told, it's only recently that I've been able to refine the lower grade treasure pill, so you'd better take back the Dan formula. When Jiang Night Banquet saw this scene, he was also a bit surprised. It was the first time he had seen an alchemist who had no interest in the Dan formula. Familiarizing oneself with more Dan formulas was an improvement for the alchemist. Master Run, this is not true. This Dan formula has a mysterious origin. I can't understand it either. This is not thinking of brainstorming. However, according to this Dan formula, this kind of elixir is very powerful, and the price is more expensive than a normal mid-grade treasure elixir. Jiang Night Banquet emphasized the value of this Dan formula. Renping remained unmoved. He still didn't understand what Jiang Night Banquet was up to, including Su Wenzhou. He was very polite to him, as if he still had the intention of pulling him in. They're probably starting from the same place. It's just that Renping still doesn't understand what's inside this alchemy hall. The Jiang Night Banquet in front of him did not have a high cultivation level, merely in the realm of the embodied god. Compared to Su Wenzhou, there was still a bit of a gap. Could it be that every alchemist in the alchemy hall has a different background, so the alchemy hall is not of one mind? These things are still to be proven. By the way, Master Run, did you refine that furnace of pills this month? When Jiang Night Banquet saw that Renping really had no interest in the Dan formula, he opened his mouth to ask again. If it's not refined, there's still a furnace of elixir needed over at the battle hall. Renpei replied with a raised eyebrow. It's not a good time for Master Jiang to come. He just refined 2 days ago. Jiang Night Banquet sniffed and gave Renping a glance full of deep meaning. I wonder which hall wants the elixir. Although our alchemy hall is not involved in other, but this refining pills there is also a sequence. Chapter 186, Master Ren, you're confused. Renping was instantly interested. Jiang Night Banquet was about to tell him about the internal affairs of the alchemy hall. Oh, there's an order of precedence? Master Jiang tells us in detail. Jiang Night Banquet smiled faintly. Renping definitely wanted to know what was going on within the alchemy hall as well. He said slowly, our Blackwater gang only has a few halls in total. Our alchemy hall is relatively special, and there are only 5 treasure pill alchemists. But there are many places up and down the Blackwater gang that need pills. We refine 1 furnace of pills a month, and we only produce 10 pills. But there are many places up and down the Blackwater gang that need pills. It's also a lesson in who to help with alchemy and who not to help with alchemy. In my opinion, the battle hall side is strong, and I will prioritize the refining of their pills. As for the others, Hallmaster Su prioritizes helping the miscellaneous hall refine pills, and Master Fei, like me, also helps the battle hall refine more. Jiang Night Banquet gave a few more examples. At this point, Renping also finally understood how this was going to happen. It turned out that the alchemists of the alchemy hall had already been divided up by the other halls of the Blackwater gang, and although the alchemy hall was an independent hall, the 4 Baodan alchemists all already had other affiliations. Renping also understood at this time why the person who had reported this matter to him through the miscellaneous affairs hall and who had picked him up was Jin Shui. If he had come here himself through another hall, he might have been a different person again. Master Run, the battle hall is the most powerful, and among the many halls, the only one whose master is at the God of Transformation realm, is the Battle Hall Master. Did Grandmaster Ren help the miscellaneous hall to refine pills? Renping nodded. Jiang Night Banquet suddenly said painfully, Master Rin is confused. It's going to be hard after you open this. There are more people in the miscellaneous affairs hall, so there are more pills needed. And, the miscellaneous hall just can't get anything good out of it. When Renping heard this, he knew that in addition to this monthly furnace of pills, the alchemists of the alchemy hall had additional pills to provide to other halls, which was considered a private transaction. Master Run, how about this? Next month you directly help the battle hall to refine a furnace of pills. I see that you are new to the alchemy hall and don't understand the ways of it, so you will be at a disadvantage then. As for Hall Master Su's side, just ignore it. Jiang Night Banquet persuaded bitterly. Renping, on the other hand, sneered in his heart. There is also a first come first served in everything, and one has no interest in getting involved in any of this. But he was elected by the miscellaneous affairs hall. Master Jiang is joking. Before coming to the alchemy hall, Mr. Ren was begging for food in the miscellaneous affairs hall. Renping also directly stated his position. Jiang Night Banquet also did not react when he heard this. After a long time, he stared at Renping and said, Master Ren should think it over. Renping chuckled lightly and nodded his head. Ren has naturally thought this through. Please go ahead. Master Jiang. Jiang Night Banquet's face didn't look good. Good. Master Ren, take care of yourself, so I won't bother you anymore. As soon as Jiang Night Banquet picked up the jade slip on the table, he quickly left. Renping looked at his departing back and smiled, not caring. It seemed like it was very cost-effective to cooperate with the battle hall, but Renping did not intend to spend too much effort on the way of alchemy. He wasn't like other alchemists after all. Alchemy was merely one of his many means. No matter what, Su Wenzhou was the hall master of the alchemy hall. Choosing to be on the same side as Su Wenzhou would allow Renping to avoid a lot of trouble. What he wanted was not the harvest of alchemy, but to continue cultivating with the help of the Blackwater gang as a precious place. After Jiang Night Banquet left, Renping arrived at the transmission hall, the Hall of Transmission of Merits, as the place where the secret manuals of the Blackwater gang existed, was a place that many Blackwater gang members would patronize. Renping was different from the others in that he had come to see what had been written about the Tao. From Jin Shui's mouth, he learned that old man from the Hall of Transmission of Laws was the seventh elder of the Blackwater gang, a powerhouse of the transformation spirit realm. When Renping arrived here, he found that today's transmission hall was very lively. Inside the small courtyard, there were many figures sitting on futons. They should be here to learn various martial arts or techniques. Renping, on the other hand, arrived in front of the seventh elder of the Blackwater gang. Greetings to the seventh elder. I would like to consult the records about the Tao. I wonder if there is a relevant collection. The seventh elder was also sitting on a futon at this time. Hearing Renping's voice, he opened his cloudy eyes. Seeing that it was Renping, he was also slightly stunned. Renping had only come here a few days ago to learn the core technique, and now he was here to access records that had information about the Tao? But he remembered that Renping was an alchemist. Come to that. You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand about the core feats. He had thought that Renping was doing it because he didn't understand something about the Blackwater gang's core feats. There were very few precious Dan alchemists in the Blackwater gang, and not many people who could cultivate the core technique. He wouldn't mind personally instructing such a person. As for there being a record of the Tao, this thing is too far away from you to be of use for the time being, so there's no need to waste too much effort here. Renping sniffed, but still said, "Thank you, seventh elder. The late generation still wants to see what has been written about the Tao." The seventh elder gave Renping a deep look. "Good. This is considered a miscellaneous book and you may take it away from here." The seventh elder's eyes did not hide his disappointment in Renping. People who are already gifted with something are trying to be overly ambitious and check out what has been written about the Tao. He took out 2 jade slips in his arms, one of which was blank. Branding a copy of the other jade slip, he handed it over to Renping. "Thank you, seventh elder." The seventh elder closed his eyes. If you can't read it, you don't have to spend too much effort. If you can read, you have to prioritize, and the Tao is not yet something you can unlearn. Renping nodded. It's sort of advice. However, if he wanted to comprehend a kind of true martial Tao that could accommodate other things, the Tao was something he was bound to not be able to get around. This jade slip was taken out by the seventh elder in his bosom, and it was obvious that he also frequently consulted this jade slip. Renping knew that the jade slip in his hand was not low in gold content. After thanking him, he left the place directly. Only after returning to his own courtyard did he take out the jade slip and carefully read its contents. Most of the contents recorded in the jade brief were understandable to him, and it was not difficult for him to read them. After all, he now had the purple grade gnosis increase phrase. In terms of enlightenment, it was far too powerful than cultivators of the same realm. A door to the world was slowly opening towards Renping. Renping studied it carefully, and his understanding of the Tao came to a deeper level. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. On this day, Renping put down the jade slip in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. So it is. I want to comprehend the true meaning of the desired martial arts path, and I also need to have a specific vision of the future path. Chapter 187. Renping felt stuck at this point again. To figure out the path you want to follow, you need to be extremely enlightened. The only possibility now is to find someone with a destiny to bestow the orange gnosis passage words on. There were accounts of the Tao that he had read completely. The Tao is the advanced form of the true intent of martial arts. It is something that exists between heaven and earth itself. For example, the thrilling wave true intent, the final form of which was the wave Tao. And there are limited avenues between heaven and earth, only 3,000 avenues. The trails, on the other hand, are countless. However, in the records, it seems that the great Tao can no longer be comprehended, and the exact reason for this is not said. Renping had no choice but to give up the idea of comprehending the true meaning of the martial Tao. If that was the case, even if this orange enlightenment Tongshan phrase was bestowed, the most Renping would receive would only be a red enlightenment Tongshan phrase. It already looked strong, but it was also difficult to comprehend the kind of Tao that could accommodate other Tao, or even the embryonic form of a Tao. Still need to improve enlightenment. Words that enhance enlightenment. More is better. Renping sighed. The current enlightenment was already extremely strong among the usual cultivators. But so what? Unable to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts that belonged to himself, Renping's will was hard to be pacified. Forget it, my cultivation realm can still be suppressed for now. Renping chose to suppress his realm and not break through to the embodied god. Breaking through the realm didn't mean much to him now. Is Master Rin here? Goldwater's voice came again from the door. It was only after Renping men opened the door and inquired about it that he realized what Jin Shuwei had come for. This is Su Wenzhou who has something to find him. Now that Renping had probably figured out the inner workings of the alchemy hall, he was about to go and speak to Su Wenzhou about the matter at this time. For Renping, joining Su Wenzhou's lineup was the wisest. As for the rest of the lineup, forget it. When he came to Su Wenzhou's residence, Su Wenzhou was already making tea and waiting here. Master Rin is here. Quickly take a seat. Su Wenzhou politely invited. Renping seated. Then with Su Wenzhou polite talk. In fact, there is nothing nutritious content. Master Ren, you're already a Baodan alchemist. In the alchemy hall, you still need to have your own people. Otherwise it's quite a hassle to be here. Su Wenzhou reminded. Renping was puzzled and inquired. Su Wenzhou said with a smile, Baodan alchemists. All have a group of spirit Dan alchemists under their command, and Jin Shuwei is the spirit Dan alchemist beside me. Master Ren, this alchemy hall of ours actually has quite a lot of liaison with other halls. Every Baodan alchemist has their own home base. There are many halls in the Blackwater gang, and the most populated ones are just the miscellaneous hall and the battle hall. There are also a few halls that are important but have fewer people and naturally require fewer pills. The old man is closer to the miscellaneous hall. Back then, all the other halls had Baodan alchemists to cooperate with, but the miscellaneous hall, as the hall with the most water in the Blackwater gang, didn't have a single Baodan alchemist willing to cooperate. The old man is responding to the gang leader's wishes. Su Wenzhou probably said a lot. It probably meant that he wanted Renping to work with the miscellaneous affairs hall. Just like him, Renping naturally wouldn't refuse. He laughed. Thanks to the care of the hall master, Run Mao also came over in the miscellaneous affairs hall, and I will, in the future, just work with the miscellaneous affairs hall as well, and I'd like to ask the hall master to help pull the strings. Su Wenzhou sniffed and laughed. Yes, Grandmaster Ren, in these few days, you accompany Jin Shuwei to the alchemy hall's alchemy workshop to select a few spirit pill alchemists that match your heart, and when the time comes, there's someone to run errands too. Renping nodded. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Having all come to the alchemy hall, it was only natural that one should respect the rules over here. He did need someone around to run errands, otherwise it would be too time-consuming to do everything yourself. This time when Su Wenzhou called him over, it was actually just this much. Now Renping could be considered stabilized in the alchemy hall. After Renping left at Su Wenzhou, he returned to Wan Baolu for another trip. It was business as usual on the side of Manpower House. Shui Gui once again closed his door, and Pan Ing had been practicing in recent times. I've heard that Pan Ing is now famous amongst the smithing community in Qingzhou City. In recent times there were also a bit of several extreme treasure weapon refiners who came to pay their respects to Pan Ing accompanied by Kue Koshi. He was now considered the man of the hour in Qingzhou City. However, his current cultivation still hadn't broken through to the realm of becoming a Dan. This is the time to prepare for the breakthrough. After Renping left him a batch of pills, he once again returned to the Blackwater gang's manor. Early the next morning, the leaves of the greenery inside the small yard still carried drops of dew on them as the soft sunlight poured down. Jin Shuwei had appeared in Renping's doorway. Grandmaster Ren, go to the alchemy workshop today to select manpower. The alchemy workshop was the place where spiritual Dan alchemists within the alchemy hall made pills. The alchemy hall also had a limited number of foreign flames, also using the one from Qingzhou City, but it was the channel for the foreign flames that was constructed underneath the ground to transmit the foreign flames to here. Treasure Dan alchemists have branches of foreign flames in their residences, while spirit Dan alchemists have to go to the workshop to refine pills. Renping himself possessed the melting words, so he didn't need the foreign fire. Master Ren, most of the spirit pill alchemists within the alchemy workshop have defected to other treasure pill alchemists. The rest, basically, are in worse condition. Hall Master said that if Master Ren doesn't find one that matches his desire, he can look for one in Qingzhou City, and at that time, Hall Master will arrange to enter the alchemy hall. Goldwater said as he walked. A few moments later, the two arrived at the alchemy hall's alchemy workshop. It's quite warm here and the air smells of herbs. As far as the eye could see, there was something about alchemy. Walking into the alchemy workshop, Renping saw 23 figures, all of which were basically alchemists, with only a few being alchemy apprentices tending to the herbs. Renping's appearance attracted everyone's attention. There is a new Baodan alchemist in the alchemy hall. This matter had already spread throughout the entire alchemy hall and even the Blackwater gang. But Renping doesn't like to hang around, and it's just a case of not knowing what's going on here. Renping took a look. There were both old and young alchemist years here. The older ones were already in their tens of years, And as for the younger ones, there was even a teenage alchemy apprentice. At this moment, everyone was looking at Renping. It was an unwritten rule of the alchemy hall that once a Baodan alchemist entered the alchemy hall, he would select a Spirit Dan alchemist as his direct lineage. It would be a good thing for most Spirit Dan alchemists if they could be carried around by a Baodan alchemist. Of course, there were also some alchemists who merely glanced at it and turned their heads to busy themselves. All of these people already have their own factions, following the other Baodan alchemists. Chapter 188, A Former Genius? Renping took all this in stride. Goldwater, who was on the sidelines, warned in a low voice, Grandmaster Ren, all the extreme spirit pill alchemists already have a place to go. There are still 3 upper-grade spirit pill alchemists who have no place to go. As for medium-grade spirit elixir alchemists, there are 5 others here, all of which are more special. After a few introductions, Renping shook his head. The ones in good condition had already been taken in by other Baodan alchemists long ago. In the alchemy hall, even the treasure Dan alchemists were divided into factions, not to mention these spirit elixir alchemists. If they were not taken in by one of the Baodan alchemists, they would certainly suffer rejection from others. The rest, either because of poor craftsmanship or poor character. Goldwater has explained each one of them in great detail. Renping instantly lost interest. It wasn't so much because these alchemists weren't up to snuff in their craft, but because of the flaws these guys all had in their character. Someone's hands are dirty. Someone's riding a donkey, a wallflower. Master Run. What the hall master means is that if there is no suitable candidate, forget it. In the back, you'll find a suitable candidate in Qingzhou City and enter the alchemy hall, but there's only one spot. Renping laughed bitterly. How could he dare to bring this group of crooked dates with him? It's better to see when you're free to recruit one in Qingzhou City. There were also quite a few alchemists in Qingzhou City. Moreover, even if he wasn't an alchemist, Renping didn't care. What he's missing is a runner. Just as Renping was about to leave, a man suddenly rushed out and snapped and knelt in front of Renping. Master Run, please take me. This person was a man who appeared to be in his 30s, but the smell of medicinal herbs on this person was heavier than even a Baodan alchemist. When Jin Shui, who was on the side, saw this person, he frowned and stepped forward. Hongwen, what are you doing? Why don't you get up? Jin Shui made a move to pull up Hongwen. Hongwen, however, looked at Renping. Please, Master Run, take me. This scene caused everyone to cast their gazes. However, they didn't feel surprised after seeing that it was Hongwen. Renping frowned at Hongwen. This strong smell of herbs on Hongwen's body was really choking. Moreover, this person was not an extreme or upper-grade spirit pill alchemist. Just now, when Jin Shui introduced Renping to the crowd, he did not talk about this person. Hongwen, then it should be the person who handled the herbs inside the alchemy hall. Jin Shui had pulled up Hongwen by now. You guys, hurry up and do pick the herbs. Don't disturb Master Rin here. Jin Shui simply shooed Hongwen away. After watching Hongwen walk away, Jin Shui said, Master Ren doesn't have to pay attention. This man is rather special. Not for Master Ren. Or maybe it was because he was afraid that Hongwen would once again suddenly kneel in front of Renping. Jin Shui invited Renping out of the alchemy workshop before saying, Master Ren, I don't see any suitable candidates inside this workshop. Why don't we go to Qingzhou City to look for them? Renping shook his head. And what is the situation with Hongwen? Renping was somewhat interested in that Hongwen. It looked like this Hongwen was still a special presence in the alchemy hall. Goldwater laughed bitterly. Master Ren doesn't know. This Hongwen is also a bitter person. More than 10 years ago, this guy was also considered a small genius in the alchemy hall. He had a talent. His nose was very good for distinguishing herbs and medicinal properties, but it was good. But he was poisoned a few years ago and his nose went straight out of joint. It's never been the same. If it wasn't for the hall master seeing that he could and letting him stay in the alchemy hall to pick and split medicinal herbs, this guy would have long ago had nowhere to go. Every time I see a Baodan alchemist, I have to kneel down and beg to be taken in. Renping raised an eyebrow. A man with an excellent sense of smell was poisoned? Can't he tell the difference between the drugs? How can it still be poisoned? Renping asked. Goldwater shook his head. Of the inner workings of it, I do not know. As for the matter of poisoning, it is also Hongwen's own side of the story, and no one knows the inside story. However, Hongwen said that it was Master Jiang Night Banquet who designed the poison, and after that, Master Jiang Night Banquet was more to Hongwen all the time. Goldwater paused at this point. A master alchemist who was rumored to have been poisoned would definitely not have a good look on his face. It's probably normal to make things difficult for Hongwen at every turn. Renping nodded. It's just a blip on the radar. Originally, Renping didn't take it to heart, but was just asking casually. But Jin Shui's next words made Renping's feet stumble. It's a pity. Back then, the hall master had said that Hongwen had a chance to achieve a medium-grade treasure Dan alchemist. This kid is good at everything, but he's just too hard. If it wasn't for such a strong character, it wouldn't have been reduced to what it is today. Runpei asked with a raised eyebrow. Hard? Where do I start? Jin Shui glanced around and realized that no one was around before he whispered. Back then, Master Jiang saw that Hongwen was such a genius and wanted to recruit him, but he was directly rejected by Hongwen in public. Master Jiang loves face the most, and this place is considered to have completely offended Master Jiang. The sniffing out thing came later, but it's for nothing. Even if it's proven to be poisoned, it won't matter to Master Jiang. Runpin nodded. About an alchemist wouldn't pay too much even if he killed someone on the street. After all, this world is all about strength. When you have time, ask Hongwen to come to my place, Runping said. Goldwater was a bit confused. Master Run, if you have too much contact with Hongwen, there's a chance you'll offend Master Jiang. After all, Renping waved his hand and laughed. Out of the way. Jiang Night Banquet was also an inferior grade Baodan alchemist, and in reality, Renping did not place him in his eyes. However, it was in the eyes of the crowd that Renping had offended his fellow officers when he first arrived, which was a very irrational thing to do. Although the Baodan alchemists of the Alchemy Hall belonged to different factions, they would not clash too much. We are all alchemists, and we won't make a big fuss over this. Jin Shui didn't understand why Renping chose to contact Hongwen, but nodded in response. Don't worry, Master Run, I will definitely make the arrangements. Renpin went straight back, and Jin Shui returned to Su Wenzhou's side and informed him of today's events. Su Wenzhou frowned at his words. It seems that this Master Run of ours is also a hardened person. Just do what he says. It's really a pity for this kid Hongwen. Su Wenzhou sighed again. Hall Master. Then if Master Zheng sighed, he was very worried that Renping would directly choose to accept Hongwen, and then he would get the Jiang Night Banquet. It's not a good thing for them. Su Wenzhou pondered for a moment before answering. Since Master Rin is standing with us, it's only natural for us to stand with her as well. Chapter 189. The next day, Runping met the apprehensive Hongwen. Master Run, Hongwen has been brought. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Runping nodded. Trouble you. Jin Shui waved his hands repeatedly. No trouble, no trouble. Only after Jin Shui left did Renping look at the man. Hongwen was a man in his 30s, to be precise, a man with a robust physique. Compared to other alchemists, his appearance was a lot rougher. At this moment, this burly man's gaze was like a torch as he was staring at Renping. He didn't seem as enthusiastic as he was yesterday. Come in, Renping greeted. Hongwen bowed to Renping, walked into Renping's small yard. Renping had already made tea. Only after Hongwen sat down did Renping open his mouth to ask, You have a very good sense of smell? Hongwen glanced at Renping and replied, True, but it's all in the past. Right now I don't have any talent in the alchemy path. I wonder if Master Ren. Hongwen didn't seem to want to bull Renping. Renping saw his state of mind and felt that this person did not have an inferiority complex. It's not exactly confidence, but it's not bad. It seems that there is still an inside story. Since Hongwen didn't want to make small talk, Renping was also too lazy to talk nonsense. I'm short of an errand boy around here. Are you interested? Hongwen looked at Renping in disbelief. Master Run, you're new here. Why do you need to get into this mess? If you take me, you'll be offending Master Jiang Night Banquet. Renping waved his hand. None of this is a problem. Weren't you on your knees yesterday begging me to take you in? Renping suddenly revealed a smile. This Hongwen, it's not simple. Hongwen didn't want to be taken in by Renping, then what he did yesterday was doing to others. Hongwen was stunned, then revealed a bitter smile. Master Rin is joking. Master Rin is a treasure Dan alchemist, so naturally, I want to follow. However, my enemies are too powerful, so please think twice before you do so. Master Ren. Renping smiled. I said I don't care. Truth be told, I'm friends with Hall Master Su. With Jiang Night Banquet, it's not familiar, and you don't have to worry about that. I'm curious now what the grudge is between you and Jiang Night Banquet. Hongwen smiled. Jiang Night Banquet's enmity with me is well known, and there is no other inside information. Renping gave Hongwen a deep look. Hongwen, what if I can restore your talent? Hongwen suddenly brightened up, but quickly returned to normal. Master Rin is joking. My sense of smell has failed me. The gods are hard to save. If Master Rin can restore my talent, then I, Hongwen, willfully take Master Rin as my leader. Renping is not talking empty words. He extracted a phrase in the Hall of Alchemy, which had the same kind of talent as Hongwen's. Fine. Then you worship the master. Renping laughed. Hongwen froze for a moment. The hand holding up the teacup hovered in midair. If what Master Rin said is true, I am willing to worship the master. If it's not true, this gift of worship is null and void, Hongwen said, pouring a cup of tea on the tabletop. With both hands holding a teacup, he knelt in front of Renping and offered the teacup. Renping took the teacup directly and took a sip. From now on, You are my named disciple. Ren is from the spirit martial sect. That was all Renping had to say about his introduction to his identity. As his disciple, it was enough to know that his master was Renping and that Renping was from the spirit martial sect. It was a humble act of worship, but it was enough. In Renping's vision, Hongwon had become his disciple. Renping bestowed the 10,000 Dan's breath words to Hongwon, then said, "From now on, your gift has been restored." Hongwon raised his eyes and sniffled, but realized he couldn't smell anything. He felt like he was being played by Renping. "Master Ren, this joke is not funny." A pill appeared in Renping's hand. "You smell it again?" Hongwon immediately felt a Dan fragrance coming from him. Not only could he smell the fragrance of this Dan, he could even smell the flavor of the herbs within this Dan fragrance. There were even some subtle flavors, presumably residues from the process of refining the elixir, which could infer the approximate refining technique of this elixir. He was shocked. What's going on here? Couldn't smell the usual, but could smell the potion. It's not in his own power. His nose, even more so than before when it was normal. "Thank you, Master." Hongwon knelt down to Renping. Renping nodded. "Although it can't restore your sense of smell, this aptitude can help you make pills." Hongwon was full of joy at this time. It doesn't matter anymore if you can smell anything else. He'd gotten used to it over the years anyway. The important thing is that he can work on the alchemy path. This so-called avatar is powerful. "Now, it's time to tell the inside story, isn't it?" Renping asked again. He hadn't understood the feud between Hongwon and Zhang Night Banquet yet. It's certainly not as simple as the rumors suggest. Hongwon was probably convinced by now. He said slowly, "Disciple's feud with Zhang Night Banquet is actually not complicated. Zhang Night Banquet wanted to draw on the disciple, but the disciple refused. Back then, I was young and impetuous and thought that a Baodan alchemist was nothing more than that, and because of this matter, I even contradicted Zhang Night Banquet. Let the River Night Banquet lose face. I hadn't thought that this person had used underhanded means to nullify my talent, but this person took advantage of my sleep and then dripped a drop of molten lava into my nasal cavity, scorching it." Renpei raised an eyebrow. He had heard that Zhang Night Banquet was a small-minded person, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. "So what are your plans?" Renping asked again. Having been wasted by Zhang Night Banquet, Hongwon was still staying inside the alchemy hall, and what he did showed that he still had ambitions. It is natural for disciples to take revenge. As long as my disciple becomes a treasure pill alchemist, Zhang Night Banquet can't do anything about me. Renping asked with deep meaning. "Then how far are you from being a Baodan alchemist?" Hongwon froze for a moment and finally chose to answer honestly. "Not even close." He took out an extreme spirit pill in his bosom. "This is an extremely high-grade spirit pill refined by a disciple." Renping was also quite surprised. Hongwon unexpectedly had already refined the extreme spirit pill without saying a word. Extreme spirit pill alchemists were already good existences in the alchemy hall. Hongwon is so stoic. This is an intention to take revenge on Zhang Night Banquet after refining the precious pills. Moreover, Hongwon's talent was a little too terrifying. To be able to reach today's level without the augmentation of the olfactory talent. If the olfactory talent was still present, wouldn't he have been able to concoct treasure pills a long time ago? I didn't think I'd actually taken a talented disciple. Stay here in the future. Chapter 190, Still Want to Turn Over? Renping directly let Hongwon stay inside this small courtyard of his, and it would be much more convenient in the future. Hongwon, this man is very capable of stoicism. Even if he was able to refine extremely high-grade spirit pills, he continued to live in the alchemy hall as an apprentice alchemist. His idea was nothing more than revenge against Zhang Night Banquet. Renping didn't care. Neither Zhang Night Banquet nor Su Wenzhou were all the way to him. He also wasn't prepared to go much farther down the path of alchemy. I also wonder if there are any suitable candidates within the Blackwater gang. The word that Renping wanted to bestow out the most right now was the Orange Gnosis Tongshan word. It's just that the phrase is so horrible that any random person can be a genius. These he still needs to be cautious about. Otherwise, when the time came for a great evil to appear under the door, this was something Renping did not want to see. Take your time. There is no shortage of good people in this world. Renping had to put his mind at ease now. Half a day later, Goldwater came to visit. Renping directly told him that he had already taken Hongwon, and still accepted him as a disciple. This was beyond surprising to Goldwater. He had thought that Renping was merely accepting Hongwon as an errand boy, but he did not expect that he would directly accept him as a disciple. Jin Shui's eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Hongwon. Ah, the master of the Baodan alchemist. With Renping as his master, Hongwon would have no one to bully in the alchemy hall. There's also a River Night Banquet. Jin Shui brought this news to Su Wenzhou. Su Wenzhou was also a bit surprised after learning this news, but that's Renping's freedom. Not a bad thing for him. Who else knows about this news? Not yet, but the word is getting out. At this time, Hongwon had already returned to his residence. This was the centralized residence of the Alchemy Hall's alchemy apprentices. In the Blackwater gang manor, a place where every inch of land was gold. As an apprentice of the alchemy hall, one would not be qualified to enjoy a separate room. As soon as Hongwon returned here, he attracted the attention of the others, because Hongwon was packing his things. Hongwon, where are you going? Quit? After leaving the alchemy hall, you have nowhere to go. Faced with the inquiries of his housemates, Hongwon did not explain too much. The news of him worshipping a Baodan alchemist as his master would be known by the crowd sooner or later. Now that his talent had been restored, he was confident that he would be able to refine a precious elixir in a short period of time. Even if Rinping couldn't protect him, he had his own way of saving his life. Hongwon did not answer the crowd's questions. A few moments later, Hongwon had packed up his things and went out the door. Those housemates behind him snorted as they watched his departing back. Pretend what? Still really think of yourself as a genius? Still an apprentice like us? Some people took this lack of response to their inquiries from Hongwon as Hongwon pretending. It was also suggested, this kid doesn't have any background in Qingzhou City. Where else could he have gone away from here? Let's go. Someone follow and check it out. A few apprentices of the alchemy hall sneakily followed behind Hongwon, and they saw that Hongwon did not walk out of the door of the alchemy hall, but instead walked towards the depths of the alchemy hall. Now the crowd was even more curious. The houses in the depths of the alchemy hall could all be inhabited only by extreme spirit pill alchemists. Moreover, there were individual houses that were still owned by treasure pill alchemists. What's going on with Hongwon? They sneakily followed behind and came directly in front of Rinping's small courtyard. Hongwon was seen walking directly into Rinping's small courtyard. Who owns this little yard? I don't remember anyone living here. I remember. It's the residence of whichever new Baodan alchemist. This is Master Ren's residence. Hongwon actually moved to Master Ren's residence. Good boy. He's really been taken in by Master Ren. This kid has gotten lucky. Humph. Think you can rest easy just because you've defected to the new Master Ren? Don't forget he went back to offending Master Jiang Night Banquet. This kid is usually too pretentious. Let's go. I'll pay my respects to Master Jiang. Tell Master Jiang about this news. He'll be very interested. A few people clicked together and found Jiang Night Banquet's residence. They didn't know Hongwon well in the first place. Although Hongwon was in the position of an apprentice alchemist, he was actually already able to refine extremely high-grade spirit pills. It's not like you usually have too much contact with these people. Now that they saw Hongwon being taken in by Rinping, their hearts were instantly unbalanced. Why should Hongwon be accepted by Rinping? They, the alchemy apprentices, were apprentices to put it nicely, but in reality, they were the handymen of the alchemy hall. Not to mention the treasure pill alchemists. Even the top-grade spirit pill alchemists wouldn't even give them a second glance. Hongwon being taken in by Rinping was a groundbreaking event. A few alchemy apprentices knocked on Jiang Night Banquet's door. Master Jiang, are you there? Jiang Night Banquet opened the door to see that it was a few apprentices, and immediately had to drive away. He was a treasure Dan alchemist, and he didn't have any interactions with these apprentices. Master Jiang, wait a moment. We are here because of the matter of Hongwon. Once he heard Hongwon's name, Jiang Night Banquet was immediately interested. What's the matter? Speak quickly, Jiang Night Banquet said rather authoritatively. A few people's necks shrank, obviously very afraid of Jiang Night Banquet. Master Jiang, Hongwon has been taken in by the new Master Ren. This matter. Jiang Night Banquet waved his hand, unconcerned. I have nothing to do with what happened to Hongwon. I have no enmity with Hongwon, but it was Hongwon who slandered this seat. Disperse. A few people looked at each other and had to leave. As he watched the crowd leave, Jiang Night Banquet's face immediately became gloomy. Rinping? This Hongwon, he won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. Letting you in the alchemy hall was just to see how miserable you were, and now you want to roll over? Do you really think that I can't do anything about you if you find a Baodan alchemist as a backer? Jiang Night Banquet gave a sinister laugh. Rinping, he dares to protect you? He's in trouble himself. Come on, man, he shouted, and an enchanting woman came out of the compound. This woman was wearing a long skeletonized dress that looked very sexy. She came in front of Jiang Night Banquet and performed a salute. Master Jiang. Jiang Night Banquet glanced at the woman, and a flash of fire surfaced in his eyes. You deliver a post for me. Come back early, and when you do, go to my room. The woman smiled flirtatiously. Yes, Master Jiang. Inside Rinping's compound, Hongwon was already settled. There were 2 other empty rooms in his courtyard, which were originally allotted to the servant's entourage, and now that Hongwon was staying there, it was convenient. Not long after Hongwon had been settled, Rinping received a letter from Jiang Night Banquet. When Rinping opened the letter, a sneer appeared on his face. Chapter 191. Rinping doesn't give face? Grandmaster Rinping himself. I heard that Grandmaster Ren has taken on an alchemy apprentice named Hongwon. This seat has no intention of getting involved in this matter. However, Grandmaster Rin is new to the country and doesn't quite understand Hongwen's details, so I've come here with a letter explaining this matter so that Grandmaster Rin can recognize Hongwen as a person. This son, Hongwen, is sinister by nature, smooth-talking, and is by no means a good person. Please also ask Master Rin to drive this person away. In addition, I will identify a good candidate and send it to Master Ren's residence in the next few days. That's all that's in this letter. It probably means that Hongwen he dislikes very much and hopes that Rinping will give face and get rid of Hongwen. As for what followed, it was even more breathless for Rinping. This Jiang Night Banquet surprisingly still wants to insert manpower towards his side. Rinping didn't care after reading the letter. Now he probably all understood that this person, Jiang Night Banquet, was really as Hongwen had said. Renping did not intend to pay any attention to Jiang Night Banquet. Renping thought for a moment and decided to repair a letter and give a reply. I am aware of Master Jiang's personal message, which came from Master Jiang. Ren doesn't know the ins and outs of it, but it's Ren's intention to accept whoever is Ren. Ren, hope that Master Jiang will disregard the past and not pursue the matter any further. Renping's reply was only 2 short sentences. If Jiang Night Banquet still wanted to pursue this matter, there was nothing Renping could do. Moreover, Renping did not think that Jiang Night Banquet could do anything to Hongwen. Hongwen was now able to refine extremely high-grade spirit pills, and now that he had the words of the chi of 10,000 pills, it would only be a matter of a short time before he could refine treasure pills. Although he was inferior to Jiang Night Banquet in terms of cultivation, he was only 1 realm behind. Jiang Night Banquet was at the peak Jindan realm just like Rinping. Hongwen, on the other hand, was in the realm of becoming a Dan. Hongwen, deliver a letter for me. Rinping had just finished writing the letter when Hongwen happened to be here. This letter, send it to Jiang Night Banquet. Hongwen took the letter and was about to go out when Rinping added. Jiang Night Banquet asked me to give him face. Hongwen's body was in a state of shock. And what does master mean? Hongwen was now concerned about Rinping's attitude. He was very confident in his alchemy skills. Sooner or later, he would be able to refine treasure pills. Moreover, he didn't think he couldn't surpass Rinping, but now Rinping was his master. Renping's attitude had a big impact on his current situation. Renping smiled. There is no need to care. Since I have taken in a disciple, I naturally will not abandon my own disciple because of the words of an outsider. Hongwen nodded. Thank you, master. I see. Go on. Hongwen took the letter to Jiang Night Banquet's residence. Jiang Night Banquet was at this time in the middle of the house performing male and female acts. There was a young and beautiful female alchemist under his command who was a close associate of his, and when he had nothing else to do, he liked to communicate deeply with the female alchemist under his command. No, the female alchemist had just returned from delivering the letter when she was pulled into the room by Jiang Night Banquet. Just as Jiang Yanyan was struggling to plow through, he suddenly heard a knock on the door from outside. Jiang Yanyan almost leaked. Who? He yelled toward the door. There was no answer to the knock at the door. The knocking continued. Jiang Yanyan had to put on his clothes and open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Hongwen standing in the doorway with a smiling face. Seeing that it was Hongwen, Jiang Night Banquet almost didn't hold back a slap. This is a letter from my master. Labor to see. Jiang Yanyan froze for a moment. Master? When did Hongwen pay his respects? How does he not know? It was as if he had thought of something. Reaching out, he took the letter and opened it directly in front of Hongwen. When he saw Renping's handwriting, Jiang Night Banquet said several good words in a row. Well, you worshipped Renping, didn't you? Hongwen nodded. Thanks to Master Jiang. Jiang Yanyan laughed. Renping didn't give him face, so it was because he had directly taken on a disciple. Hongwen was now a waste. No one cared if he threw it on the street. Renping had collected a waste. What made Jiang Night Banquet even more upset was that Renping didn't even give himself face for the sake of a punk. Does he really not know that he has to follow the customs? Humph. You think you want to fight me by worshipping a precious Dan alchemist? You're not good enough. The waters of the Blackwater Gang are deeper than you think. Hongwen said in a cold voice. How deep the waters of the Blackwater Gang are? I've already seen it in Master Jiang. Yes, go back and tell Renping that when you come to the Blackwater Gang, you have to abide by the rules. No sending. Jiang Night Banquet was directly about to send off the guests. Hongwen naturally had no intention of staying longer. Turn around and walk away. Looking at Hongwen's departing back, Jiang Night Banquet's face was gloomy. A freshly arrived Baodan alchemist plus a waste of space who isn't even an alchemist. Still want to fight me? Jiang Yanyan sneered before closing the door and returning to the house. Just after returning to the residence, the woman alchemist without a single strand of clothing on her body plastered herself. Master Jiang, still coming? Jiang Night Banquet's heart was on fire. I was about to continue when I realized that I had a mind to do so. He was furious. Not coming. I'm going to the war hall. After Hongwen returned, he directly entered the alchemy workshop. It was a small alchemy workshop inside Rinping's courtyard. Small but exquisite. After all, this was the standard for a Baodan alchemist. He was going to start refining the precious pills. With his talent restored, he now had the confidence to refine lower-grade treasure pills. At that time, even if he didn't need Rinping's shelter, he wouldn't be afraid of Jiang Night Banquet. Rinping had nothing to do lately and had been staying in the courtyard to read accounts about the cultivation world. Hongwen was very curious about this. As an alchemist, he knew very well that an alchemist needed to accumulate a lot of experience in order to achieve the treasure Dan alchemist. Some alchemists stay in front of the furnace for days at a time. Like Rinping, he had never seen it before. Rinping didn't look like an alchemist, much less a Baodan alchemist. At first, Hongwen thought that Rinping was being temporary, but a few days down the line, he realized that Rinping was thunderstruck, holding the jade sketch and reading it every day. Forget it, no matter what. He's my master and helped me restore my talent. He should stop here for the rest of his life. When I have refined the precious pills and become a precious pills alchemist, it won't be a problem to provide for him for the rest of my life. Hongwen thought this way. Hongwen continued to prepare to refine the precious pills. 3 days later, a roar resounded within Rinping's compound. Hongwen walked out in the alchemy workshop with a gray head and a face full of frustration. The first furnace of precious pills he had refined blew up. The commotion of the blast furnace was so loud that Rinping all but put down the jade slip in his hand and walked over. Blowing up the furnace is a routine operation in an alchemist's career. You can't make a good elixir without experiencing a few blown furnaces. It's just that this blowout was a big blow for Hongwen. How come? He was full of doubts. Chapter 192, My Master is Not Simple. Rinping walked over and saw Hongwen's face full of skepticism. Master. Hongwen gave him a salute. Blow up the furnace? Hongwen nodded. Rinping walked into the alchemy workshop and saw that the furnace was in pieces. The herbs inside had become a charred mess. He knew what was going on just by looking at it. The one that was refined was the broad spirit pill? Hongwen was surprised when he heard this. How did Rinping know that he was refining the broad spirit pill? Now the Dan furnace is all blown up, and the medicine inside had become charred. How is this recognizable? Could it be that Rinping has been keeping an eye on the situation over here? Distinguish the elixir he made from the herbs? Although puzzled, Hongwen replied, yes. Rinping looked at it again, and then slowly said, broad spirit pill, a lower grade treasure pill. When refining it, you have to refine it with a civilized fire. You didn't grasp the fire well when you first started. 5 breaths late in dropping the broadleaf. Other than that it's okay, there's not a lot of problems, Rinping commented. Hongwen froze for a moment, looking at a bunch of pill scum reviews. How is that possible? He didn't take Rinping's words seriously. In his opinion, Rinping commenting on his refining techniques to a cloud of medicinal dregs was simply nonsense. Keep refining, Rinping said and went back inside the courtyard to read the jade slip. Hongwen sighed and began to think back to the problems that had occurred during his alchemy, but did not think in the direction that Rinping had mentioned. He identified several problems for himself. Taking out another furnace, he once again began to refine the broad spirit pill. After another half a day, the Dan furnace blew up again. Once again, Hongwen got dusty. At this point he was skeptical. How come? Still blowing up the furnace. Rinping heard the noise from inside the courtyard and raised an eyebrow. Hongwen, this obviously didn't change in the direction he said. He could see through the ingredients of everything in the world, and he could also know how to make this Guangling Dan successful. All of this, thanks to the red word object mind. Hongwen didn't follow his direction of refining, but it was no big deal. After all, Hongwen was a genius, not quite the same as the rest of the few disciples. Most geniuses are stubborn. Anyway, after a few more tries, Hongwen could probably find the appropriate problem. Hongwen once again took out a new Dan furnace. His apparent identity was an apprentice alchemist, but he was actually already an extreme grade spirit pill alchemist, and he had accumulated a lot of wealth over the years. There is no shortage of Dan ovens. 2 failures in a row had already made Hongwen doubt his life. Sitting in front of the Dan furnace with hesitant intentions, he never dared to start refining again. A million questions went back in his mind, and he couldn't find a way to do it. How about trying what Master said? Give it a try. It's blown up twice anyway, so there's no harm in blowing it up again. When the time comes and the Master asks, it will be good to deliver. Hongwen decided to improve the problem as Rinping said, refine it with a civil fire, and put in the Guanhan grass 5 breaths ahead of time. This furnace of pills, Hongwen refined very smoothly, smooth enough to make him skeptical. About half a day later, Hongwen looked at the 10 pills in his hand and was even more skeptical. He's right? How is that possible? Hongwen was filled with incredulity. How could Rinping find out what was wrong with him based on a bunch of dregs? Refine another furnace. Hongwen decided to verify it. He couldn't even believe now that Rinping really had such eyesight. That clump of medicinal dregs, even if an extreme treasure pill alchemist came over, he would not be able to distinguish the medicinal properties in it, not to mention all the problems with refining. Saying that he would do it, Hongwen once again refined a furnace of the same elixir. Another half a day passed, and Hongwen frowned, looking at the elixir in his hand. Still true? He's that good? Hongwen was now finally confirming that what Renping had said was true. He just couldn't figure out how Renping could be so powerful. Isn't he a salted fish? In Hongwen's opinion, Renping was nothing more than an ordinary Baodan alchemist, the kind that he would soon be able to surpass. But now it seems that things are not what he thought they would be. Renping's attainments in the Tao of alchemy were very high. It was beyond his imagination. That's right. Master is not simple. How else could you help me regain my gift so easily? Hongwen thought of his own talent. After the loss of this talent, countless methods have been searched for over the years, all to no avail. He thought Renping was taking advantage of the situation and just happened to know how to restore his talent. Now it seems to have real power. This is not my talent, but the divine ability bestowed upon me by my master. Hongwen finally figured this out. A smirk appeared on Hongwen's face. Renping was his master teacher, and Renping being stronger would be good news for him. I'm now a treasure Dan alchemist. Hongwen hindsight. If one could refine a precious elixir, one could be called a precious elixir alchemist. He was now a veritable treasure Dan alchemist. Tell master teacher the good news. Hongwen decided to share the joy with Renping. When Hongwen arrived at the courtyard, he found Renping still holding the jade slip. Master, I've refined the broad spirit pill. Hongwen offered the Guangling Dan he had refined with both hands. Renping looked at it and nodded. Nice, but the medicinal properties of this broad spirit pill aren't very good yet. When you're refining, pay attention to the fire during the formation of the Dan. This furnace of your pills, during the formation of the Dan, the fire is still too big. Every kind of elixir will require a different fire to refine because of the different medicinal materials. This is something that you should be clear about. Your aptitude is mainly to distinguish between medicinal herbs, and you still need to pay attention to the alchemy techniques as well as the fire. Renping took one look at the elixir and figured out some problems out. If Hongwen could follow his method of refining, the medicinal properties of the broad spirit pill could be upgraded by a notch. Hongwen nodded repeatedly. Since you've already refined the precious pills, you'll go for an examination some days later. Hongwen said yes in a row. It was natural to go for a test after refining a precious elixir, whether it was at the Blackwater Gang's Alchemy Hall or the Alchemists' Union in Qingzhou City. But Hong Smell was in no hurry. He now wanted to refine a few more potions again. The broad spirit pill he was currently concocting was already at the normal level of the lower grade treasure pills. If what Renping said was true, and improving it according to the issues he raised could enhance the medicinal effects, then the broad spirit pill that was refined would be the very best of the lower grade treasure pills. Hongwen continued to return to the alchemy workshop and once again refined a furnace of pills. This time, he did exactly what Renping had asked to improve it. Half a day later, a furnace of pills came out. Hongwen looked at the elixir in his hand and his eyes widened. Surprisingly, it's the best of the best. Chapter 193, Making Things Difficult for Renping? Hongwen realized that the Guangling Dan refined under Renping's guidance was already the very best of the lower grade treasure pills. The surface of this elixir glowed with a ray of golden light. This is a sign that the elixir has reached its limit. In this furnace of pills, all the ingredients had been found to their limits, and not a single strand of medicinal properties had been wasted. This was a realm that how many alchemists were pursuing. It was surprising that he had been refined so easily now. Hongwen suddenly had an unreal feeling. At this moment, he finally realized that Renping really wasn't simple. How is this any kind of lower grade treasure Dan alchemist? Even extreme treasure pill alchemists didn't have such eyesight. I'm afraid that Senior's true strength is already capable of easily refining extreme treasure pills. To be able to worship him is a blessing I have cultivated in my past life. Hongwen felt that he had picked up a treasure. Renping didn't know all this. Instructing Hongwen in alchemy was also casual. If Renping were to say that he could refine any extremely high-quality pills, Renping would not be able to say so. But the extreme treasure pill was certainly out of the question. However, Renping was not interested in refining pills. A few more days passed, and Hongwen stayed in the alchemy workshop to refine pills. Successfully refining the lower-grade treasure pills was quite motivating for him. In the past few days, he had refined several more types of lower-grade treasure pills. If there was something you didn't understand, you came directly over to ask Renping. Although Renping was inexperienced in alchemy, with the object mind words, he could easily instruct Hongwen to refine the lower-grade treasure pills, and every word was directed at Hongwen's true flaws. Hongwen had even refined 3 types of inferior treasure pills of extreme quality. On this day, Renping was still reading the jade slip inside the courtyard when Jin Shui's voice came from outside the door. Master Ren, the hall master has an urgent matter and has asked Master Ren to go there. Renping was very puzzled. His own furnace of pills for this month had already been refined. What else did Su Wenzhou have to do to find himself? And it's still an emergency. Hongwon heard this sound and immediately went over to open the door. Goldwater was also surprised to see Kyuza Hongwon. He nodded his head at Hongwon in greeting. "Where is Master Ren?" Goldwater looked toward the door. Renping appeared at the right time. Yes? Renping had wanted to ask directly what had happened. Jin Shuwei, however, signaled with his eyes that Renping must not say more. Renping smiled and waved his hand. "There's no harm in being blunt." Jin Shuwei glanced at Hongwon again. "Grandmaster Ren. Grandmaster Zhang Night Banquet has joined forces with the rest of the several Baodan alchemists to go to this hall master and say that Grandmaster Ren's status as a Baodan alchemist has not yet been recognized by them. This is Hall Master Su helping Master Ring Sheet. Now it's time to nullify Master Ren's identity. The Hall Master asked me to ask you to come over." Renping sniffed and frowned slightly. This Zhang Night Banquet has really come to provoke him off. Renping smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll take a trip. Hongwon, you come here too." Renping also called on Hongwon, and Jin Shuwei glanced at Hongwon but didn't say anything. This whole thing is obviously because of Hongwon. After Renping took in Hongwon, Zhang Night Banquet made a move. Hongwon's face was a bit gloomy at this time. "Master, this matter started because of me, so let me solve it," Hongwon said in a deep voice. Renping nodded. Hongwon was now a lower-grade Baodan alchemist, and it was already possible to fight against Zhang Night Banquet. And of course the River Night Banquet has a huge advantage. Zhang Night Banquet had long since become a lower-grade Baodan alchemist, and with the connections he had accumulated over the years, Hongwon was no match. Renping didn't panic either. He wasn't alone now. Zhang Night Banquet directly found Su Wenzhou, and it was directly a matter of two factions. Since he was on the same front as Su Wenzhou, in these areas where he had no advantage, Su Wenzhou had to lend a hand. Otherwise this alliance doesn't make any sense. Renping brought Hongwon to Su Wenzhou's residence. As the hall master of the Alchemy Hall, Su Wenzhou's residence was the center of the Alchemy Hall. It was also the same grand hall where Renping had assessed his alchemy. Renping had just walked into the main hall when he saw that it was already overcrowded inside. Renping was also a bit surprised to see so many people. Not only were there alchemists from the Alchemy Hall here, but there were even some cultivators with powerful breaths that looked very tough. These were clearly not people from the Alchemy Hall, because they don't smell like herbs. These people probably split into two factions. One of the factions was Su Wenzhou's faction, which only had one Baodan alchemist, Su Wenzhou. Behind them were several cultivators of the God-melting realm. These would be the people from the miscellaneous hall. The other faction, on the other hand, looked to be much stronger, with 3 Baodan alchemists already, including Jiang Night Banquet. Behind them, there were numerous fusion god realm powerhouses standing. There was even an old man sitting on a chair behind them, resting his eyes. His aura was stronger than anyone else's. This was a cultivator of the transformation god realm. Renping took a look and narrowed his eyes. This person should be the head of the Blackwater Gang's battle hall, the only one at the transformation spirit realm among the many halls of the Blackwater Gang. The rest of the Blackwater Gang's transformation god powerhouses were all of the elder generation. This person is also considered a special being. Renping's arrival caused the crowd to cast their eyes. Renping is here. Since Renping is here, let's start talking about this matter. Renping came to Su Wenzhou's side. Su Wenzhou gave him a don't you worry look. Renping understood and looked across at Zhang Night Banquet. Zhang Night Banquet had a calm face at this moment and looked at Hongwon behind Renping. Hall Master Su, Renping joining our alchemy hall is also considered a good thing. One more treasure Dan alchemist for our alchemy hall. It's kind of a way to strengthen our Blackwater Gang. But his strength, we haven't seen it yet. According to the rules of the alchemy hall, for a new alchemist to join, not only does it have to be approved by you, the hall master, but also by several of our Baodan alchemists. Renping joins our alchemy hall, and this matter is off the table. Today, I'm giving Renping a chance, and I'm also giving face to Hall Master Su. As long as Renping concocts the precious pills we want him to concoct, we can recognize him. Otherwise, our alchemy hall doesn't need a person who sells his reputation. The Baodan alchemists, each one of them is someone who has plowed the path of alchemy for decades. Renping became a treasure Dan alchemist when he first arrived. This matter is difficult to convince the public. Zhang Night Banquet's voice rang out. His words were crowning and very beautiful. Su Wenzhou gave him a cold look. Then he looked at Renping again. Master Ren, in this matter, it was my old self who was not well thought out and caused inconvenience to Master Ren. What Zhang Night Banquet said is indeed the rules of the alchemy hall. Today, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for Master Ren. Renping nodded slightly. He had been prepared for this. Chapter 194 Re-examining Renping. Although Zhang Night Banquet's words were spoken very beautifully, everyone present knew that this was a battle between two factions of the alchemy hall. This was because not only were there people from the alchemy hall here, even the hall master of the miscellaneous hall and the hall master of the battle hall had already come. These are the people behind Su Wonjo as well as Jiang Night Banquet. By making such a big commotion, this was an attempt to make Renping eat his words. Renping took one look at the scene and knew that Jiang Night Banquet was preparing to drive himself away. What do you want? Su Wonjo opened his mouth. Jiang Yanyan smiled. Hall Master Su, why do you have to work so hard? It's a little thing. I just said, let Renping retest. Of course, the pills that Renping will refine will be decided by the three of us. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Renping to convince the public. If Renping succeeds in refining it, then we will recognize him as a treasure pill alchemist. If it is not successfully refined, then Renping will be asked to leave the alchemy hall. Or, he can remain in the alchemy hall. Only, he can no longer be a treasure pill alchemist, but a spirit pill alchemist. The moment Su Wonjo and Renping both heard this, they knew that Jiang Night Banquet was preparing to get his hands dirty when refining the pills. They might take out some special pills and let Renping refine them. Among the lower grade treasure pills, there were some that were particularly difficult to refine. Even some mid-grade treasure pills alchemists were unable to refine them. Su Wonjo said slowly, to join our alchemy hall, you only need to refine a furnace of pills. That day, old me watched and saw with my own eyes as Master Ren refined a furnace of lower grade treasure pills. I vouch on my character that this is true. Su Wonjo's words didn't do any good. Hall Master Su. That being said, according to the rules, it was necessary for all four of us to be present that day. Now Renping has joined the alchemy hall. It's kind of making up for it now. It's not too much to ask him to refine a few stoves of pills. Moreover, there are many fellow travelers here today to witness this. Jiang Night Banquet looked at the crowd. Renping sighed. Hall Master Su, I'll take this matter, and please, a few of you will cross the road. Renping simply felt that there was no point in pulling this off. Jiang Night Banquet made such a commotion to make a fool of himself. In the end, he himself had to make the elixir in public. It's one of those things that can't be changed. Renping didn't believe that Battle Hall Master of the Transformation God Realm had come over to watch the show. At critical moments, that powerhouse of the God Transformation Realm would run out to apply pressure. Jiang Night Banquet sniffed and clapped his hands. Not bad, not bad. I believe that Master Rin is capable of refining treasure pills. The Jiang Night Banquet few people had a sense of pleasure that they had succeeded in their plot. Renping glanced at him and didn't say anything either. Master Ren, this matter. Su Wonjo wanted to say something. Renping waved his hand. No harm done. Su Wonjo could also see that this was making things difficult for Renping. Now this scene is beyond his control. The last resort now was for Renping to refine pills and end this farce. Jiang Night Banquet and the others came prepared. Even if you see it, you can't break it down. Don't worry, Master Ren, Su Wonjo said with a sigh. Even if Master Ren makes a mistake, I will handle this matter properly. This side had just said a couple sentences, and Jiang Night Banquet's side was already ready. Then let's ask Master Rin to refine a furnace of pills. The elixir that Master Rin is going to refine is the lower grade treasure pill Moonflower pill. I've prepared the materials, so please begin. Master Ren. Su Wonjo's face changed at his words. Jiang Night Banquet, don't go too far. Moonflower pill, can you refine it? Su Wonjo snorted coldly. This elixir doesn't work. Change it. The people present all looked towards Jiang Night Banquet. The Moonflower pill was one of the lower grade treasure pills that was extremely difficult to refine. Generally speaking, only mid-grade treasure pills could be refined by alchemists. Now Jiang Night Banquet even wanted Renping to refine a lower grade Baodan that could only be refined by a middle grade Baodan alchemist. No harm done. Renping snorted coldly. For an alchemist, being embarrassed like this was a very embarrassing thing. Even if he refined the Moonflower pill today, he would be considered unable to raise his head in the alchemy hall in the future. Renping didn't care about that. He didn't need any face at all in the alchemy hall. He was merely cultivating with the help of the Blackwater gang, a place with a rich aura. Although the Moonflower pill was difficult to refine, it wasn't difficult for him. It was because he had already concocted medium-grade spirit pills, and this Moonflower Dan, he had seen it before. The method of refining the Moonflower pill was something he knew long ago. Mastermind. It was disciple who delayed master. Hongwen, who was on the side, spoke up. There was no doubt in his mind about Renping's alchemy craftsmanship. However, this time it wasn't a matter of whether Renping could refine the Moonflower pill or not. Rather, it's a matter of the face of a Baodan alchemist. Refining the Moonflower pill in front of so many people, even if it was successful, Renping would not have any benefits. But from now on, anyone knows what happened to Renping today. It became the laughingstock of the alchemy hall and even the Blackwater gang. Though Renping didn't care about that, Renping suddenly laughed. Why don't you make pills for me? Renping had a sudden thought. Hongwen was now able to refine lower grade treasure pills. It was just that no one knew about it yet. Isn't now a chance to expose Hongwen to the world? Hongwen shook his head repeatedly. Master, I can't. The Moonflower pill was more difficult to refine, and he really didn't have the confidence to refine it. Renping waved his hand. No harm, no foul, I'll just instruct you. When Renping said this, Hongwen immediately said, disciple is willing to concoct pills on his behalf. With these words from Renping, he had no mental burden at all. Renping was too strong. Under Renping's guidance, he could refine the very best of the lower-grade treasure pills. Even if the moonflower pill was even more difficult to refine, he believed that he would be able to do so. Hongwen stepped forward at the thought. Everyone was looking at Hongwen. This person was considered a celebrity in the alchemy hall, but everyone didn't understand what Hongwen was running out for. Hongwen looked straight at Zhang Night Banquet and said aloud, refining the moonflower pill doesn't require my master's hand yet. Today I will refine it on behalf of my master. When Hongwen said this, the crowd looked to be astonished. What is Hongwen's strength? He was just an apprentice alchemist. There was some talent some years ago, but now the talent is wasted. Nothing. Old dog Zhang, do you agree to this matter? Hongwen bellowed. Zhang Night Banquet's face was a shade of green and red, obviously infuriated. Hongwen even insulted him in public. Zhang Night Banquet raised his palm, just to give Hongwen a slap to taste, but when he raised his palm, he sensed several auras falling on him. There were many strong people present, and he, a Jindan realm, really couldn't make a big wave, even if he was a precious Dan alchemist. On what grounds? Zhang Night Banquet said in a cold voice. Humph, old dog Zhang, if I can't refine the moonflower pill today, I'll kill myself here. Chapter 195 Substitute Alchemy. Renping realized that although Hongwen was very capable of holding back, he was more arrogant than anyone else when he was sure. Now after having himself backed up, he directly dared to call out Zhang Night Banquet. In everyone's opinion, Hongwen was speaking out of his mouth. After all, Hongwen was really just an apprentice alchemist. Who is the right to talk to a Baodan alchemist like this? As for refining the moonflower pill, that was even more impossible. The moonflower pill being brought out by Zhang Night Banquet to test Renping's strength was in itself a way to make things difficult for Renping. Even Su Wenzhou, who had the highest alchemy skill within the alchemy hall, did not dare to say that he could make it. What's Hongwen got to do with it? Zhang Yanyan's entire face turned red. Well, Renping, since your disciple wants to take the lead, then I don't mind. If your disciple has refined the moonflower pill, I believe you can also refine it. But I hope this punk thing is good for its word. Zhang Night Banquet had trouble keeping up appearances. He was now eager to see if Hongwen really killed himself after failing to refine the elixir. His act today was to strike a blow at Renping's temper, letting Renping know that even after entering the alchemy hall and being a Baodan alchemist like him, the gap between the two was still huge. As for Hongwen, in Zhang Night Banquet's view, he was nothing more than a small ant that could be crushed with his hands. Master Ren, this isn't appropriate. To say that the person who was most unwilling to see Hongwen replacing Renping in alchemy was none other than Su Wenzhou. He looked at Hongwen, a little stunned. This guy had already had his talent nullified several years ago, and now he jumped out and said he wanted to refine the moonflower pill? It's just not going to happen. If Renping was allowed to refine it, there was still a slight chance. Renping laughed. Don't worry, Hall Master Su, this disciple of mine, his alchemy skills are not bad. Seeing Renping like this, Su Wenzhou could only let him go. This matter was directed at Renping, or even Hongwen. He's just along for the ride. The rightful owner had done so, and he had nothing to say. Pity, Su Wenzhou sighed in his heart. Since you're going to make pills for your master, let's start. Don't pull any tricks. The people present here are all accomplished in the way of alchemy, so don't make a fool of yourself with those clumsy tactics of yours. Zhang Night Banquet looked at Hongwen. Hongwen might not die today because Su Wenzhou is here, but Hongwen definitely didn't take it well. After this, Hongwen's heart is probably dead. Think Renping can protect him? Zhang Night Banquet sneered in his heart. Hongwen glanced at Zhang Night Banquet. Zhang old dog raucous. The short sentence exasperated Zhang Yanyan to the point of blushing again. The crowd of onlookers looked at Hongwen with pity in their eyes. How much you scream now, how much worse you'll be later. If Hongwen couldn't refine the moonflower pill, he would be the one crying. Renping just watched the scene quietly. Hongwen's character, he understood a little bit. In his heart, he had already evaluated this disciple. 2. Overall, Hongwen is a great character. Very stoic when you know you're not as strong. He will not hesitate to stand up for himself when he has the capital to fight the enemy. But thinking about it, Hongwen had been holding back in the alchemy hall for many years. Isn't this the moment you've been waiting for? If not, it would be pointless to live. One must always have a thought when one lives. This seat has prepared the herbs. If you can't trust it, you can take out a copy for yourself. Zhang Night Banquet took out a copy of the moonflower pill's herbs in his storage ring. It was placed directly in front of Hongwen. Renping took a look and realized that there was something wrong with this medicinal herb. One of the remedies is not quite potent enough. On the side, Su Wenzhou also took out a medicinal herb. use this one of mine. Obviously, Su Wonjo couldn't trust Jiang Night Banquet's character either. With this kind of commotion going on, Jiang Night Banquet had no character to speak of. But Renping took a look and still found a problem. This copy of the herb has that same problem. That being said, there really aren't any other herbs available at the moment. Hongwen was also aware of Renping's gaze. He was a bit intent on being hesitant, waiting for Renping's instructions. Renpei smiled. It's all fine. Feel free to use it. Hearing Renping speak in this manner, the Jiang Night Banquet on the opposite side revealed a smile. The moonflower pill was originally not something that anyone could refine. Inside the alchemy hall, there were just a few medicinal herbs as well. These herbs have been tampered with. After all, he had been in the Blackwater Gang's alchemy hall for many years. Who didn't have a close friend planted everywhere? Right now, no matter which of the herbs Renping chose to use, he would not be able to successfully refine the moonflower pill. Defeat is assured. Hongwen listened to Renping's words and chose the one in Su Wonjo's hand. Compared to the one in Jiang Night Banquet's hands, he naturally trusted the one in Su Wonjo's hands more. Renping had already gathered his true qi into a thread at this point, sending his voice into Hongwen's ears. There is a flaw in this herb you have. Of course, the same goes for the one in Hall Master Su's hands. When Hongwen heard this, he immediately had a bad feeling. This moonflower pill he would not have been able to refine in the first place, and now there were still problems with the herbs. How does that make him play? Renping's voice came again. Don't panic. Follow the method I told you to refine it and nothing will go wrong. Renping's words gave Hongwen a peace of mind. After seeing Renping's level, he didn't have an ounce of doubt in Renping's words. Renping could see that there was a problem with the herbs, and naturally, he could also see a solution. The herbs are still those herbs, and Jiang Night Banquet's means of getting his hands dirty is extremely skillful. Even Su Wonjo couldn't see it, but it couldn't be hidden from Renping's eyes. The solution was also very simple. It only required the addition of some special techniques when refining. The medicinal properties of the herbs are still there, but they are just less potent. If it was refined according to normal alchemy techniques, it was impossible for this furnace of pills to be successfully refined. However, Renping could maximize the medicinal properties in it by controlling the fire. Alchemy. Jiang Night Banquet and the others couldn't wait any longer and urged from the side. Hongwen didn't talk nonsense and directly took out his own Dan furnace. This examination was not only his battle for fame, but it was also a matter of his master's face. He had to come with caution. If he used someone else's Dan furnace, the Dan furnace might even have problems. After all, according to the rules, he only had just one chance to refine it. Hongwen had already started refining pills. In his ears, Renping's voice rang. 30 breaths of warming the furnace. Place the first herb. Now you can place the second herb. These two herbs, the medicinal properties are a bit conflicting. You need to cool them down a bit. The firepower is a bit intense. Less firepower. Hongwen was refining the pills, while Renping was secretly giving instructions. His true qi was so powerful that even a powerful person in the realm of the embodied god could not know that he was pointing in the dark. Chapter 196, Refining pills like this? Everyone's eyes were gathered on Hongwen's body, watching him concentrate on refining the elixir. There was no shortage of people present with eyes to see. As soon as they saw Hongwen's alchemy techniques, they knew that this person was a very good alchemist. Not quite like the rumors. In the rumors of the alchemy hall, Hongwen was devastated after his talent was abolished and directly became an apprentice alchemist. But now it seemed that he also had notable alchemy skills. After all, he was an alchemy genius back then. It's normal that he knows a bit of techniques now. However, I see his maneuver. It seems not quite the same. Are pills really made like this? A query was raised. There was naturally no problem with Hongwen's refining techniques. However, he was now refining pills under Renping's guidance. A lot of the skillful things are just not quite the same as the regular alchemy method. No, how come he's using a civilian fire? I've read the formula for the moonflower pill, and this method is wrong. This kid is really a loser. I'm afraid he hasn't even seen the Dan formula. Laughable. Just with him, he's still clamoring with Master Jiang. This kid, dead. The crowd realized that the alchemy method used by Hongwen was different from the one recorded on the Dan formula. It's as if it's being refined haphazardly. I'll be damned if I can refine it like that. Jiang Night Banquet watched this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. There hadn't been much of a chance of success in refining it. Now that he saw Hongwen refining it in such a way, it was already ironclad that it wouldn't work. From today onwards, Renping's master and disciples will have no place in the alchemy hall. Even if he still stayed in the alchemy hall, his status was not comparable to his. From now on, he, Jiang Yanyan, could do whatever he wanted. More importantly, it was able to deal a blow to Su Wonjo's temper. Although Su Wonjo was the hall master of the alchemy hall, he was not irreplaceable in the eyes of the Baodan alchemists. Realize that behind them is the Hall of War. And who does Su Wonjo have? The miscellaneous hall? What is there to be said in favor of a disorganized congregation? Today, the battle hall master had stepped in, and had already suppressed them. Hongwon was still refining pills. His refining speed was not slow, and each step was taken slowly according to Rinping's instructions. It would take at least half a day to refine a furnace of lower-grade treasure pills, but the crowd were all people who could afford to wait. Now everyone's attention was no longer on Hongwon. This was because Hongwon's maneuvering made the crowd see clearly that this person did not know how to refine the Moonflower Dan at all. Now the two parties are sizing each other up. Su Wonjo was also disappointed to see Hongwon refining pills like this. Master Run, this is a bad move. If you were to be the one to refine it, there might still be a glimmer of a chance of success in refining it, with the foreign fire in your body. Speaking of this, Su Wonjo shook his head again. There's no point in talking about it now. The wood has been turned and defeat is assured. Master Run, I'll save your disciple Hongwon's life, and if you stay in the alchemy hall in the future, you'll be in the capacity of an extreme spirit pill alchemist. After a while, I'll think of something. Su Wonjo was already arranging things after Hongwon's defeat at this point. Runpin smiled. Hall Master Su, there's no rush. This isn't even finished refining. Su Wonjo looked at Rinping like this and sighed. Now that the defeat has been sealed, there is no possibility of a turnaround. How could Rinping not see clearly? Right now, though, he didn't want to say anything more. Jiang Night Banquet had even invited the Battle Hall Master over, and he simply wouldn't let up today. It was possible that if Rinping went up to refine it, the result would be the same. Now that Hongwon went up to refine it, he could at least save some face for Rinping. Otherwise Rinping would be disgraced. Hongwon was still refining. Rinping didn't move to point in the dark. Rinping suddenly noticed a gaze falling on his body. He looked towards this gaze and saw the old man sitting not far away. That was the only harmonized God Realm cultivator in the arena, the head of the War Hall. As for the name of the Battle Hall Master, Rinping did not recognize it either. Rinping's heart fluttered. It seemed that his secret guidance had been seen by the Battle Hall Master. However, the Battle Hall Master didn't say anything and didn't break it down. Time passes slowly. The crowd finally sensed that something was wrong. That's not right. According to him, refining it like this, it would have already blown up the furnace already. How come it still looks like it's still being refined normally? Could it be that something has gone wrong? Jiang Night Banquet and the others heard these voices and laughed without a care in the world. I think it's because this Hongwon knows that the grass can't refine the Moonflower Dan by itself, and utilizes the herbs of the Flower Moon Dan to refine other pills. As I recall, the herbs of the Moonflower pill are also capable of refining other pills. Among them is a mid-grade spirit elixir. This son is wasting his life. Today's precious medicinal materials are only used to refine a furnace of medium-grade spirit pills. As I see it, so it is. Hongwon didn't pay any attention to the voices. Rinping's voice was still ringing in his ears. Guide him every step of the way. This one herb to watch out for. There's a problem with the medicinal properties of this one. You must control the fire. Without refining this portion of medicinal herbs to the extreme, this furnace of elixir would not have been refined at all. Hongwon was also very careful. As the last of the herbs melted into a medicinal liquid in the Dan furnace, Rinping and Hongwon both put their hearts down. The next steps are already not difficult. As a gust of Dan fragrance emanated from inside the Dan furnace, the crowd all cast their gazes. The potion is coming out? I'd like to see what kind of elixir can be refined this time. It's really possible that a furnace of medium-grade spirit pills was refined out. Something's not right. It's impossible for the medicinal power of a mid-grade spirit pill to be so strong. This flavor, why is it a bit like the Moonflower pill? It won't really refine the Moonflower pill out. This is an extremely difficult to refine lower-grade treasure pill. Everyone was sticking their necks out, wanting to see what pills Hongwon would take out inside the Dan furnace. Hongwon's refining had come to the final step. Su Wonjo was also casting a curious gaze at this time. The same was true for Jiang Night Banquet and the others. The smell was just too similar to the Moonflower Dan. As treasure Dan alchemists, they had all carefully studied the Moonflower Dan, extremely familiar with the Moonflower Dan, although they knew that the possibility of Hongwon refining the Moonflower pill was almost zero. But now, the smell had been able to make them overturn their previous thoughts. The Dan oven has been closed to fire. A plume of smoke appeared above the Dan furnace. Hongwon lifted the furnace and 10 pills flew out under his true chi control and fell into his hands. He opened his palm and displayed the elixir in his hand in the crowd's view. Chapter 197, Master and Disciple are both treasure Dan alchemists. All eyes converged on Hongwon's hand. When they saw the 10 pills in Hongwon's hand, the crowd was filled with disbelief. The crowd was even more in an uproar. Jiang Night Banquet's face was grim as he stared dead at Hongwon. The dismay on Su Wonjo's face. The people present showed different mindsets because of their different positions. Everyone was incredulous that Hongwon had really refined the Moonflower pill. But the truth is right in front of us. This young man who had already lost his talent and was only an apprentice alchemist already possessed the strength to refine treasure pills. Old dog Jiang, satisfied? Hongwen had an open smile on his face. Jiang Night Banquet snorted coldly. Hongwen has replaced his master in refining the elixir and has now succeeded. I wonder if you all are still satisfied. Su Wenzhou stepped forward and said. He looked towards the Jiang Night Banquet crowd, and his face was also full of smiles. Jiang Night Banquet came here with the people from the war hall. The incident was already slapping him in the face. Now that Hongwen had really refined the moonflower pill, it made him raise his eyebrows and relieve his anger. Seeing that Jiang Night Banquet's few people did not speak, Su Wenzhou added, Hongwen has been able to refine treasure pills, according to the rules of the alchemy hall. From today onwards, Hongwen is the 6th treasure pill alchemist of my alchemy hall. If you all have no other business, please leave. Su Wenzhou unceremoniously issued an expulsion order at this time. Jiang Night Banquet was difficult to the extreme. Originally, I wanted to make things difficult for Renping today, but I didn't expect to give Hongwen a chance. But there was nothing he could do about it now. Hongwen had already confirmed his strength by refining the moonflower pill in full view of everyone. Just as he was about to leave, the battle hall master, who had been sitting in his seat, suddenly opened his mouth. Fine. I didn't expect the alchemy hall to have such a genius. Today Mr. Wan has had his eyes opened. Grandmaster Ren, Grandmaster Hong. In the future, Wan will definitely pay a visit. As soon as the battle hall master's words fell, the miscellaneous hall master spoke up. Marvelous Hugh, are you digging in? Su Wenzhou's lineage had always cooperated with the miscellaneous affairs hall, and now the battle hall was so directly trying to poach them. It was important to realize that Renping and his 2 disciples had only just joined Su Wenzhou's faction, so if the battle hall side offered good conditions, perhaps Renping's master and disciples would turn to work with the battle hall. All of the Baodan alchemists in this alchemy hall could be working with other people. What mattered was not the skill of the Baodan alchemist, but the spirit Dan alchemists under the Baodan alchemist's command. Together, it was no longer a problem to support the daily consumption of a parish. There were more people in their miscellaneous affairs hall, and they needed more pills. Manzanar heatedly smiled. Elder brother Chen, there's no need to be nervous. Old me just wants to get to know Master Ren. Go to. Manzai said, leading the people from the Hall of War to leave directly. Only then did the face of the miscellaneous hall's hall master ease up a bit. He walked towards Renping and Hongwen. Grandmaster Ren, the 1-sec double treasure pill alchemist. Congratulations, old man Chen Shang, master of the miscellaneous affairs hall. Move around more in the future. In addition, this matter is a happy event. A happy event for the alchemy hall, and a happy event for my Blackwater gang. Since it's a happy event, it's going to be a big one. Renping didn't mean that. Whether or not he could refine a precious elixir was just a small matter to him. Renping wanted to refuse, but he heard Su Wenzhou, who was at the side, speak up. As it should be, a happy event is a big deal. Without moving, he took out a gift box within his storage ring and placed it in front of Renping and Hongwen. Grandmaster Ren, Grandmaster Hong, the 2 of you are alchemists of our alchemy hall, and as the hall master of the alchemy hall, this little gift is no honor. Su Wenzhou took out his gift, as did Chen Sheng on the side, and everyone present was searching within their storage rings for something suitable to give out. No one had any intention of refusing. Master Ren, I'm the protector of the miscellaneous affairs hall, so I'll be around more in the future. Master Ren, congratulations. Master Hong is young and talented, truly a genius in alchemy. Complimentary voices constantly echoed in Renping and Hongwen's ears. Renping looked at the crowd in dismay. It was at this point that he finally realized what it really meant. It's not about making a big deal out of it. It's about finding an excuse to befriend him. But Renping didn't mind. There was always nothing wrong with having more connections within the Blackwater gang. What these people wanted on him and Hongwen was nothing more than pills. These were easy for him, an alchemist, to do. Thank you all. It's also Ren's fault for not taking the time to pay his respects to you all when he first came here and was previously so wrapped up in the mundane world. Take this opportunity to apologize to all of you today. Renping and Hongwen were both very polite to these people from the miscellaneous affairs hall. There was a burst of laughter in the great hall of the alchemy hall. Only when Renping and Hongwen's faces were already piled with gifts did the crowd leave satisfied. These were the goodwill they expressed to Renping and Hongwen. Hall Master Su, thanks for today. Renping arched his hand at Su Wenzhou and smiled. Su Wenzhou waved his hand back and forth. Master Ren, you're out of line. Family doesn't talk. As long as Master Ren is comfortable staying in the alchemy hall, then Mr. Su will naturally be happy. Su Wenzhou's words naturally had another deep meaning. What was said was not how Renping stayed in the alchemy hall, but how it felt to be in a formation with him. How could Renping not hear something in his words? Obviously, Su Wenzhou was also worried that Renping would fly off alone now that his wings were full. It may even put in other people's lineups, to his detriment. Hallmaster Su is joking. Rin is very comfortable in the alchemy hall. Not to mention having Hallmaster Su taking care of it all the time. Well. Mr. Su's side has a collection of many rare Dan formulas, so if Master Ren has the time to come and make tea with Mr. Su. Su Wonjo threw out the olive branch again. For an alchemist, the number of Dan formulas mastered would indirectly affect the strength of the alchemist. However, Ren Ping did not have any interest in the Dan formula. For everything in the world, he could know the method of refining just by looking at it. The Dan formula could only be described as a waste of effort for him. Even Ren Ping could create some Dan formulas of his own with notable effects. However, Ren Ping did not refuse, although he did not need it, but Hongwen needed it, and Hongwen did not have the relevant words. There was still a need to accumulate more in the alchemy course. Hallmaster Su, this disciple of mine has accumulated very little, but you also have unique insights in the way of alchemy. Why don't we let him make tea with Hallmaster Su in a couple of days? Su Wonjo, as the Hallmaster of the alchemy hall, was naturally able to understand the meaning of Ren Ping's words as he nodded his head repeatedly. Very good, very good. It's also Mr. Su's luck to be able to make tea with such a young talent. Chapter 198, Genius Alchemist. When he left the main hall of the alchemy hall, Ren Ping's storage ring was already stuffed to the brim. All these things were gifts sent by characters from various parties. Although there was no big banquet for this joyous event, the gifts had already been pocketed inside his pocket. After Ren Ping returned to his small courtyard, he took out all the gifts and organized them. He found that they were not very useful to him, but it was Hongwen who could use some of them. Ren Ping organized the gifts and divided them into several portions. Some of them, Pan Ing or Shui Gui were able to use. Ren Ping thought to himself that he hadn't been back to Manpower House in a long time either. Hongwen, you go out with me. Master is going to take you to meet a few of your senior brothers. After Hongwen came back, he was ready to walk directly into the alchemy workshop and prepare to refine the pills. Having refined the moonflower pills in the large hall next to the alchemy, there were quite a lot of epiphanies for him, and he wanted to quickly digest these epiphanies in detail. But these epiphanies were more or less worthless to Ren Ping. As soon as he heard that Ren Ping was going to go and take him to his senior brother, Hongwen immediately extracted interest. Ren Ping's origin was very mysterious. The strength displayed could be described as terrifying. Hongwen hadn't seen anyone so powerful. Curious as to what other kind of character could be recognized as a disciple, were those senior brothers of his all very powerful? Were they extreme treasure Dan alchemists, or legendary holy Dan alchemists? In Hongwen's perception, Ren Ping was an incomparably powerful senior high-ranking person in the way of alchemy. His disciple must be an alchemist like himself. Even the talent was more powerful than his. Hongwen immediately stopped refining pills and went out with Ren Ping. Ren Ping led him around the city of Qingzhou City, and as he looked in Ren Ping's direction, Hongwen was also curious. Where would one's master finally stop? After walking for a few moments, Hongwen saw Ren Ping stop in front of a store that was inscribed with the name Wan Baolu. This was clearly a store that sold treasure artifacts and spirit artifacts. Is this the arrival of Master? Hongwen was a bit puzzled. Here it is. Ren Ping nodded, lifted his foot and walked into the store. Hongwen was puzzled and also followed Ren Ping's footsteps inside. Master, you're back. Pan Ing is dusting off the store. Seeing Ren Ping walking over with a youth behind him, Hongwen and Pan Ing both sized each other up. Ren Ping was also introduced at this time. Hongwen, this is your senior brother, Pan Ing. Your senior brother is quite accomplished in the path of weapon refining, and is now a hotly sought-after weapon refiner in Qingzhou City. This is the senior brother I've just taken in, named Hongwen, a Bao Dan alchemist. After Ren Ping's introduction, both of them were slightly dismayed. They had always thought that Ren Ping only specialized in the way of artifact refining or perhaps the way of alchemy. I didn't expect that the two disciples that were taken in, one was good at alchemy and the other was good at refining weapons. Hongwen pays his respects to senior brother. In the end, it was Hongwen who was the first to open his mouth. Hongwen had been hibernating in the Blackwater Gang's alchemy hall for a long time, and was unaware of what was happening in Qingzhou City. If he often traveled around Qingzhou City, he would have heard of Pan Ying's great name. Right now, Pan Ing was second only to Master Refiner Kuei Koshi among the refiners in Qingzhou City, and was also known as the most talented refiner in Qingzhou City. Pan Ing, in the face of Hongwen's politeness, politely returned the greeting. It's a rare trip for Master to come back, so I'll go buy something for Master. Pan Ing did not stay long after pouring tea for Ren Ping and Hongwen and hurriedly went out the door. Ren Ping wouldn't stay in Wan Baolu for too long. He wanted to take this time to quietly and carefully go to Qingzhou City to purchase some delicious food to honor Ren Ping. Hongwen was already observing this store at this moment. He found that although this store was not big, but the placements inside the store were all precious treasures. These things were rare things to see in Qingzhou City. After all, only powerful people in the realm of embodied God were qualified to use lower-grade treasure weapons. From this, It could be seen that this senior brother of his should be able to refine treasure weapons with ease. It could indeed be called a genius in the path of refining weapons. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a hotly sought-after genius refiner within Qingzhou City. Ren Ping was also introduced at this point. You still have another senior brother practicing in the inner hall, but he won't be coming out for a while. Hong Wen nodded. A few moments later, Panning had already bought back a few roasted chickens and some specialty snacks from Qingzhou City. Ren Ping saw the appetite and ate it without any hesitation. Ren Ping's trip back was mainly to bring some resources to Panning and Shui Gue. After all, he couldn't use those resources, so it would be a waste to keep them on hand. After staying for roughly half a day, Ren Ping was ready to leave. The two of them, Panning and Hongwen, had walked into the forge inside the store, and I don't know what's being said in there. Ren Ping didn't pay much attention to it either. While Ren Ping was leaving, Hongwen offered to let Ren Ping take the first step back to the Blackwater Gang's manor. Ren Ping didn't care. Thought Hongwen had some personal business to attend to. When Hongwen returned to Ren Ping's small courtyard again, Ren Ping immediately knew what this guy had gone to do. Only Hongwen returned to the small courtyard with a big bag of snacks. As soon as he entered the door, Ren Ping smelled a strong fragrance. Ren Pei smiled. This was Panning telling Hongwen about some of Ren Ping's little hobbies. Ren Ping didn't resent this, but rather enjoyed it. Staying inside the Blackwater Gang's manor these days was indeed light in taste. Moreover, this small courtyard did not have a kitchen, so it was extremely difficult to get something to eat on one's own. After Hongwen returned, he walked into the alchemy workshop. Ren Ping's days gradually became dull. John Night Banquet never showed up again after this incident. I don't know if he was struck by the Ren Ping master and disciple duo or what. On the contrary, there were much more frequent exchanges between the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall side and Ren Ping. There were many protectors of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall who needed to ask Ren Ping to make pills, but Ren Ping was too troublesome to do so and threw all these tasks to Hongwen. Alchemy Hall 1 Door 2 Treasure Dan Alchemist. This matter has already spread to the Blackwater Gang. The name of Hongwen's genius alchemist was also widely spread. More and more people are visiting the house these days. All these things Ren Ping had left to Hongwen. Ren Ping was preoccupied with only reading the various records that had information about the true intent of the martial Dao. Ren Ping had thought that Hongwen would have a much more flamboyant personality after he had regained his talent and was able to refine precious pills. When Ren Ping saw that Hongwen also treated the visitors politely, he was also relieved. This guy is probably only that arrogant when it comes to his haters. Until one day, Ren Ping suddenly heard the sound of shouting coming from outside the courtyard. I beg Master Hong to practice this vein renewal pill for me. Chapter 199 Lycanthropic Youth. In these days, there were actually not many people who came to the door to ask for alchemy pills. It could be said to be an endless stream of people, but it was the first time that Ren Ping had ever seen a person who was shouting like this. Hongwen had already come out in the alchemy workshop. Ren Ping also cast a curious gaze. What would be so abrupt within this Blackwater Gang's manor? As soon as Hongwen opened the door, he saw a young man dressed in rough linen clothes with a broken knife in his hand. This young man looked in a sorry state, with quite a lot of injuries on his body. When he saw Hongwen appear, he immediately revealed a happy color. Is that Master Hong? I want a furnace of vein renewal pill. Please also ask Master Hong to take a shot at refining it for me. Hongmen said slowly with a frown. Refining pills is fine, but next time you come over don't call out loudly, my master is still resting inside. The wretched youth nodded repeatedly, finally realizing his abruptness. Master Hong is right. It's my rudeness. These are the herbs required for the vein renewal pill. This is Master Hong's payment. The wolfish youth also did not have too much nonsense. Directly in the arms to take out 2 storage rings. One of the storage rings should be loaded with the medicinal materials of the renewal of the vein Dan. There is also a copy of Hongwen's payment. Hongwen is a single alchemist. Every refining this furnace of the Dan is to be ready to pay with the medicinal materials. If there is only the payment of the medicinal materials without the medicinal materials, then additionally have to pay for the purchase of a fee for the purchase of the medicinal materials. Generally speaking, alchemists prefer other people to pay them directly as well as for the purchase of herbs. This way, there is oil in the cost of purchasing the herbs. Since they were asking for someone to make an elixir, they generally followed this practice as well. The wretched youth in front of him found the herbs directly and paid in addition. It was considered very rare among the Blackwater Gang. Hongwen frowned. Yes, Hong Wendo looked at this wretched youth. This person's body suffered extremely heavy injuries. On the surface those are just external injuries. In fact, his body's true Qi Ten does not exist. The veins are more serious injuries. It is precisely because of this need to renew the veins of Dan to recover from the injuries. Hongwen had just become a precious Dan alchemist now and needed to accumulate a lot of experience. Generally speaking, as long as those who came to his door and begged him to refine pills, he would oblige. In advance, there is a risk of failure in refining pills. If I fail to refine it, neither this medicinal herb nor the reward will be returned to you. The wretched youth nodded repeatedly. Master Hong. I understand the rules. Hongwon was also relieved to hear this. Alchemists are afraid of encountering that kind of nonsense customers. When the refining failed at that time, they would even come to the door and ask for a refund of the payment as well as the materials used for refining. Come and get it in 3 days. The wretched youth nodded repeatedly. Tough luck, Master Hong. Ren Ping was within the courtyard, taking it all in. Seeing that Hongwon had already completed the initial transaction, he also withdrew his gaze and focused on the jade slip in his hand. He was now the shirker of this courtyard, leaving everything else to Hongwon. Not long after the wretched youth left, another guest came to the courtyard. This guest was not a door-to-door request for pills, but rather an old acquaintance of Ren Ping's. Master Ren, this is the Dan formula that the hall master sent over. Master Ren, take a look if you have time. Jin Shui took out a large pile of jade slips in his storage ring and placed them in front of Ren Ping. This is the Dan formula that Su Wenzhou mentioned earlier. It was only that in recent times both Ren Ping and Hongwon had been staying inside the courtyard, and Su Wenzhou was afraid that both Ren Ping and Hongwon would not accept his gift, so he directly sent over the Dan formula. Hall Master Su has a heart. Tell Hall Master Su for me that Ren will remember today's favor. Jin Shui also revealed a smile when he heard this. Isn't this gift from Su Wenzhou just for this sentence? With this reply, Su Wenzhou was able to put his mind at ease. Brother Goldwater, there's no rush. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Ren Ping poured Jin Shui a cup of tea. Ren Ping, the treasured Dan alchemist, politely invited Jin Shui, naturally would not give face, and immediately sat down respectfully. Master Ren, when I came here I met a youth in a sorry state on the road. He was carrying a broken knife in his hand. Did he come here to Master Ren to ask for pills? Jin Shui asked after taking 2 sips of tea and moistening his throat. Indeed. I wanted to come and ask for the vein renewal pill. What? Is there something to be said about this? Ren Ping asked curiously. That wretched youth was different from the rest of the people who came to the door to ask for pills, and it was obvious that he was in a very embarrassing situation. This was the Blackwater Gang, one of the top forces in Qingzhou City. Which person who comes to the door to ask for an elixir isn't well dressed? How is it that they are dressed in rags and have obviously been through a battle and are severely injured? With all due respect, Master Ren, it's better for Master Ren to do less business with this man. Ren Ping raised an eyebrow at once. This person is a member of the battle hall, and has currently been abandoned by the battle hall. He's a poor man, to say the least. Talking about the wretched youth, Jin Shui was also quite emotional. This person's name is Li Chang'an. A few years ago was also considered our Blackwater Gang's man of the hour. Cultivation talent is very good, and the elders of his family are also in a high position in our Blackwater Gang, one of the protectors of the war hall. But 5 years ago, the elders in his family were now sent to prison for violating the Blackwater Gang's gang rules, and they are now worse than death. But the rules of the gang that his elder disobeyed were not a big deal, and although he has been sent to jail, there is a time when he will see the light of day again. At that time, the battle hall master had said that as long as Li Chang'an broke through the prison, he would be able to rescue his elder. I've heard that recently that elder of his has been in a very bad situation in the prison, already hovering on the edge of life and death. This Li Chang'an has been storming the Blackwater Gang's prison recently. That's why the injuries are on him. As long as the elders of his family die inside the prison, Li Chang'an will have no place to live in the Blackwater Gang. He'll just end up on the streets when the time comes. Ren Ping also frowned when he heard these words. As one of the top forces, the Blackwater Gang also possessed a strict set of gang rules. It's just that these gang rules don't govern Ren Ping's head, but everyone else in the Blackwater Gang is confined by some of these bars. What crime has been committed that there is a chance to see the light of day again? Ren Ping asked again. Goldwater laughed and shook his head. There's a lot of catfighting going on in this matter. That elder of Li Chang'an's isn't technically a violation of the gang rules. It's just that an elder was offended. It's also because the battle hall master is involved in this that he has a chance to see the light of day again. But now it seems that it's impossible for Li Chang'an to break through the prison barrier. Chapter 200 Li Chang'an. Jin Shui roughly talked about Li Chang'an's life. Ren Ping probably understood what was happening to the wretched youth. Ben was a person who relied on his family elders to cultivate in the Blackwater Gang. But because the elders of the family had offended one of the elders of the Blackwater Gang, they were directly sent to the prison. Now Li Chang'an needed to break through the barrier of the dungeon in order to get the middle elder out. This is a very special rule of the Blackwater Gang, and this type of punishment is generally used in special circumstances. For example, this person needs to be put in jail for the time being, but he can't be allowed to die outright yet. If there are still changes in the outside world, you can just break out of the level to free them and restore them to their old identity. This involves an internal battle within the Blackwater Gang. Back then, the battle hall master got into a dispute with that elder before he fought for such a chance of survival. But the fact is that no one has yet broken through the barrier of the dungeon. This rule was set up but for the great ones. Breaking through the barrier is nothing more than a gimmick. Someone wanted him out, and the barrier passed naturally. As of now, no one wants Lee Sun-on's elders to come out for the time being. Even the Battle Hall Master has ignored this matter. The change in the Battle Hall Master's attitude directly sentenced Lee Chang'an's elders to death. Lee Sun-on is the only one struggling. Even the Jiang Night Banquet first-class treasure pill alchemist has stopped taking business from Lee Chang'an. Master Ren needs to pay some attention if he wants to do business with this person. Runpei nodded his head. Solo cultivators wouldn't have these strife, but their cultivation speed was extremely slow. After joining a power, although it could help in cultivation, it was bound to be involved in some sort of strife. That elder of Lee Sun-on's was clearly a victim of the Blackwater gang's internal strife. As for what kind of strife it was, even Jin Shuwei didn't know. That after all involved cultivators of the transformation spirit realm. Thanks for the reminder, Brother Goldwater. Runping thanked him. Jin Shuwei was flattered and waved his hands to show that he couldn't afford it. It was just a show of hands. After Jin Shuwei left, Runping once again took out the jade slip and continued to consult and watch. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And on this day Runping saw Lee Chang'an crouching in a sorry state at the entrance of his courtyard. Compared to 3 days ago, the injuries on Lee Sun-on's body were heavier, and it was obvious that he had gone back to break into the so-called big prison barrier. It was very painful to even stand, so I could only crouch in the doorway and wait. When Runping saw this scene, he took out an elixir in his pocket. He came in front of Lee Chang'an. Heal your wounds first. Runping's voice rang out. Lee Chang'an raised his head to see Runping with a cold expression. You are? So it's Master Ren. I'm sorry to make Master Ren laugh. I'm not feeling well. Runping did not politely talk to the other party, and the elixir in his hand landed on Lee Chang'an's hand with a gentle toss. Without taking this pill, even if you get the vein renewal pill you won't be able to recover from your injuries. Only then did Lee Chang'an take that elixir. It was a lower grade treasure elixir of the healing class. It is notably effective in recovering from injuries. It was only after Lee Chang'an took the elixir that his face gradually flushed, and a mouthful of reverse blood spurted out between his throats. Thank you, Master Ren. Runping waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be overly polite. It was really just a matter of him raising his hand. Why do you bother? These are but useless efforts. Runping was quite compassionate towards the youth after hearing about Lee Sun-on. At the moment, it did seem like it was useless for Lee Sun-on to go and break into the dungeon's barrier. The level was never created for people to break into. Instead, it's a convenient door for people who want to be able to get out of the slammer. Lee Sun-on sniffed and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Master Ren heard about it too? Runping nodded. I'm doing all these things just to have a clear conscience. The elders of my family have done me many favors, and now that he is suffering in prison, I cannot stand idly by. Moreover, whether or not the elders in my family will be able to get out of the prison will have quite an impact on my future. Runping nodded. Everyone has their own insistence. For Lee Sun-on, he did what was right, though to an outsider this seems more than a little irrational. You can break through the barrier? Runping asked again. Lee Sun-on shook his head. Not even close. This level is very powerful. With my cultivation there is no chance for now, but soon. Just at this time Hongwen had stepped out, and he was holding a porcelain vase in his hand. Seeing that Runping was chatting with Lee Chang'an, he was also a bit surprised. Runping had never paid much attention to those who came to seek Dan. Why did you talk to this Lee Sun-on today? I've already refined your elixir. Hongwen placed the elixir in front of Lee Chang'an. Lee Chang'an took the porcelain bottle and arched his hand at Hongwen. Thank you, Master Hong. Hongwen waved his hand. Duty calls. After receiving your money, naturally I have to help you refine pills. Hongwen handed over the pills and was ready to continue to go back to refining the pills. Runping was also ready to go back to continue to read the jade slip at this time. Instead, it was Lee Sun-on's voice that came from behind him. Master Hong, please stay. Hongwen's footsteps lurched as he looked at Lee Sun-on suspiciously. Lee Sun-on held up the porcelain vase behind the two men. Master Hong, there are 2 more pills. Lee Chang'an looked at the 10 pills lying quietly inside the porcelain bottle and opened his mouth. Inviting an alchemist to make a potion is not just a matter of giving the herbs and paying for it. When the potion is made, according to the rules the alchemist can draw 2 potions inside a furnace. And now the bottle in Lee Chang'an's hand had a full 10 pills inside. Hongwen did not extract the 2 pills belonging to him in it. Hongwen was slightly stunned. Then he waved his hand. More for you. Runping saw Lee Chang'an bowing deeply to Hongwen. Thank you, Master Hong. He didn't push back at this moment. He did need these 2 pills. For the current him, this elixir was a life-saving medicine. Runping glanced at Hongwen and didn't say anything either. He went straight back to his seat and continued to read the jade slip. Everything was back to normal in the small yard. Over the next few days, several more groups of people seeking pills came to the small courtyard one after another. Generally speaking, those who came here to seek Dan were people from the miscellaneous affairs hall, and those like Li Changnan were considered special cases. Runping didn't pay much attention to that either. It was only in recent times that he had already read through the jade slip that had records about the Tao inside. However, there was a delay in getting a clue about the true intent of the martial arts that belonged to him. One more disciple to take on. Renping could only rely on the orange word that hadn't been bestowed yet. If he got a red level word, his enlightenment would go crazy. Chapter 201, Collecting Li Sunan. After roughly a few days, Li Chang'an once again appeared at the entrance of Renping's courtyard. Is Master Hong here? Compared to the last time, this time Li Sunan seemed much quieter. Renping was reading the jade slip inside the courtyard when he heard the sound. He opened the door to take a look. He saw Li Sunan sitting in the doorway with his back against the wall. Renping couldn't help but frown when he saw him in this situation. Li Sunan's injuries, which were even more severe than the previous days, had a penetrating wound on his shoulder that went straight through from his front to his back. The meridians in his body were even more broken, and his eyes were filled with blood. When he saw Renping open the door, he immediately said, "Master Ren, I want to request a healing elixir. Here's the payoff." With that, he took out a storage ring in his arms. Renping frowned at his appearance and said slowly, "This injury is worse than the last one. If it's cured and you go through the barrier again, you might even get killed there." Li Chang'an nodded. "Master Ren, I know." Renping did not take the storage ring in Li Chang'an's hand, but instead took out several healing pills, which were all medium-grade treasure pills. "Heal your wounds first. If your injuries continue to be delayed, you might injure your foundation." Li Chang'an froze for a moment as he took the pills on Renping's hand and put one of them into his mouth. Just as he swallowed it, his eyes rolled back in his head. Renping sighed as he looked at the already unconscious Li Chang'an and moved Li Chang'an within the courtyard. He called for Hongwen again. "Save him." Hongwen did not understand why Renping would rescue Li Chang'an, but after all, it was something that Renping had explained, so he would not have any problem with it, and immediately moved Li Chang'an into the chamber. As an alchemist, this kind of injury was nothing to him, and there were many suitable elixirs that could treat Li Chang'an's injuries. Hongwen took out several kinds of healing pills and used his true qi to melt and infuse them into Li Chang'an's body. It took about half a day before Li Chang'an slowly awoke. He looked at Hongwen, who was standing aside, with some surprise. "Master Hong." Hongwen gave him an expressionless look. In his opinion, what Li Sunan did didn't make much sense. It is unwise to throw away one's life for an impossible goal. "Many thanks to Grandmaster Hong for coming to the rescue." Hongwen replied coldly. "It was my master who asked me to save you. If you want to thank me, thank my master." Li Sunan sat up in bed. "I wonder where Master Rin is now." "Inside the yard." "Then I'll go thank Master Rin. I advise you to stay still. Your injuries are serious. If you toss and turn again, your life won't be saved." Hongwen stopped Li Sunan. Just at that moment, Renping walked in, looking at Li Chang'an who had already awakened in the bed. Renping also had a smile on his face. "Not a bad recovery. Just a few more days and we'll be off the ground." When Hongwen saw Renping walk in, he arched his hand towards him and performed a salute before saying, "Master, I'm going to refine the pills. Go on." After Hongwen left, only Renping and Li Chang'an were left in this room. "Master Ren, I would like to ask when my injuries will recover." Renping glanced at him, then slowly replied, "Based on the current situation, it will take you about a month to recover from your injuries. It will take another 2 months for the strength to be fully restored." Li Chang'an's talent was indeed very good, and he had already reached the Jindan realm at a young age. However, now that he was severely injured, the meridians in his body had been severed inch by inch. His strength was 10 to 1, and even normal activities were difficult. Hearing this answer, Li Sunan looked grim. "Can you go any faster? Can it be restored to full strength within a month? I'm willing to pay the price." Renping raised an eyebrow while asking, "In your situation, what price can you pay?" "As far as I can tell, the belongings you have on you have long since been consumed." Li Sunan fell silent. It was true that he didn't have anything of value on him, and all the belongings he had accumulated before had been consumed in order to break through the levels of the Grand Prison. A smile appeared on Renping's face. "You're penniless. It's good enough that I can save you. You don't have much of value within that storage ring of yours. At most, you can only exchange it for a few lower-grade treasure pills." Li Sunan became even more silent. Ryoga said slowly, "I thank Master Rin for saving my life this time, but I'd like to try it anyway. I'm sure Master Rin will be able to let me recover my injuries within a month. I don't have any money now, but I sure will later, as long as Master Rin helps me recover from my injuries. In the future, I am willing to follow Master Rin." Renping sniffed and let out another laugh. "You've got a good plan. How many people want to follow me without a chance? And what's the point of talking about the future when you're going to break through the barrier of the Blackwater Gang's dungeon, with your life and death uncertain?" When Li Chang'an heard this, he suddenly moved his body and directly dropped down on the bed, kneeling down towards Renping. "Master Ren, if you help me recover my injuries, I'll pay with my life later." definitely won't obtain any cultivation resources from Master Ren. Renping looked at him with a smile before asking, "What kind of favor did your elders in that family do to you to make you so? You are young and your cultivation talent is not bad. If you ignore this matter and continue to cultivate, you will have achievements in the future. Even if you leave the Blackwater gang you will not be worried. Why bother wading through this mess?" Li Chang'an was still kneeling in front of Renping. At this moment, he raised his head to look at Renping. "Master Ren doesn't know. This elder in the family is my real uncle. I have been following my uncle since my parents died when I was young. I say he is my uncle, but in fact I have treated him like a father. If I can stand by and do nothing about this kind of thing, I'll be guilty as hell in the future." Renping nodded slowly. "So it is. In that case, you're just doing your share of filial piety. Just as well. I'll give you a chance." A ray of joy appeared on Li Chang'an's face as he sniffed. He kowtowed to Renping. "Thank you, Master Ren, for making it possible." Renping spoke again. "But you need to worship me. There is no other requirement to worship me, and I will help you fulfill this wish. If there's no problem, then you'll perform a salute of worship." Renping said indifferently. Li Chang'an did not hesitate to kowtow to Renping. "Disciple Li Chang'an pays his respects to Master. Please also help me recover from my injuries as soon as possible." "Master." Li Sunan was suddenly motivated. Chapter 202 Terrifying Enlightenment. Li Chang'an was obviously a bit anxious, and Renping didn't mind. Although he knew that this disciple had been taken in a bit hastily, Renping was now in dire need of Gnosis Tongshan words. Li Qingnan's character was still passable and he had some talent in cultivation. Orange Gnosis passage words given to him would be a good attribution. "Take it easy. Since you are already my disciple you must also know where I come from. This seat, Renping, comes from the spirit martial sect. You have 3 other senior brothers within the city of Qingzhou. Hongwen is one of them." Li Sunan nodded. "Disciple knows." The entire reason why Li Chang'an worshipped Renping as his master was because Renping was able to recover his injuries and could allow him to continue to go and break into the Blackwater gang's big prison barrier within a short period of time. However, to him, since he had already worshipped his master, then Renping was his master. He would naturally listen to Renping's words and obey them fully. As long as he was able to continue to go through the barrier of the Blackwater gang's dungeon, he was willing to give all he had. And worshipping Renping as his master was nothing at all. Li Sunan wasn't prepared to get anything out of Renping. "Good. Since you have already worshipped me as your master, then I will grant you a divine ability. This divine power will help you pass through the Blackwater gang's prison barrier." As soon as Renping's words fell, he bestowed the Orange Enlightenment Tongshan words on Li Chang'an. Li Sunan only felt a coolness in his head and did not feel anything different. And Renping had already gotten a red Gnosis Tongshan phrase at this point. Renping felt his head clearing up a lot. The red Gnosis passage word is already a counterintuitive thing. Renping was thinking of starting to try to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts that belonged to him, but looking at Li Chang'an in front of him, he felt that there was still a need to place this disciple that he had just taken in. Li Chang'an was staring at Renping at this moment with wide eyes, somewhat puzzled. The divine ability that Renping had spoken of, he had no feeling for it at all. He even suspected that Renping was teasing him. Renping smiled faintly and then said, "I have a martial art here. Try practicing it and you'll realize the wonders of this divine ability." Renping said as he took out a jade slip within his storage ring. This jade slip recorded a martial art that he had practiced and the grade had reached the heavenly rank. After handing over the martial arts skills to Li Chang'an, Renping suddenly thought that Li Chang'an had not recovered from his injuries at this time, and it was not realistic to practice martial arts at this time. So he once again came to the alchemy workshop. At this moment, Hongwen was refining a furnace of lower-grade treasure pills. Renping did not disturb, but watched from the sidelines. Seeing Hongwen make a mistake in a certain place will also point out some. Soon, Hongwen's this furnace of pills has been refined. "Master." Hongwen was fully aware of how terrifying Renping's accumulation on alchemy was at this point. The lower-grade treasure pills could be successfully refined under Renping's casual guidance, and they were of excellent quality. "I'm going to refine a furnace of pills. If you're interested, watch from the sidelines," Renping said and immediately took out his own Dan furnace. This Dan furnace of his was a gift from Su Wenzhou last time, and it was of excellent quality. When Hongwen heard this, he immediately became interested. Renping's strength was so terrifying that he was going to concoct pills with his own hands. It was only natural for him to watch from the side. If he could learn a thing or two in it, it would be a great enhancement for him. "I'm refining an extreme treasure pill this time. It may be a little deep for you, but it's a way to gain experience." Renping wanted to refine a furnace of extreme treasure pills. This was the highest grade of elixir Renping had ever seen. This elixir was called the Restoring Young Pill, an excellent healing elixir. Renping had seen it once when he was having tea with Su Wenzhou at a certain time, and had memorized the method of refining this extremely precious Dan. Only that Renping had not felt the need to refine it, and had not been able to go out and refine it. Now this yang restoration pill was very suitable for Li Chang'an. Renping also intended to go out and refine a furnace. As for the medicinal ingredients for the yang restoration pill, they could also be found within the storage ring. These were gifts from other people some time ago. Hongwen, who was on the side, was already wide-eyed when he heard that Renping was going to refine an extreme treasure pill. Although he had always thought that Renping's level was no worse than that of an extreme treasure pill alchemist, it was still slightly different from refining an extreme treasure pill with his own hands. After Renping took out the required medicinal herbs, he followed the method of refining in his mind and put the herbs into the Dan furnace one by one. His hands emitted a scorching temperature, melting the medicinal herbs inside the Dan furnace into a mass of medicinal liquid. Hongwen on the side was staring with wide eyes, not daring to miss a single detail. On the other side, within the room, Li Chang'an looked at the jade slip that Renping had handed over to him. This is actually a heavenly rank martial skill. As a treasure pill alchemist, it's not surprising that Master Teacher has a heavenly rank martial skill in his collection. Li Chang'an thought that what Renping had handed him was just a relatively ordinary martial skill, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this martial skill grade had reached the heavenly rank. Upon careful consideration, Renping, as a treasure Dan alchemist, with his ability and strength was indeed qualified to treasure a heavenly grade martial skill. Thinking this way, Li Sunan was relieved. In less than a moment, he put down the jade slip in his hand. The martial arts above this jade slip had already been comprehended by him. Legend has it that heavenly rank martial arts are extremely difficult to cultivate, requiring an excellent qualification to succeed. But it doesn't look like it's too hard to me, Li Sunan muttered. He had never come into contact with a heavenly rank martial skill before, and even amongst the Blackwater gang, heavenly rank martial skills were a very rare thing. He was naturally not qualified to touch it when he was merely at the Jindan realm. But now Li Chang'an unexpectedly realized that he had already comprehended this heaven-grade martial skill. Could it be that this heaven-rank martial skill is a fake? Unlikely. But how did I succeed in comprehending a heaven-rank martial skill so quickly? Li Sunan muttered. No, this can't be the divine ability bestowed upon me by Master. Li Chang'an suddenly thought of Renping's words that he had already granted him a divine ability that could help him pass through the barrier of the Blackwater gang's prison. Is this what that avatar does? This is too scary. Li Sunan's eyes widened. The orange gnosis tomes are indeed very unbelievable. In Li Chang'an's perception, in order to successfully cultivate a heavenly rank martial skill, one needed to accumulate a lot of time and one's own enlightenment could not be too poor. But now, he had succeeded in comprehending this heaven-grade martial skill with just a glance. It only takes a little bit of practice to gain complete control. This unbelievable speed made Li Sunan feel unreal. He took out another jade slip within his storage ring. This one contained a martial art that he had never practiced before. Li Sunan's face changed drastically after just one look. This was because he realized that just by taking a look at it, he had successfully comprehended this earth-ranked martial art. Terrifying as hell. Chapter 203, Breaking into the Prison Barrier. Li Chang'an realized that his enlightenment had now reached an unimaginable level. The martial arts that were not understood before, now just a little thought in the mind. Immediately the thoughts are clear. Comprehension success. Even his own gongfu, which he had been cultivating for several years, seemed to have found some breaks. What divine ability did Master bestow upon me? Surprisingly powerful. Perhaps I do have a chance to pass the barrier of the dungeon. Li Sunan thought, his eyes gradually glowing. Renping gave him hope. Li Chang'an dragged his body, which was covered in injuries, and wanted to start practicing the martial arts techniques that Renping had just given him. When he thought of his uncle still suffering inside the prison, Li Chang'an couldn't wait a moment. Inside the alchemy workshop, Hongwen looked at the 10 pills on Renping's hand with an astonished expression. Master, it's done? He was slightly excited as he saw an extreme treasure pill come out for the first time. It's an excellent treasure, Dan. There were not many people in the entire Qingzhou city who could refine this kind of extremely high-quality elixir. In the cultivation world, there were a bit more alchemists than refiners, but not by much. Extreme-grade Baodan alchemists, in Qingzhou city, were still top-notch existences. Renping's expression was calm. The successful refining of the extreme treasure pill had long been in his expectations, and there would be no surprise. There. You digest the harvest. Hongwen now only had one 10,000 danqi phrase, and although it helped his alchemy skills, it was not particularly powerful. Right now Renping didn't have the right words on hand to bestow on him either. For now, Hongwen had to rely on himself if he wanted to improve his alchemy skills. Hongwen felt that he had gained a lot. This was the experience of refining an extreme treasure pill. Thank you, Master. Renping brought the precious pills that he had just refined and handed them over to Li Chang'an. After watching Li Chang'an take it, he returned to his room and began to comprehend his own true meaning of martial arts. After obtaining the red enlightenment Tongshan phrase, Renping felt that he was not far away from comprehending the true meaning of the martial Dao. Li Chang'an looked at the precious Dan in front of him. and his face was filled with astonishment. These 10 precious dawn emitted a faint halo on the surface, and there was even an overflowing fragrance of the dawn. Just by smelling this flavor, he felt the injuries in his body recovering. Even if he had no more insight, Li Chang'an could tell that these were 10 extreme treasure dan. Master is so generous. The very first shot is an extreme treasure dan. Could it be that Master is an extreme treasure pill alchemist? Li Chang'an swallowed an elixir, which melted away in his mouth and turned into a pure aura, which was not only very rich, but also had the effect of recovering from injuries. It was only half a day's time, and the injuries in Li Chang'an's body had recovered. Li Sunan rejoiced. He immediately began to cultivate the heaven stage martial skill that Renpings had given him. One finger breaks all laws. Very powerful indeed. Li Chang'an had completed the cultivation of the heavenly grade martial skill, during which it had only taken half a day's work. After completing the cultivation of the martial skill, Li Chang'an felt that his strength had increased a lot. He was currently at the mid-Jindan realm, which was considered a good existence amongst the Blackwater gang's gang. Of course, the most important thing to think about was that he was only in his 20s or 30s now, and it was rare to cultivate to the Jindan realm at such an age. Even within the top forces of Qingzhou City like the Blackwater gang, they were considered geniuses. But well, there's never a shortage of talent. Within the Blackwater gang, there were quite a few whose talent was stronger than Li Chang'an. Now there was a Blackwater gang genius who was the same age as Li Chang'an, who had now reached the realm of embodied god, and would have a chance to reach the realm above transformation god in the future to take over the position of the gang leader. Such characters are locked up and cultivated by various forces. Nor was it like Li Sunan, who was still at the bottom of the Blackwater gang. If Li Sunan had been the first genius within the Blackwater gang, perhaps his uncle would not have been imprisoned. Li Sunan sighed. In terms of both status and strength, he was only average in the Blackwater gang, a second-rate genius at best. Li Sunan walked within the Blackwater gang's large manor and soon came to a place that was pitch black. It looks very eerie with the large trees covering the sky and not seeing sunlight all day. However, Li Sunan was very familiar with everything here and had obviously been here quite a few times. He breezed up to a house. The house looked very normal, but this was the Blackwater gang's prison. When Li Sunan arrived here, he immediately met a Blackwater gang member who was guarding the place. This person was also at the Jindan realm, and when he saw Li Chang'an arrive here, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. When Li Sunan left 2 days ago, he almost even lost his life, and it's only been a few days and he's already alive and well? What kind of elixir did this guy take? Brother Qi. When Li Chang'an saw the Jindan realm cultivator guarding the doorway, he immediately greeted him. He had come here many times to break through the barrier, and he was already familiar with this gatekeeper Blackwater gang member. I say, you kid, you still want to go down there? The man asked, frowning. It's natural to go down there. Please help Brother Qi open the door for me. Li Sunan spoke up. This Blackwater gang's prison is a special area of the Blackwater gang. The entire prison was built beneath the ground, with only 2 passages to get to it. One of them is a normal passageway and is not dangerous in any way, only in and out. The other passage was filled with all sorts of organs and guarded by puppets, and if one could pass through this one, it was possible to bring out a person in the dungeon. This is the rule of the Blackwater gang. I heard that it was set up by the master of the gang himself back in the day, and built with the idea of leaving a thread of things untouched. However, no one has been able to pass through the barrier here since the establishment of this passage until now. Instead, there are people who enter it in other ways and bring out prisoners, but that's all if the gang leader personally agrees to bring the person out. Li Sunan didn't even have the qualifications to meet the head of the Blackwater gang, not to mention getting the Blackwater gang leader to agree to release him. Now the only thing he can do is break through the barrier and get his uncle out. You picked up a life and came back last time, and you're going in? Forget it, go for it. The guards of the dungeon opened the door, behind which was a dark passage. This passage leads straight underground. Li Chang'an stepped into it, and he was incomparably familiar with everything here. He's been here one piece at a time many times. Although there is no pass, the passage is already very familiar. The first level, 5 Jindan realm puppets. Last time, I fought with 5 puppets for 2 hours before I cleared the level. This time, it should be quite a bit faster. Li Chang'an thought of the heavenly rank martial skill that he had just successfully cultivated. With this martial art added to his strength had risen a lot, and for the first level, he should have an easier time. Chapter 204, You're Not Hurt? The level strength of the Blackwater gang's dungeon was awesome. Li Chang'an thought that he was already considered good in the Jindan realm, but there weren't many levels that he could pass. There were a total of 18 levels within this one passage, and he was only able to pass the 7th one by fighting his way through it now. The later levels became harder and harder, and the puppets that appeared were of a higher realm and more powerful. Show up! As Li Chang'an continued to go deeper, 5 figures appeared in front of him. These were 5 humanoid puppets, each of which was at the strength of the Jindan realm. As long as you rush through their encirclement, this level will be considered passed. Lee Sun-on performed a martial art, and a finger shadow appeared in the dimly lit passage. This finger's silhouette exuded powerful fluctuations, and the pressure was extremely strong. As the fingers blasted out, the 5 Jindan realm puppets flew out backwards. As Li Chang'an watched this scene, he was also slightly startled. The power of this heavenly rank martial skill was beyond imagination. A heavenly rank martial art is actually this strong. Li Chang'an marveled and quickly passed through the circle of 5 puppets. How could he know that this martial skill was created by Renping himself, and the power it exerted was quite a bit stronger than a normal heaven-ranked martial skill? The second level was purely organ traps. Li Chang'an had broken through the level many times and had already figured out the workings of these organs, and after spending about half an hour, he managed to pass the second level. Soon, the third level, the fourth level, Li Chang'an had passed. Li Chang'an stood at the 5th level and looked at the 3 puppets in front of him. In the past, he had come to this level already battered and bruised, but today was different. Because of the existence of the heavenly grade martial skills, he was now merely consuming his true chi and did not have any injuries on his body. The heavenly rank martial skills that Renping had taught him were undoubtedly the biggest contributor. Lee Sun-on took a deep breath. These 3 puppets had already reached the peak Jindan realm. I wonder if this heavenly ranked martial skill can defeat this puppet at the peak Jindan realm. He still didn't know where the limits of this heavenly rank martial skill were. As the finger silhouette reappeared, Li Chang'an also launched an attack. A puppet at the peak Jindan realm was blown away by the finger shadow executed by Li Chang'an, followed by a second one. In just a few moments, Li Chang'an had already defeated 3 puppets at the peak Jindan realm. He didn't hesitate to rush through the area and reach the 6th level, 5 levels in a row, straight through without injury. In the past, this was something Lee Sun-on wouldn't even dare to think about, and now he had done it. Li Chang'an had been inside the underground passage for almost 2 days, and on this day, he came to the 10th level. By now he was covered in wounds. At the 9th level, he encountered a puppet of the early impregnating god realm, plus a combination of organs, but compared to his previous injuries, he was only lightly injured now. It's time to stop. Lee Sun-on knows that one bite won't make you fat. He has experience now. The 10th level actually has 3 late-stage embodied god realms. With my current strength, I have no chance of getting through. Time to get out. Go back and practice a body martial art. I can pass the level faster. Maybe there's no need to get hurt at all. Lee Sun-on summarizes his question. He was now comprehending martial arts as simple as eating and drinking. So as long as he went back to cultivate some martial arts and enhance his strength, he might be able to pass the later levels. Lee Sun-on decided to return. When he stepped out of the dimly lit underground passage, the Blackwater gang member surnamed Chi was surprised. You, not hurt? This person looked at Li Chang'an with a face full of incredulity. Previously, every time Lee Sun-on walked out of the underground passageway, he was covered in wounds. But now, it looked a little worse for wear, but it was obviously all skin wounds. It didn't hurt much. How many levels have you broken into? It can't be that it's still on the 3rd level. Lee Sun-on smiled. Almost, naturally, Lee Sun-on wouldn't have broken through the 9th level on his own. If it was known, or someone would come and interfere with him. After saying goodbye, Li Chang'an immediately prepared to go back to practicing his martial arts. He first came to Renping's courtyard, ready to greet Renping. He was more than grateful to Renping in his heart, but he couldn't really find a way to thank him either. Just had to come and say hello, but he didn't get to meet Renping. Instead, he met Hongwon, senior brother Hong. Hongwon froze for a moment. After the two were polite, Hongwon also gave Li Chang'an some healing pills. Since he had become his senior brother, he also wanted to help where he could. Li Chang'an said his thanks and immediately went to the Blackwater Gang's Dharma Transmission Hall. The Hall of Transmission of the Law was the place where the Blackwater Gang members learned martial arts techniques and feats. It was also the only place within the Blackwater Gang where one could learn martial arts feats. Elder, I want to come and learn a body martial art. Looking at the old man in front of him, Li Chang'an was respectful and polite. That old man opened his eyes and glanced at Li Chang'an. Lee Sun-on? Exactly, disciple. As a second-rate genius of the Blackwater Gang, Li Chang'an had brushed his face with the old man. You can learn a martial art. You're learning martial arts in preparation for breaking in? Lee Sun-on nodded. I advise you not to waste your life for nothing. The levels inside the dungeon are not for you to break into. Lee Sun-on hummed. The old man didn't say much either. He was just trying to be persuasive. This is an Earth-ranked body martial art. Cultivate here. You may not be taken away. The old man finally took out a jade slip and handed it over to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an took one look and immediately comprehended the martial skill. He returned the jade slip. That fast? If you don't write it down, the next time you want to see it, you'll have to spend another chance. The old man was a bit surprised and thought that Li Chang'an did not memorize the martial arts. In fact, Li Chang'an had not only memorized the martial art, but had also comprehended it, and with a little bit of practice, he would be able to master it. It wouldn't take long to even reach the perfection realm. Disciple remembers. The old man sniffed and frowned, but didn't say much. After Li Chang'an had memorized the body martial arts, he was ready to leave this place. Just out of the doorway, a couple of youths walked up to him. When Li Chang'an saw these youths, he immediately lowered his head. These youths were also the geniuses of the Blackwater gang. It is similar to Li Sun'an except that unlike Li Sun'an, these guys are from better families and have an unusual status in the Blackwater gang, and it's always been at odds with Li Sun'an. Right now, Li Chang'an only wanted to go back and properly cultivate his martial arts skills, and didn't want to get too entangled with a few people. Just as Li Sun'an was about to bow his head and leave, a voice came to his ears. Yo, if it isn't Li Sun'an, I haven't seen you for a few days. You seem to be extraordinarily down and out. I heard you recently went on a dungeon level? Well, getting bodied by the barrier? Chapter 205. A kind reminder, run away before it's too late. Li Sun'an's footsteps lurched as he turned around and looked at the crowd. Those people had smiles on their faces, not afraid of Li Chang'an in the slightest, and their eyes were full of teasing as they looked at Li Chang'an. What? You don't like it when I say something to you? Dogs! One of them spoke up. Li Sun'an looked at the man. This person was dressed in green, with a white beardless face, looking very elegant, only with a cheap smile on his face, looking smug. His name was Long Yangjiang, and among the many second-rate geniuses of the Blackwater gang, he was the one with the highest status, and his biological grandfather was one of the elders of the Blackwater gang, an elder of the transformation spirit realm. Other than a few top geniuses, the younger generation within the Blackwater gang were all led by this person. The reason was naturally that this person had an unusual identity background and many resources in his hands. A little bit showing through the fingers is a good fortune for the average family. The reason why Li Chang'an did not mingle with this person was because his own uncle had taught since childhood that there was no need to have fun with these people, and that the only thing that belonged to him was his own strength. Long Yangjiang rejected his repeated invitations to Li Chang'an and has held a grudge against him ever since. However, all along, Li Chang'an did not want to have contact with Long Yangjiang. For one thing, it was because Long Yangjiang, a man with a cheap mouth, was very much in need of a beating, and Li Chang'an felt that he couldn't help but beat him up sooner or later. The second reason was because his own uncle didn't have any background in the Blackwater gang, so if he let Long Yangjiang really hold a grudge, it might bring some bad things to his uncle. All along, Long Yangjiang also didn't put Li Chang'an in his eyes, thinking that Li Chang'an, a stinking poor man, was hard and smelly, and whenever he saw Li Chang'an, he would make fun of him. Li Sun'an took a deep breath. Long Yangjiang, don't go too far. Long Yangjiang laughed out loud. Li Chang'an, seeing as you have some talent, let me remind you that Li Jianan is not something you can save. The smile on Long Yangjiang's face continued as if it had a deeper meaning. Li Sun'an didn't say anything and prepared to leave. He realized that he didn't have much to say to Long Yangjiang. Just 2 steps away, he heard Long Yangjiang's voice coming from him. There's too much at stake. Even if you're a man of great skill and pass the barrier of the dungeon, Li Jianan will die just the same. Li Sun'an paused in his tracks. He turned back and looked at Long Yangjiang. A cheap smile appeared on Long Yangjiang's face once again. Come, call out to Master Dragon. Though not many people know about this incident, but it wouldn't hurt for the Dragon Master to tell you in secret. Seeing Long Yangjiang smile, Li Chang'an did not hesitate to arch his hand at Long Yangjiang. Master Dragon. His voice was not small, and several people around Long Yangjiang laughed. Long Yangjiang was even laughing openly. Li Chang'an's face was expressionless as he looked at Long Yangjiang expectantly. Why his uncle had been imprisoned, he now had no idea. There is no understanding of the inner workings of it at all. Long Yangjiang's family elders were the elders of the Blackwater gang, and the information they could get was probably more detailed. What Long Yangjiang said, Li Chang'an did care very much about. However, Li Chang'an did not wait for Long Yangjiang's reply. Ha 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 ha, cute size. This kind of thing, even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Ha ha ha, being called master is indeed comfortable. Long Yangjiang laughed, so did a few of the people around him. Li Sun'an was already blue in the face. Long Yangjiang had actually teased him about this kind of thing. Li Chang'an was furious in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. It would be a very irrational thing to start a conflict with someone right now. Just as Li Chang'an turned around, there was a real chi that entered his ears. It was Long Yangjiang's voice. Big and small cute. The one Li Jianan offended was the second elder. Just by you? I advise you to run away quickly. Li Chang'an turned around to see that Long Yangjiang had already left with a big smile on his face, surrounded by 3 or 5 people. Li Sun'an glanced at him and didn't know what was going on in his mind. There weren't many elders in the Blackwater gang. There were a total of 9 elders, each of which was at the transformation spirit realm. The second elder was ranked second. According to the rules of the Blackwater gang, such an existence was enough to make Long Yangjiang not dare to talk about this matter directly, but instead tell him in this way. Although Long Yangjiang's grandfather was also an elder, he was ranked at the back of the list, and there was a huge gap between him and the second elder. Li Chang'an returned to his residence and immediately began practicing the body martial arts he had just obtained. Long Yangjiang's reminder gave him a bad feeling. Would the second elder really intervene himself? How on earth did my own uncle offend the second elder? Is it really necessary to put him to death? Li Sun'an was told so little. The only thing he could do now was to quickly pass through the barrier and save Li Jinnan. It was the only thing he could do. An earth-ranked body technique martial art had already been cultivated by Li Chang'an without him realizing it. Moreover, in just one day's time it had already reached the consummation stage. The so-called consummation stage was the perfection stage of this martial art, a sign of practicing this martial art to the extreme. As for the earth-rank martial arts, the difficulty of cultivation was already extremely high. A normal Jindan cultivator would need to spend a good period of time to cultivate to the introductory stage, and to cultivate to the extreme consummation stage would take several years, or even decades. Li Chang'an had only spent one day and had already cultivated this earth-rank body technique martial skill to a state of perfection. He had vaguely sensed that there were still some shortcomings in this martial art. Perhaps after a period of familiarization, Li Chang'an would be able to improve and refine this martial art and be able to bring out even more power. My talent is actually so terrifying now. Li Sun'an was shocked. Within a day, cultivating an earth-ranked martial skill to a state of perfection. This kind of cultivation speed was unheard of for him, and now it's happening to myself. What exactly is the master's origin? I'm just a disciple that he casually took in, but he even bestowed this kind of terrifying divine ability. Then wouldn't those senior brothers of mine be even more terrifying? Li Sun'an recalled his worship process, which was more or less hasty. As for the reason why Renping accepted him as a disciple, Li Chang'an felt that it was because of Renping's compassion. Go greet your master. Although master has no intention of getting anything out of me, I have been favored by master, and as a disciple's etiquette, I still have to do it. After thinking about it for a while, Li Chang'an felt that the only way he could show his gratitude to Renping was to go and greet him more often. He came to Renping's courtyard and again did not see Renping. Hongwen looked at Li Chang'an, a little impatient. Master is closed, and don't come every day. Chapter 206, looks like it's time to give up. Senior brother Hong, sorry to bother you. Li Sun'an looked at Hongwen's face full of impatience and immediately apologized. Seeing Li Chang'an like this, Hongwen's face eased. The master is still not sure when he will come out of the gate, but the next time you come over, you can buy some delicious food in Qingzhou City and bring it over. Master has a hobby in that area. Hongwen reminded. Li Chang'an hurriedly arched his hand. Thanks for reminding senior brother Hong. Hongwen sighed and waved his hand. Go. You can ask me if you don't have enough pills. Hongwen directly came down to expel the guests. This senior brother, who still had to go through the dungeon barrier, was still an unknown quantity as to how long he could survive. Legend has it that no one has broken through the levels of the Blackwater Gang dungeon. Li Chang'an was only at the Jindan realm cultivation level, so going to do this kind of thing was no different from sending him to his death. The only thing he could do to help Li Chang'an was to provide some pills. However, Hongwen also thought of the fact that Renping had refined a furnace of extremely high-grade treasure pills for Li Chang'an, and it seemed like he wouldn't be able to use his treasure pills for the time being. Many thanks senior brother. Senior brother will leave first. After Li Chang'an went back, he didn't waste any time. He cultivated all the martial arts he knew to the consummate stage. The most important earth-ranked body martial skill, he already had some eyebrows, and in a few days, he would be able to make some modifications for it. There was also the heavenly rank martial skill that Renping had taught him, which was also the focus of Li Chang'an's cultivation. After spending roughly 2 days, Li Chang'an had already cultivated this heaven stage martial skill to the perfection stage. However, it was not yet capable of making changes to this heaven rank martial skill. This finger void shadow martial skill was created when Renping possessed a purple enlightenment Tongshan phrase, and even if Li Chang'an possessed an orange enlightenment Tongshan phrase that was a level higher, wanting to alter and optimize this heavenly rank martial skill would not be that simple. Try again. Li Chang'an felt that his strength had now completely exceeded the Jindan realm. With a heaven stage martial skill in the perfection stage, he could even fight against a cultivator in the middle stage of the impregnating god realm. Inside the barrier of the underground passage, those were nothing more than puppets. Compared to normal cultivators, those puppets were less agile and more manageable. But Li Sun'an didn't think that he could pass the barrier with his current strength. If it was really that easy to pass, it wouldn't be claimed that no one had passed. Li Sun'an arrived at the entrance of the Blackwater Gang's dungeon. When that guarding Blackwater Gang member saw Li Chang'an, he opened his mouth. Brother Li, it looks like it won't take long for you to pass. This Blackwater Gang member laughed. Li Sun'an shook his head and smiled bitterly. How can it be that simple? Big Brother Chi is joking. Would you please open the door, Brother Chi? Li Chang'an arched his hand towards this Blackwater gang member. It's a normal exchange between them. But today, this Blackwater gang member surnamed Chi seemed to be talking a little more. Brother Li, what progress have you made without telling your brother? Li Chang'an looked at this gang member surnamed Chi and was instantly on guard. This gang member surnamed Chi was not so familiar with him. How can you be interested in him breaking in now? Li Chang'an suddenly thought of Long Yangjian's words. The characters his uncle offended were too strong. He was completely defenseless. This man with the surname Chi might be the one who was sent here to test the waters. Otherwise it was unlikely that he was suddenly interested in the progress of his break-in. Li Sunan said without moving. Big Brother Chi is joking. I am still in the second level. It's just a matter of doing your part and having a clear conscience, where there's still a pass. Only when Li Chang'an said this did this man surnamed Chi nod his head. Brother Li has filial piety. Admire, admire, admire. But I've heard. The big shots in the gang are interested in this place. Brother Li, watch yourself. This person seems to have a point. Li Sunan nodded slowly. Thanks for reminding Big Brother Chi. With that, Li Sunan walked into the underground passage. This passage was very special, and what happened inside was unknown to the outside world. Li Sunan was curious in his heart as to who would be interested in the progress of his break-in. Could it be the second elder? Li Sunan thought it was possible. After taking a deep breath, Li Sunan stepped into the barrier. These were levels he had broken into a dozen times and was already very familiar with. With an Earth-ranked body martial skill at the consummation stage and a Heaven-ranked martial skill at the consummation stage, Li Chang'an effortlessly came to the 10th level. This level is very well designed. Starting at level 8, each level tests some aspect of strength. The 8th level tests speed, the 9th level directly tests combat strength, and the 10th level tests leg strength. And that's true for all the levels that follow. Each level, the greater the intensity. At this point, Li Chang'an finally understood why no one had passed this barrier. Each specialty responds to a class of martial arts. Body martial arts correspond to speed, and there are even sword techniques, swordsmanship, and the like. No one could cultivate so many martial arts to the extreme at the same time. The average cultivator is looking for a path to follow that suits them. By choosing to practice the sword, the odds are that you will use the sword as a weapon for the rest of your life. Choose to practice the fist and palm kung fu for the rest of your life. I seem to be an exception, Li Sunan said to himself. His current speed of comprehending martial arts was so fast that he could completely master the corresponding martial arts in a short period of time, enhancing his abilities in a certain area. Passage, or really not a luxury. With this discovery, Li Sunan was overjoyed. He began to rush towards the 11th level. After only half a day, Li Chang'an arrived at the 14th level. In half a day, he had rushed through 13 hurdles and had not been injured. It ends here. For the next levels, if you follow the normal, you need to practice a few corresponding martial arts. 18 levels in all. 5 to go. 5 levels with more difficulty. Li Sunan stops breaking in. Prepare to go back and prepare properly. When he stepped out of the underground passage, he realized that the Jindan surnamed Chi had been looking at him. Brother Li, you weren't injured this time? The first few times, Li Sunan scored once and was injured once. Last time, it was just a little bit of a superficial wound. And this time, it wasn't even a superficial wound. Li Sunan nodded. Thank you, Big Brother Chi. Without communicating too much, Li Sunan turned around and left. It was possible that this person was spying on him. He had to be cautious. The Blackwater gang member surnamed Chi looked at Li Chang'an's departing back and felt more and more strange. Li Sunan's stay inside the passageway was getting shorter and shorter. Is it true that he didn't continue to break in? Or is it something else? He's gotten stronger? The man shook his head at the thought. Although Li Chang'an had good talent, there was no sign of a breakthrough in his cultivation during this recent period. Looks like it's time to give up. Chapter 207 Optimizing Martial Arts. After the man surnamed Chi watched Li Chang'an leave, he immediately left his post and walked inside the Blackwater gang's manor for a while before finding an old man. Greetings to the second elder. The old man looked at the man with the surname Chi. How's it going? Reporting to second elder. Li Chang'an didn't stay in the passageway for long these 2 times. He should have given up on breaking through. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. That's good. Just a little talent. The man with the name Chi added. Second elder. I wonder what will happen after passing the barrier of this passage. He felt that Li Sunan, who the second elder was a bit scared of, passed through the dungeon barrier. The second elder narrowed his eyes at him. Wouldn't you know if you took a walk yourself? The man surnamed Chi suddenly thought of Li Chingnan's previous tragic experience of breaking through the barrier and shuddered. This is a level where the slightest mistake can cost you your life. How can it be that simple? However, he felt that the second elder was indeed concerned about Li Chang'an's breakthrough. He even made it a point to receive him, an obscure Jindan cultivator in the Blackwater gang. There must be something unbeatable in this. Moreover, The second elder was clearly able to finish off Li Chang'an, but never made a move. The man surnamed Shi shook his head after leaving the second elder's residence, unable to understand the problem. He was merely a Jindan realm cultivator. These are things that don't really have anything to do with him. However, it was because the second elder had personally received him and had to come here to report on Li Chang'an's breakthrough. Li Sung'an had returned to his residence by now. He was now going to continue practicing martial arts, and he was going to practice several martial arts. Each of the remaining levels required the cultivation of a different martial art. Body, fist, sword, and knife skills. Each martial skill must be cultivated to the consummate realm, and the grade of the martial skill must not be lower than the earth rank, or it will be ineffective. This shouldn't be related to a few of the Blackwater Gang's legacies, right? Li Sung'an was also considered to have grown up within the Blackwater Gang and knew more about the affairs of the Blackwater Gang. Within the Blackwater Gang, there were several heavenly rank martial arts that corresponded exactly to the levels in the dungeon. However, Li Chang'an predicted that it would be just as possible to cultivate a few of the same kinds of low-ranked martial arts to the consummate realm. If it was a heaven-rank martial skill, as long as it was cultivated to a skillful degree, it would be almost the same intensity. But right now Li Chang'an does not have the opportunity to learn so many ground-level martial arts. His chances of learning martial arts had run out. Maybe I can comprehend it myself? Although there are no earth-ranked martial arts, Xian-ranked martial arts are not hard to find. As soon as Li Chang'an thought about this, he immediately took out several jade slips. In the Blackwater Gang or even in Qingzhou City, Xian-rank martial arts were not worth much. He had dabbled in these martial arts before. After Li Chang'an cultivated these martial arts, he found that he was really able to optimize for these martial arts. The first door, boxing. After the optimization is complete, it has reached the level of the earth rank. Cultivating to the consummate stage doesn't take much effort at all. Li Chang'an directly optimized the Xian rank martial skill to the earth rank grade. A few days down the line, he had already optimized the few martial arts he needed to the earth rank and had cultivated them to a state of perfection. The current Li Sung'an felt very powerful. After all, at the general Jindan realm, being able to cultivate an earth-ranked martial skill to a more advanced stage was already good enough to fully utilize the strength of the Jindan realm. He, on the other hand, already had a heaven stage martial skill that had reached the perfection stage. There were even 5 or 6 earth-rank martial arts that had also reached the consummate stage. He could now completely rival the embodied god realm, or even the late realm of the embodied god. Of course, the true chi of the embodied god realm had been endowed with martial true meaning, and there were some special martial true meaning that were very powerful, and not all embodied god realms could be generalized. Li Chang'an was already confident after completing his cultivation. He didn't go to the dungeon to break in the first time, but instead, he walked out of the Blackwater Gang's manor, purchased some delicious snacks and such in Qingzhou City, and arrived at Renping's manor. Renping saw the large bags in Li Qingnan's hands and glanced at Hongwen who was packing up herbs on the side. Renping thought to himself, "Good guy. Master, disciple greets you," Li Sung'an said. "How have the last few days been?" "Disciple is fine. Soon he will be able to break through the barrier." "That's good." Renping took a closer look and saw that there were no injuries on Li Chang'an's body either. He should be much stronger. Renping got a red phrase and Li Sung'an got an orange phrase, which was already strong. These days, Renping had been locking himself up inside his room to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts that belonged to him, and now there were already hints of it. But it's too tiresome to be cooped up all the time. Renping also wanted to come out for some air. After having the red gnosis passage word, Renping felt that he was not far from comprehending the true meaning of the martial Tao, and was not in much of a hurry now. Just go with the flow. "Oh yeah, what was your uncle guilty of?" Renping opened his mouth to ask while gnawing on a chicken leg. Li Sung'an didn't hide it. "I heard that it offended the second elder." "What exactly is going on?" The disciple doesn't know. "Oh, second elder. That would be an existence in the realm of the transfigured god. In the Blackwater Gang, other than the gang leader, it should belong to the top existence. Having offended such a character, I'm afraid that Li Sung'an's uncle's matter is very much involved." "You wait, I'm going out." Renping thought of something as he arrived at the Great Hall of the Alchemy Hall. Soon met Su Wenzhou. Renping didn't talk too much nonsense. "Hall Master Su, there's something I need to ask for advice on. I wonder what that Li Sung'an's uncle actually committed." Su Wenzhou also did not expect Renping to ask this question. "Master Ren, what is this?" Renping laughed lightly. "I heard about this recently and wanted to ask." Su Wenzhou nodded. It made sense that Renping would want to find out about the Blackwater Gang when he first arrived. "Master Ren, Li Chang'an's uncle's name is Li Jinnan. He is from the Battle Hall himself, and has already reached the peak of the embodied god realm. I heard he offended the second elder. As for why the second elder was offended, I also heard a generalization and do not understand the full picture." "Master Ren, just listen. Although this Li Jinnan is from the Battle Hall, The Battle Hall Master is only in the early harmonized spirit realm, so naturally he can't be compared to those several elders. I heard that in the early years, Li Jinnan was quite close to the fourth elder, and he had been working for the fourth elder. Fourth elder and second elder have always been at odds. Some time ago, the fourth elder failed to break through the realm, and now the realm is slipping, perhaps to the late transformation spirit realm. The second elder is also the one who started to liquidate the fourth elder. Chapter 208, The 18th Pass. This Li Jinnan is one of the people being liquidated. He's had some luck. When the second elder liquidated him, the Battle Hall Master, Manhwa, still thought that Li Jinnan was really an unwarranted disaster, and for that reason, he even stepped in to bail him out and didn't lose his life because of it. But also in the slammer, it would have been just a matter of going through a process to get into the brig. The marvelous Huey's back there will find a way to get him out, too. But later on, Marvelous Hugh realized that Li Jinnan was not his man at all. Li Jinnan will also have to fend for himself inside the prison. Renping suddenly realized that there was such an inside story. This was the strife between powerhouses of the transformation god realm. There weren't even a few strong people in the transformation spirit realm within the Blackwater gang, and they belonged to the top of the line. A word from them can determine the life and death of some ordinary gang members. Master Ran, a strong harmonized spirit realm master, is the top existence of our Blackwater gang. They don't have any eyes on us, precious Dan alchemists, either, Su Wenzhou reminded. This was a reminder to Renping that even though he was a treasure Dan alchemist, he could not be too drifty and ignore the gap between realms. Renping smiled and nodded. Ren saves the day, Su Wenzhou added. But I've heard that Li Jinnan's nephew is breaking through the prison barrier, so there might be a chance. If he breaks through the barrier, he might just fly through the sky. Su Wenzhou poured a cup of tea for Renping's. Oh, is there something more to say about this? Renping asked suspiciously. Ha ha ha, Master Ren doesn't know. Our Blackwater gang was founded by the gang leader, and this dungeon was also built under the supervision of the gang leader. 18 levels of the dungeon barrier. There could be a doorway in there. If someone actually breaks through the 18 levels, it will definitely alarm the gang master. These 18 levels are very delicately designed, and those who are not gifted simply cannot pass. If someone passes, that person must be a genius. Such a genius will naturally be nurtured more by the gang master. So it is. The Blackwater gang's gang leader. That was already a powerhouse of the passing god realm. And one step up, that was the legendary Saint realm. Being able to obtain the favor of a passage realm powerhouse could indeed skyrocket. Yes, Ren probably understands. After Renping learned the inside story, he quickly returned to the courtyard despite Su Wenzhou's polite invitation. Su Wenzhou is the head of the Blackwater gang. Although his strength was not in the transformation god realm, he would know some of the intelligence news of the Blackwater gang. After all, the status was already there. After returning to the courtyard, Renping probably told Li Chang'an about the matter. As of now, it seemed that Li Suman should not have a problem as long as he stayed alive in the dungeon level and passed the level at the end. Nor will they be implicated in this. Li Suman is now a gifted man. The fact that he was able to pass the barrier, in Renping's opinion, that was normal. The only question now was, how long could Li Jinnan last inside the dungeon? But these things were not of great concern to Renping. Li Chang'an was his own disciple, so he could help as much as he could. He was not strong enough to crush the Blackwater gang. Li Suman had been silent after learning the news. It was also the first time he had heard any of this. Before, if Long Yangjiang hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even known that his uncle had committed something. Many thanks to Master for clearing up my disciple's confusion. Li Chang'an gave Renping a deep bow and then left the place. Li Sunan went straight to the entrance of the dungeon. The man surnamed Qi was surprised when he saw that Li Chang'an had come so quickly. Brother Li, I thought you weren't coming. He did think Li Sunan wouldn't come back. After all, the next 2 times he entered the dungeon, Li Sunan didn't stay in there for long and wasn't injured. It means that Li Sunan has given up on breaking in. But he didn't expect that only a few days had passed before Li Sunan appeared in front of him again. I'm sorry to trouble big brother Qi. Last time, Li Chang'an realized that this man surnamed Qi had paid much attention to the matter of him breaking through the barrier. He was wary in his heart and did not want to interact too much with this person. Well. Opening doors for people to break into dungeons is a casual job, but also the rules of the Blackwater gang. Li Chang'an entered inside the dungeon passageway. His stance was instantly activated. He transformed into a stump in the dimness and quickly passed through the first level, followed by the second level of the third level. Li Sunan passed 8 levels in one breath this time. It wasn't until the 9th level that he was made to pause in his tracks. By the 9th level, the intensity was already different, and even if Li Suman was confident, he didn't dare to slack off. However, Li Chang'an quickly performed a martial art. His figure was like a ghost, rapidly traveling through, and as he did so, his fists continuously struck the walls on both sides. The organs that suddenly blasted out of the walls were punched in by him. In this level, the test is boxing. Soon enough, Li Chang'an had passed the 9th level. In the 10th level, Li Chang'an performed a leg technique, combined with body martial arts. It also passed with flying colors. The 11th level tests swordsmanship. Only the kind of harsh and fast attack of the sword can defeat the organs in the passageway. At the 12th level, the test was a combination of body martial arts and leg techniques. If one would only know one of these martial arts, they would all be injured in the level. Only a combination of the two will give you a chance to misfire the pass. The 13th level was the limit before Li Sung'an, but at this time, there wasn't a single wound on Li Sung'an's body. Taking out pills to restore his true chi in his storage ring, Li Chang'an temporarily rested. These pills were all given by Hongwen. After resting for about half an hour, Li Chang'an broke through the barrier again, and outside the passage. The man surnamed Chi looked at the dark passageway with a puzzled expression on his face. Strange, it's taking so long this time? No more breaking and entering? Murphy died in there? Forget it, it won't pass anyway. The second elder's worries. That's redundant. After another half a day, Li Chang'an had arrived at the 18th level. This is the final hurdle. For the last level, the test should be body techniques, sword techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, as well as sword techniques. This should be the hardest level. Li Sung'an let out a deep breath. He had adjusted himself to his best at this point. Dead or alive? It depends on this move. Uncle Nan, I'm coming. Li Chang'an rushed into the 18th level without hesitation. At the very moment when Li Chang'an entered the 18th level, in a secret room somewhere in the Blackwater Gang's manor, an old man opened his eyes. There seemed to be a glint of surprise in his eyes. After all these years, someone has finally broken through to the 18th level. It seems that the Blackwater Gang, have a lot of talent.